The man simply made a wish on his birthday, hoping to meet a girl with animal ears. When he woke up, he found himself in a vast forest. She was taken in by a group of girls with cat ears and tails and brought back to their tribe. Their tribe set up a camp in this forest and lived by hunting. There were about 20 people living around, all of them women, but no men or children could be seen. Moreover, they were all wearing animal skin dresses. Could it be that Su Cheng has traveled back to the primitive society? Looking at those lively and adorable animal-eared girls, Su Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Are wishes really that effective these days? Hey, you're lucky you survived. You were unconscious by the river and didn't get eaten by any wild animals. As Su Cheng stared wide-eyed and looked around, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. A tall woman suddenly emerged from the crowd and stood in front of him. The hunting team members who brought Su Cheng back, and she was known as Chun. Her two rabbit ears twitched slightly, her eyes were deep red and bright, and her cold expression sent chills down one's spine at first glance. She has the perfect aloof and sophisticated look, but her left leg seems to have been injured as she walks with a slight limp. She said in a cold tone, "This is our camp. You can rest here. If you'd like to stay and join our tribe, you're welcome to, but you'll have to work to get food." Then, Chun looked at the other four people, a wolf-eared girl, a fox-eared girl, and two deer-antlered girls. They are all beast-eared girls who have no clan or have been eliminated by their clan and can only wander alone. Just then, another cheer erupted from the center of the camp, not far away. A cat-eared girl had already picked up a stone knife, placed one leg on the stone slab, and begun to process the prey she had caught. The cat-eared girls deftly swung their stone axes and quickly sliced all the meat into pieces. Before long, a cat-eared girl in charge of distribution handed out the meat slices and berries to the tribespeople. The 7 members of the hunting party, led by Chun, each received 5 or 6 large pieces of meat, as well as a considerable amount of berries. As a leader-like figure, Chun also received some moose organs as an extra. Apart from them, everyone else only received 2 small pieces of meat and a few berries. Su Cheng was surprised to find that he also received a small piece of meat, about half the size of his palm, and a few fruits. Then, Su Cheng witnessed a shocking scene. The group of people grabbed slices of meat and tore them apart, while also stuffing fruit into their mouths. Chun swallowed it in a few bites, as did the 4 beast-eared girls who came with Su Cheng. The sight of dozens of people feasting on raw flesh and blood shocked Su Cheng. They were all eating it raw. This is not the animal-eared girl Su Cheng wanted at all. That cuteness from before has been completely thrown into the corner. Su Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that if they hadn't had enough to eat, they might bite him too. Especially the wolf-eared girl next to him, who looked the thinnest, ate as if she was afraid someone would take her food away from her. Su Cheng symbolically took a few bites of the sour green apple, then glanced at the piece of raw meat in his hand, and his lips twitched involuntarily. When he looked up, he found himself staring wide-eyed at the wolf-eared girl next to him, who had already finished eating. The wolf-eared girl stared intently at the meat in Su Cheng's hand. The liquid dripping from the corner of her mouth was hard to tell whether it was saliva or juice left after biting into a berry. "You want to eat?" Upon hearing this, the wolf-eared girl's ears immediately perked up. After a long while, she cautiously nodded. "I want to." "Then you can have it." Su Cheng thought to himself, "If I'm full, I can't eat him." Before everyone had finished eating, Su Cheng ran off alone to the east side of the camp. It was more spacious there than the center of the camp. There were only 7 or 8 tents clustered together, one of which was like a candle flickering in the wind, with only the wooden frame remaining, and all the animal hides and hay had been stripped away. Su Cheng brought over some hay, found a tent, and crawled inside. Finally, he had a chance to catch his breath. Su Cheng lay in his brand-new doghouse, his thoughts drifting away. Why was this small tribe entirely populated by women? Just then, a semi-transparent light screen suddenly appeared in front of Su Cheng, who was lying quietly. Host, Su Cheng. Talents, Encyclopedia. Dexterity, Danger Sense. Encyclopedia, you can look up any knowledge you want to know, or you can scan your retina. Skillful, no matter what knowledge you learn, you can quickly learn it and successfully put it into practice. Danger Perception, your ability to perceive danger is greatly enhanced. Warning, detection indicates that extreme winter is approaching. Host, please improve your current living environment as soon as possible and strive to survive. Is this a cheat code? Su Cheng never expected that he was also a child favored by God. The temperature difference between day and night was greater than expected, and Su Cheng was so cold that his hair stood on end, and his legs exposed outside the tent were shivering from the cold. He gasped and sat up again in frustration. What kind of sleep could he possibly have now? Why haven't these people started a fire yet? Cheng frowned, then looked outside the tent. The bright moonlight and silvery glow made the entire camp seem rather desolate. In the opposite tent, two cat-eared girls had appeared out of nowhere, and they lay in their nest, casting their gazes at Cheng. After all, the physical constitutions of humans and beast-eared girls cannot be generalized. It's better to rely on yourself than on others, so Cheng decided to start a fire himself. He only knew how to start a fire in the wild, but had never actually done it. Aside from knowing to rub a piece of wood vigorously with one's hands, no one knew the more detailed process. But with encyclopedias available, these are obviously not problems. Soon, Cheng obtained all the information about firemaking by friction. Of course, with limited tools and materials, Cheng could only try to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Without hesitation, Cheng got up and ran out amidst the confused gazes of the three beast-eared girls. He found some decent poplar and birch logs in a pile of dry firewood not far away. Poplar is a type of softwood with a porous texture, making it ideal for making drill plates. The wood used to make drill rods needs to have a certain degree of hardness to prevent rapid wear. Birch is a suitable material. Cheng ran to the haystack again and, by the moonlight, searched around for something that could be used as tinder. The three animal-eared girls' eyes followed Cheng's movements back and forth. Then, Cheng walked directly up to them and asked, "Do you have any bone knives? I can borrow them." Although the two cat-eared girls didn't know what they needed the bone knife for at this time, they still took one out of the tent. "What are you doing?" one of the cat-eared girls asked curiously. "Making a fire." Cheng took the bone knife, tested its sharpness with his hand, and said helplessly, "I don't know when you'll be able to light a fire. You guys aren't afraid of the cold, but I am." The two cat-eared girls looked at each other. What nonsense was this man talking about? Who said they weren't afraid of the cold? And he just said to start a fire? The two cat-eared girls instantly straightened up, their eyes sparkling. Cheng had just returned to his original spot and squatted down to prepare when he heard the whistling wind in his ears. The unique scent of the animal-eared girl wafted in the wind and instantly filled my nostrils. Not only the two cat-eared girls, but even the wolf-eared girls all flocked over. Three animal-eared girls surrounded Cheng. "Do you want to start a fire?" one of the cat-eared girls asked again. "Yeah." Cheng nodded and said casually. "Perfect. The three of you can shield me from the wind." He then began processing the poplar wood, which involved making the drill board, following the tutorial in the encyclopedia. Since the poplar wood we found beforehand was already cracked, it was much easier to process. Cheng took out a bone knife and cut a V-shaped groove on the edge of the wooden board, then found some dry leaves to put under the board. Next came the drill rod. Cheng found the most suitable wooden stick, trimmed it slightly with a bone knife, and made it into a straight rod. Then, Cheng took a straight stick and forcefully drilled a small circular hole in the groove of the drill plate. In this way, all the preparations were completed. Cheng originally planned to use a stone to weigh down the drill plate, but since there was a ready-made tool nearby, he figured he might as well use it. Upon hearing that she needed to use her feet to step on both sides of the wooden board, the wolf-eared girl was very eager and quickly stretched out her little feet to step on the drilling board. "Keep your foot firmly on it, don't let it move around." Cheng then gripped the drill rod tightly, aimed it at the small circular pit, and began to spin it frantically with all his might. This process cannot be stopped. If it is stopped, all the previous efforts will be in vain. With rapid friction, fine wood dust continuously falls. A charred black hue gradually appeared at the bottom of the drill rod. The beast-eared girls stared at the tools in Cheng's hand, their eyes shining even brighter. Soon after, the darkness in the east of the camp seemed to be dispelled, and a familiar light quickly spread out, illuminating the surroundings. The crisp sound seemed to pierce the darkness, instantly startling everyone in the camp. "Fire! Fire! Come out and watch the fire!" One by one, the cat-eared girls poked their heads out of the tent upon hearing this. I felt a gust of wind whistle past my face, and the cat-eared girl who was frolicking around had already disappeared. Exclamations erupted one after another. "Red Peach, stop!" Spring grabbed Red Peach. What exactly happened? Red Peach, with her rosy cheeks, happily gestured as Cheng started the fire. Chun and the others exchanged a glance, then ran towards the east side of the camp. The east side of the camp was already surrounded by cat-eared girls. The cheers were louder than when prey was slaughtered at dusk. "Sakura, you said that man created fire. Is that true? Isn't it only witches who can make fire? How does he know how?" Su Cheng was startled by the surging group of cat-eared girls. For a moment, his mind was a little blank. Just then, Chun and Lin pushed through the crowd and came to Su Cheng. Just like at dusk, Chun scrutinized Su Cheng from head to toe once again. "You can start a fire?" Chun suddenly asked. Yes. How do you know how to start a fire?" "I already know how. It's not that difficult." Chun suddenly found herself speechless, unsure of what to ask. The long-lost flames brought her a comforting warmth. She sat opposite Su Cheng, picked out a few burning firewood from the fire, and carefully handed them to the cat-eared girls beside her. "Pass the fire to everyone, and be careful to protect the fire." Protecting the fire is a survival instinct that all races develop from childhood to adulthood. After obtaining the fire, the cat-eared girls did not delay any longer. They cheered and jumped around, surrounding the burning firewood as if it were a divine object. Sakura and Red Peach were quite sensible and obediently crawled into the tent, smacking their lips and feeling the heat emanating from the fire. After a short while, only Chun, Lin, Su Cheng, and the wolf-eared girl remained by the fire. Lin took out a few pieces of meat from the pouch at her waist, found a branch on the ground next to her, skewered the meat, and put it on the fire to roast. Seeing this scene, and considering the previous reactions of the cat-eared girls, Su Cheng finally realized what was happening. "You still don't know how to start a fire? Where did you get your fire from before?" "Our fire has been gone for several days, but there is no shaman in our tribe, so we can only trade food with the wolf-ear tribe for fire. If we can't exchange for fire, we can only wait for it to rain. When it rains, light will fall from the sky, and occasionally fire will appear." That was most likely a lightning strike. Su Cheng's lips twitched. That stuff was too reliant on luck. "What is a witch?" Su Cheng suddenly asked. At this, Chun and Lin, including the obedient wolf-eared girl nestled beside them, all showed looks of awe and admiration. Chapter 5. The Civilization of the Witches. Lin explained to Su Cheng while munching on roasted meat. Witches are very powerful people, and only large tribes have them. They are intelligent and are the wise men of their tribes. They can make fire, cure diseases, find water, and read the weather. They can also teach people to hunt and to make weapons from stones and wood. Cooking food with fire is also a skill passed down from the shaman. Su Cheng quickly understood. The so-called shamans were probably the most intelligent and observant people in primitive tribes. Over long periods of time, they learned knowledge from nature and then turned that knowledge into a means of survival. He couldn't help but ask, "You haven't learned how to make fire?" Lin's ears drooped down, and she whispered, "The method of making fire is only taught by the shaman to the successor within the tribe. It won't be passed on casually." Chun also added, "Small tribes mostly obtain their fire by trading food with larger tribes, and then try to keep it. If the fire is gone, they can only wait for rain and thunder, for the light to fall from the sky, and then go find fire again." She paused, then said, "I've heard my mother say before that fire can appear in stones, but I don't know if it's true." After hearing this, Su Cheng had a general idea of what was going on. Fire is the starting point of all civilization, but in this era, it was not yet widespread and had even become a bargaining chip used by large tribes for exchange and control. This was still a world of ignorance, pure and savage, yet full of vitality. A cool breeze blew through the bushes, rustling the leaves. The firelight reflected in their clear eyes. In the camp, the cat-eared girls laughed and played around the fire, their voices light and lively. As Su Cheng watched all this, he was suddenly touched. This birthday gift from God was like a piece of red-hot gold, precious, yet also too hot to handle. He looked at Lin and Chun and said, "I will teach you how to start a fire. From now on, you won't have to worry about fire anymore." "Really?" Lin's eyes widened suddenly, and she almost choked on the meat in her mouth. Even Chun, who was usually indifferent, showed a look of shock. Su Cheng nodded. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? You saved my life, after all." Lin was overjoyed and threw herself at Su Cheng. "Thank you." Su Cheng felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, followed by two soft mounds slamming into his face, making him feel dizzy. This world was indeed as absurd as heaven. Lin's personality is lively and straightforward, completely different from Chun's cold indifference. The other cat-eared girls are similar. They run around happily when they're happy, hug when they're excited, and never beat around the bush when expressing their feelings. Just as Lin hugged Su Cheng, the coldness emanating from Chun seemed to melt away somewhat in the firelight. She suddenly said earnestly, "Hello, welcome to the cat-ear tribe. You can call me Chun." Lin finally let go of him, looked down at Su Cheng, who was a little disheveled from being pressed down by her, and said with a grin, Hello, my name is Lin. Su Cheng looked at them and smiled back. Hello, my name is Su Cheng. Su Cheng. Lin repeated the name several times, as if trying to memorize it. Then she sat back down on the ground, took out another piece of meat from the small pouch at her waist, and handed it to him. Here, have some, Cheng. She didn't know how to express her goodwill, only feeling that sharing the food with the other person was the most sincere way to thank them. Su Cheng didn't refuse. He had only eaten a few bites of fruit that day, and his stomach was already empty. Now that he had come to terms with reality, there was no need to continue with the affectations of modern people. It was just barbecue. It wasn't inedible. He copied Lin, skewering the meat with branches and slowly grilling it over the fire. Before long, the aroma of meat filled the air, and before he could even take a bite, he felt something forcefully squeezed towards him. A small head peeked out from under his armpit. It was the wolf-eared girl who had been nestled beside him. Okay, my name is Luo. I helped start the fire too. Luo said softly. They said that if you work, you will get food. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he had no choice but to tear off half of the roasted meat and hand it to her. Luo's eyes lit up the moment she saw the cooked meat, a smile spreading across her face as she opened her little mouth to catch it. Then, with a swift movement, she climbed up and rolled into Su Cheng's arms, curling into a ball, her tail wagging gently, her head resting on his leg, obediently chewing the meat. Su Cheng froze for a moment. What old otaku could withstand such a test? Across the fire, Chun was spreading dry grass on the ground, as if preparing to rest. She saw this and her eyes flickered slightly. Wolf-eared people don't usually get this close to outsiders. She likes you a lot. It's just a pity that this wolf-eared girl is too weak. She's clearly been rejected by her tribe. It's already quite an achievement that she managed to escape from outside the forest and come here alive. Hearing this, Su Cheng grinned. She does like me. To be precise, she likes the meat in his hand. At this moment, Lin also noticed Chun making the bed and asked in surprise. Chun, are you sleeping here tonight? Chun nodded, but her eyes lingered on Su Cheng out of the corner of her eye. Lin immediately understood what she meant. As her best friend who had lived together for more than half a year, she naturally knew what Chun was thinking. Then I'll sleep here too. There are still a few empty tents. I need to keep a close eye on this man. I can't let him run away. If he's willing to join the cat-eared tribe, that would be even better. Afterwards, Su Cheng inquired about other aspects of the tribe's situation. To save his own life, he had to rely on the cat-eared tribe. At the same time, to help everyone survive the upcoming extreme winter, he also needed to find a way to improve the living conditions here. Before that, he needed to gain the tribe's trust. Once he taught them how to make fire, everything would be much easier. Faced with his question, Chun and Lin didn't hide anything and told him everything they knew. Chapter 6, Fever. After some conversation, Su Cheng finally understood his current situation. This small forest was called Wolf Forest, a name given by the chieftain of the wolf-eared clan. They had lived here for many years, while the cat-eared clan were later arrivals. The cat-eared tribe originally lived in a more remote mountain range and was once quite prosperous. However, a sudden upheaval killed the men and most of the warriors in the tribe. The elders could only flee with the children. Having lost their core members, the cat-eared tribe was already struggling to survive. Coupled with constant natural disasters and the deaths of their members, they eventually fell into their current state of desolation. There are 3 tribes in this forest: the cat-eared tribe, the wolf-eared tribe, and the Great Bull tribe, which controls the upper reaches of the water source to the north. The wolf-eared tribe, which borders the cat-eared tribe, is fierce and territorial. The 2 tribes have clashed frequently over food and resources. Fortunately, both are small tribes of only 20 or 30 people, with little difference in numbers, and the cat-eared tribe has consistently yielded in terms of hunting grounds, preventing the conflict from escalating to a life-or-death struggle. Even so, they were still squeezed into a corner of the forest. Behind them were mountains blocking the road, and the resources they could obtain were pitifully scarce. If it weren't for Chun leading the tribe in their hard work hunting over the past 6 months, the number of cat-eared people would probably be reduced by half again. Mentioning spring, the cat-eared girl Lin immediately became talkative, her face beaming with joy. Su Cheng thus learned of this rabbit-eared girl's origins. Rabbit-eared girls are one of the strongest fighting races on this continent. Their individual strength is even comparable to that of lion-eared or tiger-eared rabbits. The rabbit-eared tribe reveres martial prowess, but they are also ruthless. If a member of their tribe is injured and unable to fight, and can no longer provide assistance to the tribe, they are easily abandoned. Chun was ostracized by her tribe because she lost her left leg and was unable to participate in large-scale hunts. However, she was not driven away. She chose to leave on her own. After wandering alone for half a month, Chun fainted from hunger in the forest and was rescued by Lin. To repay Lin's kindness, she stayed with the cat-eared tribe, taught them how to hunt, and gradually lived with them. Chun listened to Lin recount these past events, and her heart was touched. She hadn't realized that more than half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Initially, she had only come to repay a debt of gratitude, but as time went on, this place had long since become her final resting place. The rabbit-eared tribe was a thing of the past. This was her new home. A cold wind howled, and the camp gradually quieted down. But Su Cheng's heart was far from at peace. The cat-eared tribe's situation was worse than he had imagined. Without a miracle, they might not survive this extreme winter. Su Cheng knew that there was still much to be done to change things. Later, he heard Lin tell him a lot about the cat-eared tribe and spring. The conversation didn't end until Lin yawned, snuggled up next to Chun, and fell into a deep sleep. Su Cheng picked up Luo and tossed her back into her tent, said goodbye to Chun, and then quickly scurried back to his own den. Chun sat sideways on the hay, her fingers gently stroking Lin's occasionally twitching tail. She stared blankly at the fire in front of her, her gaze occasionally drifting to the tent opposite. She really wanted to know why Su Cheng knew how to make a fire. That's clearly a skill only shamans possess. But Su Cheng couldn't be a shaman, because no tribe would allow its shaman to wander alone. Stealing the skill is also unlikely. The shaman's tent isn't a place anyone can freely enter or leave. Chun had personally experienced that rule among the rabbit-eared tribe. Even the strongest warrior in the tribe had to bow before the shaman. Which tribe did this mysterious man come from? In the blink of an eye, the sky was already turning a pale white. Su Cheng had been thinking too much last night and went to bed very late. In his drowsy state, he seemed to hear urgent shouts outside. When he woke up rubbing his eyes, he found a familiar little face right in front of him. The wolf-eared girl was squatting obediently beside him, her bright eyes fixed on him. Su Cheng followed her gaze downwards and saw that the scene he hadn't been able to see last night was now being fulfilled first thing in the morning. His face immediately turned red, and he quickly sat up. He asked Luo why she was in his tent. Luo tilted her head and said that Chun had asked her to stay and wait for Su Cheng to wake up. Su Cheng responded, stretched, and walked out of the tent. But the scene from just now was still lingering in his mind. He took a deep breath and slapped his face hard to bring his attention back to reality. The fire was covered with a thick layer of ash, and the hay bed next to it was empty. Su Cheng turned to Luo and asked, "Where did Chun go?" Luo ran out after them, saying that some cat-eared people had come to call for spring. Apparently someone's fever was getting worse, and they were about to die. She then pointed to the west side of the camp. Upon hearing fever, Su Cheng immediately frowned. Laura looked frightened and explained that it was a terrible disease. Those who contracted it would have a fever, feel weak all over, cough frequently, and it could even spread to other members of the tribe. Only a shaman could cure it. Cough, fever, weakness in the limbs. Su Cheng touched his chin. These symptoms sounded exactly like a cold. For modern people, a cold might not be a big deal, but in this primitive society, it could be a deadly illness. He immediately said he would go check. Before he even reached the west side of the camp, Su Cheng could already hear the cat-eared girl's anxious and helpless voice. Someone was pacing anxiously, constantly asking Lin what to do, saying that Agua seemed to be dying. Although she was anxious, she didn't dare approach the beast-eared girl lying on the haystack. The other cat-eared girls who arrived were the same, their brows furrowed and their faces filled with fear. Lin stood aside, equally at a loss. Chun squatted down beside the hay, checking on Agua's condition with a very serious expression. She hadn't expected Agua's fever to develop so quickly. Right now, Agua was almost losing consciousness. Chapter 7, Treatment. There's no way out, she won't make it. Upon hearing this, all the cat-eared girls around lowered their heads, their eyes dimming. Just then, Su Cheng squeezed through the crowd from behind. The crowd, as if grasping at a last glimmer of hope, all looked at him. But they also knew in their hearts that only a shaman could cure the fever. Su Cheng was already very skilled at making fire, but he was ultimately not a shaman. Even so, some people couldn't help but ask him, "Agua is dying, can you save her?" They're willing to trade food for her. Faced with those expectant eyes, Su Cheng felt immense pressure and could only say, "I need to check the situation and make sure. If it's just a cold, he might still have a solution, but he's afraid it might be some other serious illness." The cat-eared girls quickly moved aside. Only then did Su Cheng see that outside a small tent, The thin and frail Agua was curled up on the dry grass. His face was burning red. His forehead was covered in sweat. His consciousness was fading. His hands were gripping his tail tightly. His pale face was contorted with pain, and he coughed occasionally. As soon as he got close, he smelled a familiar yet pungent odor. The hay beneath Agua was soaked. Vomit remained at the corners of her mouth, and her breathing was labored. Su Cheng squatted down and asked, "How many days have you been sick?" Lin quickly replied, 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. Chun, who was standing next to her, added that it wasn't this serious yesterday. She had a fever last night, and she thought it would get better. Su Cheng asked again, "How did she get sick?" Chun shook her head and said that 3 days ago at dusk, Agua got like this not long after returning from the riverbank. Su Cheng frowned and asked, "Did she go into the river?" Chun was surprised, then nodded. Agua saw a fish motionless in the water and tried to catch it, but ended up getting soaked and didn't catch the fish. As dusk fell in late autumn, Su Cheng went down to the river to catch fish. After being blown by the cold wind, he roughly made a judgment in his mind. He reached out and touched Agua's forehead, hands, and feet. They were all burning hot, clearly still in the high fever stage. No wonder he was unconscious. Coughing, fever, weakness in the limbs, plus catching a cold. It's pretty much a diagnosis. Chun looked at him anxiously. "How is it?" Su Cheng didn't give a definitive answer, only saying, "I'm not sure, but there's something I can try." This was his first time treating a cold in this kind of environment, and he didn't even know if there were any differences between the bodies of animal-eared girls and humans. But those words were enough to rekindle hope in all the cat-eared girls. The way they looked at Su Cheng was even more ardent than when they saw him starting a fire last night. At this moment, Luo squeezed in and immediately ran to Su Cheng's side. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid of the fever. People in her tribe had died from it before. But for some reason, just standing next to Su Cheng made her feel safe. Luo asked, "Cheng, what do you need me to do?" Lin also hurriedly spoke up, saying she could help too. Su Cheng thought for a moment, then quickly consulted the encyclopedia in his mind, and immediately made arrangements. First, get more water, light a fire, and use bamboo sections to boil water. Also, get clean dry grass, animal skin clothing, and small pieces of soft, furry animal hides. Lin and the other cat-eared girls immediately sprang into action. Some went to fetch water, some to gather hay, and some to find animal hides. Luo looked up at Su Cheng and asked, "Where's she?" Su Cheng replied, "You keep an eye on things for now. We'll need you later." Luo nodded and obediently squatted down beside him. Soon after, water, hay, and animal hides were brought over. Su Cheng arranged the bamboo joints, stone mortar, and hay. There was no linen or cotton cloth available, so soft animal hides had to be used instead. He picked out a few pieces from the scraps of animal hide, soaked them, and applied them to Aguo's forehead. Aguo had a persistent high fever, and the biggest fear was damage to the nerves in his head, so he had to find a way to bring the fever down first. Applying a wet compress to the forehead was only the first step. His body also needed to be wiped to dissipate heat. Su Cheng pointed to Agua's lower body and said to Luo, "She's dirty. We need to clean her up. When you have a cold, your resistance is low, and if these areas aren't cleaned properly, it's easy to get infected." Luo also smelled the odor and immediately nodded, deftly tearing off Aguo's animal skin dress, preparing to wipe her directly with her hands wet. Su Cheng saw Aguo's thin, yellowish body and was about to avoid it, but quickly stopped her. "Don't use your hands. Use scraps of animal hide. And try to use clean water. It's best not to touch the dirt directly." Su Cheng picked out the clearest-looking water from a few bamboo sections, soaked the scraps of animal hide, and handed it to Luo. Luo took it and began to wipe as he instructed. Then, Su Cheng gently helped Agui up. Following his instructions, Luo Zhong wiped Agui's neck, armpits, elbows, groin, and knees. During this time, Su Cheng changed the wet animal skin on her forehead twice. Lin and the others stood nervously to the side, not daring to interfere for fear of disturbing Su Cheng. Finding they were out of water holding bamboo sections, they quietly went to fetch more. While helping Agua with her body, Su Cheng also managed to resolve his inner doubts. The beast-eared girl's body structure wasn't as strange as imagined. She just had beast ears and a tail. The tail was located slightly above her hips, and she had paw pads on her feet. Otherwise, she was basically the same as a human. After wiping her, Lo blinked. "Okay, what's next?" Su Cheng's gaze naturally fell upon her, and he no longer felt as awkward as before. He reached out and gently picked up Agua. Agua looked only slightly older than Luo, and her body was very light and soft. Luo, spread out some clean hay. Okay. Luo immediately did as she was told, brushing aside the dirty hay and spreading the clean hay back on the ground. Chapter 8. The Hunt. After settling Agua in, Su Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. All he could do now was try to alleviate Agua's symptoms and prevent her condition from worsening. Agua seemed to regain some consciousness at this moment, and vaguely saw Su Cheng, as well as the unfamiliar Luo, and Lin and others not far away. She weakly squeezed out a few words. Lin, stay away from me. You'll catch it. Seeing Agua suffer, the cat-eared women felt bad and could only gently comfort her, saying that Cheng would definitely be able to save her. Agua didn't know who Cheng was, and only glanced instinctively at the unfamiliar male in front of her before her consciousness quickly sank again. Seeing that Luo had already helped Agua change into a clean animal skin dress, Lin and the others dared to approach and asked nervously, "Is it over?" Su Cheng turned around and smiled. "Not yet. She has a high fever. Just wiping her body isn't enough. We'll carry her into the tent tonight, so she can't be exposed to the night wind." Lin nodded in agreement. The cat-eared women felt a huge weight lifted from their hearts. Watching Su Cheng bustling about, their eyes gradually filled with anticipation and hope. Then, Su Cheng found many willow branches in the firewood pile, scraped off the bark, crushed it in a stone mortar, and poured it into bamboo sections that were being roasted over a fire. Willow bark contains salicin, which can relieve pain and reduce fever. It is a very ancient medicinal material. Su Cheng explained that Agua can't chew right now, so she can only drink boiled water. After the water boils and cools, they'll try to feed her as much as possible. Whether she can pull through is up to her own efforts. Next came rest and a long wait. With Lin and Luo taking care of her, Chun didn't need to worry too much. Although the problem of fire was solved, they still needed to prepare enough food to survive the extreme winter. Su Cheng didn't intend to stay with Agua indefinitely. After explaining the details of caring for the patient, he went to the center of the camp. The cat-eared girls who had been watching gradually dispersed, and he soon saw Chun gathering people to prepare for a hunting trip. As Su Cheng approached, the other 6 members of the hunting party had also arrived. Cheng glanced at him and said, "Cheng, you can rest today." The other cat-eared girls also enthusiastically offered to hunt more game for him to eat that day. Some people asked him curiously if he was really going to teach everyone how to start a fire. Su Cheng smiled and said of course they could learn, then looked at Chun. "I want to go out and see the world with you guys." After thinking it over last night, Su Cheng had a direction in mind. Ultimately, changing the cat-eared tribe's current predicament boils down to solving their basic needs: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. And with more than 3 months until the extreme winter, time is tight, but it's not entirely without a chance. The most important thing right now is to make sure everyone is fed. Su Cheng had observed that most of the meat in the tribe came from small wild animals, and medium-sized wild animals were rare, which meant that they were not good at hunting larger prey. The amount of food is directly related to hunting ability, so he wanted to see for himself what hunting methods the cat-eared tribe currently used. Resource scarcity is simply related to hunting methods, activity areas, and the availability of prey in those areas. With his territory now controlled by the wolf-eared clan, they are unlikely to concede easily. Su Cheng can only start by addressing what he can change, and then devise a solution based on the actual situation. Hearing that Su Cheng was also going, Chun, who was selecting a bone knife, paused slightly and looked up to ask, "Are you sure?" Su Cheng nodded. Chun thought for a moment and finally agreed. After all, she felt more at ease having him under her watchful eye. Upon learning that Su Cheng was traveling with them, the cat-eared girls immediately became excited. Some said that with Cheng there, they would definitely find more prey. Others patted their chests and promised to protect him, urging him to stay close to the group. After making all the preparations, they checked the stone knives and bone knives again, and inspected the bags containing water and food. Before setting off, Chun even picked out a good bone knife for Su Cheng to carry with him for self-defense. Su Cheng followed behind the group, his gaze slightly lowered. Stone knives and bone knives. These were the only weapons the cat-eared tribe used for hunting. It seemed his earlier assessment was correct. Their hunting tools were indeed incredibly rudimentary. Chapter 9, Riverbank. Before long, the group entered the depths of the forest. The cat-eared girl ahead reminded everyone to stay close. After passing through this thicket, they would reach an area frequented by wild beasts, and no one should wander off. Chun, whose legs were weak, quickly fell behind the group. She didn't care about herself, but was more worried about Su Cheng's safety and whispered to him, "If we encounter any danger, Just hide behind me. Su Cheng nodded. He was well aware of his current strength, and he hadn't come out on this trip specifically for hunting. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Chun's left leg, where there was a noticeable old wound on his calf. He couldn't help but ask, "How long have you had your foot injured?" Chun replied calmly, "A long time." Lin had mentioned Chun's injury before. Su Cheng roughly calculated that it had been about a year. He asked again, "Does it still hurt?" Chun didn't shy away from talking about her broken leg, and simply said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. We rabbit-eared people recover very quickly. When my leg bone broke, it healed in about 5 days. It's just that I can't run like before, which makes hunting very inconvenient." 5 days. Su Cheng was startled. An ordinary person needs 100 days to recover from a broken bone, but the recovery ability of these beast-eared tribes was simply unlike that of normal humans. He continued, "Are other tribes like this too? I mean, are their physical recovery abilities all this strong?" Chun slightly raised her chin, with a hint of pride. "Of course not. The stronger the race, the stronger its physique and the better its recovery ability. The cat-eared race, for example, has a much weaker physique. If they suffered an injury like mine, they would probably have to lie in bed for more than half a month." Su Cheng was secretly astonished. Half a month seemed like an exaggeration to him. Thinking about it this way, the average physical abilities of all races in this world were clearly far superior to humans. Even the weak, cat-eared race was no exception. If that's the case, the wild beasts living on this land are probably no benevolent creatures either. After all, without sufficiently robust physiques, these races couldn't possibly survive in such a harsh environment as the extreme winter. Nature shows no mercy. The weak will ultimately be eliminated. Looking at Su Cheng, who was deep in thought beside her, Chun felt a growing sense of unease. This young man could start a fire and cure fevers, yet he seemed to know very little about the common knowledge of various races. Where did such a contradictory person come from? The two continued on their way in silence. Before long, the group emerged from the bushes, and the view gradually opened up. Through the sparse trees, a shimmering lake could be seen in the distance. The cat-eared girl's expressions became noticeably wary. Chun explained, "That riverbank is already on the edge of the wolf-eared tribe's territory. The west side is their hunting ground. They allow us to pass through and fetch water, but they won't let us stay for too long." Su Cheng naturally recognized that riverbank. It was where he started after arriving in this world. He asked, "Where's our hunting ground? How much further do we have to go?" Chun pointed to the other side. "It's to the east of the riverbank. But remember, don't go too far north. There is a herd of fierce yaks upstream that almost cuts off the road to the north. In the grove at the end of the river upstream is the territory of the big yak tribe. They are even more difficult to get along with than the wolf-ear tribe and almost never interact with us." As Su Cheng listened, he mentally sketched out a map. The cat-ear tribe was located in the southeast corner, its path blocked by mountains behind it, and squeezed by other powerful tribes on all sides, making it seem like it was trapped in a corner. Those towering, continuous mountains were not easy to cross. No wonder life is getting harder and harder for the cat-eared tribe. After traversing the jungle, the group finally arrived at the riverbank. The open view made Su Cheng feel a sense of relief, and the clean, fresh air of the primitive era filled his lungs, making him feel much more energetic. This served as a temporary rest stop. They had been walking for over an hour. The lake shimmered, and the occasional sound of fish leaping out of the water could be heard. Forests surrounded the area in the distance, and patches of reeds dotted the riverbank. On the other side of the lake, Su Cheng could clearly see several yaks drinking water. He froze on the spot. The yak was enormous, nearly 3 meters tall, with an astonishingly robust physique. Its long, glossy black fur covered its muscles, and its massive, curved horns were terrifying. Just looking at it from afar exuded a sense of oppressive power, like a ferocious beast. Su Cheng estimated that this thing weighed at least 1,500 jin, 750 kilograms, probably twice the size of a modern yak. The cat-eared women were also drooling. Someone muttered, "I'm always scared when I see them. Luckily, those cows don't come over." Another cat-eared girl stared at the yak and sighed. "If we could hunt one, it would be enough to eat for a long time, meow." Someone nearby immediately retorted, "You want to hunt it? Aren't you afraid of getting trampled to death?" They chattered amongst themselves, a mixture of fear and envy, utterly unable to devise a way to kill that enormous creature. Fortunately, the two banks were far apart, and the yaks never ventured over there to cause trouble. Spring didn't keep everyone long. She scooped up some lake water, drank a few mouthfuls, and then filled her water bag, reminding everyone, "Rest quickly, drink some water, and don't stay too long. The lake water looked quite clear, but Su Cheng had no appetite at all. He thought to himself that when he got back, he would have to find an opportunity to teach the cat-eared tribe how to filter water and also get them into the habit of drinking hot water. Otherwise, drinking raw water for a long time would make them more prone to health problems sooner or later. The cat-eared women responded and quickly squatted down by the water to fetch water. A few of the younger ones couldn't resist splashing and playing in the shallow water, getting splashed on their bodies and faces, but they didn't mind. They lowered their heads and gulped down a few mouthfuls, their tails wagging happily. Su Cheng squatted by the river, watching them fetch water and rest. Watching the sunlight fall on the water, he felt a sense of relaxation. The cat-eared girls had drunk their fill. Su Cheng had also seen enough. Just as he was about to marvel at nature's bounty, Chun suddenly approached and shielded him behind her. Chapter 10. The Wolf-Eared Clan. The perceptive rabbit-eared girl, Chun, stared intently at the woods not far to the west, her hand already on the bone knife at her waist. Sensing something amiss, the cat-eared girls immediately became alert and gathered around. Following Chun's gaze, Su Cheng indeed saw several dark figures vaguely lurking in the woods and grass. The figures lay hidden in the grass, as silent as wild beasts. After a few minutes of standoff, the other side slowly emerged from the woods. They had triangular, pointed ears and gray tails. There were 6 of them, 3 men and 3 women. Chun lowered her voice and said, "They're from the Wolf-Eared Clan. They generally won't attack unless you enter their hunting range." This was the first time Su Cheng had ever seen male beast ears in this world. The 3 wolf-eared men were burly, with bronze skin, broad shoulders, and thick backs. They were rough and savage, and their ears were a size larger than the female beast ears. He couldn't help but think of his little follower, Luo. If Luo stood next to these wolf-eared people, she would look like a child who hadn't grown up. No wonder Chun always looked at Luo with a hint of pity in her eyes. The cat-eared tribe had taken in a wolf-eared girl, but she was as thin as a bamboo pole, completely lacking the fierce appearance that the wolf-eared tribe should have. 6 wolf-eared tribesmen were outnumbered by 7 cat-eared girls and Su Cheng. Stone clubs menacingly. "Cat-eared people, get out of here. The water has been fetched, leave. This is our territory." Just as Chun had said, they didn't attack directly, but simply wanted to drive them away. The leading male wolf-eared man looked at Chun again, reminding her in a contemptuous tone, "Don't forget to prepare food for exchanging fire seeds. Our chief doesn't want to wait too long." He was arrogant in his words, but when facing Chun, his arms and legs subconsciously tensed up. Su Cheng could tell that this guy was very wary of Chun. After all, Chun had once been a warrior in the rabbit-eared tribe's hunting party. Even though he was now physically disabled, he was not someone that ordinary beast-eared people would dare to provoke. Chun's expression was indifferent, and he only replied, "No need to wait. We already have fire." The wolf-eared man clearly did not believe it. "How is that possible? Where did you get it?" Chun didn't explain. "That's none of your business." The other party snorted. "Whatever. When you want to change the fire source again next time, it won't be this price." Just then, a ground squirrel suddenly darted out from the bushes where the wolf-eared tribe had been hiding. The wolf-eared girl, who was closest, locked onto her target almost instantly, pulled something from her pouch at her waist, and hurled it at the target. A screech was heard from the groundhog, and the wolf-eared girl had already charged forward. In a short moment, she returned, clutching a fist-sized, bloodied groundhog. She deliberately bared her teeth at Chun and the others, revealing bloodied fangs, her eyes full of smugness and mockery. Her movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, almost instinctive. Su Chengdu couldn't help but think that these wolf-eared tribesmen and Luo at home were completely different species. Not only Luo, but even the cat-eared girls pouted, looking unconvinced. But they knew in their hearts that when it came to catching moles, they were no match for the wolf-eared tribe. Chun didn't argue further, only coldly saying, "Let's go." The cat-eared women followed her away from the riverbank until they were completely away from the wolf-eared tribe's territory. Only then did Su Cheng ask, "What were those things they just threw?" Chun replied, "Stones. They sharpened small stones to hunt small animals." Su Cheng recalled the weapons the wolf-eared tribe had carried. Besides bone knives and stone knives, they also had a large club made of polished stone, presumably specifically for dealing with medium to large wild animals. He couldn't help but exclaim, "They hit it so accurately. You could learn that. It would make catching small animals much faster." To everyone's surprise, the cat-eared women immediately deflated after hearing this. Chun glared at Su Cheng, annoyed, and sighed. "They can't learn it, and neither can I." Su Cheng thought about it and realized she was right. That kind of technique couldn't be mastered just by watching a few times. Eyesight, strength, reaction time, and long-term practice were all indispensable. Chun continued to explain, that's the skill of the Wolf Ear clan. The Cat Ear clan is good at stealth and hearing, and they're fast too, but they're a bit weaker. I once taught them how to use stone clubs to deal with wild boars, but not only did they not hurt the boars, they also enraged them. If they hadn't run fast, they would probably have been seriously injured. Su Cheng had also seen those massive stone clubs. They weighed at least several dozen kilograms, and ordinary people couldn't even swing them. The cat-eared women's ears all drooped, clearly showing their frustration. But that's the reality. Their current hunting skills are only good for taking down small to medium-sized wild animals. Even with medium-sized animals, they have to exclude tough, hard-to-penetrate creatures like wild boars. At this moment, the group had already entered the outer perimeter of their hunting grounds. The cat-eared girls' emotions came and went quickly. They soon regained their composure, their eyes scanning their surroundings warily. The group lowered their bodies, moved stealthily, and slipped into the jungle one by one. The two cat-eared girls at the front of the group parted the grass, searching for tracks left by wild animals. Su Cheng walked slowly beside Chun, taking the opportunity to ask, "So what are you rabbit-eared people good at?" Chun's red eyes shone slightly, as if she remembered her past self, and her tone was filled with pride. "We are good at tracking. Once the rabbit-eared people have their eyes on their prey, it is very difficult for them to escape." She continued, "Furthermore, the rabbit-eared tribe possesses exceptional physical abilities in all aspects. Our warriors, just 4 of them, can kill a wild boar with stone knives." Su Cheng then asked, "So, when you hunt larger beasts, do you also rely on numbers?" Spring blinked her red eyes and said matter-of-factly, "Of course. Even the biggest beasts eventually run out of strength. As long as there are enough warriors to take turns attacking, they will eventually fall. Therefore, the more powerful a tribe is, the more warriors it has, and the more food it can hunt." Su Cheng roughly understood. The hunting methods in this world were still in a primitive stage of relying on sheer numbers. Even if some tribes mastered more efficient methods, they would mostly hide them away like a spark. Due to information isolation and the unwillingness of various tribes to spread their knowledge, the flow of technology was almost impossible. Su Cheng didn't underestimate the wisdom of these tribes, but keeping their knowledge secret was an unchangeable reality. Led by Chun and the others, Su Cheng quickly followed the group far into the outer area. They hunted many wild animals by using footprints and droppings on the ground, as well as the cat-eared girl's keen hearing to identify prey. Chapter 11. Yak Herd. Just as Su Cheng had guessed, the cat-eared women primarily relied on encirclement hunting. They would first surround their prey, then drive, ambush, and intercept it. Using their agile movements and speed, they would severely injure the prey with stone knives, bone knives, or stones they picked up at random, finally completing the capture. The whole process was far from easy. They sometimes misjudged, sometimes tripped, and sometimes even watched their prey escape from their encirclement. Their skin was scratched by vines, their faces covered in mud, and they looked rather disheveled. But Su Cheng felt no mockery whatsoever. He never felt superior to people of this era simply because he came from the modern world and possessed some knowledge. On the contrary, he felt only admiration for these people who struggled to survive with their own hands. Of course, the cat-eared girls weren't stupid. They were sensitive to danger and aware of the limits of their abilities. Along the way, Su Cheng often saw them deliberately avoiding certain places, either taking detours or simply not getting close. As for the deeper parts of the forest, they didn't even have the thought of approaching them. Those places were most likely hiding ferocious beasts that they couldn't handle. The group continued north until they reached a forest near the yak habitat, where they finally stopped. The 8 men crouched low, burrowed into the waist, high grass, and slowly moved forward. Reaching the edge of the grass, everyone's nerves were on edge. The cat-eared girls huddled together, with Chun clinging tightly to Su Cheng, protecting him. Her heart was pounding, and her voice reached Su Cheng's ears clearly. Su Cheng didn't dare to be careless. He carefully parted the grass and looked at the group of enormous creatures resting not far away. Along the riverbank, where grassland met wasteland, dust was gently swirling in the wind. The yaks snorted heavily, their calls like muffled thunder. Viewed up close, their imposing presence was far stronger than when seen from afar across the river. Su Cheng silently counted in his mind, 6 large and 3 small. However, more than the yaks, he was more interested in the dark cave entrance at the foot of the cliff behind them. The cave was more than 2 people high and 5 or 6 meters wide. A natural cave. Su Cheng's eyes brightened slightly. This was a good place, but he wondered how deep and big it was inside. At this moment, Chun lowered her voice and leaned close to his ear. Have you seen it clearly? Actually, if Su Cheng hadn't insisted on coming, Chun wouldn't have wanted to take this risk at all. She just assumed that Su Cheng was just curious and that once he saw the terrifying size of the yak up close, he wouldn't have such thoughts anymore. Su Cheng nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. In his mind, this place had already been designated as an important strategic location. Go back. Upon hearing this, the cat-eared women seemed to have received a pardon, bowing low and quietly retreating along the way they had come. Only when they were completely away from the forest did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. One cat-eared girl patted her chest and whispered with lingering fear, "Meow, that was terrifying. It was the first time I'd ever been so close to those yaks." Another cat-eared girl admired Su Cheng's courage. "Cheng, you're really brave to go looking for trouble with yaks." In their eyes, daring to get that close and peek was already a provocation. "My legs were shaking just now. I'm never coming here again." "Meow, sure you're such a coward. Your mouth was shaking just now too, and you were laughing at me. Hee hee, I wonder if the meat of those big cows tastes good." Chun, however, was more concerned about something else. She looked at Su Cheng and asked, "Cheng, what exactly do you want to do?" Su Cheng smiled. "Of course, it's to hunt them for meat later." Chun was silent for a moment, her eyes looking at someone who was not thinking straight. "Cheng, you'll get trampled to death." To dissuade Su Cheng from this unrealistic idea, Chun pointed to the 6 cat-eared girls in front of her who were still laughing and joking. "Don't count on the cat-eared tribe for help. They don't have the ability." As she said this, Chun's expression darkened. In the eyes of the rabbit-eared warriors, hunting such large beasts is an honor. They revere strength and never fear powerful prey. Faced with a robust beast, the rabbit-eared people only feel their blood boil, proving themselves to be mighty warriors. Kuchun knew very well that the cat-eared clan did not possess such power. Su Cheng, however, disagreed. "I can make the cat-eared clan stronger. Large beasts like yaks may not be an option for now, but wild boars and bison are certainly within their capabilities." The 6 cat-eared girls who were hopping around in front of them stopped abruptly, their eyes widening as they looked at each other. "What? Hunting wild boar? Bison? Them?" Chun quickly regained her senses, her gaze sharpening. "Impossible. Cheng, they can't do what you think." Su Cheng didn't back down, looking directly into her crimson eyes. "What if I told you they could do it? They don't even need 4 people. Just 3 working together could hunt a wild boar." Chun frowned. "They have no strength, no numerical advantage. What do they have left?" She acknowledged Su Cheng's skill. He could start fires and cure fevers, but those were special abilities. When it came to hunting, she was absolutely confident. Even the rabbit-eared tribe needed 4 strong warriors to hunt a wild boar. The idea that 3 cat-eared girls could kill a wild boar together was something even the rabbit-eared tribe's shaman wouldn't dare to utter lightly. For some reason, Su Cheng's words still made her waver slightly. Su Cheng calmly said, "I will teach them how to hunt wild boars, and then you will know the answer." Chun became a little anxious. "I want to know now." Su Cheng tilted his head. "I won't tell you." Chun immediately fell silent, finding the man utterly despicable and even wanting to punch him. The cat-eared girl, intimidated by their uncompromising stance, dared not interrupt, only shrank back and whispered amongst herself. "Cheng said he'd teach us how to hunt wild boars. Cheng's joking, right? Quiet down. I think I heard a wild boar's voice." Chapter 12, The Bet. "Nonsense. Wild boars live in the forest. They don't usually come out." The cat-eared girl wanted to retort, but before she could finish speaking, she saw a dark figure emerge from behind a large tree in the distance. She instantly tensed, her tail bristling, and screamed, "The wild boar is coming." A deep, familiar roar, mixed with the sound of fangs clashing, exploded in everyone's ears like an alarm bell. Su Cheng heard it too. His expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Run!" Before he could even take a step, Chun beside him had already lifted him up and turned to run. The other cat-eared girls didn't dare to delay either, scattering and rushing away in all directions. Su Cheng felt the scene before him suddenly reverse, the wind whistling past his ears. He looked up and saw Chun's cold face, her brows furrowed, her teeth biting her lip. Clearly, her left leg injury was still hurting. As expected of the strongest race, her arm strength was indeed exaggerated. But this bunny-eared girl was proud and unwilling to admit defeat. Even while enduring the pain and fleeing for her life, she didn't forget to mock him. "Weren't you very powerful just now? Weren't you going to hunt it?" Do you want me to put you down? Don't joke around at a time like this, sister. Su Cheng rolled his eyes and hugged her tightly. Chun snorted coldly. Weren't you the one who joked with me first? Su Cheng didn't reply, but only peeked out to look behind him. The pig-like creature had been chasing for a while, but its speed had slowed down. It was more than half a person's height, with a dark brown body, and the bristles on its back were slowly retracting. It was indeed large and fierce, but it didn't look too different from the wild boars he remembered. That's it. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly spoke up. How about we make a bet? Chun noticed that Zhu Ganglai had given up the chase and turned back into the forest, so he slowly stopped. She threw Su Cheng to the ground as if holding a grudge, crossed her arms, and snorted. What are we betting on? Su Cheng fell on his backside, wincing in pain, but still said, If I can get them to hunt wild boars, you'll have to listen to me from now on, and whatever I say goes. Spring's eyes flickered slightly, and almost without hesitation, she agreed. Okay, what if you can't do it? You can also make a condition, as long as I can fulfill it. Spring was even more decisive this time. If you lose, you join the cat ear tribe and stay there forever. Okay. Su Cheng was secretly pleased. What kind of punishment was this? He hadn't planned to leave anyway. So he continued, starting tomorrow, everyone in the hunting team will be under my command. Chun nodded. Okay. By the time they returned to camp, it was almost evening. The cat-eared women gathered and slaughtered the prey they had caught that day, while Su Cheng and Chun went to the west side of the camp to check on Agua. Agua was sitting on the hay eating berries, and her previously pale face had regained some color. When Lin saw Chun return, she briefly explained how she had taken care of Agua that day. The sap from the willow bark of those large bamboo sections was indeed effective. After drinking it, Agua felt noticeably better by the afternoon. Although she had slept in a daze all day, Lin had already told her everything about Su Cheng. So, as soon as Agua saw Su Cheng, her face immediately showed an expression of admiration and joy. Cheng, thank you for curing me. It's all right. Cover yourself with more dry grass tonight and avoid the wind. Su Cheng smiled and then instructed Lin, wash your hands frequently to avoid catching the fever. Lin nodded. You mentioned that during the day. Good to remember. I'll head back now. Su Cheng didn't have time for idle chatter. He needed to quietly think about how to arrange the next round of the wild boar hunt. As he left, he overheard Lin asking Chun about today's hunt. Hearing that the last few people had been chased by wild boars the entire way, Lin even screamed in fright. On the way back to the tent, Su Cheng felt something was off. The cat-eared girls he passed always looked at him with eager and excited eyes. Cheng, are you going to hunt wild boar? Cheng, if you lose, will you really join our tribe? Cheng, wild boars are very powerful. You have to be careful. Hearing these words, Su Cheng finally realized that the news of his bet with Chun had spread far and wide. Those 6 cat-eared female warriors really never had a moment's rest. They didn't even forget to gossip while slaughtering their prey. At first, it sounded normal enough, but it got more and more outrageous as it went on. Haha, Cheng is joining our tribe. Red Heart, let's all pray Cheng loses. Cheng, you absolutely have to lose. Wild Boar, you must defeat Cheng. No, Wild Boar, you can defeat Cheng, but you can't hurt him. Su Cheng was completely baffled. Were these guys serious? And they were saying it right in front of him? He even started to worry that when the crucial moment came, the 6 cat-eared warrior girls might switch sides. Everyone seemed genuinely interested in the bet, yet not a single one of them supported him winning. Su Cheng was speechless, as if he could already see Chun's barely suppressed smile. Returning to the tent, he intended to lie down and rest for a while, only to find it already occupied. Luo was curled up on his straw bed, fast asleep. Her own tent was right next to her, so Su Cheng had no choice but to wait outside until after dinner. Not long after, Lin came over with the portioned food, her eyes fixed intently on Su Cheng. Chun followed behind, expertly sitting down opposite her. Seemingly drawn by the smell of meat, Luo woke up from her sleep. She looked around blankly for a moment. Then, upon seeing Su Cheng's back, she immediately ran out and climbed onto his lap with practiced ease. Cheng, you're back, the little one said, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her gaze fixed on the slices of meat that had just been given to her. Lin smiled and said, she took good care of Aguo today, and even wiped Aguo's body several times. After saying that, Lin generously set aside some of her own meat and handed it to Luo. You get food for working. Luo took the meat and looked up at Su Cheng. Cheng, I worked hard today too. Su Cheng smiled gently and stroked her fluffy ears. Luo closed her eyes comfortably, her tail wagging happily. Looking at her thin body, yet still trying her best to follow the rules, Su Cheng felt a pang of sadness. He wondered how many times she had truly eaten her fill before coming to this forest. Chapter 13. The Wolf-Eared Clan's King. Or rather, how many times did she actually manage to get food after all her efforts? In this era, she wasn't the only beast-eared girl who couldn't get enough to eat. Some things are better left unthought of. The more you think about them, the more painful it becomes. Just then, Lin's cheerful voice came over. Cheng, I heard you made a bet with Chun. Are you really going to hunt wild boar? Su Cheng corrected her. It's not me going. I'm teaching you how to hunt wild boar. Lin immediately moved closer. Cheng, this is no joke. Chun said she doesn't believe you have a way to hunt wild boar. Su Cheng rolled his eyes inwardly. Not just wild boars, but once the weapons were upgraded, even large wild animals wouldn't be impossible to hunt. He smiled and asked, So, do you believe me? Before Lin could speak, Luo, who was sitting in his lap focused on roasting meat, interjected, I believe Cheng. Cheng will definitely be able to hunt a wild boar. Su Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. As expected of the sweet child he had raised, in the entire tribe, only the wolf-eared woman truly supported him. Lin also chimed in with a grin. Cheng, I believe you too. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, really? Lin grinned mischievously at Chun, who was quietly eating barbecue beside her. Of course it's fake. Chun's punishment is great. This way Cheng won't leave. He'll stay in the cat-ear tribe forever, meow. Actually, Lin and Chun had always wanted to know Su Cheng's thoughts, but they didn't know how to bring it up. This bet just happened to become an opportunity, which is why Chun agreed so readily. Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. He looked at Chun, their eyes meeting, but Chun immediately looked away, pretending nothing had happened. He asked, You all really want me to stay? Lin nodded earnestly. Of course. Cheng taught us how to start a fire, and even cured Agua's fever. Everyone likes you very much. Su Cheng smiled and said, Hey, I like you all too. Lin's eyes lit up immediately, really? Su Cheng teased her deliberately. Guess. Lin immediately affirmed. It must be true. Su Cheng then said, That's hard to say. Lin immediately protested, letting out a howl as she pounced on Su Cheng, hugging his head tightly and refusing to let go. Su Cheng almost suffocated until Chun deliberately coughed, and Lin chuckled and released him. As if gathering her courage, Lin looked directly at Su Cheng this time, her tone much more serious than before. Cheng, we hope you'll stay. Su Cheng scratched his head, unable to resist this kind of sincere attack. He could only say, I never said I was leaving. Lin's eyes shone brighter than ever. Are you really willing to stay? Su Cheng nodded. Yes. After saying that, he looked at Chun and added, But the bet remains unchanged. If you lose, you'll have to listen to me from now on. This time, Chun didn't dodge and snorted coldly. I definitely won't lose. Meanwhile, in the center of the wolf-ear camp, flames roared as the tribespeople celebrated their day's harvest. Seated at the head of the table was Red Fragrance, the wolf-ear tribe's chieftain. She tore into a roasted pheasant while listening to the hunting party recount their encounter with the cat-ear tribe earlier that day. If Su Cheng were present, he would surely be astonished. Because this wolf-eared girl was actually a size larger than Chun. She wasn't burly, but rather tall and slender, with her black hair tied up high, her curves well-proportioned and strong, her features delicate, and her eyebrows like swords. Unlike Chun's cold and aloof beauty, Hongxiang possessed a wild and unrestrained beauty. Of the wolf-eared tribesmen around her dared to underestimate her, their eyes were filled with awe. Her animal skin garment, black and yellow, soft yet thick, was the only one in the entire pack made of tiger skin, a symbol of power and glory. That tiger was proof of the tiger she had led her people to hunt with her own hands. After hearing the report, Hongxiang chewed on a chicken bone and smiled. The cat-ear tribe has regained the fire? They're quite lucky. With Chun, that rabbit ear, around, it's already a miracle they didn't starve to death. Now that the fire has been rekindled, it seems they can hold out for a while longer. With Chun during the day asked, Chieftain, what should we do next? It's such a waste to let them occupy the woods east of the riverbank. The wolf-eared tribe had all witnessed the hunting skills of the cat-ear tribe. Even with a rabbit-eared tribesman leading the way, they weren't exactly outstanding. The wolf-eared clan did indeed want to expand their territory, but once a conflict broke out, there would inevitably be casualties. Hongxiang also didn't want her clan's warriors to be lost in vain before the extreme winter arrived. She said calmly, No need to rush. They most likely won't survive this extreme winter. We'll expand our territory then and drive them all out. At this moment, Another wolf-eared tribesman spoke up. Chief, there's an extra man in their hunting party today. Hongxiang looked up, slightly surprised. A man from the cat-eared tribe? The other person shook his head. No, I can't tell what race he is. Upon hearing this, Hongxiang burst into laughter. There are actually men willing to stay in the cat-eared tribe? Do they intend to reproduce with other races? It seems they really have no other choice. However, it's a bit too late to start thinking about the continuation of the tribe now. As soon as she finished speaking, several wolf cubs came running over, scrambling onto Hongxiang's back like swings, and clinging to her arms. The children's voices were clear and fearless. Hongxiang, Hongxiang, are we going to fight later? I want to see a fight. Play with us. The entire wolf-ear tribe. Only these children dared to call her by her name. The tribespeople were already used to it. Hongxiang had a free-spirited and unrestrained personality and never cared about such things. After all, she had grown up like that herself, even daring to pull the old chieftain's beard, which infuriated the old man so much that he would chase after her and beat her every time. Hongxiang swallowed the rest of the chicken in one gulp, then laughed and looked around at the tribesmen. All right, let's start wrestling in a bit. Same old rules. The winner gets the food, and the loser guards the fire tonight. In an instant, the entire camp erupted in cheers. For the wolf-eared tribe, hunting tigers is the greatest honor, and to procreate with Hongxiang is their greatest desire. She is the new queen in the hearts of all their people. They revere her, trust her, and yearn for her. Unfortunately, until now, no one has been able to achieve this. Chapter 14, Finding Something. Another night passed, and Su Cheng was still asleep when he was woken up. Cheng, wake up. He opened his eyes and felt something warm around his waist, like something furry was snuggling up next to him. He reached out and hugged it, and sure enough, it was a soft, fluffy thing. He didn't know when the little guy had crawled in, but he'd been sleeping soundly next to him until now. Su Cheng sat up and saw a tall figure standing outside the tent. The bunny-eared girl was as chilly as the early morning weather. Cheng glanced at him expressionlessly and said that everyone had arrived, and as agreed, they would follow Su Cheng's arrangements for the next few days. Su Cheng responded, quickly got up, and casually picked up the bamboo container next to him to drink a mouthful, as if rinsing his mouth. Luo was also woken up, rubbing her eyes as she sat up, looked around, and then realized that her pillow was gone. Cheng saw Luo, who had followed her out, and immediately arranged for her to go with the cat-eared people to collect berries from now on. After all, this little guy is thin and small, and can't do much else for the time being. If he wants to unleash the skills of the wolf-eared tribe, he at least needs to fatten him up first. Luo nodded obediently, then tugged at Su Cheng's animal skin coat and whispered that she would gather more fruit for him. Su Cheng smiled and agreed. Gathering berries was relatively safe, so he felt at ease. Cheng rolled her eyes silently, thinking that it was for the tribe's gathering, not just for Su Cheng alone. After Luo left with the gathering team, Cheng waved, and 6 familiar cat-eared girls immediately ran over. She earnestly explained that she would listen to Su Cheng for the next few days and do whatever he asked. The cat-eared girls didn't object. After all, Su Cheng had brought fire to the tribe, and in their eyes, he wasn't an ordinary person. Then, Cheng introduced the 6 women to Su Cheng one by one. This was the first time he had heard the names of these cat-eared girls in the hunting team. Shiyu and Shiling were sisters, similar in appearance and build. Shiling is the one who patted Su Cheng on the chest yesterday. Huer is shorter than the others, but she's the most agile of the 6, and she's also the most skilled at tracking prey, having learned from Cheng. Daer has bigger ears than the others, and she has a pure and innocent look, like a girl next door. Manhwa is the only cat-eared girl in the team with darker skin, not because she was born that way, but because she loves to sunbathe. As for Nia, her distinctive feature is her large buttocks. After the introduction, Cheng reminded everyone that although she had entrusted the girls to Su Cheng, she would accompany them on every outing for safety reasons, but she wouldn't interfere with Su Cheng's decisions. She also warned the cat-eared girls not to be naughty and to be obedient. The cat-eared girls readily agreed, with Shiyu and Shiling especially excited, still remembering Su Cheng's promise to teach them how to hunt wild boars. Su Cheng waved his hand, telling them to prepare first while he waited. Once everyone was ready, Su Cheng coughed lightly and said, "We're not hunting today. We're going out to find something. We'll probably be going to the riverbank again, so remember to bring plenty of animal hides and empty water bags." Everyone looked puzzled. Cheng's gaze also became suspicious. Asking them to prepare instead of hunting made her feel that Su Cheng had ulterior motives. The cat-eared women pouted, regretting they hadn't bound their chests. Those things were so tight and uncomfortable. Su Cheng, however, remained calm, telling them not to stand there, but to get their things ready and set off. Soon, they found animal hides and empty bags. Su Cheng rolled up the hides, tucked them into his waistband, and then called for them to depart. The cat-eared women cheered. They were quite happy to have a day off from hunting. The group left the camp and disappeared into the jungle. However, unlike the cat-eared women, they were wary in spring and never let their guard down. She walked up to Su Cheng and asked him what he was looking for. Su Cheng thought for a moment and said he was looking for a type of wood, a type of stone, and a type of tree. Cheng squinted, completely unable to fathom his thoughts. Wood, stones, and trees. Aren't they everywhere in the forest? What do these things have to do with hunting wild boars? Su Cheng smiled, only saying that what he was looking for was, of course, a little different, and he would explain later. What he truly wanted to teach these people wasn't just a few tools, but knowledge. The progress of civilization shouldn't be hidden away. At least he hoped these cat-eared girls could learn new skills so they could survive better even after he was gone. With the encyclopedia's object scanning function, Su Cheng could continuously scan and identify targets. Before long, the first thing he was looking for appeared before him. It was a large, dark gray tree with bark covered in a net-like crack, and its leaves grew in pairs, a bright yellow color. It was called ashwood, the material known as the king of spear shafts. Actually, the cat-eared girls saw it every day when they went to the hunting grounds, but they had never paid it any attention. Su Cheng led the group to stand under the tree and spoke earnestly. This is called a white ash tree. Remember what it looks like. You might not understand it, but that's okay. Just remember it. Everyone looked confused, but Su Cheng continued to explain. The wood of this tree is hard and tough enough, with straight grain, uniform structure, and strong impact resistance. It can withstand significant bending without easily breaking, and its elasticity and weight are just right, making it a top-grade material for making spear shafts. Finally, he looked at the cat-eared girls and said solemnly, "What I'm going to teach you today is a weapon called a spear." Chapter 15, The Spear. As he spoke, Su Cheng glanced around, picked up a thin, withered piece of wood, drew his bone knife from his waist, sharpened one end of the wood, and held it up to show everyone. This is a spear. A long shaft, a pointed tip, it can be held in the hand, also called a grip spear, specifically used to deal with medium to large wild beasts. He went on to explain that bone knives and stone knives required close combat, which was too risky. Spears, on the other hand, could be used to attack at mid-range, allowing the user to strike the prey from a safe distance. They could also be thrown, like the sharp stones made by the wolf-eared tribe, to injure wild beasts from afar. More importantly, spears allowed the user to concentrate power at the tip. A running start, an arm swing, even the force of the entire body can converge at a single point, creating astonishing penetrating power. Sometimes, a single strike is enough to pierce through the thick hide and muscle of a wild beast, reaching its internal organs. Su Cheng gripped the piece of dead wood and made a thrusting motion. Although the beast-eared women didn't fully understand, their years of hunting experience allowed them to immediately grasp the key points. A spear is a weapon for dealing with medium to large wild beasts, and it's more suitable than a bone knife. Chun realized what this meant. Although she couldn't yet imagine the power of a spear, she was already shaken. Horror stared at the prototype in Su Cheng's hand, her eyes shining, and suddenly asked, "Cheng, can other trees be made into spears too?" Su Cheng nodded. "Of course. As long as the wood meets the requirements, it can be made. But this is a weapon used to fight medium to large wild beasts. Those guys have thick skin and tough flesh. If the weapon is of poor quality, it will break in 2 or 3 hits. How can we fight them then?" He said that when they got back, they could also make spears from other types of wood and compare them with ash wood. Then they would naturally understand the difference. After saying that, Su Cheng circled the ash tree twice and pointed to a branch above. "Shiryu, go up and cut that branch down." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiryu scrambled up the branch in a flash, so fast that Su Cheng was stunned. He really couldn't understand it. Although they were cat-eared, they mostly looked like humans, and their hands and feet didn't have sharp claws. How do they manage to be as agile as cats? Shiryu had already pulled out her bone knife and was chopping away at the tree. Su Cheng looked at the other cat-eared girls and couldn't help but ask, "You all climb trees so fast?" "Yeah," the cat-eared girls replied in unison, their faces showing a hint of pride, as if it were a given. Climbing trees was, after all, a strength of the cat-eared race. Chun silently looked away, as if to say, "Don't look at me, I can't do it." Su Cheng was overjoyed. It was good that she could climb trees. This would greatly increase their chances of dealing with Zhubeiji. A moment later, Yu threw down the branch. Su Cheng caught it and measured it. It was a little over 2 centimeters in diameter and barely 2 meters long. Usable. According to the encyclopedia, the ideal diameter for a throwing spear is 1.5 to 2.5 centimeters, while the ideal diameter for a grip spear is 2.5 to 3.5 centimeters, and the ideal length is between 2 and 3 meters. Su Cheng immediately told everyone, find spears with this thickness, and the length should be at least similar. Ideally, they should be straight. Cut down as many as you can find and bring them all back. Great! The cat-eared girls cheered in unison, overjoyed. The 6 figures quickly scattered, disappearing into the woods like ghosts, searching for suitable ash trees nearby. Su Cheng turned around and found Chun staring blankly at him, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Chun immediately snapped out of it and looked away. Nothing. I can't climb trees, so I'll just look on the ground. No need, the 6 of them are enough. Let's rest. Su Cheng smiled, found a tree stump to lean against, and sat down, then patted the haystack next to him. Come sit down. Chun didn't answer, but still walked over and quietly sat down beside him. The 6 cat-eared girls were indeed children of the forest, leaping from branch to branch with incredible agility. Not long after, several more suitable ashwood logs were thrown to the ground. After a while, Chun finally couldn't help but ask, how did you learn all this? I learned it, Su Cheng replied casually, leaning against the tree stump. From a shaman? Just assume it's a shaman. He couldn't very well tell her he found it in an encyclopedia. Chun squinted, her gaze turning serious. You're the successor of the witch? Then why did you run away alone? Su Cheng shrugged. I don't know. I opened my eyes and was already on the riverbank. If you hadn't fanned me awake and saved me, I might have really been eaten by wild beasts. Of course, he might also have been picked up by the wolf-eared clan. But the wolf-eared clan was clearly xenophobic and unwelcoming to outsiders, so most would end up dead. Chun's expression became even more complicated. Su Cheng didn't deny the inheritor thing, which made her increasingly uneasy. She asked again, then why don't you go back? Su Cheng turned to look at her, a smirk playing on his lips. Why would I go back? With so many beast-eared girls to keep him company in the tribe, and daily perks, life wasn't bad. Although there were no cell phones, no internet, and no fancy food or drinks, he couldn't have his cake and eat it too. So of course he chose the beast-eared girls. Anyway, I can't go back, Su Cheng chuckled. Didn't I say I'd stay in the tribe? What? You're not happy about it? Stared at by him. Chun felt her face inexplicably flush, and the unease she had felt earlier dissipated considerably. She snorted coldly. Suit yourself. If you really want to leave, we can't stop you. Su Cheng's lips twitched. He spoke as if he could really just run away at will. Without exaggeration, he was evenly matched with these beast-eared girls. They could punch him 9 times in a second. If you really wanted to stop him, you'd probably have to kneel down and beg him not to die. I said I'm not leaving, so I'm not leaving. Why are you thinking so much? Su Cheng stretched, glanced at Chun's profile. Her features were indeed handsome, and couldn't help but laugh. If you lose this bet, you'll have to listen to me from now on. Chun frowned. What do you want to do? Chun snorted coldly, then turned her back to him, refusing to look at him again, lest she get really angry and elbow him. About an hour later, the cat-eared women returned one after another. Su Cheng inspected them one by one, picking out the unusable ones. Finally, the wood was carried by the Ling and Yu sisters, and the group continued on their way. Su Cheng glanced in the direction and said, to the riverbank. There's one left. Once we find it, we can go back. Chapter 16. We can do without it, but we can't be without it. Aren't there 2 other kinds? Chun couldn't help but ask. Su Cheng looked ahead and explained, I already saw one of them before. We'll get it when we get back. Although the group didn't quite understand, they naturally followed Su Cheng's instructions. Without delay, the group headed directly towards the riverbank. More than half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the riverbank. Su Cheng was looking for the stones scattered on the riverbank. He had originally prepared 2 options, flint and obsidian. However, obsidian is generally found near active volcanoes, and this forest didn't have the necessary conditions, so he had to abandon that plan. In contrast, flint is more likely to be found downstream on the riverbanks. This area in front of them is currently the most suitable place to search. Of course, Su Cheng didn't come here just for flint. He also wanted to find some quartzite, and if he was lucky enough to find pyrite, that would be even better. These are all fire-making materials, much easier than starting a fire by friction. However, this place was close to the territory of the wolf-ear tribe, and Su Cheng couldn't linger. Even on the east side of the riverbank, Wolf Ear tribe members were always on guard, not allowing the Cat Ear tribe members to move around freely. So Su Cheng stopped talking and quickly scanned the piles of stones on the riverbank. The Cat Ear women were responsible for keeping watch to prevent any wild beasts from suddenly rushing out. Su Cheng carefully selected stones along the way, stuffing the ones he liked into his empty bag. The cat-eared women, though they didn't understand the stone's purpose, followed quietly without disturbing him. Fortunately, the trip wasn't in vain. Although the area he could explore was limited and time was tight, Su Cheng still found 13 pieces of flint, 20 pieces of quartz, 2 pieces of pyrite, and even a few pieces of native copper. In a good mood, he carefully put away the flint and quartz, and then separately packed the pyrite and native copper into another bag. The group then immediately returned the way they came, and only after entering the forest did he take out his spoils to explain. Su Cheng held up a grayish-black stone and said, "This is called flint. It can usually be found on the riverbanks downstream, mostly in the form of grayish-black or dark brown pebbles." Next, he briefly introduced quartz and pyrite. The cat-eared girls were completely confused, and Cheng couldn't help but ask, "What are these stones used for?" Su Cheng smiled and said, "They can be used to start a fire. I'll teach you when we get back." "Stones can start a fire?" The cat-eared girl's eyes widened immediately. Cheng seemed to remember what Lin had said, staring at the stone in his hand and asking, "Is this the fire that Lin spoke of, the fire that comes out of the stone?" Su Cheng nodded. "That's right." However, he wasn't looking for flint just to make fire. Su Cheng then held up the dark brown stone again. This kind of stone can also be made into the tip of a spear. Weapons made from it are sharper and harder than spearheads made from ash wood. Flint spearheads can cut through skin, muscle, and fascia, making them ideal for hunting wild animals. Su Cheng added that if flint is insufficient, certain special bones can be used as substitutes. As for securing the spearhead and shaft, they can be tied together with rope or glued together. Pine resin and birch bark tar are readily available near the camp, eliminating the need for a special journey. The materials for making the spear were mostly gathered. Only one last thing remained. Su Cheng, leading a group of beast-eared girls whose minds were already reeling from the explanation, wandered through the forest, finally stopping in front of a tall, straight tree. From leaving the camp to the riverbank and back, Su Cheng had been observing the area, but this was the only tree he had found. It was a towering tree, easily over 20 meters tall. It wasn't particularly conspicuous in this vast forest. Its bark was grayish-brown, and its branches bore red, fleshy droops. It was an arrow poison tree, also known as the Upas tree. Su Cheng gazed at the towering tree before him, his expression turning serious. Poison was his last line of defense for the cat-eared girls. To avoid wasting the prey's flesh, he would naturally avoid using it if possible. But as the saying goes, you can do without it, but you can't be without it. Su Cheng carefully checked the encyclopedia in his mind, and after confirming that everything was correct, he took out the animal hide he had prepared beforehand, wrapped his hands and mouth tightly, and then took out the bone knife and empty bag, carefully approaching. He turned back to remind everyone, "Just watch, don't come any closer." With a single slash, white sap quickly flowed out. Su Cheng didn't dare to be careless and immediately and carefully caught it in an empty bag. He made several cuts before he could barely fill the bag halfway. Then he switched to another empty bag and repeated the same actions, only stopping after a while. Only after confirming that no sap had leaked did Su Cheng breathe a long sigh of relief. The cat-eared women beside him seemed to have been tense as well, not daring to even breathe. "Go back," Su Cheng said, packing his things and then solemnly instructing. "From now on, none of you are allowed to approach this tree casually. You must not touch its leaves, its fruit, or the sap that flows from it." The tree's location was somewhat special, a little far from the camp, yet close to the border between the cat-eared and wolf-eared tribes. There were few resources nearby, and neither side usually lingered there, so no one had ever touched it. This was fortunate. Su Cheng continued to explain, "This is a poisonous tree, and a very potent one. You may not understand what poison is now, but you know what a fever is, right? You can think of it as a disease several times more terrible than a fever. Once the sap gets into a wound, or is ingested, it could kill you very quickly." This wasn't meant to scare them. The sap of the poison tree contains a potent toxin, enough to cause heart problems, making it an excellent tool for hunting in this era. The beast-eared girls nearly bristled with rage upon hearing this. They had never imagined that such a terrifying tree existed in their territory. Seeing their nervous expressions, Su Cheng smiled and said, there's no need to be so afraid. From another perspective, this is a treasure that belongs exclusively to our tribe. As long as you remember what I just said, you won't be poisoned by it. On the way back, Cheng led the group to peel off a lot more birch bark. By the time the group arrived at the camp, it was already afternoon. The warm sunlight made them feel drowsy. The cat-eared girls put down their things and waited for Cheng to assign them the next task. They then saw Cheng pick up the birch bark and begin processing it, turning back to speak. This stuff needs to be roasted until it produces tar before it can be used, which might take a long time. You all watch how I do it first, and then you'll have to learn how to make it yourselves. Okay. All right, go ahead and do it. We're all watching. The cat-eared girls immediately surrounded him, their eyes fixed on his movements. Chapter 17, the first lesson. Cheng tightly rolled up the bark, dug a small hole in the ground, inserted it vertically, and then covered it with mud and stones, leaving only a few small gaps. Afterward, he rekindled the fire nearby, surrounded the bark with burning firewood, and reminded everyone not to get too close to the fire. As long as it was kept warm, it would be ready by sunset. After finishing, Cheng clapped his hands and said that they didn't need to worry about this place for now. They could add more firewood if needed. Next, they needed to process the ash wood and flint they had brought back. They had to make the spear today. The cat-eared women were already a little dejected. They had learned so much today, their heads were still buzzing, and they had never imagined that making a spear would involve so many intricacies. What they didn't know was that Cheng wasn't deliberately making things complicated. Hunting wild boars was extremely important to him. Making fire had indeed earned him respect and admiration from the cat-ear tribe, but that wasn't enough. What Cheng truly needed was trust, a voice, and genuine, heartfelt execution from everyone. Only by uniting the tribe as one, by having everyone revolve around him, could his subsequent reforms be implemented. To achieve this, it's actually quite simple. Providing them with enough food, ensuring everyone is well fed, is the most direct way to gain their worship and trust. Therefore, he cannot fail this hunt. Cheng initially considered bows and arrows, but quickly abandoned the idea. Bows and arrows require training and time, while spears are simple to make, quick to learn, and, with flint spearheads, are sufficient. Polishing flint and repairing spear shafts weren't difficult. Cheng and the others were experienced in sharpening bone knives and stone knives. However, what Cheng needed to do was create flint spearheads with blood grooves and barbs, something they had never seen before, so he had to go first. Fortunately, there were patterns in the encyclopedia, so making a sample wasn't too difficult for Cheng. The problem was his lack of skill. He had to be extra careful to avoid wasting flint. On the other side, the cat-eared girls were in charge of working on the spear shafts. They smoothed the ash wood. When Cheng finally finished sharpening the first flint spearhead, he looked up and found that the cat-eared girls had already finished their work and were standing quietly beside him with Cheng, waiting. Cheng stared at the strangely shaped and sharp stone and couldn't help but ask, "Cheng, is this the spearhead?" Cheng nodded, pointing to the specially ground groove on the spearhead and saying, "This is a blood groove. When the spear pierces a beast's body, it's easier to pull it out, causing the beast to bleed more and the wound to worsen. It also strengthens the structure and reduces weight." Everyone looked bewildered. Cheng then explained in a simpler way. This kind of spearhead is easier to use, makes hunting easier, and is less prone to breaking. After saying this, he handed the remaining flint to them, telling them to polish it whenever they had time, following the example. The cat-eared girls, having a reference and already knowing how to polish stone tools, immediately gained confidence. Then, Cheng inspected the spear shafts, added some firewood to the fire drying the birch bark, and then, with a serious expression, said to everyone, "Next, I'll give you a lesson. Find a place to sit quietly." The cat-eared girls sat down, but each one looked confused, clearly not understanding what class meant. Cheng also found a piece of dry grass to sit on, remaining silent, because she didn't understand either. The most lively one, Horror, couldn't help but ask, "Cheng, what is class?" Cheng explained, "It's teaching you how to hunt medium to large wild beasts." Upon hearing that it was about learning to hunt, the cat-eared girls instantly perked up, their tails wagging as they urged Cheng to teach them quickly. Cheng coughed lightly and began the first lesson of the primitive era in a very professional manner. He told everyone that if they wanted to hunt wild beasts stronger than themselves, especially medium to large-sized beasts, they should never just rush in with weapons in hand. That's not bravery. It will most likely only lead to a terrible death. Therefore, before taking action, you must first use your brain and formulate a suitable strategy. To kill a powerful beast with minimal cost, you need to do several things first. First, gather intelligence. You must understand as much as possible about your opponent's attack methods, activity patterns, living environment, and vulnerable spots. You need to figure out when it rests and when it eats. Not all of this information will necessarily be useful, but it's absolutely essential to know it. The cat-eared girls listened relatively calmly, but Chun was utterly shocked. The rabbit-eared tribe excelled at tracking prey, and what Su Cheng was talking about was exactly what she had learned since childhood. In fact, he explained it more broadly and in more detail, making it even more practical than what the rabbit-eared tribe's shaman had taught her. From the moment Su Cheng raised the spear, Chun's heart had been in turmoil. Only now did she realize that this man wasn't just talking nonsense. He truly knew how to hunt. Chun involuntarily straightened her back, clenched her fists, and prickled up her rabbit ears, as if afraid of missing a single word. Su Cheng continued. Secondly, utilize the environment. You must remember the terrain of the hunting area, know where to ambush and where to retreat. Hunting beasts stronger than yourself is good if you succeed, but failure is not shameful. You can try again next time. He added earnestly. Therefore, you must prepare an escape route in advance. I don't want to see any of you get hurt. Hunting always involves injuries, but those words warmed the hearts of the cat-eared girls, and their gazes towards Su Cheng softened. Thirdly, there's the weapon, Su Cheng emphasized. This is extremely important. A suitable weapon can compensate for one's weaknesses and make attacks more ruthless and deadly. This advantage is amplified when facing powerful beasts. He paused for a moment, glancing at the cat-eared girls in front of him. As for the fourth point, it's about playing to your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses. You must know how to use your advantages to influence the battlefield and change the outcome. Now tell me, what are your advantages? Chapter 18. Their advantage is climbing trees. Sure, you said they were fast runners. Ling said they could hear wild animals from a great distance, and Horror added that they could also approach their prey stealthily, without being easily detected. Su Cheng nodded and smiled, but told them that all of that was true, but the cat-eared girls had one more major advantage. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Even Chun couldn't understand what other strengths they possessed that she hadn't even noticed. Su Cheng quickly provided the answer. Tree climbing. In his view, this skill was simply an innate advantage. Living in the forest and being adept at climbing trees. In an era where ranged weapons were scarce, their advantage was almost ridiculously large, especially when combined with spears or bows and arrows. So Su Cheng told them that as long as they were in the forest, the cat-eared girls' main battlefield for hunting wild beasts should not be on the ground, but in the trees. The cat-eared girls were both surprised and delighted to hear this, and they all asked questions. They didn't know that being able to climb trees was so amazing, but how could they kill wild beasts just by climbing trees? Chun stood aside, her heart gradually becoming unsettled. What Su Cheng was saying was gradually shattering her original understanding, and slowly replacing her pride with anticipation. Then, Su Cheng explained the entire process of hunting wild boars. From the ambush to the ensuing battle, and finally the kill. Each step made full use of the cat-eared girl's speed, hearing, stealth, and tree-climbing abilities. Su Cheng explained in great detail, even outlining potential variables. The cat-eared girls listened as if they had personally experienced the hunt, their emotions ignited. Actually, the plan could be further refined, for example, by using bows and arrows or setting traps. However, after consulting relevant materials, Su Cheng abandoned those ideas. In theory, spears, poison, and traps are indeed an ideal method for hunting wild boars. However, the practical conditions are too poor. The success rate of dealing with an adult wild boar, especially one in a frenzied state, doesn't increase much. More importantly, the investment and reward are disproportionate. The traps must be large and deep enough, at least 2 or 3 meters. With rudimentary tools, digging such a pit would be time-consuming and laborious. Wild boars are extremely resilient, known for their tough heads, iron backs, and tofu-like waists. Inserting wooden spikes into the pit would at most injure them, and might even provoke them. In addition, wild boars can jump and are adept at rooting, making it difficult for ordinary traps to truly trap them. So it's not that traps are useless, but rather that the tribe's current conditions are simply unsuitable. After hearing this, the cat-eared girls were incredibly excited, each shouting that they could hunt wild boars and urging Su Cheng to take them out immediately. They seemed to have completely forgotten the humiliation of being chased by wild boars yesterday. Su Cheng watched their excited expressions, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He knew very well that shouting now would be useless. If a wild boar suddenly charged out, these guys would most likely turn and run in terror. Fear, this instinct, wouldn't disappear just because of momentary excitement. Therefore, they still lacked the most important lesson, building courage. Su Cheng coughed, silencing them. They would have to train with him for the next few days. The actual hunt for the wild boar was scheduled for 5 days later. Even the simplest spear required practice. Ignoring their disappointed expressions, Su Cheng instructed them to choose suitable spear shafts. While the birch bark tar continued to roast, he would teach them how to use the spears. Before long, the cat-eared girls had all chosen their spear shafts and stood obediently to the side, waiting for his demonstration. Su Cheng gripped the spear shaft and explained to them that there were 3 main ways to use a spear. The first was to thrust. He exerted force with both hands, and the spearhead shot forward sharply. The second was to stab. He retracted the spear shaft, changed his grip, and slammed the spearhead into the ground. The third was to throw. He gripped the shaft with one hand, assumed a throwing stance, twisted his waist, and forcefully swung it forward. After demonstrating, Su Cheng continued explaining that the force exerted by thrusting, stabbing, and throwing are all different, and to maximize the spear's effectiveness, repeated practice is essential. Thrusting is the most common attack method, but it cannot be done randomly. One must target the animal's weakest point. For example, wild boars have tough hides, so one must know where their weak points are. The first target is the area behind the forelegs and the lower half of the body, where the heart and lungs are located, making it a good spot to pierce from the side ribs. The second target is the side of the neck. Attacking the back of the neck from above is most effective. The third target is the abdomen, the area in front of the hind legs. However, wild boars generally don't expose their bellies willingly. You can only seize an opportunity when they fall to the ground. After saying this, Su Cheng turned to Chun and asked if there was anyone in the tribe skilled in weaving. He needed to make some nets and tripwires, and he could teach them how. Chun thought for a moment and nodded, saying that Lin usually handled these tasks. She only managed the hunting team. Lin was probably helping to dry meat right now, and she could go and find her. As dusk fell, the campfire flickered. The tribespeople gradually began to rest, but Lin kept pestering Chun, asking about the hunting trip, her excitement palpable. One was like fire, the other like ice. Su Cheng couldn't understand how these two had gotten together. Lin was particularly interested in the making of spears and the methods of hunting wild boars. After all, hunting is a skill that every member of the tribe must learn, and even if she wasn't part of the hunting team, she couldn't completely stay out of it. Just as Chun finally couldn't take her questioning anymore, Su Cheng put down his work. Lin immediately ran to his side, her eyes shining as she stared at the newly made spear. Luo, who had been nestled obediently on Su Cheng's lap, peeked out, curiously looking at the slender weapon. Su Cheng rubbed Luo's ears and let out a long sigh of relief. If the spearhead were glued together with birch bark tar glue according to the normal procedure, it would take at least a month to reach its optimal strength and stability, and at the earliest, at least 2 weeks before it could be barely usable. But he didn't have that much time. The tribe needed food, and the hunting party couldn't stay with him for long. If food ran out, future development would be in trouble. So, he adopted the traditional reinforcement method. Chapter 19 Luo's Past. After securing the spearhead with tar glue, Su Cheng then used soaked rawhide strips to tightly wrap the spearhead and shaft. Once the rawhide dried completely, it would shrink violently, generating an extremely strong clamping force that firmly locked the flint spearhead in place. After this treatment, the spear will be strong enough to meet practical combat standards. It can be used for hunting in a few hours at the fastest, and no more than a day at the slowest. Lin stared at the newly made spear, her eyes shining, and asked, "Is the spear finished?" Chun also crept closer to the firelight to examine it closely. The flint spearhead gleamed sharply, and the shaft was perfectly straight. She had tried the thrusting techniques Su Cheng had taught her during the day, so she naturally understood the weapon's power. With such a spearhead, piercing the flesh of a wild boar wouldn't be impossible. Su Cheng nodded with a smile. "It's done. We can use it tomorrow. Shirling and the others sharpened about 5 spearheads during the day. I'll install them later." Seeing Chun's hesitant expression, he couldn't help but laugh. "Take it if you want, but the spearhead isn't completely secure yet, so be careful." Chun responded and carefully picked up the spear. Although it was just an extra spearhead, the feeling in her hand was completely different from the wooden shaft she had used during the day. It was as if this was the real weapon that could kill its prey. Lin looked on with longing and grabbed Su Cheng's arm, her face full of anticipation. "Cheng, I also want a spear as a weapon." Unable to resist her persistent pestering, Su Cheng could only agree repeatedly. Yes, everyone will have one from now on. Late at night, just as Su Cheng closed his eyes to go to sleep, a petite, dark figure slipped into the tent. Against the firelight outside, those bright, gleaming eyes were particularly noticeable. Su Cheng recognized him immediately. Luo, what brings you here again? Luo blinked, skillfully pulled his arm away, snuggled into his embrace, and gently nuzzled him with her little head. I want to sleep here with you. Okay, it's warm next to you. Su Cheng hugged her and felt that she was too light, with almost no flesh on her body. He casually asked, Luo, how old are you? Luo replied, I'm 18. Su Cheng was taken aback. She looked so petite, she didn't look 18 at all. He couldn't help but urge, eat more in the future and gain some weight. Luo suddenly raised her face and asked curiously, Is it on your chest? Su Cheng almost choked. What are you talking about? Luo said very seriously, I saw that when Lin hugged you, you would secretly look there, and you seemed very happy. Su Cheng immediately denied it. You've mistaken me for someone else. Luo shook her head, her tone firm. No, I will listen to Cheng, eat meat properly, and make Cheng happy in the future. Su Cheng felt a little guilty, so he could only gently rub her head and say, I'm very happy now. It's not just there that you're gaining weight. You're too thin. You need to gain weight everywhere. Luo nodded obediently. Oh, I understand, okay. After a moment of silence, Su Cheng finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Luo, why do you like me? We've only known each other for 2 days. Luo was quiet for a while before whispering. Because you gave all the meat you were all allotted to Luo. She continued, saying that in her tribe, her people would only steal her food because she wasn't strong enough to hunt with the others. Koro also picks fruit and shares it with everyone, but the tribespeople don't seem to like it. One day, the chieftain led his people away to find a new home. When Luo awoke, she was all alone in the tribe. She had been abandoned. At this point, Luo raised her head and looked at Su Cheng uneasily. Cheng, Luo can only pick some fruit to bring back for you. Looking into her clear eyes, Su Cheng suddenly turned over and pulled her into his arms, tightening his grip as if trying to crush all the insecurity in her heart. He said softly, The fruit is also delicious. Luo retorted earnestly, The fruit isn't tasty. It's not as good as meat. Su Cheng said helplessly, The fruit is nutritious. Luo asked in confusion, What is nutrition? Su Cheng was too lazy to explain, so he simply scared her. In short, you have to eat both meat and fruit. If you only eat meat, you'll grow up to look like a wild boar. Luo had seen wild boars before, torn to pieces and brought back by her tribe. They were black and ugly. She immediately shook her head. I don't want to become a wild boar. I'll listen to what you say. Su Cheng was satisfied then, and asked, So how did you get here? Luo said that after leaving her original tribe, she wandered aimlessly. Later, she met 2 people from the Deer Antler tribe, who told her about a forest inhabited by 3 tribes. She was from the Wolf Ear tribe, and suggested she try joining. Afterward, they met a person from the Fox Ear tribe, and the 4 of them traveled together. Su Cheng then understood how they had arrived at this forest. He just hadn't expected that the first people they would encounter would be the Cat-Eared tribe, and that the other 3 Beast-Eared girls ultimately wouldn't stay. A new day is about to begin. Su Cheng was awakened by shouts outside the tent. A series of rhythmic, hey, yeah sounds came from outside, full of energy. As dawn broke and a light mist still hung in the forest, the Cat-Eared girls began their training. Following Su Cheng's instructions, they practiced their thrusting techniques repeatedly, displaying remarkable spirit. Su Cheng had just sat up when Luo, who was clinging to him, opened her eyes. He quickly reached out to support her, lest she fall. Luo's body was soft and light, almost weightless. She rubbed her eyes and asked groggily, Cheng, you're awake? Su Cheng responded, and was about to put her down when he suddenly realized he was a little embarrassed. He immediately picked Luo up and placed her on the dry grass beside him, then bent over and waved his hand, saying, Luo, go get me some water. I want to wash my face. Luo was very obedient and immediately crawled out of the tent. Okay, sure. She had barely left when Chun seamlessly walked in. Chun half squatted down and lifted the animal skin curtain of the new clothes, immediately noticing Su Cheng's unnatural expression and slightly strange posture. She stared at him and asked, What's wrong? Su Cheng feigned composure. Nothing's wrong. Chun said, Sure, Yue and the others have arrived and are training. Since you're awake, come out and take a look. After speaking, her gaze remained fixed on him. A moment later, Chun seemed to understand what Su Cheng was hiding and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 20, Testing Courage. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Luo didn't think it was anything shameful. On the contrary, she didn't understand why Su was being so secretive. The person outside urged Su Cheng to hurry up. Su Cheng had no choice but to agree. After Luo brought water, he washed his face, calmed himself down, and then came out of the tent. It was still early, and most of the beast-eared girls hadn't woken up yet, so Luo stayed aside to watch Shiling and the others train. The 6 of them swung their sticks at the same time, their movements synchronized, which was quite impressive. After Su Cheng proposed the imaginary enemy training method, Shiling and the others became increasingly proficient in thrusting techniques. As the movements were repeated continuously, sweat quickly soaked through the animal hides, which gleamed in the morning light. As the sun slowly rose, its rays slanted through the trees and into the camp. The cat-eared tribe awoke as well, and the cat-eared girls emerged from their tents one after another. Some stretched, some groomed their fur, and others ran over to watch the hunting team train. Several cat-eared girls beckoned Luo over and treated her like a younger sister. Today, they were going to sort the berries they had collected over the past few days, separating those that needed to be dried and those that needed to be crushed, and then storing them together. Su Cheng could see that Luo was trying to adapt to her new life, and was slowly accepting the kindness shown to her. The fear and restraint on her face lessened, and she gradually began to smile more. She was born into a wolf pack where the strong prey on the weak, but in her most helpless moment, she met this group of kind-hearted cat-eared people. Shiling and the others trained for a full 2 hours before Su Cheng took them out hunting. Training in the morning and hunting in the afternoon. This was the arrangement given after Chen Zhizhong's decision. The real lesson today is called building courage. Along the way, Su Cheng deliberately slowed his pace, his gaze constantly sweeping over the grass, tree roots, and vines. Yesterday's experience searching for the arrow poison tree reminded him that he couldn't let his ability to identify objects from pictures go to waste. The primeval forest isn't just full of giant trees, it might also harbor a lot of spices. Plant roots, wild mustard greens, wild onions, ginger, and garlic. If you're lucky enough to stumble upon them, you'll naturally have to take them back with you. These things were a lifesaver for Su Cheng right now. The barbecue these days had a strong, unpleasant smell and no seasoning. He had only been there for 2 days and was already finding it hard to eat anymore. His hunch proved correct. Before long, he found some chili milk mushrooms and chanterelles, as well as pepper vine and licorice. With encyclopedic identification, he no longer needed to worry about accidentally picking poisonous plants. The cat-eared women walked ahead, while Su Cheng followed behind, picking herbs and spices along the way and stuffing them into his leather pouch. Although everyone found his behavior of gathering herbs and mushrooms strange, no one asked him any questions. After all, Su Cheng doesn't even spare the stones on the riverbank, so these flowers and plants might actually be useful. However, Cheng couldn't help but remind him. Cheng, you can't eat those mushrooms indiscriminately. Some of them can cause strange illnesses or even death. Su Cheng caught up with the group and reassured her. I know, it's not illness, it's poisoning. Cheng was somewhat surprised. You know about this too? Poison? Is it the same as the arrow poison tree you found yesterday? Su Cheng nodded and explained that they all contained toxins, but the types and toxicities differed. Some were very strong, while others were very weak. After listening, Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Su Cheng seems to know more than even the shaman of the Rabbit Ear clan. Su Cheng immediately laughed and teased her. Of course. Do you want to learn? You can learn anything you want, but I can't teach you for free. Why don't you let me touch your ears? I've never touched such long rabbit ears before. Cheng turned her face away, ignoring him. Looking at Su Cheng's smug expression, she just wanted to elbow him. He actually wanted to touch her ear? Dream on. The cat-eared girls in front heard this and joined in the commotion, saying that none of them had ever touched Chun's ears. Shiling even reminded them that Lin seemed to have touched them, and Chun only allowed Lin to touch them. The group got more and more excited as they talked, guessing that Chun's long ears must feel more comfortable to touch than cat ears, and even said they would ask Lin when they got back. When they noticed that Chun's eyes were gradually becoming dangerous, they immediately ran away laughing. Horror, full of energy, approached Su Cheng and said earnestly, Cheng, I want to learn how to catch fish. Every time I pass by the riverbank, I can only watch them hide in the water. It's so frustrating. Actually, Horror didn't really want to eat fish. She just wanted to catch them. What fisherman truly fishes to eat fish? Horror was small in stature, but quite bold. If Chun hadn't been watching over them, Su Cheng would have made a rather unconventional suggestion. to ask if they could find another place to pay for their tuition. Evening arrived quickly. After finishing their hunt, the cat-eared girls followed Su-chung to the forest where they had encountered the wild boar earlier. Su-chung looked at everyone and announced directly, "Today's lesson is to test your courage." He knew very well that when cat-eared girls faced ferocious beasts, their instinctive fear would cloud their judgment. If he wanted them to be less flustered when hunting wild boars in the future, he had to get them used to it first. "I've gotten used to the way wild boars attack and the feeling of being chased by them." This is a lesson Su-chung learned when he was learning to drive in his early years. When he first started driving, he had to keep an eye on the accelerator, brake, and clutch while also watching the road conditions. The car was always moving, and he was extremely nervous even when it was only going 30 or 40 miles per hour. Naturally, he didn't pass smoothly. Later, he went to see his childhood friend to relax. For half a month, he was on the road almost every day, driving from 40 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour, then to 100 miles per hour, from going straight to turning, and from turning to accelerating. Once he got used to that speed, the things that were originally terrifying weren't so scary anymore. Therefore, Su-chung always believed that the best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. What the cat-eared girls lack right now is precisely the courage to face wild boars. After hearing his words, Shirling and the others couldn't help but ask, "Okay, what is training courage?" Chapter 21. The player in the game, the bystander as a rabbit. "It's to make you bolder and less afraid of wild boars," Su-chung explained. "Later, you'll provoke it and lure it out. Don't worry about anything else, just run, but try to observe it as you run." He continued to remind them, "Observe the distance between it and you, its speed, and how it attacks you." Chun frowned upon hearing this and couldn't help but say, "Okay, that's too dangerous." Shirling and the others also shrank their necks. The enthusiasm they had for hunting wild boars yesterday had long since dissipated. The cat-eared girls asked in hushed tones. They thought escaping shouldn't be a problem, but they couldn't understand why they had to observe while running. Su-chung could only patiently teach them. "There's only one wild boar. It can't chase all of you at the same time. Before, when you encountered it, you all ran in the same direction. This is a forest, so spread out and let it choose its own target. When it chases someone, the others take the opportunity to climb up the tree. This way, they can avoid danger and observe it from the side." The cat-eared girls suddenly seemed to have discovered a new method. Before, they only thought about running back and never considered that they could deal with it this way. Or rather, they were so frightened by the wild boar that they didn't have the mind to think about such things. "Meow, it seems that's true. Then only one person will be unlucky. We're really good at climbing trees." Although they didn't understand what this had to do with building courage, Su-chung's method did sound feasible. However, before taking action, Su-chung first found a large tree with dense foliage and had Shirling and Shiryu pull him and Chun up to it. Then, the cat-eared girls cautiously made their way towards the wild boar's habitat. Chun, sitting in the tree, still asked worriedly, "Is everything really all right?" "Don't worry, the wild boars can't catch them," Su-chung reassured her. "Some things you'll understand at a glance." Chun's eyes flickered, still uneasy. "Can this really build courage?" Su-chung smiled and said, "Training courage is essentially about reducing their fear of wild boars. They are afraid because they have always regarded wild boars as invincible monsters. They overestimate wild boars and underestimate themselves, and never dare to face them head-on. So they have no idea how big the gap between them really is." Chun said in a low voice, "But they really can't beat wild boars. I had them learn from the Wolf Ear clan and use stone clubs as weapons, but not only did they fail to hurt the wild boars, they almost got injured in the chaos." Su-chung was speechless. Their advantage is speed and agility. They're not as strong as wild boars to begin with. And you're making them carry such heavy weapons? What's the difference between that and tying their hands and feet? No wonder they can't win. Chun felt a little embarrassed, because what Su-chung said seemed to be true. The space in the tree was small, so the two could only stand very close together. Su-chung's voice rang in her ears, and for some reason, Chun felt her heart beating faster than usual. Su-chung continued, "So don't think about winning right now. Let them experience it for themselves. Apart from being stronger than them, wild boars aren't as scary as they think. At least in terms of speed, they can leave wild boars far behind. They can't hunt wild boars for now, but just like that, wild boars can't hurt them either. Once they understand this, the shadow that wild boars cast in their hearts will gradually fade. Once they feel that the two sides are on equal footing, they will be able to calm down when facing wild boars and will not make mistakes in a panic." Chun seemed to understand, but not quite. her gaze fixed on the distance. Soon, her chaotic thoughts were interrupted by a low roar. A wild boar is chasing us. A familiar shout rang out, and then 6 figures rushed out of the forest, their footsteps kicking up dust as they nimbly weaved through the trees. A wild boar roared and chased after it from behind. It was clearly furious at these creatures that frequently trespassed into its territory and provoked it. It charged wildly with its head down, its mane standing on end, and its short legs kicking rapidly, as if determined to make these intruders pay the price. 2 groups of figures swept past Su Cheng and Chun like the wind, trampling the grass and causing the leaves to sway wildly in the wind. At that moment, the light in Chun's crimson eyes gradually brightened. She used to be involved, only concerned with escaping for her own life. But now, standing as an observer, watching the figures chasing each other through the woods, she finally understood Su Cheng's meaning. Some things can indeed be known at a glance. Ling and her companions were much faster than wild boars. So fast that even if they stopped to catch their breath, they wouldn't be caught up immediately. In the past, they only cared about escaping and never thought about these things. Every time they weren't caught by wild boars, they thought it was good luck, but they never realized that it wasn't luck at all. At this moment, Big Ears, Rockflower, and Fire had already broken away from the group and quickly climbed up a nearby tree. Following closely behind, Nia and Stone Moon also successfully hid in a tree. Finally, Ling was targeted by the wild boar. She took off running again, her lips pouting, clearly complaining that the boar had chosen her, of all people. In an instant, the cat-eared girls who had climbed the tree went from being involved to being bystanders. They hadn't fully adapted to this new role yet, so they could only try to calm their surging blood and suppress their fear, keeping a close eye on the departing wild boar and their chased companions. Suddenly, Ling made a turn and circled back. The wild boar followed closely behind, but it was clearly not good at making sharp turns, and its muscular body almost fell off due to inertia. Not long after, 2 figures swept back, one after the other. The cat-eared girls in the trees arched their backs slightly, their tails bristling, remaining on guard. But upon closer inspection, they found that Ling didn't seem so disheveled. Moreover, why is this wild boar running so slowly? Seeing Ling running around in fright, the cat-eared girls couldn't help but laugh, already planning to tease her about it later. These guys are so naive that they've completely forgotten that the current stone spirit is actually their former selves. Chapter 22, He Likes to Eat Grass. Only you couldn't stand it any longer. Although they were fast, their stamina was no match for the wild boar. Seeing that Ling was about to be forced to their side, Shiryu immediately jumped down from the tree, picked up a stone, and hurled it hard at the wild boar. She shouted, "Ling, climb the tree." Upon hearing her sister's reminder, Ling didn't hesitate at all and seized the opportunity to quickly scramble up the tree. The pig, Zhuganglai, was quite honest. After being hit on the head by a stone, it immediately squealed and shifted its target, then braked sharply to regain its balance before pawing its hooves and charging towards Shiryu. Meanwhile, in the wolf-eared tribe's camp, a bonfire blazed brightly. The tribespeople shared freshly hunted game, the atmosphere lively and joyous. To celebrate the recent harvest, several wolf-eared girls danced and cheered around the fire, unleashing their wild instincts. The men were also spurred on and joined in. The tribe had a good food reserve, and as long as the fire burned, they were confident they could survive the approaching harsh winter. The last extreme winter caused heavy losses to the Wolf-Ear clan, and the old chieftain felt guilty, which is why he handed over the chieftainship to Hongxiang. Hongxiang was raised by the old chieftain and did not disappoint the clan's expectations. She even led a hunt to kill the most ferocious mountain lord in the forest. From that moment on, Hongxiang became the most powerful chieftain in the history of the Wolf-Ear clan. She was currently eating meat heartily, in a good mood. Today she had hunted several lost wild goats. Their wool was soft and warm, and she had been wanting to collect it to make a blanket. She was already tired of sleeping on a bed made of hay, and ever since she discovered that goat hair was comfortable, the idea had never left her mind. At this moment, a wolf-eared warrior came over and reported, "Chieftain, the cat-eared tribe has been acting strangely these past few days." The speaker was Lan, whom he and Chun had met on the riverbank before. As instructed by Hongxiang, they were not required to pay attention to the cat-eared tribe as long as they did not cross the line, but the cat-eared tribe's behavior these past few days had been too abnormal. While rubbing the head of the little wolf ear beside her, Hongxiang casually asked, "What did you see?" Lan immediately said, "We spotted them again the day after we met them on the riverbank last time." They didn't seem to be out hunting. Each of them was carrying a lot of wood on their backs. Hongxiang frowned. Wood? Lan nodded. Yes. Later they took the wood to the riverbank. Another wolf-eared girl nearby added. They stayed on the riverbank for a while, as if protecting the man. Not long after, they went upstream along the east side of the riverbank. Moreover, they all seemed to listen to that man. Hongxiang was even more confused. Why were the cat-eared tribe not hunting, but instead chopping wood and circling around a man who had just joined the tribe? What were they doing? What she couldn't understand even more was that one thing was the people of the cat-eared tribe, but why would that rabbit-eared girl, Chun, listen to an outsider's arrangements? Was the only man in the tribe really that important? Seeing that Hongxiang was interested, Lan quickly continued. Chieftain, that's why I've been observing them these past few days. I've noticed that they almost never come out in the mornings. I don't know what they're doing. They only hunt in the afternoons. He added in an even stranger tone. And they always provoke wild boars, and they are often chased out by them. Hongxiang was taken aback. What? She couldn't understand it at all. Had the cat-eared tribe gone mad with hunger? Instead of stockpiling food, they were provoking wild boars every day. This behavior was beyond her expectations. Hongxiang asked, Is Chun here too? Where's that man? Lan replied, They're always there. They always go into that forest together. We didn't dare follow them, but every now and then we'd see wild boars rushing out and chasing after the cat-eared warriors. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Chief, I think they might want to hunt wild boars. Upon hearing this, Hongxiang finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. She countered, Do you think the cat-eared tribe can hunt wild boars? The wolf-eared warriors standing nearby exchanged glances, then all shook their heads. Although Lan had guessed that the cat-eared tribe might have this plan, he himself didn't believe it, only reminding them. After all, there's still a rabbit-eared one helping them. Hongxiang scoffed. Chun's left leg is crippled. At most, he can teach them hunting experience, but he's no help at all when it comes to actual combat. Besides, that's a wild boar. Even the rabbit-eared tribe needs several warriors to hunt it together. That makes sense, but the cat-eared tribe's strange behavior remains inexplicable. They don't hunt, yet they provoke wild boars every day, and they all disappear in the mornings. Winter is approaching. If they don't stockpile food now, what will they eat? All of this seemed increasingly absurd to the wolf-eared tribe. Hongxiang became even more interested in this matter and asked, Besides these, have they done any other strange things? Lan said, Yes. Every time they cross the riverbank, they linger a little longer. Our people went closer to look, and it seemed like they were looking for something. Hongxiang pouted. What could be on the riverbank? Just mud and broken stones. Lan added, That man wanted to go to the west side of the riverbank, but we found him and sent him back. Hongxiang rested her chin on her hand, her eyes darting around, her smile widening. This guy is quite interesting. She quickly instructed, Lan, someone else will go to the northern hunting grounds tomorrow. You come with me to the riverbank for a stroll. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've seen that rabbit ear. After saying that, she added, I'll go check if her leg is better yet. Lan frowned after hearing this. In her memory, Hongxiang and Chun would argue whenever they met, and their clan leader seemed to have won very few arguments. The problem was that once Hongxiang lost an argument, it was either the wild animals in the hunting grounds or their clansmen who would suffer. Hongxiang noticed his expression was off and asked, What's wrong? Lan quickly shook her head. It's nothing. But his gossipy nature couldn't help but surface, and he added, By the way, Chieftain, that man seems to like eating grass. Our people have seen him squatting on the ground pulling grass more than once, and happily stuffing it into his bag. Hongxiang was stunned on the spot. How did things get so out of control? But precisely because of this, she now really wants to meet this man who likes to eat grass. Time flies. Su Cheng counted on his fingers and realized that he had been in the cat-ear tribe for 5 whole days. He lost the hustle and bustle of modern society, but was replaced by the monotony of primitive life. He felt that he was almost becoming a proper little savage, wearing animal skin clothes every day and running around in the forest with cat-eared girls. He couldn't say whether these days were good or bad. All he knew was that in this place, falling behind meant being vulnerable to attack, and not moving forward meant certain starvation. Chapter 23 Worries. The cat-eared girls were very obedient, and their courage-building plan had been progressing very smoothly these past few days. Now, not only were they all experts at luring wild boars, but they also knew the wild boar's attack habits inside and out. As soon as Pigsy raised his rear end, they could guess what he was going to do next. The campfire crackled as Su Cheng sat cross-legged on the hay, Luo nestled obediently in his lap, occasionally tilting her little head up to nudge his chin with her forehead. She seemed to enjoy this, and when happy, her tail would swish back and forth on Su Cheng's belly. How could this girl be so cute, with such soft ears? Su Cheng couldn't help but rub them again and again. The wolf-eared girl squinted her eyes and enjoyed it for a while before reluctantly opening them. Su Cheng was a little annoyed. She'd had her fun, but when was it his turn? He simply hugged Luo from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head. The soft, warm touch came through his embrace, and Su Cheng suddenly felt that this little body seemed to have really gained some weight, and her future looked promising. Luo looked up and asked, "Cheng, are you thinking about hunting wild boar?" Su Cheng nodded, "Yes." Luo said very seriously, "Cheng will definitely succeed." Su Cheng smiled. Although he had prepared well enough, rehearsals and real hunting were different, and he was still a little worried. After returning today, Cheng was called away by Lin and hasn't come back yet. Something important must have happened in the tribe. Luo suddenly asked, "Cheng, is wild boar meat delicious?" Su Cheng shook his head. "I don't know, I've never eaten it." But he had eaten domestic pork before. Braised pork belly, stewed until tender and glossy, with a rich, flavorful broth. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Su Cheng suddenly found it unbearable. This was even more torturous than watching a food show late at night. He had to quickly improve his technology and civilization so he could eat decent food as soon as possible. Just then, two figures walked through the tents in the distance. Chun and Lin walked one after the other, both looking rather unwell. Even Lin, who was usually lively and cheerful, had a worried expression on her face. After the two sat down, Su Cheng asked, "What's wrong? Where did you two go just now?" Chun glanced at him and said helplessly, "An elder in the tribe is worried about the food situation. She doesn't believe the cat-eared people can hunt wild boars, and now the hunting team only hunts for half a day each day, bringing back much less food than before. If this continues, the stored food won't last until the extreme winter." Lin looked distressed. Everyone in the tribe had experienced that terrible season, so some were already afraid. But she quickly added that her great-grandmother believed this was actually an opportunity. The cat-eared tribe was already struggling so much. How much worse could it get? If no changes were made, they would eventually face extinction. At this point, Lin's eyes hardened again. She and her great-grandmother both chose to believe in Su Cheng and hoped he would definitely hunt a wild boar. Chun had already assured the elders that tomorrow was the last day, and regardless of success or failure, the hunting team would resume their original hunting methods. Chun remained silent. In truth, she had always felt that it was almost impossible for the cat-eared tribe to hunt wild boars. But in the past few days, the hunting knowledge, trapping techniques, weapon making, and various considerations for the hunting process that Su Cheng had taught them had repeatedly shattered her past reliance on experience. The firelight reflected on Chun's face. She finally made up her mind, looked up and said, "Yes, we will definitely return successfully." The surroundings seemed to quiet down. Su Cheng looked at the two of them, feeling a sense of relief. He knew very well that he couldn't delay any longer. He wanted to hunt wild boar not just to win the bet and establish his authority, but more importantly, to solve the tribe's food shortage problem. The meat yield of medium to large wild animals is far greater than that of small prey like ground squirrels and pheasants. If hunting parties only bring back a few small creatures each day, anyone would feel anxious. Over time, anxiety turns into fear, which is definitely not a good sign. But from another perspective, this is also an opportunity. If he can hunt wild boars when his people are most worried, the pent-up fear will be released, and may even transform into deeper trust. And this is exactly what Su Cheng needs most right now. "We can't wait any longer. We'll start the hunt tomorrow," Su Cheng suddenly said in a deep voice. Chun was taken aback. "Tomorrow?" Su Cheng nodded. "Yes, Ling and the others no longer need to train. You should be able to see that they've changed a lot. It's time to test the results." It wasn't just a slight change, but a complete transformation. Spring, having witnessed it all firsthand, understood this perfectly. She simply replied in a low voice, "Okay." This time, Su Cheng not only had to successfully hunt the wild boar, but also had to do his best. He wanted to ensure that all his tribesmen would no longer worry about food, and he also wanted to solidify their belief in him as the center of their world. The early morning air was crisp and cool. Thick gray clouds hung heavy in the sky, and the air was so damp it felt like you could wring water out of it. Su Cheng got up early, being careful not to wake the sleeping Luo, and tiptoed to the open space in the distance. Ling, and the other 5 were fully prepared for battle. Each of them held a flint spear, had nets and tripwires hanging from their waists. Their bone knives were polished to a smooth, gleaming finish, and they wore camouflage clothing made of woven grass. They also carried a leather pouch at their waist containing a poison ointment made by Su Cheng from a mixture of resin and arrow poison tree sap. This was a last resort, to be used only as a last resort. Wild animals hunted with deadly poison are theoretically unsuitable for consumption. While the risk can be reduced by quickly bleeding them, removing rotten flesh, and discarding internal organs, it essentially just replaces the danger of being killed by a predator or starving to death with the danger of eating poisonous meat. Su Cheng didn't want to take that risk. At least for now, he wasn't in that desperate situation. At this moment, the cat-eared girls were all excited. After several days of training, they had gained the courage to face wild boars head-on. Some gripped their spears and said, "All right, we're ready." Others shouted excitedly, "Today we'll show the wild boars what we're made of." Meow. Chun stood quietly to the side as a witness. She knew she didn't need to say anything more. These 6 children from the cat-eared tribe were rapidly transforming. Set off. With a soft shout from Su Cheng, the real hunt finally began. Chapter 24. The hunt begins. The mountains and forests were deathly silent, save for the occasional howl of a wild beast, which would startle flocks of birds and animals in the cold wind. Morning mist drifted slowly through the forest, gray clouds hung overhead, and the air was filled with the smell of withered leaves and decaying wood. Soon after, 6 figures appeared silently. They moved through the forest like ghosts, and soon gathered under a large tree. These past few days, Shirling and her friends haven't just been provoking wild boars to test their courage. They've already thoroughly investigated the hiding place and habits of that boar, Ganglai. Su Cheng and Chun remained hidden in the tree, the cool morning dew dripping from between the leaves, rustling like a drizzle, which only made everyone's nerves tense up even more. Following the tactics taught by Su Cheng, the 6 cat-eared girls began checking their equipment, their movements serious and cautious. After confirming everything was in order, they wiped their hands and faces with mud, trying their best to cover up their scent. Then, Shuriwei, Shirling, Yanhua, Daer, and Nia scattered and crawled into the dense grass around them, holding their breath and lying on the ground, pressing their bodies as low as possible. Wild boars are most active at dawn and dusk, and this area is close to the edge of the hunting grounds, making it less likely to disturb predators deeper in. The surrounding area is covered with lush weeds and shrubs, providing good cover, and there are many thick, strong trees nearby, so even if a wild boar were to bump into it, the trees wouldn't break easily. Furthermore, the sound of morning dew dripping can interfere with hearing and smell, making this almost the perfect ambush spot for them. With the right timing and location, the rest is up to them. Seeing that everyone was ready, Huira put down her extra equipment and, with her petite figure, slipped into the bushes, quietly making her way towards the wild boar's habitat. What followed was a long wait. The forest fell silent once more. For a hunter, patience is the most basic quality. The cat-eared girls lay motionless in the grass, seemingly becoming one with their surroundings. Suddenly, Spring, perched on a tree branch, narrowed her eyes and whispered, "They're here." Su Cheng followed her gaze and saw Huira's petite figure darting back quickly, leaping into the bushes and instantly disappearing from sight. Seeing this, the other 5 understood that their prey had been lured in. Their bodies tensed involuntarily, but they still didn't make a sound. The soft patter of morning dewdrops was gradually mixed with a muffled rumble. The sound slowly approached the area from afar. Snoring. Snoring. Su Cheng dared not make any further movements, simply holding his breath and staring intently into the depths of the forest. Soon, the familiar, dark beast finally revealed itself little by little. Pigsy lowered its head, sniffing the wild grass at its feet, occasionally shaking its head and rooting its head in the ground with its snout, slowly making its way forward. It didn't seem very wary, clearly used to being disturbed in the afternoon, and instead letting its guard down in the early morning. The deep snoring grew clearer and clearer, but even though it was only 100 or so steps away, it took more than 10 minutes to get close. In situations like these, it's crucial to avoid impulsive actions. The cat-eared girls all remembered Su Cheng's words. Only the sound of the whistle was the signal to actually take action. The first strike is the most important, because that's when the wild boar is most relaxed. Time seemed to stretch out endlessly, especially after the wild boar entered the encirclement, when everyone's breathing was suppressed to the extreme. Hold on. Hold on. 10 steps to go. As the temporary team leader, Shiryu kept reminding herself. Through the gaps in the weeds, She stared intently at the wild boar's black hooves covered in dirty, tangled hair. Just then, the wild boar seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up and around. It stood still for more than 2 minutes before swishing its tail again, shaking its head, and continuing to walk forward. 8 steps. 6 steps. 3 steps. Step. Almost the instant the wild boar landed, a whistle suddenly pierced the woods. In an instant, the bushes in 6 directions stirred simultaneously, and 6 figures leaped up like arrows, gripping their spears and thrusting them fiercely at the wild boar in the center. In this attack, everyone gave it their all, targeting the vulnerable spots that Su Cheng had warned them about: the back of the front leg, the front of the hind leg, the neck, the lower side of the abdomen, the buttocks, and the eyes. Horror was the boldest, aiming his spear straight at the wild boar's eyes. Uft, 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 uft. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of attacks was over. Su Cheng, perched in the tree, saw everything clearly. The wild boar instinctively dodged Huayer's attack by tilting its head. Shiling thrust her spear towards the side of the boar's abdomen, but it was blocked by the thick, armor-like skin. The spear only penetrated a little before slipping away, and she herself almost fell onto the boar due to the force of her thrust. Big ears chose the buttocks, and the sharp flint forcibly cut through the flesh, but the spear had only penetrated halfway before it could go any deeper. In contrast, Rockflower's attack on the front of the hind legs was the most successful, with the spear almost completely piercing through, and blood spurting out instantly. Stone Moon and Nia also succeeded, inflicting considerable damage on the boar. Once the attack is over, there should be no lingering. This was a direct order from Su Cheng, because at this distance, a single pounce from a crazed wild boar could be fatal. The 6 cat-eared girls immediately retreated, scattering like startled birds and beasts. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhu Ganglai let out a painful roar, his huge body thrashing wildly, his hundreds of pounds of weight, like a convulsing monster, suddenly lunging towards the source of the pain. After its pounce missed, it completely disregarded its injuries, scanned the fleeing figures around it, and locked onto Yanhua, giving chase. The other cat-eared girls noticed this, immediately steadied themselves, exchanged glances, and then maintained a safe distance, following behind the wild boar. Enraged, Zhu Ganglai moved significantly faster than usual. Yanhua, remembering Su Cheng's instructions, didn't hold back a single ounce of strength in her steps. She ran as fast as she could in front of him. It chased after it frantically. Roar! A furious roar echoed through the jungle. Rockflower, running, sensed the danger approaching from behind, and, without hesitation, charged straight at an incredibly thick, centuries-old tree. The moment she nimbly climbed onto the tree branch, a violent impact followed. Boom! The dull, deafening roar seemed to pierce the heavens and the earth, causing the century-old tree to tremble violently, and large leaves fell like snowflakes. Chapter 25. I'm not normal. At that moment, Yanhua clung tightly to a thick branch. The vibration from the tree trunk flowed through her arms and spread throughout her body, as if even her soul had been shaken. She was so frightened that she immediately closed her eyes. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, followed. Zhu Gonglia's headbutt had left him dazed and disoriented, swaying unsteadily, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. Shiryu's eyes lit up, and he immediately whistled, gripping his spear and charging towards the boar's hind legs. Yanhua, awakened by the whistle, opened her eyes, assessed the situation, released her grip, and leaped down, thrusting her spear straight at the boar's nape. Uft, uft, uft. Several cat-eared girls attacked simultaneously, leaving several more wounds on the wild boar in the blink of an eye. Although these attacks were not fatal, their sheer number would eventually accumulate into a fatal wound. However, the toughness of the wild boar's hide made them frown secretly. If they hadn't used flint spearheads, they probably wouldn't have been able to even make these wounds. Disperse. With a loud shout from Shiryu, the 6 men scattered and fled without the slightest hesitation. The strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and attacking when the enemy is exhausted was put to full use at this moment. The wild boar shook its head, forcing itself to regain consciousness despite the pain, but when it looked around, its enemies had already fled far away. It roared angrily, but could only rage helplessly at the retreating figures. Zhu Ganglai couldn't understand why these enemies who often harassed him had suddenly become so slippery, like eels, giving him no chance to fight back. Perched on a distant tree branch, Haru stared at the scene, speechless for a long time. The cat-eared girl's performance was far better than she had imagined. Their skillful maneuvering had almost completely redefined her understanding of hunting. Cheng truly maximized their strengths. Their speed, agility, and tree-climbing ability were a nightmare for these beasts. Spring couldn't help but recall the past glory of the rabbit-eared clan. When 5 or 6 of their rabbit-eared warriors attacked wild boars, they always engaged in close-quarters combat. Even when faced with the wild boar's ferocious counterattacks and were injured and bleeding, no one retreated. In their eyes, retreating is cowardice, something only the weak do. Powerful rabbit-eared warriors should forge ahead fearlessly, becoming the tribe's sharpest and strongest weapon. That kind of life-or-death struggle was indeed exhilarating. But at this moment, for the first time, Chun had doubts. Did hunting wild beasts really have to be like that? Could that kind of courage just be recklessness? She looked down and touched the old injury on her left leg, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Cheng noticed her unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did your old injury flare up?" Spring shook her head, a bitter smile playing on her lips. Morning dew fell on her brow, her damp hair clung to her face, and for a moment she was breathtakingly beautiful. She said softly, "Okay, you're amazing. I never imagined that hunting wild animals could be done this way. I wish I had met you sooner." The aloof beauty's sudden smile startled Cheng. He paused, then said, "Don't be like that, it scares me. Why are you suddenly saying this?" Chun took a deep breath, her expression quickly returning to its indifferent state. "It's just that I was thinking about the past. When we rabbit-eared warriors hunt powerful beasts, we almost never back down in order to succeed. So every time, someone gets hurt, or even loses their life. Do you think it's worth it?" Cheng was slightly taken aback, then realized that she was moved by the scene before her. He thought for a moment before answering. "It's not wrong to work hard with your own hands to survive. But you can't rely on just enthusiasm. If you're too reckless, you won't go far." He continued, "Why do you respect the shaman? It's because he's clever and can teach you new skills. So in the future, you should think more and use your brains when you encounter problems. If you can't figure something out, you can come and ask me." Chun looked up at him and suddenly remembered his earlier request to touch her ears. The rabbit ears on her head seemed to sense this and trembled slightly, which inexplicably improved her mood. She asked, "Since Wu is so clever, why doesn't he know the methods you taught him?" Cheng smiled helplessly. "It's not their fault, it's a limitation of the times. They will learn these things on their own one day, and that's normal." Chun asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Cheng answered bluntly, "It means I'm not normal." The conversation ended there. Chun didn't press further, but remained somewhat confused, as if she understood, yet also as if she understood nothing at all. What exactly did abnormal mean? Just then, something changed on the battlefield, and she lost all interest in thinking about it. Pigsy relentlessly chased the cat-eared girl through the forest, but each time he only got halfway there, she would climb a tall tree. He learned his lesson and stopped recklessly ramming trees, but he could only roar angrily from beneath them. These trees were so thick that even if it opened its fangs and gnawed at the roots, it couldn't budge them. Its wounds were still bleeding, and its blood-soaked appearance was both ferocious and wretched. The cat-eared girls, however, showed no sign of letting their guard down. Cheng had warned them long ago that wounded wild boars were even more aggressive, and they could never be careless. Sure enough, the wild boar that had been roaring under the tree for a long time suddenly turned around and ran wildly into the depths of the forest. Shiryu immediately realized, "Oh no, it's going to run away." She immediately blew another whistle. Upon hearing the signal, the group quickly pulled off the nets and tripwires from their waists and leaped down from the branches. "Stop it." The cat-eared girls knew very well that they absolutely could not let the wild boar escape into the depths of the forest. If it attracted other ferocious beasts, the entire hunt would be a failure. Cheng frowned upon seeing this. While nets and tripwires could indeed restrict the wild boar's movement, they also meant that the distance between the two sides would be forced to close, giving the wild boar an opportunity to retaliate. His original plan was to harass and provoke the wild boar, dragging it into the forest until it lost too much blood and was exhausted, and then they would work together to kill it. Wild boars are known for their endurance and tenacity, but even the strongest vitality cannot withstand continuous bleeding. Clearly, Pigsy, Zhuganglai, didn't want to be tortured any longer, so it chose to escape. This was a possible variable in the plan, so no one was surprised. Chapter 26, The True Warrior. Soon, several nets woven from vines and dry grass were thrown out one after another. The wild boars, running headlong, plunged into the nets, their vision suddenly obstructed, and they panicked. their speed slowing down until they came to a screeching halt. To escape the net binding it, it thrashed about, its plump body spinning wildly. Shiryu and the others seized the opportunity, throwing the tripping rope over and ensnaring its hooves and head. Stop him! At the command, everyone exerted force simultaneously, and the rope instantly tightened. But this force also thoroughly enraged the wild boar, which rolled, bit, and charged on the ground, desperately trying to break free of all restraints. Wow, that's really strong, Meow. I can't hold on much longer. Meow, my hand hurts so much. The brute force of a trapped beast far exceeded the cat-eared girl's imagination. In just over 10 seconds, they were dragged back step by step. The smallest of them, Hoyer, was in even greater danger. The boar bit her rope and suddenly yanked it, sending her flying almost off the ground towards the boar. Seeing this, Chun couldn't hold back any longer and immediately wanted to jump down to help. But as soon as she moved, Su Cheng pressed her back down. Su Cheng's expression was serious, and his tone was firm. This is their battlefield. What you need to do is trust them. Hunting is bound to be dangerous, and only by solving problems on their own can they truly become independent warriors. Moreover, the two sides are not close, and even if Chun rushes down now, it will be too late. In the instant he was being pulled away, Horror made a choice. This little guy, who usually only cared about catching fish, actually gripped the spear tightly with both hands and thrust it into the wild boar's gaping maw. Puff! The sharp spearhead, propelled by the momentum of its forward charge, pierced the wild boar's jaw almost effortlessly. This action caught everyone off guard. Even Su Chengdu was stunned. Hoyer couldn't stop herself either, and was about to crash into the wild boar's bloody tusks. Fortunately, Shirling, who was closest, pounced out at the same time and caught Hoyer in midair. The two collided and fell to the ground, rolling far away. With its jaw pierced, the wild boar let out a piercing scream of agony, the sound instantly echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Severely wounded, Zhu Ganglai entered a state of bloodlust, its eyes turning bloodshot, its tusks snapping as it chewed up the spear shaft, and immediately charged towards the fallen Shirling and Hor. The immense force tore apart the poor-quality binding net, and the cat-eared girls who were dragging it had their palms chafed raw by the ropes, and subconsciously let go. Spirit! Sure, you realized something was wrong, but there was no time to think. Almost instinctively, she landed on all fours, twisting her waist to its limit, unleashing all her inner potential at an astonishing speed. Meow! She shot straight at the charging wild boar like a cannonball. The two figures seemed to be racing against time, colliding violently in the blink of an eye. The next second, Shiryu was thrown back by the boar's heavy body and slammed to the ground. But the impact from the side also caused Zhu Ganglai to veer off course, his massive body grazing past Shirling and Hor. The unbalanced wild boar could no longer stop its momentum, and with a stumble, it crashed hard into the tree once again. Bang! The giant tree trembled, followed by a piercing scream. The wild boar's terrifying tusks embedded themselves deeply in the roots before snapping with a crack. Zhu Ganglai collapsed to the ground, his dirty black hooves kicking wildly, unable to get up for a moment. All of this happened at the last minute. Chun's fist was clenched so tightly it felt like it was about to break, and Su Cheng's heart was in his throat. He knew very well that there was no such thing as calmly dealing with things. It was just that things had happened too fast, leaving no room for thought. Shiryu's reaction and explosive power just now completely exceeded his expectations. Perhaps it was the stimulation of family affection, or perhaps it was the awakening of his limits. In any case, his performance in that instant was simply astonishing. The battle, from start to finish, lasted only a little over a minute. Shiryu, Shirling, and Horror were all dazed and confused, struggling to their feet while helping each other. Zhu Ganglai lay on the ground, showing no signs of having much strength left. Big Ears, Rock Flower, and Nia glanced at their companions, who were seeing stars, then looked at the wild boar not far away. They gripped their spears tightly again and approached with determined expressions. The wild boar let out another shriek, startling the group into a froze. After struggling for a while, it barely managed to stand up, its head wobbling a few times before it crashed down again, its limbs kicking wildly, clearly exhausted. It crashed into two trees, and the second crash, especially the one in a state of rage, almost killed it. Strike while the iron is hot, and kill it. Remembering Su Cheng's teachings, the three cat-eared girls no longer hesitated. They rushed forward with their spears, gathered their strength, and stabbed hard into the dark gray belly covered in mud and blood. Puffed, puffed, puffed. This attack ripped the wild boar's intestines out of its belly. But Big Ears and his two companions did not get carried away. After their success, they quickly fired 2 or 3 more shots before retreating to a relatively safe position. To prevent a last-ditch counterattack, they threw out the remaining nets and covered Zhu Ganglai. Want to fight to the death one last time? No way. They are disciplined, decisive, and orderly in their actions, never hesitating when necessary. They may be somewhat reckless, but that courage to risk their lives is the most important quality of a soldier. They possess the courage to face the enemy, while never forgetting to respect them. Clearly, they have become true warriors. Su Cheng was very happy. He had never looked down on anyone in this era, not even the cat-eared clan, considered the weakest by many tribes. And these cat-eared girls had not disappointed him, firmly remembering and implementing all his teachings. This is a mutual achievement. Therefore, he received the reward he deserved. Chapter 27 We won. The wild boar was still making its last struggle, but the concussion and massive blood loss had rendered it incapable of putting up a strong counterattack. It kept shrieking, the blood flowing from its body increased, and its cries gradually weakened. Once recovered, Ling and the others picked up their spears again and rejoined the group. The 6 of them formed a circle, trapping Zhu Ganglai tightly in the middle. Someone asked in a low voice, "Is he dead?" "He's still breathing, and his feet are still moving." Shiryu immediately reminded him, "Don't go up. Wait." Fire picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the boar. The stone struck the boar squarely on the forehead, and the next second, a furious roar erupted. Pigsy reacted almost instinctively. His massive body suddenly swung wildly, his limbs kicked wildly, and he opened his blood-red maw to frantically bite at the air. But no matter how much it struggles, it cannot change the fact that its body is rapidly deteriorating. After waiting for nearly 10 more minutes, a whistle suddenly rang out in the quiet jungle. The cat-eared girls reacted instantly, lunging forward and plunging their spears deep into the wild boar's body. This time, they did not retreat immediately, but instead cautiously observed Zhu Ganglai's movements. But by this time, the wild boar had lost all strength to struggle, and even its roars were so weak they were almost inaudible. Its limbs seemed to be kicking or twitching, and soon it finally went completely still. The surroundings became quiet. Is he dead? It seems so. Should we wait a little longer? A few more minutes passed, and the wild boar remained motionless. The cat-eared girls exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, cheers erupted instantly. The hunt, which lasted for more than 2 hours, finally came to an end. Meow. He's really dead. We won. We won. We won. All right, we've killed the wild boar. After the intense excitement came a complete exhaustion. The prolonged mental tension and physical depletion were finally released at this moment. The 6 cat-eared girls cheered and breathed a long sigh of relief before collapsing to the ground. Ling, my arm hurts so much. Let me rub your back, and you rub mine too. Fire, your legs are still shaking. He let it shake. The joy of victory overshadowed everything else. It wasn't until Su Cheng and Chun walked up to them that the 6 cat-eared girls jumped up from the ground with a whoosh and ran over excitedly to claim credit. Yes, we did it. All right, we really killed the wild boar. Spring, did you just see that? The way I stabbed the wild boar. This wild boar hide is really tough. It took a lot of effort just to pierce the spearhead. Before Su Cheng and Chun could speak, they were overwhelmed by their overflowing excitement. Chun didn't know what to say for a moment, while Su Cheng reached out and touched Huo's ear, whispering some words of advice. Success is important, but I hope you will put your safety first. After he finished speaking, he looked at everyone and a smile appeared on his lips. Well done. This wild boar weighed nearly 300 pounds. Su Cheng circled the massive carcass twice, and then found the broken tusk under the tree roots. He used to see in movies and TV shows that people in ancient times liked to make ornaments from the teeth and bones of wild animals and wear them on their bodies, which he thought was also a way of showing off their martial prowess. Afterwards, Chun helped Shiryu and the others to make a simple stretcher using some dead wood as a carrying pole and recycled the tattered netting. The wild boar, weighing over 200 pounds, was tied up and lifted by several people, and the team returned in triumph. Huo and Shiryu led the way, their faces beaming with excitement. Wild boar meat. They had never eaten it before. When they return to their tribe, they wonder how much respect their people will have for them. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Shiryu grew more and more excited as she thought about it. She raised the spear in her hand and said fiercely, "Let's see if the Wolf Ear clan will still dare to look down on us." Huo immediately chimed in. "Yes, We can hunt wild boars now, meow. As soon as they started talking, the four behind them couldn't stay silent either. I'm going to eat lots of meat tonight. Eat meat. Eat meat. I'm going to beat up all those wolf-eared bastards. The crowd shouted in unison. Down with them. Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly. Why don't you guys just go to heaven? Chun was quite familiar with this feeling. She used to be much the same way. Warriors in every tribe were generally like this. When they finally managed to hunt a ferocious beast, they naturally had to show it off. But there was one even more important person who made all of this possible. Chun looked at Su Cheng beside her and saw that he had a smile on his lips and his gaze was drifting into the depths of the forest, as if he was thinking about something. This guy actually did it. In other words, that bet. Chun's heart skipped a beat. Remembering the bet, she couldn't tell whether she was happy or unhappy. She just felt a strange unease. From now on, she'll have to listen to him? What would he make her do? She'd only ever known how to hunt. She wasn't good at anything else. Could it be touching her ears? Surely I wouldn't end up like that wolf-eared girl, sleeping in his tent at night. The thought of seeing Luo in Su Cheng's tent every morning for the past few days made Chun feel a tightness in her chest. She slept nearby at night and knew that the two of them hadn't done anything. But what if Su Cheng really suggested having children with her? Thinking of this, Chun couldn't help but glare at Su Cheng again. That's unacceptable. Yes, anything is fine except for this. He's not a rabbit-eared person, so how can he have offspring with her? However, this guy hasn't mentioned the bet yet, and it's best if he doesn't bring it up again. Su Cheng seemed to sense the piercing gaze and turned around somewhat inexplicably, only to meet Chun's fierce red eyes. What's wrong with you now? Today, this bunny-eared girl seemed unusually sentimental, and it was unclear what she was pondering. Su Cheng thought for a moment, making sure he hadn't provoked her, and then smiled and spoke. If you have something on your mind, don't keep it to yourself. Let me touch your ears, and I'll answer your questions for free. Chun immediately replied coldly. No. This guy really wanted to touch her ear. Chun silently gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Su Cheng was even more puzzled. Then why are you glaring at me? I didn't glare at you. But why do I feel like the way you looked at me just now was like you wanted to eat me up? Su Cheng grinned, and suddenly realized that it was quite amusing to tease this rabbit-eared girl who always had a cold face. Chapter 28, Arguing. I'm always like this. Chun was a little annoyed. It felt terrible to have her thoughts read. She even had a slight urge to punch Su Cheng. What bothered her even more was why this guy kept targeting her ears. She glanced at Su Cheng again, but this time her expression wasn't as fierce. She frowned and asked, "Why do you keep trying to touch my ears?" Su Cheng was slightly taken aback. He couldn't very well say that he just wanted to have some fun, could he? If he said that, he'd probably get beaten up. He coughed twice and asked in return, "You really want to know?" Chun stared at him. "You speak, I'm listening." Before the two could continue their conversation, Shiryu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, took 2 steps back, and stood protectively in front of the wild boar, her voice instantly becoming tense. They are wolf-eared people. As soon as the sound rang out, the cat-eared tribe members immediately became alert. Not far away, several figures emerged from the forest, and the two groups collided. Chun instinctively stepped in front of Su Cheng, her expression grave. Su Cheng was unfamiliar with the rules of this forest, and worried that a conflict might break out between them over prey. Although he had seen the wolf-eared clan before, this situation was clearly different. When he saw who it was, his mind went blank and he froze. Among the 7 or 8 wolf-eared tribesmen, one wolf-eared girl stood out. She was extremely tall, probably 1.9 meters, a height rarely seen even in modern times. Not to mention her figure, her face, and those long legs. Su Cheng stared at her for a long time, feeling that even the supermodels on TV had to step aside. This wolf-eared girl is completely different from Chun. Chun is like a cold flower on a cliff, aloof and sharp, while she is like a blazing fire, wild, flamboyant, and with a touch of innate arrogance. Su Cheng's vocabulary was limited, and in the end, only 3 words remained in his mind: big, firm, and perky. Her tiger-skin dress clung to her waist, barely concealing her impressive figure, and her long, straight legs exuded power. Su Cheng even felt that if he were to take a kick, he might die on the spot. Especially that big, fluffy, grayish-brown tail. It looked so thick and soft, it would definitely be very warm to use as a blanket at night. The tall, wolf-eared girl exuded a powerful aura of intimidation simply by standing there. Her eyes were like fiery stars, bright and sharp. Su Cheng was engrossed in watching when he suddenly heard Chun Bing's cold voice. "If a conflict breaks out, just run away and don't worry about us." This was the first time Su Cheng had seen Chun with such a serious expression. Looking at Shi Yu and the others, they were all tense, their tails bristling, as if facing a formidable enemy. Clearly, the fiery and wild wolf-eared girl in his eyes was a terrifying enemy to the cat-eared tribe. The wolf-eared girl approached, her voice clear and bright. "Yo, Chun, long time no see." The wolf-eared tribesmen behind her stared intently at the wild boar. The horrific wounds on the boar's body shocked and puzzled them. Spring Cold voice replied, "Hongxiang, what are you doing here?" Hongxiang smiled and said, "Of course we're here to hunt. This is also our wolf-ear clan's territory." Chun looked at her coldly. "Guess whether I believe you or not." Although the wolf-ear clan's hunting grounds are divided into two areas, Hongxiang rarely appears here. What a coincidence. Hongxiang didn't seem to mind. Her gaze swept over the wild boar, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. "You actually hunted a wild boar. Is your leg healed?" Chun was clearly impatient. "It's none of your business." She didn't want to get entangled with Hongxiang. The two seemed like natural enemies from their first meeting, and they even had a fight. Hongxiang stopped the fight that time, which only made Chun more resentful. From then on, they almost always argued whenever they met. Although they never physically fought again, neither of them would back down verbally. Chun asked with a stern face, "What exactly do you want to do?" Hongxiang crossed her arms, her smile deepening, but her aura suddenly intensified. "I heard from my clansmen that you tried to break into the west side of the riverbank a few days ago. Is that true?" Her tone turned cold. "That's the wolf-eared tribe's hunting grounds. Do you want to break the rules?" The hunting grounds were the most sensitive areas of the territory, and for tribes of this era, they were absolutely not to be touched lightly. Chun frowned. She hadn't expected Hongxiang to come for this. That day, Su Cheng had only intended to look for Flint on the west side of the riverbank, but he was discovered by the wolf-eared tribe not long after. Chun also felt frustrated. Although that riverbank belonged to the wolf-ear clan's hunting grounds, there was only one very deep river there, and she had never seen any wolf-ear clan members go down there to catch fish. Moreover, the two sides had made an agreement due to the territorial conflict that although the riverbank belonged to the wolf-ear clan, the cat-ear clan could use it temporarily, but not for long. Chun wasn't good at lying and didn't see anything to hide, so she met Hongxiang's gaze and said, "We can use the riverbank too. It was agreed upon before." Hongxiang pressed, "I didn't say you couldn't use it, so what were you doing running off to the west?" Chun was speechless for a moment. She couldn't very well say that they were looking for Flint, so she simply snorted coldly. "Drink water." Hongxiang raised an eyebrow. "Is there no water to the east?" Chun, forcing herself to speak, said, "The ones from the west are better." Hongxiang's face darkened. "You think I'm easy to fool?" Chun decided to steel herself and said, "Believe it or not, we're just drinking water." Hongxiang finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Do you want to fight?" Chun retorted without backing down. "I think you're the one who wants a fight." The two glared at each other, the air thick with tension. Just as the situation was about to escalate to the next level, Su Cheng quickly reached out and pulled Chun back. He doesn't want the two tribes to become enemies right now. If a war really breaks out, it will be difficult to sit down and talk again later. Chun turned around and glared at him. "What are you doing?" This time, Su Cheng took a very firm stance, standing directly at the front, blocking the two women. He looked up at the tall and straight Hongxiang, feeling a little uneasy, but he managed to keep his composure and gave a slight smile. "We just strolled around the riverbank a bit. That's not breaking any rules. There's no need for you two to fight over such a small thing." As he spoke, he took the thong from his waist and handed it to Hongxiang. "Hello, nice to meet you. According to the customs of my hometown, well, the old tribe, this is a gift for you." Chapter 29 You're dirty too. Hongxiang wasn't annoyed this time. She glanced down at Su Cheng a few times, then simply took the thong, played with it in her hand for a moment, clearly liking it, before stuffing it into her purse. Looking at Su Cheng again, her eyes showed more interest, and she asked, "Are you the man who just joined the cat-ear tribe?" Su Cheng nodded. "That's right." Hongxiang blinked and asked again, "I heard you like to eat grass?" Su Cheng's lips twitched violently. Who was spreading rumors about him? This was blatant slander. Even more outrageous, the cat-eared girls nearby also cast strange glances at him, and even Chun looked over suspiciously. After all, she had indeed seen Su Cheng take a bunch of messy grass back, as if it were a treasure. Su Cheng quickly explained, "I don't eat grass. I eat meat." After hearing this, Hongxiang turned around, grabbed a pheasant with a broken leg from the straw net used to hold the prey, and stuffed it directly into Su Cheng's arms, laughing. "You're very interesting. What's your name? Su Cheng. My name is Hongxiang, and I am the chieftain of the Wolf Ear clan. This pheasant is yours. I really like your fangs. Su Cheng wasn't surprised by her identity. Hongxiang's aura was too strong. She didn't look like an ordinary tribesperson at all. However, since he had unexpectedly encountered the Wolf Ear tribe chieftain and thought about what happened on the riverbank, he immediately had other plans. He handed the pheasant to Chun, then turned to Hongxiang and said, Hongxiang, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Hongxiang raised an eyebrow. What is it? Su Cheng stated bluntly. We want to exchange that piece of land on the riverbank. Territory is a sensitive topic in any tribe. Hongxiang's smile vanished instantly. Her gaze turned cold, and her voice deepened. Su Cheng, you want the riverbank? That's right, through exchange. No fighting, no conflict, a peaceful resolution. Hongxiang didn't answer immediately, but instead re-examined the man before her. She could tell Su Cheng wasn't joking, but she couldn't understand what the cat-eared tribe wanted the riverbank for. There was nothing there worth exchanging. Lon had mentioned before that the cat-eared tribe had been lingering on the riverbank for a long time lately, as if searching for something. Hongxiang pondered for a long time before the dangerous aura emanating from her slowly dissipated, and asked, What are you going to offer in exchange? Su Cheng said earnestly, Methods for treating fever. Hongxiang's expression changed. You can cure fevers? Su Cheng nodded. I learned it by chance. This statement truly surprised Hongxiang. But even if it were true, she didn't immediately waver. After a moment, she decisively shook her head. Territory cannot be exchanged. You can make other requests, as long as I can fulfill them. Su Cheng frowned, but wasn't too disappointed. He knew the other party wouldn't agree so easily, so he smiled and said, No need to rush to refuse. My only requirement is the riverbank. I won't touch anywhere else. You can come to the cat-ear tribe to discuss it whenever you're willing. He paused, then added, If you happen to catch a fever in the future, you can come to me, and the conditions will remain the same. Only after Hongxiang led the wolf-eared tribe away did Shiyue and the others finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, a fight hadn't broken out. Otherwise, they would have been torn about whether to protect the wild boar. The cat-eared women dared not linger any longer, lifted the wild boar, and quickly left the jungle. After walking for another half hour, they finally entered the territory of the cat-eared tribe, and only then did everyone truly feel relieved. When Su Cheng had some free time, he thought of Hongxiang again. So he leaned close to Chun and whispered, Chun, can you beat Hongxiang? Chun turned her head to look at him. Why are you asking this? Su Cheng smiled and said, Just out of curiosity. Hongxiang is so big and can become the clan leader, so she must be quite powerful. Of course he would be interested. Chun was silent for a moment before saying softly, We fought when I first arrived, and it was a draw. She noticed my foot was injured, so she stopped. Su Cheng subconsciously said, So, she's actually a pretty nice person. As soon as he uttered the words, he noticed Chun Bing's cold gaze and quickly changed his tune. Bah, it must be hypocrisy. They are not of our kind, so their hearts must be different. Chun asked, What do you mean? Su Cheng casually explained. I mean, anyone who isn't from our cat-eared tribe has a dirty heart. I wasn't talking about you. Chun looked at him expressionlessly. So, you're dirty too. Su Cheng choked, almost forgetting that he wasn't a cat-eared person either. He coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. The riverbank is out of the question for now. Do you know of any other rivers in this forest? Any size will do. Chun lowered his head and thought for a long time, but finally shook his head. No. I came from the wilderness and only saw a few small pools of water along the way. The riverbank is the only flowing water in this forest, and it should lead far to the north. Our camp drinks water from the pool at the foot of the mountain. I don't know about other places. Seeing that she couldn't help, Chun asked again. Can flint only be found on riverbanks? Su Cheng said, Not entirely, but it's easier to find in places where there's a lot of rock debris and the water has washed it away. As he spoke, he looked up at the distant, continuous cliffs. Those cliffs separated the outside world like high walls, but unfortunately, they were mostly granite, making the chances of finding flint very slim. Suddenly, a red light appeared in Chun's eyes, and she suggested, How about we sneak off to the riverbank tonight to look for them? Su Cheng chuckled upon hearing this, but shook his head. There's no need. We can't afford to strain relations with the wolf-ear tribe too much right now. Once or twice is fine, but a third time is not. If we're discovered again, war might really break out. Once war breaks out, both sides will suffer casualties. The cat-ear tribe simply cannot afford such losses. This is the last thing Su Cheng wants to see. Moreover, he has other considerations for the wolf-ear tribe. Chun nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. As for Flint, Su Cheng didn't plan to worry about it too much for the time being. Besides the spearheads he had made, he still had 7 or 8 pieces left, which he could use to make some more useful tools later. One must eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. There's no rush. What he really needs to consider now is whether, after this successful hunt of the wild boar, he can achieve his expectations and truly gain a foothold in the cat-ear tribe. Chapter 30 Name. Before we knew it, it was already afternoon. The return trip took more than 2 hours longer than the way there. After all, it was a wild boar weighing nearly 300 pounds, and it was all carried back by manpower. Su Chengdu had to admire Shi Yu and her team. Along the way, the 6 people took turns, and by the time they returned to camp, everyone was exhausted and covered in sweat. The moment the wild boar carcass was thrown heavily to the ground, the entire camp seemed to be suddenly put on pause. In fact, as soon as Shi Yu and the others entered the camp, the cat-eared girls who were still working were all stunned. Knowing that the hunting team was going to hunt wild boar today, and actually seeing them bring the wild boar back, were 2 completely different things. The plump wild boar was right in front of them, and all the cat-eared girls seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Some dropped the berries in their hands, some slashed the animal hide with a knife, and the cat-eared girl closest to them moved her lips, her eyes filled with fear. She finally came to her senses and uttered a single word in a trembling voice. Pig. The next moment, she screamed excitedly. It's a wild boar. It really is a wild boar. That shout seemed to ignite the entire camp. The cat-eared girls instantly erupted in excitement, dropping everything they were doing and rushing forward to surround Shi Yu and the others. They cheered excitedly, praising Shi Yu and the others for actually doing it, and then quickly went to get water and berries, asking if they were hurt. Exhausted, Shi Yu and the others sat on the ground, panting heavily against the wild boar carcass. A tribesman handed them water, which they drank down, then took a bite of a berry. The sweet juice burst in their mouths, and smiles spread across their faces. We did it. We really succeeded. Fire was the first to raise her head and shout a victory cry. Soon, almost all the cat-eared girls followed suit. Meow. Cheers soared into the sky, seemingly dispelling even the dark clouds. A ray of bright sunlight shone down, illuminating the camp and the group of innocent and excited animal-eared girls. Outside the crowd, Su Cheng looked at Chun beside him and teased her with a smile. Why aren't you happy at all? Shouldn't you be smiling at a time like this? Chun replied calmly, I've already laughed. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. How come I didn't see it? Chun countered. Why should I show it to you? Su Cheng stroked his chin and suddenly laughed. Don't forget, I won our bet. Chun fell silent. What was bound to happen had finally happened. She took a deep breath and finally accepted reality. I'll listen to you from now on. Su Cheng immediately said, then give me a smile first. Chun looked at him coldly. I thought you would want to touch my ear. Su Cheng chuckled. That's not impossible. You can choose one. After a moment, the aloof bunny-eared girl finally let out a long breath. She looked at Su Cheng and gently curled the corners of her lips. Sunlight fell on her face, as if melting away the frost and revealing the radiant flowers hidden within. The chill lingered around her, making her all the more captivating. She possessed a captivating allure tinged with innocence, a gentle beauty concealing a resilient spirit. Su Cheng was momentarily lost in thought, and Chun felt an urge to make a move because of his gaze. Fortunately, 2 uninvited guests interrupted them at that moment. Wow, Chun, your smile is so beautiful. Lin jumped onto Su Cheng's back, smiling sweetly and adorably. She had just learned that the hunting team had brought back wild boar and had rushed back from the berry-picking forest, just in time to see Su Cheng teasing Chun. Luo also hugged Su Cheng's arm, her eyes full of admiration. Cheng, you're amazing. Su Cheng rubbed Luo's head and laughed. The ones who are really strong are Shi Yu and the others. I can't beat a wild boar. Lin said, Cheng is amazing too. I need to go tell my mother right away so they can be happy too. Su Cheng asked, somewhat puzzled. Aren't they at the camp? To be honest, he rarely saw those older cat-eared girls that Lin had mentioned in the camp. Lin grinned and glanced at Chun. The 2 seemed to confirm each other's intentions before speaking. Mother and the others live in the cave behind the mountain. Chun added, that's where the cat-ear tribe stores their food. It's normal that you don't know since you're new here. Lin laughed excitedly. Now you can know, okay? Su Cheng instantly understood. It seemed that only those at a sufficient level could unlock the treasure vault. After Lin finished speaking, she ran off. With the soft weight on his back gone, Su Cheng felt a little disappointed, so he turned to Chun and asked, is that cave big? How many people can live there? Chun shook her head. It's not big. It's mainly for storing food. Usually only 3 cat-eared elders live there. They are too old to do other work, so they take the initiative to look after the food. Su Cheng then asked, so, how much food do we still have stored up? Chun replied, there are 6 baskets left. Originally, these were meant to be exchanged with the Wolf Ear clan for fire, but since you brought fire, we can keep them. Su Cheng remembered that Chun had indeed mentioned this when he first arrived. He thought for a moment, then asked, do the Wolf Ear tribe have shamans? And where did their fire come from? Chun shook her head again. No. Their fire seed was obtained from the Yin 2 tribe outside the forest. The 3 tribes in this forest have always relied on exchanging fire seeds for survival. The Yin 2 clan? Su Cheng was slightly taken aback. Chun looked at him. What's wrong? Su Cheng chuckled. I thought every tribe was named after its race, like our cat-ear tribe. Chun had grown accustomed to his odd behavior. She had long since noticed that Su Cheng was ignorant of many common-sense facts about this place. So she explained, only tribes with shamans consider names. Names are also a form of deterrence, letting surrounding tribes know of the shaman's existence, so they dare not easily invade the territory, and it is also easier to attract outsiders to join. Su Cheng suddenly realized, and then laughed. It's just a name, isn't it? Just pick one yourself. Chun was speechless and silently rolled her eyes at him. A tribe without a shaman, even if it has a name, will not be respected by other tribes. It may even be attacked by other shamans, because they will feel that this is disrespectful to the shaman. Su Cheng was speechless. This place really does seem a bit unreasonable. Chapter 31 Bonfire Party. Su Cheng was speechless for a moment, then smiled and said to Chun, the so-called respect for the shaman is probably just an excuse for the shaman to attack other tribes. What they really don't want to see is the emergence of new, powerful tribes around their territory. Like the 3 tribes in this forest, because they lack shamans, they can only rely on the Yin 2 tribe for survival. The Yin 2 tribe can share the territory and resources here through fire or other means. The weaker the surrounding tribes are, the less resistance the Yin 2 tribe will encounter when they migrate and expand in the future. However, once a new shaman emerges in these 3 tribes and gradually grows stronger, the original chain of interests will be broken, and the Yin 2 tribe's control over this area will weaken. Naturally, they do not want this to happen. Chun stared at Su Cheng in astonishment. His words were not complicated, in fact, too easy to understand, which in turn filled her with a sense of dread. She remembered how the rabbit-eared tribe had once attacked another tribe, and how those beast-eared girls had been driven out of their territory and left homeless. A memory she could never forget. The chieftain's reason at the time was also disrespect for the shaman. But that tribe clearly had a shaman. It's just that Chun never thought about it too deeply back then. She asked softly, why did they do that? Su Cheng smiled and said it was nothing more than territory, resources, and many other benefits. Then, realizing he'd gone off topic, he told Chun not to overthink it. These were just guesses, not necessarily the truth. Besides, if the cat-ear tribe became powerful enough, no one would dare provoke them easily if that day ever came. The cheerful laughter of the cat-eared girls reached her ears. Watching them excitedly circling the wild boar, Chun suddenly asked, can the cat-eared tribe really become as powerful as Su Cheng described? Su Cheng answered decisively, yes. Chun was silent for a moment, then said that she might have done many wrong things in the past. Su Cheng replied that she wouldn't do them again. Chun looked up and asked why, and Su Cheng chuckled, explaining that from now on she would have to listen to him. Just then, Shiryu's clear shout once again heightened the atmosphere in the camp, slaughtering the pig. Su Cheng and Chun were both drawn to it. Lin had returned at some point, grabbed Chun's hand, and laughingly pulled her towards the center of the camp. Lin called Chun to go slaughter a pig together, then turned to ask Su Cheng if he wanted to come. Su Cheng grinned and immediately agreed, even pretending to roll up his non-existent sleeves. Luo followed behind, whispering that she would listen to Su Cheng from now on, but her words were quickly drowned out by the noise. In the center of the camp, a large wild boar had already been lifted onto a stone slab. Shiryu was sharpening her bone knife when she saw Lin, Chun, and Su Cheng arrive, so she made way for them. The cat-eared girls excitedly gathered around, their eyes gleaming with desire. They had never eaten wild boar meat before, so whether it tasted good or not was completely unimportant. Su Cheng picked up a bone knife, and Luo assisted him. The group began to bleed, skin, deb one, and cut the meat. Although it was also Su Cheng's first time doing this kind of work, his movements were quite efficient. Every part of a pig is valuable, and wild boars are no exception. Meat and offal go without saying, but even hides and bristles are usable materials. This busy work continued until evening. As the sun set, its orange-red light bathed the campsite, and Cheng and his companions finally stopped. They had processed over 100 pounds of meat, a whole hide, half a skeleton, and a pile of internal organs including pig stomach, intestines, liver, lungs, heart, kidneys, brain, and tongue, with some pig blood still remaining. As for the other odds and ends, Cheng gathered them up, packed them up, and hid them away. He was afraid that if he threw them away directly, these cat-eared girls would pick them up and eat them. The thought of that was horrible. He figured he'd keep them to use as bait for fishing on the riverbank later. Horror would probably like them. Next, Yu, along with several cat-eared girls, brought over dry grass and coarse firewood, piling them layer by layer on top of the original fire. They cleared away the thick ash, stuffed in dry lint and weeds, and quickly rekindled the embers buried underneath. Before long, the flames, fueled by the dry grass and the wind, seeped into the woodpile and burned ever brighter. The roaring fire instantly illuminated the camp and every excited face. Such large open-air bonfires are only held during times of great harvest for the tribe. For the cat-eared girls, today is undoubtedly a day worth celebrating. In the firelight, Lin and Shuriwe dragged up the other half of the wild boar carcass, cut it in half, tied it with long sticks, and placed it directly on the fire. Lin shouted, "Roast meat." The cat-eared girls immediately cheered and meowed. Some raised animal bones to tap out a rhythm, and more people couldn't help but jump around the campfire. They hopped and skipped to the rhythm, humming unfamiliar songs, their tails wagging incessantly. Flames, dance, songs, and laughter intertwined, creating an unforgettable scene. Lin also pulled the somewhat shy Laura into the crowd. The wolf-eared girl was a little uncomfortable at first, but she was quickly infected by the excitement and joined in the cheers. Cheng looked at the scene before him and was also somewhat moved. Only Chun seemed a little out of place, quietly huddled in a corner watching. Cheng could roughly guess that she was actually happy too, just not very good at expressing it, even though she looked beautiful when she smiled. Before long, the pork on the grill began to sizzle. The rich aroma of caramelized meat mixed with a hint of sweetness slowly spread, and several cat-eared girls who smelled the fragrance immediately ran over and kept turning the wooden stick holding the wild boar meat. They had never tasted modern spices, but they knew how to roast wild meat better. Gradually, the dance and singing were drawn away by the aroma of the meat, and the beast-eared girls took turns turning the sizzling, oily piece of wild boar meat. Chapter 32: The Cat-Eared Elder. Cheng crushed and ground the black pepper, mushrooms, and other spices he had found a few days ago into powder, and while the pork was roasting over the fire, he would occasionally grab a handful and sprinkle it on. Lin curiously leaned closer, staring at the powder in his hand, and asked, "Cheng, what are you doing? What is this?" She looked down and smelled it, and was immediately choked so badly that she sneezed several times, her eyes welling up with tears. "Ugh, it smells awful." Luo, standing nearby, paid no attention to any of this. She was staring at the grilled meat, drooling. More than dancing and singing, her needs were always simple and direct, to eat her fill. Cheng was amused by Lin and explained, "These are called spices. They make the meat taste better when sprinkled on it." Lin rubbed her nose and pouted. "I don't believe you." Cheng deliberately said, "Then don't ask me for it later." Lin immediately shook her head and laughed. "Humph, I want it. I want it." Seeing that the roasted meat was almost ready, she pulled Luo out of the crowd to get some berries to share with the tribe later. Cheng could still hear Luo's earnest and happy voice. "Lin, I want to share more with Cheng. I picked a lot of fruit today." Lin reminded her not to only think about Cheng, but Luo said seriously, "But I want Cheng to be full." Lin then said there was still meat, and Cheng could eat more meat. Luo immediately retorted, "Cheng doesn't like to eat meat." Cheng was speechless. The first person said he liked to eat grass, and this person said he didn't like to eat meat. It was truly absurd. After roasting for nearly an hour and a half, the two halves of wild boar meat were finally carried down. Lin and Shuriwe were in charge of cutting the meat, while Cheng sprinkled spices on each piece. After dividing the meat into more than 20 pieces, he used up most of the spices he had painstakingly saved up in an instant. After the meat was divided, Cheng randomly found a place to sit down in the crowd. Luo followed closely behind and skillfully plopped down in her designated spot. Cheng looked at the charred pork belly in his hand. The animal fat sizzled and smelled delicious from the fire, and the wild aroma of the meat wafted over him. He sprinkled on some homemade mixed seasoning powder, then took a big bite. The outer layer was roasted until it was somewhat hard and had a charcoal-like aroma. When you bite into it, hot, slightly salty, and fishy-smelling blood seeps out of the meat. To be honest, for Su Cheng, a modern man, this taste wasn't very appealing. However, the numbing and spicy flavor of the spice powder somewhat masked the fishy and greasy taste, barely covering up most of the flaws. But for cat-eared girls, this is already a rare delicacy. They tore into the roasted meat, sprinkled it with spice powder, their eyes shining, growing more and more excited with each bite. Once their tongues were filled with the numbing spiciness, it was no longer the monotonous heat and greasiness of the past. Lin was the first to exclaim, "Wow, this is delicious." She stuck out her tongue while eagerly taking another bite. Other cat-eared girls also chimed in. "The meat is really delicious today. I saw it. It's the ingredients that make the meat taste better." "Meow, my tongue feels numb, but the taste is much better than before." Exclamations of surprise rose and fell, and Lin even ran straight to Su Cheng, her eyes full of anticipation. "Okay, I want more." The cat-eared girls behind them also shouted. "Okay, we want some too. It's so delicious, Meow. Give us a little more." Su Cheng knew that he probably wouldn't be able to keep the little spices he had left. However, there were still plenty left in the forest, and once they tasted their benefits, he would be more motivated to gather them in the future. Luo was never careless when it came to eating meat. Su Cheng had only taken a few bites when her portion was completely gone. At this moment, she tilted her little head up, looking at Su Cheng with longing eyes. There was still some shiny lard on the corner of her mouth, which she licked clean with her little tongue. Su Cheng sighed helplessly, tore the meat in his hand in half, and held it to her mouth. "Eat up, eat more meat, so you can gain weight." While chewing on the meat, Luo mumbled, "I've gotten a little fatter." She blinked, then turned around, gently nudged Su Cheng's chest with her head, and said earnestly, "I'll be good, Cheng." Su Cheng smiled and touched her, feeling that the training of the wolf-eared girl had taken another step forward. The celebration was still going on after dinner. Lin suddenly ran to Su Cheng's side and pulled him to the fire with a grin. The beast-eared girls sat on the ground, staring at him with wide eyes, their gazes filled with admiration and anticipation, as if they were waiting for something important to happen. Lin said mysteriously, "Okay, wait here for a moment." After saying that, she laughed and ran away. The firewood was still crackling and burning in the fire. Not long after, footsteps sounded from the south of the camp. Several figures slowly approached from beyond the firelight. Lin was walking at the front, her steps light and lively. The three people following behind her were noticeably more composed, one of them even using a wooden cane. The firelight illuminated their faces, and three elderly cat-eared girls appeared before everyone. They looked to be around 50 or 60 years old, with gray hair and thin figures, but their eyes shone exceptionally brightly. In this era, living to such an age is no easy feat. Moreover, they have survived several life-or-death calamities, including extreme winters. Su Cheng could also sense that their bodies were nearing their end. As soon as the three cat-eared elders appeared, the cat-eared girls around them immediately stood up, their faces full of joy. "Mother." The three elders smiled kindly and gently asked the children to sit down. They carefully examined each cat-eared girl. They were children they had watched grow up, the last hope of the tribe they had fought so hard to protect. Lin jumped up to Su Cheng, pulled him over, and then introduced him to everyone. "Okay, this is our mother, first mother, second mother, and third mother." Su Cheng nodded respectfully. "Hello." He remembered that it was this very old woman who had chosen to believe in him. Looking at the kind, old woman before him, Su Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The three elders looked Su Cheng up and down, then exchanged glances and nodded silently. The eldest mother stepped forward, looked at Su Cheng earnestly, and smiled kindly. "Child, we've heard about you. Your name is Su Cheng, right?" Su Cheng nodded. The great mother smiled with satisfaction and said slowly, "Child, you have given us hope, and you have given the cat-ear tribe hope as well. Lin told me everything about you. You brought fire to dispel the cold for us. You have found the herbs that will free us from the fear of fever. Now, you have also taught our children how to hunt wild beasts." Chapter 33, Becoming a Witch. The elder cat-eared voice was aged, yet carried the strength accumulated over many years. At this moment, all the cat-eared girls sat quietly, looking up at the relative who had raised them. The great mother's gaze swept across everyone's faces, passing over Chun, passing over Luo, and finally settling on Su Cheng. She took a deep breath, as if finally making a decision, her eyes resolute, yet filled with deep anticipation. She spoke slowly. Child, if you are willing, from now on you will be the shaman of our cat-eared tribe. All the cat-eared people in the tribe will obey your commands. After a brief silence, she continued. If you wish, any one of these young cat-eared people can reproduce for you. Every word crashed against Su Cheng's heart like a wave. He had imagined gaining the trust of the cat-eared tribe, and even becoming a revered shaman one day, but he never expected that day to come so soon. He didn't know the procedures for selecting shamans in other tribes, but entrusting the entire tribe to someone else meant he couldn't make a decision lightly. A shaman wasn't someone who could be appointed with just a few words. It represented the trust of all the tribe members and the entrustment of their lives. Su Cheng was naturally delighted. Having only been in the cat-eared tribe for a few days, he had already achieved the greatest value for himself through his skills in everything from starting fires to treating fevers and teaching hunting techniques, skills that could change the tribe's fate. It's done. However, when Su Cheng heard about procreation, the cat-eared girls weren't as excited as he had imagined. No wonder novels are all lies. The idea that in primitive societies, tribal girls would fight over them is simply a myth. However, Luo's reaction was quite obvious. Her eyes were eager, and her cheeks were flushed, making her look exceptionally cute. Su Cheng sighed inwardly, thinking that his own pets were indeed the best. In the corner, Chun watched everything silently with her arms crossed. She seemed to have already guessed the outcome, and her face remained expressionless. After the Great Mother finished speaking, she waited quietly for Su Cheng's response. But the cat-eared girls around them had already widened their eyes and instantly erupted in chaos. What is Mother saying? Is Cheng going to become our witch? Wow, really? Cheng is a witch. We have a witch. We'll have a witch now, meow. They seemed never to have imagined that Su Cheng would refuse, and cheered immediately. Lin excitedly threw herself at Su Cheng, pressing her whole body against him. She never expected that the women would make such a decision, placing all the hopes for the tribe's future on Su Cheng. Lin happily said, Okay, that's great. From now on, you'll be our witch, and I'll listen to you just like Chun does. The eldest mother did not join in the cheers, but simply watched Su Cheng quietly. After a long while, she asked again, Child, what have you decided? Su Cheng didn't hesitate any longer. I'm willing. At that moment, the surrounding noise seemed to stop. The three cat-eared elders breathed a sigh of relief, and the Great Mother's voice trembled slightly, filled with boundless gratitude. Child, we are sorry to entrust this responsibility to you, but we don't have much time left. These children need you. They need you to become the witch and help them live. Her words were full of apology and guilt over her second promise. She hadn't intended to deceive them. Their true wish was simply for these children to survive. Seeing that the old woman was about to kneel down, Su Cheng quickly stepped forward and supported her. He took a deep breath and solemnly said, I will let them live well. Then, the elder woman raised her cane and struck it forcefully against the fire beside her. Sparks flew instantly, attracting everyone's attention. She announced loudly, Children, from this day forward, Su Cheng is your sorcerer. Although you have never followed a sorcerer before, you must remember that he will be the person you respect most, and you must not be disrespectful to him. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cat-eared girls stopped their noisy chatter and looked at Su Cheng. Recalling the etiquette their mother had taught them, they respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground, their voices in unison and devout. Witch, Lin also knelt down, her joy tinged with adoration. The unified shouts echoed throughout the camp, leaving Su Cheng somewhat at a loss. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had been worshipped like this. At this moment, the eldest mother spoke again. Lin, from now on, you will be responsible for taking care of the witch's life. Remember, you can't be naughty anymore. Lin raised her head and obediently replied, Okay, mother. She then secretly gave Su Cheng a playful smile. Then, the Great Mother took something from another elder behind her and respectfully handed it to Su Cheng. Witch, this is a sacred object passed down through generations of our cat-eared tribe. Now, it is handed over to you. Su Cheng took it without hesitation, only to find that it was rather heavy. It was a dark gray stone about the size of 2 palms, and it looked strange no matter how you looked at it. He scanned it immediately, and his eyes lit up. This is actually a piece of meteorite iron. Su Cheng accepted the meteorite iron, his lips twitching involuntarily. If he had known earlier that the cat-ear tribe possessed such a valuable item, he would never have needed to use a flint spear to deal with wild boars. In this era, meteorite iron can be described as the metal of the gods. It is composed of a natural iron-nickel alloy, and its lethality, strength, toughness, and impact resistance are far superior to those of ordinary stones. Great stuff, absolutely great stuff. Su Cheng liked it more and more as he looked at it. It was no exaggeration to say that this thing was regarded as a sacred object. Soon after, the three cat-eared elders left. The cat-eared women then raised their heads, looking at Su Cheng with some trepidation. Just as their great-grandmother had said, they had never followed a shaman before and were completely unsure of what to do. Su Cheng was somewhat helpless, so he could only smile and wave his hand. Get up, everyone, and continue sitting. Now that I'm a shaman, I might as well have a chat with you. The cat-eared girls immediately sat up obediently. Okay, meow. Which, we're all seated. Tell us what your orders are. Lin had just returned from seeing her mother off when she saw the clansmen gathered respectfully around Su Cheng, waiting for him to speak. She quickly ran over, grinning as she sat down next to Su Cheng. She said softly, "Which, Mother just said that I'll be in charge of taking care of you from now on." If it weren't for the presence of her clansmen and her mother's instructions, Lin would have preferred to call him by his name directly, because in her heart, that would feel more intimate. Chapter 34. The First Meeting. This time, Luo didn't sit directly in Su Cheng's lap as usual. Instead, she stayed quietly with the tribespeople, but her eyes were still full of admiration when she looked at Su Cheng. She was different from the people of the cat-ear tribe. Her original tribe had once had a shaman, but that shaman had never spoken to her, and probably hadn't even looked at her directly. In Luo's memory, the shaman was always high above, living in the largest tent and eating the best food. She could only lie on the ground far away, secretly looking up at the person revered by the entire tribe through her fingers. Now, Su Cheng has also become a shaman. Luo has never been so close to a shaman before, but she also understands that shamans need to be respected, and she cannot be willful in front of her people. It would be bad if everyone disrespected the witch because of this. Su Cheng is everyone's witch, not just hers. But that's okay. It's enough for her to belong to Su Cheng alone. The campfire gradually died down, its light reflecting on every expectant face. Su Cheng let out a long breath and looked at Lin, asking, "Lin, is everyone here?" Lin looked around and quickly nodded. Such a large bonfire event naturally wouldn't be missed. Su Cheng silently counted in his mind and finally figured out the exact number of people in the tribe. Excluding the three cat-eared elders, including himself, there were only 23 people in total. This number was indeed not large. Su Cheng then asked, "How are the work arrangements usually made among the clansmen?" Lin had always been in charge of these tasks, so she knew very well and immediately replied, "There are 7 people hunting, 5 gathering berries, 5 collecting branches and hay, and the remaining 5 are responsible for fetching water and other odd jobs." After listening, Su Cheng had a general idea of what was going on. Since the new plan hadn't been finalized yet, there was no need to adjust the personnel allocation arbitrarily for the time being. Tonight, he just wanted to take this opportunity to talk to these beast-eared girls about the issues that needed to be addressed at the moment. After a moment's thought, Su Cheng began, "It's too late now, so I'll start by saying a few simple things. I hope you will listen carefully and strictly follow my orders. This is my first test for you as a shaman." He paused for a moment, then added, "I will reward those who do well with food." Su Cheng's expression was very serious. What he was about to say was not complicated in his eyes, but for the natives of this era, it meant changing their lifestyle for more than 10 or even 20 years. Starting anything is difficult, and words alone are not enough. Offering rewards at this stage is crucial to motivating them. Sure enough, as soon as they heard about the extra food reward, all the cat girls' ears perked up immediately, and they listened very attentively. Su Cheng continued, "First, let's talk about food and drink. From today onwards, all meat you eat must be cooked thoroughly, and all water you drink must be boiled. In addition, I will teach you how to filter water. Everyone must learn this. No one is allowed to be lazy." As soon as she finished speaking, the cat-eared girls looked puzzled. They understood that the meat needed to be cooked, but why did the water also need to be boiled? And what was the point of filtering the water? They couldn't keep their questions to themselves, and soon someone asked them, What is water filtration? Why do we need to boil water before drinking it? We used to drink the water we fetched directly. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to boil it? And the boiled water is very hot, so you have to wait for it to cool down before you can drink it." The cat-eared girls bombarded him with questions, which pleased Su Cheng. Rather than asking nothing, he preferred that they take the initiative to understand the reasons. If a tribe only mechanically follows orders without seeking knowledge and thinking, it will be difficult for it to truly develop in the future. So Su Cheng patiently explained, "Filtering water is about making it cleaner. It's the same principle as when you occasionally wash dirty meat with water. The water you take from the riverbank or the pools at the foot of the mountain is not actually clean. Drinking it directly for a long time will make you weaker and more susceptible to illness. He explained as bluntly as possible. For example, stomach aches, bloating, vomiting, or even typhoid fever or other illnesses. In short, you'll feel very uncomfortable. But if you filter the water and then boil it before drinking, you'll experience far fewer of these illnesses. The cat-eared girls all stared wide-eyed, as if they had heard some incredible secret. I never knew you could get a fever from drinking water. Several cat-eared girls were so frightened that their tails stood on end. Recalling previous incidents, someone quickly exclaimed in surprise. It seems that's really the case. The shaman was right. People used to often have stomach aches and vomit for no reason, which turned out to be because they drank dirty water. Agua, was your previous fever caused by drinking dirty water? I think so. What the witch said must be true. Agua, the cat-eared girl who had been treated by Su Cheng before, now completely trusts him and believes almost everything he says. Su Cheng was speechless. At least he was certain that Agua's cold was mostly caused by her own messing around, and had little to do with the dirty water. However, he didn't specifically expose it, but simply emphasized again. In short, from now on, all water should be filtered before boiling and drinking. Meat and berries should also be washed. This will definitely increase the workload of fetching water and processing food, but health and convenience cannot be completely balanced. Su Cheng cannot do everything at the moment, so he can only start by changing the most important things. Of course, to help his people adapt to their new life more quickly, he also had to solve the problem of tools. For example, wooden buckets to improve water collection efficiency, and clay vessels for boiling water. The same applies to hunting. It's not enough to simply have a spear and kill a wild boar. There's much more to teach them. After considering each point, Su Cheng became even more certain that he needed to develop a complete plan. However, in his mind, the most important thing at the moment was still hunting. The tribe needed a continuous and stable supply of food while minimizing casualties. Only in this way could everyone have a basic sense of security. Looking further ahead, the ultimate outcome of hunting will inevitably be domestication. It's just that now is not the time. After learning that dirty water could cause various diseases, the cat-eared girls briefly stirred, but quickly quieted down again. Because they already knew the reason and the solution. More importantly, they had Su Cheng, the shaman, by their side. This panic came quickly and disappeared just as fast. In its place came an unprecedented sense of security. The witch is so clever, it seems like she knows everything. These cat-eared girls, who had survived alone for over a decade, were experiencing for the first time what it felt like to have a shaman by their side. That indescribable sense of security was quietly taking root in their hearts, slowly transforming into deeper trust and reliance. Their eyes were bright as they continued to listen attentively to Su Cheng. Su Cheng paused for a moment, then brought up another issue. Also, there's the problem of everyone's excrement. Well, that is, the thing where you guys run outside the camp, grab some leaves and dry grass, and just squat down anywhere to relieve yourselves. He spoke as simply as possible so that everyone could understand. This must also be changed. Chapter 35 Disrespect for Witches is prohibited. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in another uproar. The cat-eared girls hadn't expected even this to change. This time, however, only Lin raised a question. The others were completely at a loss for what to ask and could only crane their necks, waiting for Su Cheng's explanation. Lin asked curiously, "Which, is there a problem with this too?" Su Cheng nodded and told them that those things could be called excrement or feces, and that they contained a lot of invisible filth, such as bacteria, parasite eggs, and pathogens. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. Just know that feces were many times dirtier than dirty water. If excrement is not properly managed, it will contaminate campsites and water sources, causing illness. Even more problematic, flies and mosquitoes commonly found on feces can carry this filth onto people, further spreading disease. The cat-eared girls were immediately in an uproar. They had never imagined that their usual, careless excrement could become a cause of illness. Water was dirty, meat was dirty, and now even excrement was so terrifying. They felt as if they were surrounded by disease. Someone asked nervously, what should we do?" Others quickly chimed in. "Meow, we'll do as you say. After all, being sick is too painful and can even lead to death. No one wants to go through that kind of suffering." Su Cheng looked at them, their fur standing on end in fear, and couldn't help but want to laugh. He reassured them that they had lived here for so long without experiencing a serious outbreak of infection, which meant they were physically strong. As long as we follow his instructions and pay attention to hygiene, we don't need to worry too much about getting sick. After saying that, Cheng pointed to the west side of the camp and told everyone to go to the woods to relieve themselves there starting tomorrow. He would designate a special area that couldn't be too close to the camp. Before each bowel movement, a small pit must be dug, and the feces must be buried in the soil afterward. Furthermore, for safety reasons, no one is allowed to go alone. Everyone must go in a group. The cat-eared girls nodded, indicating they understood. Some thought it wasn't too troublesome, while others simply said, "Just listen to the shaman." Cheng finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Eating, drinking, and relieving oneself were unavoidable issues in primitive times. Novels rarely describe them, but only by seeing them firsthand can one truly understand how filthy and chaotic it was. There were no ethereal fairies here. Everyone was just an ordinary being who ate and excreted. Since their survival was at stake, the cat-eared girls listened with utmost attention. Cheng raised his hand to quiet them down, then continued, "If the tribe wants to become strong, it can't rely on him alone. It needs everyone's collective effort. They must learn what he teaches and truly put it into practice. He'll likely give lessons every night from now on. Tonight's lesson on water and excrement is just the basics. Later, he'll teach hunting methods, herb gathering, identifying spices and plants, making fire, making clothes, building houses, and other skills. He hopes everyone will learn diligently and work together to make the tribe stronger." Upon hearing this, almost all the cat-eared girls were stunned. After a long while, Huir, who was sitting at the front, nervously asked, "Can we all learn this?" Cheng countered, "Why not?" Huir whispered that they had heard their mother say that shamans in other tribes only passed on their skills to their successors. They couldn't believe they could learn it too, and were even a little uneasy, wondering if they had misheard. Cheng took a deep breath and earnestly told them that he was their shaman, and if he said it was okay, then it was okay. They could ask him any questions they had about their studies. If he wasn't there, they could ask Lin or Chan. He would teach them some things first, and then they could teach the others. Lin was flattered and overjoyed, wagging her tail and her eyes shining brightly. Chun appeared calm, but her perky ears betrayed her. She listened intently, not daring to miss a single word Cheng said. Chun knew very well that if she had stayed with the rabbit-eared clan, she might never have learned this knowledge in her entire life. But this shaman she had taken in was now willing to teach her skills to everyone, something that probably no one would believe if they heard it out loud. Cheng added, "Also, you don't have to call me Wu in private, just call me by my name." The cat-eared women looked at each other and shook their heads. One of them said seriously, "Mother said we must not disrespect the witch." This time, Cheng didn't insist. Even the naming of their tribe was influenced by the shaman. This reverence was difficult to change in a short time. Of course, reverence had its advantages. At least they would take his orders more seriously. Looking into the pairs of clear, innocent eyes before him, Cheng suddenly thought of a sentence. "Oh dear, you've really put me in a difficult position." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. It felt somewhat like the act of a truly rustic emperor. He waved his hand and said that's all for today. Starting tomorrow, he hoped everyone would do as he said and make changes little by little. Now he would go back and rest. The cat-eared girls stood up and scattered, giggling. Even from a distance, their excited voices could be heard. The witch said that if we listen to him, we can eat more meat. Did you remember what the witch said? Of course, meow. We'll work hard for more meat. The laughter gradually faded away, and soon only Luo, Chun, and Lin remained by the fire. Cheng stood up and waved to the others. "Let's go back too." Luo smiled and agreed. Lin followed happily, while Chun walked silently behind. Under the night sky, streaks of fire lit up the dim camp. The four of them slowly moved eastward, their shadows elongated by the firelight and gradually overlapping. Luo held Cheng's hand tightly, tilted her head back, her eyebrows curved, and her eyes seemed to hold starlight. Lin was always busy, bouncing around Cheng one moment and running to Chun's side the next, still full of energy. Chun deliberately slowed down, quietly watching Cheng's back before catching up after a long while. She turned her head and asked softly, "Wu Cheng, what you just said, is it all true?" Cheng turned around and grinned. "Of course it's true." Luo immediately chimed in, "I believe Cheng. What Cheng said must be true." Chapter 36, The Human Race. Hearing their conversation, the lively Lin stopped and couldn't help but exclaim, "So the water we've been drinking all this time isn't clean, No wonder I've had stomach aches so many times. Su Cheng wanted to remind her that she had been ignoring the silt and sand that had sunk to the bottom of the water all along, but he didn't say it aloud. Lin patted her tummy and suddenly chuckled. Cheng, you know so much. Chun finally couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer and asked the question she had wanted to ask for a long time. Cheng, what race do you come from? Su Cheng gave her a very special feeling. Chun had met many people from various tribes, even the shamans, but none of them had the same inexplicable aura as Su Cheng. Seeing the three people's curious gazes, Su Cheng grinned and replied, Human race. What kind of race is the human race? The three were completely confused. Chun shook her head. Never heard of it. Lin then asked, was your original tribe very far from here? Su Cheng thought for a moment, then smiled somewhat helplessly. It shouldn't be close. If this were still Earth, it would probably be tens of thousands of years away. What does tens of thousands of years mean? Chun was even more confused. Su Cheng shrugged. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it now. You'll gradually understand as you learn more in the future. Chun immediately clenched her fists. Are you saying I'm stupid? No. Su Cheng was speechless for a moment. How did you come to this conclusion? The bunny-eared girl's way of thinking can be really strange sometimes. Chun simply turned her face away, not wanting to pay any more attention to her. Lin hugged Chun with a smile. No matter what race Chun comes from, he is now the shaman of our cat-ear tribe. Back at the eastern camp, Chun silently brought firewood and hay, and after working by the ashes for a while, quickly rekindled the fire. The clumsy girl didn't want to talk to the clever Su Cheng for the time being. Luo ran towards Su Cheng's tent, but before she had gone far, Lin grabbed her by the tail from behind. Lin said seriously, Luo, Cheng is a witch now. He has a lot of things to do, and he'll be very tired. You can't just sneak into his tent anymore, okay? These words struck a chord with both of them instantly. Su Cheng opened his mouth, but all he could think was, do you believe he'll resign right now? This is just too much. Luo opened her eyes wide, looked at Lin, then at Su Cheng, and finally nodded obediently. She was very sensible and knew that Lin was right. Lin took Luo's hand and said with a smile, from now on, you can sleep with me, and we'll take care of Cheng together. Luo gave a soft then turned back to look at Su Cheng, her face full of reluctance. After they returned to their tent, Su Cheng slumped back to his own den. Lying on the dry grass, his arms were empty, his comfortable little pillow was gone, and he had no one to complain to. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Just like Lin said, things will only get worse starting tomorrow. Chun stayed by the fire until midnight before crawling back into her tent. The campsite fell completely quiet, with only the autumn wind blowing softly through the woods, mixed with the chirping of insects and birds. After an unknown amount of time, a dark shadow suddenly flashed across the camp under the moonlight. Su Cheng, who wasn't quite asleep yet, felt a weight on him as a petite figure quickly snuggled into his arms. In the darkness, a pair of bright, sparkling eyes darted around, which was strangely a little frightening. Su Cheng reached out and hugged her. The familiar soft touch made him instinctively hug her tighter. Luo, why did you come here again? Luo buried her head in his chest and whispered, I want to sleep with Cheng. Good. Su Cheng smiled and agreed. Luo's tail was wrapped tightly around his wrist, her small body trembling slightly, as if afraid of being taken away again at any moment. However, less than 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside the tent again. Lin rubbed her sleepy eyes, ducked in, and said while yawning, Luo, why are you here again? Don't disturb Cheng's sleep. After saying that, she picked Luo up and whispered to Su Cheng, Cheng, you should rest well. Su Cheng fell silent. His little darling was gone again, and he felt as if he had lost the whole world. What's even more absurd is that after all this commotion, his drowsiness completely disappeared, and he actually felt energetic. Now I'm forced to work overtime. Su Cheng stared at the dark tent ceiling and began to think about tomorrow's plans. The next day, birds and beasts cried out, all things revived, and gentle sunlight illuminated half the sky. Su Cheng woke up from his sleep, sat up and stretched. Today is another day filled with 70,000. Thinking about the online game he used to love, which he probably would never play again in his life, he felt a little regretful. The former adventurer had now become a survivor. Cheng, are you awake? A familiar voice came from behind. Su Cheng looked up and saw Lin carrying a new animal skin dress and a bamboo tube for holding water, while Luo was holding a few berries. They entered the tent one after the other. Luo Guai handed over some berries. Okay, have some fruit. Lin also said, Luo said you like to wash your mouth with water in the morning, so I got you some water. Also, change your clothes. These are new ones I just got from Fufu. The two women helped Su Cheng wash up, eat fruit, and change into new clothes, making Su Cheng feel a little uncomfortable. He had never been taken care of like this by girls before, and felt like a wealthy landowner enjoying himself. After changing her clothes, Luo munched on the remaining fruit. Lin smiled and asked, Cheng asked me to ask you if you're going hunting today? Sure, you and the others are training and should be waiting for you. Go. Su Cheng nodded. We haven't finished teaching everything yet. It'll probably take a while. Lin said, then we'll wait for you to come back. Luo and I are going out later too. Su Cheng nodded and patted Luo's head again. I should be back a little earlier today. I'll show you around the spice plants then. If we come across any berries while we're picking them, we can bring them back with us. Lin immediately perked up. Okay, meow. She was still thinking about the barbecue from last night. The numbing and spicy flavor made her want to lick her fingers clean. As Su Cheng stepped out of the tent, he saw Shiryu and the others wielding spears in the distance. Chun, who was supervising the training, noticed him approaching out of the corner of her eye and signaled for everyone to stop. Chapter 37 Hunting and Domestication. Are we going hunting together again today? Shiryu and the others excitedly surrounded Su Cheng as soon as they saw him. They were already prepared, and were even thinking that if they could hunt another wild boar, they wouldn't have to worry about meat for the next few days. Su Cheng chuckled. There weren't that many wild boars waiting for them to kill. He said, I'll probably accompany you hunting again these next few days, but it'll be a little later today. You two come with me to the west side of the camp first. Mark out the area for urination, and remember to bring some wood to mark it with nails so the tribe can easily distinguish it. The job wasn't complicated, and it didn't need to be very neat. Su Cheng estimated the distance, found a suitable grove, and then had the men get to work. They nailed the wood together in a row, then wrapped it with vines to make a simple fence. They enclosed sections in the east, west, south, and north, and soon separated an area. In this way, the tribespeople can recognize the area without having to travel too far and avoid encountering danger in the forest. It is sufficient as a temporary sanitation site. After finishing his work, Su Cheng brushed the dirt off his hands and said to them, Next, come with me to find some branches. Today I'll teach you about hunting traps. Upon hearing that they could learn new hunting methods, the cat-eared girls jumped for joy. Haru also clearly became interested, her eyes immediately focusing. Su Cheng first explained to them the general classification of traps. According to size, traps can be divided into small, medium, and large. Small traps are mainly used to catch prey such as rabbits, mice, and birds. Medium-sized traps can target deer, jackals, goats, and foxes, and large traps are used to catch mammoths, bison, and even lions and tigers. To give them a basic understanding, Su Cheng started by explaining the simplest lasso and continued to the more powerful spiked pit. When the cat-eared girls heard that even lions and tigers could be hunted in spiked traps, they stared in astonishment. They had never imagined that hunting could be done this way. Chun suddenly asked, Then why didn't you use a trap when hunting wild boar yesterday? Su Cheng shook his head and said, It's not suitable. Medium and large traps require a lot of manpower, and our tools are not good enough right now, so it will take even more time. In addition, wild boars can root in the ground and are good at jumping, so the traps may not achieve the desired effect, which is why I gave up. Seeing Chun's eager eyes, Su Cheng continued, Hunting isn't a fixed method. We need to choose the most suitable approach based on different situations, different wild animals, and our own abilities. However, next time you encounter a wild boar, you can try using a trap. As they spoke, the group arrived at the place where branches and firewood were usually stored. Su Cheng searched for a while and quickly picked out more than 10 branches about the thickness of a thumb. He picked up a bone knife and began to trim the branch as he explained. To deal with small to medium-sized wild animals, you don't need very thick spikes. Something about the thickness of a finger is enough. Break it into roughly the same length, sharpen both ends, and you're done. The cat-eared girls agreed in unison and immediately followed his example. Before long, they had tied the sharpened thorns together with vines, then left the camp and headed towards the hunting grounds. On the way, Su Cheng continued to talk about the habits of wild animals in the forest in order to help them broaden their thinking and establish new hunting concepts. This knowledge is very important for cat girls because it relates to whether they can survive more stably in the future. Su Cheng asked, Have you always thought that hunting is about going out to find wild animals, fighting them, killing them, and bringing back meat? The cat-eared girls tilted their heads, not quite understanding his meaning. In their view, if they didn't go out hunting, would wild beasts just come to them? Someone whispered. We've always done it this way, meow. Others chimed in. Isn't this the same for other tribes? Some people couldn't help but ask. Is there any other way? Looking at their confused yet expectant expressions, Cheng smiled and said, It's not that it's more powerful, it's just another way to obtain food. If we combine the methods of hunting, we can roughly divide them into two categories. He paused for a moment, then clearly stated, hunting and domestication. Outdoor hunting is going out to hunt. Domestication, on the other hand, is about keeping wild animals under our noses and slaughtering them for meat once they have grown up. Of course, this is just a broad category, and there are more specific methods within it. Let's talk about outdoor hunting first. At this point, Cheng looked at the adorable cat-eared girls, then at Chun with a serious expression, and asked, So, can you understand? Some people shook their heads, some nodded and shook their heads at the same time, and Chun gave a soft Cheng wasn't surprised. They weren't stupid, they were just limited by the times and lacked awareness. So he never put himself on a pedestal, but tried his best to integrate into their lives and help them find ways to survive. If he were to run into the wild alone, even with modern knowledge, he probably wouldn't survive long. After all, this isn't civilized society. A moment's carelessness could lead to his death in the jaws of wild animals. He pulled himself together and continued. Outward hunting, as the name suggests, means actively going out to find wild animals and then hunting them. We can call it active acquisition. In contrast, there is another type called passive acquisition. This brings us to the traps we just mentioned. The purpose of traps is to passively acquire prey for us. You've probably seen rabbit burrows, gopher burrows, and pheasant nests in the forest, as well as some small animals with fixed routes and obvious habits, such as squirrels, hedgehogs, and badgers. Cheng looked at Chun and asked, You rabbits are good at tracking, so you must have noticed that many small animals like to move back and forth along fixed routes, right? Chun nodded. Yes, I've taught Shuriwe and the others this experience as well. Shuryu and the others quickly added that they usually caught these wild animals by simply lying in wait and spotting them in the forest. Some even laughed, saying the smaller animals were too stupid to even know to take a different route. Some people also mentioned gopher burrows, saying they had seen quite a few, but they were difficult to catch. Cheng laughed and said, You all said that when encountering these kinds of wild animals, all we need to do is lie in wait. So if we replace the people lying in wait with traps, and let the traps catch them for us, wouldn't we be able to save manpower and do other things? Chapter 38 Domestication. Traps don't need to eat or sleep. You just need to check them periodically to see if they've been triggered or damaged. It's like having another long-term, passive hunting method. Cheng spoke very frankly, and after hearing this, everyone opened their mouths wide, their faces showing a look of sudden realization. Of course, traps aren't all good. Cheng then reminded them that this kind of sustainable, passive trap is definitely not as good as having someone personally stake it out. Many problems could arise along the way, such as failing to trap the wild animal, the animal not even stepping on it, or the trap being too rough and being detected prematurely. Therefore, it is not true that simply setting a trap and placing it there will guarantee that you will catch your prey. You should never have that kind of idea. Chun listened intently, her mind racing. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly spoke up. Chenggu, can we do more? One failure doesn't mean all failure. Anyway, it doesn't require too much manpower or time. As long as one catches a beast, we'll be successful. Oh, Spring is right. Then all we need to do each day is check whether the trap was successfully set. The cat-eared girls immediately understood, and all looked at Chun with admiration. Cheng was also very satisfied. Intelligence and cognition are two different things. As long as the thought process was explained clearly, they learned quite quickly. Chun is right. This is what they call quantitative change leading to qualitative change. If one trap doesn't work, then increase the number to increase the chances of success. Cheng continued, What you need to do is understand the habits of different wild animals and then make appropriate traps according to the situation. There are many kinds of small traps, and I will teach you them one by one later. Chun's ears perked up immediately upon being praised, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was definitely not a silly bunny-eared girl. After discussing traps, Cheng mentioned the last method of hunting, relying on luck to find things. For example, when hunting, encountering dead animal carcasses, seashells on riverbanks, or bird eggs in trees is similar to gathering berries. If you come across them, you bring them back. That concludes the explanation of this point. Even if they don't fully understand it right away, it's alright. Once they reach the hunting grounds and make their own traps, they'll naturally grasp the concept. Practice is always more effective than just hearing theory. After digesting all this information, Chun immediately asked impatiently, what about raising them in captivity? In an instant, all the cat-eared girls perked up their ears, their expressions becoming incredibly serious. They were completely captivated, filled with excitement and anticipation. Su Cheng was naturally pleased that the students were willing to listen and learn. After thinking for a moment, he continued, domestication is also something you must learn. The tribe's continued stable development will largely depend on it. Hunting requires more than just skill, the environment also matters. The number of wild animals in a hunting area will inevitably decrease if they are hunted repeatedly. If the frequency of hunting isn't controlled and they aren't given space to survive and thrive, a forest that once had prey could easily become a wasteland. At that point, if they wanted to catch prey again, they would have to expand their hunting range and go to deeper and farther places. However, new territories often mean that other tribes are also active there. Conflicts can easily break out between the two sides over resources, sometimes even leading to large-scale battles. In the struggle for survival, casualties can become extremely high. The rules of survival in this forest are not much different from those of wild beasts fighting for territory. The cat-eared women certainly understand this. The reason they can maintain a semblance of peace with the wolf-eared tribe is because they have made concessions, and with the extreme winter approaching, no one wants to cause any more trouble over their territory. After all, the forest is still relatively rich in resources, and neither side has reached the final stage of life or death. Captivity can greatly reduce the impact of hunting. Sometimes, we even have to actively protect some wild animals to allow them to reproduce, so as to create a better hunting environment. This was a completely new concept for the cat-eared girls. They were somewhat shocked by it, yet they tried their best to understand. Su Cheng didn't stop. The most effective way now was to first instill these concepts in them. As for understanding and acceptance, that would take time. There are two types of domestication, pastoral hunting and true domestication. He explained that animal husbandry is actually a form of domestication. For example, if you find a herd of wild goats, reindeer, or bison in the forest, these animals have specific needs for their living environment, such as water, salt, and fresh pasture. Their task is to use these habits to control the herds within a certain grassland area. They help them eliminate predators and create a safer environment for them. When necessary, they burn old grass to guide the herds to new pastures, ensuring that the herds always live in an area they can control. At the same time, the tribe must protect the mothers and cubs, selectively hunting males or older individuals to ensure their continued reproduction. In this way, the tribe can utilize these herds for a long period, rather than hunting them all at once. Domestication is easier to understand. When hunting, if wild animal cubs are caught, such as wild boar, goat, or reindeer, they are neither released nor killed immediately. Instead, they are brought back to the camp and housed in shelters or fences. When gathering, they bring back plenty of grass that the cubs like to eat and raise them little by little. Wild animals raised in captivity from a young age exhibit significantly reduced aggression, even becoming docile. Slaughtering them when needed for food minimizes the risk. Once they reach breeding age, they will be paired with male animals for reproduction, and this cycle will continue, ensuring a constant supply of meat. This is the ultimate goal of domestication. After Su Cheng finished speaking in one breath, the cat-eared girls were stunned and deeply shocked. So, we're going to raise those wild animal cubs ourselves? Compared to pastoral hunting, they seemed more interested in true domestication. Chun's eyes gleamed red. Combining Su Cheng's words, she quickly grasped the key point. Raising wild animals was indeed feasible. As long as breeding was controlled, domesticated meat would be readily available. Chun said excitedly, if we raise them ourselves, we can't choose the offspring of carnivorous wild animals. Our goal is to eat meat, so those herbivorous wild animals are the most suitable. Su Cheng nodded and smiled. As expected of a rabbit-eared girl, her mind works very quickly. That's right. The most suitable animals are goats, sheep, reindeer, cattle, and wild boars. Pigs are omnivores and can eat anything, but they are not easy to raise. Wild boars are aggressive and temperamental, so it's best to find newborn piglets. These piglets are relatively docile and exhibit imprinting behavior. Simply put, they will treat the first moving object they see as their parent or another wild boar and follow and depend on it. If they are fed and tamed from a young age, they will gradually become docile and their aggression will be greatly reduced. At this point, Su Cheng suddenly chuckled. Remember the wild boar we hunted? It was a female. I wonder if there are any piglets in its den. Meow. The cat-eared girl's eyes widened instantly, and they almost simultaneously thought of the same thing, cheering excitedly. We're going to raid a wild boar's den today. Catch their babies. We'll raise them until they're big enough to eat. Although it's uncertain whether there are any piglets, taking a look wouldn't hurt. If we could catch a few and bring them home, they would be a perfect first step in our domestication experiments. Chun hurriedly urged. Then let's hurry on our way. Young animals that lose their mother don't survive long in the forest. Okay, Meow. Hurry up. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace. Chapter 39 Trap. In the deep woods, several hurried figures suddenly emerged from the other side of the bushes and brushed past Su Cheng and his group. The men were all laden with bloodied prey, moose, goats, and several roe deer. Neither side spoke. They merely exchanged a glance before going their separate ways. The wolf-eared clan had a good haul today and returned early. But what Chun and her companions cared about wasn't the prey, but the long staff in the enemy's hand. The wooden sticks were sharpened at one end, some were broken, and some were stained with blood. Clearly, the wolf-eared tribe had also begun to learn to use spear-like weapons. Chun's expression immediately turned sour. She frowned and gently bit her lip. Su Cheng didn't take it too seriously. In fact, he found it rather admirable. Sure enough, there's no shortage of clever people, no matter where you go. That tall, wolf-eared woman had only glanced at him before she'd already set her sights on that. Chun walked up to Su Cheng and said in an unhappy tone, "It seems they've learned to use spears too." Su Cheng smiled and said, "Don't be upset. All they know how to do now is the simplest wooden spike. If they want to really make it useful for hunting, they still need to explore and improve it gradually." He continued, "Knowledge dissemination is not necessarily a bad thing. We don't need to be afraid of others learning from us. We just need to continue to improve ourselves." Chun rolled her eyes at him. She understood the logic, but she was still annoyed. That big bad wolf had gotten away with it all. Next time they met, she'd definitely give him a good scolding. In order to check the wild boar habitat as soon as possible, the group did not linger on the riverbank and headed directly into the depths of the hunting area. They walked through the familiar woods, passing the spot where they had hunted the wild boar the day before. The scene of their fierce battle with Zhu Ganglai seemed to still be vivid in their minds. The cat-eared girls gripped their spears tightly, forming a fan shape to protect Su Cheng, while the most alert of them, Horror, led the way to scout ahead. Occasionally, small animals would dart through the grass, but no one paid them any attention. After traversing the area, the group finally arrived at the wild boar's original habitat. This area was already considered the middle circle of the hunting grounds, with dense trees and lush wild grass. Several patches of tall grass were flattened, clearly where the wild boars usually rolled around. Nearby, there was a huge dead tree covered with thorny vines, and the faint cries of wild boar cubs could be heard. Shiryu pricked up her ears and carefully approached the sound. She used her spear to push aside the thorns and soon found several small fleshy balls under the dead tree that had been mostly hollowed out by insects. "Found it. It's down here." Shiryu turned around and waved, and Su Cheng and the others immediately surrounded them. There were 7 piglets inside, but 2 of them had already died. This breeding nest is very well made, with soft depressions lined with twigs, dry grass, and leaves, clearly a carefully prepared den by the female wild boar. Horror reacted quickly, cutting down the surrounding vines and mixing them with tall grass to weave a simple wicker basket. Chun tossed aside the dead piglets, carefully picked up the entire nest, and placed it perfectly into the basket. The task of looking after these cubs naturally fell to Su Cheng, who had nothing else to do for the time being. Chun then asked, "What's next?" Su Cheng looked around and said, "Set up some traps in this area." He did see signs of many small animals along the way. Chun nodded in agreement, then looked at Shiryu and the others. "I remember seeing a wild rabbit, as well as a groundhog and a hedgehog just now. Look around and see if there are any burrows." Spring had taught them about the habits of these small animals and the characteristics of their burrows, so it wasn't difficult for Shiryu and the others to find them. Based on their activity patterns and the lingering scent in the grass, they quickly pinpointed the approximate location. Before long, Big Ears and Nia found several cave entrances. Su Cheng went over to investigate and quickly came up with an idea. The most suitable thing to do with these kinds of small animals is a lasso trap, which can be made from vines and bark fibers. Then, following the illustrated instructions in the encyclopedia, he used local materials to teach Shiryu and the others how to make a fixed lasso trap step by step. Once the traps were set, the group left the woods. They hadn't gone far when Chun suddenly stopped. She crouched down, carefully examined the grass on the ground, and glanced at the traces under the surrounding trees, saying, "Raccoons and reindeer should pass through here often." Although Chun rarely ventures into the inner circle of the hunting area, she can still deduce the general situation by observing the direction of the fallen grass, the footprints on the ground, and the droppings. Su Cheng asked curiously, "Can you figure out their general movement routes?" In terms of tracking, he was indeed inferior to the experienced bunny-eared girl. Chun nodded, then pointed in a few directions. The activity isn't very frequent, probably because there used to be wild boars. But now that we've hunted them down, this forest should become active again. Su Cheng's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then let's take this opportunity to make a few spike traps. Chun, you pick the spots. Chapter 40. This guy's words are really hurtful. The wooden spikes prepared before setting off finally came in handy. Chun circled the area and quickly selected 3 suitable locations to set up the traps. Spike traps are much more troublesome than lassos. Su Cheng briefly explained how to do it. Dig a pit according to the prey's size, bury wooden spikes in it, and wait for the animal to step into the hole and fall in. Sure, you and the others immediately used bone knives to dig in the soil, while Su Cheng led Chun to gather branches, leaves, and weeds from the surrounding area. Although the tools were rudimentary, the cat-eared women worked quickly and diligently, and half an hour later, a pit about half a person's height and 1 meter square was dug. Su Cheng jumped into the pit, drove the wooden spikes one by one into the bottom, tamped them down, and finally used thin branches for support, covering the top with dry grass and fallen leaves. A simple spike trap was thus completed. He reminded everyone, the most important aspects of this kind of trap are camouflage and load-bearing capacity. The support should be chosen according to the weight of the prey. If the branches are too sturdy, the wild animal will step on them and not fall off, then it's a waste of effort. After saying that, he took a bone knife and carved a conspicuous mark on the tree trunk next to him, and continued, "When you make spike traps, you must remember the location and number. If you can't remember, mark them. Don't forget, or you'll fall in before the wild animals do." The cat-eared girls looked at each other and burst into laughter. One of them patted her chest and said, "Which we know. We won't be stupid enough to fall into our own trap." Someone else asked, "So, do I have to check on the traps every day from now on?" Su Cheng nodded. "Yes, if the camouflage is blown away by the wind or damaged by wild animals, we can just cover it up again." He then handed them several wild boar piglets. "You'll be hunting on the outskirts from now on. Chun and I have other things to do. Remember, if you encounter any wild animals you can't defeat, run away or climb a tree to hide. We'll come find you and go back together when we're done." These cat-eared girls were children of the forest, so Su Cheng wasn't too worried. They should try hunting on their own and grow up gradually. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became excited and raised their spears high. Some shouted to Su Cheng to rest assured, while others couldn't wait to catch their prey. Chun gave a special instruction. They were not allowed to wander off to the north. Only then did Shi Yu and his 6 companions strode confidently into the jungle. Only after they had completely disappeared did Chun turn her head, stare at Su Cheng, and ask, "Cheng, is there anything else?" Su Cheng didn't hide anything, gazing deeper into the forest. "I want to explore the deeper parts of the hunting area. The 2 of us will be less of a target, and you're capable of leading me to safety. So, if we really encounter danger, can you get me out of there safely?" Chun rolled her eyes silently. "What exactly do you want to do? Tell me first." Su Cheng answered directly. "I want to find a cave, a really big one." Chun asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Su Cheng stroked his chin and explained, "If we want to safely survive the extreme winter and protect ourselves from the wind, snow and cold, caves are the best natural campsites. There are such caves in the area where yaks live upstream, but with our current strength, we probably can't defeat that herd of yaks." Chun was immediately shocked. "You still want to hunt those yaks? That wasn't a wild boar. Even with a spear, it would be difficult to deal with. It wasn't just a matter of being outmatched. It was extremely dangerous." Su Cheng smiled and said, "In short, I need a similar cave. Even if I don't end up using it, it can serve as a backup plan." He knew in his heart that even if he built mud and wooden houses in the future, he couldn't guarantee they would withstand the extreme winter. If something went wrong, everyone could pack up their belongings and hide in the cave, block the entrance to keep out the wind, and start a fire. It would be better than having no way out at all. Always prepare multiple escape routes, especially when your life is at stake. Su Cheng said helplessly, "My initial plan was to hunt down or drive away all the yaks, and then have the entire tribe move there and live near the cave. That way, we would have a chance to survive this extreme winter. Chun listened to his words. Her lips moved, but she didn't speak for a moment. She suddenly realized that with Su Cheng around, fire was no longer the biggest problem. As long as food and shelter were secured, the chances of her people surviving the harsh winter would greatly increase. Previously, they could only erect sturdy tents, with everyone crammed inside to light a fire and endure the heat. Food, fire, tents. Any problem in any of these areas could plunge the entire tribe into dire straits. Chun took a deep breath, grabbed Su Cheng's wrist, and said seriously, "I'll go in with you to find it. But once we're inside, you'll have to do whatever I say." Su Cheng nodded with a smile. "Okay, don't worry, if anything happens, just take me with you. I'm just trying my luck, it's okay if we can't find anything. I haven't gotten married yet, I don't want to die so young." Chun paused for a moment, then asked, "What is a wife?" Su Cheng coughed and explained seriously, "Like the relationship between us." Chun frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Cheng said in a serious tone, "In my old tribe, wife usually refers to a woman. If she has a man who is willing to protect, trust, and obey her, and after being witnessed and approved by the tribal elders, they will become husband and wife." Chun squinted her eyes. "So, husband means a man?" "Yes, that's it." Chun still found it strange. "What kind of odd name is that?" Su Cheng quickly laughed it off. "It's not strange. Look, isn't that the kind of relationship we have? We're just waiting for the clan elders' approval. Why don't you call me husband now and get used to it?" Chun's eyes flickered slightly. Then she shook her head. "I won't call you that." Su Cheng asked, puzzled, "Why?" Chun snorted softly. "No reason. I just feel like something's not right." Su Cheng immediately put on a righteous expression. "What's right or wrong? I wouldn't lie to you. Do I look like that kind of person?" Chun sniffed and glanced at him. "It's similar. Besides, you're too weak. I don't need your protection." Su Cheng was speechless for a moment. This guy's words are really hurtful. Before long, Su Cheng followed Chun Qian into the depths of the jungle. The bushes were dense here, but the trees were sparse, and strangely, there were hardly any wild animals to be seen along the way. Even traces of wild animal activity were scarce. The entire forest appeared desolate and bleak, with the wind whistling in your ears, creating an eerie silence. Chapter 41 Black Bear. The quieter the surroundings, the more vigilant Chun becomes. Even a bird suddenly startled from the treetop can instantly put her on edge. She lowered her voice and said, "Something's not right here." The two of them groped their way towards the mountains and stopped briefly under a giant tree that would take several people to encircle. Su Cheng nodded, his expression turning serious. He said that in his original tribe, there was a saying that wild beasts were most likely to emerge from the deep mountains and forests, and he suspected that there was probably some big creature hiding in this forest. Chun agreed with this assessment. Generally, when a powerful beast occupies a certain area, other beasts will instinctively avoid it and dare not approach it easily. She turned to Su Cheng and asked if they should continue inside. Su Cheng smiled and asked in return, "Didn't we agree to listen to her once we're inside?" Chun glared at him and said that he had clearly said before that they would listen to each other. In truth, Su Cheng was already considering retreating. They didn't know what kind of wild beasts were inside, and searching on foot was too dangerous. It would be much safer to have the cat-eared girl investigate from the trees later. He hesitated and suggested they go back first. Chun replied expressionlessly that it was up to him to decide. Just then, a deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the jungle. In an instant, a large number of birds and beasts were startled and scattered in all directions, and leaves rustled down from the trees. Even from a distance, the roar of the beast sent a shiver down their spines. Chun's expression changed slightly, and his body tensed instinctively. He immediately realized it was a bear. Su Cheng understood as well. Bears are far more terrifying than wild boars, but their appearance wasn't entirely a bad thing for him. According to encyclopedias, bears are omnivores, and their range is practically a resource map. Where bears are found, there are often a significant number of herbivores nearby, as well as berries, roots, and even large areas of fruit trees. More importantly, bears need to drink a lot of water, so there is likely a clean water source in this area, and there may also be mineral-rich saline land nearby. This forest was larger than expected, especially its depths, which even the cat-ear tribe hadn't dared to venture into. It wasn't surprising that it contained abundant resources. This discovery was good news for Su Cheng. He was still unsure whether the bear lived in a natural cave or in a burrow it had dug itself. Su Cheng lowered his head and pondered for a while. Chun didn't disturb him, just waited quietly. until he looked up and asked if he could tell the approximate direction and distance of the bear. Chun nodded confidently, telling him not to underestimate the rabbit-eared clan's scouting abilities. Relying on her racial talent and years of hunting experience, she quickly pointed northeast, saying that the distance was far, about 3 to 4 times the distance on either side of the riverbank, and that there was no need to worry about it chasing after them. Even if they were discovered, she could get Su Cheng away in time. Su Cheng was startled. That must have been 3 or 4 miles, almost 2 kilometers. However, knowing what the other party was, as well as their location and distance, he wasn't so panicked anymore. Chun asked again if they wanted to go back. Su Cheng shook his head and said no, they would go in another direction. Since Xiong was in the northeast, they would head east, trying to avoid him as much as possible, find the foot of the mountain first, then explore the southeast corner of the area along the mountain, and retreat once they figured things out. Chun readily agreed, and the two immediately adjusted their route and continued on their way. This time, they tried to choose areas with more tall grass and slowed down as they traversed the forest. Su Cheng observed his surroundings, noting down good resource points, and also collected any usable spice plants he saw along the way. After walking for another half hour, we could clearly see the towering cliffs behind the big trees. After leaving the area shrouded by the black bear's imposing presence, some wild animals could finally be seen on the outskirts. However, most of them were not aggressive and immediately fled in panic upon seeing people. As they walked, Chun suddenly turned around and asked Su Cheng if he had never found a wife in his original tribe. Su Cheng felt as if he had been stabbed in the back. How could this rabbit-eared girl always manage to hit his sore spot so precisely? Seeing his expression, Chun didn't press him further. She seemed to understand why Su Cheng had left that tribe. Without companions to trust and protect each other, it certainly sounded lonely. So even the heirs of witchcraft can be lonely? Chun took a deep breath and said very seriously, "Cheng, I will protect you." Su Cheng's lips twitched, his feelings becoming even more complicated. What exactly was this warm, yet heart-wrenching feeling? He tentatively asked, "Could you call me husband first?" Chun answered very decisively, "No." That only a well-behaved lowly could fill the void in his wounded heart. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the cliff. Thick rocks blocked their path, and the towering, sheer cliff face inspired awe. Chun's expression suddenly changed. He squatted down to examine the damp soil under his feet and said that there were traces of the bear's activity here. The bear's footprints were very clear, deeply embedded in the mud, mixed with other animal tracks from various directions. Su Cheng looked up at the cliff, then squatted down, picked up a handful of mud, and rubbed it between his fingertips. The mud was damp and had a slightly salty, fishy smell. He immediately deduced that if he searched along the mountain, there was likely a water source nearby. Since the footprints were all concentrated in this area, the water source was most likely not to the north. The two continued south along the cliff, guided by the animal footprints. After many twists and turns, they soon discovered a cold pool under the rocks not far away. This pool of water was smaller than the one at the foot of the mountain in the cat-ear tribe, but it looked clearer. Su Cheng judged that it was groundwater. Chun picked up a spoonful and tasted it, but quickly frowned and spat it out, saying the taste wasn't quite right. Su Cheng was a little puzzled. So many wild beasts came to drink, so there shouldn't be any problems. He asked her how she felt. Chun thought for a moment and said it was a bit like drinking the blood of a wild animal, but not quite the same. It was salty and a little bitter. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. "It's salty." Chapter 42 Salt Spring. Upon hearing Chun's words, Su Cheng's eyes lit up. He immediately squatted down by the pool and eagerly scooped up a mouthful of water to taste it. The next second, he vomited with a grimaced face. Sure enough, it was both salty and bitter. Seeing his reaction, Chun said seriously, "Isn't that right?" But Su Cheng was not disappointed at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. "This is a good thing." Chun looked down at the pool of water again, still puzzled. "What good thing is it?" Su Cheng smiled and explained simply, "This is most likely a salt spring, and it has a high degree of mineralization. We can extract salt from here in the future." Chun was taken aback. "Salt?" Su Cheng nodded. "They are small, salty-tasting particles. When you drink animal blood, eat offal, or eat plant roots and stems, you are actually replenishing your salt intake. If a person is deficient in salt for a long time, they will lack energy and experience various problems, and in severe cases, they may even die." He knew that explaining anything too complicated to Chun would be pointless. It was enough for her to understand that salt was important. Chun immediately said, "Then let's pack some to take back with us." "No," Su Cheng shook his head. Salt spring water is generally not drinkable directly, especially since the mineralization here is very high. Drinking too much of it could cause problems. Chun asked anxiously. What should we do then? Pull out the salt. Cheng looked at the pool water with some helplessness. But this requires tools, and we can't rush it. To make salt, you need at least a vessel that can hold water and heat it, but the tribe doesn't even have decent pottery, so they can't start making salt. Seeing that Chun also looked regretful, Cheng comforted him. It's all right. This place isn't going anywhere. Once we've made the tools, we'll come over and take it over. Chun nodded and said, okay. But she quickly remembered another problem. What about that bear? This is its territory. It will be very dangerous for our tribe to come here to fetch water for salt production. Cheng thought for a moment and said, we'll deal with this later. Right now, with Xiong guarding the area, no one dares to approach, which is actually a good thing. After saying that, he stood up and grabbed Chun's hand. Let's go. We don't know when that bear will come back. Let's keep looking south, and then we'll head back. Chun was pulled to her feet, but she froze for a moment. She looked down at their clasped hands and nodded blankly. For a moment, she wanted to pull her hand back, but for some reason she stopped. Her head was a little fuzzy, and her rabbit ears swayed uncomfortably. The surrounding sounds seemed to have suddenly faded away, leaving only a faint buzzing. Lin had held her hand before, but the feeling was completely different. She couldn't help but take another look. Big hand holding little hand. This feeling is a bit strange, but it doesn't seem like I dislike it that much. By the time the two met up with Shi Yu and the others, it was already noon. The 6 cat-eared girls had just finished hunting a cassowary. 5 of them were guarding under a tree, while Horror was hanging in the tree, fumbling around and rummaging for something. On another tree nearby, 2 squirrels were scurrying back and forth in a panic, squeaking incessantly, as if they were cursing. Horror's skin was bulging, and his cheeks were stuffed like a field mouse as he munched on his snacks. Cheng immediately understood. They had probably destroyed the squirrel's nest, taking and eating everything. It was utterly despicable. Fortunately, he had previously explained the new hunting concepts to his people, otherwise those 2 squirrels probably wouldn't have survived. Seeing Cheng and Chun return, Horror finally stopped, jumped down from the tree, and excitedly opened the leather bag. Inside were a pile of chestnuts, walnuts, acorns, and some berries she couldn't name. Which, would you like some? Shi Yu and the others also gathered around, each taking a few berries and munching on them. Meow, we just caught a cassowary. Which, are you done with your work over there? Cheng glanced at the black and blue cassowary. It was the first time he had ever seen one. It had a large comb on its head, making it look like some kind of ancient dinosaur. He checked the encyclopedia and found that the meat of this thing doesn't taste good, but it's quite rich in protein. Cheng took a few berries, gave some to Chun, and started eating them himself. I'm done with my work. As soon as he said it, he felt something was off. He glanced back at Chun and found that she was also looking at him. Cheng coughed lightly, and then said, Chun and I will take the wild boar cubs back to camp. You don't need me for the hunt here for the time being. I need to go back and think about the next steps. The discovery of a bear deep in the forest, along with the finding of a salt spring, necessitates a complete overhaul of the plan. Chun nodded, then solemnly instructed Shi Yu and the others. You can check the traps before you go back, but don't go any deeper. There's a bear in the forest, don't provoke it. Bear meow. Luckily we didn't break in before. The cat-eared girls were startled and quickly nodded in agreement. After giving his instructions, Cheng and Chun returned the way they came. They walked through the woods and across the riverbank. Cheng played with the babbling piglets the whole way, completely unaware of Chun's unusual behavior. Chun walked beside him, glancing at his hands every now and then looking down at her own. She felt a ticklish sensation in her heart, though she couldn't quite describe it. This strange feeling persisted until we returned to camp, where it was gradually dispelled by other things. Cheng and Chun returned early today, bringing with them several wild boar piglets. The cat-eared girls guarding the camp immediately gathered around curiously, wanting to see if they could help. Hearing that the witch planned to raise these piglets, the crowd didn't quite understand, but were mostly intrigued and curious. Following Cheng's instructions, several clansmen gathered a considerable amount of firewood, bark, and grass. With Chun's help, they quickly laid out a shelter on the frame, and a simple pig pen was erected, barely enough to keep out the wind and rain. As for what the piglets eat, they can only be fed leaves, fruits, and plant roots for now. There is definitely no milk, and there is nothing else in the tribe that can replace it. Whether they survive or not depends entirely on their own fate. After finishing with the pigsty, Cheng took out the seeds he had collected earlier, cleared a space not far from his tent, and began turning the soil with a bone knife. Cheng followed behind, asking curiously, "What are you going to do?" As Su Cheng turned the soil, he replied, "Plant these seeds and see if they can grow." Cheng's eyes lit up. "Are they the seeds of those spices?" "Yes, most of them are," Su Cheng said. "Let's try planting some first. It would be best if they could grow." As he spoke, he buried the seeds one by one, then picked up a bamboo section, scooped water from the large wooden trough, and watered each seed. While he was busy, he suddenly felt a weight on his back as a soft body lay on top of him. Chapter 43 Planning. "Cheng, you're back." Luo greeted Su Cheng happily as soon as she saw him. Cheng, standing beside her, coughed softly, reminding her that she should be addressed as witch in the tribe. Luo retorted quietly, saying there were no outsiders here. Su Cheng smiled, turned around, ruffled her hair, and asked her why she had returned. Luo said that Lin felt thirsty and asked her to come back for some water, but she unexpectedly ran into Su Cheng. Su Cheng then asked how the day's harvest was, and Luo immediately answered seriously that Lin had taken her to another area where there were many berries, and she had already picked a lot. Seeing Luo's smiling face, Su Cheng felt much more relaxed, as if his previous hurt feelings had been healed. He simply picked Luo up and smiled, asking her to stay with him for a while. Luo blinked, looking somewhat embarrassed, and said she still had to bring water to Lin. Cheng, who had been watching the two of them, finally sighed and simply took over the task, letting Luo stay and take care of Su Cheng while she went to deliver the water. Su Cheng gave Cheng a thumbs up, earning a roll of the eyes in return. A short while later, Cheng finished filling the water and left. Only then did Su Cheng put Luo down and lead her to the newly built pig pen. Luo's eyes widened when she saw the piglets still sleeping inside. She asked if they were wild boars. Su Cheng nodded and said he planned to raise them to adulthood and eat them later. Luo gently touched one of the piglets. The little thing woke up, its eyes only half open, and it started grunting and squealing when it saw the stranger. Although the sound wasn't loud, it quickly woke up the others, and all 5 piglets started squealing together. Small fruits and some plant roots had been placed in the pigsty, but these little creatures were clearly still eyeing the wild boar's milk and refused to eat. Su Cheng wasn't surprised. Those who didn't eat would be eliminated. That was the rule of survival. Luo stared at them for a long time, then turned to Su Cheng and asked if they could really be raised to adulthood. Su Cheng didn't dare to make a guarantee either, only saying that they should try first, and it would be best to catch some live ewes later so that they could have milk to feed the lambs, which would increase the survival rate. Hearing this, Luo suddenly said seriously, "Okay, teach me how to raise animal cubs, and I'll help you raise them to adulthood." Su Cheng was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but laugh. The idea of a wolf-eared girl wanting to be a farmer was a bit strange. If Cheng knew, she'd probably be furious. After all, Cheng was still hoping to raise Luo to be strong and healthy, then teach her to hunt and become a powerful wolf-eared warrior. Luo lowered her head, her toes lightly rubbing the ground, her voice very soft. She said she wanted to help Su Cheng with many things, but she knew she wasn't as capable as the other tribespeople. Back in the tribe, everyone thought she was too thin, weak, and couldn't do anything well. So she wanted to learn some things she could do. The little girl looked up, her eyes filled with dependence. From being isolated to being abandoned, then to wandering, she finally ended up in the cat ear tribe by chance. Perhaps Su Cheng was the first person to truly treat her well. Even if it was just a misunderstanding at first, he has now become the only light in her heart. Su Cheng looked at her, feeling both helpless and heartbroken. This relationship was too heavy a burden, yet he couldn't push it away. He took a deep breath, smiled, reached out and hugged Luo, and said gently, "If you want to learn, then learn. I will teach you." If those 2 goat-horned girls hadn't led her astray, Luo might have already returned to the wolf-eared tribe. Sometimes, things in this world are just that strange. Keeping wild animals in captivity isn't inherently too difficult, but it must be incredibly tiring. Every day you have to feed them, clean the pens, and constantly watch over them to prevent them from damaging the fences. Su Cheng vividly remembers the feeling of being so exhausted he couldn't straighten his back as he helped his parents clean the pigsty when he was a child in the countryside. However, the tribe is currently small, and the piglets are still young, so it's not a big problem for Luo to look after them for now. Luo looked up, smiling sweetly, and said that she would definitely study hard. Su Cheng told her to come back to the tent with him and rest for a while. After they got back, Su Cheng held Luo and laid down on the straw bed. About half an hour later, Luo finally got out of his arms. Her breathing was still a little rapid. She straightened her disheveled animal skin dress and stepped out of the tent, her face flushed. She and Lin would continue picking berries that afternoon. That area couldn't be wasted. Before leaving, Luo said goodbye to Su Cheng. Su Cheng reminded her to tell Lin to come back early, as he would be teaching everyone how to filter water that evening. Luo obediently agreed, and her footsteps quickly faded into the distance. Once it quieted down outside, Su Cheng sat up contentedly. Playing was one thing, but serious business still needed to be done. He picked up a small twig and began sketching on the ground, organizing his plans for the future. The tribe has many things to do now. Surviving the extreme winter is just the ultimate goal. To achieve this goal, several key issues must be resolved first. First, there's the herd of yaks and the caves they occupy. Second, there's the bear and the salt spring it guards. Third, there's the need to forge meteorite iron and utilize natural copper to improve weapon performance as quickly as possible. Fourth, pottery, necessary for developing the salt springs. Fifth, continue upgrading hunting techniques, ideally making bows and arrows. Sixth, more flint needs to be found to craft various tools. Of the three most important things, food, clothing, and shelter, Su Cheng temporarily put clothing last. He would find a way to improve the clothing situation when he had more time. For now, as long as these 6 things were resolved, the tribe would be close to achieving stable survival. The yak herds and caves are actually secondary options, not things that absolutely need to be taken immediately. But if they can be resolved, the improvement for the tribe will be enormous. Su Cheng looked at the rows of words on the ground, his brows slowly furrowing. He knew very well that these problems, no matter how they circled around, ultimately pointed to the same root cause. The tools available were too scarce. Stone knives and bone knives alone are not enough for very delicate work. So he needs flint and clay as well. Flint could be used to forge more tools and upgrade weapons. Clay, on the other hand, enabled tribes to enter the pottery age. With pottery, they could develop salt springs, increase forging methods, and solve problems related to storage and cooking. This is the real key point. As long as we have pottery, the Bronze Age won't be too far away, and entering the Iron Age is only a matter of time. Chapter 44 Bow and Arrow. With the tribe no longer having to worry about food, Su Cheng was finally able to focus his attention on technological development. But then a problem arose. He had already confirmed with an encyclopedia that flint and clay were most likely to be found along riverbanks or streams. Needless to say, flint is best collected from riverbanks, and the ideal place to collect clay is also the riverbed. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was now completely locked in a battle with the riverbed, or more accurately, with the wolf-eared tribe. Finding flint can be done secretly, but digging clay is too noisy and heavy, making it more troublesome to transport. It's impossible to hide it from the wolf-eared tribe. So, how can we peacefully take back the riverbank from the wolf-eared tribe? A few minutes later, Su Cheng simply lay back, deciding to put those thoughts aside for now. Things had to be done one at a time. The most important thing right now was to make the bow and arrows and improve the tribe's hunting capabilities. With bows and arrows, plus spears and traps, hunting was basically no problem. Then, taking advantage of a trip to the hunting area, they would first look for clay on the east bank of the river. If that wasn't enough, they would transport it back little by little. If it wasn't possible during the day, they would sneak off at night. Even sparrows can build nests by carrying grass every day. A tribe with so many people can't be inferior to a bird. Once we have bows and arrows and pottery, and then find a way to seize the salt springs, our lives will truly be stable. After figuring things out, Su Cheng patted his face and cheered himself up. He compiled the knowledge about making bows and arrows from the encyclopedia, read it carefully, and then left the tent to find materials. Just then, Chun returned and immediately saw Su Cheng walking towards her, looking very energetic. Upon seeing her, Su Cheng immediately waved. "Chun, if you're all right, come with me." Chun pouted. She had originally wanted to go back to the tent to rest for a while, so she asked him what he wanted to do now. Su Cheng said, "Find the materials and make a bow and arrow." Upon hearing that it was a new weapon, Chun's eyes lit up immediately. Soldiers always have an instinctive interest in weapons, and she instantly woke up and followed Su Cheng to the place where firewood was piled up. Previously, Sure Yu and the others had brought back a lot of ash wood in order to make spears, and this type of wood was perfect for making bows. Su Cheng explained to Chun as he selected the wood. After all, Haru will be responsible for teaching other Kemonomi girls in the future, so these things can't just be left for her to watch. He told Chun that bows and arrows were more technically advanced than spears, with superior lethality and range. making them especially suitable for agile tribespeople like Shiryu. An archer who could climb a tree in 3 seconds would have a huge advantage when hunting in the forest. However, bows and arrows aren't something you can use right away. They require long-term practice and are far more difficult to use than spears. Su Cheng pointed to a large tree in the distance and said seriously, "With enough practice and talent, you can hunt down targets from 100 paces away." Spring could hardly believe it. How could she possibly kill a wild beast from so far away? Su Cheng drew a simple diagram on the ground with a twig and explained, "A bow and arrow are actually weapons made up of 2 different things. You can think of the bow as ourselves and the arrow as a spear. With the help of the bow, you can shoot this spear far away. Arrows are much lighter and thinner than spears, so they can fly much farther. Once it's made and demonstrated, Chun will naturally understand." Chun nodded, her heart filled with anticipation, and asked him what he needed her to do. Su Cheng told her to find animal tendons, raw hides, or tough and sturdy vines, and he would prepare the other materials. Given the current conditions, there's no need to consider complex compound bows yet. Making a simple single bow will suffice. The two quickly split up to gather the materials needed to make the bow and arrow. With the bow and bowstring ready, the next step was the arrows. Arrow shafts, arrowheads, fletching, and adhesive were all essential. Su Cheng thought of the cassowaries Shiryu and her companions had hunted that day. Their feathers could be used to make arrow fletching. After the materials were gathered, Su Cheng then instructed Chun to boil down the birch bark tar glue. From now on, these tasks must be done by hand. Only through repeated practice can they truly remember them. Then, Su Cheng sat down and began to teach Chun how to process the materials. He explained each step in detail, from selecting suitable wood to carving the bow arm with a bone knife and then bending and shaping it with fire. Next came making the bowstring, polishing the arrow shaft, using sharpened bone for the arrowhead, and finally carving the fletching groove to determine the placement of the feathers. Chun listened intently, her eyes barely blinking, trying her best to memorize every word and action Su Cheng had said and done. For her, this was not just about making weapons, but about passing on knowledge, exchanging wisdom, and even more important than life itself. What touched Chun even more was that Su Cheng explained things clearly and meticulously. No matter what she didn't understand, he would quickly explain it to her. In her memory, even the successors of the witches didn't seem to receive such instruction. The shaman had many children, and there was never just one heir. Chun had wondered why only the shaman's children could inherit knowledge, while other members of the tribe could not. But the people in the tribe seemed never to have thought of it that way. But with Su Cheng, she felt a completely different kind of relationship. He wasn't aloof like a shaman, nor distant like a tribal chief. He looked at every member of the tribe with the same warmth and affection. He was neither tall nor far away, as if you could reach out and touch him. Chun couldn't quite describe the feeling, only that her chest felt hot, as if flames were burning inside her body, warming her blood and making her want to get closer and protect him. Before we knew it, the sunlight had turned a golden hue, and the sunset painted half the sky with vibrant colors, like a beautiful painting. As Su Cheng arranged the arrow shafts, he said, "Now we just wait for Shiryu and the others to return so we can make fletching from cassowary feathers. The fletching is mainly used to stabilize flight." As he spoke, he subconsciously looked up and realized that Chun had somehow gotten very close, her entire upper body leaning slightly forward. Her unique warmth gently brushed against his face and filled his nostrils, making him feel inexplicably comfortable. After arriving in this world, Su Cheng discovered that these beast-eared girls did not have the pungent smell he had imagined. On the contrary, they smelled clean and natural. His face, so close to his, made him take a second look. This usually aloof bunny-eared girl is undeniably beautiful at all times. Especially her clear, bright eyes, which gleam with a dangerous red light, as if she's about to devour someone at any moment. When Chun met Su Cheng's gaze, she seemed to suddenly wake up and quickly looked away. Chapter 45, Talking the Talk, Doing the Talk. Okay, sure, you and the others should be back soon. Feeling a little flustered, Chun quickly changed the subject. Su Cheng smiled and nodded, saying that it was usually fine with her in charge, but today she wasn't here, and he didn't know if those kids would run around. Chun shook her head to indicate that she wouldn't. Although Shiryu and the others were mischievous, they were very serious when it came to hunting. After saying that, she stood up, trying to suppress the restlessness in her heart, and turned to check the birch bark being roasted next to her. There was already quite a bit of adhesive extracted from the birch bark, and Chun turned around to ask if they should take it out now. Su Cheng nodded, deciding to glue the arrowheads on first. As the two were busy, bursts of cheerful sounds soon drifted from afar. The camp, which had been silent all day, finally came alive again. Not only Shiryu and her 6 companions, but also Lin and Luo, who had led their tribesmen to gather berries, gradually returned. They had a good harvest today, and everyone immediately busied themselves slaughtering and butchering the game. Chun called Shiryu and the others aside to listen to Su Cheng explain how to use the bow and arrow. In the center of the camp, the cat-eared girls cheered for the harvest. On the east side of the camp, Shiryu and the others were shocked by the power of the bow and arrow. Lin and Luo took over Shiryu's original tasks, helping to process the prey. The entire camp appeared peaceful, yet lively in the twilight. Soon, the fire was lit, and the aroma of meat mingled with the smoke drifted into the night sky. The tribespeople sat together, watching with expectant eyes as Su Cheng displayed the bow and arrows he had just made. As the arrows were fired, the animal-eared girls erupted in astonishment once more. Some said the shaman was incredibly clever to have created such a powerful weapon. Others wondered if shamans from other tribes were the same. The cat-eared women immediately retorted, feeling that he was definitely no match for their shaman. After all, Su Cheng not only knew how to make weapons, but he was also going to teach everyone how to filter water that night. Their elders had said that shamans from other tribes never casually taught their skills to their people. Several cat-eared girls sat by the fire, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration. Some lamented that Su Cheng wasn't a cat-eared person, otherwise they would have wanted to have his children. Others thought that since the witch was so intelligent, her child would surely be intelligent as well. They remembered how Lin and Luo often took care of Su Cheng and couldn't help but wonder if they were having children. Although their voices were drowned out by the noise of the camp, Luo, who was not far away, had her ears perked up and seemed to have heard everything. Luo didn't interrupt, but kept looking at Su Cheng, who was teaching his people, with an exceptionally fervent light in her eyes. By the time Su Cheng finished explaining the water filtration method, the moon was already high in the sky. The cold, white moonlight shone on the campsite, casting a pale silvery gray hue over everything. The tribespeople gradually returned to rest, and Su Cheng also took Luo back to his tent. Lin and Chun, however, did not rush to sleep, but instead moved some of the stored food to the cave. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered as the 3 cat-eared elders quietly watched Lin bustle about. She filtered the water in the wooden trough, then filled it with bamboo sections and placed them over the fire to dry. Lin smiled like a child and excitedly told her mother that Su Cheng said that if the water is filtered clean before boiling, it is less likely to drink dirty things and get sick. She also said that Su Cheng taught Shiryu and the others how to use a bow and arrow today. It's a weapon that can shoot very far, which will make hunting wild animals much easier in the future. Chun leaned against the stone wall, watching Lin talk on and on with gentle eyes. When Lin finally finished speaking, her great-grandmother smiled kindly and asked her if she liked witchcraft very much. Lin nodded without hesitation, saying she liked him. She said everyone in the couple was nice to her, and they all liked him. Her second mother gently reminded her to address him as Wu, and Lin chuckled, playfully sticking out her tongue. The 3 mothers were somewhat helpless. Lin had been lively since she was a child, which they naturally liked, but a witch was a witch after all, and it wouldn't be good if she were too casual and displeased Su Cheng. Her great-grandmother instructed her to always maintain reverence for the shaman and not to make things difficult for him. Lin pulled Chun to sit down in front of the fire, nodding as she did so, giving off an air of, "I'll agree to whatever you say." Chun noticed the elders' worries and offered words of comfort. She said that Su Cheng was different from the other shamans. He was smarter and more easygoing than any of the shamans she had ever met. Lin quickly chimed in, saying that Su Cheng allowed everyone to call him by his name in private, and he didn't mind. The 3 elders could only sigh softly after hearing this. They had never actually followed Su Cheng, but they could tell that he was indeed completely different from the shamans they had met before. The eldest mother looked at Chun, her eyes filled with gratitude. She thanked Chun for teaching Shiryu and the others more hunting skills, so that the children would suffer less, and also thanked Chun for bringing the shaman to the tribe. She said their time was running out, but now that Chun and Su Cheng were there, she could finally feel a little relieved. After saying that, the great mother looked at Lin again and asked her once more if she really liked Wu. Lin nodded again and replied cheerfully, "I like it, meow." The eldest mother was silent for a moment, her expression somewhat complicated. In the end, she just sighed and said that it was good that they liked it and that it was getting late, so they should go back and rest. On the way back, Lin hugged Chun's arm and finally couldn't help but asked why her mother had kept asking her if she liked Cheng. Chun told her expressionlessly that the elders hoped she could have children with Su Cheng. She also reminded Lin that she had previously said she wanted to take a gamble. Lin froze for a moment, her eyes widening before she finally reacted, then buried her face in Chun's arms. That's one thing, but putting it into practice is a long story. Besides, Su Cheng isn't a cat-eared person, making this task inherently difficult. Lin feigned ignorance in a low voice, asking herself if she had really said it. Chun answered affirmatively that she had. Lin immediately lowered her voice and said she had forgotten meow. Chun countered by asking if she was unwilling. Lin remained silent for a moment. Her face flushed crimson, her voice barely audible, but she still said that she hadn't said she was unwilling. Chun asked her what she really thought. After a long while, Lin finally raised her head, took a deep breath, and said that she would wait a while longer, as she was not ready yet. Chun couldn't help but roll her eyes. What's there to prepare? Are you planning to hunt him? Chapter 46 Feeding. No, it's just that when I think about it, it feels weird and I can't calm down. My heart keeps pounding really hard. Lin pouted and pointed to her chest. I don't know why, so I thought that if I take care of Cheng for a while, it might get better. Finally, she added, I'll have a child with him then. Chun fell silent. She felt a similar sensation, though not as intense as Lin had described. But as soon as the conversation turned to this point, she felt inexplicably irritated, as if they had discussed something they shouldn't have. Once the two returned to the camp, Chun immediately crawled into her tent, lay down, and grabbed some dry grass, wishing she could bury herself completely. Lin, on the other hand, peeked out from her tent, then turned and ran towards Su Cheng. As she walked, she called out, Luo, it's time to go back and rest. A response came quickly from inside the tent. Before Lin could get close, Luo lifted the curtain and crawled out, clutching her animal skin skirt with one hand, her face flushed and looking somewhat flustered. Lin took her hand, her palm warm, and whispered a reminder. Luo, you can't keep disturbing Cheng's rest. Luo lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Lin asked her curiously what she had been doing. Luo only said she hadn't done anything, but her face turned even redder. Lin pressed her for the reason, and Luo stammered that it was a bit hot in the tent, and that Su Cheng had already fallen asleep. Lin didn't pay much attention and stretched. Then let's go to bed early too. Luo nodded obediently and followed her back to the tent. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Luo woke up. Lin was still dreaming when she suddenly felt her arms go empty. Someone gently pushed her arm away, and she groggily opened her eyes. She glanced outside the tent and saw Luo already sitting up, rubbing her eyes. A cold wind blew in, making Lin immediately curl up into a ball, her voice soft with sleep. Luo, why are you awake so early, meow? Luo patted her face to clear her head and said she wanted to get up early to prepare food for Su Cheng. It was her first time taking care of someone, and the only thing she could think of was that Su Cheng couldn't go hungry. Lin thought it was too early, but Keluo still wanted to go see the piglets. Although Lin was reluctant to leave the warm hay beneath her, she still struggled to get up, yawning as she said she would go light a fire first and roast meat for Su Cheng later. Soon, the two got busy. Lin, still sleepy, took out a few pieces of dried meat from the tent, lit the fire outside, and sat by the fire, roasting the meat with a sleepy look on her face. Luo first went to the piglets' pen to confirm that all 5 piglets were still alive, and then brought them water, fruit, plant roots, and other food. Unlike Su Cheng's usual free-range approach, she took extra care of them. She noticed the piglets weren't quite ready to eat yet, so she mashed up all the fruit and roots, then picked them out one by one and fed them individually. She didn't leave until she was sure all 5 little ones were full. When they returned to the vicinity of the tent, Lin had almost finished grilling the meat. The two then picked out some ripe berries before heading to Su Cheng's tent together. Su Cheng had just woken up and was sitting there groggily when he saw Lin and Luo come in with food. Lin placed the food on a large leaf and said with a smile, Okay, we've brought the food over, meow. The aroma of hot, roasted meat quickly filled the tent. Luo, holding a few fruits, ran over happily and sat directly in Su Cheng's lap. After spending these days together, Luo was no longer as reserved as she had been at the beginning. She liked being held by Su Cheng and enjoyed being close to him. As long as she was by his side, she felt at ease, and the unhappy things from the past would gradually fade away. As soon as Luo sat down, Su Cheng became much more energetic. This was quite a sudden change so early in the morning. Luo seemed to notice something was wrong, but didn't pay much attention. She just moved slightly, then looked up and said happily, Okay, I just want to see the piglets. They're all still alive, and I've fed them. Su Cheng coughed, trying to appear calm. Well done. Fortunately, Lin came over at this moment, handed him the cut roast meat, and urged, okay, eat quickly, it's freshly roasted, it'll get cold in a little while. Su Cheng nodded, inviting them to eat as well, since he couldn't finish so much by himself. The two beast-eared girls didn't stand on ceremony. They usually only ate berries in the morning, so being able to eat meat so early was already a luxury. The three of them squeezed into the tent to eat breakfast. Luo was no longer the same as when she first arrived, just burying her head in her food. She would take a few bites of meat, then look up at Su Cheng, and then hold the fruit in her hand to his mouth, happily watching him eat it. Lin watched this scene unfold and suddenly became interested as well. A playful smile appeared on her lips as she tore off half of the roasted meat in her hand and offered it to Su Cheng's mouth. Okay, you can eat it. Su Cheng was momentarily dazed, almost thinking he was still dreaming. A purebred single man who had lived for 25 years had actually been fed by cute girls, and two of them at that. It was supposed to be a simple breakfast, and Su Cheng thought he could just eat something casual, but in the end, the two of them ended up feeding him until he was full. By the time spring arrived, it was already broad daylight. Gentle sunlight streamed into the camp, and the animal-eared girls were busy with their tasks, occasionally laughing and joking around. Su Cheng's arrival changed everything. Hope slowly grew in their hearts, and their confusion and anxiety gradually dissipated. Their original youthful vitality was slowly returning. Su Cheng was in a good mood as he watched this scene. This was the kind of animal-eared girl he had always imagined, energetic, lively, and adorable. Chapter 47. What's so cramped about just the four of us? After watching Lin and Luo leave, Chun turned to Su Cheng, her voice still cold. When are we leaving? Su Cheng asked Sure Yu and the others where they had gone. Chun replied somewhat helplessly that they had caught two prey in the trap yesterday, and they were overjoyed. They made a few more overnight and rushed to check on them early this morning. Su Cheng chuckled. Traps were all about luck. There was no way you could catch one every day. Chun, however, felt that even if she didn't manage to trap one, there was no real loss. Su Cheng nodded, watching her stand in the sunlight, her whole being seemingly bathed in a soft glow, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. So you've been waiting for me all this time? Chun glared at him, then turned and walked out of the camp. Su Cheng quickly followed, walking alongside her. Looking at this seemingly cold but warm-hearted rabbit-eared girl, he grinned and said, You can wait for me in my tent from now on. Chun refused outright. Su Cheng asked why, and she only replied with two words, too crowded. Su Cheng said matter-of-factly, What's so cramped about just the two of us? Chun glanced at him calmly and repeated softly, Two. This glance made Su Cheng's heart skip a beat, and he felt a chill run down his spine. But after thinking for a moment, he forced himself to change his tune. What's so cramped about the four of us? Spring fell silent. The two walked into the woods, surrounded by birdsong and squirrels darting among the branches. Chun walked ahead, her pace noticeably quicker, as if she didn't want to pay him any attention, her fists even clenching quietly. She couldn't quite explain what she was so upset about. Reason told her that four people weren't really crowded, but her gut feeling made her want to punch Su Cheng. She'd never felt this way before. Ever since Su Cheng arrived, her worries seemed to have inexplicably increased. Su Cheng called to her from behind. Wait a minute. Chun turned around and saw that he had disappeared into the bushes again, staring at several vines with a look of delight, and carefully digging into the soil with a bone knife. Chun had no choice but to go back to help, asking what kind of spice it was. Su Cheng smiled, and said it was pepper vine, which should be able to be taken back and planted. Chun reminded him that quite a few had already been planted in the ground. Su Cheng said that those were just seeds, and it was still unknown whether they would germinate. Transplanting them directly would be safer. As they dug, Su Cheng suddenly looked up at her and asked, Are you still angry? Chun paused in her work, then continued digging as if nothing had happened. I told you I wasn't angry. Su Cheng pressed. You're really not angry? Then why were you walking so fast? Chun said coldly. It's because you walked too slowly. Su Cheng didn't argue, but smiled and picked some peppercorns from the vine, saying they were ripe and he would crush them and roast them with meat for her that evening. Chun looked at him, then at the peppercorns, and finally just hummed. She wasn't really angry. She just wanted to punch someone. Strangely, she didn't dislike this kind of life. She'd miss it when she couldn't see it, and feel an itch when she did. It was mundane, yet also interesting. After arranging the vines, Su Cheng brushed the dirt off his hands and said to Chun, Let's go check out the riverbank on the east side later. Chun was puzzled. Hadn't they already searched for flint over there? Su Cheng explained that this time they weren't looking for flint, but for clay, a type of clay that could be used to make many things and was very useful to them right now. The two continued on their way. Chun was still walking ahead, but her pace had noticeably slowed. Thinking about the kind of mud Su Cheng had described, a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. She reminded him that although the east was close to the rabbit-eared tribe's hunting grounds, the wolf-eared tribe members had sharp eyes, and they should be careful. Su Cheng smiled and said that this time he was just checking if there was anything he wanted on the riverbank. If there was, great. If not, he would think of another way. Spring stopped and turned to look at him. Is it that important? Su Cheng nodded. For him, clay was an important step towards a new life, a crucial step in changing the tribe. Chun didn't understand these words, but she sensed his seriousness. So she immediately grabbed Su Cheng's hand and pulled him forward. Then let's hurry over. If the wolf-ear clan really sees us, we can just fight them. She added, I'll handle the fighting. You just need to run. Su Cheng was somewhat helpless. This rabbit-eared girl's thinking was always simple and straightforward. He told her not to rush, that the riverbank wouldn't grow legs and run away, and that they were just going to take a look. He told her not to always think of solving problems by fighting, and what if she got hurt? Chun didn't seem to care, saying he often got injured while hunting. Su Cheng countered, Who will protect me if you get injured? Chun replied matter-of-factly, Didn't I let you run away? Su Cheng frowned. What will you do if I run away? He knew he wasn't strong, nor was he a saint, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon Chun and run for his life. A real man should always have some responsibility and commitment, and should always protect those who are important to him. So Su Cheng said seriously, Don't always think about letting him run away alone. Don't fight with other tribes unless absolutely necessary. Using force is indeed simple, but it depends on the situation. No matter how good one person is, they can't withstand a large number of opponents. Getting injured is acceptable, but it shouldn't be done in vain. Chun stopped again, looked at him, and frowned. I can't hear you. Su Cheng almost laughed out of anger, and his tone hardened. You have to listen even if you can't hear me. I am a witch, and we have an agreement that you have to listen to me. Chapter 48 What is a wife? When the previous agreement was mentioned, Chun immediately turned her face away, saying with a hint of resentment, You said last time that we should listen to each other. Su Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. If we're both obedient, then it has to be my wife. In order to win back this round, Chun replied without even thinking, Then I'll be your wife. Upon hearing this, Su Chengdu fell silent. The rabbit-eared girl's competitive spirit was simply too strong. She would say anything to win an argument. He couldn't help but smirk and deliberately asked her, You really want to be my wife? Chun glanced at him sideways and snorted, What's wrong? Su Cheng continued to tease her. Then do you know what wife means? Chun answered matter-of-factly. Didn't you say it yourself? To listen to each other, trust each other, protect each other, and be recognized by the clan elders as a man and woman. Su Cheng grinned. That's just the most basic explanation. There's a deeper one. Chun blinked, her heart skipping a beat. What's deeper? Su Cheng uttered a few words calmly. Sleep, have children. The woods fell silent instantly, making the chirping of insects and birds all the more distinct. Chun's rabbit ears stood up abruptly, and she seemed frozen in place, completely still. Seeing her reaction, Su Cheng found it even more amusing and asked, So, do you still want to be one? Chun didn't answer, but just glared at him fiercely, then turned around and dragged him forward. Su Cheng could feel her palms getting warm, and her grip on his hand was noticeably stronger. The two remained silent for a while until they had walked some distance before Chun stopped, turned around, and looked at him coldly. If we really clash with the Wolf-Ear clan, I'll take you with me when we run away. This could be considered a concession, albeit a small one, but at least he knew when to back down. As for whether his wife's matter counted as an agreement, Su Cheng didn't dare to ask again, feeling that if he continued teasing her, he might really get a beating. Soon, the two arrived hand in hand near the riverbank. Chun had already regained her usual aloof demeanor. She first cautiously scanned the surrounding woods and bushes to make sure there were no wolf-eared clan members for the time being before urging him to hurry up and go find them. The wolf-eared clan doesn't seem to be here right now, so hurry up. Su Cheng nodded, telling her to wait on the shore. He chose an open spot, stepped into the muddy tidal flats, and bent down to start searching. Chun watched his retreating figure, secretly bit her lip, and muttered under her breath, Bastard. She could certainly feel where Su Cheng's gaze was fixed on the way here. Thinking of this, Chun's cheeks flushed again, and she couldn't help but reach out and tug at her animal skin skirt. Last time, Su Cheng tried to trick her into calling him husband, but this time he's calling her wife. Chun became angrier the more she thought about it, biting her lip and cursing him in her heart for being shameless. These 4 words almost exhausted Chun Darren's talent for cursing, and also made her more determined to beat up Su Cheng in the future. Of course, Su Cheng is a sorcerer now, so I can't really hit him hard. I'll just give him 1 punch. Yeah, just 1 punch. Meanwhile, Su Cheng was completely unaware that the rabbit-eared girl had taken a grudge against him. He was immersed in the joy of finding the clay. Beneath the mud and gravel he dug away, a large amount of red sediment was revealed. After scanning with an encyclopedia, it was found that this contained not only ordinary clay, but also some high-quality kaolin. This riverbank area is vast, and the river extends northward, its source unknown. Su Cheng is only standing on a small section downstream, so there's no need to worry about clay reserves. Then, he began testing according to the method taught in the book. He grabbed a handful of red clay, kneaded it, added some water, rolled it into a thin strip, and carefully observed whether it would crack. If it doesn't crack, it means the clay's viscosity is acceptable. Fortunately, the results are good. The clay quality in this area is generally up to standard. Su Cheng excitedly emerged from the mudflats, his hands and feet covered in mud. He ran up to Chun, spread out the red mud in his hand, and grinned. Found it. It's all usable. Spring was drawn to the red, turbid mud. After examining it closely, she realized it wasn't unfamiliar. She had seen it before when she was near the riverbank, but she had never imagined it could be of any use. Su Cheng nodded and said, "With clay, we can enter a completely new era and create many things." Chun was somewhat puzzled. A completely new era? Su Cheng became more and more excited as he spoke. There are many useful things on this riverbank, not just flint, but also copper, and perhaps iron or hidden in some places. As long as we master the smelting methods, our lives and hunting weapons will be greatly improved. As he spoke, it was as if he could already see the future transformation of the tribe. But soon, he frowned. The biggest problem right now is how to transport this clay back. Transportation can be arranged gradually, but the Wolf-Ear clan certainly won't agree easily. Whether it's done openly or covertly, Su Cheng doesn't want to clash with the Wolf-Ear clan right now. Do we really have to carry it back bit by bit, like sparrows picking food? Seeing that he had been all happy just moments before, but now frowned and looked worried, Chun asked, "What's wrong?" Su Cheng sighed. "I'm thinking about how to transport the clay back." Chun wasn't stupid. She immediately understood what he was worried about, and also felt troubled. The Wolf-Ear clan won't allow us to roam freely on the riverbank. Hongxiang values this place highly. If we stay any longer, they'll come and chase us away. Su Cheng had already witnessed this before. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, "If it's just about sharing the riverbank, and we exchange things, do you think Hongxiang would agree?" Chun shook her head decisively. "Impossible. The Wolf-Ear clan values their territory highly, unless you can defeat them in a fight." Su Cheng pondered for a moment, then asked, "What if it's a spark?" Chun was taken aback. "Fire?" Su Cheng explained, "I can offer to provide them with fire for free in exchange for the right to use the riverbank. Moreover, in the eyes of the Wolf-Ear clan, the strategic value of the riverbank shouldn't be that high, so they might consider it." Before he could finish speaking, he noticed Chun staring at him and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you glaring at me?" Chun snorted. "I thought you were going to teach them how to start a fire." She was already quite unhappy when the wolf-eared tribe learned her spear technique last time. Su Cheng quickly said, "What are you thinking? We're just providing the kindling, not teaching them how to start a fire, and they don't need to exchange food for it." Chun nodded. That should work. No one understood the value of fire better than these tribes. The ability to obtain fire consistently and reliably was indeed attractive to the wolf-eared tribe. Chun then asked, "So when do you plan to talk to them?" Su Cheng smiled and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's not rush this. We'll talk about it when we get back." In short, fighting is out of the question. The current cat-ear tribe only has a few more spears. Their bows and arrows are not yet mastered. They are few in number, and they lack male warriors. Starting a war at this time would be the most unwise choice. Chapter 49 Massage Master. In this world, everything has a price tag. Even close friends and family can be paid for, let alone a piece of land. A permanent source of fire is likely the most likely bargaining chip. Its value far surpasses its ability to cure fever, and it is especially tempting for a tribe without a shaman. However, Su Cheng had other plans for the Wolf-Ear clan, and he didn't want to play this card easily for the time being. Seeing Su Cheng turn to the camp, Chun subconsciously asked, "Aren't you going to find Shiryu and the others?" Su Cheng shook his head, saying he needed to go back and organize the methods for transporting clay, which he would then teach to his people that evening. He would first familiarize them with the different ways of processing clay, then prepare the transportation tools, and they would begin operations when the time was right. Chun nodded. The hunting party no longer needed her as much as before, but after taking only 2 steps, she seemed to remember something and immediately turned back, looking at Su Cheng with a serious expression. "You go first." Su Cheng was speechless for a moment. For the next week, Su Chengdu stayed at the camp. He used ordinary soil as templates to teach the cat-eared girls how to make clay brick blanks for drying, and also taught them how to knead the soil into clay balls for easier transportation later. Regarding transportation, he first had everyone weave baskets from branches and vines, emphasizing simplicity and convenience. But this was just a transition. What truly captured Su Cheng's attention was a more labor-saving and efficient tool cart. In this era, the handcart was undoubtedly a revolutionary invention. It could carry 5 to 10 times more than a person could carry on their back, and it was much less strenuous. More importantly, it's not just for transporting clay. In the future, game, timber, stone, and even all kinds of heavy objects can be transported by handcart. However, the current conditions are too poor, and the tools are outdated, making production extremely difficult. Just for one wheel, from production and refinement to testing, Su Cheng and his 3 unpaid laborers, Chun, Lin, and Luo, spent a full 4 days working on it. To this end, Su Cheng also repolished the remaining flint stones and made them into tools such as chisels and awls. After teaching the 3 the basic methods, he was mainly responsible for crafting tools. Chun and Lin handled the wood, and Luo assisted by collecting vine bark, weaving thick ropes, and also refining animal fat and resin. The group had a clear division of labor and worked from morning till night almost every day, sometimes even forgetting to eat. When the axle and body were finally finished and assembly and testing began, not only did Su Cheng and the other 3 breathe a sigh of relief, but even the cat-eared girls who had been watching them work hard all along relaxed. The entire production process was actually not too complicated, but even Su Cheng was a little surprised that the cart could be made in a week. On the 8th day at noon, Su Cheng reinforced all the load-bearing points on the cart again before he was completely at ease. Then, under the expectant gazes of Chun, Lin, and Luo, he loaded the cart with things and pushed it back and forth several times. The cart ran smoothly without any major problems. At that moment, the satisfaction of success after continuous hard work instantly filled Su Cheng's heart. Looking at the rough but practical cart in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Chun, Lin, and Luo all breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had finally exhausted themselves. Lin and Luo circled the cart a few times, touching it again, and finally simply lay down on it, closing their eyes and resting happily. The afternoon sun shone on them, slowly dispelling their fatigue. The beads of sweat on their foreheads glistened in the sunlight, like tiny gems. Chun sat on the haystack next to her, shaking her arms and stretching her aching shoulders. For the first time, she realized that doing this kind of meticulous handicraft work was even more tiring than hunting. Su Cheng felt a pang of sympathy for the 3 exhausted people. He sat down next to Chun and stretched his equally weary limbs. The bunny-eared girl glanced at him sideways. The 2 were very close, almost able to feel each other's heat. Su Cheng's breath made Chun slightly lose herself. She couldn't help but sniffle, not knowing whether it was because she was too tired or for some other reason. She didn't want to move away at all. She even felt quite comfortable being with Su Cheng like this. Something felt stuffed in her chest, throbbing as if it were about to jump out. It was a strange feeling, but she didn't dislike it. Seeing Chun lower her head and rub her legs, Su Cheng smiled and asked, "You must be exhausted these past few days?" Chun replied irritably, "You're the same." Su Cheng laughed awkwardly. "How can that be the same? You took on all the most strenuous work, like cutting down trees and whittling wood. If it weren't for you, Lin, Luo, and I would probably have been busy for several more days." Chun paused for a moment, her voice still cold. "You are a witch, you can't do those jobs." Su Cheng chuckled and deliberately asked, "Is this the truth, or a lie?" Chun glared at him. "That's the truth." Su Cheng chuckled and joked, "I thought you were just concerned about me and couldn't bear to see me so tired." He only wanted to tease Chun, but he didn't expect that the bunny-eared girl, who usually loved to argue, would not say anything this time. She just fell silent and lowered her head even further. Now it was Su Cheng's turn to be embarrassed. Could he have actually been right? Watching Chun silently rub her legs, Cheng suddenly felt that this bunny-eared girl was excessively cute and even wanted to hug her and give her a good rub. Of course, this was just a thought. If he were to actually take action, he feared he would experience firsthand whether a rabbit would bite when cornered. Cheng quickly changed the subject. Are your legs sore? Chun finally looked up and glared at him. What do you think? Cheng smiled and said, then I'll rub it for you. Chun immediately refused. No need. It's all right. Let me tell you, I'm a genuine master of kneading, an 80th Dan black belt. Chun looked bewildered. What do you mean by rubbed? What are you doing? Before she could finish speaking, Cheng had already grabbed that long leg and pulled it into his arms. He said, feigning seriousness, you just lie down and rest. Leave the rest to me. The bunny-eared girl's ears perked up instantly, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. But before she could react, a perfectly timed pressure came down on her calf. Having never experienced a massage before, Chun felt a wave of comfort travel up her legs and spread throughout her body, making her feel limp and momentarily weak. Chapter 51 Day. How was it? Was the massage pretty good? Faced with Cheng's boasting, Chun didn't answer, but glared at him fiercely a few times. In the end, she obediently turned to the side and stuffed her other leg, which had nowhere else to go, into his arms. Cheng chuckled, knowing perfectly well what was going on. If Chun truly didn't want to, how could he have so easily grabbed her foot? In the end, she did resist, but not much. Chun's legs were long and straight, her wheat-colored skin radiating health and vitality, and fine beads of sweat glistened in the warm sunlight. Cheng thought she was beautiful the first time he saw her, but he never imagined that one day he would be able to touch her with his own hands. As he massaged her legs, he couldn't help but marvel at how different they were after exercise, firm and powerful. But he was so engrossed in his work that when he stopped massaging, Chun's calf gave a slight, disgruntled kick. Cheng then came to his senses and continued to massage her diligently. With his movements, Chun's tense body gradually relaxed, and the awkwardness faded away. In the end, she even closed her eyes like Lin and Luo, enjoying this moment of peace. As it turns out, once a person is in high spirits, fatigue can be suppressed. Although Cheng had been quite tired these past few days, he felt energetic and not sleepy at all. Time passed slowly, and suddenly the sunlight in front of Cheng was blocked by two figures. Lin and Luo, who had woken up at some point, were happily crowding around him. Lin opened her eyes wide and exclaimed expectantly, "Okay, I want to press like that too." Luo stood quietly to the side, without saying a word. She had already enjoyed Cheng's care and even experienced more intense massages, so she generously gave the opportunity to her new friend. Hearing Lin's voice, Chun instantly snapped out of her comfort and quickly pulled her leg back. Stared at by the two beast-eared girls, she felt her cheeks burning and wished she could disappear into the ground immediately. Lin, oblivious to her embarrassment, eagerly pressed on. "Chun, did Cheng massage you well? How did you feel?" Chun immediately denied it. "No good. It's not good at all." Lin blinked in confusion. "But I think you're almost asleep." Spring was so embarrassed she couldn't bear it any longer. She just said, "If you don't believe me, let him massage you yourself," and tried to hurry back to the tent. But as soon as she stood up, her legs went weak and she almost fell. She looked up and saw Cheng grinning to himself beside her, and immediately glared at him fiercely. "I don't need you to massage my legs next time." Cheng asked with a smile, "Are you sure you don't need to?" "I'm going back." The haughty bunny-eared girl quickly straightened her animal skin dress and left without looking back, completely unwilling to answer his question. Cheng looked at Lin and Luo, who were still there, and smiled. "Today is the grand opening special. Everything is free. Which of you two wants to go first?" As night fell, Cheng lay contentedly in his tent, in a very good mood. He only realized today that although Lin was usually lively and cheerful, and seemed very outgoing, she was actually quite shy. Every time Cheng pressed on a spot that made her uncomfortable, she would immediately twist her body away, and eventually, she simply couldn't stand it and ran away. In comparison, Luo is still the most obedient. Thinking of this, Cheng couldn't help but click his tongue. These past few nights, Luo would always sneak over to spend some time with him, only to be called back by Lin soon after. Sometimes he even wondered if those two guys were doing it on purpose, constantly finding new ways to disturb his peace of mind. However, this little secret hidden in the tent still has to be kept in the dark, with the possibility of Lin suddenly barging in, which definitely makes one's heart race. The next morning, Cheng got up early to upgrade the tent, and turn it into a larger animal hide tent. The tent was indeed too small. It was already cramped with just 3 people inside. If another person came in, it would probably fall apart on the spot. Hearing this suggestion, Lin and Luo naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Chun stood to the side, somewhat speechless. Logically, as a shaman, one should have their own large tent. However, these beast-eared girls had never followed the shaman, and the 3 elders had always lived in a cave, so no one had brought it up. If Chun hadn't been so disgusted by the sight of the 3 of them eating huddled together, she wouldn't have bothered to remind them. The materials for setting up the large tent were all available in the camp, and the tribesmen quickly brought over the animal hides and timber. Following Chun's instructions, the group began to work, erecting wooden frames, laying out dry grass, and then covering them with animal hides. A flurry of hammering and banging kept them busy and lively. As Su Chang was diligently installing the animal hide curtain on the new tent, a cat-eared girl suddenly ran frantically from the west side of the camp, shouting urgently, "Someone's here. A wolf-eared person is looking for you." Su Chang was taken aback and turned around to see that it was Agua. She was the cat-eared girl who had been sick with a cold before. Now she had recovered. Her face was rosy, and she looked full of energy. Her youthful appearance was like that of a girl next door. Chun frowned and asked, "A wolf-eared tribe?" Agua nodded. Yes, he said he came from the wolf-ear clan and was looking for someone named Su Chang. Chun immediately looked at Su Chang, a glint in her eyes. The wolf-eared people who know your name should be Hong Xiang's people. After all, in Chun's memory, Su Chang had only exchanged names with Hong Xiang. Upon hearing that name, Su Chang's mind was once again filled with that tall, wild figure. But why would that person suddenly send someone to find him? Su Chang quickly made a decision. "Let's go take a look." Chun immediately followed. "I'll go with you." She was naturally worried about Su Chang going to see the wolf-ear clan alone, even though the location was right outside her own camp. Lin and Luo exchanged a glance, but didn't follow. The tent was already more than half set up, and they still had to finish. The 2 of them added more hay, checked the animal hide seals, and used vines to tighten the joints of the wooden frame. While they were busy, Luo suddenly looked at Lin and said softly, "Lin, once the tent is set up, I want to sleep with Cheng tonight." Lin blinked. "Doesn't Luo like sleeping with me?" Luo shook her head, thought for a moment, and then said, "No. Lin is very good to me, and I like Lin too. I feel like Lin is like an older sister to me." Lin smiled happily after hearing this, putting on a satisfied older sister look, and said with feigned helplessness, "Okay, but you can't sleep in Cheng's tent every day. I also like sleeping with Luo. It's very warm, meow." Chapter 51, Treating Febrile Diseases. Okay. Luo was very happy and immediately nodded in agreement. As if remembering something, Lin suddenly spoke again. "It's a bit cold these past few days, kitty. Stay with me a little longer. You can go sleep over there when it's bath time." Bathing day. Luo tilted her head. "Just taking a shower. The weather is getting colder and colder, and I won't have many more chances to take a bath, meow." Luo realized that every tribe had this kind of body cleansing ritual, just with different names. Lin counted on her fingers and continued, "It'll be a few days. I'll help you wash up then." "Good." The western camp. Several cat-eared girls were on guard, holding bone knives and spears. A male warrior from the wolf-eared tribe stood quietly at a distance, his bone knife tucked into his waistband, his brow furrowed, exuding caution. The atmosphere wasn't particularly tense. After all, this was the most normal, welcome etiquette in this day and age. The arrival of Su Cheng and Chun quickly broke the brief silence. "You all go about your own business." Haru said to the cat-eared girls, "I'm here." Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girls put away their weapons and made way for them. Su Cheng looked at the burly wolf-eared warrior from afar and confirmed Chun's earlier guess, because the man was a familiar face. They had met him a few times on the riverbank, and he was a member of the hunting team. The area around the cat-ear tribe's camp was sparsely wooded and overgrown with grass, so Chun wasn't worried that the wolf-ear tribe had any other intentions or that they had sent people to hide in the shadows. She then gave Su Cheng a reassuring look, and the 2 of them walked over together. "Hello, I heard you were looking for me?" When they had walked about the right distance, Su Cheng stopped and asked. The wolf-eared warrior looked at Su Cheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if to confirm his identity. After a few breaths, he spoke in a rough and powerful voice. "Yes, Su Cheng." He paused, then added, "Our clan elder is looking for you." "Elder?" "Yes, elder." The wolf-eared warrior nodded. At this moment, Chun whispered a reminder from the side. He must be referring to the previous clan chief. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought it was someone sent by Hong Xiang, and then asked in confusion, "What does he want with me?" Without hesitation, the wolf-eared warrior continued, "My people have contracted a fever. Since I heard you say you could treat it, I told the elders, so the chief wants to invite you to come and take a look." Oh wow. Su Cheng's eyes lit up instantly. "So you were sick, huh? Well, what a relief," Su Cheng said with a bitter expression, clicking his tongue. "This is truly an unfortunate matter. However, since you've come all this way to me, I'm naturally willing to help. Does your Red Fragrance clan chief know about this?" The wolf-eared tribesman seemed to hesitate for a moment, then shook his head. "Chief Hongxiang doesn't know yet. After I told the elders about it, he considered it and then sent me over." Hearing this, Su Cheng stopped wasting words and spoke directly. "My conditions remain unchanged. Exchange the riverbank for a treatment for the fever. If your clan elders agree, we can discuss it. Also, can he make this decision alone? After all, the current chief of your wolf-ear tribe is Hong Xiang, and I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings over territory." The wolf-eared tribesman was stunned upon hearing this, because the elder had not told him about this matter. The other party had only given him a few instructions before sending him over. The wolf-eared warrior shook his head and said, "The elder only said that we could trade food for it. I don't know anything about the riverbank." "Forget about the food." Su Cheng smiled and didn't make things difficult for the young man. He waved his hand and said, "Go back and tell your clan elders that my condition is just the riverbank. If he really wants to learn how to treat fever, he'd better find someone who can make the decision to talk to me." The conversation was very brief. The two sides merely met briefly, exchanged information, and then the meeting ended. After the wolf-eared warrior disappeared into the jungle and his figure vanished completely, Chun finally spoke up to ask a question. "Will they come back?" Su Cheng smiled and shook his head. "I don't think so. I didn't have much hope for this anyway." "Why do you say that?" Chun asked, puzzled, then said seriously, "Cheng, fever is very scary. They won't ignore it." Su Cheng smirked. "You're overthinking it. Even fevers vary in severity. I reckon they just have a mild cold this time. Nothing too serious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent just one soldier to talk to me about something as trivial as territory." Before this, Su Cheng had observed this wolf-eared warrior. He was quiet, cautious, and always on guard, but there was no trace of anxiety on his face. Of course, Su Cheng's confidence was based on some practical considerations. If a simple fever could leave a tribe helpless, in dire straits, or even lead to its extinction, how many tribes in the world could survive? Humans adapt to everything the natural environment provides, gradually explore and create, and constantly evolve. This is the strongest talent of primates. Minor illnesses and pains, given their constitution, they might just tough it out, Su Cheng said. Chun agrees with this point, but doesn't understand it. Then why did they come looking for you? Why not ask? It won't hurt. What if we agree? Su Cheng grinned. Dream on. Chun couldn't help but snort coldly. The cat-ear tribe wasn't exactly short of food these days, so naturally they wouldn't agree to such a condition. She didn't say anything more and turned to follow Su Cheng back to the camp. This was just a minor incident, and neither of them took it to heart. However, Su Cheng was still quite interested in this neighbor. As the two walked through the camp, Su Cheng suddenly asked again, "Chun, how much do you know about the wolf-ear tribe? Is there a conflict between their elder and Hongxiang? Aren't they afraid of a fight breaking out if they bypass the chief to give orders to the tribe?" In Su Cheng's mind, the wolf clan should only respect one wolf king. Of course, the situation is different in this world. Kemonomami, animal-eared girls, and kemonomami, animals, are not the same species at all. After all, Chun eats rabbit meat, so it's not surprising that the wolf-ear clan has two leaders. Two people in charge, huh? TSK. Luckily that elder doesn't like fishing. Upon hearing this, Chun slowed her pace and shook her head. "I don't know. All I know is that since the last extreme winter, the chieftain of the wolf-ear clan has changed to Hong Xiang, and she is very strong. The people of the wolf-ear clan all respect her." Su Cheng didn't deny that the wolf-eared girl was incredibly intimidating. When the two returned to the east side of the camp, the large tent was almost set up. Lin and Luo were each busy hanging animal skin curtains on one side. Luo was a little shorter, and she looked cute and adorable as she stood on tiptoe. Chapter 52. You're responsible for what you picked up. Luo, let me help you. Su Cheng quickly ran over and pressed down on the top of the animal hide for Luo, who was trying to reach it higher. For Su Cheng, installing curtains on the tent was a very important task. Is this a door curtain? No, this is what his face will look like from now on. He didn't want everything he did in the main tent to become a live broadcast in the future. The little cutie looked up, her bright eyes shining with an unusual light, watching Su Cheng carefully pierce and bind the vines on the animal skin. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up, revealing a sweet smile. Become. What? Nothing. Su Cheng looked down and met those bright eyes and beautiful dimples, feeling a little strange. Why are you calling me if you don't want anything? I just wanted to call you. Go ahead and shout. Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh, and then he joined in. You seem very happy. Did something good happen? No. There must be. Luo wouldn't say anything, blinked her eyes, wagged her tail gently, suddenly turned around and hugged Su Cheng tightly, then ran off to Lin's side. Lin, let me help you. Okay, meow. Could you bring me some more vines? Lin had already started installing the second animal skin curtain. Turning her head, she realized that Su Cheng had taken over Luo's work. She couldn't help but pout and start complaining. Okay, come help me later too. Okay, I'll come help you after I hang this up. Alright, I'd also like to eat some spicy and savory grilled meat tonight. Su Cheng was helpless. He had finally managed to save up a little bit of spicy powder, and this guy had his eye on it all. Looking at the three of them from behind, Chun felt her eyelids twitch for some reason, and her mouth tasted a little bitter. She had a strange, unpleasant feeling. Feeling idle and aimless, she felt somewhat superfluous. Once the tent was finished, Lin and Luo were overjoyed and couldn't wait to carry hay to make beds and move things around, keeping themselves very busy. Su Cheng watched for a while as the two beast-eared girls lay frolicking in the tent, rolling around, and after giving them a few instructions, he lowered the curtain. You two can rest in the camp today and find something easy to do. Looking back, I realized that spring had already left without me noticing. As the warm sun rose, most of the beast-eared girls had already begun their work, leaving only a few behind, meticulously polishing and repairing stone tools, and sewing and drying animal skin dresses for their tribe. After greeting the others, Su Cheng passed through several tents and saw Chun standing in the center of the camp in the distance. Spears were already placed at her feet, and a bone knife was hanging at her waist. At this moment, she was holding her hands behind her back and trying to tighten her chest with a straw rope. With Shi Yu and the others gone, the rabbit-eared girl was in some trouble without anyone to help her. Su Cheng stepped forward, grabbed the end of the rope, and tugged it hard. The bunny-eared girl's body stiffened instantly, and her hands hovered behind her back. Will this work? I'm asking you, is this pressure okay? Isn't it too tight? Su Cheng continued. Sure, there's animal hide to cushion it. It'll be fine. Chun lowered her head, took a deep breath, and then withdrew her hand. Why didn't you wait for me? I thought you had already gone out. Su Cheng said with a smile while tying the rope. Next time Shi Yu and the others aren't around, just ask me for help. It's just binding your chest. I still know how. Is this something that might or might not happen? I can tie it myself. Chun snorted, and after Su Cheng finished tying her up, she immediately put on the animal skin coat. Her inner turmoil gradually subsided, and she turned around, her face expressionless. Is the main tent all set up? Yeah, I just finished setting it up, and when I saw you weren't here, I came looking for you. Su Cheng chuckled. What? Are you planning to go hunting? Looking at Su Cheng's smug grin, Chun couldn't help but roll her eyes, but her mood inexplicably improved. She picked up the spear from the ground and then said, I don't have anything to do today, so I'd like to go see Shi Yu and the others. Why didn't you ask me to come along? Su Cheng asked. You are a witch, you can't always be running around. You're supposed to be protecting me, so you can't just disappear without a word all the time. Upon hearing this, Chun couldn't help but glare at him. Her mood, which had just improved a little, vanished instantly. This scoundrel really deserved a beating. She seriously corrected him. I'm part of the hunting team, not here to protect you. Protecting the witch is your duty, Su Cheng said righteously. Protecting the shaman is the duty of the cat-eared tribe. Aren't you from the cat-eared tribe? I was picked up by Lin. Speaking of which, you also picked me up, so you have to take responsibility for it, Su Cheng said with a wicked grin. The two left the camp and walked through the woods, the sunlight gradually lengthening their shadows until they merged into one. Chun was speechless, while Su Cheng wore a beaming smile. After a long while, the rabbit-eared girl's gritted teeth echoed slowly in the air. Which may I hit you? Didn't you say you'd call me by my name in private? I want to beat you up fine. Can't. Can I bite you? Where do you want to bite? Chun felt incredibly strange about herself. Mingming was so angry that she was glaring at Su Cheng, thinking of punching him, but when the other man grabbed her hand, her mind went blank and she forgot everything. Yes, lately, whenever the two of them go out, they occasionally hold each other's hands. The temperature from my palm wasn't high, but spring felt so warm that I wanted to hold on tight and not let go. The two wandered through the woods, their initial bickering gradually turning into Su Cheng engaging in lively conversation. Chun listened quietly, her ears much more relaxed than usual. She enjoyed Su Cheng talking about these things because he always managed to come up with novel and interesting stories, such as how, tens of thousands of years from now, the world would be completely different, and no one would have to live in simple tents anymore. Skyscrapers would stand tall, and there would be no more worries about the extreme winter. They could fly into the sky, even beyond the clouds, and look down upon the land like birds. Chun remained silent, her mind filled with those strange images. She couldn't picture them, yet she was still captivated by them, and at the same time, she was utterly puzzled. How long was tens of thousands of years? What were those tall buildings? And how did they manage to fly into the sky? In the dead of winter, is it really possible to simply stay at home and have a warm bed, food, and water? What, then, is home? She had many questions she wanted to know the answers to, but didn't know where to begin. Chun stared at the two people's clasped hands. When she came to her senses, she realized that the two of them had unknowingly crossed the riverbank and entered the hunting area. To be precise, she was awakened by the bear's roar. Deep in the dense forest, leaves rustled down, the wind howled, and birds and beasts scattered in panic. At that moment, even Su Chengdu tensed up and stopped moving forward. Chapter 53 Actually, bears can climb trees too. What happened? Did that bear escape? Su Cheng asked with a serious expression. Chun didn't say anything, but listened carefully to the sounds in the mountains and forests. After a long while, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's all right. It seems they've already gone back. Can we find Yu and the others?" Su Cheng asked again. That bear wouldn't leave its territory for no reason. Someone must have provoked it. Regardless of whether it was Yu and the others who did it, Su Cheng only hoped that they wouldn't get hurt. Chu Miao understood and nodded. It should be near the trap. She pointed to a grove of trees to the northeast. The birds and animals there were making quite a commotion just now. Let's go take a look. Without another word, the two quickly disappeared into the jungle. Following the direction Chun had indicated, they walked for about 15 minutes. The surrounding trees and grass grew increasingly lush, with weeds reaching waist height effectively obscuring their view. Under the towering trees, shadows swayed, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, like beams of light falling into the forest. Gradually, Su Cheng and Chun were able to observe the many traps hidden around them, some large and some small, lying in ambush along the paths of various animals. Over this period of time, Yu and her companions have come to understand the ingenious use of traps, and have become quite skilled at it. They often set up several traps whenever they have free time, almost turning this hunting ground into a minefield for wild animals. Now, even Su Cheng and his companion need to be careful as they move forward, constantly observing whether there are any trap marks carved on the surrounding trees. After continuing to sneak around for more than 10 minutes, Chun suddenly grabbed Su Cheng, signaling him to stop. The two huddled close together, holding their breath and listening intently. Amidst the cacophony of noise, they could almost hear a familiar whistle. It's Shirling, they're nearby. Chun finally felt relieved and spoke. Su Cheng nodded. Call them over. Upon hearing this, Chun hummed in agreement, then put her finger to her lips and whistled towards the sky. Call out. The clear, long note, sharp as a bird's song, instantly pierced through the mountains and forests. Before long, a whistle sounded in response, followed by several ghostly figures leaping among the tree branches. Agile and nimble, it darts back and forth among the trees like a real wildcat. The branches rustled as they stepped on them, and the leaves trembled and fell, accompanied by the pleasant and excited sounds of Yu and the others. Spring, is that you? Spring, we're here. Come out here, meow. 6 cat-eared girls perched on a large tree, swords at their waists, bows and spears slung over their shoulders, each looking sharp and spirited. After scanning their surroundings, they spotted Chun and Su Cheng hiding in a patch of tall grass. Meow, which is here too, Yu said with some surprise. Really? The petite horse's eyes sparkled, and after confirming, she excitedly jumped down from the tree. Which, we're here. Immediately afterwards, 5 figures landed and surrounded them. A few minutes later, Horror knelt on the ground, her hands covering her head, her lips pursed into a wave. Yu and the other 5 also shrank their necks, playfully sticking out their tongues. After learning the whole story, Su Cheng felt both angry and helpless. Do you all know you were wrong? Okay, meow. Chun didn't speak well of them this time either. After all, What they did today was indeed quite distressing. Su Cheng pinched Huoger's slightly chubby cheeks and gently tugged at them, saying speechlessly, "You guys went to observe the black bear, fine, but it was just sleeping peacefully, and you threw stones at it for no reason. You angered it, and it chased after us this far." Chun and I could hear its cries from the outskirts. Huoger let Su Cheng pinch her cheeks without saying a word. In her big, bright eyes, there was only a little bit of grievance, and the rest was all mischief. "And you 5 too. You're bigger than Huoger, and you're just messing around with her too." Su Cheng flicked each of them on the forehead as punishment. The 5 beast-eared girls rubbed their foreheads and peeked at Su Cheng through their fingers. They knew that Su Cheng was worried about them and was not really angry, so they all behaved themselves and obediently accepted the lesson. "Which, we won't do it again, meow." As the team leader, Shiryu waited until Su Cheng finished punishing him before speaking. The others also gave him fawning looks, their big, watery eyes wide open, their tails wagging gently, which made Su Cheng both annoyed and amused. The cat-eared girls' talent for being cute was truly astonishing. They were self-taught. If this were in modern times, they'd definitely charm a huge crowd. However, Su Cheng was well aware of the mischievousness inherent in these guys. He couldn't help but sigh, saying helplessly, "It's not a matter of whether you dare or not. There's nothing wrong with you investigating the black bear. Chun and I are already acknowledging your abilities by entrusting the entire hunting task to you. But you need to think things through before doing anything. You can't be reckless. You must consider your own safety and that of your companions, understand?" "Understood," the 6 cat-eared girls replied in unison. At this moment, Cheng Kai, who was beside him, spoke up and asked a question. "So, how's your investigation going?" Mentioning this, Huoger instantly perked up again, happily describing what she had seen and heard. "Spring, that bear was black and big as 6 of us could hug." Huoger gestured with her hands, her eyes shining. "That guy slept in a cave at the foot of the mountain, with his head sticking out. There were a lot of wild animal bones outside the cave, and the grass was trampled by it." "So you just throw stones at people?" Chun asked speechlessly. Huoger stuck out her tongue, then nervously glanced at Su Cheng, only to be met with a sharp pat on the head by him. Su Cheng then asked, "When it chased after you, how fast was it? How did it compare to you?" "Soon." Huoger rubbed her nose. She really hadn't expected such a big guy to be so agile. Shiryu and the others nearby added, "It was similar to us, and it made a lot of noise when it ran, much more powerful than a wild boar. So we climbed up the tree and kept running up there, not daring to come down." Recalling what they had just experienced, the group felt lingering fear, yet also burst into laughter. "Hee, it chased this tree, so we jumped to another one. It chased us for a long time, and when it couldn't catch us, it ran back." "Oh." Seeing the several animal-eared girls with confident, mischievous smiles, Su Cheng nodded, then crossed his arms and suddenly said, "Did you know that bears can actually climb trees?" Onaji equals smiley face. The laughter stopped abruptly. Shiryu and the other 6 were stunned, their clear eyes revealing utter stupidity. Even Chun was taken aback. Her rabbit-eared tribe didn't hunt bears much, so they didn't know much about their habits. Seeing the lingering fear on Huoger and the others' faces, Su Cheng grinned. Chapter 54 Bathing Day. The smile didn't disappear, it simply shifted. "Ha." After teasing them for a bit, Su Cheng finally spoke. "Don't worry, it can indeed climb trees, but it's nowhere near as fast as you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape so easily today. I just want to tell you that you must never be reckless or overconfident in the future. Respecting your opponent and understanding them is the best way to defeat them. Okay, which?" Next, Su Cheng asked some questions about the black bear, such as how far away it lived, its location, and the lushness of the surrounding trees and bushes. Since Shiryu and her companions made the decision on a whim, they didn't know the bear's specific habits or usual hunting routes. If they really intended to hunt it, they would have to continue observing it for a while. Su Cheng wasn't worried about this. Huoger and the others already had experience, so it would be easier for them to observe next time. The most important thing right now is to solve the clay problem. Afterwards, Shiryu led Chun and Su Cheng to introduce the traps they had painstakingly laid over the past few days. To facilitate their operations, they also dug a pit to temporarily place their hunted prey. Several spike traps were dug around the pit. Shiryu and the others sprinkled the blood of wild animals nearby, hoping to catch more animals if they were attracted by the smell of blood. This is clearly a case of entrapment. Even Su Cheng was amazed. These beast-eared girls were growing up, gradually gaining enlightenment through hunting, learning, and practicing the knowledge he had taught them, and becoming more and more intelligent. Of course, this is a good thing. As their hunting skills improve, they can store more food, allowing Yu and the others to help once the clay project is launched. Time flies. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In order for the clay project to proceed smoothly, Cheng stayed with Chun for the past 3 days, almost always keeping watch near the riverbank. The purpose was to clearly understand the movements of the Wolf Ear clan hunting team, such as what time they usually arrived at the riverbank, how long they would patrol the area, and what time they would stay at the riverbank at the latest each day. Of course, the most important thing is to investigate whether these guys are still around late at night. On autumn nights, there are many mosquitoes in the grass. Fortunately, Chun and her friends have lived in the forest for many years and have a lot of experience with being active at night, so they have learned a lot of ways to repel mosquitoes and insects. Otherwise, Cheng had no doubt that he would have been carried away by mosquitoes for 3 consecutive nights. However, after observing for several days and nights, Cheng and Chun were left with a lot of questions. The wolf-eared tribe's hunting party seemed to have suddenly gone mad, completely losing its rhythm. Aside from arriving at the hunting grounds as usual on the first day and staying until late, they vanished on the second and third days, disappearing without a trace. In Spring's memory, this was something that had never happened before. The bizarre turn of events left Cheng completely bewildered. He almost suspected that he was being counter-surveilled, and that the wolf-eared tribe might be hiding in some nook or cranny, secretly watching them. By dusk on the 4th day, the two had still found nothing. The riverbank was eerily quiet all day, with only the occasional low growl of yaks heard from the north side of the river. This is absolutely abnormal. After thinking for a long time with his eyes closed, Cheng suddenly dragged Chun back. Not squatting anymore? Chun asked, puzzled as they walked. Cheng nodded and said, things are a bit unusual. There's no need to continue squatting for now. Upon hearing this, Chun was somewhat discouraged, realizing that all her efforts over the past few days had been in vain. Seeing the bunny-eared girl frowning and looking downcast, Cheng couldn't help but smile. Don't think too much about it. Not everything can go as planned. Besides, looking at it from another perspective, we still got some useful information. Chun glanced over and gave a soft hum, assuming that Cheng was just trying to comfort her. We haven't even seen the person, so what information could we possibly have? Have you ever seen the wolf-eared tribe like this before? No. Then what do you think could be more important than hunting for food? Cheng continued to ask. Chun blinked, considered for a long time, and then shook her head. In the eyes of the tribe, territory and food are always the most important things. Cheng chuckled. That's right. For us, very few things can replace the importance of food, unless. Cheng didn't continue, which piqued Chun's curiosity, and the rabbit-eared girl seemed a little impatient. Unless what? I can't say for sure either. Cheng clicked his tongue and looked towards the direction of the wolf-ear tribe's territory deep in the forest. Something must have happened to them, and it must be a major change. Chun's heart skipped a beat. A change of events? She could think of a few possibilities, since there weren't many things that could shake the hunter's position, but these were all just guesses. No one knew the truth. She looked at Cheng again and asked him, what do you think it could be? That's hard to say. Cheng clicked his tongue. It could be a foreign invasion, or it could be an internal conflict. In any case, it's not going to be a good thing. Territorial disputes are nothing new in this era, and perhaps other tribes have migrated to the wolf forest. Or it's a problem between the clan elders and Hongxiang. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain. Having 2 people in charge will inevitably lead to problems sooner or later. Thinking of what happened a few days ago, Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. It couldn't be that he had a bad cold and infected a whole bunch of people. But no matter what happens, it will undoubtedly be an opportunity for me. Cheng's expression suddenly hardened. Spring, go back and tell the people of the tribe to prepare. Everyone should rest tomorrow, and we'll start digging mud tonight. Good. When the two returned to the camp, night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky, round and bright. The camp was bustling with activity, as always, with fires twinkling in the air. The lingering aroma of meat still lingers in the air. The cat-eared girls had finished eating and were packing up their animal skin clothes, heading east towards the camp together. Cheng couldn't help but look at Chun with curiosity. Where are they going? Bath. Chun replied casually. I forgot to tell you. Today is the cat-ear tribe's bathing day. They usually bathe once a month, but because the weather is getting colder, this should be the last bath before the extreme winter. Taking a shower, huh? Cheng perked up instantly upon hearing this, and suddenly laughed. What about you? Are you going to take a shower or not? Cheng glared back at him, clearly annoyed. What do you think? I haven't taken a shower in ages either, Cheng chuckled. Want a shower together later? Don't want. The bunny-eared girl answered decisively, her gaze sharpening. I'll wash it myself. She didn't want Cheng watching her take a shower. Just thinking about it made her feel uneasy. Moreover, men and women bathe together only among tribesmen living in the same tent. They don't live together. At least not now. After. Chapter 55 Reminder. Thinking about the future, Chun felt inexplicably irritated and couldn't help but glare at Cheng. Being stared at by a pair of glowing red eyes late at night is indeed frightening. Cheng could only surrender. Okay, you can shower by yourself, don't glare at me. Then he asked, so, do you want to eat something to fill your stomach first, or take a shower first? Let's eat something first. Chun looked at him and realized she was indeed a little hungry. Besides, there were a lot of people taking showers right now, and they would have to wait in line. I'll shower last. Okay. Cheng grinned. Then I'll grill the meat later. You just wait and eat. This time, Chun didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. After all, Cheng's grilled meat is really good. It smells delicious after being sprinkled with spices. When the two of them reached the main tent, Lin and Luo came out carrying animal skin dresses. They were both surprised to see Cheng and Chun, as they had thought they would return late at night, just like the previous nights. Luo's eyes lit up immediately, and she ran over excitedly. Cheng, why are you back so early today? Lin and I were just about to take a shower. I know. Cheng chuckled and ruffled Luo's hair, saying, Go on, wash up. Chun and I need to eat something first, and we'll go wash up after you're done. Luo nodded obediently, enjoying the comfort of Cheng stroking her ears. After a long while, she looked up and said, Cheng, I've put all your berries in the tent. Don't forget to eat them. Have you eaten enough? You don't need to leave too much for me in the future. Cheng gave instructions, noting that he had been returning too late these past few days and always found a lot of fruit and meat left in the tent. Compared to himself, Luo was the one who needed more nutrition. I'm full. Luo smiled sweetly. At this moment, Lin also came over, her eyes full of anticipation, and pouted, saying, Okay, there's some food for me too. Luo and I were worried that you and Chun would go hungry outside, so we left some extra. Okay. Cheng felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to stroke Lin's ear. The lively and energetic cat-eared girl instantly narrowed her eyes, curled up her lips, and revealed her sharp little fangs. Hee. Okay, why does it feel so much better when you touch my ears than when Mom touches them? Luo also felt that Cheng touching her ears felt very comfortable. That's right. Cheng said, I have even more amazing skills to share with you later. Okay, meow. Only after the two beast-eared girls had left satisfied and disappeared with smiles did Cheng grin and begin preparing the barbecue. Turning around, he saw Chun already sitting in front of the fire, quietly watching him. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Cheng didn't possess the extraordinary abilities described in novels. He could discern a hint of coldness, sorrow, and other complexities hidden in a single glance, resembling a fan-shaped diagram. But at this moment, he really felt that the rabbit-eared girl was looking at him strangely. Then, Chun said calmly, I'm hungry. Okay, I'll go get the meat. Cheng scratched his head, turned around, and went back to the main tent. Gazing at that retreating figure, Chun took a deep breath, her long ears twitching wistfully. Before long, the aroma of meat slowly filled the air. Cheng carefully grilled the meat, occasionally sprinkling some pepper on it. Chun was munching on wild fruit on the opposite side, quietly watching everything through the firelight, and could hear the sounds of beast-eared girls playing and laughing while taking a bath at the foot of the distant mountain. As if remembering something, Chun suddenly spoke. Okay, do you really like that wolf-eared girl? Yeah. Cheng answered without looking up. Luo is so cute. Who wouldn't like her? That's true. The people of the cat-ear tribe don't dislike Loli at all. She greets everyone with a smile, is serious and meticulous in her work, and everyone, including Chun herself, likes her very much. Chun had originally planned to train Luo to be an outstanding warrior, but unexpectedly, Cheng arranged for her to take care of the piglets. Chun was quite disappointed by this. Of course, Chun is not mentioning Luo now because of this. She stared at Cheng for a long time before asking seriously, So, do you want to have children with Luo? Why? Cheng stopped grilling the meat, looked up, and asked, Why do you ask that? Of course he had thought about it. Cheng considered himself a normal young man. It would be strange if he didn't think about such things when the two of them spent every day together. However, having a baby is something she needs to think about carefully, because Luo is too thin right now and needs to replenish her nutrition and take good care of her body. Su Cheng, being born in modern times, has a very different mindset from the indigenous people like Chun and is not in a hurry to have offspring. Just tell me, do you want to or don't you want to? Chun continued. Looking at the serious-looking bunny-eared girl, Su Cheng didn't hide anything anymore and nodded in response. I wanna, but not now. What do you mean by not now? That is to say, it's still too early to talk about having offspring. Hearing this, Chun seemed a little speechless and said, Luo may not think that way either. If it weren't for the sake of procreation, why would she always want to sleep in the same tent as you? Forehead. Now it was Su Cheng's turn to be speechless. He couldn't help but laugh. Why do you care so much? If you want, you can sleep in the same tent as me. Who wants to sleep in the same tent as you? Chun suddenly felt an urge to hit someone, and her fists clenched. She glared at Su Cheng, and after a long while, she calmed down and continued. Cheng, no matter which of you wants to, if you want to have children with Luo, you'd better think it through carefully, because doing so might hurt her. Huh? What? Su Cheng was a little confused. He knew that childbirth in ancient times was dangerous, but it shouldn't have worried Chun to this extent. Moreover, a large part of the reason why people in ancient times did not develop properly was due to age. Luo is already 18 years old now. Furthermore, based on what he's learned over this period, Su Cheng is certain that the difference in physical constitution between beast-eared girls and ordinary people means that the danger of childbirth is definitely not that high. What exactly are you trying to say? Su Cheng asked curiously. Why did you suddenly bring up having children? At this point, Chun was certain that Su Cheng really knew nothing about the reproduction of offspring by different races. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should speak up, since it concerned the cat-eared tribe's promise to Su Cheng, even though he didn't seem to care about procreation. Fortunately, after spending this time together, Chun developed an indescribable trust in Su Cheng. This is also why she was willing to tell the whole story without reservation. A moment later, her gaze became resolute, and she said earnestly, All right, do you still remember the promise the cat-eared elder made when he took you as his sorceress? Chapter 56. Look at the legs. As Su Cheng handed the roasted meat to Chun, he laughed and said, Of course I remember. All the cat-eared people obey my orders, and every cat-eared girl can reproduce with me if I want. Actually, the elders lied to you, Chun said calmly. What the heck? You tricked me. They can't keep the second promise, Chun said with some helplessness. Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, unable to understand what Chun was saying. He couldn't help but think back to the past, and combined with Chun's unusual remarks today, he suddenly widened his eyes. Holy crap, you mean they have absolutely no intention of having children with me? No wonder the cat-eared girls were all unmoved when the elder with cat ears said that. Hateful. Novels are such a ripoff. Upon hearing this, Chun rolled her eyes violently, rubbed her temples, and gave him a disdainful look, utterly speechless. Su Cheng's reaction really caught her off guard. You've completely misunderstood. Is it that they don't want to? It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't. What do you mean by cannot? Su Cheng asked curiously. Chun sighed and explained. Here, it is not accepted for people of different races to reproduce, because it is very difficult for them to give birth to children who can survive. Then, Chun recounted the history of the interspecies reproduction to prevent the guy in front of her from having any further misunderstandings. That's why I told you that if you really like Luo, you should seriously consider this matter. Now, Su Cheng understood completely. However, upon learning the truth, he did not feel the disappointment or anger that Chun had imagined. Instead, he grinned. Oh, I didn't know that was the case. You scared me. I thought I had really been scammed. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. The genetic isolation in this world seemed a bit off, because according to Chun, it was possible for people of different races to have children, but the survival rate was extremely low. I just don't know how to classify myself as a human or a beast-eared race, or rather, a demi-human race. Su Cheng's reaction relieved Chun, who then continued. Cheng, you should know that the propagation of the race is a very important matter in the eyes of all tribes, and the same is true for Luo. She wants to give you all the fruit she has gathered. She tries her best to listen to you. She wants to sleep with you, and perhaps what she wants most is to have children for you. Because she is not as strong as other wolf-eared people, nor does she have any other outstanding skills, she will feel that this is the greatest thing she can do for you, and the thing she likes the most. As she spoke, Chun suddenly changed the subject and said seriously, but if this fails, then what do you think Luo will think? It shouldn't be just sadness. At this moment, Cheng also abandoned his usual casual attitude and felt somewhat irritable. As Luo recounted her past to him, her diligence in her daily work, her clinginess, and her initiative in taking care of the piglets, Cheng more or less noticed these things, though he didn't think as deeply as Chun did. Luo has been working very hard to prove her worth. This was the first time Cheng had learned about interspecies reproduction. If what Chun said was true, Luo would probably be very disappointed in him if such a thing happened. If she cannot reproduce for the person she loves, it is tantamount to denying the greatest meaning of her existence. At least that's what Luo herself must think. This is not what Cheng wanted to see. He only hoped that Luo could live a happy life. His wish was the same as that of the cat-eared elders, that the people he loved and the people he lived with could live happily ever after. However, Cheng also understood that even if he didn't need Luo to bear his child, in their value system, procreation with the person they loved and the continuation of the race was something that had to be done, and most importantly, it was a matter of great importance to the prosperity of the race. The ecological law of the world, where everything is renewed and replaced by the old, is deeply ingrained and cannot be easily changed. These things, even if Chun doesn't mention them, will happen sooner or later. Cheng became more and more upset. He simply wanted to pet the beast-eared girl and have his family happily together. How did it become so complicated? He looked at Chun and couldn't help but purse his lips. Why are you suddenly telling me all this? Because I also like Luo. She works very hard, trying to prove her worth. The burning flame in Chun's eyes gradually dimmed. In Luo, she saw a bit of herself, and perhaps that's why she paid even more attention to this wolf-eared girl. Chun continued, everyone in the tribe likes Luo very much, and I don't want to see her sad and disappointed one day. Spring understood all too well that profound sense of powerlessness, despair, and uncertainty about the future. There was a time when she could no longer endure such torment, and, not wanting to lose even the last shred of pride and dignity, she left the tribe alone. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Cheng ate the roasted meat with a bitter taste in his mouth, his gaze fixed on the fire, drifting away with the leaping flames. Through the flames, one could see Chun slightly lowering her head, gently stroking the slightly deformed area on her calf with her fingertips. Cheng knew that this was the obstacle that rabbit-eared girl couldn't overcome in her heart. Why? Small things have their troubles, and big things have theirs too. Cheng sighed helplessly, then swallowed the roasted meat in a few bites, and said to the person opposite him, Chun, come here. Chun glanced up, wondering what this guy was up to now, and snorted, I'm not going. Are you coming or not? I'm not going. This rabbit is naturally argumentative. Cheng was speechless and could only pat his butt and stand up. Then I'll go over there. Too lazy to argue with her anymore, he walked over and sat down next to her. To Chun's surprise, he even touched her long, furry ears. Before Chun could get angry, Cheng grabbed her foot and placed it on his thigh. What are you doing? Chun struggled a couple of times in a panic, her voice angry. Don't move. Cheng didn't look up, but just stared quietly at the strange bulge on his calf, and said, let me see your legs. What's so interesting about that? I saw it last time. Maybe it can still be cured, Cheng continued. At this point, Chun stopped moving completely, seemingly not understanding Cheng's words, and just stared blankly at the man beside her. Cheng then slowly turned his head and smiled. Actually, my thoughts are very simple. As long as I can be happy with you all, that's enough. Even if we can't have children, I will still be with you. I love you all, and that has nothing to do with anything else. Chapter 57, A Chaotic Spring. Chun listened to these words in a daze, then suddenly turned her face away, feeling a slight burning sensation in the tips of her ears. Why does that include me? Never mind, I'm happy to do it. Cheng's lips curled up, then he looked down at his legs, and said softly as if it were an unintentional remark, if you can't have my child, will you leave me? Won't. Spring hesitated almost without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Cheng grinned and said, that's it then. Why think so much? Making the most of our lives together is more important than anything else. Us. As Chun pondered these words, a warm feeling inexplicably welled up inside her. She couldn't help but glance at Cheng, watching the man who was again touching her calf, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up slightly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Okay, what did you mean when you said it could still be cured? That means this leg should be able to recover to the same state as before. Can it really be done? Yes, I'm at least 90% sure. Su Cheng stroked his chin and said that just now, he tried the scanning function and was surprised to find that this thing was far more powerful than he had imagined. It could even analyze information such as fracture dislocation, nerves, and blood vessels. This is an excellent aid to the treatment. What do you mean by 90% certainty? Chun's eyes widened, filled with shock and trepidation. Her hands clenched unconsciously, her fingertips digging into her flesh. This news was truly too shocking for her. She desperately wanted to believe it, yet she dared not. Until Su Cheng looked up and met her gaze. That means the success rate of treatment is very high. You're lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Su Cheng said. Just tell me, do you want to go back to how things were before? Looking at the reassuring smile on Su Cheng's face, Chun felt as if something was about to burst out of her heart, and she couldn't suppress it. After a long while, she took a deep breath before asking seriously. Okay, don't lie to me. What do you want me to do? You don't need to do anything. It'll probably hurt a lot. Su Cheng pointed to his calf and said seriously, the bones there need to be broken again. You'll have to bear with it. Good. Don't rush. This surgery can't be taken lightly. There are many things to prepare, and right now there's also the matter of moving clay. I know. Chun wasn't an impatient person. So much time had already passed, she didn't mind waiting a little longer. Under the cover of night, the firelight flickered, and the mountains and forests were desolate and chilly. Chun gazed quietly at Su Cheng, the only sound seeming to be the crackling of burning firewood. Looking at the man who had given her hope, and reflecting on their time together, she felt a sudden, unprecedented stirring within her. The thrill made her want to pin the other person to the ground. Her blood seemed to slowly ignite, making her feel hot and restless. What's wrong with you? Your eyes are so red all of a sudden. This unusual sight startled Su Cheng. No, it's nothing. Spring quickly avoided his sight. It's not even okay yet. It's all red and burning hot. I almost thought you were going to eat me up. Nothing's wrong. Chun simply turned her head away. She was afraid that if she looked at this guy any longer, her primal instincts would become even stronger. This was the first time in all these years that she had felt this kind of impulse. In the past, I would at most feel a little restless when I heard about the clansmen multiplying and living, but I have never felt this way before. This signal from within her body suddenly startled Chun, leaving her at a loss. She tried to pull her foot back to the tent, but found that her body seemed to be acting out of control and she didn't feel like moving. No, it's that I really want to move. Just then, two familiar voices came, which distracted Chun and allowed her to catch her breath. Lin and Luo, carrying their discarded animal skin clothes, skipped and hopped back. The two of them laughed and chuckled as they approached the fire. They were almost dry, but their hair and tails were still wet. With a shake, water droplets splashed everywhere. Su Cheng was also splashed quite a bit. The cool water hit the firewood, causing it to sizzle and steam. Hee hee. Okay, we're done washing. Lin shook her tail again, listening to the sound of water and firewood colliding, having a great time. Okay, you can go take a shower now. Luo wasn't that naughty. She just obediently placed her tail next to the flame to roast. Just as Su Cheng was about to say something, he felt a sudden emptiness on his thigh. Chun had already quickly pulled her foot back, stood up, and ran straight back to the tent. His steps were hurried, and his back view even looked a bit disheveled. To be honest, he couldn't figure out what had just happened to the bunny-eared girl. When Su Cheng turned around again, he found that Lin had finished playing and was helping Luo comb and dry her hair and tail. The two beast-eared girls, one big and one small, sat in front of the fire like close sisters, taking care of each other. The scene is harmonious and heartwarming, captivating the viewer. Okay, I've put your clothes in the main tent. While playing with Luo's hair, Lin didn't forget to remind Su Cheng. Okay, the water's a bit cold, so wash quickly, Luo added. No. Su Cheng smiled, then stood up and returned to his tent. In this day and age, taking a bath is actually a bit of a luxury. After all, water is a very important resource. Su Cheng walked through the forest with the animal skin coat in his hand, and soon saw three cat-eared girls playing and frolicking as they walked back. Perhaps it was a habit they were used to, because they didn't even wear animal skin clothes, just carried them in their hands and hopped around, chatting and laughing. Unfortunately, the light in the forest at night was not good, so Su Cheng could not see anything at all. He could only make out the outlines of those well-developed bodies, and the swaying curves were quite astonishing. Appearing and disappearing under the moonlight, it added another layer of mystery. The three cat-eared girls each have their own unique characteristics, and they look somewhat familiar at first glance. When they saw Su Cheng, they stopped immediately and greeted him. Come and take a bath too. There's no one left by the pool, so you can use the witch freely. Would you like us to take you there, witch? No need, Su Cheng replied with a smile. These voices were all familiar. They were indeed Shiyu, Shiling, and Nia. Shiling stepped forward and pointed out the direction. Witch, the pool is at the foot of that mountain, not in the same place we usually use for drinking water. Don't go to the wrong place, meow. At this moment, Nia, who usually keeps a low profile, also joined in the fun and made a surprising remark. Witch, do you want me to help you take a bath? We all help each other with our baths. Yes, I can help the witch wash too, Shiling chimed in. Su Cheng really wanted to agree, but a gust of cold autumn wind instantly blew away all those messy thoughts. At this temperature, a cold shower is not recommended. I should just wash up and go back inside. He could only politely decline the offer. Chapter 58 tonight. No one will disturb us. You should go back quickly, and remember to wear your animal skin clothes so you don't catch a fever. Upon hearing this, the three cat-eared girls couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, meow. Then let's go, witch. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Su Cheng smiled and waved goodbye before leaving. A short while later, he heard rustling sounds behind him. The three adorable creatures had dressed and disappeared in a flash. Their laughter could still be faintly heard in the woods as they gradually faded into the distance. By the time Su Cheng finished showering and returned to the main tent, it was already late at night. A bright moon hangs in the sky, accompanied only by a blazing fire, a solitary companion. The camp was quiet and desolate, and the cat-eared girls were almost all asleep. Chun and Lin's tent curtains were also drawn, and it was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. Su Cheng sat by the fire for a while until his body was completely dry, then stretched his arms a few times before returning to the main tent. Inside the pitch-black tent, he seemed to smell a familiar scent. Suddenly, a pair of glowing blue-green eyes opened, startling him. Okay, you're back. Luo's soft, sweet voice came from behind. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned over. You snuck away again? Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. He put the dirty clothes aside, sat down on the hay, and pulled the little cutie into his arms. Her petite body was soft and warm, much better than the fire outside. Luo blinked her eyes sweetly and laughed along. I didn't sneak away today. I already told Lin that I'll be sleeping here tonight. She actually agreed. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. Lin liked to sleep cuddling with Luo, so it wouldn't be easy to snatch the pillow from her. Luo nodded and said seriously, Yes, Lin said I can come over often if I want, but I can't disturb Cheng's sleep. What do you mean by disturbing me? Su Cheng grinned, feeling incredibly happy. He lay down, one arm around Luo's slender waist, the other supporting her small bottom. Luo's fluffy tail swept up and gently curled around Su Cheng's wrist. The petite wolf-eared girl lay on top of Su Cheng, their foreheads touching in the darkness. Those blue-green eyes were so close, as dazzling as jewels, and their warm breath brushed against my cheek, carrying a youthful scent. After a long pause, Su Cheng hesitated before speaking. Luo, have you ever thought about having my child? Upon hearing this, Luo lowered her head, buried her face in Su Cheng's chest, and gripped his chest even tighter with both hands. Her ears turned red, making her look incredibly cute. Although he didn't say anything, Su Cheng already knew the answer. As expected, just as Chun said. Thinking of his conversation with Chun earlier, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Although he seemed very open-minded at the time, he was still somewhat moved at this moment. He remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Luo, if I were to say, if we lived together and didn't actually need to have children, would you be willing? Luo, nestled in his arms, seemed to pause for a moment, then slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Don't you like it? No. Then why wouldn't you want Luo to have your child? His anxious and uneasy appearance was truly heartbreaking. Su Cheng sighed helplessly before asking, Do you know about the reproduction of offspring by different races? No. Luo didn't hide anything and nodded. I know you still want to have children with me. I just wanted to. I didn't think that much about it. The little cutie's voice was soft, her eyes clear. Su Cheng felt even more heartbroken and then spoke up. Then you can think about it now. In no mood. Why? Have no idea. Su Cheng was speechless. The little cutie's innocence was almost too much for him to handle. He thought for a moment, then continued. What if we never have children? Have no idea. Would you be willing to stay by my side forever? This time, Luo did not shake her head. Instead, an unusually firm light flashed in her bright eyes. Willing. All right then, I won't think about it anymore. Su Cheng finally sighed helplessly, but hugged her even tighter and whispered, Go to sleep early. The two of them closed their eyes and held each other, with only their soft breathing echoing in their ears. However, after only a short while, Luo's petite body stirred, and her voice rang out again. Okay, no touching today. Luo has already taken a bath. Cheng nearly choked. He opened his eyes and met those expectant eyes, his old face flushing slightly. Who could withstand this? Then he coughed lightly. Then let's touch it. When everything around them quieted down, only the two of them could be heard breathing heavily inside the tent. Cheng was already familiar with the place and no longer had any reservations. In the darkness, Luo's face was flushed, and the light shining in her eyes seemed more intense than ever before. Between opposite sexes, there seems to be a strange, innate attraction. Every action they take subtly guides and complements each other. Especially in the case of Cheng and Luo, there's an added thrill of walking a dangerous line. No one will disturb us tonight. The two became even more unrestrained. Two passionate hearts connected, and those two simple animal hides were no more valuable than window paper. Unbeknownst to them, Rona's tail, curled tightly around Cheng's wrist, became even tighter, its fur smooth and exuding a gentle warmth. In the stillness, a sweet voice suddenly rang out, and the distance between the two disappeared, reaching the very end. This night was no longer silent. Not far away, Lin, who was shamelessly clinging to Chun Mimi while sleeping, suddenly woke up. The strange, faint sounds coming from her ear made her feel itchy all over, like claws gently scratching her heart. She couldn't help but prick up her ears and listen carefully, her eyes widening and her nose wrinkling. Then, she nudged Chun, who was sitting next to her with her eyes closed, and whispered, Spring, I think I heard Luo's voice. It's weird. Is Cheng bullying her? Spring is not deaf, so naturally she heard it too. Moreover, the animal-eared girls have much more acute hearing, so they can hear very clearly. You misheard me, Chun said coldly, frowning. Go to sleep now, or go back to your own tent. Meow? No way. Lin quickly hugged Chun's waist with a playful laugh, rubbed her face against his equally magnificent breasts, feeling the familiar softness and warmth, before closing her eyes in satisfaction. She wanted to sleep, but the sound lingered, like tiny insects crawling into her ears, scratching and nagging at her, becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, Lin couldn't hold back any longer and opened her eyes again. Chapter 59, Next time I'll help you make him angry. Spring, I really heard it. I didn't hear you. It's Luo calling. I need to go see. I can't let Cheng bully her. Lin immediately sat up to rescue Luo, who was in danger, but Chun grabbed her by the back of the neck and dragged her back. Chun took a deep breath, silently rolled her eyes in the direction of the main tent, and said helplessly, Don't bother them. But Luo is shouting, and her voice sounds weird. It makes me uncomfortable, Lin pouted. The cat-eared girls were taken away from their ancestral home by their three mothers when they were young. Perhaps they heard similar sounds when they were young, but they have long forgotten them. No one has ever explained these things to them, so it is only natural that they do not know. Chun didn't want to explain, but knowing Lin's personality, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep all night if she didn't figure it out, so she had no choice but to say it helplessly. Cheng did not bully Luo. Why is Naluo making such a strange noise? They are procreating. For a moment, Lin was stunned, her mouth agape. Is this how it reproduces? No wonder its voice is different from usual. The excited cat girl sat up abruptly, her pointed ears perked up, her eyes filled with disbelief and intense interest, radiating light. Otherwise, do you still want to go see it? Spring snorted in annoyance. The voice also made her feel uncomfortable, but it was still somewhat familiar, so she wasn't as agitated as Lin. I want to see it. Because she couldn't even imagine that scene, Lin became increasingly curious. She couldn't help but smile mischievously, revealing her sharp canine teeth. Her eyes gleamed, and she bent over, intending to sneak over there. Before it could make a move, Chun noticed it again and grabbed its tail, pulling it back. Spring sighed helplessly, gently tapped the guy's head, and said seriously, Don't go over there, go to sleep quietly. But I want to see it. Hee. Chun, let me sneak a peek. No. Chun refused without hesitation. She knew Lin's personality well. Sometimes Lin was even more mischievous than Hor. If she let Lin go over to peek, she might run in and cause trouble. If you dare to run over there, you can forget about sleeping in my tent again. Okay, stop tugging at my tail. Lin immediately wilted, her lips pouting. Sleep. Meow. After the two lay down again, Lin listened to the strange sound and found it difficult to fall asleep for a long time. She simply opened her eyes, hugged Chun tightly, and asked, Spring, how much longer will they be? Have no idea. Will it be the same if I have children with Cheng in the future? How would I know? Spring, do you know how to reproduce? Spring was silent. After taking another deep breath, she let out a soft hum. You can ask Luo tomorrow. That's true, he. Go to sleep now. You need to rest more during the day tomorrow, as you have to work at night. But I can't sleep. Lin then shifted her body slightly, blinked her eyes, and continued. Chun, why don't you tell me about the rabbit ear tribe? I want to know what your shamans are like. This time, Chun didn't refuse, because she couldn't sleep either. My thoughts drifted away. In their memories, that tall, rugged figure was always far away from them, often staying in his own tent. Even when he went out, he was accompanied by the chieftain and other members of the hunting party. Chun grew up in the Rabbit Ears tribe, but she hardly spoke to the shaman, or rather, most of the tribe members were like that. The shaman inspired awe in them, yet also made them feel alienated. After a long while, Chun finally spoke. Our shaman is a very powerful rabbit-eared person. Is he even more powerful than Cheng? No. Between Cheng and that rabbit-eared shaman, which one do you prefer? Can I dislike none of them? No way, meow. Lin giggled. I know Chun likes Cheng. You know that, yet you still ask. Spring couldn't help but purse her lips and snort. I don't like him. He always makes me angry. Really? Real? Then I'll help you make him angry next time. Time passed by, and the two animal-eared girls, cuddling and talking, gradually fell asleep. Before we knew it, a sliver of light appeared on the horizon, and birds and beasts awoke in the forest, their chirping filling the air. The quiet campsite gradually began to stir. The cat-eared people climbed out of their tents, stretched, and breathed in the fresh morning air. Then they called to their companions, wagged their tails, and began to eat breakfast. This is also a habit that Su Cheng taught them to cultivate, to eat something in the morning and to maintain a healthy body through regular meals. Since they need to be well rested for work in the evening, each cat-eared girl seems quite idle at this moment. Occasionally, they will do some simple tasks, and then they will gather together to chat and bask in the sun. Chun woke up as usual, but only opened her eyes to look at Lin, who was still fast asleep in her arms, before turning over and continuing to take a nap. That night, Chun was quite tormented. She hadn't expected Su Cheng and Luo to be so restless. It wasn't until late into the night that the two of them finally quieted down. Lin, on the other hand, was carefree and fell asleep early and quickly. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky, its rays hitting her bottom, that Lin rubbed her eyes and contentedly climbed out of Chun's arms. Meow. She pursed her lips, her pointed ears twitched nimbly, and she stretched out her waist and arms, giving a big yawn. After regaining his composure, he noticed that Chun had also opened her eyes. Spring, are you hungry? Lin stood up, shook her tail and ears, and then asked. I'm not hungry. If you want to eat, just prepare your own. Chun yawned and sat up, straightened her clothes, then took the bone knife and went straight out of the tent. I'll go check on the tribespeople and have them check the baskets and tools they'll be using tonight. The riverbank situation is very important tonight, and we can't afford any problems. Good. Lin hummed in agreement and followed them out, her gaze fixed on Su Cheng's tent. Her eyes lit up, and she chuckled. I wonder if Cheng and Luo are awake yet. Cheng glanced at it and said, You can go and take a look. Okay, meow. The cat-eared girl, brimming with curiosity, instantly perked up and ran to the main tent, yanking open the curtain and disappearing inside. Okay, Luo, I'm coming in. The large tent wasn't as warm as the small one. A little heat blew on my face, mixed with a strange smell. Lin sniffed lightly, then wrinkled her nose. The dry grass on the ground was pressed down and scattered in all directions, creating a messy scene. Luo was still asleep, curled up, with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, her tail drooping limply, and her face full of weariness. Su Cheng had just woken up. He covered Luo with the animal skin coat and was sitting to the side yawning. 25 years of hard work and perseverance, going through all sorts of ups and downs. It's amazing that Luo's small frame can handle it. Su Cheng was also a little dazed at the moment. Everything that happened last night seemed to happen as naturally as it should. Chapter 60 Former Chieftain of the Wolf Ear Clan. Okay, you're awake. Lin glanced around a few times, and the excitement in her eyes faded considerably because she didn't see anything interesting. Apart from a conspicuous red patch on the hay beneath them and a strange smell in the air, there was nothing else. Rather, Lin didn't even know what she wanted to see. She was simply curious. What time is it now? Su Cheng yawned, stretched his body, and felt his back and legs were sore and numb. The sun is already high in the sky, meow. It's already noon. Su Cheng scratched his head. He had really slept soundly that night. While they were talking, Lin had already come up to her, squatted down, and looked at Luo, who was sleeping soundly. She could see that Luo's face was rosy and her breathing was even. Her body smelled different from usual. As I got closer and took a sniff, the scent became clearer. It was as if it had stirred something within me, making me feel itchy and a little hot. Then, Lin noticed the conspicuous red spot on the hay. Her nose twitched, and she was about to lean closer to take a closer look when Su Cheng stopped her in time. He quickly coughed twice and said, "Lin, I'm a little hungry." "Okay, meow, I'll go prepare the food now." Lin didn't mind her curiosity being interrupted. Since she had already sensed what it was, she just didn't understand it. "Anyway, I'll just ask Luo when the time comes, and I'll find out the answer eventually." After Lin quickly left the tent, Su Cheng began to tidy up the messy straw bed. He gathered the scattered hay back together and pulled out the tuft that bore the marks of growth. Looking at the bright red color, he was unsure whether to keep it or throw it into the fire. Just as they were hesitating, the curtain was lifted again, but this time it was Chun, the rabbit-eared girl, who entered. Chun glanced briefly at the situation inside the tent, saw Luo still fast asleep, and then lowered her voice and said seriously, "Come out with me when you wake up. The Wolf-Ear clan has arrived." "Here we go again?" Su Cheng was also a little surprised. He stuffed the tuft of dry grass in his hand under his buttocks and immediately stood up. The two of them tiptoed out of the tent. Once outside, Su Cheng asked curiously, "Is it the same wolf-eared tribesman from last time?" Not only that, 3 people came this time, including an elder of the Wolf-Ear clan. The former clan chief? Su Cheng was taken aback. No wonder Chun was so serious right now. Not far away, Lin was grilling meat over a fire, and later she planned to help Luo look after the hungry piglets. The two greeted Lin and then headed west towards the camp. Could they have discovered something? Chun suddenly became worried during the journey. Su Cheng chuckled and reassured them, "Don't overthink it. We haven't even made a move yet. What could they possibly know? Could it be related to a fever?" After all, there had been a negotiation a few days ago, and the other party had mentioned the old clan chief. Coupled with the recent abnormal behavior of the Wolf-Ear clan, it's hard not to be suspicious. Maybe. Su Cheng blinked, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Could it be that my jinx has really come true, and a whole bunch of people have fallen ill? No way. When Su Cheng arrived at the west side, he indeed saw 3 figures lingering around the perimeter of the camp from afar. Unlike the last time they met, this time the wolf-eared warrior seemed much more anxious, pacing back and forth with a worried expression on his face. The elderly wolf-eared one was relatively more composed. When Su Cheng first met the old chieftain of the Wolf-Ear clan, he thought the man would be a large and rugged warrior, but he turned out to be quite normal. The old man was thin, with a mixture of black and white hair and beard, and his tail was sparse with much of the hair he had lost. His old face was deeply wrinkled, but his eyes were sharp and bright, like 2 daggers. He was hunched over, only a head shorter than the young and strong wolf-eared warriors, and his limbs were as thin and withered as withered leaves, yet one could feel the immense power contained within them. As expected of the former chieftain of the Wolf-Ear clan, his imposing presence is in no way inferior to that of the younger generation. Upon seeing the people emerging from the cat-ear camp, the old clan chief narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Su Cheng closely. Just as the tribespeople described, they were a strange race without tails and pointed ears. It was this man who influenced the cat-ear tribe, making them much more active than before. At least, that's how the old patriarch sees it. Their own people weren't observant enough, or perhaps they instinctively overlooked it, failing to notice the subtle changes in these cat-eared girls during several encounters. Their eyes shone brightly, and their vitality returned. They were no longer as listless and dispirited as before. That joyful and lively atmosphere was a sign of the tribe's peace and prosperity, and an indispensable part of it. They seemed to have come back to life. This made the old clan chief even more serious and earnest in his dealings with the unfamiliar man in front of him. "Hello, I am the old patriarch of the Wolf-Ear clan. You can call me Owl." The old clan chief smiled kindly and slowly stepped forward. Su Cheng did not back down, even though he instinctively felt that the old man in front of him was countless times better than the one from the Nanshan nursing home. "Hello, I am Su Cheng, a new member of the cat-ear tribe." In this era, handshakes are no longer practiced. A nod is considered basic courtesy. "What do you want?" Su Cheng asked, getting straight to the point. "To treat fever." "That's really true." Su Cheng and Chun exchanged a glance, then looked at the old man again. Then you should know my conditions. Yes. So, you agree to exchange the riverbank? The old patriarch did not nod, but a glint flashed in his deep eyes before he spoke. Exchange is not possible. I cannot give you the riverbank, but you are allowed to use it freely and share it. However, in essence, it still belongs to our territory, and that cannot be changed. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng clicked his tongue and frowned, saying, "That's not something you can just take back with a word. I helped you, but I didn't get any stable and useful resources in return. That's not fair. I know your concerns," the old chieftain chuckled, and continued, "I can assure you that as long as you do nothing else that crosses the line or encroaches on our hunting grounds, I will absolutely not take back my promise today, at least until the next cool season arrives." Cool weather was how the beast-eared tribe divided the seasons in this era. Spring is warm, summer is hot, autumn is cool, and winter is cold. In other words, the old clan chief was willing to exchange 2 seasons, more than 6 months. Moreover, this is a hard commitment, while soft targets can be indefinite, which depends on how the relationship between the cat-ear tribe and the wolf-ear tribe develops at that time. To be honest, this has already met expectations. The wolf-ear clan made their concessions, and from the results alone, whether it's possession or free sharing, it's acceptable to Su Cheng. Even in spring, I felt this was a good way to exchange things. Chapter 61 Exchange Conditions. A brief silence fell between the two sides. Su Cheng thought for a moment before speaking. All right, I agree. However, let's make it clear beforehand that the shared area must be the entire riverbank, which means both the east and west sides. Apart from that, our people will not set foot in your hunting grounds. If we breach the contract, you can also withdraw your promise at any time. Okay, the old man readily agreed. Secondly, since the condition has changed from possession to sharing, my contribution will also change accordingly. I will not teach you how to treat the fever, but I will be responsible for treating you until your entire tribe is cured. Before coming, the old patriarch seemed to have anticipated this, as his emotions did not show much change. However, he still hesitated for a while, took a few deep breaths, and then nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as you heal my people, my promise remains unchanged. The tense atmosphere seemed to ease somewhat at this moment, but the old patriarch's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of relaxation. Because he didn't believe that the man in front of him was so simple-minded. You could tell from the negotiations just now that the other party had considered things very carefully. Sure enough, Su Cheng suddenly asked again, "By the way, have any of the children in your tribe contracted a fever?" "No." The old chieftain hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. After all, this was not something that couldn't be said. After discovering that our people were infected with the fever, we immediately moved all the children to other tents. It's all right, well done. But the tent should be well ventilated to ensure air circulation. It's not a good thing for so many children to be crammed together. Sometimes, the onset of fever is not obvious, and by the time you notice it, it's too late. The old clan chief did not answer immediately, because he could not understand the meaning behind Su Cheng's words. Was it really just a well-intentioned reminder? However, the wolf-eared warrior who had come along spoke with certainty. "You don't need to worry, our children are well protected. The tent is big and won't be crowded. It can comfortably accommodate 6 children. That's good. There are only 6 children, so it's really not a big deal." Su Cheng smiled. It seems that the fertility of the beast-eared race is not as strong as I imagined. For some reason, the old clan chief felt a pang of unease when he looked at Su Cheng's kind smile. He seemed to finally realize where the problem lay. "It's a child." Sure enough, Su Cheng spoke up the next second. "Elder Chief, I need you to send all 6 children to our cat-ear tribe as a guarantee of my safety when I go to your tribe to help. You should understand that, right?" "Impossible. How can we entrust the children of the wolf-ear tribe to you?" Upon hearing this, the 2 wolf-eared warriors instantly flew into a rage, instinctively gripping the bone knives at their waists and stepping forward. However, before they could make any further moves, they were sternly stopped by the old clan chief. "Shut up, all of you, and get back." The old patriarch's authoritative and cold voice resonated in their ears, causing the 2 to freeze in place, no longer daring to move. "Go back." Another sound, tinged with anger. The 2 wolf-eared warriors reluctantly returned to their positions. At this moment, the old patriarch frowned, his expression uncertain. He certainly understood the meaning behind Su Cheng's words. The 2 tribes are not exactly enemies, but they are not exactly friendly either. One person dares to run into the other's camp without any scruples. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to do so easily. Children are the future of the tribe, and Su Cheng's best bargaining chip. Seeing the old chieftain's hesitant face, Su Cheng added fuel to the fire, saying, "Old chieftain, I'm doing this partly to protect myself, and partly for the sake of the children in your tribe. Everyone knows how terrible the fever is. You don't really think that a tent can completely eliminate the possibility of infection, do you?" Su Cheng was certain that quite a few people in the wolf-ear tribe had been infected this time. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have come to their door in person and been so accommodating. "Let the children stay in our camp. I can guarantee it will be much safer than yours, and there will be no risk of infection. You wouldn't want those children to be exposed to a group of people with fever every day, would you?" Su Cheng continued to guide them. "Young children are not as strong as you. If they also catch a fever, they may not survive more than a few days. You can rest assured that once I have cured your people and returned safely, I will send the children back to you." He looked at the old man intently and smiled. "This can be considered the first cooperation between our two tribes, giving each other the most basic trust." With the pros and cons laid out before them, the old chieftain had no choice but to make a decision. Moreover, Su Cheng was right. Children who were weak and died from fevers had happened in every tribe. The old man pondered for a long time, then finally sighed helplessly and nodded. "Okay, I'll bring the child over." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The deal was finally reached. He then said, "Let's do it this afternoon. I need to prepare the things I need to treat the fever. Bring the child with you then, and I'll go with you." "Good." Once all the wolf-eared tribe members had left, Su Cheng turned around and saw Chun glaring at him, her handsome eyebrows furrowed high, her eyes filled with unyielding worry. "I'll go with you," Chun said in a deep voice. She knew that the matter of going to the wolf-ear clan to treat the fever was unchangeable, but she just couldn't bear to let Su Cheng go alone. Su Cheng laughed. "It's not like you're going to fight. What are you going there for? Don't run into Hong Xiang and the two of you start fighting again. I promise I'll listen to you and not argue with that wolf-eared girl." Chun wrinkled her nose. All right, your promises are useless. Do you even believe what you're saying?" Su Cheng laughed. "Don't worry about me. The wolf-ear clan children are in our hands, and they're counting on me to treat their fever. I won't be in any danger. Anyway, I don't agree to you going alone." Chun couldn't argue with Su Cheng, and even though she thought he was right, she was still very worried. The bunny-eared girl, still angry, turned around and walked back, feeling disgruntled. "You said you were someone I picked up, so I have to take responsibility for you. This can also be used as a boomerang." Su Cheng was speechless. He returned the words he had used to tease her exactly as they had spoken. This girl really knows how to apply what she's learned. Su Cheng caught up with Chun, grabbed her hand, and dragged her to another route, avoiding the tribespeople who were resting. The two strolled around the perimeter of the camp, heading towards the main tent. When Su Cheng realized that Chun's hand was no longer exerting force and her expression had softened, he said helplessly, "Listen to me. Things on the riverbank are very important. You need to be there to oversee things. I don't trust anyone else with this." Chapter 62. Everything is ready. Spring naturally distinguishes between what is important and what is urgent. After a long while, he let out a soft hum. "I see. Hee, don't be angry." Su Cheng grinned. "When we get the clay back, I'll make you something delicious." With pottery, we no longer needed to eat roasted meat every day. We could steam and boil food, which was a significant improvement in our diet. Chun glanced at him and said seriously, "Shall we go to the riverbank at night?" "Of course not. Now that we've reached an agreement, go ahead and do it. The wolf-ear clan will send the child over this afternoon, and I'll have Lin take care of him. You can then take your people over there and do everything I've taught you. Then go and inform the tribespeople to fill their stomachs as soon as possible and be ready to set off at any time." Inside the tent, Luo had already woken up and was eating roasted meat with Lin. The two were about to have a private chat when they were interrupted by Su Cheng and Chun, who had suddenly returned. Chun had other tasks to complete, so she only stayed for a short while. Afterwards, Su Cheng, along with Luo and Lin, began preparing the necessary items for treating the fever. Because he had a premonition that the wolf-ear clan's cold would be quite severe, Su Cheng not only prepared willow bark, but also took out the wild ginger, wild cinnamon, and hawthornia cordata he had found in recent days, just in case. Next, he crushed all the herbs into very fine pieces so that they wouldn't be easily recognized. Luo and Lin were sorting the items and packing them into bags. Once everything was ready, Su Cheng took a break and spoke to the two about the negotiations. Lin had no problem taking care of the 6 wolf-eared children. Luo, however, upon hearing that Su Cheng was going to the wolf-ear clan's territory, disregarded her aching lower body and immediately threw herself into Su Cheng's arms, hugging him tightly. Okay, I'll go with you. Su Cheng's lips twitched. Well, I just calmed down the big one, and forgot there's a little one here too. Lin blinked as she watched from the side. Of course, she also felt that it was too dangerous for Su Cheng to go to the Wolf Ear clan's territory alone. But since Lien Chun had agreed, she figured there shouldn't be any major problems. Moreover, she trusted Su Cheng and always felt that he could do anything. Actually, Su Cheng didn't want to go alone either, but the main problem was that there weren't enough people. Spring must be kept in charge on the other side of the riverbank, and the more people responsible for transporting the goods, the better. Someone also had to stay at the camp to guard it, and take care of the 6 wolf-eared children. The cat-ear tribe only has so few people. There aren't even enough to go around doing all the work, let alone have anyone else available to be bodyguards. Besides, there's not much difference between you going alone and taking 2 or 3 people to the wolf-ear tribe's territory. You might as well let them go to the riverbank and bring back more clay. Su Cheng sighed helplessly, gently patted the little cutie in his arms, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I know, I just want to help Cheng." Luo looked up, her eyes filled with trust and determination. She wasn't being capricious. She had thought it through carefully. "Cheng, I know how to take care of those infected with fever. I remembered it when you treated Aguo before," Luo said very seriously. "Besides, I am also a wolf-eared tribesman. If they have any bad intentions towards Cheng, I can quickly detect it and remind you." "That's right, Meow. Okay, people of the same kind are much more sensitive to emotions. Just like us cat-eared people, whether we're happy or sad, everyone can always tell easily, hee. Lin also helped explain from the side. "Isn't it because you're all so innocent?" Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh. There was no scheming or backstabbing. They were just a group of simple, kind cat girls working hard to survive. It was hard not to like them. "Are you really going?" Su Cheng lowered his head and met those bright eyes. He thought about it carefully and realized that what Luo said made sense. There are probably quite a few sick people in the Wolf Ear clan this time, and it will be very troublesome for him to handle it alone. Moreover, Luo is skilled in physical cooling methods and brewing medicinal soups, making her a truly helpful assistant. The little cutie nodded vigorously. "Then you have to listen to me. When we get there, you have to do whatever I say and you can't run around." Upon hearing this, Luo smiled sweetly. "I've always heard it correctly here too. It seems that's really the case." Su Cheng grinned, and with a whoosh, he picked Luo up, cradling her soft body gently in his hands, not daring to use any force. "Then you'll come with me." Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Luo was overjoyed. Her tail wagged, and she suddenly leaned forward, quickly kissing Su Cheng on the cheek. This is something the two of them learned from their conversation last night. Su Cheng likes it a lot, and she doesn't dislike it either. Seeing this, Lin instantly perked up and playfully pounced on Su Cheng from behind, happily pressing her head against his. "Okay, I want a hug too." "Okay, I'll hug you later too." "Okay, you got bitten on the shoulder. There's a row of teeth marks, Meow." "Then you'll have to ask Luo." "My left shoulder isn't there, Meow." "Shut up." The sounds of playful laughter continued inside the tent until Chun returned, interrupting Lin's frolicking. The little one, still baring her fangs, was happily biting Su Cheng's shoulder, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Luo sat in her lap watching, occasionally reaching out to wipe the drool from Lin's mouth. This scene gave Chun a bit of a headache, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Chun sat down opposite him and glanced at Su Cheng. "You don't even do anything about Lin, just letting her act like this." "Then I have to take care of it too," Su Cheng said speechlessly, shrugging his shoulders. "Hurry up and give in, or Chun will get angry." "Meow." Lin then giggled and got up, glancing at the teeth marks she had made, quite satisfied. Then, she ran excitedly to Chun's side and hugged her happily. Chun didn't react at all, letting this guy hug and rub his face against hers. She was already used to Lin's playfulness. "Is she always like this?" Su Cheng chuckled. "It used to be better." Chun glanced at Su Cheng and said, "It's gotten even more chaotic since you came." "Well, I can understand that. No worries, no troubles. This is Lin's true personality." Su Cheng smiled, and then told her that Luo would also be going to the Wolf Ear clan to help. Upon hearing this, Chun did not object. Her previous displeasure had been overshadowed by her sense of responsibility, though she still felt a little annoyed. She stared at Su Cheng and asked, "Is everything ready on your end?" "Yes, we're just waiting for the wolf-eared people to arrive." "Don't worry about the riverbank. I'll take care of it," Chun said. "I had the tribesmen check and organize the tools again, and there's nothing wrong with them." Chapter 63. A jumble of words I couldn't understand a single one. Thanks for your support. Su Cheng grinned. Okay. If you go to the wolf-ear tribe, you must be careful at all times. No. Listening to their conversation, Luo in her arms shifted her body, leaned forward, and said, I will protect Cheng too. Su Cheng looked down at her, his face full of smiles. Then I'll be counting on you. Afternoon. The handover went smoothly. The same 3 people who had negotiated the deal, led by the clan elder, delivered the 6 wolf-eared infants to the cat-eared tribe. For boys and 2 girls, each child's face was filled with curiosity and unease. Although the adults had explained beforehand, their fear of coming to a strange tribe could not be completely dispelled. Next, Su Cheng carefully checked the baby's condition and confirmed that none of them showed any signs of fever before handing them over to Lin. Lin, with her lively personality, seemed to have a natural affinity for children. She chatted with them, made funny faces, and quickly became friends with them. Seeing this, the old clan chief, Xiao, seemed to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Su Cheng, can we go now? Xiao looked at the child a few more times with concern before asking. Good. Su Cheng nodded, then looked at Chun. Then let's go. Only after watching the figures of the group disappear into the jungle did Chun take a deep breath, suppress all his worries, regain his usual composure, and turn back towards the camp. Next, they have an even more important task ahead. Lin, you take the child and stay in the main tent with Aguo to take care of him. Shuriwe, tell the tribespeople to pack their things and prepare to depart. Okay, Chun. Before long, the entire cat-eared tribe came alive. This was their first time going out as a group, and joy and excitement were written all over everyone's faces. On the other side, the old clan chief couldn't help but glance at Luo, who was standing next to Su Cheng, a few more times. After all, they are from the same clan, so he is more pleasing to the eye than Su Cheng. However, this wolf-eared girl was too thin and weak, and couldn't compare to her own kind at all. Such weak wolf ears cannot participate in hunting, nor can they do many physical labors such as cutting down trees and carrying water. They can only pick up fruit and help the tribe with some simple and easy work. Over time, they will be ostracized or even abandoned. Food can only be obtained through labor. However, the amount of labor income and its uneven distribution can easily lead to dissatisfaction among clan members. Over time, marginalization and abandonment of these weak tribes, leaving them to fend for themselves, became the default practice for many tribes. Although cruel, it is simple and effective. Therefore, Xiao could understand why Luo would appear in the cat-eared tribe. However, how long will those cat-eared creatures be willing to take her in? Can she survive the impending extreme winter? As people age, they become more sentimental. The old wolf-eared man's mindset had long since changed with age, and he no longer seemed as cold-blooded and decisive as he had been in his youth. Looking at the slender, frail wolf-eared girl who seemed to have a slight difficulty walking, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Xiao thought of Hongxiang, the child he had raised himself. Her temperament was different from others. She treated all the wolf-eared people equally, regardless of their strength. If it were Hongxiang, she would probably take in this wolf-eared girl. Hey kid, if you can't stand staying in the cat-eared tribe, come over here. The old clan chief couldn't help but ponder whether he should find a time to subtly hint to her, so that she could have a place to belong in the future and no longer have to wander. However, in that moment of distraction, Su Cheng suddenly stopped, squatted down, and the wolf-eared girl smiled, obediently lying on his back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Cheng gently lifted the petite body with both hands, then continued forward. Seemingly noticing the strange look the old patriarch was giving him, he couldn't help but smile at him. It's a bit far. I'll carry her on my back. Oh. The old clan chief nodded subconsciously, feeling an itch in his head. Oh dear, this child. But then again, the cat-eared tribe seems like a good option. Running around isn't good either, so let's leave her there. Hongxiang was right. As people get older, they tend to worry unnecessarily. Su Cheng had no idea that the old man was having a mental battle. He followed behind the 2 wolf-eared warriors and turned to Luo on his back, asking in a low voice. Does this feel better? Luo hugged Su Cheng tightly and replied softly. Cheng, if you're tired, I'll get off and walk by myself. It's okay, you don't weigh much. Hee. The little cutie blinked, then suddenly asked, okay, does your shoulder still hurt? What pain? Lin didn't use any force, she was just playing around. Su Chengla, I mean the one I bit. Luo whispered, then lowered her head. She bit down unconsciously last night when she was in pain. She didn't even know how hard she had used. Sensing the little cutie's guilt, Su Cheng couldn't help but grin and comfort her. It doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Luo rubbed her face against the ground, then felt relieved. Suddenly, she whispered, "Okay, I won't bite next time." The old patriarch followed quietly to the side, his brows furrowing involuntarily. I didn't understand a word they were saying about pain or biting. He was too lazy to listen anymore, so he simply moved away to keep quiet. Before long, as the group continued to traverse the jungle, the scenery before them gradually changed. As the view gradually opened up, the surrounding trees became sparser and the grassland increased. In many corners, you could see tree stumps that had been cut down, piles of branches and dead leaves, and many birds perched and rested on the bare wooden stumps. Compared to the woodland where the cat ear tribe lived, this place was used much more frequently. This reflects the disparity in the number of able-bodied laborers. As he was feeling a bit emotional, Su Cheng couldn't help but look around at everything. It was his first time stepping into the territory of the Wolf Ear clan, and he felt a mixture of caution and excitement. Luo also lifted her head from her back to observe, and she, who was often a wanderer, seemed much calmer. The group continued walking for another 10 minutes or so, and finally, a campsite with wisps of smoke rising from it slowly came into view. The trees here have all been cut down, turning it into a huge open space. The campsite was located in the central area and was much larger than that of the cat ear tribe. The animal skin tents were quite large and were arranged in groups of 3 to 5 around the campfire. Looking around, the entire camp was just like the original cat ear tribe, dirty and chaotic. Before even entering, you can see piles of garbage in some corners under the shade of trees on the outskirts. There are piles of unidentified rotting flesh mixed with mud and swarming flies, useless and discarded broken animal bones, and piles of rotten fruit. Chapter 64 Disaster Scene. The various smells in the air mingled together and were difficult to dissipate. Over time, they accumulated into a very unpleasant and strange stench. Fortunately, those garbage dumps were far from the camp. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine how these wolf-eared tribesmen could live there. Su Cheng pinched his nose and took a long detour, but the wolf-eared tribe members were used to it and quickly returned to their camp. "We're here. Come in with me." The old clan chief addressed Su Cheng and his companion. At the same time, several wolf-eared warriors emerged from the camp. Looking at the unfamiliar outsiders, their eyes held not only expectation but also considerable anger. After all, the children of the clan had been taken away by the other party as a condition, so it would be a lie to say that they weren't angry. "Elders, you've finally returned. Is he the cat-eared tribesman who can cure fever? How are the children?" The old chieftain grunted in agreement, then waved his hand, his face serious. "Don't worry about the children. From now on, the 4 of you will follow him. Whatever he asks, just do it. Anyone who dares to disobey or refuse to help will be kicked out of the tribe. Solving the fever is the most urgent task." The old man went to great lengths and made many concessions to bring the person back, and he doesn't want any more problems to arise along the way. The 4 wolf-eared warriors all nodded silently. Although they harbored resentment, they still understood the importance of the matter. Of course, there was also a great deal of respect for the owl, the elderly former patriarch who always kept his word. "Blackstone, I'm leaving this place to you. Remember what I said." Xiao looked at the tallest of the 4 and gave the order. "Understood, elder." Then, the old man smiled gently at Su Cheng. "Su Cheng, if you need anything, just let those 4 do it. This is Blackstone, a powerful warrior in our Wolf-Ear clan. You can ask him any questions you may have. As long as you heal my people, I will keep all the promises I made to you." "Good." Su Cheng nodded. After giving these instructions, Xiao hurriedly left, as if he had other things to do. Looking at the burly man with a thick beard who was half a head taller than him, Su Cheng immediately said, "Blackstone, right? Where are the patients? Take me there to see them." Upon hearing this, Blackstone did not hesitate and immediately turned around. "Come with me." Despite his large size, this man was very clear-headed and spoke clearly, quickly answering all the questions Su Cheng wanted to know. The details, from the number of people infected with the fever to the specific symptoms of the first patient, were all described in great detail. They also have basic treatment measures for fever. For example, isolation tents, away from crowds, and using cold water to lower body temperature, etc. However, this time the situation was clearly beyond expectations. "So, you infected a total of 17 people." After learning some of the information, Su Cheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. A whole bunch of them really did collapse. The entire wolf-eared tribe consists of 30 people. After removing the 6 children, only 7 are still alive and kicking. Following that, led by Haishi and the others, Cheng went to the tents of the patients one by one. After a careful examination, he confirmed their external symptoms. Although the severity of their illnesses varied, they were basically the same. The initial assessment was indeed correct. It was a cold and fever, an outbreak of the epidemic. Finally, Cheng was taken to the west side of the camp, where there was a large tent nearly 3 meters high. The 3 black stones remained outside the tent, and a wolf-eared female warrior led them inside. The tent was a bit messy, with piles of stone knives, animal hides, wood, and even a lot of white wool in the corners. In the middle of the large tent, a thick and wide straw bed was laid out. Looking at the familiar figure lying there, the tall and imposing wolf-eared girl with snot running down her face, Cheng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh dear, you've been infected too. He truly hadn't expected that even someone like Hongxiang couldn't withstand it. At this moment, Hongxiang looked like she was drunk, her cheeks flushed, her eyes blinking uncontrollably, and she seemed listless, her tail drooping on the grass. Fortunately, she was still relatively conscious, and upon hearing the arrival of the people, she managed to sit up, sniffed, and looked at the 3 people in front of her. His limp gaze darted around, first settling on Luo. Where are you from with those wolf ears? You're so small. I've never seen you before. Before Luo could answer, the question was passed to Cheng. Oh, Cheng, it's you. What brings you here? Your clan elders summoned me. Cheng chuckled. The wild and unrestrained wolf-eared girl from back then is now as dull as a giant sloth. The huge contrast is actually quite adorable. The clan elder? What does he want with you? Nonsense. Of course I'm here to treat your illness. Hongxiang rubbed her red nose, and it took her a while to realize what was happening before she grinned. Oh right, you said you could cure fevers. The wolf-eared girl blinked a few times, her eyes darting around, and then said, since it's your first time visiting our tribe, I'll go catch you a pheasant to eat. They also catch pheasants. You're having trouble even standing up now. Cheng waved his hand speechlessly. All right, stop talking and just lie down. Don't you eat pheasant? I'm not eating, you can go to sleep. Oh, the guy was stunned for a moment, then obediently lay back down, and Cheng then led Luo away from the tent. Outside the tent, the 3 black stones were waiting, and when they saw Cheng come out, they immediately surrounded him. Cheng, how is the clan leader? It's not a big deal, don't worry about her for now. Cheng thought for a moment and said, it seems that 7 people have serious symptoms, 6 are quite serious, and 4 are very mild. You should arrange for people to gather all the patients in an open area, separating the male and female tribesmen. The 3 with mild symptoms should also help out. Remember to light a fire, prepare some water, bamboo for holding water, and soft animal hides. Okay, let's go now. The 4 men from Blackstone exchanged a glance, and then quickly dispersed. Immediately afterwards, the tribe became noisy. Those who could walk walked on their own, while those who could not were carried. Some wolf-eared tribesmen spread a simple layer of dry grass on the ground, while others carried water bags and bamboo sections and ran back and forth. Before long, apart from the old clan chief and Hongxiang, all 22 wolf-eared tribesmen arrived at the open space in the center of the camp. As instructed, they separated the men and women of the tribe into 2 areas, with a large bonfire ash in the middle separating them. At first glance, there were 13 people lying there, 3 swaying unsteadily, and 6 with worried expressions. It looked like a disaster scene, which was quite shocking. Cheng wasted no time and directed Haishi and the others to fill the bamboo sections with water and put them over the fire to roast. Immediately afterwards, he told Luo to help a wolf-eared girl wipe her body to cool her down physically, while he poured the willow bark and other scraps he had brought into the bamboo section to boil. Chapter 65, 2 Quails. Afterwards, Cheng began to help the male wolf-eared tribesmen with simple physical methods to cool them down. Of course, he also reminded Blackstone and the others. Don't just stand there. Do what we do. Help take care of your own people. With me here, you don't have to worry about getting infected with the fever. He didn't want to teach them deliberately, since they were all simple things. If they couldn't even remember and learn them, then they would have wasted their brains. Good. We'll handle the rest ourselves. Blackstone took the lead in responding, and the other tribesmen did not delay any longer and quickly took action. This whole ordeal took more than an hour. The main reason was that the wolf-ear tribe members were not familiar with this method of wiping and cooling down, so they had to learn by watching. They were also afraid of forgetting any step, which might affect the treatment of the illness, so they did not dare to be as clumsy as before and were very careful in every aspect. Su Cheng was also paying attention to Luo's side. There were only 3 wolf-eared girls helping out. Compared to the male warriors, they were indeed a little more careful, and they did not look down on the frail Luo. They were learning very seriously and meticulously. Immediately afterward, under Su Cheng's command, a group of people changed the sick tribesmen into clean animal skin clothes. Only after doing all this did they stop and quietly wait for the next order. By this time, the herbs inside the bamboo joints had been boiled down to almost done. Su Cheng glanced at them, and then had Haishi distribute them to everyone, who then drank them. Everyone needs to drink, including those of you who helped out. If it's not enough, we'll make more. Not only the wolf-eared tribesmen, but Su Cheng and Luo also drank some. Following the strategy of treating illness if there is one and preventing illness if there is none, it is not a bad thing. Once everyone had finished drinking, this phase of treatment was considered successfully completed. Let them all go back to their tents to rest in a while. Remember to cover them with plenty of dry grass and keep them warm. I'm going to treat your chieftain now. Just let the female warrior from before come with me. You can go about your business. After explaining some precautions to Haishi, Su Cheng led Luozhi back to Hongxiang's tent. Blackstone was obedient. He whispered a few words to the wolf-eared female warrior before going to look after the other members of his tribe. The main tent. Hearing the rustling sounds around her, Hongxiang opened her eyes again. However, this time she didn't get up, but simply turned over to face Su Cheng and the other 2. Su Cheng, you're here again. It's your turn to treat. The wolf-eared female warrior brought in everything needed, and then skillfully helped Luo undress Hongxiang and wipe her body. Su Cheng wasn't idle either, always ready to lend a hand. After all, Hongxiang is a big guy, and Guanghua couldn't move her by herself. It was much easier when the 3 of them worked together. Before long, Hongxiang's tiger skin dress and all sorts of messy animal horn ornaments were removed, revealing a healthy and strong body that was not exactly fair-skinned but had a certain luster. Su Cheng made no attempt to hide anything. He figured he might as well watch, and the more he looked, the more he wanted to watch. Compared to our first meeting, the impact was much stronger this time. Truly worthy of being called the Wild Huntress. In short, one word. Big. Everywhere is big. The lines are like flowing water in the mountains. She has a perfect figure and excellent proportions. Anyway, it's almost impossible for you to have complete control. Su Cheng admired the scenery for a while, but Hongxiang didn't pay any attention. Her eyes were fixed on Luo. At this moment, Luo and another female warrior had already started working with the wet, soft animal hides, carefully wiping their foreheads, armpits, chests, backs, and thighs. Hongxiang was very cooperative, doing exactly as Luo told her to do, her obedience leaving her own family members speechless. Seeing that they were almost finished washing, Su Cheng left the tent. I'll go check if the herbs are ready. That was made specifically for Hongxiang, and it was filled with several large bamboo sections. Su Cheng watched over the fire and waited for the herbal water to bubble for a while before wrapping it all in animal hide and taking it back. When they entered the main tent again, the wolf-eared female warrior was gone. Hongxiang changed into a new animal skin coat, while Luo was held in her arms like a pillow, standing there dumbly, without moving. Upon seeing Su Cheng return, Luo's pitiful little eyes immediately shot over. Okay, I can't move anymore. Su Cheng was at a loss for words. He walked over, squatted down, and brought the bamboo tube to Hongxiang's lips. Let go, let go. Why are you hugging her? Don't infect me. It's a little hot, drink it slowly. He asked while feeding the guy his medicine. By the way, what about that wolf-eared tribesman? Gudu. I sent her to take care of the other tribesmen. It's fine as long as you and Luo are here. Hongxiang wasn't afraid of the heat. After trying it, she slurped up several mouthfuls. However, the bitter and strange taste of the medicine made her frown and stick out her tongue. Su Cheng, why does this taste so awful? Good medicine tastes bitter, don't you understand? Su Cheng said irritably, then gently pried open the guy's hand that was holding Luo. Okay, let go now, this is my home. No, Luo is more comfortable to hold. There are no wolf-eared girls this small and well-behaved in my tribe. Hongxiang groaned and took another big gulp of medicine. To her, Luo was indeed small. How did you know her name? I asked it myself. You really don't stand on ceremony at all. Su Cheng laughed, then looked at Luo, who was being held like a little quail, and said with a smile, Are you tired? Why don't you sleep in her arms for a while? Luo immediately shook her head. I want to sleep in Cheng's arms. Did you hear me? Let go right now. Su Cheng rolled his eyes at Hongxiang and threatened. Otherwise, I won't treat you. Only then did the guy purse his lips and reluctantly let go of Luo. However, as soon as Luo Gang crawled out of Hong Xiang's arms, she grabbed Su Cheng and pulled him over, hugging him tightly. "Oh, it feels so good to hold you, Su Cheng. Can't you fall asleep without holding something?" "No." "Then let me go." "Don't want." Su Cheng had come to understand that sick people are unreasonable. Although Hong Xiang was speaking quite clearly at the moment, her mind was probably still foggy. Now, Su Cheng was trapped in their arms like a quail, his head resting on two large mounds, or rather, he was pinned down and couldn't move freely. Fortunately, Hong Xiang was too weak at the moment, so she wasn't holding on too tightly. Su Cheng sighed helplessly and looked at Luo Dao. "Luo, there's one bamboo tube of herbal medicine left. Feed it to her." "Good." The scent of red fragrance rushed into my nostrils at that moment. Like the cat-eared girls, it didn't have the pungent smell I had imagined. Instead, it carried a hint of arousing desire. After Luo fed him the medicine, he shifted his body slightly to make himself more comfortable, smacked his lips a few times, and then quickly fell asleep. Chapter 66, Sichuan Ma. Luo was stunned and stared at Su Cheng, asking, "Okay, she's asleep. What do we do now?" "I don't know, she's too strong. She'll let go when she wakes up." There was really no other way in the current situation, so Su Cheng simply said, "Luo, you should rest for a while too." Luo looked around, then nimbly climbed onto the hay bed, curled up, and snuggled directly into Su Cheng's arms. They really did hug each other tightly. Sichuan is numb. Luo, who was lying comfortably, gently nuzzled Su Cheng's chin, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. "Okay, I'm going to sleep now." "Go to sleep, go to sleep." Su Cheng gently rubbed the little cutie's face and hugged her tighter. Seeing her close her eyes, he then comfortably felt the priceless soft pillow behind her head. I must say, it definitely offers a high-end experience. Just then, a loose, fluffy tail suddenly swayed over and hit the two of them. Su Cheng quickly grabbed it. There were even unexpected services. The tail felt smooth to the touch, with thick fur, and Su Cheng happily covered his body with it. "Luo, are you warm?" The little cutie didn't open her eyes, as if she was talking in her sleep, her voice soft and delicate, and she moved her lower lips. It seems that last night's indulgence, coupled with helping out at the Wolf Ear tribe today, has indeed left him quite tired. Soon, the entire tent fell completely silent. Su Cheng was left blinking, his mind filled with a jumble of chaotic images. At this time, Chun and the others should be on the riverbank. With spring around, Su Cheng wasn't worried about transporting the clay, but he inexplicably felt a mix of amusement and exasperation about what had happened in the past few days. One second, he was worried about the problem on the riverbank, and he and Chun spent several days and nights keeping watch. The next second, everything took a turn for the better, and the problem was solved smoothly. It's truly amazing how coincidences happen. Feeling utterly bored, Su Cheng couldn't help but recall a phrase he once really liked. Every day we spend in our daily lives might actually be a series of miracles. Time passed second by second. The noise outside the tent finally subsided, with only the occasional wolf-eared tribesmen passing by, leaving behind a few footsteps. Su Cheng was held in their arms, the faint jasmine scent lingering around Hong Xiang and Luo's bodies. He listened to their calm and soothing breaths, and his mind relaxed as well. He then yawned and slowly fell asleep. This sleep was both comfortable and uncomfortable. The comfort is the gentle embrace. The discomfort is the inability to move. When Su Cheng woke up, he found that Hong Xiang had let go of his hand. She had turned over at some point and lay flat on her back, smacking her lips, still fast asleep. At this moment, Luo in her arms opened her eyes, rubbed them, and then looked up at Su Cheng. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she happily kissed him. Become. Wah. The little cutie seems to really enjoy kissing, and likes to leave her marks on Su Cheng's face, neck, and mouth. She squinted, savoring each other's scent. That nimble, moist little tongue also aroused Su Cheng. If this weren't in the wolf-eared tribe camp, he would definitely have taught Luo some new knowledge. Wah. After a long while, the two finally separated. Luo happily hugged Su Cheng's waist, her tail wagging incessantly. All right, it's time to get up." It wasn't until Su Cheng gently patted her bottom that the little cutie twisted her body and got up. "Ouch!" Luo responded, tugging at her wrinkled animal skin skirt with her little hands, then twitching her ears, swishing her tail, and asking, "Okay, are we going back now?" "Well, it's getting late. I'm afraid Chun and the others will get anxious if we stay any longer." Su Cheng stood up, patted Luo's head, and walked a few steps to the entrance of the tent, gently lifting the curtain. A sliver of dim yellow light suddenly shone on my face. The sunset on the horizon was vibrant, like flowing colors adorning the sky. Twilight, like a large net, gradually descended. In the camp, the wolf-eared tribe began their activities again. Some were gathering branches and firewood, some were cutting up animal meat, and some were distributing berries. Like the cat-eared girls, they were all preparing for dinner. The wolf-eared warrior named Blackstone knelt before the thick layer of ashes, digging through the scorched earth with his hands and blowing air into the ground with the help of dry grass. Soon, sporadic sparks appeared, igniting the dry grass, which gradually burst into flames. The onlookers, all from the wolf-eared tribe, were overjoyed and immediately let out happy shouts. "You're awake." While I was lost in thought, a familiar, aged voice rang in my ears. Cheng glanced to the side and saw it was the old clan chief, Xiao. The old man remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Bai has said that you were held back by Hongxiang and couldn't move. Are you all right?" "It's nothing, so I just took a nap." Cheng smiled. "Bai, he must be the wolf-eared female warrior who had been helping him all along. How are those people doing?" Cheng continued to ask. "Not bad. Your treatment is effective. The 3 tribesmen with mild symptoms have almost recovered, and the others have also regained some consciousness and say they are not as uncomfortable as before." Xiao was in a good mood. The fever among his people had been brought under control and treated, and his gaze towards Cheng had become much kinder. "That's good. I'll come again tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, they should all be fully recovered in 2 or 3 days." "Good." The old man nodded, which saved him the trouble of asking about the arrangements for tomorrow and the day after. He was happy to talk to Cheng because it was less troublesome. "When do you want to go back?" Xiao suddenly asked. "Let's go now, or it'll get dark soon." "Okay, I'll have Blackstone deliver it to you." The road was difficult to travel at night, and wild animals roamed the forest, so it was not very safe. Xiao did not stand on ceremony, and simply asked Haishi to bring some meat as a reward, which Cheng took back with him. The tall, wolf-eared man remained silent throughout the journey, but Cheng could vaguely sense that his attitude towards him was better than when they first met. At least his expression wasn't so stiff, and there was less hostility in his eyes. In this era, those with ability will always earn the respect and admiration of others, including outsiders. After entering the territory of the cat-ear tribe, Blackstone was sent back by Cheng. With firelight visible in the distance, and confirming there was no danger, the dutiful man did not hesitate and decisively turned back. Without that big guy by her side, Luo became much more relaxed, happily holding Cheng's hand and swaying back and forth like a child. Before long, the 2 of them finally returned to the tribe. At this moment, the campfire flickered in the camp, and several dark figures were keeping watch on the outer perimeter. They keenly sensed the commotion in the woods, immediately gripped their spears, and looked over warily. "Halt! Who is it?" "It seems to be Wu and Luo." "It really is them. The witch is back." Chapter 67. You're very brave. Upon recognizing the person, the cat-eared girls immediately put away their weapons and cheered happily. "Yes, I'm back." Cheng responded to the enthusiasm of his tribesmen, and when he got closer, he couldn't help but laugh. These guys had obviously not been back for long. In the firelight, you could clearly see the mud on their faces and bodies, making them look like cute little tabby cats. "Why don't you wash yourself? You're covered in mud." "Meow." Chun said to eat first, and then wash up. "Sure, you and the others will come and relieve us after they finish eating." "Good." Cheng smiled and nodded before continuing on his way. The campsite was bustling with activity. The cat-eared girls, exhausted from a long day's work, sat together roasting meat, chatting, and playing. The crackling of the firewood not only brought them warmth, but also slowly dispelled their fatigue. The warm fire wind, mixed with the strong smell of river mud, drifted freely in the air. Chun sat amidst the noisy crowd, constantly turning the slice of meat in her hand, but her heart remained restless. It had been dark for quite some time, but Cheng and Luo were still nowhere to be seen. If Lin hadn't been comforting her, she would have already taken the bone knife and gone out to look for them. Why aren't they back yet? She stared blankly at the firelight, never imagining that waiting could be such an ordeal. Fortunately, this ordeal didn't last long. The guy who had been making him anxious finally came back. Seeing that both of them were safe and sound, Chun's tense nerves finally relaxed completely, and her furrowed brows unfurrowed. Cheng smiled at everyone, then looked into the distance. There was a pile of dark, unsightly things, stacked up to more than half a person's height. You could smell the pungent smell of river mud from a distance. A cart was parked next to it, full of empty baskets. The cat-eared girls spent half the afternoon digging in the mud, and then had to shape and dry it for easier transport. They didn't have much time, so it's quite good that they were able to bring back so many. Despite being exhausted, these guys seemed quite happy, their faces covered in grime and laughing and joking in front of the firelight. You're back. We didn't slack off today, we brought back a lot of mud. It's just that they dry too slowly, and the rotten ones are hard to pick up. We can bring back even more tomorrow. Seeing Su Cheng return, the cat-eared girls' spirits soared, excitedly recounting their hard work that day, including the amusing story of the energetic horror splashing around in the river like a dog, trying to catch fish. At this moment, Lin also moved her bottom away, winked at Su Cheng, and her voice was full of playfulness and cuteness. We've been waiting for you for so long. Spring was so worried. She was about to go out and look for you, meow. Nonsense, that's not true. So, just a little bit of a rush. Chun tried to remain calm, glaring at Lin with a hint of annoyance, but there was nothing she could do about it. Only after Su Cheng and Luo sat down beside him did he secretly nudge him and ask softly, "Why are you only getting back now?" "I accidentally fell asleep over there, hee. You can actually sleep in the wolf-ear tribe. I already said to be careful." It made her worry for a long time. Chun was speechless and could only silently bite her lip, trying her best to suppress the urge to hit someone. After taking a deep breath, he asked again, "They didn't give you any trouble, did they?" "No." Su Cheng took the skewer of meat from Chun's hand and started grilling it himself, grinning as he said, "Don't worry about all this nonsense. I'm going there to get treatment, not to fight." Beside them, Lin pulled Luo over, and the two quickly started playing together, occasionally stealing glances at Su Cheng and whispering secrets in each other's ears. "What secrets could the two of you possibly have?" Su Cheng grinned. The world of little girls is always full of wonders. He couldn't help but rub the two girls' heads before telling Chun about the wolf-ear tribe. Hearing that about 10 people had collapsed, the cat-eared girls watching were genuinely shocked. It was the first time they had ever heard of such a severe fever that had infected so many people at once. Hongxiang is sick too. Spring, however, caught the key point in her eyes. "Well, it's all right, not too serious." "Huh, she's actually afraid of fever too, how weak." The bunny-eared girl instantly felt a little smug, and the corners of her mouth turned up in a smile. Su Cheng discovered that whenever Hongxiang was involved in anything, this guy became anything but aloof. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. "So you're saying you're very brave, that you're not afraid?" Chun was speechless. She glared at Su Cheng, suddenly not wanting to talk to this bastard anymore. She snatched back the roast meat, turned her face away, and took a big bite. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he elbowed Su Cheng again. Hiss. The perfectly timed elbow strike made Su Cheng wince in pain. He suddenly realized that girls must all have some kind of talent or skill, because they always seem to be able to learn some strange moves on their own. After dinner, the cat-eared girls went back to rest one after another. Since they would be going to the riverbank again the next day, they planned to clean themselves thoroughly after finishing their work. Su Cheng didn't have any objections to this. After all, it was all cold water showers, and there wasn't much to see. As for hot baths, we'll have to wait until the pottery is made. Afterwards, the group returned to the main tent. Luo and Lin went together to light the bonfire, while Su Cheng and Chun peeked through the curtain to see what was happening inside. The 6 wolf cubs were lying haphazardly on the hay, some on their backs, some hugging their tails, and some huddled together. These little guys were only a little reserved when they first arrived, but after Aguo and Lin played with them and got to know them, they were no longer afraid at all. Kids get excited when they play, but they also get tired quickly. After eating something early, they all fall asleep. When Aguo, who was in charge of taking care of the children, saw Su Cheng return, she immediately mustered her energy, carefully glanced at the sleeping children, and then crawled out of the tent. They're all asleep. Aguo pursed her lips, her eyelids already drooping. Su Cheng knew how tiring it was to take care of children, let alone 6. He couldn't help but rub Aguo's small ears and ask with concern, "Okay, you should go and get some rest too." Meow meow. Aguo was very happy to have his ears rubbed. He closed his eyes and began to enjoy it. He seemed to have regained some of his energy, and his tail kept wagging. After a while, she finally opened her eyes comfortably. "I'm going back to sleep now." Watching Aguo leave, Su Cheng then noticed that Chun was quietly staring at his hand with a flat gaze. What? You want to touch your ears too? Su Cheng chuckled. "No way. Then why are you staring at my hands?" Chunhui rolled her eyes. Do you touch me like this all the time? How come you're so skilled at it? No way. Su Cheng immediately retorted. I'd like to, but no one's letting me touch them. Even if there were, they would be genuine orange tabby cats, like Hakimi who only knows how to meow. Beastgirl, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 68 False Growth and Overconfidence. I'll believe you for now. Chun glanced at him, then looked away, and suddenly asked, why did you want to touch your ear? Su Cheng scratched his head and then said, if you like it, just touch it. I don't touch just anyone. You want to bring over a giant like Blackstone with beast ears to touch them? I'd rather not touch them. The thought of that scene is terrifying. Real. I'm going back to rest. Chun gave a soft hum, then turned and went back to her tent. She pulled the curtain closed, and all was quiet. She lay there on the hay, her mind replaying the time Su Cheng had touched her ear. That time, he didn't just touch her ears, he also touched her legs. This guy seems to really like it. They held him tightly in their arms and wouldn't let go. And it really feels very comfortable to touch. It's intoxicating. As she thought about it, Chun's body involuntarily curled up. She hugged her knees and buried her head in them, her long ears turning bright red. Why did you suddenly go to sleep? You could have at least chatted for another couple more minutes. Su Cheng was somewhat bewildered. That silence was somewhat frightening. Touching an ear shouldn't be such a heinous crime, right? Su Cheng's lower back, which had been elbowed, was still throbbing with pain. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. Seeing that Lin had already lit the fire and was happily having Luo groom her tail, he happily went over. These two are so skilled at petting each other, they're starting to look more and more like sisters. Seeing Su Cheng sit down next to her, Lin perked up and snuggled over to hug his arm. Are you going again tomorrow? Okay. Go ahead. It's not cured yet. It'll probably take 3 days in total. As Su Cheng spoke, he suddenly became serious. I'll go alone starting tomorrow. Luo will stay in the clan to help out. You'll have a lot to do these next few days. Moving the clay once more will be enough for now. I need to hurry up and teach you other things. Yay. Then I can take turns with Luo and Aguo to take care of the wolf-eared children. Lin's eyes lit up as she excitedly exclaimed. Yes, I understand. Luo nodded in agreement. She was very obedient and never willful. But that doesn't mean she's really willing. Su Cheng could see the reluctance in the little cutie's eyes, so he pinched her cheek and smiled. I'll be back soon. Don't stay up this late like today, Lin said, shaking her head. No, it's not like I sleep there every day. Actually, Chun was really anxious today, meow. Lin suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered. Su Cheng certainly felt it. Those 2 elbow strikes weren't for nothing. He looked at the quiet tent not far away and scratched his head helplessly. This unreliable bunny-eared girl is not easy to get open with. We have to take it slowly. Lin, do you know what Chun usually likes to do? Meow meow meow. Lin blinked, then suddenly laughed mischievously, revealing her sharp fangs. I like Chun. Forehead. Although I'm very happy, that's not what I'm talking about right now. Su Cheng was speechless and continued to ask, besides me, is there anything else she likes? That's a weapon. Lin replied instantly. Chun really likes bone knives. She sharpens them whenever she has free time. Some of the bone knives that Shiriyue and the others use were also sharpened by Chun, meow. Do you like weapons? Su Cheng couldn't help but touch his chin, his eyes lighting up. To be honest, with Chun's aloof and tall appearance, they do match quite well. Chun, why are you asking this? Lin asked curiously. Well, I just wanted to give Chun something to cheer her up. Chun always has a stern face. She needs to smile more. Spring looks so beautiful when she smiles, meow. Okay, I want to be happy too. Give me something too. Lin got excited and started to playfully hug Su Cheng's arm, her chest so heavy it was distorted. Luo's eyes were full of anticipation. She rolled over and climbed into Su Cheng's arms, grinning as she stretched out her hands for a hug. Become. Okay, I know, I have them all. Su Cheng grinned and picked Luo up. The 3 of them played around for a while longer, and when Lin got tired, she simply lay down and rested her head on Su Cheng's lap. The sky is dotted with stars, and the Milky Way hangs upside down, mysterious and timeless. Gradually, drowsiness crept in. At this moment, Lin sat up straight, stretched, and leaned close to Su Cheng's ear, saying playfully, "Oh right, okay, Luo's sleeping with me tonight, meow." Oh, etc. What the hell? Before Chun could even think of a surprise, Lin's surprise arrived first. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, but this is too much. Who understands a brand new engine? The fuel gauge is full, the engine is powerful enough, but you just leave it there to collect dust. Su Chengdu hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. He should at least drive it for a couple of days to break it in. It was like a bolt from the blue. The first taste is doubly unpleasant. The little cutie didn't struggle and was just pulled away by Lin. So those two were whispering about this all along. Feeling empty in his arms at night, and unsure if he could fall asleep, Su Cheng returned to the main tent with a pout. Looking at the litter of wolf-eared cubs sleeping soundly, he sighed. He pulled some hay out and lay down beside it. On the other side, inside the pitch-black tent, two pairs of eyes gleamed. Lin and Luo lay happily, their little hands supporting their chins, their legs held high, and their tails wagging, full of energy. Cheng seems to be asleep, Luo said. Lin also pricked up her ears to listen and nodded in agreement. Then, it pressed its face close, its eyes filled with curiosity. Luo, did you and Cheng really have children last night? Luo spoke very softly. Half her face was buried in the grass, and her ears were red. Meow. Finally receiving affirmation, Lin became even more enthusiastic. So how did you two reproduce? That's right. Luo hesitated for a long time, unsure how to answer. She blinked repeatedly before leaning close to Lin's ear and whispering in explanation. As she received the information, Lin's eyes shone brighter. As she listened to the strange knowledge, her heart pounded and she felt a surge of heat throughout her body. She kept shaking her head, her eyes sparkling. His face showed barely suppressed surprise and curiosity. So, all of this was taught to you through Confucianism? Luo didn't answer. She just smiled sweetly with her lips pursed. Lin, still a little dazed, also laughed, looking playful and smug. So this is what procreation is all about. Lin murmured. I already understand. I just don't know why they're doing those strange movements. The cat-eared girl, who had just drawn a stroke on the blank paper, was too busy to process any more information and didn't bother to think. She immediately smiled and pulled Luo into her arms. Luo, time for bed, meow. Luo, her face flushed, let out a soft squeal. Genuine growth is kept quiet, while fabricated growth is brimming with confidence. Chapter 69 Clay Refining. The night gradually grew quiet. After a long while, Luo looked up again and spoke. Lin, let's grill some meat for Cheng to take with him tomorrow. Why? Lin tightened her arms and her lips moved slightly. The meat roasted by the wolf-eared tribe doesn't taste good. Okay, meow. Early morning. Su Cheng woke up when he felt a warm, smooth sensation on his face. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar, youthful face. The little cutie is quietly lying next to the pillow, secretly giving it a kiss. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Luo immediately smiled sweetly. Okay, you're awake. She's awake. Su Cheng sat up, then picked up Luo, cradling her soft, bouncy bottom in his hands, and lowered his head to give her a hard kiss. It was just getting light outside, and the light was still a bit weak. Why did you wake up so early? I told Lin that I would grill some meat for you to take to the wolf-ear tribe. Luo tilted her head, looking absolutely adorable. The meat at their restaurant really doesn't taste good. Su Cheng smiled and said, I have plenty of spices here. You can take them and use them. Is Lin starting a fire outside? Su Cheng asked again. No. She said she was going to get some meat from the cave, and also to check on her mother before coming back to start a fire. Oh. Su Cheng's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously rubbed his hand, causing the little cutie to blush instantly. She seemed to know what Su Cheng was thinking, and her ears slowly began to burn. Then how about? Just as he was about to do something to make up for it, Su Cheng suddenly noticed several pairs of eyes staring intently at him. The 6 wolf-eared children had woken up sometime earlier and were rubbing their eyes, staring at the two of them curiously. Su Cheng immediately deflated. How could I have forgotten about these little ones? What a terrible thing to do. Don't wander around. I'll have someone bring you food later. After giving the sleepy little ones some instructions, Su Cheng carried Luo, Xing away from the tent. Well, since there's no way to work, then we have no choice but to work. Su Cheng immediately started a fire, and Luo jumped down lightly to help bring hay and firewood from elsewhere. After a flurry of activity, flames rose. The sky gradually brightened, a ray of light dispelling the grayness and awakening the entire earth. You're awake. Just then, the sound of spring came. A tall, bunny-eared girl walked over from a distance, followed by Shi Yu and the others. Su Cheng was quite surprised. You're awake too. We woke up really early, meow, Shi Yu laughed. It's because Chun said he's going to teach us something new today, so everyone is very energetic, Nia added. Didn't you say you'd be busy these next couple of days, and needed to hurry? Chun said matter-of-factly. So I woke everyone up and then came to call you. You heard everything last night? Those were the words I said to Lin. This guy was definitely not asleep. He was eavesdropping the whole time. Su Cheng's lips twitched. Luckily, he hadn't acted impulsively with Luo just now. Otherwise, they would have put on a famous scene of a battle at the entrance right now. So, she found out about the gift giving? I didn't hear you. Chun crossed her arms and looked away. Keep pretending. Su Cheng smiled and said, let him be arrogant if he wants, as long as he doesn't hurt himself. He then said to everyone, eat something first, and I'll teach you after you've eaten. Okay, meow. After quickly filling their stomachs, the group arrived at the place where clay was piled up. After a night of settling and wind blowing, the river mud outside had dried completely, leaving the ground wet and smelling strongly of mud. The process of pottery making is actually not very complicated. The important thing is the use of tools and techniques. Once everything is mastered, the tribespeople can be trained to divide the work and cooperate to achieve mass production on an assembly line. Of course, the first step is to use a cramming approach to educate the cat-eared girls about the relevant knowledge. At this time, many members of the tribe had already woken up and happily joined the group listening to the lecture. Digging clay, kneading clay, coiling, and firing. In general, making a piece of pottery involves these 4 main steps. Su Cheng reached out and dug out a piece of river mud, then organized his thoughts and began to explain in detail. The clay that can be used to make pottery is not something you can just find anywhere. It has to be highly malleable, with few impurities, and after being mixed with water and kneaded, it can be shaped into other forms without easily cracking. This type of clay is easiest to find in places where rivers deposit sediments. Of course, when looking for clay, we must not forget to prepare other fuels, such as river sand, to prevent cracking and improve resistance to rapid heat changes, as well as a lot of firewood, shrubs, turf, and the more resin the wood, the better. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng took a bamboo tube filled with water from the side and threw all the small pieces of clay in it. The animal-eared girls stared intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Is this some kind of mud-making exercise? Haru asked. Su Cheng grinned. The mud refining is next. Now it's time for washing. As he kneaded the clay and stirred it with his fingers, he continued to explain. You don't have to do this step for now, but you must know that the purpose of using clay is to remove the coarse sand and impurities, so that we can get a finer slurry. This will make the pottery smoother and more delicate. But for us, we don't need such high-quality products right now. As long as the quantity is large and it works, that's enough. Forcing the washing process would be a waste of time and manpower. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng explained the details that needed to be paid attention to when washing the clay, and even paused to let them digest the information. Next comes stagnation. Su Cheng continued, it's very simple. Just find a shady spot, dig a big pit, and then wrap the mud we've washed or prepared tightly in wet animal hides and leaves. Put it in the pit and cover it with soil or grass. However, this process takes a while. It will take at least several days. Why did you bury it for so many days? Hor suddenly asked from the crowd. The other cat-eared girls naturally wanted to know too, and all looked over. Su Cheng immediately replied, this is to ensure even distribution of moisture. The organic matter inside is a kind of fermentation process that improves the plasticity of the clay and makes it less prone to cracking. In short, you just need to know that aged clay has a much higher success rate than clay that is fired directly. Meow. We understand. The cat-eared girls cheered happily. Do you really understand now? Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't pay much attention. He continued to dig out a piece from the pile of clay and tossed it in his hand. Now I'll teach you how to make clay. The process of refining the clay is essentially the same as kneading dough. It involves repeatedly kneading, pounding, and slapping the clay to remove air and prevent it from cracking during firing. After this process, the clay is covered with a damp cloth and left to rest for half a day to a day before it's ready to use. A group of people watched as Su Cheng slammed and played with the mud, finding it quite interesting and seemingly without any difficulty. Chun watched and pondered the points of knowledge Su Cheng was explaining. Chapter 70, The Learning Process. Although the bunny-eared girl is proud and aloof, she is never hesitant when it comes to being diligent and studious. She then asked, what does awakening mud mean? Su Cheng picked up the clay that had been slapped and plied until it was soft and limp, and smiled slightly. I just slapped this clay around, so you can imagine how tired it is now. At this time, let it have a comfortable nap to recover its energy, and it will be it's about spreading the moisture inside by pounding it, making it more even, so it's no longer hard on the outside and soft on the inside. At the same time, it also allows the clay particles that have been damaged by external forces to rearrange themselves in an orderly manner. The essence of awakening the mud is to eliminate stress and balance the moisture. This is also an auxiliary preparation to prevent the clay from cracking. Su Cheng offered 2 explanations, trying to make it easier for the animal-eared girls to understand. You should do an experiment yourself. Put some clay in the warm-up stage and some in the cool-down stage, then fire them together. I believe the results will give you a deeper understanding. Su Cheng knew very well that his appearance was like a smooth highway directly connecting the starting point and the end point, a smooth journey without any obstacles. It could be said that he was the answer itself. This did indeed accelerate the development of civilization, saving the beast-eared girls from countless detours, forks in the road, and dead ends along the way. However, this is not all good. It's a mixed bag. In fact, some failures are inevitable. Su Cheng did not want the beast-eared girls to become wooden figures who only knew the correct answer but did not understand what failure was or why they would fail. Sometimes, the learning process itself is the most interesting part. Su Cheng was also very happy. He had met a group of innocent, lively, and studious animal-eared girls who were also eager to think and explore. After the steps of finding the clay and preparing the clay are completed, the next step is the core process of pottery making. At this point, we need to make use of tools and technologies. Then, Su Cheng picked up a twig and started drawing on the ground. Shaping, making suitable pottery blanks, and firing them all require their own corresponding tools. The first one is the coil building method used to make the blanks, which requires a wheel. The second is the vertical kiln used for firing pottery. He explained as he sketched out the images of knowledge he had searched in his mind. Relatively speaking, the roulette wheel is much simpler to make. Su Cheng knew that he couldn't teach it all at once, so he first explained how to make the roulette wheel, then used pictures to help him, and finally explained its operating principle so that the cat-eared girls could understand it quickly. Of course, regardless of the level of detail, you can also use hollowed-out wood, stones, or woven baskets as molds to quickly produce a batch of bowls and jars. Su Cheng laughed and said, "As for the vertical cave kiln, there's no rush. I'll come back and teach you properly after I've resolved the matter with the Wolf-Ear clan. Your current task is to make the slow wheel first and get familiar with the processes of kneading clay, aging, and making blanks. These things will take several days, so there's no need to rush. Remember the knowledge I just taught you and digest it slowly. If anyone forgets, they can ask Chun or me." Upon hearing this, Chun glanced at Su Cheng, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. She hasn't even learned it yet. Once Su Cheng finished his lecture, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the cat-eared girls finally relaxed. At this moment, Chun stepped forward and said with a serious expression, "Today's task is still to carry clay from the riverbank. In your spare time, practice the knowledge that the shaman taught you. Of course, don't forget hunting. Starting tomorrow, Shuriwe, you guys will resume hunting." Okay. The 6 members of the hunting party were immediately excited. While learning new knowledge was certainly enjoyable, the girls were still more passionate about traversing the forest and hunting wild animals. Afterwards, the cat-eared girls began packing up their carts and baskets, preparing to set off. When Su Cheng returned to the main tent, Luo had already prepared the roasted meat and willow bark scraps that she was going to take with her. During a break in his lecture, the little cutie made a special trip to check on the piglets. The 5 piglets have grown quite a bit and have already learned to root around the fence near their nest. According to Luo's observation, they are still quite wild, with their aggression only slightly weaker than that of normal wild boars. Su Cheng was not surprised by this. After all, it would be a rather long process to completely domesticate wild boars into domestic pigs. It may only take 3 to 6 months to make them stop attacking people and get used to being domesticated, but if you want to breed a truly docile population that conforms to the characteristics of modern domestic pigs, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, or even longer. There's no need to rush it. After resting with Luo for a while, Haishi indeed came to pick her up as promised. This time, he was alone. The strong, muscular man stood like a wooden stake on the outskirts of the cat-ear camp. He watched the cat-eared people pushing unknown wooden tools and carrying vine-woven baskets, heading energetically towards the mountains and forests, and for a moment he was mesmerized. My mind is full of questions. What are all these things? What are they going to do? Limited knowledge cannot provide answers to the unknown, leaving only utter bewilderment. The man was interrupted from his daze when Su Cheng appeared carrying several leather bags. "They're gone." Oh, the 2 then left. Despite his great curiosity, Blackstone held back and didn't ask any questions along the way. Su Cheng wasn't worried about being seen by the other party, since they couldn't possibly recognize things like handcarts. Knowing the way well, they quickly arrived at their destination. Today's wolf-eared tribe camp is much more lively. Some of the wolf-eared tribe members who have recovered their health are now able to move around freely, although they still feel a little uncomfortable, but it is nothing serious. Just to be on the safe side, the old clan chief, Xiao, did not immediately assign them any tasks, but instead ordered them to rest. Upon meeting again, the wolf-eared tribe members had a much better impression of Su Cheng. The sense of hostility has indeed weakened considerably. After handing Su Cheng over to Xiao, Heisher went off to attend to other matters. You've arrived. The old man was in a very good mood today. His eyebrows were all relaxed. How's today? It's much better than yesterday. There are only 5 people with severe symptoms who are still unable to move around much, Xiao replied. No. Su Cheng nodded and said, anyway, as long as there is some relief, that's fine. Continue to do the same as yesterday, cool them down, and then cook the things I brought for them to drink. Good. What about Hongxiang? How is she? Su Cheng continued to ask. The old man couldn't help but smile. I'm a little better. I'll go take a look. Okay, let Baihe take you there. I won't go, Xiao said, then waved to the distance, and the familiar wolf-eared girl quickly ran over. Soon, the two arrived at Hongxiang's tent. Inside the main tent, everything was the same as yesterday, including that tall, slender wolf-eared girl who was sniffling. Chapter 71 Heartless. Hearing someone come in, Hongxiang, who was sleeping soundly, couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Su Cheng. Oh, Su Cheng, it's you. Yes, I'm here again. How did you feel after sleeping all night? I don't know. After holding it in for a long time, Hongxiang hummed twice. Su Cheng was amused. He walked over and reached out to touch the other person's forehead, finding that the fever had subsided considerably, but it was still a little hot. This guy is big. I reckon that much willow bark water wouldn't be enough for him. Thinking of this, Su Cheng took off the leather pouch from his waist and handed it to Baihe behind him. The water boiled from the contents of this one bag was given to the other tribesmen to drink. The contents of the other one were also boiled and given to Hongxiang alone. Okay. Upon hearing this, Baihe immediately took the skin bag and went out. Hongxiang's mind was foggy, but overall she was much better than yesterday. She sat up, rubbed her red nose, glanced at Su Cheng from side to side, and suddenly asked, Where's that little wolf-eared girl, Luo? Why didn't she come? I didn't allow it. Su Cheng pouted. So you won't hold on to her, and refused to let go. Hongxiang stared at Su Cheng and took a deep sniff. She is a wolf-eared person. Su Chengla. But she is one of my people. How did she end up in your tribe? Give her back to me. Hongxiang wrinkled her nose, clearly unhappy. Hey, be reasonable. What do you mean, give her back? She's mine. Then give it to me. The wolf-eared woman shook her head, and then said, I can trade you the old man. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Who wants that stinky old man? Su Cheng was speechless. He finally understood why the old patriarch was too lazy to come and see this guy. This big cotton-padded coat has holes in it. It's not just leaking air, it's practically an air vent. Aren't you afraid the old man will beat you up? Don't be afraid, sneeze. A sneeze made those 2 mounds on her chest tremble violently. They looked nice, but with something added, they didn't look nice at all. Helpless, Su Cheng had to find some dry grass and leaves to wipe the guy's nose and chest, and grab a couple of handfuls as interest. Su Cheng, why are you grabbing my chest? Damn it. Are you really confused, or just pretending? Su Cheng stiffened his neck. Could he really admit to this? Whoever catches you, I'll wipe your nose for you. So what if they arrest me? Hongxiang sniffed again and glanced at the man in front of her. Entrapment, isn't it? Su Cheng said he would never be fooled. However, this guy didn't seem to care at all, and suddenly looked away. Su Cheng, do you have some grill meat on you? I can smell it. Cough cough, you have a really good nose. Su Cheng grinned, then took off the leather pouch at his waist, and poured out the few slices of roasted meat that Luo had prepared for him. Luo's grilling skills are quite good now. She can grill the meat slices until they are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sprinkling some pepper on them makes them taste much better than those charred pieces from before. Hongxiang is a foodie and also has a good eye for quality. It looked delicious at first glance. Unfortunately, I caught a cold and my nose was stuffy, so I couldn't smell the spices. Su Cheng, I want to eat. The wolf-eared girl's eyes lit up immediately. You really don't hold back at all. Su Cheng chuckled. If you eat, what am I supposed to eat? I don't care, just give me the food. Knowing she was in the wrong, Hongxiang immediately added, "If you're hungry, I'll have Baihe grill some meat for you." "All right." Su Cheng reluctantly agreed. Immediately afterwards, Hongxiang opened her mouth and looked over. "Are you always like this?" Su Cheng laughed and threw the slice of meat into the guy's mouth. "What does it look like?" Hongxiang muttered something, then smacked her lips and started eating. The spicy flavor slowly stimulated her taste buds, making her eyes shine even brighter. "You just need someone to feed you," Su Cheng said. "The old man used to feed me like this," Hongxiang blinked. "When I was little." "I'm not an old man, and you're not a child anymore." "Then why did you feed me?" 1,000 words can be summed up in one word. Grass. A type of green plant. Su Cheng finally understood why this guy and Chun always ended up arguing when they met. None of them are easy to deal with. Spring is aloof and proud, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. This guy is carefree and easygoing. Having already swallowed a piece of meat, Hongxiang opened her mouth again, eagerly awaiting to be fed. Su Cheng could only continue feeding them. The wolf-eared girl, having eaten her fill, glanced at Su Cheng and suddenly asked, "Su Cheng, why is the meat you brought so delicious? What's that sprinkled on it?" After eating 2 slices, this guy no longer found his own meat appealing. "Why should I tell you?" Su Cheng said with a smirk. "I can trade you food." "No change." Su Cheng couldn't help but tease. "Give me the riverbank, and I'll tell you." Upon hearing this, Hongxiang smacked her lips twice. "Good." So readily agreed? Su Cheng was amused. Hongxiang snorted. "The old man told me everything. You two have already made a deal, and you even used the children of our clan as a condition. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to treat our fever." She continued, "It's just for your use, so it's fine. Besides, there's nothing useful on that riverbank. Are you planning to go fishing?" After saying that, Hongxiang opened her mouth again, waiting to be fed. "Su Cheng, what now? You still haven't told me why the meat you brought tastes so good." Seeing the guy enjoying his barbecue so much, Su Cheng thought for a moment, and then said, "You wouldn't understand even if I explained, but I'll prepare spices for you often in the future, and maybe salt too. You can sprinkle them on the meat, and it will taste delicious. But it's not free. You have to exchange meat for it." "Good. Once we've dealt with the black bear and seized the salt spring, salt and spices will be readily available." Su Cheng also felt that the deal with Hongxiang was very good, and could be considered the first step in infiltrating and binding the wolf-ear tribe. After finishing the meat, Hongxiang was still not satisfied. She licked her lips and looked around at Su Cheng. "Don't look anymore. That's all I brought." "Oh, then I'm going to lie down and go to sleep." "Don't sleep yet. There's still medicine for you to drink later. I'll go check how it's cooking." With that, Su Cheng got up and left. Outside the main tent, Baihe and Haishi were both tending to their respective medicinal soups. Su Cheng glanced at them, then took the opportunity to check on the remaining 4 patients. After confirming that they were all in good health, he returned to Baihe's side. After waiting until the medicine was almost ready, Su Cheng returned to Hongxiang's tent. Hongxiang was a little dazed. She sat on the hay bed and just waited there like a fool. He only blinked a few times when he saw Su Cheng. Su Cheng carried the bamboo section over, somewhat helplessly. "Are you just going to sit like this? You wouldn't let me sleep, did you? It's not like I'm not letting you lie down." "Then I'll lie down now. Take your medicine before lying down." Chapter 72. You actually made me eat grass. As he handed over the bamboo section, Su Cheng felt inexplicably tired. He watched as Hongxiang gulped down the rest of the bamboo in a few big mouthfuls, then had Baihe hand over the other bamboo sections as well. This guy is really not afraid of getting hot. He finished drinking it all in no time. Then, she grabbed Su Cheng's arm and pulled him into her arms. "I'm going to sleep, Su Cheng. Can you please stop disturbing me while you're sleeping? Then I have nothing to hold." Hongxiang said matter-of-factly. "Isn't there also White Lotus?" As Su Cheng spoke, he turned his head to look, but Baihe was nowhere to be seen. She had long since disappeared, leaving only the curtain still swaying. Enjoying the warm, fragrant pillow once again, Su Cheng was too lazy to struggle. He simply reached out and grabbed Hongxiang's tail, covering himself with it. However, although he kept saying he wanted to sleep, his eyes were blinking and he didn't seem sleepy at all. Before long, he started rambling again. "Su Cheng. What? The cat-eared tribe changed after you joined. They acquired fire, learned to cure fevers, and even successfully hunted wild boars. You're a shaman, aren't you? Go to sleep." Su Cheng's lips twitched. "They found the fire themselves in the stone, and I just happened to learn how to treat fever. Hunting wild boars isn't that difficult. The witch is something that cannot be acknowledged under any circumstances, even if Hongxiang is truly delirious from illness right now. Fortunately, Hongxiang didn't dwell on the issue, but instead asked in confusion. Su Cheng, why would you want to stay in the cat-ear tribe? Why can't I stay there? They are too weak to protect you, but I can protect you. Good grief, you're trying to turn me against you. Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh, and then replied, Spring saved my life. Upon hearing this, Hongxiang seemed to understand. Oh, it's the one with the rabbit ears. She sniffed and asked again, is she your woman? Why would you think that? Su Cheng asked, somewhat curious. Looks like it's not her. She's such a waste. Hongxiang became smug. You're the only man in the cat-ear tribe, and she still can't win you over. Su Cheng was speechless. Is manhwa a passive skill? Your talents and skills are too stereotypical. Can't you come up with something more practical? You talk too much, go to sleep. I can't sleep. If you can't sleep, let me go. No, it's your fault for not bringing Luo along. Dissatisfied, Hongxiang ignored Su Cheng's request and straddled him with her long legs, locking him firmly in place. Then, he started talking to himself again. By the way, Su Cheng, you must like to eat grass. My people say they always see you digging up grass and taking it back with you. Tell me who said that. Su Cheng rolled his eyes, speechless with anger. That's called spices, not herbs, and you just ate some too. Is it the stuff you sprinkle on top of the meat? Yes. You actually made me eat grass. Tired, let's destroy it. Su Cheng felt he shouldn't have argued with a delirious chatterbox. He should have brought Chun with him and let the two of them have a showdown at the top of the Balhenia mountain, a battle of the century where they would shout, Stop! Stop it! Stop fighting! Faced with this heartless wolf-eared girl, Su Cheng could only resort to his invincible rhetoric. Yes, 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 I like to eat grass. I love eating grass the most. Then I want to eat grass too. Eat, eat, eat. You can eat anything. Su Cheng, this is the first time I've ever hugged a man. A hug, 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 anything is fine. Could you please not pull this stunt all of a sudden? Su Cheng was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Don't you have male wolf ears in your tribe? They're all too weak. I won't hug them, Hongxiang grumbled. Then wouldn't I be even weaker? You are different. This sentence sounds so familiar. Su Cheng felt inexplicably panicked, wondering if the guy behind him was possessed by something. Don't say anything like, you understand me again, or Su Cheng will have to shout, Heavenly King covers the earth, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, and imperial jade liquor a couple of times. Thankfully, it was all just overthinking. Hongxiang smacked her lips a few times and continued to hum. It feels comfortable when you hold me. My mother used to hold me like this when I was little. Where's your mother? I died. I didn't survive one of the extreme winters, and then my old man raised me. Is the polar winter really that scary? Yes, every time. Many people in the tribe die, from freezing, starvation, or illness. Although Hongxiang spoke in a very casual tone, Su Cheng could still picture the scene. There is a kind of cruelty called helplessness. In the face of nature, everyone is equal. He sighed and could only casually mention something else. Remember to boil the water until it's hot before drinking it. It's good for your health. Why cook it? Because there are many insects inside that you can't see. Hongxiang blinked. Then we can drink water and eat meat at the same time. Su Cheng is numb. I was speechless. He raised his voice. Just boil it until it's hot and drink it. Okay, are you yelling at me? No. Oh, will you come again tomorrow? It depends. If I recover from the fever, what would I be here for? There was a sudden silence behind me, followed by a few soft coughs after a while. Cough, cough, cough. You're faking illness in front of me, aren't you? Su Cheng was both amused and exasperated. Are you really the chieftain of the Wolf-Ear clan? Of course, none of them can beat me. Yes, yes, you're the strongest. Su Cheng finally realized that this guy was just like a child after catching a cold and having a fever. Shut up and rest now. Go to sleep. Oh. After finally coaxing Hongxiang to sleep, Su Cheng silently stayed with her for over an hour. Only when he realized that the force holding him was gradually weakening did he carefully pry open his arms and the thighs pressing down on him. Getting up, Su Cheng turned back to look at the large wolf-eared girl who was fast asleep and smiled helplessly. This guy is actually quite nice when he's quiet and doesn't say anything. Su Cheng, I want more meat. There's lots of meat in the water. Talking incoherently in her sleep, Hongxiang turned over. Her firm, smooth back was revealed, her amber skin glowing beautifully, its lines flowing smoothly downwards into the dark valley, and beneath the rolled-up animal skin skirt, her majestic breasts were already hard to conceal. It looks just like the full moon on the 15th of the lunar month. Even after looking at it again, it still seems huge. In the words of the older generation, she is guaranteed to be fertile. Shaw. What are you thinking about? Su Cheng rubbed his nose, leaned over, and pulled up her fur skirt before leaving the tent. He found Blackstone, and then they went together to see Owl. I won't come tomorrow. Chapter 73 Friends. After briefly explaining his purpose, Xiao did not refuse. He had seen the condition of his people and believed that the fever should be resolved after today's treatment. Okay, thank you, Su Cheng. No need to thank me. This is a deal between us. Su Cheng chuckled. Tomorrow, have Haishi come to the cat ear tribe again and bring the children back. I'll also have him take the remaining medicine with him. One more dose should be enough. After that, let your people rest and recover their strength. I understand. I will inform them. Xiao nodded. Then, the old man glanced at Blackstone and waved his hand. The burly man, understanding the implication, left immediately and returned a short while later carrying a cleaned moose carcass. This is for you, Su Cheng. If you're going to give me food, then I won't be polite. After accepting the gift, Su Cheng took his leave, escorted by Blackstone as always, and the journey was peaceful. It's much earlier today than yesterday. The sun has just passed its zenith, so it's probably only around 1 p.m. It wasn't until the two parted ways at the same spot that the taciturn man suddenly spoke. Su Cheng, thank you. Your clan leader has already thanked us, Su Cheng said with a smile. It's different. Your woman healed my woman. This is my way of thanking you on my behalf, Blackstone said frankly. He was probably referring to Luo Ba. In other words, the wolf-eared girl that Luo personally cared for was this guy's woman. That's quite a coincidence. It's all right. You know this is a deal. If you keep your promise, we will naturally do our best to treat you. Su Cheng waved his hand, and then, as if possessed, added, You're not one of those 6 children, are you? Yes, she's a girl named Lu. He's a truly honest and kind older brother. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and a chill suddenly ran down his back. He held someone else's daughter captive, and then had her elderly father escort her. It's a wonder the other party was rational and didn't have any bad intentions. Thank you for not beating me up, bro. Su Cheng grinned. It's still early. Are you going to go see her now? No need. I'll take them back tomorrow. That's true. My people feed them well, and they sleep in my tent at night, so you can rest assured. Blackstone nodded, his resolute, chiseled face cold and serious, with a hint of respect in his eyes. I can sense that you have no ill intentions towards my people. Because we have no grudge against each other, Su Cheng said. Perhaps, one day in the future, we can become good friends, hunt together, and live together. I don't understand. Blackstone gave a clear answer. What is a friend? We probably can't be like that. In his mind, the wolf-eared people were incapable of doing such things. The wolf-ear tribe will only follow the will of the Wolf King. If they had been willing to join other tribes, they would have been Yin 2 tribe members by now. Friends are great partners. You can treat them like brothers or sisters, helping each other and treating each other sincerely. Their relationship is equal and without any other entanglements. Blackstone listened quietly, his eyes flickering slightly. Brothers and sisters, I know, but I don't understand the rest. I'll understand later. Su Cheng smiled. Okay, I'll remember that. The burly man respectfully handed the moose meat to Su Cheng before turning and leaving. Cat Ear Camp. Luo and Lin were playing in the mud with the 6 wolf-eared children. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He crept closer to take a look, and wow. And you know what? The kid really is gifted. He's got a natural talent for playing in the mud. They slammed and thrashed it, kneaded and pulled it, all in a very professional manner. Is this how you two raise the child? Su Cheng's sudden words startled the group. Lin's tail fur bristled instantly, and she jumped 3 feet high. Luo was stunned for a moment before suddenly turning her head. The children were swaying back and forth, making loud noises, having a great time. Cheng, why are you back? Upon seeing who it was, Lin immediately beamed with joy and rushed forward with her dirty hands. Luo giggled and hugged him, rubbing mud all over Su Cheng's body. Su Cheng sighed and had no choice but to throw the moose meat aside and tug at the faces of the 2 men. Come with me later and wash your face and body. He then looked at the wolf-eared child who was still playing in the mud on the ground. You all need to wash yourselves clean too. We're going back tomorrow, so don't all look like mud dolls. Good. The tender voices rose in unison, like a grand chorus. The obedient little guy is so easy to take care of, Su Cheng grinned, wondering if Hong Xiang was like this when she was a child. Definitely not. The little cutie clung to Su Cheng and wouldn't let go, while Lin happily ran off to look at the moose meat. Okay, these are from them? Yes, don't get it dirty. Go wash your hands before you do it. Lin was overjoyed and readily agreed. Okay, meow, if treating fever means getting moose meat, when will they get fever again? You can be a cat. Su Cheng was speechless. Luckily, Heisher didn't follow, or he would have been furious on the spot. When it comes to being carefree, Lin and the feverish Hongxiang are equally matched. After gently rubbing Luo's wolf ears, Su Cheng asked, have the tribesmen not returned yet? No. However, we set off early today, so judging by the time, we should arrive soon. Su Cheng stopped thinking about it and patted his stomach, saying, I'm hungry, Luo, go get me something to eat. We've eaten all the meat we brought. I'm done eating. However, it was all eaten by someone else. Okay, then I'll go prepare it for Cheng. Luo giggled and quickly ran off. Su Cheng then looked at the 6 wolf-eared children whose faces were covered in mud. Elbow, come with me to wash up. After a quick rinse, there were 6 clean, lively little balls of fluff. Mingming and Lin were laughing and joking when they were playing together, but now they were all quiet and reserved as they followed behind Su Cheng. Is this the kind of intimidation that comes from adults? Su Cheng's lips curled up, thinking that it probably wasn't that. At most, he was just shy. When they returned, Lin was already butchering the moose with a bone knife. It was a bit of a struggle for one person to handle it, chopping and hacking away for a long time. When he saw Su Cheng, he immediately called out, Okay, come help me, meow. They're here, they're here. Su Cheng stretched his shoulders a couple of times and walked over quickly. The 6 little ones followed along, clattering along. They usually help their parents process animal meat in the tribe, so they are familiar with the process. This time, they took the initiative to lend a hand. Of course, this just means tugging at the remaining fur that wasn't cleaned properly, then taking the processed meat pieces from one side to the other and using the other side of the handle. The effect is minimal, but the important thing is the right attitude, which makes people happy. Grabbing a bone knife from the side, Su Cheng also began to cut the venison. Chapter 74. What's there to show off? Are you planning to butcher the entire moose? Yes, meow. When Haru and the others come back, we can eat them all. That's good. You need to eat well to have the energy to work. Su Cheng also agreed. After all, moving clay is tiring work, and the riverbank is not close to the camp. If it were him carrying dozens of kilograms of mud and walking for 1 or 2 hours, he probably would have collapsed long ago. The beast-eared girls work hard without complaint. If they still don't get enough to eat, then they really aren't human. A little while later, Luo, who had prepared the food, also ran over to help. After a flurry of activity, the 3 of them finally finished processing the moose meat. Good meat and bones were piled up to the side, while all the dirty meat was removed. Immediately afterwards, Lin took the messy, inedible pieces of meat outside the camp and threw them away. In a daze, she heard birds and animals being startled and scattered in the distant woods, as well as the creaking sound of wooden wheels turning. Cheng, Chun, and the others are back. Lin immediately started shouting happily. Hearing the shouts, Su Cheng perked up, put down his bone knife, and ran out to greet them. Luo, on the other hand, led the children to the main tent to prevent them from running around when there were many people. Dead leaves fluttered in the woods, and birds and animals made a great commotion. The sound of the cart wheels rolling was sharp, like an old wooden door, and it grew clearer and clearer, occasionally mixed with the laughter of cat-eared girls playing around. Finally, figures emerged from the depths of the woods, gradually forming a long line. Chun walked in the group, her long rabbit ears and tall figure making her easily recognizable. At the head of the group was a handcart, which Huer and Shiling were in charge of. As soon as they saw the camp, the 2 of them mustered all their strength, gripped the wooden handles, and started sprinting while shouting slogans. The distance of 100 meters or so was covered in the blink of an eye. The cart was released at the designated time, and the 2 mischievous boys immediately clapped their hands together with a wow and puffed out their chests. Mission accomplished. We are the #1 cat. Unfortunately, the 2 didn't have time to gloat for long before Chun caught up and grabbed them by the back of the neck one by one. The back of fate. This thing is amazing. It's so accurate, you can pinch it every time. Equals omega equals. Oh. The 2 guys immediately wilted. What did I say when we set off? Chun asked irritably. No playing with handcarts. No one is allowed to leave the group. Chuanxiao's face turned cold. No eating later, you're going to go hungry for a while. Meow. At this moment, Lin, who loves watching a good show, also came over and burst into laughter. You can't eat anything now, there's moose meat today. Meow meow meow. Where did you get the moose meat? Huer and Shiling instantly perked up, broke free from Kai Chun's grasp, and ran over excitedly. As for the punishment of not being allowed to eat, it was blown out of the left ear and into the right ear without lingering at all. It was brought back by the shaman. She cured the wolf ear tribe of their fever, and they gave her a moose, Lin explained. Which is amazing. Meow, there's moose meat to eat. Su Cheng, standing nearby, chuckled. Why don't you two check behind you first? Huer and Shiling seemed to sense the chill and immediately shrank their necks. Oh no, Spring is angry. The two immediately looked to Su Cheng for help. Are you still going to play with the handcart? Su Chengle asked. I won't dare anymore, Meow. I can't protect you next time. After all, Chun was someone who even dared to elbow him. Su Cheng patted the two boys' heads before saying, push the cart inside, wash your hands, and we'll eat later. Yay! The witch is the best. They nuzzled Su Cheng's hand, stuck out their tongues, and quickly made their escape. The main force had arrived by this time, and entered the camp one after another at Lin's call. Chun then pursed her lips and walked towards Su Cheng. Looking at the man in front of her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Just keep indulging them. Su Cheng grinned. I don't just spoil those two, I spoil all of you. Who asked you to spoil me? Chumbai glanced at him. Why are you back so early today? I came back after I finished seeing the doctor. Have the wolf-eared tribe's fever been cured? Su Cheng nodded. They're almost there. The rest is up to them to recover on their own. What about those children? Were they all sent back? No, I'll have them come pick me up tomorrow. These guys are always sleeping in my tent, and they're getting in the way, Su Cheng said. Upon hearing this, Chun scoffed lightly, a slight smile playing on her lips. That's good too. I'll sleep well tonight. Su Cheng grinned. He naturally knew what Chun was talking about. In the past, I guess it would have been awkward, but now, I'm thick-skinned. That's the difference between a virgin and a man. He couldn't help but chuckle. I'll keep my voice down next time. Whether you speak quietly or not is none of my business. I can't understand what you're saying. Chun immediately turned her face away and strode towards the camp. His back view showed a hint of panic, which amused Su Cheng. Don't walk so fast. Wait for me. I can't wait. I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. I just finished working and haven't eaten yet. I'll let you starve to death. Spring hummed inwardly, but still slowed her pace. Seeing Su Cheng catching up, with that smug grin on his face, Su Cheng's elbow was itching to strike. By the way, after you finish eating and rest for a bit, I'll teach you how to dig a vertical shaft kiln, Su Cheng said. We need to figure that out first. Is it what you said yesterday, the kind used for firing pottery? Is that easy to do? Chun asked curiously. Su Cheng stroked his chin and said, it's not easy. The main problem is digging a pit. It's a very big and deep pit, and it will require a lot of manpower. Let's call Huer and Shiling together, as punishment for them, Chun suggested. Okay, whatever you say, he. After piling up the clay, the next step is to wash your hands and eat. 12 or 20 people ate the entire moose clean. Lin also prepared plenty of berries, giving extra to each member of the tribe. After the meal, Su Cheng told everyone to rest. There wasn't anything too urgent at the moment, so they could just proceed step by step according to the plan. The afternoon sun was gentle, so the animal-eared girl spread out some dry grass outside the tent and lay down on the spot. The warm sunshine felt wonderful on their skin, and gradually, drowsiness crept in, causing some people to drift off to sleep. Chun doesn't like sunbathing, so she simply crawled into the tent to rest. Okay, do you want to sunbathe? Luo brought some hay from somewhere and asked about it. What about the children? I let them all play in the big tent, and they're asleep now. Luo grinned, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Su Cheng nodded, patted his bottom, and stood up from in front of the fire. As long as they don't wander off, they'll all be sent back tomorrow, and then we won't have to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Luo giggled. I don't think it's troublesome. They are all very obedient, and Lin likes to play with them. They are quite obedient. Su Cheng picked Luo up and said, but she's not as obedient as my Luo. The little cutie was very happy and instinctively hugged Su Cheng's neck. Okay, let's sunbathe too. What are you sunbathing for, elbows? Chapter 75, so what exactly are you talking about? Why waste such precious time sunbathing? Su Cheng glanced around, then, like a thief, quickly slipped into a nearby empty tent. We can't go to the main tent, so we'll have to make do with this. Fortunately, when the large tent was set up, these empty tents were not dismantled. After putting Luo down, Su Cheng found a patched animal hide and hung it at the entrance as a simple cover. Watching Su Cheng's series of actions, Luo sat on the hay and blinked before she understood. She then cupped her blushing cheeks in her hands. Shoo! The tent suddenly became much darker, with only a few rays of light shining obliquely. Su Cheng made a shushing gesture before chuckling and walking over. After sitting down, she immediately pulled the little cutie into her arms and skillfully slipped her hands inside the animal skin dress. The two of them were entwined together, their soft bodies feeling cool and comfortable. Just holding each other was incredibly comforting. A simple squeeze yields even more valuable rewards. Luo let out a soft moan and immediately buried her face in Su Cheng's chest. "Keep your voice down," Su Cheng said. I'll teach you something new later. Hey, good girl, let me give you a kiss first." As their lips met, everything seemed to quiet down. Woo. I don't know how much time had passed, but then I heard footsteps outside the tent. Spring's calm voice followed. "Witch, Horror, and Shirling have been waiting for a long time." Forehead. There was a rustling sound inside the tent, and then the curtain was lifted, and Su Cheng emerged with a frown. He looked at Chun, Shirling, Horror, and Lin, who was secretly laughing outside, and his lips twitched involuntarily. "How did you know I was here?" Lin said so. Chun rolled her eyes. "Besides, you're the only one with a curtain hanging in this tent. You don't even need to guess to know why. What you said makes a lot of sense." Su Cheng was speechless. "Don't you guys ever get a break?" "I'm not done yet. I've finished resting," Chun said. In fact, Chun waited a little longer, but she had nothing to do and was thinking about Su Cheng's lecture on vertical kiln construction. At this moment, Luo also crawled out of the tent, tidying up her animal skin clothes while wiping her lips. The little cutie's face flushed red. She glanced at everyone and immediately ran to Lin's side. Su Cheng was somewhat helpless. There was no way to continue in the current situation, so he had no choice but to speak. Okay, let's get to work." Only after the others left did Lin curiously approach and sniff Luo's face. "Luo, what's that on your lips? It smells weird." "Oh." Luo wiped it again with her hand. "There's nothing there. I saw it, meow. Tell me quickly." "Cheng won't let me say. Just tell me secretly." Lin chased after her, coaxing and cajoling until Luo, feeling embarrassed, finally gave in and was dragged into the tent where she whispered in her ear. "That is... Okay, I understand." The innocent cat-eared girl nodded repeatedly, but her mind was completely blank. "So what exactly are you talking about, meow? Is that a cat that can be eaten?" Being interrupted while casting a spell wasn't a pleasant experience, but digging the kiln was ultimately a very important task. Su Cheng led Chun around the camp, eventually settling on an open space in the northeast. Many trees in that area had been cut down, leaving a wide open view. The terrain was slightly higher and the land was more expansive, with only a few old tree stumps and wasteland weeds remaining. "Let's do it here." Su Cheng picked up a twig and drew several large circles on the ground, while explaining the principles of site selection. Vertical kilns cannot be dug arbitrarily. The quality of the chosen location directly affects their use. First of all, it absolutely cannot be a low-lying area or next to a river. Otherwise, the entire kiln may be ruined when the rainy season arrives. So, a sheltered, sunny slope or terrace is very good. This kind of terrain can maintain the kiln temperature and make use of natural wind. Secondly, the distance from the water source cannot be too far, nor too close. If it is too far, transporting water will be difficult, and if it is too close, the soil moisture content will be high, which will not be conducive to drying and will affect the efficiency of our pottery forming. The third point is the soil. The soil layer must be firm and not too loose, otherwise it will easily collapse. As he spoke, Su Cheng turned around and said, "To put it simply, the soil needs to be firm, the location needs to be high and open, and there needs to be a water source nearby. Remember that? If you're going to open a new kiln in the future, you'll have to learn how to find those places yourselves." "Got it, meow." "Okay, I'll mark the location. Let's dig together and try to dig as much as possible before dark." Upon hearing this, Chun came closer. "Do we need to dig very deep?" "Yes." Su Cheng looked at the best answer given by the encyclopedia and gestured to Chun with his hand. "It needs to be at least 2 meters deep. Well, that is, if you stand in it, you will be a head taller than the person in the encyclopedia. Originally, it only needed to be about 1.5 meters, but 2 meters would be more thermally efficient. As for the diameter, it should be at least 1 meter, so that the capacity and heat absorption are both good." Upon hearing that they had to dig so deep, Shirling and Hoyer couldn't help but stick out their tongues. "Higher than Spring, meow." "Which, you're not going to bury us both, are you?" Su Cheng chuckled. "If you two don't work hard, Spring might bury you here." "Meow." "No, meow." The two cat-eared girls instantly cowered, their tails standing straight up. Chun, feeling annoyed by the two's big, watery eyes staring at her, couldn't help but glare at Su Cheng. Why are you scaring them for no reason? Hurry up and get to work, it'll be dark soon. Oh, I'm just teasing them. Su Cheng then waved his hand and said, all right, let's get to work. Ling and Hua try our best. Spring. Soon, the tools were ready. The pickaxes and shovels were made of stone and bone, and because they were inefficient, the only way to make up for the difference was with time and physical effort. Under Su Cheng's command, the group immediately began digging. After a while, Luo and Lin also came over to help. They piled the excavated soil in a slightly farther place, and took turns digging with Linghua from time to time when she got tired. The other beast-eared girls in the tribe had also stopped resting, and, following the knowledge Su Cheng had previously taught them, began to try processing clay, kneading mud, aging it, and practicing one by one. Some of them found suitable wood and learned to make wool discs. Everything was in perfect order. Before we knew it, the sun had set and the moon had risen. As night fell, a breeze swept through the woods, carrying the chill of autumn. Su Cheng told the others to stop, since he didn't have the habit of working overtime and the lighting wasn't very good. They were digging mud in the pit, all in complete darkness. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were tomb raiders. Chapter 76, Give Me a Foot Massage. The group washed their hands and feet, feeling sticky and uncomfortable from being soaked in sweat. They then changed into clean animal skin clothes before finally sitting down to eat their dinner in peace. Hui and Ling dug very hard and were exhausted. Since hunting would resume tomorrow, they ran back early. It was late at night. After checking on the wolf-eared children, Lin, who was starting to feel sleepy, dragged Luo back to the tent to sleep. For a moment, only Su Cheng and Chun remained in front of the campfire, sitting opposite each other, staring at each other. The bright moon hangs high, and a gentle evening breeze blows. The camp gradually quieted down, leaving only the campfire flickering like a mischievous sprite. Su Cheng poked at the burning firewood with a twig, causing a few sparks to fly, and then asked, "Aren't you sleepy? Go to sleep." Chun blinked and said, "I have to keep watch tonight." "Oh, who's on guard right now?" Red Peach and the others. Su Cheng remembered that Hong Tao was the cat-eared girl who helped him when he was making fire by rubbing sticks together. Hee, then I'll stay with you a little longer. Chun glanced at him and said, "No need. It's just going out to check things out late at night. It's nothing serious. After all, this area has been cleared and is very safe, so there's no need to worry too much about wild animals attacking at night." Su Cheng smiled, stretched, and said, "Anyway, I can't sleep either, so I'll keep you company and keep you from getting bored." "Who's bored?" Spring gave a soft snort, too lazy to argue any further. After a brief silence, she suddenly glanced at Lin's tent, then swept her gaze across the now quiet campsite. Her long ears twitched slightly, and she stood up and walked towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked up at her, wondering what she was going to do, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing much." Chun remained calm and sat down next to Su Cheng. After hesitating for a moment, she stretched her legs out to Su Cheng's side. The sound was very soft, and a gust of wind covered it up. "Give me a foot massage." "Oh, give me a foot massage," Chun said again, frowning. "Hee, you scared me." Su Cheng grinned, and then pulled those pretty little feet into his arms. "What's there to be scared of?" Chun pouted in dissatisfaction. "I thought you were going to elbow me." Chun gave him a disgruntled look, then simply turned to her side and lay down. Out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, I worry I might accidentally elbow him. The feeling of having one's feet held in someone's arms was strange. The sense of security and warmth made Chun feel very comfortable, and she even didn't want to leave. Although Lin had also been held, Su Cheng gave her a very special feeling. Soon, familiar acupressure points came from her feet, from her toes to her calves. With each touch, Chun felt her heart skip a beat. It was strange, yet she couldn't bring herself to resist. That just right pressure felt like it was soothing tired nerves and blood vessels, making people feel incredibly comfortable. Chun lay quietly, letting Su Cheng massage her calves. Her gaze fell on the large tent not far away, where the shadows of the two of them were intertwined, swaying with the campfire. "Is it comfortable?" Su Cheng's voice suddenly came. Even though she didn't want to admit it 1,000 times, Chun still responded softly. Hee, I'll give you a massage when you're tired from work in the future. Stretch your leg a little closer to me, and I'll massage your thigh too." Upon hearing this, Chun subconsciously shifted her body, almost sitting on Su Cheng's lap. Although she felt something was wrong, she was too lazy to think about it at the moment. Su Cheng chuckled and began to tap, his fist landing on her firm, bouncy thigh, causing it to tremble. TSK, TSK, TSK. It really does look like jelly. It's both beautiful and fun. Just moments later, Chun felt a sense of comfort spreading throughout her body, and her hands, feet, and body began to feel weak. The bunny-eared girl, enjoying herself, rolled over contentedly before asking a question. Okay, can we finish digging by tomorrow? Pretty much. After digging it up, it needs to be dried first. It can't be used immediately. Will we become even more powerful with that pottery you mentioned? Of course. Cheng chuckled. To be precise, it's not pottery that makes us more skilled, but rather that having the technology to fire kills allows us to develop more convenient and useful tools. Most of the tools in the tribe right now are made of stone and animal bones, which are very inefficient. Once we have pottery, we will have moved beyond the Stone Age and entered the Pottery Age. Then we can make refractory crucibles and bellows to increase the temperature of the kiln and start smelting bronze. Finally, we can use bronze technology to try smelting iron. Cheng's voice echoed in her ears, and those brand new knowledge concepts made Chun somewhat lost in thought. Whether it is copper or iron, the tools and weapons made from these two materials are far superior to those made from stone or bone in terms of strength and sharpness. With knives forged from iron, we can easily cut through the flesh and bones of wild beasts. With axes, we can more easily chop down trees, and we can build more habitable houses and sew warmer clothes. Only then will we truly begin to become powerful. Cheng looked down at Chun, his smile filled with utmost seriousness. I want to give you that kind of life. The two looked into each other's eyes, but for a moment Chun didn't know what to say. Copper, iron, houses, clothes. These were words she didn't understand, but she instinctively believed every word Cheng said. She especially felt an immense anticipation for the weapons he spoke of. After a long while, she responded softly. After that, neither of them spoke again, quietly enjoying the peace and beauty. Cheng continued massaging, tilting his head back to look at the dark night sky. Chun rested her head on her arm, closed her eyes, and completely relaxed. The surroundings were completely silent. Even time seemed to fall silent. At this moment, she didn't want to move anymore. She just wanted to rest comfortably for a while. Even when she felt Cheng's hand slowly pressing into her animal skin skirt, she only frowned slightly. Before long, the rabbit ears were tinged with a blush. My cheeks started to feel hot. She instinctively squeezed her legs together. My throat felt an irrepressible urge to make a sound. Finally, the embarrassed bunny-eared girl grabbed that hand tightly. She looked at Cheng with gentle eyes and a hint of reproach in her voice. Don't press it anymore. Hee okay. Cheng gave it one last squeeze and then stopped, satisfied. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough could be achieved so late at night. Normally, Chun would never allow herself to act so recklessly. Oops. Today is a really good day. I discovered another side of Chun. It turns out that when she's alone, her pride and aloofness disappear. Cheng felt a surge of joy in his heart, when suddenly he heard Chun's voice again. Okay, I want to sleep for a while. Chapter 77 Rain. Okay, I'm not sleepy right now. I'll wake you up later tonight. However, Chun remained motionless for a long time after she finished speaking, which made Cheng look down at her. What's wrong? Do you want to sleep in my arms? Chun rolled her eyes at him before saying, I can't get up. I can't use my hands and feet properly. Cheng was taken aback, then laughed, I'll hug you. To be honest, Cheng has only ever hugged Luo so far. However, Luo is petite, weighing only 60 or 70 pounds, so she is easy to carry. Chun is a quintessential mature woman, tall and well-proportioned. Judging from her height of 1.8 meters, she weighs approximately between 120 and 130 pounds. Cheng put one arm around Chun's tight waist, and the other hand supported her legs, and lifted her up in one go. After gently lifting her, he felt that it wasn't too strenuous. Sure enough, when a man carries a beautiful girl and a princess carry, his strength comes from his inner universe. Chun also took the opportunity to put her arm around Cheng's neck and turned her face away. How about I carry you around the campsite for a bit? I really will beat you up, okay? Aren't you unable to exert any strength? I can give it a try. No, I was just teasing you. Cheng said. Then he carried Chun back to the tent and gently placed her on the hay. The rabbit-eared girl's expression was obscured in the pitch-black tent. Only her eyes shone brightly. Then go to sleep. I'll wake you up later in the night. Good. Dawn broke overnight. Cheng yawned and sat up from the hay. He stayed up for a while in the middle of the night before going back to sleep. He didn't disturb Chun, who was already asleep, nor did he go back to the main tent so as not to wake up the wolf-eared children. He just managed to get some sleep in the small tent where he had been playing with Luo during the day. Not long after I opened my eyes, I saw Luo carrying water and fruit, lifting the curtain and slipping inside. They really are on the same wavelength. All that care they've given each other hasn't been for nothing. Okay, you're awake. The little cutie smiled sweetly and handed over the water. Through the curtain, you can see that it's all gray and gloomy outside, with little light. It looks like it's just dawn. It's normal for people who stay up late to wake up early. Did you sleep well last night? Cheng took the water, put the fruit aside, then gulped down a few mouthfuls and began washing up. Luo nodded and hummed in agreement. Then, imitating Cheng, she sipped some water, tilted her head back, and gargled. That serious and earnest little face is truly adorable. After spitting the water out of the tent, Cheng looked back at Luo and couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. He noticed that the animal skin skirt she was wearing had some wrinkles and rolled up edges, so he helped to pull it down and smooth it out. Living with someone you like, that's probably what it feels like. Cheng couldn't help but think of it. After washing up, the two sat down side by side, and Luo began to divide the fruit. As she ate a green fruit, she looked up and asked, "Okay, do we still need to dig the hole today?" "Yes, let's try our best to finish digging as soon as possible," Cheng said, patting his thigh. Luo immediately understood and happily climbed up. Perhaps she thought the fruit in her hand was too sour, but she chuckled and offered it to Cheng's lips. "I will try my best to help." Okay, I'll grill meat for you tonight." The two were eating fruit and chatting idly when they suddenly heard a crisp dripping sound, as if water droplets were falling on the tent, more and more, faster and faster. The first heavy rain of autumn came suddenly, without warning. Seeing the rain falling continuously and getting heavier, Cheng couldn't sit still any longer and quickly stood up. "Luo, go and tell the tribespeople to find more dry grass and tree bark to cover up the clay." After saying this, Cheng hurriedly ran out. The vertical kiln has only been dug halfway and absolutely cannot be exposed to rain. If it is left unattended, the efforts of several people yesterday may be completely wasted. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the process of digging the kiln will also have to be delayed. It really is true that man proposes, God disposes. Although it's infuriating, there's nothing I can do about it. Because of the rain, the cat-eared girls who had just run back to their tents to take shelter from the rain came running out again after hearing Luo's call. They were only used to protecting the fire in the rain and had never thought that the clay also needed protection. However, they did not hesitate at all in response to Cheng's orders. In no time, the cat-eared girls started running around in the rain again, frantically searching for dry grass, tree bark, anything that could shield them from the rain, completely ignoring the cold rain soaking their heads and bodies. On the other side, as soon as Cheng ran out of the camp, he spotted Chun's figure in the distance. Chun, Lin, Aguo, Hongtao, and Ying, the 5 beast-eared girls, are at the location of the vertical kiln, with clear division of labor, doing their best to build the water control facilities. Chun and Lin squatted at both ends of the pit, spreading branches flat. Aguo, Hongtao, and Ying kept bringing dry grass to cover it. There was also a specially sewn huge animal skin on the ground next to them, just waiting for the last of the dry grass to be laid to completely cover the pit. Seeing Cheng run over, Chun wiped the rain off her face and asked anxiously, "Cheng, is it okay to cover him like this?" "No." Cheng also squatted down to help, pressing down the dry grass with his hands, and turned to the other cat-eared girls. "Red Peach, you and I will cover the animal hide first, and then we'll lay down the hay last. Agua and Cherry, you two go find some tree bark and leaves, preferably large ones, and hay too." "Good." Aguo and Ying left in response. Hongtao quickly tore the animal hide over, and she and Cheng each took one side and covered it up. Covering it directly with dry grass will cause it to absorb water and leak through. Tree bark and animal hides can block water, so it's best to cover it underneath, Cheng explained to Chun and Lin. "Okay, whatever you say." After covering the animal hides, the group began to lay out straw. Cheng then asked, "How did you know we were coming to build something? Didn't you say this was important?" Chun replied, "I saw that Chun was running really fast, so I called Aguo and the others to help," Lin said with a grin. Rain pelted the group, water droplets dripping from their wet hair, and their tails were completely soaked and covered in mud. In just a short while, Cheng was also soaked to the bone. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Cheng looked at them, feeling both heartache and relief. "Hee hee, It wasn't a waste of time teaching you guys. You're really smart. Upon hearing this, Chun's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. Before they knew it, the rain intensified again. Aguo and the others brought tree bark and dry grass, and even stripped the animal hide off an empty tent on the east side of the camp and brought it over as well. After another flurry of activity, Su Cheng confirmed that the covering was intact before leading everyone back. Chapter 78 Habits Become Second Nature. At this moment, the cat-eared girls had all retreated to their little dens, shaking off the rain. They squatted by the tents, hugging their knees, gazing at the sky, the rain, and the forest, occasionally licking their wet tails. Su Cheng witnessed this scene. He walked to the entrance of the main tent and suddenly spoke to Lin. Lin, go and tell the tribespeople to come to my tent to warm themselves by the fire. 7 or 8 people will do. Once they've dried off, then the rest can come over. After all, the tent has limited capacity. It's already quite good if it can accommodate about 10 people. After this heavy rain, Su Cheng started to consider setting up another large tent, using the 2 tents together. One could be used for sleeping, and the other for gatherings and discussions. On rainy or snowy days, they could also be used to huddle together for warmth. Before houses were built, large tents were indeed a very good choice. At this moment, Luo also ran over, entered the tent, vigorously shook the rainwater off her ears and tail, and then happily leaned against Su Cheng. All right, everyone, cover it with clay. No. Su Cheng patted the little cutie's head and wiped the raindrops from her face. We'll set up a fire later and warm ourselves by it in the big tent. Soon, Chun brought in several pieces of charred wood that had been covered in ashes outside, wrapped in dry grass. Aguo and the other cat-eared girls also brought firewood one after another. The group gathered in the middle of the tent, cleared the original grass bed, and began to skillfully rekindle the fire. Smoke rose from the charred wood, and a sizzling sound could be heard from the parts that were wet from the rain. If you blew hard, you could clearly see the red-hot spots. Spring then wrapped the dry grass on it, and before long, it was successfully ignited. Next, the group piled up the dry grass and firewood, placed the charred wood inside, and waited for the flames to spread and grow. Of course, the flames couldn't be too big, so Chun and the others only put in a small amount of firewood each time. Before long, the tent became warm. The warmth from the fire gradually dispelled the discomfort caused by the rain. The cat-eared girls who kept sneaking in were also very excited. They shook off the rainwater from their bodies at the door and quickly sat together to join the fire-warming group. Meow, it's so cozy to be able to warm myself by the fire on a rainy day. Which is so good. I love which the most, meow. I like it too. My favorite. The cat-eared girls giggled and played around happily. They are simple, innocent, and when they like something, it's genuine, without any complicated emotions. This was also the first time that the little wolf-eared girl had squeezed together with the cat-eared girls. While warming himself by the fire, he kept looking at these unfamiliar older sisters. The children were curious as to why these cat-eared older sisters also openly said they liked the same person. It seems like none of the older sisters in the wolf-ear tribe have ever done anything like this. They only like strong men who can hunt many prey every day. The children secretly glanced at Su Cheng, but they couldn't reconcile him with the burly, rough-looking male warriors of their tribe. A light drizzle was falling outside the tent. The cold wind, carrying rain, relentlessly washed over the forest. It was raining heavily outside. Inside, they were warming themselves by a fire and eating meat. I must say, it had a unique charm, quite relaxing. It's a pity there's no hot pot. Su Cheng, holding Luo, sat in the crowd, chatting and playing with the cat-eared girls. Time slowly passed. As another group of cat-eared girls left the fire, the sound of rain gradually weakened, and its fierce intensity subsided. The heavy rain turned into a light drizzle, which continued for a long time. Su Cheng lifted the curtain and took a look. He also had a toothache. Looks like I won't be able to get anything done today. I wonder if Blackstone and the others will brave the rain to come and pick up the child. A mouth that has been blessed is always particularly effective. Just as Su Cheng was playing with Luo, He Shi, Lan, and Bai He, 3 wolf-eared warriors, arrived, all soaking wet. Now that relations with the wolf-ear clan have eased, Su Cheng felt he should at least show some hospitality as a host. So he led the 3 of them directly into his tent and sat them together by the fire. Upon seeing their familiar relatives, the 6 children finally let go completely, howling and rushing towards them. Ignoring the rain dripping down their bodies, they hugged their legs, backs, and heads, crying and screaming uncontrollably. Cheng looked at the group of little brats, tears streaming down their faces, and his lips twitched involuntarily. He watched as Blackstone hugged his daughter with a look of concern on his face and immediately said, "I didn't lock them up, nor did I hit or scold them. They're all plump and healthy. Anyone who isn't blind can tell." The honest, burly man smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. "Cheng, don't worry, I believe in you." He picked up one of the cubs in each hand and lifted it off her body, her voice cold. "Bei da jiao, don't mess around. Your sister is wet, so stay obediently to the side." Only Lan seemed very vigilant, her face cold, her gaze sweeping around from time to time. In his view, Cheng's treatment of the wolf-eared people was the result of a deal. This has little to do with his dislike of the cat-eared tribe. "Luo, go with Lin and get some food." After everyone had warmed themselves by the fire, Cheng whispered to Luo. He could tell that of the three, only Blackstone was someone he could be close to, someone he could talk to, someone who wasn't scheming, and most importantly, someone who would express his own thoughts. He has no fixed stance. Rather, her stance is solely that of the Wolf-Ear clan chief. Therefore, Cheng is merely a task for her. She will not respond to Cheng in any way, nor will she antagonize him or do anything unnecessary, just as she did when helping out in the Wolf-Ear clan. Only doing what is within her duty. As for Lan, that's the simplest. People's likes and dislikes are written all over their faces. They can't hide their thoughts. Cheng was too lazy to bother trying to win them over. The food was brought over and grilled, and the three people's attitudes indirectly confirmed Cheng's suspicions. He sure politely accepted it, but he didn't refuse but didn't say anything, and Lan didn't even look at it before giving it to the children. Cheng looked at the three of them, a slight smile playing on his lips. He now understood why that old man, Xiao, valued Blackstone. To break the awkward atmosphere, Cheng asked directly, "Blackstone, is your tribe's fever almost cured?" Where's Hongxiang?" "The clan chief is in good spirits today and has already come out for activities," Blackstone replied earnestly. "She even asked me if you would be coming today, as she wants to see you. She originally planned to come and pick up the children herself, but the old clan chief stopped her." Upon hearing this news, someone was very unhappy. His rabbit ears twitched slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. However, he secretly gave Cheng a light tap on the lower back with his elbow. Although it didn't hurt, Cheng knew it was a warning, and his lips trembled involuntarily. Ever since the first time the bunny-eared girl elbowed him, she seems to be getting bolder and bolder. It just becomes a habit. Chapter 79 ended before it even began. Go back and tell Hongxiang that Cheng is from our cat-ear tribe, and she can't meet with him casually, Chun reminded her coldly. Forehead. Blackstone was stunned, then nodded. "I will pass on the message." Everyone in both tribes knew that Hongxiang and Chun didn't get along and would argue whenever they met. This is not surprising. Then, Blackstone looked at Cheng and asked him a question. "Cheng, is there anything you need to tell the clan leader? I can convey it for you." No. Cheng bared his teeth. "The main reason is that I dare not have it." As he spoke, he still missed the big moon of Hongxiang, which was unique to both tribes. Of course, a soft pillow is also nice. "Okay, then we'll leave in a bit. You can wait until the rain stops." "No need." Blackstone shook his head. "This kind of rain will last a long time, and if it gets too late, the people in the tribe will worry." "All right, then I won't keep you any longer." After warming themselves by the fire for a while, Blackstone decisively led the children away. Baiha and Lan also noticed a place in the cat-ear camp covered with a lot of hay, as well as a wooden cart they had never seen before. When Blackstone first told them this, the two women didn't quite believe it. "Now I'm really curious." Unfortunately, it was raining, and it was someone else's territory, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Cheng escorted Haishi and the others out of the camp until they disappeared into the forest before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least they're all gone. It's peaceful, in every sense of the word. The rain kept falling. As Blackstone had predicted, the drizzle continued unabated until it was completely dark. The temperature dropped considerably, and there was a chilly, gloomy feeling. After dinner, I rested for a while. The sound of rain continued, like a hypnotic melody. Go to sleep, go to sleep. "Oh, what else can I do if I don't sleep right now?" Cheng chuckled as he hurriedly picked up Luo and began to undress her. "Okay, slow down." However, just as they got started, the curtain was lifted, and Lin and Chun each came in carrying hay from outside. They glanced at the two guys on the ground tearing at each other's clothes, and then started spreading hay around the fire. "Have to. Su Cheng's hand froze in midair, and his face immediately fell. Some things are over before they even begin. Luo sat in Su Cheng's lap, looked up and giggled. Of course she knew Su Cheng had been holding it in for a long time, but seeing her man's frustrated expression, she couldn't help but smile. In comparison, Lin was much more straightforward. She glanced at Su Cheng playfully, then clutched her stomach and chuckled. Chun, on the other hand, had a serious expression with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. Although she really wanted to laugh, she managed to hold it in. You can continue, Chumping said calmly. Continue my ass. Su Cheng sighed, straightened the little cutie's messy clothes, and looked helpless. Just this once, tonight. What if it rains again tomorrow? Chun asked. It's warm here now, Lin said with a smile. All right, as long as it stops raining, you two can go back to wherever you want. Yay! Lin jumped up happily, then ran to Su Cheng's side and scooped Luo up in her arms. Luo, let's sleep together tonight. That's going too far, comrade. They're sleeping in my room, taking my bed, and even trying to steal my pillow. Can you give me a way out? Then what should I do? I want to sleep with something too. Su Cheng immediately protested. Lin, however, didn't take it seriously and blinked. You can sleep cuddling with Haru, meow. It seems pretty good. Su Cheng looked at Chun. I have no objection. I have a problem with that. The bunny-eared girl instantly bristled. If it weren't for the fire, Su Cheng felt his back would have been hurting for a while longer. Chun glared at the two people in front of her, trying to calm down her urge to hit them. After taking a deep breath, she simply stood up, walked a few steps to Lin, and hugged Luo tightly. Luo will sleep with me tonight, and you can go and cuddle with Cheng while you sleep. Meow. Chun glanced at Su Cheng. Do you have any objections? No. He turned back to look at Lin. And you? Lin shrank her neck. No cat. That's settled then. Anyone who dares to cause trouble again, I'll beat them up. And that was the end of it. Chun carried Luo back and lay down with her back to them, not wanting to deal with the two anymore. The campfire flickered and crackled. The two boisterous guys sat down together and looked at each other. No one expected it to turn out this way. An angry spring is someone no one dares to mess with. Sleep? Su Cheng looked at Lin. Okay, meow. Lin grinned and chuckled to herself. Su Cheng didn't stand on ceremony, reached out, and put his arm around Lin's waist, and the two of them lay down like that. Lin took the opportunity to wrap her arms around Su Cheng's neck and snuggle closer into his embrace. However, for some reason, after the two of them got close, Lin always felt strange, especially when she stared at Su Cheng. Her heart would pound, and she would keep thinking about all sorts of random things. Her heart would race. Meow? Even when she usually pounces on Su Cheng, she's never like this. Lin wrinkled her nose and shifted her body restlessly. Su Cheng also noticed the girl's strange behavior and looked down at her. What's wrong? I want to turn my life around. Then you turn it over. Lin blinked, then rolled over in Su Cheng's arms and turned her back. Will this work? Okay, meow. That's fine. It's nice to hug like this. Su Cheng was very satisfied. Lin had a slender waist and full hips, and her body was soft and cool. Unlike Luo, she was plump and made her especially comfortable to hug. Especially when hugged from behind, Su Xiaoqing felt very comfortable. There's a saying that goes something like this. God closes a door, but opens a window. Although you can't climb out of the window, standing by the window has its own unique charm. Hey, it's not a loss, it's not a loss. Early morning. Su Cheng was woken up by someone hitting him. He opened his eyes and felt as if a gust of wind suddenly spun past him, and he fled the tent in a flash. It was quiet all around. There wasn't a soul in sight. All that remained in the air was the familiar smell and the haystacks piled on the ground. I looked down. Oh wow. It turned out that the person who was beaten was Su Xiaoqing. Early in the morning, full of fighting spirit, he scared others, and it seems he deserved to be beaten. So who exactly is this fierce and menacing person? Don't run away after school. Anyway, it's definitely not a lowly. Su Cheng stretched, yawned, and sat up. The sounds of the tribesmen could be clearly heard outside the tent. The rain seemed to have stopped, and some light shone on the curtain, which was quite eye-catching. Not far from the pillow were bamboo sections filled with water and quite a few fruits. After a quick wash, Su Cheng took a few fruits, straightened his animal skin clothes, and then left the tent. The air after the rain was fresh and clean, instantly clearing my mind. Looking around, the ground was muddy and covered with a thick pile of fallen leaves. The cat-eared girls were collecting and cleaning up, while others were dismantling the clay turf coverings. Chapter 80. No, you don't want to. Luo was focused on feeding the piglets when she looked up and inadvertently saw Su Cheng coming out of the tent. She quickly wiped her hands on her animal skin clothes and ran over. Become. Oh, slow down. Su Cheng took a bite of the fruit, smiled, and walked over, only to be pounced on by the little cutie. Where did Chun and Lin go? Su Cheng asked, looking down. Luo looked up and thought for a moment before speaking. Chun went to find Shuriwei and the others, saying she wanted to remind them about the hunt. As for Lin, I just saw her run over there. Okay, I understand. After eating the fruit, Su Cheng stuffed the remaining one into Luo's mouth and patted her head. This fruit is sweet, have some. I'm going to the pit. If Chun comes back, tell her to come find me. Okay. Luo nodded happily as she ate the fruit. Good girl. Before long, Su Cheng arrived at the location of the vertical kiln. He removed the covering of hay and animal hide one by one, then peered into the pit. The soil inside the cave didn't seem to be affected by the rain much. Apart from a slight dampness, there were no other problems. Start digging. Start digging. After rolling up his sleeves, Su Cheng picked up a stone pickaxe and began to work. As a hard-working little bee, you need to work hard at all times. During the day, they dig and dig in the huge pit. At night, tears will well up in the little pit. Using a stone pickaxe to dig mud and a small shovel to shape it, one person can be quite busy and happy. Before long, a familiar sound came from outside the pit. Okay, why didn't you wait for me? We're here to help, okay? Chun squatted down, looked at Su Cheng in the pit, and her eyes were somewhat resentful. Luo then huffed and puffed as she started helping to move the soil. Today she brought a piece of wood of a suitable size, and with a gentle shovel, she could take away a lot of soil. Hee, it's boring to be alone, so I'll just start digging. Su Cheng looked up and smiled. Then, Chun also jumped down with her tools. Is it just the two of you who came to help today? Su Cheng asked. Yes, Lin said she's going to pick fruit, and the other tribespeople also have their own work to do. Chun turned his back and began to explain as he dug. The tribe has used up a lot of firewood these days, so I called a few more people to cut down trees and collect fallen branches. Yes, firewood is indeed a problem. Su Cheng nodded. The main problem is that current logging tools are too inefficient. With the need for fires and water, the storage capacity can't keep up with the consumption. I told the people in the evening that we don't need to light so many fires anymore. Just 2 or 3 will do. We can gather together to roast meat and boil water. Once the kiln is dug out, I'll try to get them some good axes so they can chop firewood much faster. Good. Chun thought the decision was fine. It reduced consumption without affecting the tribe's use. In the past, they only considered lighting more fires to increase the survival rate of the fire, but now that they had learned how to make fire, they naturally didn't need to do that anymore. She paused for a moment, then suddenly added, All right, I'll tell Shiryu and the others that when they cross the riverbank, they can also look for Flint on the west side, and see if the Wolf Ear clan will keep their promise. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng turned around and smiled. It should be fine. I had a good impression of that old man and Hongxiang. You really trust that big bad wolf that much? Chun secretly rolled her eyes at him. The air inside the pit suddenly felt acidic. No. Where's the old man? You ate him. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he said, Believe first. The main reason is that I'm afraid if I say anything good about Hongxiang again, I'll get stabbed in the back. Moreover, there was nothing that could be done about it. In this era, there were no laws or regulations, no binding force, and verbal promises were all based on the moral character of each tribal chief. Of course, breaking a promise can only be done once. Although it was called a contract, it was actually a test by Su Cheng against the Wolf Ear tribe. If they went too far, he would no longer have any expectations of them. In ancient times, people would first try to win a war with courtesy before resorting to force. They always gave the enemy a chance. Chun didn't say anything. She just kept digging in the mud. After digging for a while, Su Cheng felt that it was about time. He looked up and saw that Luo had just left, and there were only the two of them in the pit. He turned around and patted Chun's pert buttocks. Smack. It's soft and bouncy. It still feels familiar. Spring turned around and glared at him instantly, her rabbit ears standing straight up like 2 antennas. What you do? I'm calling you to say something. How dare you call someone that? Su Chengla. You'll get used to it eventually. I don't want to get used to it. Chun snorted, then remembered that this guy had just said Hongxiang was good, which made her even angrier. Fine, I want to beat you up. No, you don't want to. Seeing that things were not going well, Su Cheng quickly changed the subject. Ahem, I'm about to dig out the fire pit. Do you want to listen? If you don't speak, I won't talk at all. Chun gave him a disgruntled look, took a deep breath, and then let out a helpless snort. Go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. Hey. Then, Su Cheng began to talk about knowledge about vertical kilns. The structure of a vertical kiln is actually not complicated. It is generally a combination of a firebox, a kiln chamber, a kiln grate, and a chimney. The firebox is responsible for putting firewood in and burning it, while the kiln chamber is where we put the finished pottery blanks. As he spoke, Su Cheng began to sketch on the wall of the pit, drawing out the positions of several parts one by one, trying to show the principle and structure of its operation. The kiln grate is actually a layer of soil with holes. It is placed between the firebox and the kiln chamber. When the fire and hot air below are in use, they will flow from bottom to top. As the heat passes through the clay body, it is dispersed by the holes in the kiln grate, and the temperature will be more even. As for the chimney, it is the outlet that vents the gas from the furnace to the outside. Chun squinted as she carefully examined the painting, and after listening to Su Cheng's explanation, she could understand it to some extent and couldn't help but say something. It's almost the same as putting meat on a fire to roast. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng replied, "That's one way to put it, but the difference between the flames produced by a simple bonfire and a vertical kiln is quite significant. Although the flames produced by a fire can reach a certain temperature, most of the heat is lost into the air and the distribution is extremely uneven. The local temperature difference can sometimes reach several hundred degrees. That is to say, the temperature difference between the inner, middle, and outer layers of the flame is very large, and it is affected by many factors, such as how strong the fire is or whether there is wind blowing. These factors can affect the temperature, so it is difficult to meet the conditions for firing pottery. The advantage of vertical kilns lies in their ability to store heat using the kiln walls and ash, resulting in a sustained and even baking of the pottery. The temperature of the flame can be controlled at 900 to 1100 degrees Celsius for an extended period. So, this vertical kiln is used to control the temperature? Chun asked thoughtfully. Luo, squatting obediently by the pit, listened with great interest. Regardless of whether they understood or not, their attitude was very proper. Chapter 81 completed. Su Cheng simply put down the stone pickaxe and chuckled. That's right. Only a good fire temperature can produce good results. You see, every time you roast meat, you easily burn it, right? That's because you don't control the flame temperature well. It's sometimes too high and sometimes too low, and you can't roast it evenly. I didn't burn it. Chun glared at him. Okay, you didn't burn it. Your meat is the most delicious. My grilled meat smells good too, all good. Luo grinned from above. You smell good too. They're all lovable little devils, and they all need to be pampered. But it must be said that Chun is indeed smart and has a very good understanding ability. Moreover, they always listen very attentively, and they will take the initiative to ask questions if they don't understand something. With such students, Su Cheng is indeed much less worried, and teaching them is also more enjoyable. Next, Su Cheng patiently taught her how to dig the firebox, kiln chamber, kiln grate, and chimney, explaining in more detail. Before we knew it, the sun had reached its zenith. 2 people dug, and 1 person transported the soil. The speed was actually not bad. The 3 of them worked like this for a whole morning, and the vertical kiln construction was completed smoothly for more than half of the time. We'll wrap up work and have lunch then, and continue working on the rest of the afternoon. After washing his hands, Su Cheng took a look at the cat-eared girls who were kneading clay and building pottery blanks. Unexpectedly, these girls were quite skillful, and the finished products they made were quite decent and very good. Therefore, there is only one problem. Firewood. Once the vertical kiln is completed, the pottery firing begins, and the amount of firewood required is considerable. If we are still relying on methods such as picking up, breaking by hand, and smashing with stones, then the time spent preparing fuel is likely to be much longer than the time spent firing the kiln. Furthermore, the limited manpower in the tribe makes it even more troublesome. Therefore, the only thing we can do is improve our wood-chopping efficiency. While eating, Su Cheng pondered a solution. Finally, he made up his mind and came up with a final smelting plan for the meteorite iron that had been preserved for a long time. Divide it into 2 parts and forge 2 axes first. In fact, he had been hesitating between making weapons and making tools. However, his current predicament leaves him with few options. A sharp meteorite iron axe can increase the clan's wood-chopping efficiency by at least 5 to 10 times, which means that 3 days' worth of firewood can be prepared in 1 day. The time and manpower saved can then be better utilized elsewhere. Therefore, under the current conditions, improving the tribe's productivity and forging axes is the best option. Even if we take a step back, an axe is still a weapon, and it's more functional. Su Cheng took a big bite of meat and made up his mind. Next, opening the kiln, forging the meteorite axe, felling a large number of trees, firing pottery. Step by step, the first stage was completed. After finalizing a specific plan for the tribe's development, Cheng immediately felt all his worries disappear, his mind clear and refreshed, and his whole body brimming with energy. After finishing their meal early, they continued working hard with Chun and Luo. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. As dusk approached, the vertical shaft kiln, which was more than 2 meters deep, was finally completed. To prevent the weather from changing at night, Cheng temporarily covered the area with the huge animal hide that had been used to shield them from the rain. After doing all this, he took Chun and Luo to wash their hands and rest. The three of them were really exhausted today, and their hands and feet were filthy, covered in mud. After washing themselves, they returned to the main tent and found that Lin had already started a fire and was skewering the meat they had just received, preparing dinner for the three hardworking people. Chun, Cheng, Luo, sit down and rest, meow. I'll help you grill the meat. Lin gestured for them to sit down, then handed them fruit and urged them to hurry. Have some fruit first. It was just picked today, and it's really delicious, meow. I saved it especially for you guys. Why is there a hole in my berry? Cheng picked up a red fruit, saw the clear tiger tooth marks on it, and burst out laughing. That's why I said it was delicious, Lin said, looking away as her tail wagged. Sure you and the others are back? At this moment, Chun also asked. Meow, I'm back. Mentioning this, Lin perked up and said excitedly, they brought back a lot of prey today, saying they caught quite a few in their traps. Oh, and also, they went to the west side of the riverbank and ran into the wolf-ear tribe. Although those guys didn't chase them away, they kept watching them from behind, so they just grabbed a few handfuls of stones and came back. Yes, as long as we don't drive them away, Cheng said. I've put all the stones in the tent for you, okay? Lin said again. Okay, I'll take a look tonight. As he spoke, Cheng looked up at the sky. The clouds were thick, obscuring a large part of the sky, which was made as blood red by the afterglow of the setting sun. The evening breeze swept through the mountains and forests, past the campsite, and stirred the burning flames, giving one goosebumps all at once. It's getting a bit cold. Cheng sniffed and said, then hugged Luo tightly in his arms. Since yesterday's rain, it's been quite noticeable that the temperature has dropped significantly. Cheng glanced at him and then said, it's like this before the extreme winter. It rains frequently, and then it gets colder and colder. Yes, the cat can also drop hard ice cubes. Lin nodded in agreement. When this topic came up, the beast-eared girls were no longer as heavy-hearted as before. Since Cheng joined, they had clearly noticed the changes in themselves. This confidence and courage came not only from Cheng, but also from the knowledge he had acquired. They knew how to make fire and how to hunt. Everything seemed to become less scary. At this moment, Cheng remembered something else and spoke up. By the way, Chun, if you have time tomorrow, you can set up another large tent here. Why are you putting up another one? Chun asked, looking at him. When it rains or snows, the people can gather together to warm themselves by the fire. Meow, yay, let's build another one. Lin's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. Thinking back to yesterday's rain and how everyone gathered around the fire, Chun also felt that it was indeed quite nice. It saves firewood and allows the tribespeople to live more comfortably. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's chat some more after dinner. Before we knew it, it had become completely dark. After warming himself by the fire for a while, Chun suddenly got up and left. She wanted to find Shiryu and the others to find out about the situation in the hunting area. Since those guys were now unsupervised, Chun was still a little worried. She would occasionally give them a few words of advice to prevent them from being naughty and causing trouble. Not long after, Lin also yawned. She seemed to have thought of something, stared at Cheng for a few moments, and then ran back to the tent. Cheng then realized that Lin's pert buttocks looked really beautiful when she ran and wiggled. Hey, let's go back and rest. Chapter 82, let's get some exercise. Only he and Luo remained by the fire. Cheng was too lazy to stay any longer. He used the pile of charcoal ash next to him to extinguish the flames, picked out a few pieces of burning wood, and put them aside, then stretched vigorously. All fatigue seemed to vanish in that moment, leaving me feeling completely relaxed. Then, he picked up Luo and quickly returned to the main tent. Luo reached out and wrapped her arms around Cheng's neck, a slight smile playing on her lips. Okay, I can get down and walk by myself now. It's all right, it's just a few steps. The two entered the tent, and Cheng placed Luo on the straw bed. He then went back to fetch some burning firewood and set up a simple fire not far from the straw bed. The small flame illuminated the corner, Though the light was weak and flickering, it was enough. It's better than last time when it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. Luo sat up straight, quietly watching Su Cheng, her body swaying gently from side to side, obedient and adorable. Is it done? All right. Seeing the small flames leaping up, Su Cheng turned around. His eyes gleamed, and he strode over. Sleep, sleep. Then, just like last night, he picked up Luo and hurriedly started taking off her clothes. As she took off her animal skin skirt, she suddenly stopped, glanced at the curtain, and her heart pounded. Luo stopped what she was doing and asked curiously, "Okay, what's wrong? I'm worried those two will suddenly run in again." Hee. You're still laughing. Su Cheng was speechless. He looked down at the little cutie. In the dim firelight, her already grown body was truly beautiful. Feeling embarrassed by her gaze, Luo grinned and quickly leaned in for a kiss, her voice soft and sweet. "I won't smile anymore." "No." Su Cheng smirked. "I'm going to punish you for that gloating mouth of yours." Oh. Lie down. The flames flickered. A dark shadow swayed back and forth. Early morning. Su Cheng, who had worked hard all night, was woken up again. I rubbed my eyes and could only see the swaying curtain and the lingering scent of the animal-eared girl in the air. To be honest, I'm a little confused. Su Cheng sat up and remained in a daze for a long time. I don't even know where to begin complaining. What's going on here? He glanced down, completely baffled as to what Su Xiaoqing had done to deserve this grudge. Then she straightened the animal skin skirt, protecting the poor thing that had eaten a big blouse so early in the morning. Outside the tent, Luo was happily roasting meat by the fire, looking quite energetic. Even though it was two people working hard last night, Su Cheng felt a bit sore in his back right now. Despite being small and thin, Luo is more energetic than him when she gets going. It seems I still lack exercise. Strengthening my kidneys and improving my overall health is imperative. Moreover, beast-eared girls have better physical constitutions than ordinary people. If we take a longer-term view and think about Haru and Rin, we need to hurry up. For the sake of future happiness, this is something we really can't be careless about. Thinking of this, Su Cheng stretched towards the rising sun, rubbed his shoulders and thighs, searched his mind for relevant knowledge, and then began to practice methodically. Sound the heavenly drum. Cover your ears with your palms and place your fingers on the back of your head. Next, press your middle finger with your index finger, then quickly slide your index finger down and tap the back of your head, near the feng qi acupoint. Do this 20 to 30 times. This is a good trick. It benefits the kidneys and brain, and can also prevent tinnitus and dizziness. Waist rubbing exercise. Rub your hands together to warm them. Then press firmly on the shinshu acupoint on your lower back, which is located 2 finger widths to the side of the spine, directly opposite your navel. Then rub vigorously up and down until your waist feels warm. Do this 200 times each morning and evening. This is said to warm the kidney yang and relieve lower back pain. After that, there's the 8 pieces of brocade. Of course, Su Cheng only specifically selected a few, using the technique of climbing the feet with both hands to strengthen the kidneys and waist. After reading it carefully twice, it's not difficult. Stand up straight with your legs together, then raise both hands forward above your head, palms facing each other. Next, slowly bend down, trying to touch your toes with your hands. At the same time, take a deep breath, tightening the bladder meridian on the back of your legs and your entire spine. After bending to the lowest point, pause briefly, then lift your body up segment by segment, coordinating with exhalation. Of course, it's okay if you can't touch it when you bend down. The key is to stretch your lower back and the back of your knees, which is the area where your legs bend. After doing these, there are also exercises like the bridge exercise and Kegel exercises. They are all very simple, and it is said that if you persist, you will see good results. After completing the entire routine, Su Cheng felt great and decided that this would be his daily morning practice from now on. The cat-eared girls practiced their hunting skills. He also practiced his hunting skills. No problem. Su Cheng's strange actions naturally attracted the attention of many beast-eared girls. Chun, who was polishing a stone axe not far away, looked up a few times, and her eyelids twitched. She didn't understand and didn't want to ask, because her sixth sense told her that Su Cheng's motives were not pure. Luo then trotted over, curiously looking left and right, and then waving her little hands and swaying her little waist, looking incredibly cute. Only after it was finished did he ask with a grin, "Cheng, what are you doing?" "Strengthen your kidneys." "Oh, I need to exercise too." Su Cheng looked at her, his lips twitching. We're probably not talking about the same thing. However, exercise is always a good thing. It strengthens the body and boosts immunity. Only when the little cutie is healthy and well can it grow more mature and enhance the user experience. At this moment, Cheng also came over and asked, "Okay, I'm going to cut down some trees later. Do you want to come with me?" With the kiln opening imminent, Su Cheng had mentioned the firewood shortage yesterday, and Cheng took it to heart. So she was busy early in the morning sharpening stone axes and bone knives. Such a practical and capable bunny-eared girl is really lovable. Cheng's face was expressionless, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Actually, she didn't want Su Cheng to do these physical tasks, not only because of his identity as a witch, but more so because of the dependence she felt in her heart. She couldn't bear to be apart from him. She wanted to see him anytime, even just to have him by her side. Of course, this doesn't conflict with wanting to beat him up. It's all because he's always annoying people. "Okay, I'll go too. I'll prepare plenty of firewood so we don't run out when we open the kiln." Su Cheng readily agreed. After all, it was his first time firing a kiln, and he wasn't sure what to expect, so the more materials the better. Then, he lowered his head and kissed Luo on the cheek, saying, "Luo, you just stay at the camp and take good care of the piglets. When you have free time, go and help Lin gather fruit. I'll be back at noon." "Okay, I understand." "Done." The little cutie hugged Su Cheng's face, gave him a deep kiss, and then reluctantly let go. The kiln opening is scheduled for the next couple of days. In order to stockpile enough firewood, Cheng made adjustments to the personnel allocation today. In addition to keeping the hunting team the same, 2 cat girls who were gathering berries and staying at the camp were transferred to help. Chapter 83: The Old Witch Dies, the New Witch Succeeds. The 2 cat-eared girls are Fufu and Aki, both in their early 20s, the same age as Lin, but slightly taller, both around 1.7 meters. She has delicate features and a lively personality, but she is less developed than Lin and not as fierce. The 2 were delighted that Su Cheng had come along, carrying tools and following beside them, occasionally stealing a few glances at him. The group headed north, walked into the woods for several hundred meters, and stopped. They could now see 5 cat-eared girls busy in the forest. Su Cheng glanced at it, and thought to himself that he had guessed correctly. While it's called felling trees, most of the time it's done by smashing, breaking, and kicking them. The cat-eared girls used brute force to break off the not-so-thick branches from the trees, or simply picked up the fallen dead branches and leaves to hoard firewood, which was indeed inefficient. As for the tree trunk, it also relies on the accumulation of time, using tools such as stone axes and bone knives to slowly break down the bottom and finally cut it down. Even for ordinary trees that are only 20 or 30 centimeters in diameter, it takes at least an hour of continuous felling to succeed. Of course, for larger trees, fire was usually used. The wood was piled up and burned directly under the tree, and the continuous burning of the flames charred the wood. Then, the charred parts were removed with a stone axe, and this process was repeated. This process is much longer, often taking half a day or even longer. For particularly thick trees, they are generally left unattended. If it is absolutely necessary to cut it down, then gather more people to dig out the roots, burn the roots with fire, and finally use leverage or wind power to push it down. Su Cheng walked to a tree and looked up at the cat-eared girl kicking the branches, which made him even more certain of his idea to forge the meteorite iron axe first. The other party also saw Su Cheng, immediately stopped, and spoke up to remind him. "Witch, don't stand under the tree, the branches will fall and hit you." "It's okay, you go about your business." Su Cheng smiled and took a closer look. The branches aren't high, so you can see them quite clearly. It's white and clean, just like a radish. Cheng, who was standing next to him, also raised her head and looked in the direction Su Cheng was looking. Then, instinctively, I elbowed him. "Ouch, my back. Onaji." At the same time, it stretches for dozens of miles to the northwest. A reddish-brown volcano stretches across the sky like a giant red wall, ancient and majestic. The surrounding area is a dense forest, with towering trees blocking out the sun. Wild animals roam freely in the woods, forming a stark contrast to the monotonous desolation of the wolf forest. Moreover, thanks to the volcanic ash, the vegetation here is exceptionally lush, with verdant grass and vibrant life. A clear lake meanders from west to south, flowing into a wide river in the middle, cleverly separating this resource-rich land from the southern jungle. This is the ancestral home of the Yenta people, where they have lived for generations. They guarded this natural volcano, and with the help of fertile land and temperatures higher than outside, they successfully survived every extreme winter. As a result, the tribe was able to live and multiply in peace, gradually growing from dozens to hundreds of people, and finally becoming the most powerful masters of this area. However, the prosperous situation that has remained stable until now is finally about to undergo a change. When the old witch died, a new witch took over. However, there were two people in this generation who inherited the old witch's will. What can we do? They won't budge. They all have the same conditions. Beside a lake not far from the Yinta tribe's camp, three figures sat together, their faces full of worry. The centaur girl Feng He, the horned cow girl Shiyu, and the horned cow girl Muya. All three were from the Great Bull clan, and had come to the Flame Earth clan to exchange fire seeds and volcanic ash. However, to their surprise, the Yin 2 tribe had already fallen apart due to the conflict between the two new shamans. The two factions that split off are now refusing to submit to each other and are on the verge of exploding at any moment. The terms of the trade were also changed for the Bull clan members who came to exchange for the fire seed. This time, they not only wanted food, but also requested an additional soldier. Muya listened to their story with a deep frown. We can give up the volcanic ash, but the extreme winter is coming soon. How will our people survive without a source of fire? The extreme cold of winter is enough to freeze everything. The fire brought not only warmth, but also the hope of survival. Shiyu, standing to the side, was both angry and helpless. They also said that from now on, whether it's us or the Wolf Ear clan, the conditions will be the same, otherwise they won't give us the fire seed. Or we can agree to join the Flame Earth tribe and work for them. What work? It's just going to fight and die for those two witches. Feng He's face darkened, and he cursed. She knew very well that joining the Yinta tribe at this time meant being drawn into the struggle and becoming a victim of the power struggle between the two shamans. The three fell silent. None of them had expected that the internal conflict within the Yinta tribe would affect them. Criticism is one thing, but the problem still needs to be solved. Yu broke the silence first, looking at the two of them and asking, "So what do we do now? Go back. Go back? Without the spark of life, what can we do if we go back?" Feng He shook his head, his tone filled with despair. Shiyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "How about we try to trade with the Wolf Ear tribe?" Upon hearing this, Muya shook her head. Our two tribes have had almost no contact, and the Wolf Ear tribe is located in the southwest, with a large river blocking the way, and the entrance to the east is blocked by herds of yaks, making it difficult for us to cross to the southern forest. Crossing the river alone might not be too much of a problem, but if it were to carry fire across the river, no one would dare to take that risk. If you don't cross the river, you'll have to go through a very, very large loop in the forest, and the dangers along the way are immeasurable. It's not much different from charging head-on into a herd of yaks. Suddenly, Sia asked again, "Isn't there also a cat-eared tribe? Are the cat-eared girls still alive?" Feng He blinked. The Great Bull clan knew a little about this force that suddenly appeared a few years ago. However, in their eyes, there are no male tribesmen, and most of them are kittens around 10 years old. They have fled all the way here, and they not only have to compete with the Wolf Ear tribe for territory, but also face countless wild beasts in the forest. It is a bit difficult for them to settle down and take root. Muya also felt that the chances of those cat-eared creatures surviving were slim. Even if they're barely clinging to life, there probably aren't many left. All other routes were impassable. The three looked at each other and sighed repeatedly. The matter of the fire seed cannot be delayed. Those two shamans could start a war at any time, and they won't have time to care about us at all, Muya said in a deep voice. Moreover, after this conflict, they are likely to lose a lot of warriors. In order to protect that Red Mountain forest, they will sooner or later set their sights on us and the Wolf Ear tribe, expanding their strength and joining the struggle. Chapter 84 Kiln Firing. How could the treasure land of Red Mountain Forest not be coveted by other major tribes? Once the strength of the Yin 2 tribe is significantly weakened, and this is discovered, it is highly likely that a new tribal conflict will break out. The once powerful and united Yin 2 tribe naturally looked down on these small tribes of a dozen or so people. But things are different now. The two new witches are irreconcilable enemies. An internal conflict is now unavoidable. A gust of autumn wind blew by, creating ripples on the lake's surface. The warm sunlight shone on them, but the three of them did not feel any warmth at all. After a long while, the centaur girl Feng He seemed to have made up her mind, and looked at Shiyu and Muya with a sharp gaze. "I'll go and make the exchange." The voice was not loud, but it was unusually firm. The two of them were stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "No." Realizing what was happening, Muya immediately objected. "We can't agree to their conditions. Once the war starts, they'll put you at the forefront." Small tribes that were swallowed up by larger tribes had no freedom whatsoever. There was no racial sentiment between them, nor was there any long-term friendship. More often, they are treated as laborers to be used at will, or as weapons or tools, to realize all their remaining value. This was the prototype of slavery. At this moment, she united in agreement. Feng He, we can't go. We can think of another way. We can go to a more distant place. Even if we have to cross those mountains, we can always find other tribes with witches. However, Feng He only gave a bitter smile. No one understands how difficult this is better than her. The distance of the journey, the changes in the weather, the length of time, including the dangers along the way, and the transportation of fire. These unknowns are the most fatal obstacles. She shook her head, her gaze drifting back in the direction she had come from, her eyes filled with reluctance. When you get back, tell Wei that no matter what happens, the priority is to get the people through this harsh winter. Wei is the patriarch of the Great Bull clan, and Feng He's best partner. She knew that once she left, she might never return, but for the survival of her people, she had no other choice. Early morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten. A melodious sound suddenly rang out in the quiet tent. Okay. There. Don't speak. Su Cheng, who got up early, looked at the petite and adorable Luo in his arms, and couldn't help but stroke her as he did so. If I hear the way in the morning, I will feel a sense of peace and tranquility in the evening. Half an hour later. Su Cheng's boundless energy was finally exhausted. Luo, who had been fed, had a flushed face. She wiped the two of them off, and then happily put on her animal skin clothes. Next, the two rinsed their mouths and washed their faces, ate something simple to fill their stomachs, and then left the tent. Morning exercise is, of course, something we can't forget. Luo Dada ran off to take care of the piglets, while Su Cheng seriously started practicing his wild punches. Just as the workout was over, Chun strode over from afar, looking dashing and quick-witted. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead as she asked with a stern face. My people and I have already moved the clay blanks and firewood over there. When will we fire the kiln? We've moved in already. When did you start? Su Cheng was somewhat surprised and looked up at the sky again. It was only about 6 in the morning. That's way too early. Chun glanced at him and raised her chin slightly. I woke up when you woke up. Forehead. I came looking for you. That means. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he grinned. Next time you don't have to wake up so early. Get some rest. It's good for your health. I'm used to it. Chun turned her face away, paused, and then asked, so when do you plan to fire the kiln? Let's go ahead first, in a bit. Good. Without saying another word, the two left the camp and headed towards the vertical kiln. Several cat-eared girls who were helping were also squatting nearby, their fluffy tails wagging excitedly and their eyes full of anticipation. Shall we begin firing the kiln? We've prepared everything you wanted, meow. If we don't have enough firewood, we'll go get some more. Su Cheng smiled at everyone and said, let me take a look at the clay blanks first. He then glanced at the various sizes of pottery blanks on the ground. Jars, small bowls, flat-bottomed pots, pans. He had everything, including a crucible he had specially prepared. Since it was his first time making one, his skills were still developing, so the shape was quite rough. Of course, as long as it works well, none of that matters. Once the villagers become more skilled at making pottery blanks, and the tools are improved, they will naturally look much better. These clay blanks had been left for more than 2 days. Although it rained in between, they did not seem to be affected. They were surprisingly dry. When you tapped them, you could hear a crisp clanging sound. Su Cheng patiently checked them one by one before standing up with peace of mind. Upon seeing this, Chun hurriedly asked, how about it? Sure, no problem. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng took a deep breath, waved his hand, and spoke in a loud voice. All the tribespeople were excited at this moment. Start firing the kiln. At Su Cheng's command, the cat-eared girls got to work. They bent over and carefully crawled through the kiln door, placing the pottery blanks one by one inside the kiln chamber. Place the larger jars at the bottom, and then stack the plates and flat-bottomed bowls on top. Make sure to leave some ventilation gaps between the clay pieces. Su Cheng stood aside and gave serious instructions. He didn't do it himself, but instead chose to let the cat-eared girls practice by hand, so they would know exactly what to do and what details to pay attention to. This is the best way for them to learn. After all the clay blanks were placed, Su Cheng checked the ventilation again before adding firewood to the firebox. Immediately afterwards, Chun handed over a half-burnt, charred piece of wood and some fine down, while the other cat-eared girls brought over a lot of dry grass and placed it beside the pit for later use. The charred wood was taken directly from the campfire, and it was still red hot, saving Su Cheng the trouble of starting a fire. He then stuffed the dry grass and charred wood into the firewood in the firebox, blew a few breaths into the charred wood, and the flames shot out with a whoosh. Before long, the fire grew larger, making crackling sounds. While adding more firewood to the firebox, Su Cheng kept a close eye on the temperature of the kiln chamber, and at the same time, he did not forget to give a popular science lecture. Once the fire is lit, pay attention to the color of the kiln smoke. When the black smoke gradually turns gray, it means that the temperature has risen. The cat-eared girls gathered around the pit, listening quietly, their eyes fixed on the flickering flames. They were very much looking forward to seeing what the pottery blanks they had made by hand would look like after being baked in a strong fire. It really will be, as the shaman said, it can preserve food, boil water, cook meat, and can be used for many things. Did these pottery pieces really make their lives more convenient? If the shaman says so, then it definitely will. They firmly believe this. Chapter 85 Sacred Relics, Sacrifices. Chun stood to the side, her eyes also sparkling with a brilliant light. It could be said that she believed in and looked forward to the future that Su Cheng had described more than anyone else. As time passed, the temperature inside the kiln rose higher and higher, and the kiln walls were baked until they turned bright red. A wave of heat swept over them, and the onlookers couldn't help but take a few steps back, clearly feeling that the temperature inside the kiln had reached a new level. Su Cheng looked at the color of the flames and the continuously smoking exhaust vent, and finally spoke. When the temperature reaches its highest point, the kiln can be sealed. Remember, at this point, you don't need to add any more firewood. First, seal the kiln door, and then the chimney. Both places must be sealed tightly without leaving any gaps. As he spoke, he began to seal the opening with the wet mud and clay he had prepared beforehand. Once everything was done, Su Cheng finally breathed a long sigh of relief. What followed was a long wait. Chun then approached and asked, "Is it over?" Su Cheng nodded and replied, "It will take 1 to 2 days for the kiln to cool down naturally. Just wait patiently and don't rush. During this time, we can prepare for the meteorite axe incident to improve the efficiency of our tribe in felling trees. Elbow, let's go back. We still have things to do." Su Cheng casually patted Chun's pert buttocks again. At this moment, the cat-eared girl's attention was drawn to the kiln, and no one noticed this side. Perhaps she was used to it, but Chun just glared at her with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. She bit her lip and asked, "Where to?" "Let's go back to the main tent first." Su Cheng said, "Didn't I tell you before that I was going to make 2 axes for the clansmen?" The two then returned to the main tent. Luo must have gone to help Lin gather fruit. The tent was empty, and the messy hay bed had been tidied up by her. There were also a few pieces of roasted meat and fruit wrapped in lotus leaves next to it. The air still carried the scent of the two people's morning exercise, causing Chun to frown slightly. The smell made her somewhat restless. Immediately afterwards, she saw Su Cheng sneakily walk to the corner, rummage through a pile of hay, and then pull out a dark, unsightly object. This thing looked familiar, but it took me a while to remember what it was. "Isn't this the sacred object that the cat-eared elder gave you?" As if realizing something, Chun suddenly opened her eyes wide. "All right, you want to use it to forge an axe?" "Yes." Su Cheng chuckled and teased. "If I were to turn this into an axe, do you think the elders would come after me and fight me to the death?" Chun glanced at him, but still thought about it seriously before answering. "This is a sacred object passed down through generations of the cat-ear tribe, representing their faith. It's best not to let them know about it." She took the meteorite iron, her face showing helplessness. "Now that you're a witch, they can't say anything to you. But if you anger them to death, do you think Lin will be angry with you and never speak to you again?" It's not like you die of anger, is it?" Su Cheng was speechless. "What do you think?" Chun looked up. "They're too old for that kind of shock." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's lips twitched. The concept of inheritance can sometimes be a spiritual sustenance for the older generation. They believe in it and are convinced of it, which is indeed a problem. Chun, being a later addition and not belonging to the cat-ear tribe, didn't have much affection for this so-called sacred object and acted quite naturally. After thinking it over carefully, Su Cheng said, "It will take 2 more days to open the kiln. Let's get Lin here first and talk to her." "Good." Chun nodded, turned and left the tent. "I'm going to find her." The area where the cat-eared girls gathered berries wasn't too far from the camp. Chun only left for about 20 minutes before returning with Lin. Luo also came back with them. As soon as the little cutie entered the tent, she couldn't wait to jump into Su Cheng's arms. She tilted her head back, her smile radiant. "Okay, is the kiln firing finished?" "Well, we'll have to wait 2 more days before we can open the kiln, So everything's fine for now. Su Cheng smiled and picked Luo up, cradling her small bottom in his hand and gently squeezing it. It was still as soft and bouncy as it had been that morning, and he couldn't bear to put it down. Lin put the fruit down and then pouted, asking curiously, "Okay, what did you want to call me back for?" Miao Chun won't tell me, and told me to ask you myself. Don't stand, sit down and talk. Okay, Miao. Su Cheng sat down with Luo in his arms, and Lin quickly moved over and sat down as well, her eyes blinking adorably. Seeing the three of them huddled together, Chun sighed, and then sat down cross-legged not far from Su Cheng. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng looked at Lin and asked seriously, "Lin, do you still remember the sacred object?" "Huh? Didn't Mother give it to you?" Lin blinked. Su Cheng chuckled. "Yes, that's why I'd like to know what you and the elders think about the sacred artifact." In her bright, sparkling eyes, a clear sense of foolishness instantly appeared. Lin tilted her head and thought for a while before pouting and saying, "Okay, I don't understand." Forehead. "Sorry." Su Cheng chuckled and continued. "So, to you, are sacred objects very important?" Hearing this, Lin nodded. "Yes, Mother Miao cherishes it very much. It is something that only the chieftain or the shaman can inherit. Mother brought it out and kept it very well until you became the shaman, and then she passed it on to you." She blinked and thought for a moment, then said, "In the past, the cat-ear tribe would bring it out when they worshipped the beast god." Sacrifice to the beast god. Yes, every time we survive the extreme winter, the elders will hold a sacrifice to the beast god to thank it for protecting the cat-ear tribe and allowing the people to survive. So, after the extreme winter is over, I will also have to hold a sacrifice. Su Cheng scratched his head. Hee hee. Yes, meow. Lin shook her head and laughed. Su Cheng grinned, rubbing Luo's little face in his arms, then glanced at Chun beside him. Chun sat there silently, and as soon as their eyes met, he instantly looked away. The bunny-eared girl said, "Don't look at me. This is your own problem. Solve it yourself." Helpless, Su Cheng could only cough twice, smack his lips, and continue speaking. "Lin, what would the elders do if they found out that I used this sacred object for something else, or even broke it into pieces?" Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes widened. "How many pieces should I break it into?" "Yes, simply put, it's about smashing." "Wow, that rock is really hard. It's hard to break, meow," Lin said, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth, and hugged Su Cheng's arm with a playful smile. "Cheng, what do you want to do? Tell me quickly. I get the feeling that you don't care about the sacred object at all." Su Cheng's lips twitched. "Besides, have you ever played with the sacred object before? Otherwise, how would you know it's hard?" But I have to say, it felt incredibly comfortable to have my arm nestled between those soft, yielding breasts. I wonder how long it will take for Luo to achieve that. Chapter 86 Preparation. Lin grinned, her body swaying slightly, her eyes full of mischief. "Hee, I secretly played with it when I was little. It fell and hit my foot, which hurt so much. Also, I did care, but I didn't value it as much as my mother did. I think food and fire are much more important than sacred objects. Being pragmatic is definitely a good thing." Su Cheng patted Lin's head, and the little guy immediately closed his eyes happily, wagging his tail incessantly. A sacred object is just an inanimate object, a stone. In a critical moment, it can't solve your problem of food and clothing. So, I plan to make the most of it. "Okay, whatever you do, I will support you," Lin said earnestly. "Don't worry about Mother. Although they value the sacred object, they care more about their people. Cheng is working hard for the people, so they are even less likely to be angry. They might just feel bad. After all, it was the last thing Father gave her. If it were a cat-eared tribe from a prosperous era, the elders might be more stubborn in their thinking. But having experienced tribal conflicts, exile, and the extreme winter, and witnessed countless tribesmen die before their eyes, they may have long understood that sacred objects are worthless in the face of these calamities. Then I'll leave the matter of dealing with the clan elders to you. If they find out, you'll be the one to explain." Su Cheng smiled and pinched the guy's cheek again, which made the guy immediately bite back. The cute and mischievous look made Su Cheng swoon. "I plan to forge the sacred object into an axe, a tool for chopping trees. That way, the efficiency of our people in chopping trees will increase several times over." Su Cheng let Lin bite his finger, her sharp little tiger teeth gently rubbing against his fingertip, which was indescribably alluring. The baby in her arms looked up at her, a smile playing on her lips. She wouldn't be envious, it's just a finger. Seemingly unable to bear seeing these three being so affectionate in front of her, Chun stood up, gave a soft snort, and prepared to leave. "Okay, I'll go check how much firewood we have left. Do we need anything else to forge an axe? Now that the forging of the meteorite iron axe has been confirmed, preparations should naturally begin in advance. Cheng is a woman of action. If she doesn't do something, she'll probably be thinking about it even in her sleep. Cheng thought for a moment and then answered, "Just find me some thicker animal hides, bone needles, and weaving tools. I'll make the rest myself." Good. When you're free of burdens, everything becomes much simpler. Upon learning that the forging of meteorite iron would require several more days of planning, Lin didn't linger and dragged Luo out to gather fruit again. Cheng watched Luo's tiny arms and legs trotting along behind, and couldn't help but marvel. Don't let her petite frame fool you. She's got a lot of energy. Whenever she gets going, she takes the initiative and moves like a little engine. While Cheng was still amazed, he became even more convinced of one thing. You can't slack off on your morning exercise, or you'll lose all your progress. Then it will be even harder to hold on. It was noon. The sun was shining brightly. The kiln project has been temporarily put on hold, and the forging of meteorite iron has been officially confirmed. Cheng was eager to smelt the iron over a fire, but to soften the iron for forging, the temperature needed to be at least 1,000 degrees Celsius, and for pure iron, it would need to be around 1,538 degrees Celsius. A campfire can only reach a maximum temperature of 800 degrees Celsius. Even if you threw meteorite iron into it, it would only get red hot, oxidize, and shed some slag. Moreover, the inside is hard and cannot be knocked down at all. If you stubbornly try to smash it, the end result will most likely be that it will chip, break, and be completely scrapped. There was only one piece of meteorite iron, and Cheng didn't want to waste it. Anyway, the vertical kiln can be used again in 2 days, and there are other tools to prepare, so there's no need to rush. Now that he has some free time, Cheng can't stay idle. After all, there are still many things that need to be done and must be put on the agenda. Since climbing the adult ladder with Luo, Cheng has felt himself growing to love life here more and more, and is always full of energy. Everything is full. I want to do everything. I immediately went through the plans I had made some time ago in my mind again. 1. A herd of yaks and the caves they occupy. 2. The bear and the salt spring it occupies. 3. The forging of meteorite iron and the utilization of natural copper enhance weapon performance. 4. Pottery, which is essential for developing salt springs. 5. Continue to upgrade hunting techniques and craft bows and arrows. 6. Find more flint to make tools. Currently, it can be said that 3,456 are all underway or have already been implemented. So, the only things left to consider are yaks and bears. Following the principle of picking the softest persimmon, Cheng chose Xiong without hesitation. There's nothing you can do. Those yaks are numerous and powerful. A whole family of 9 yaks could drown you, a black bear, with just one spit from one of them. Certainly, in the eyes of the yak, the black bear might be nothing more than a nobody, but to Cheng and the cat-eared tribe, he was still an enemy that needed to be treated with caution. However, the cat girls of today are not what they used to be. Having made up his mind, Cheng didn't delay any longer. He immediately found a bone knife in the corner, tucked it into his waistband, and quickly left the tent. He wandered around the camp and then ran to the vicinity of the vertical kiln, where he finally found Cheng. The rabbit-eared girl was tidying up firewood when she looked up and saw Cheng rushing over. "Spring, forget about the wood for now, come with me." "Where are we going again?" Cheng put down the firewood in her hand and asked curiously. "Hee, riverbank, hunting grounds. You want to go see Shiryu and the others?" "No, I want to investigate black bears," Cheng said. Upon hearing this, Cheng's eyes lit up instantly. Although doing these chores at the camp was not bad, she still preferred to roam through the forest and experience the joy of hunting up close. Even just looking at it would be nice. Spring felt a surge of excitement and asked, "Are you preparing to hunt that bear?" Cheng nodded. "Yes, once the pottery is made, we can start making salt, so we need to seize that salt spring and make good use of it as soon as possible." "Good," Cheng responded. "Then let's go. I'll take you there." Immediately, she grabbed Cheng's hand and walked quickly toward the camp. "Why would you go back?" "I need to get ready. What else is there to prepare? I even brought you the bone knife," Cheng said, showing off the weapon at his waist. Cheng took a deep breath and glared at him. Without saying a word, he simply dragged Cheng to his tent. It wasn't until she lowered the curtain, squatted down, turned her back, and began to take off her animal skin coat that Cheng understood and immediately grinned and laughed. "You could have just told me you wanted to bind your chest. It's been a long time since I've watched it, and I'd almost forgotten about it. This will be a feast for the eyes once again. The tent wasn't too dark. After all, it was midday, and there was still plenty of light slanting in through the gaps, making everything inside clearly visible. Chapter 87. How did you level up again? Spring removed her animal skin coat, and her plump breasts trembled in the air. From her side profile, the exquisite, undulating curves were fully revealed, the peaks magnificent and beautiful, captivating the eye. Then, she took out the soft animal skin she usually used for wrapping and covered her breasts with it, tightening it firmly. Help me. Chun lowered her head and spoke very softly. Okay. Su Cheng grinned and quickly took the two ends of the animal skin corset, wrapping it around her neck just like last time. All eyes, drawn to Chun's beautiful and graceful body, are ultimately captivated by the ripe fruit. For a moment, the tent was completely silent. Suddenly, as if possessed, Chun asked a question. Is it pretty? Su Cheng was stunned. He couldn't see Chun's expression, but her rabbit ears were now a bright red and swaying gently. It looks good, he said. Real. Real. Chun paused for a moment, then smiled slightly and urged him on. Put a little more force into it. Su Cheng tightened the corset and fastened the knot before letting go. Then, Chun picked up the animal skin coat and quickly put it on. Looking up, she saw Su Cheng's somewhat reluctant gaze and unconsciously revealed a faint smile, humming softly. Stop looking, let's go out. Let's watch it a little longer. I'm going to beat you up. The two emerged from the tent one after the other. Spring instantly regained her usual aloofness, but the smile on her lips remained, and her eyes were full of barely concealed smugness. Then, she took the bone knife, found some fruit and water, and then spoke. You can go now. Okay. Leave the camp. Wandering through the forest along the familiar road, you can still see many traces of carts passing over the grass. As they walked, their hands naturally came together. Spring seemed to have gotten used to traveling like this. She looked down at her clasped hands, said nothing, and continued on her way with her head down. About an hour later, the long-awaited riverbank finally came into view. Having been away for several days, Su Cheng still missed this wide river. The mudflats were open and the river stretched northwards to the horizon, seemingly merging with the sky. A breeze blew across the lake, creating ripples, and the reeds swayed and rustled. The deep, guttural sounds of yaks can still be faintly heard from the distant northern shore. Everything intertwines, resembling a beautiful landscape painting created by nature itself. On the east side of the riverbank, you can see large pits and several familiar figures resting. It's sure you and the others. Chun loosened her grip and quickened her pace. How did they end up here? Su Cheng asked curiously. Normally, these people should be in the forest of the hunting area right now. Chun wasn't particularly surprised by this, and said with a rather helpless expression. They've probably gotten into trouble again. I hope he didn't go and provoke that bear again. Su Cheng chuckled. What do you think? Chun pouted. Besides bears, what else could drive them out of the woods? Oh, it's good that they're all right. We'll have to deal with it sooner or later anyway, so it's good to let them take this opportunity to toughen up, Su Cheng said. Upon hearing this, Chun turned around and glared at him. That's not what you said last time. Things are different now, and they are experienced now, so they know when to advance and when to retreat. The two chatted as they walked through the reeds. As soon as it appeared, the group of people who were eating to replenish their energy noticed it and jumped up in surprise. It's witchcraft, and it's spring. We're here meowing. Sure, you waved happily, and Huat started running off. Her petite figure left a trail of afterimages on the riverbank, and her running speed seemed to have increased considerably. As it ran closer, the creature wagged its tail excitedly, its face beaming with excitement. What brings you here today? I've come to see you all. Meow, 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 meow. Why did you all come to the riverbank? Chun asked with a stern face. Upon hearing this, Firefly tightened its tail and immediately looked away. Come drink some water, meow. She turned and led the two forward, then changed the subject, talking about how they had caught prey using traps. This feigned ignorance amused Su Cheng, but he didn't expose him and just listened quietly. When they arrived in front of everyone, Chun glanced at the group of guys and then asked in an annoyed tone. Tell me, did you go and provoke that bear again? Wow, meow Spring, how did you know? Ling exclaimed in surprise, then quickly shut her mouth. At this moment, Nia and the others also shrank their necks. Hee. I just wanted to take a look and didn't bother it. Yes, it came out on its own. Porter quickly explained. Do you think I believe you or not? Chun snorted. Didn't I tell you before not to mess with it for the time being? You weren't allowed to eat anything when you got back tonight. You had to accept your punishment obediently. Oh, meow. At this moment, all 6 of them were dejected, looking at Su Cheng with trepidation in their hearts, their big eyes blinking. The witch didn't seem angry. Oh yeah. Hee hee. As long as the witch isn't angry. These cat-eared girls had long figured out a pattern. Winning over Su Cheng was equivalent to winning over Chun. The mischievous warrior immediately started to act coquettishly and hugged Su Cheng's waist. Witch, we've been obedient. Please don't punish us. If we're hungry, we won't have the strength to hunt. Several large cat girls surrounded Su Cheng, hugging his arms and rubbing his head against him, while showering him with their abundant fruit. Chun watched from the side, her eyelids twitching. It's only been a few days, and sure you and the others have already learned Lin's methods. She was being coquettish and cute all at once. Does it even resemble a cat-eared warrior? What's even more infuriating is that Su Cheng ate this. Really? Su Cheng, who was being clung to by the group, grinned and patted their heads. All right, Chun, stop scaring them. I told them last time to be careful and not to act rashly. It's not like I'm stopping them from investigating. Chun glanced at him. You can spoil it. She bit her lip, grabbed Su Cheng from the peach orchard, and pinched his lower back hard behind everyone's back. Hiss. How did you level up again? Where did you learn this from? Su Cheng winced in pain, staring wide-eyed at Chun. A cold smile appeared on the rabbit-eared girl's lips. She felt good now. Her mind was at ease. Then, she turned to the cat-eared girls who were frolicking and said, All right, I won't punish you anymore. Have you all rested enough? Today's mission is to investigate the bear. Where did you provoke it? Upon hearing this, Sure Yu and the others immediately perked up. Unexpectedly, Su Cheng came here this time also because of that bear. Huader pointed excitedly in one direction of the hunting area. We ran out from here before, and it chased us for a long time. They should be on their way back right now. It rarely chases the cat out of the woods. Ling added. Spring couldn't help but prick up her ears and listen carefully. Indeed, there was no sound at all. Chapter 88 You Are Different. Su Cheng glanced at the deep, quiet forest a few times and nodded. Okay, let's go and take a look. Yay. Let's go? Which will lead the way for you. The cat-eared girls jumped up and off like wild horses, instantly leaping away. In the blink of an eye, they had already darted into the woods and climbed up the trees. Which, come in from this side. We'll keep watch for you from the tree. After being amazed once again by the cat-eared girls' tree-climbing skills, Su Cheng and Chun finally followed. Once inside the woods, the two followed the cat-eared girl in the tree, and Chun unconsciously grabbed Su Cheng's hand and pulled him close to her side. Stay close to me and don't wander off. We don't know if that bear has gone far yet. Su Cheng looked at Chun's serious profile and couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling better now? Chun turned her head to look at him, her expression quite straightforward. Hey. Su Cheng grinned. Give it a little lighter next time, it hurts too much. Good. No? You really want to pinch it? Su Cheng suddenly felt it toothache. Otherwise what? Chun muttered something and rolled her eyes at him. I can't hit you anyway. Why do you always want to beat me up? I don't know. I just want to punch him. Are your rabbit-eared tribe shamans like this too? It makes you want to punch them? Su Cheng asked again. No, he rarely speaks to us. The tribespeople are in awe of him, and no one dares to do that. I'm a witch too, okay? Su Cheng protested. You are different. As Chun spoke, she turned her face away and gripped Su Cheng's hand even tighter. A warmth emanated from his palm, as if he could feel the pounding of a heartbeat. Su Cheng looked at the rabbit-eared girl's restless long ears and couldn't help but sigh. Then you should still do it. It's better than thinking about beating people up all the time. Chun nodded, and after a long while, she added a sentence seriously. I'll hold back a bit next time. It's all right. A beating is a sign of affection. A scolding is a sign of love. Su Cheng laughed heartily. What's the meaning? That is to say, when two people like each other, their playful bickering is a sign of affection, and their occasional arguments are a sign of care and love. In response, Su Cheng emphasized, it's just playful banter, not a real fight. However, the rabbit-eared girl didn't seem to listen and started to argue back somewhat defensively. Who likes you back? You really don't like it? Dislike. I don't care, I like you anyway. Su Cheng smiled. Chun paused for a moment, glanced at him sideways, then immediately looked away without responding, and continued walking forward with her head down. The two stopped when they heard a sound coming from the treetops. Woo. Chun, there seems to be traces of a bear. Fire returned from the treetop, not far away, reminding her as it jumped down. Passing through the two large trees in front, One can clearly see that the once waist-high clump of grass ahead has been flattened as if crushed by a heavy object, and a light sniff reveals a strong smell of dog and musk. However, this smell is much more pungent than real dog smell, and is also mixed with an earthy odor. It's safe to say that the bear is definitely there. In other words, it moved this way. Following the direction of the hidden grass, Su Cheng frowned and thought for a moment, then headed towards Chundao. This looks like the road to the salt spring. Spring has come and gone, so naturally there is an impression. Let's sure you and the others come over. We won't follow them. Good. Chun never hesitated to respond to Su Cheng's words and immediately whistled into the woods. A sharp whistle blew, signaling the order to turn back. The other 5 cat-eared girls who were still chasing ahead immediately stopped, then swiftly leaped from treetop to treetop and returned. In the blink of an eye, the 8 people were gathered together. What's wrong? Sure, you asked curiously. We're almost there for the bear. Yes, meow. Su Cheng smiled and said, we don't need to chase it for now. While it's wandering around outside, let's go check on its den. The cat-eared girls were stunned at first, then their eyes flashed, and they all agreed. Meow. Okay. Everyone should listen to the shaman. The salt spring and the bear den were at approximately a 60-degree angle, so the group quickly changed direction and set off. Having harassed the bears several times before, Horror and the others knew the way well. With them leading the way, Su Cheng and Chun made very smooth progress and soon arrived at the entrance of the cave where the black bear lived. Su Cheng checked the location. If the direction of the river was north at 12 o'clock, then the bear's den would be roughly at the northeast corner of the forest at 2:30. If you head north from here and turn slightly, you'll reach the area where the yaks live. Surprisingly, these two, who live so close to each other, have always gotten along well and never had any conflicts. Su Cheng then carefully examined the bear's den and found that it was not much different from what Horror had described before. It was a messy little world, with a cave at the foot of the mountain clearly visible. It was more than a person's height and not very wide, so the bear probably lived in a cramped space. The entrance had long been trampled and turned into a small patch of bare mud. Scattered around the perimeter were piles of wild animal bones and disgusting, foul-smelling excrement. Spring wasn't idle either. After observing the cave entrance for a while, she went to wander around the perimeter, squatting down and constantly searching for traces on the grass and vegetation. Her lively ears twitched slightly, and her eyes glowed with a red light, as if she wanted to see every blade of grass and every tree around her clearly. After a while, Chun stood up, her gaze sweeping across several directions of the jungle, lost in thought. Seeing that she had investigated enough, Su Cheng approached her and began to ask questions. So, did you figure anything out? This bear's activity pattern is very regular, Chun said seriously. The rabbit-eared girl was very experienced in tracking and locating enemies, which Su Cheng admired. He immediately asked her about it. How so? Horror, Nia, and Dyer also gathered around, wanting to hear the results of Chun's investigation. The Sure Yu and Sure Ling sisters clung to the treetops, constantly alert to any movement around them, in case the bear suddenly returned. Then, Chun pointed to 2 directions in the jungle. Its activity path should be one of these 2. One is in the southeast, which is most likely to lead to the salt spring, and the other is in the north, slightly to the west. North is to the west. Su Cheng looked in that direction at the towering trees, somewhat curious. Over there, once you leave the forest, isn't that where the yaks live? Chun nodded. If we judge it normally, the salt spring is for replenishing salt and water, so the north is very likely for searching for food. Su Cheng and the others had never been to that forest before, but based on Su Cheng's understanding of bear habits, there must be a resource-rich area between the northward-bound area and the yak herds. If Hoyer and the others hadn't come and provoked it, it usually wouldn't have run around. It would have stayed within those 2 areas, Chun continued. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea. Chapter 89 Pocket Mountain. He looked at the crowd and raised his hand. Let's go north. If we stay here too long, the smell won't dissipate, and when that thing comes back, it will know that someone has been to its cave. What are you going north for, Witch? Porter blinked and asked. Of course, we're going to check out our new resource site, Su Cheng said. Chun had heard Su Cheng talk about bears, so he began to explain as well. The places that bears like to stay are often rich in resources, such as water, food, and caves and burrows suitable for living. So we can find these places quickly by searching along their activity areas. Let's talk about it on the way, Su Cheng said impatiently. Good. Immediately, the group left and began moving northward along the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the black bear was leisurely licking its lips by the salt spring, occasionally stretching lazily and rubbing its body against the big tree next to it. Little did it know, its vegetable garden had already been targeted. After walking for about half an hour, Cheng and the others finally discovered an unfamiliar forest. It was well protected by the mountains and hidden in a pocket-shaped ravine. The entrance was wide, forming a natural pass, and it would be easy to miss if one did not search along the foot of the mountain. There are very few medium to large wild animals here, mostly because black bears have been coming here for a long time, and their scent mixed in the air has become an invisible deterrent. Even when other wild animals come here to hunt, they only do so when the bears are not around. The group went inside and were quickly drawn to the scene before them. As far as the eye can see, the vegetation is lush and green, with dense and vigorous shrubs and grasses, and many nuts hanging on the treetops and branches. There are even some fruit trees that are growing well. Squirrels, pheasants, and other small animals darted swiftly through the forest, while birds chirped and chattered, creating a lively scene. Deep within the forest, beneath the cliffs, lies a pond the size of a basketball court. Its surface is clear, dotted with leaves and duckweed, while the bottom is dark and murky, where schools of fish can be seen swimming and creating bubbles. Clear spring water seeps out from the cliff face, cascading down like a small waterfall. The gurgling water splashed and made the fish frolic. Damn, that's amazing. This bear is living a more comfortable life than I imagined. The cat-eared girls quickly climbed to the top of the tree, excitedly looking around, while Chun stayed close to Cheng, protecting him every step of the way. Cheng shifted his gaze from the pond, looked up, and saw towering mountains, like giant hands gently grasping this land. Is that really true? Pocket mountain. Aquarium. A treasure trove. Moreover, this place wasn't too far from the yak herds. Thinking about that huge cave, Cheng clicked his tongue, unable to hide his joy. What do you think about us living here? He smiled and asked Chun, who was also staring blankly at him. It's better than over there. Chun nodded without hesitation. The cat-eared girls gathered around, excited. Yes, Wu. This place is much better than our current camp, and it's also closer to the riverbank, so we don't have to go too far to go hunting. Due to the terrain limitations, setting up some barricades or similar barriers outside the entrance would be a simple way to keep wild animals out. If a few watchtowers were built against the mountain cliffs or next to the thick, towering trees, it would be perfect. Therefore, old bear, sorry, but you're going to die anyway. A sharp glint flashed in Chun's eyes as she looked intently at Cheng. Okay, when do we take down that black bear? Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girls also started making noise. Which, kill the bear and eat its meat. Then this place will be ours. Meow, kill it. Eat meat. Your repetitive use of words is disgusting. Cheng chuckled as he looked at the excited beast-eared girls. He waved his hand, reassuringly saying, we definitely have to kill them, but bears are not like wild boars. We need to discuss the specifics of how to do it. We'll talk about it when we get back. Sure, you and the others nodded instantly. Okay, witch. We'll listen to you. Just tell us what to do when the time comes. Having experience hunting wild boars, these cat-eared girls were full of confidence in themselves and had unconditional faith in Cheng. Shall we go back now? Spring then asked. No need. I want to walk around the area some more. It's a rare opportunity to come here, so I want to learn as much as possible about the place. Good. After lingering for a few moments, the 8 people left and continued to wander around outside. A few miles further north, you'll approach the edge of this forest, the wasteland where the yaks live. Cheng's plan was, since he was already here, to explore the entire gala area and avoid missing any good spots. However, they hadn't gone far when Chun called out to Cheng. The rabbit-eared girl seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly squatted down in a bush to observe carefully. The trampled grass had a pungent smell, and there were blurry footprints on the ground nearby. In addition, Cheng also saw the excrement of some kind of wild animal under a nearby tree. Disgusting yet familiar. He frowned and asked uncertainly, is it that bear? Yes, it's been here before too. Chun squinted and looked around, quickly locking onto a direction. This should be the area. There are quite a few traces. No, what is it doing here? Cheng naturally did not doubt Chun's words, but there was no need to continue north to that paradise where there was food and drink. Could it be that they're going to play with yaks? I don't know. Chun shook his head, then got up and continued to explore several more places. Then he turned around and said, it didn't just wander around randomly. There are many traces, but the path is very simple. Could there be something good inside? Su Cheng and Chun looked at each other and realized they had the same idea. Look for it. To improve efficiency, Su Cheng had Yu and the others split up and search. He and Chun continued their journey along the foot of the mountain. Before long, a familiar whistle sounded in the woods. The coordinates were 11 o'clock, northwest, which didn't sound too far away. Su Cheng and Chun immediately followed the sound and arrived at their destination in just a few minutes. At this moment, the cat-eared girls had gathered together, as if they were afraid of something, and hid behind bushes that were half a person tall. Seeing Su Cheng and Chun approaching, Yu hurriedly waved. Come this way, don't go any further. What exactly happened? Su Cheng was a little curious. This place was still far from the yak herd, and the forest was ordinary, even a bit desolate. It didn't look like a place that the bear liked to come to. Once the two of them had hidden behind the bushes, the petite Hoiger pointed very seriously to a spot not far away. Look over there. Looking in the direction the finger was pointing, there were just a few huge oak trees, nothing special about them. But the sharp-eyed Chun had already noticed what horror and the others were afraid of, and her brows furrowed immediately as she grabbed Su Cheng. Yes, it's a swarm of bees. On the tree branch. Chapter 90, A Family of 4. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised his gaze. Sure enough, 3 beehives of different sizes were found on several tree branches. He immediately took a photo and scanned it, and soon received the relevant information. Upon seeing it, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Luckily, I didn't just walk over carelessly. That thing is much more powerful than a bee. Killer bees. How did this thing get here? Su Cheng murmured, looking at Chun and the others. Do you recognize this type of bee? Yes, I know him. Horror and the others nodded. Chun also added, we can't say we know them, we've just seen them. They're very fierce, and many tribes have suffered at their hands. So if you happen to encounter them in the forest, you'll choose to avoid them. Just avoid it. Su Cheng rubbed his nose and said, these are killer bees. They are smaller than other bees, but their attack power is many times stronger. These bees are naturally overly defensive and extremely sensitive to vibrations, noise, and dark-colored objects. When they go crazy, they can chase after something for more than 500 meters or even 2 miles. That is to say, they can probably chase it all the way to the yaks in the north. Killer bees. Meow, what an amazing name. The animal-eared girls were hearing this name for the first time and were all very interested. Chun asked curiously, okay, do you recognize it too? No. Su Cheng chuckled. They had only just met. That bear keeps running this way. It's probably craving honey. Su Cheng couldn't think of any other reason besides this. It must be said, it was truly courageous. However, despite the jokes, Su Cheng's casual remark just now served as a wake-up call, and a strange thought suddenly popped into my head. Killer bees, yaks. Hey, you know what? There might be a chance. It was nearing dusk. Su Cheng instructed the beast-eared women to search and repair all the traps before heading back home. In the camp, the tribespeople were already eating and resting. Following Su Cheng's previous instructions, the number of fire pits was reduced to 2. 7 or 8 cat-eared girls gathered around, roasting food while happily playing and frolicking. With more people gathered, it naturally became more lively, and Yu and her friends quickly joined in, making a lot of noise. They couldn't wait to share what they had seen and heard that day with their tribesmen, and they were all in high spirits, completely forgetting about being hungry. Before long, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Whether it's a bear or a killer bee, both things evoke curiosity and fear in cat-eared girls. Seeing this group of noisy fellows, Su Cheng was in a good mood. He didn't rush to eat, but went to the vertical kiln with Chun first. Since it was their first time firing a kiln, they were worried about making mistakes in every aspect. The two of them carefully checked everything, walked around the kiln twice, and only returned to the main tent after confirming that there were no problems. In the afternoon, Lin led several tribesmen to set up another large tent. This is something Su Cheng mentioned before, one room for sleeping and resting, and another room for gatherings and discussions on various matters. At this moment, Lin and Luo were also listening to Ling recount her experiences during the day. The forest nestled among the mountains filled all the cat-eared girls with joy. When the killer bees were mentioned, some of them would tremble with fear, their tails quivering and their bodies tensing. Upon seeing Su Cheng and Chun return, Lin immediately moved aside and smiled as she invited the two to sit down. Luo handed over the prepared roasted meat, looking on with anticipation as she waited for Su Cheng to start eating. Why? This damn feeling of happiness. A warm feeling washed over him, and Su Cheng picked up Luo and happily squeezed into the crowd. As soon as he sat down, Lin snuggled up to him, playfully wrapping her arms around his and swaying her tail. Chun sat on the left, her expression unchanged, quietly enjoying the warmth and liveliness. While eating the barbecue, Cheng teased the little cutie in his arms, glancing around out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, one on the left, one on the right, and one in my arms. This looks like a family of 4. Before we knew it, the moon, which had been bitten, was already high in the sky, and its bright moonlight shone down, shrouding the forest in a tranquil and beautiful silver veil. After playing around for a long time, the cat-eared girls finally felt a little sleepy. After saying goodbye to Cheng, they went back to their tents one after another. Yu and the other 6 did not leave, as they still needed to stay and discuss how to deal with the bear in the future. At this moment, Luo was curled up in Cheng's arms, having already dozed off for a while. Her biological clock was always very accurate. After 9 o'clock, unless there was something special going on, she basically couldn't keep her eyes open. Seeing the little cutie sleeping peacefully, Cheng was afraid of disturbing her, so he simply carried her back to the tent and gently placed her on the grass bed. When they came out again, Chun and the others had already gone to the new tent, and the fire seed had also been moved in. It's late at night, and the cold wind is blowing. Nobody really wants to stay outside. He lifted the curtain and went inside. 8 animal-eared girls were already seated, waiting for him. Cheng glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. There's another person joining in the fun. Lin, what brings you here? Aren't you going to sleep? Hee hee, I'd also like to hear how you hunt bears. As Lin spoke, she hugged Chun tightly and pouted. Spring didn't even chase me away. Chun, don't look at me. I can't control her. I didn't say I was going to kick you out. Cheng was delighted, then sat down next to Lin and casually patted the guy's ear. Just stay put and listen, don't cause any trouble. I also have something for you to do. Okay, meow. It was getting late, so Cheng didn't linger. He sat down and began to explain the plan and assign tasks. In fact, he had already thought of a general plan on the way back, so his narration at this moment was very natural, smooth, and well-organized. This time, when we hunt black bears, I plan to teach you a new hunting tool that can be used in conjunction with a spear to greatly enhance your combat capabilities. Also, we'll dig another trap so we don't have to rely solely on ambushes like we did with the wild boars last time. Early morning, Cheng stood on the open ground, got into a fighting stance, and began to practice his wild punches. Inside the large tent, Luo changed into a clean animal skin outfit and rubbed her slightly numb buttocks. Since waking up, her feet have finally touched the ground. Her legs are a little weak, her tail is numb, and she has no strength. Okay, I'll go wash the clothes. Luo lifted the curtain and called out to Cheng. Luo wanted to wash her animal skin skirt quickly while there weren't many people around in the morning because it was dirty. Cheng turned his head and saw that the little cutie had clutched the dirty clothes tightly in her arms, so he couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, I'll prepare the food myself, you just do your thing. Then I'll go over there. Make sure to wash it clean. Cheng joked. Luo couldn't help but glance at Cheng shyly before running away. It will definitely get clean. Chapter 91. Are you afraid of pain? Watching the little cutie run off into the distance, Cheng turned around and continued his strenuous training. At an age when one's energy and blood are at their peak, one meets the right woman. Both of them had developed a taste for it. Holding our ground is indeed difficult, so we can only work twice as hard. Before long, Chun, dressed in a refreshing outfit, walked over from the west side of the camp. She had a bone knife and several leather pouches hanging from her waist. Her proud breasts were tightly bound, her waist was slender and straight, and her buttocks appeared even more pert and prominent. The way he stood there exuded a captivating charm with a touch of flirtatiousness, making him inexplicably alluring. Yue and the others have already set off. That trap pit is quite large. I reckon they won't be able to finish digging it today, Chun said, turning her body to the side and hiding her plump buttocks behind her to avoid the guy in front of her staring at her. She glanced at me sideways and said, "We're talking about serious matters, be serious." "Yes, seriously." Cheng grinned. The bunny-eared girl now has a much richer range of expressions and isn't as indifferent as before. It can glare, get angry, pinch, elbow, and more. That's a bit too much. Just thinking about that pinch and elbow made Cheng's teeth ache. However, when she's alone, she'll tacitly allow herself to do as she pleases. Thinking about it this way made me feel much better. Cheng then spoke. Let's pack some food and set off. Upon hearing this, Chun hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you don't need to go help? No need, 6 people are enough. Besides, we're not going to start in the next couple of days. Cheng chuckled. Let's stabilize the pottery firing for now. Once the second batch of clay blanks is fired, we'll have more time. Okay. Cheng glanced at him. Then where shall we go? Just wander around in the woods, looking for herbs. Herbal medicine? Cheng nodded. Didn't I say before that I would help you treat your leg? So I thought I'd prepare the materials in advance. There are quite a few kinds of herbs, so it will take some time to find them. Closed reduction surgery for fractured bone. This is a significant challenge for both Cheng and Cheng. Cheng dared not be careless in the slightest, so he thought about it for a long time. From preoperative preparation to postoperative care, he consulted a lot of information and simulated it in his mind many times, taking almost all aspects into consideration. Upon hearing this, Cheng was somewhat stunned. She hadn't expected Cheng to get up so early, just for her sake. She turned her face away, feeling a warm glow inside. Are those herbs easy to find? It's all right, Cheng said seriously. It's not hard to find them, but it takes some effort to find them all. Okay, I'll help you look for it, no rush. Cheng glanced at him. I'm in a hurry. Cheng, Spring's combat prowess is beyond doubt. If we can help her recover, it will be much easier for her to deal with yaks or other wild beasts in the future. Moreover, Cheng could sense that this was Cheng's unresolved issue. She kept avoiding the issue, using her last bit of pride to protect her final self-esteem. Cheng didn't want this rabbit-eared girl to live her whole life with regrets and pain. Once I heal you, you must protect me well. Cheng raised her face and looked at him for a long time before a faint smile appeared on her lips. Let's go then. Aren't you going to tell Luo? It's okay, she knows. The woods to the north are the only way to the riverbank, and Cheng has already ravaged them several times. So this time he plans to take Cheng directly to the west and thoroughly search that woodland as well. The two of them strolled around in the jungle. Cheng led the way, occasionally squatting down to part the dense weeds and pull out the vines or herbs hidden underneath, stuffing them all into his leather bag. Of course, he also took the time to explain some things about closed reduction surgery to Cheng Ku, who was standing next to him. The existence of the unknown can easily instill fear in people. Cheng did this so that Cheng wouldn't be afraid of the surgery and could be more composed during it. So, you mean we have to break that bone again? Is there no other way? As Cheng spoke, she glanced at her calves, and her eyebrows twitched. She will never forget the pain of having her bones smashed. Actually, Cheng had said he would interrupt again at the beginning, but the rabbit-eared girl was so shocked by the fact that it could be cured that she subconsciously ignored it. Cheng answered while picking maple leaves from the tree. The only option was to break it because the bone there was misaligned. If you had taken some protective measures when it broke, the situation would have been much better. I have no idea what kind of protective measures I need. Cheng muttered something, sounding somewhat dejected. When we get injured, the shaman will bring us some blackish-green liquid, which we will apply to the wound, and then we will rest quietly for a few days and be fine. Oh, those must be some herbs that can reduce inflammation and relieve pain. Seeing Cheng's frustrated expression, Cheng felt helpless. Your recovery ability is generally good. If it were a common external injury, it could be treated simply. But you have a broken bone, so it will be more complicated. Other members of the tribe have also been injured and broken bones, but they just get better after applying some medicine. Cheng pouted, quite indignant. Upon hearing this, Cheng stroked his chin and said earnestly, this thing, in theory, can't heal properly just by applying some herbs, because the broken ends are misaligned, which will only lead to poor alignment and abnormal healing, just like you are now. However, your rabbit-eared race has a somewhat abnormal recovery ability, so I can't be sure. Of course, there is another possibility, which is that their bones are mostly not completely broken, but only cracked. That is, there are only some cracks on the bones. This situation is completely different. With your strong recovery ability, it is indeed easy for them to heal themselves. Cheng looked at the bunny-eared girl whose mouth was pouting in frustration and suddenly curled his lips into a smile. Are you afraid of pain? Aren't you afraid? Cheng glared at him, annoyed. Of course I'm not afraid. I'm afraid of pain too. Please don't touch me. Cheng twisted his waist to avoid the fatal pinch, grinning. We're all made of flesh. Who isn't afraid of pain? I'm just looking for herbs that can relieve your pain. Really? Cheng's eyes lit up. Really? Cheng smiled at her. I can't make alcohol for now, so I can only find some herbs to make anesthetic powder. We can boil it into a soup and drink it. Good. Oh, I thought you would pretend it didn't hurt. Cheng continued searching the bushes nearby. Cheng followed behind, and seeing his serious expression, her heart stirred slightly, and she asked, Pain is pain. Why should you endure it? Because you look like the kind of girl who is very patient and has a strong personality. As he spoke, Su Cheng suddenly turned around and grinned mischievously. When you're in pain, do you cry out? Chapter 92, 2 Lively Treasures. I don't make any noises. I just bite my lip or breathe in and out forcefully. Chun glanced at him, her brows furrowing unconsciously. Why do I feel like you're hoping I'll scream? That's not true. Su Cheng quickly looked away. Well, it's normal to yell a couple of times when it hurts. Chun didn't say anything more, but she felt that something was off about Su Cheng's words. The two chatted casually as they explored the woods. Occasionally, small animals like civets or snakes would be startled out of the bushes, and Chun would help chase them away. Before I knew it, most of the day had passed. Okay, have you found all the herbs? Seeing that they were almost out of the territory of the cat-ear tribe, Chun couldn't help but ask. No, we're still missing quite a bit. Su Cheng shook his head. Most of the missing ingredients are for disinfection, and the Mephisan Suching version uses 4 herbs. But currently only jasmine root is missing. Should we go back? Or head north and look again? Chun reminded him. The Wolf Ear clan's territory is not far ahead. It seems so. Having come here a few times with Blackstone before, Su Cheng still remembered the way to some extent. He thought for a moment, and then said, It's all right, let's keep going west. I've seen many places to the north, no need to waste time. What if we encounter wolf-eared people? Su Cheng chuckled. This isn't a hunting area, so it's not a big problem. If we don't run into them, that's fine. If we do, I'll just say I'm here to see their chieftain. What do you want with Hongxiang? The bunny-eared girl wrinkled her nose instantly, her ears standing straight up. I'm not looking for her. You just said that. That was just an excuse. In short, don't go looking for that big bad wolf. Su Cheng chuckled. It was rare to see a bunny-eared girl throwing a tantrum. She was strangely kind of cute. He patted the other person's pert buttocks and chuckled. That won't do. Hongxiang and I still have a deal to make. What deal? Chun glanced at him with her head down, gave him a symbolic push with her hand, as if she was somewhat used to being hit by this guy, since no one saw it anyway, and snorted lightly. She agreed. Yes, we talked about it last time when I treated her fever. It mainly involved spices and salt. I told her to trade meat for it with us. Su Cheng said seriously. Resource exchange can naturally yield good benefits. Both sides get what they need, and the effective and continuous trade can indirectly ease the relationship between the two tribes. Chun knows very well that this is a good thing for them. The rabbit-eared girl couldn't help but pout as she thought about that big bad wolf. You are the sorceress, so you have the final say in this matter. Hee, if you don't want to, I can refuse, Su Cheng laughed. Just agree, there's no need to ask my opinion. Chun snorted and turned to the side. I'm not so upset anymore. She knew Su Cheng was just trying to make her happy, and besides, she wasn't unreasonable. What do you mean by your opinion and my opinion? We're family. Why are we talking like two different people? Chun didn't say anything until she was slapped on the butt again, at which point she glared at him with a cold face. You're still hitting me. I'm used to it. Su Cheng grinned. Don't just stand there, let's go. Snort. Despite her apparent reluctance, the bunny-eared girl took the lead and walked ahead. This haughty little demeanor is something you can only see when it's just the two of you in private. If we really encounter the Wolf-Ear clan, I'll negotiate with them. As the two walked through the woods, Su Cheng didn't forget to remind them. No, even if it's Hongxiang, you should say less to avoid another argument. You're so long-winded. Snap. Chun turned around, both ashamed and annoyed. If you hit me again, I'll really get angry. A few minutes later, Chun grabbed Su Cheng's hand and entered the territory of the Wolf-Ear tribe. Su Cheng rubbed his lower back, grimacing. He seemed to know where the bunny-eared girl's bottom line was. It's nothing serious. I'll glare at you. They started fighting right away after 3 strikes. Well, how should I put it? Fun. Love to play. I want to play again. Teasing experience +1. After that, the two of them wandered around the territory of the Wolf-Ear tribe, prying through the grass and peeling the bark of trees. If they found any useful spices or the like, they would simply pull them up by the roots and stuff them into their pockets. Su Cheng didn't know if his mouth was really blessed. The two of them had only been wandering around for about 20 minutes when a familiar, loud voice came from above. Su Cheng, what brings you here? Before the other party could even show his face, Chun had already shielded Su Cheng behind her. Immediately afterwards, several heads peeked out from the bushes not far away, and a tall, slender figure jumped down from the tree. Like a giant falling, making a dull thud on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he really is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That sexy and muscular body exudes a wild charm, with tiger skin tightly binding it, outlining its full and alluring curves. Seeing Su Cheng, Hong Xiang seemed to be in a good mood and grinned. Su Cheng, I was just thinking of coming to thank you in person sometime. She glanced at Chun in front of Su Cheng and raised her chin. Hey, you stinky rabbit, move aside. I need to talk to Su Cheng. You big bad wolf, it's none of your business where I stand. I'm not blocking your way. Spring looked up and saw an equally powerful aura. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiang put her hands on her hips. You stinky rabbit, this is my territory, and I have every right to interfere. Get out of my way. No way. If you have something to say, just stand there and say it. I'm going to walk closer and say, bite me. You'll see if I dare to bite you. TCH, with your tiny mouth and teeth, you couldn't even bite through it. Hong Xiang's eyes were full of disdain. Oh right. With your thick skin, even thicker than a wild boar's, of course I can't bite it. Spring let out a soft sneer. Tell means hell. Who are you calling thick-skinned, you stinky rabbit? Sure enough, the big bad wolf jumped up first. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and the fur on his tail stood on end. Su Cheng, on the other hand, was also stunned. Holy crap. He stared at Chun with an incredulous look on his face. They've even come up with the most invincible rhetoric. Where did you learn all this from? No wonder the wolf-ear tribe says that whenever these two argue, Hong Xiang always loses more often than she wins. You deserve to lose, you big bad wolf. Su Cheng noticed that the wolf-eared tribesmen who had just poked their heads out had all pulled their necks back in at the same time. Bah, a bunch of cowards. In crucial moments, you still have to rely on yourself. Seeing that the two clowns were about to start fighting again, Su Cheng had no choice but to step in and stop them. Stop. You two calm down, okay? You always end up arguing every time you meet. The next second, the two clowns spoke in unison. She started the argument. They glared at each other and then turned away. Su Cheng's lips twitched. He looked around and could only try to persuade his own family first. Chapter 93, Carry Me. He grabbed Chun's hand and pulled her back to his side, whispering, Didn't I tell you to say less? I only said 4 sentences. Chun pouted. Is that how you interpret say less? Su Cheng sighed. She can't argue with you anyway, so just give in to her. We still need to find herbs on her turf. I don't want to give it to her. Is your leg going to be treated or not? Chun's face fell instantly, then she snorted. Fine, I won't say anything. Hee, I'll give you an extra leg massage later as compensation. Who wants you to massage my legs? Seeing the rabbit-eared girl mutter and turn her face away with a resentful look in her eyes, Su Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then walked over and looked up at the big-tailed wolf. Red fragrance. What? Hong Xiang glanced at Chun, who had fallen silent, before turning around. Your stinky rabbit will let you talk to me now. She can't control me? I'm the one who should be controlling her. Despite the sudden chill on the back of his neck, Su Cheng stubbornly maintained his composure. Don't worry, I'll spank her when we get back. Hit him now, Hong Xiang said, arms crossed. Next time, definitely next time. Su Cheng quickly tried to evade the question. Now? Who hit whom? Are you trying to kill me? Right now, the cool air is swirling around his neck. Su Cheng quickly changed the subject and asked, Hong Xiang, what are you doing here? Cut down the tree. Hong Xiang said, winter is coming soon, and the tribe needs to stockpile more firewood, so I came to help. And you? Su Cheng, what are you doing here? Of course I came to find you. Looking for me. The big-tailed wolf's eyes lit up. Yes, when I treated your fever last time, didn't I make a deal with you? You mentioned wanting to exchange meat for spices. The words were half true and half false. Hong Xiang tilted her head, as if she remembered this matter, and believed it directly. So, you've come here to trade meat with me? Not entirely. What's the meaning? Su Cheng said, this time I don't want to exchange meat. What else would you like? Upon hearing this, Hong Xiang grinned happily and patted Su Cheng's shoulder. Su Cheng, just say it. I was planning to go and find you anyway. You cured my fever and my people. I don't care about the old man. I have to thank you in person. Tell me, what do you want to exchange it for? I'd like to find some grass. Your tribe probably doesn't have any, so I'd like to look around here myself. If I can find some, that would be best, Su Cheng replied. Not far away, several wolf-eared tribesmen looked at each other, exchanging glances, their conviction growing stronger. He really does like eating grass. Hong Xiang was also stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Su Cheng, I knew you liked eating grass. Last time you even lied and said it was spices. Su Cheng rolled his eyes. Heaven is dead. It no longer cares to distinguish right from wrong. Oh right. Since you found out, I won't pretend anymore. I'm a man who loves to eat grass. Oh right. Who was it that told you I like to eat grass? Hongxiang was in a good mood, feeling incredibly smart. It's Lon. Okay, very good, Arashi-san. At that moment, a wolf-eared warrior in the hunting area suddenly sneezed. With Hongxiang's permission and her personal assistance in weeding, Su Cheng could roam freely and leisurely in the wolf-ear clan's territory. Of course, this excludes the bunny-eared girl who kept a straight face and didn't utter a sound the whole time. Fortunately, the vegetation in the wolf-ear territory is quite diverse and has not been damaged much. This is mostly related to their lifestyle philosophy, which emphasizes hunting and is not very interested in vegetation or weeds. Before leaving, the generous Hongxiang gave Su Cheng 2 pheasants as a personal thank you gift. This made Su Cheng feel a little embarrassed. After all, he was trying to get something for nothing. As for the spices in the trade, he told Hongxiang to send someone to the cat ear tribe to collect them in a couple of days. Only then did the two begin their journey home. Passing through the woods and retracing the path they had come from, the rabbit-eared girl hurried on her way with her head down, still not uttering a sound. Su Cheng watched her retreating figure, winced slightly in pain, and quickly followed. Spring slowed down. The rabbit-eared girl stopped humming and turned to look at him only after Su Cheng grabbed her hand. Is there something you need, witch? What witch? Call me by my name. Su Cheng chuckled. You still hold a grudge against me? No, we can't be disrespectful to the shaman. Chun turned her face away. Really not going to call out? I won't call it. Snap. Her pert buttocks trembled slightly. It's really satisfying to spank those buttocks. The next second. Ouch, 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 stop pinching me. Su Cheng surrendered instantly. That damn pinching skill seems to have improved again. You still feel pain? I'll make you suffer terribly. Chun curled her lips and rolled her eyes at him. I'll teach you to spank me again if you dare. No way, you're wronging me. I'm accusing you. Su Cheng said righteously. Yes, I didn't just hit randomly. I always take it very seriously. I shouldn't have listened to your nonsense. Chun wrinkled her nose, her eyes full of disdain. The unhappiness I felt was also cheered up and disappeared. Seeing the guy looking over with a wicked grin, she pouted in annoyance. I'm going back. Okay. The two held hands and wandered through the woods. Not long after, Chun suddenly asked. Okay, you said you'd come back to make it up to me. Is that true? Compensation? Oh, that? Of course it's true. Su Cheng grinned and said. When we get back, I'll massage your legs tonight. I don't want a leg massage. Chun pouted. What kind of compensation do you want? Carry me on your back. What? Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised. I said carry me back. Spring hummed. If you don't want to, then forget it. Who said they didn't want to? Su Cheng grinned and stretched his limbs. I just didn't expect you to make this request. He then walked to the front, bent his knees slightly, and waved his hand behind him. Come on up. Immediately afterwards, a soft, cool body pressed against his back. Su Cheng casually lifted those firm, long thighs, gave him a couple of shakes, and said backward. Hold me tighter. No. Chun hugged Su Cheng's neck in response, pressing her body even closer and resting her head on his shoulder, a smile gradually appearing on her lips. How are you? Can you walk? She asked. Absolutely. Su Cheng laughed. Then let's go back. Footsteps sounded softly. Tall trees, blue sky, and tall grass began to ripple gently in my eyes, drifting past me. The sounds of birds and insects seemed to have vanished, drowned out by the pounding of their hearts. Chapter 94, Just kidding. Chun glanced at the man's profile and suddenly whispered. Become. What's wrong? Am I heavy? It's not heavy. Didn't I carry you last time? Su Cheng said with a strong voice. Don't worry. I guarantee I can carry you back to camp. You're just lying to me. You don't have that much strength. Chun hummed. Once we enter the territory of the cat ear tribe, put me down. It's all right. It's nothing. I'll carry you a bit more. Need not. You're afraid of being seen by your clansmen, aren't you? Su Cheng said. He knew all too well that the bunny-eared girl was concerned about her image. Of course, the appeal of bunny-eared girls goes beyond just their appearance. Believe it or not, I'll bite you too, and leave a tooth mark on you. Chun said fiercely. Okay, let it go. Let it go when we get there. Snort. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Su Cheng continued to ask. Come to think of it, why would you want me to carry you? It just suddenly occurred to me. Spring closed her eyes and buried her face in them. She wouldn't say it was because Lin had mentioned that Su Cheng carried Luo to the wolf-ear tribe. I have absolutely no envy. A short while later. Become. Yes, I'm listening. No. Tell me what happened. Humph, just teasing you, Chun said softly. Wow, you've got some skills. Su Cheng smirked, stopped walking, and gave the rabbit-eared girl on his back another hard shake. Under the shade of the trees, the autumn wind brushed past his ears, and he unconsciously turned his head to look at the delicate and pretty face on his shoulder. Her long, slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips were red and glossy with an alluring sheen. Su Cheng's heart suddenly stirred, and he leaned in directly. It was already afternoon when we got back to camp. Most of the cat-eared girls were still working in the forest, and only a few lonely figures could be seen in the camp. Su Cheng took Chun directly to the main tent, where he poured out all the herbs and spices he had collected that day from his leather pouch and began to sort and organize them. Chun wasn't idle either. She silently squatted down and carefully picked out each item one by one. Put the spices aside and pick out all the herbs first. We'll take them all outside to dry in the sun later. Good. After you're done with all this, take a rest. I'll call you when it's time to open the kiln. While sorting the items, Su Cheng glanced at Chun out of the corner of his eye. The bunny-eared girl lowered her head, her eyes glistening with moisture, and a faint blush lingered on her cheeks, no longer as intensely red as before. Su Cheng kissed Su Cheng on the way. Based on the idea that since they'd already kissed, they shouldn't lose out even if they got beaten up, they went through overtime and extra periods, kissing each other to their heart's content. The guy froze, his hands and feet instinctively tightening around the wound, and the bright red, burning hot color visibly climbed from the base of his neck all the way to the tips of his ears. To Su Cheng's surprise, I didn't get beaten up. It's not so much that there was any stress response. Chun just lay on his back with her face flushed, letting Su Cheng do whatever he wanted, her eyes kept closed the whole time. After that, they walked together, hand in hand, all the way back to the camp. No one mentioned kissing. Hearing Su Cheng tell her to rest, Chun finally looked up. It's okay, I'm not tired. Aren't you tired? Su Cheng smiled. I told you I wasn't tired. You were the one who did all the searching for herbs. I was just there to keep you company and protect you. I didn't do anything, Chun muttered, then continued picking through the herbs. All right then, after we finish processing these herbs, we'll go check out the vertical kiln and find some materials while we're at it. Good. Silence fell once again in the large tent. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from outside, and a petite figure hopped in with a whoosh. Okay, I'm back. A lively voice broke the silence. The little cutie's face was flushed, and she was panting heavily when she suddenly pounced on Su Cheng's back. Following behind was Lin. The man was carrying a leather bag full of fruit, and was also a little out of breath. Luo, wait for me, meow. After placing the leather bag, Lin lay down directly on the nearby hay, stretching out her arms and legs, sprawled out on her back. Meow, I can finally rest. Both of them were panting heavily. Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He reached out and pinched Luo's little face on his back, asking, Did you two run all the way back? Luo, yes, it's done. Lin, yes, meow. The place where we picked fruit isn't far from the camp. Why run there? The little cutie immediately started giggling. I want to see it happen as soon as possible. Isn't watching it every day enough? Su Cheng laughed. Don't do that next time. What if I don't come back? You two will have made a wasted trip. Then I'll wait for Cheng to return in the main tent. Sigh, Su Cheng was at his wit's end. With such an obedient little wife, he must be laughing in his dreams every night. He let out a long breath, affectionately ruffled the other person's hair, and teased him. Is the animal skin garment you washed this morning dry yet? Wow! The little cutie suddenly cried out in surprise, only then remembering what had happened. She immediately jumped off Su Cheng's back and ran off in a flurry. I'll go collect it now. With Lin and Luo joining in, the task of picking herbs and spices was quickly completed. Afterwards, Su Cheng set aside an extra portion of spices to give to the wolf-ear tribe members who would come to pick up the goods later. After finishing all that, he lifted the curtain and glanced at the sky outside. The sunlight had lost its afternoon scorching intensity and become much gentler. The cat-eared girls returned one after another, including Shi Yu and the others, who were dragging their hunted prey toward the large stone pier. The previously deserted campsite has become lively without anyone noticing. In this way, there will be no shortage of manpower. Su Cheng then headed towards Chundao. That's about it. Let's go open the kiln. Lin, go and tell everyone to come and help after we finish eating. Also, tell Shiyue and the others to give each tribesman extra meat tonight, and to get more from the cave if needed. Okay, meow. Okay, I'll help too. The little cutie excitedly raised her hands, her face full of anticipation, and then Su Cheng picked her up in one lap. You, just follow me, I'll keep you busy. Hee, I know. There are a lot to do tonight. If the first batch of pottery meets the standards, Su Cheng plans to dig an even larger horizontal kiln. Moreover, in order to forge the meteorite axe as quickly as possible and improve efficiency, he also needed to produce bellows and charcoal. The biggest problem is the lack of manpower, so we have to mobilize the entire tribe. Before long, the group arrived at the vertical kiln. Su Cheng walked over, squatted down, and took a closer look. The clay and mud used to seal the kiln door and chimney had long since dried and cracked, and you could still clearly feel some heat when you touched them. How are you? Is there any problem? Chun, who was standing nearby, came closer and asked with a hint of worry. Let me take another look. Chapter 95 Beast God. As he spoke, Su Cheng picked up a twig from the ground and forcefully poked it into the mud at the chimney. After pulling the twig out, a wisp of smoke emerged from the small hole, its color very pale and its quantity very small, quickly dissipating into the air. It should be fine now, go ahead and start. Immediately, Su Cheng, with a serious expression, took out a bone knife from his waist and began to dig out the mud from the chimney little by little. At the same time, he also told Chun and Luo about some things to pay attention to when opening the kiln. Before opening the kiln, observe the temperature of the seal and the smoke coming out. If the seal is not hot to the touch and the smoke is very light in color or there is no smoke at all, it means that the temperature inside the kiln has dropped to a low level. At this point, we can start opening the kiln. Of course, we can't rush it. We have to dig away the sealing mud little by little to let the cold air from outside slowly enter the kiln, and then gradually enlarge the opening. After digging out only a layer of sealing mud and seeing heat rising from it, Su Cheng decisively threw away the bone knife and replaced it with a thicker tree branch. He also wisely stood a little further away and pulled Luo, who had come over to peek, away as well. When the kiln is first opened, the temperature inside is still very high, and the fumes coming out may be toxic, so try not to smell them. Therefore, at this time, you should use a long stick or tree branch to operate it, and never stand too close. As the branches pried open all the mud sealing the kiln door and chimney, the remaining heat quickly rushed out. Su Cheng and the other two took a few steps back until the heat wave merged with the atmosphere and completely dissipated before they moved closer again. Inside the kiln, the fired pottery was neatly arranged, and at a cursory glance, no obvious cracks were found. Only at this moment did Su Cheng finally breathe a sigh of relief, and his face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Chun and Luo were equally happy. The little cutie almost jumped down to move the pottery like an idiot, but Su Cheng grabbed her back. Don't rush, let it cool down a bit more. He patted the other's cute head and said, also, when you're moving it, wrap your hands in animal hide. Don't just use your bare hands. Okay, I got it. Okay, let's wait for the clansmen to come and move it together. We can do other things then, Chun reminded them. All right. Su Cheng nodded, looked around, and his gaze immediately fell on several piles of firewood, each about a meter tall, not far away. Is all the firewood we cut these past 2 days here? Chun. Yes, everything is here except for what we usually keep for heating. All right, I'll teach you how to make charcoal. Charcoal? What's that? Chun followed in Su Cheng's footsteps and asked curiously. Luo followed along, trotting along, her tail wagging happily. Su Cheng answered when the three arrived at the woodpile. You can think of it as another type of fuel that has undergone special processing. Although it is made of wood, it burns several times more efficiently than wood. When wood is lit, it produces a lot of smoke. The flame is unstable, and it crackles as it burns. Charcoal is different. It produces no smoke, no smell, and no open flame when it burns. It only shows a bright red color, so its heat is very stable, its calorific value is higher, and it lasts longer. This kind of fuel is the most suitable for creating meteorites and firing kills, and it has a low density, which means it doesn't take up much space and is very convenient to store. Upon hearing this, Chun frowned, picked up a piece of firewood, and glanced at it in surprise. Is this charcoal really that powerful? Su Cheng grinned, but then sighed. However, it's impressive, but the conversion rate isn't high. For example, this pile of wood might only yield 1/10 to 2/10 of charcoal. That's about it. As Su Cheng spoke, he made a hand gesture so that the rabbit-eared girl could understand more quickly. So we can't be too extravagant right now. Once the axe is made, and we make more logging tools to achieve complete firewood freedom, we can make good use of this technology. I understand, Cheng. Chun nodded seriously. I understand now, okay? Luo raised her face and shouted loudly. Okay, I'll teach you two now. After gently rubbing the little cutie's face, Su Cheng smiled and said, "We have a lot of clay now, so let's use the soil mound method." Even under current conditions, the selection of materials is still necessary for making charcoal. Hardwoods, such as oak and fruitwood, are best for producing the desired results. Secondly, the bark needs to be peeled off and cut into 30 to 50 centimeters long sections. As for the thickness, it should ideally not exceed the size of an adult's calf. Because if the material is too coarse, it won't burn through properly and needs to be split. If it's too fine, it will easily burn to ash. After explaining these points one by one, Su Cheng began to select suitable firewood. Luo and Chun also started rummaging through the woodpile. Su Cheng kept the pieces of wood with regular shapes and good grain, intending to use them to make bellows. Before long, all the suitable firewood had been selected. Next, Su Cheng went to get some wet clay for sealing, and once everything was ready, he began to build the dome-shaped woodpile. Meanwhile, many cat-eared girls had finished their dinner and gathered at the vertical kiln. They looked at the various pottery pieces that had been fired in the kiln, and their eyes shone with excitement. Although they were the ones who shaped the clay, everyone was curious about what it would look like after firing. Seeing that the cat-eared girls had arrived, Su Cheng left the task of lighting the fire to Chun and hurried over. He first checked the remaining temperature inside the kiln before beckoning to several familiar cat-eared girls. "Aguo, Hongtao, you guys are in charge of carrying it. Remember to be gentle and wrap your hands with animal hides to avoid burns. The rest of you follow me, keep digging." To make charcoal, dig a horizontal kiln. The two projects are being carried out simultaneously. The animal-eared girls were busy as bees, while Su Cheng had to juggle both tasks, running back and forth to avoid any problems. He planned to leave the bellows making until tomorrow and was taking the time to prepare some suitable materials now. Time seemed to have sped up, and before we knew it, it was already late at night. The night sky was dotted with stars, and all was peaceful. Suddenly, a streak of light tore through the darkness, swiftly streaking across the sky and plummeting into the distance. Then, another one. One more. The points of light moved very randomly, occasionally flashing across the sky. "Meow, it's the beast god. The beast god has appeared. Beast god, beast god." A cat-eared girl immediately screamed. Immediately afterwards, all the beast-eared girls raised their heads, widened their eyes, and stared intently at the point of light that was rapidly disappearing into the horizon. Then, they knelt down in great awe. Even Chun looked devout, bowing in worship. "Su Cheng, should I join the group, offer a prayer, and make a wish?" At the same time, he was also very surprised. So, the beast god the animal-eared girl was talking about is actually Meteor. Even in the dark sky, shooting stars still streak across the heavens. Before Su Cheng could finish complaining, an old voice came over. "Children, it is the beast god reminding us that the extreme winter is coming soon." The familiar word, extreme winter, instantly made everyone's heart tighten. The cat-eared elder, the great mother, like an NPC with a fixed storyline, appeared at this crucial moment in perfect coordination. But this time, the cat-eared elder's weathered face did not bear the same sorrow as before. She gently crouched down, looking at the strange vessels laid out on the ground. Then she picked up one of the still warm earthenware jars and carefully examined this magical object. The flame of hope in her eyes burned even brighter. "Mother, this is the pottery that Su Cheng taught us to make." Lin happily skipped over and introduced. "This is a ceramic pot. It's said that it can be used to boil water, cook meat, and store food. This is a bowl, this is a jar, this is a meow. I don't remember, but they're all useful. You should call me a shaman, child." The eldest mother tapped Lin's forehead, looking rather helpless. Although she knew Su Cheng didn't care about these things, there were still some things she had to say. Then, she looked at the group of animal-eared girls and said seriously, "Children, you have met a good shaman, the most powerful shaman I have ever seen. He will surely lead you through this harsh winter and help you survive safely. Therefore, we should learn to respect others, not be naughty, and listen to him carefully. From now on, he will be your closest relative." "Hee, what are you saying, Mom? You're one of our closest relatives too." "Hee, silly child." The eldest mother simply shook her head and gently patted Lin's head. Then, she gave Su Cheng a kind smile and nodded slightly, as if to express her gratitude or to say goodbye, her eyes gently entrusting everything to him. Then he turned around and slowly walked away. "Lin, your mother is tired and needs to rest. You must remember to listen to the shaman." As the old man's hunched back gradually disappeared into the darkness, Su Cheng seemed to realize something. My chest, which had been calm, now felt slightly tight. Late at night, after the animal-eared girls finished their work, they quickly washed their dirty hands and feet and went back to their tents to sleep. After a long day of work, my body is exhausted and I fall asleep very quickly. Only after all the noise had subsided did a small flame quietly appear in the dark tent. Immediately afterwards, a delicate fragrance slowly filled the air. Luo nestled obediently against Su Cheng, her face flushed, her lips tightly pursed, occasionally letting out a soft moan. Become. The flames flickered up and down, just like the petite black shadow reflected on the tent. I don't know how much time passed. Sudden, the tail that was wrapped around Su Cheng's wrist suddenly lost its strength and drooped down. The little cutie's eyes welled up with tears, and she immediately hugged Su Cheng's neck. Become. Just bear with it a little longer, Su Cheng said, his breathing labored. After a long while, it finally came to a complete end. Chapter 96: The Witch and the Clan Chief. The small pile of wood was almost completely burned out, slowly losing its light, leaving only a few points of intense red glow. The two embraced. The heavy, rapid breathing gradually subsided. The soft body in his arms suddenly shifted, adjusting to a comfortable position, and her bright, watery eyes lifted, emitting a faint green light. Become. What's wrong? Hee, I can't sleep. I'm not that sleepy either. I'll chat with you for a while. Su Cheng smiled, cupped her small buttocks in his hand, pulled her closer to his chest, and then gently patted her. Its soft, cool texture is like freshly made jelly, making it irresistible. The little cutie smiled, turned sideways, lifted her foot, and then placed it on Su Cheng's body. Okay, I have to do laundry again tomorrow morning. There's nothing we can do about it. Su Cheng said, we don't have any cloth, so we can't just use straw. Upon hearing this, the little cutie pouted. I can. Before she could finish speaking, Su Cheng interrupted her by affectionately rubbing his face against hers. We can't do that every time. It's okay to do it occasionally, just for fun and to relax. Besides, what about your body? It's possible to achieve this result last time. The little cutie's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed. It feels very comfortable. Su Cheng grinned. Next time. Now that everything's settled, we definitely can't cause any more trouble. He rubbed Luo's bouncy cheeks, somewhat surprised to find that this guy was also a little pervert. He then coughed lightly twice and quickly changed the subject. By the way, why do you think those lights that flashed across the sky were the beast god? A beast god is a beast god, after all. The little cutie blinked and asked. Doesn't Cheng know about the beast god? I don't know, I only know God. Although he had never played it, the overwhelming advertisements at the time had imprinted the name in his mind. Oh, then I'll tell Cheng, hee. Then, the little cutie tried hard to recall and slowly said. I heard it from the elders in the clan. In the past, people didn't know about the beast god. When they saw those points of light falling from the sky, they were just curious and would go to look for them. Later, people gradually discovered that every time this kind of light appeared, the weather would start to get colder. Sometimes there would be heavy rain and white flowers made of water. The wind would be particularly strong, and then the extreme winter would come. Therefore, the shamans in the tribe all believe that this is a warning from the god who protects all of us beast-eared people. It wants everyone to know in advance that the extreme winter is coming, so that we will not be unprepared when facing danger. Su Cheng listened quietly, occasionally squeezing the soft jelly with his hand. He could understand it to some extent. After all, in this primitive era, the beast-eared tribes had a rather vague and arbitrary concept of time and did not have a very accurate measurement. In their understanding, a day is determined by the sunrise and sunset. Secondly, there is the cycle of the 4 seasons: warm weather, hot weather, cool weather, and cold weather. This is also the only way they remember their age. As for a week or a month, that's out of the question. A polar winter occurs every 7 years. This is accurate data obtained from the system. Even Su Cheng, without the help of calendars or mobile phones as auxiliary timers, and without relying on manually marking the time, would gradually lose his sense of time as each day passed. Therefore, don't expect the Kemonomy girls to have a very accurate judgment on the 7-year period. To be precise, their predictions of the approaching extreme winter rely more on the frequency of the 4 seasons, their survival instincts, and the changes in extreme weather. And it seems only natural that such meteor showers, which occur by chance or are influenced by the extreme winter climate, would become beast gods in the hearts of the beast-eared tribes because of their accuracy. So, Does that mean other tribes will also hold sacrificial ceremonies to thank the beast god after surviving the extreme winter? Yes. Luo nodded. In the tribe, the people who need to be most respected are the shaman and the chieftain, and then the beast god. The witch is ranked first, naturally because she is tangible and the closest living being. After all, the beast god is still too ethereal and elusive. This also shows that the beast-eared tribe is not ignorant. They can distinguish who can truly help them and lead them to survival. Su Cheng let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly asked another question. Between the shaman and the clan chief, who has more power? In other words, whose authority do the clan members tend to listen to? We'll listen to the chief, but the chief will listen to the shaman. The little cutie giggled. Generally, if a shaman appears in a tribe, they won't elect a new chief. The tribe will only be led by the shaman's successor in the future. Oh, so where do shamans usually come from? Some join voluntarily, showcasing the skills of a shaman, and once they gain recognition, they become shamans in the tribe, Luo said earnestly. Others are the smarter members of the tribe. They learn some skills on their own, and then lead the tribe to become stronger. Over time, everyone will elect them as shamans. After listening, Su Cheng seemed to be deep in thought. In other words, if a tribe only has a shaman, it means that they have lived there for at least several generations. The composition and development of the tribe are relatively stable. In other words, if the shaman and the chieftain existed simultaneously, the history of this tribe would definitely not be very long. Outside the tent, a night wind suddenly blew by, causing the tent cloth to flutter. The little cutie instantly curled up, her little feet wrapping tightly around Su Cheng. What's wrong? Su Cheng tightened his grip on the little one in his arms and asked, looking down. When I used to sleep alone, the wind would always blow into my stomach, and it was very cold. And now, it's not cold anymore. It's warm in Cheng's arms. Luo looked up, her eyes crinkling with laughter. The wind can't get in either. Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. A slight movement of the fingertips. It's okay, I'll crawl in first from now on. Then the wind won't be able to get in. The little cutie blushed again and twisted her body. Then I won't be afraid anymore. All right, let's go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. I want to kiss you again, Cheng. Come on, come on. Early morning. Luo rinsed her mouth and then hurriedly took the animal skin coat to wash it. Su Cheng, breathing in the fresh air outside, began his workout as usual. Then, feeling refreshed, I went to the vertical kiln to see the pottery that had been fired the day before. Newly fired pottery needs to cool naturally and should not be exposed to direct wind. So after the pottery was taken out, Su Cheng specially set up a tent to shelter it from the wind and rain. When they arrived at the place, they saw the rabbit-eared girl Chun squatting in the tent, carefully examining the utensils on the ground. At the large pit nearby, Yu and his 6 companions were working hard, 3 digging mud and 3 carrying it, busy but orderly. Chapter 97. Did you do it on purpose last night? Why are you here so early? Su Cheng walked to the edge of the pit and grinned. Oh, it's a witch. Before going to the hunting area, Chun said to help dig a bit, meow. Anyway, we've been digging holes over there these past 2 days. We're quite skilled at it. Huoter smiled mischievously and showed off the pitiful muscles in her arm. At this moment, Chun also left the tent and came over. Looked Su Cheng up and down. I knew you were awake when Luo ran past here. Hey, how are those pottery pieces? Have they all gotten cold? Su Cheng asked. It's almost cold. Okay, I'll take it out and use it at noon. My teeth are getting sore from eating barbecue every day. Chun nodded, also somewhat expectant. Upon hearing this, Huoter and the others started arguing. Oh, witch, we'd like to try cooking meat in those pottery vessels too. How about we go hunting this afternoon? Yes, meow. I've been helping out here since this morning. The cat-eared girls started shouting, but Haruchi glared at them fiercely and shut them up. Behave yourselves. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Hunting, including the tasks assigned by Su Cheng, cannot be left to their whims. However, she didn't want to be too strict, lest these beast-eared girls be dejected all day. Then, Chun sighed helplessly and looked at Su Cheng. Could they take one with them? You can decide for me, Su Cheng said with a smile. Then take one. Chun looked at Yu and the others and earnestly instructed them. You can only bring one, and you must bring it back safely for me. Also, be careful not to be seen by the wolf-ear tribe when you make a fire over there. Yay. I know, Chun. We'll just run deeper into the woods. They won't see us. The animal-eared girls cheered and jumped for joy, instantly becoming full of energy again. As they chatted, they started discussing asking Lin for some spices later. Su Cheng listened from the side, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Those are all his spices, and they dug it up with great effort, even under the guise of feeding it grass. Sigh. They are certainly not stingy. They are all family members. Su Cheng just hoped that Lin would be careful when giving it to him, and keep some for himself. Before we knew it, as the sun rises, its warm rays pierce through the clouds, awakening the forest from its slumber. The cat-eared girls stretched and emerged from the tent one after another, starting a new day. A short while later, 5 cat-eared girls came over and replaced Shiryu and the others, continuing the task of digging the horizontal kiln. Then let's go hunting witches. Let's go? Go find Lin. Meow meow meow. After picking out a pottery jar they liked, Shiryu and the others quickly ran off. Remember not to throw it around. This thing is fragile. Su Cheng gave them a few words of advice, and seeing them disappear in a flash, he smiled helplessly and turned to instruct the cat-eared women who were digging the pit. Only after explaining the method for digging the horizontal kiln and some precautions did he begin to attend to his own tasks. Bellows. A key technological lever that could lead the transition from the pottery age to the metal age. Its core operating principle is to efficiently deliver air into the furnace, thereby allowing the fuel to burn completely and generating a stable high-temperature airflow. With the help of bellows, the temperature inside the kiln can easily rise to over 1,200 degrees Celsius. This is also the reducing flame state necessary when forging meteorite iron. It could even be said that without the assistance of bellows, meteorite iron would just be a rock containing impurities. And at this moment, what Su Cheng needs to do is create a double-acting piston bellows, which is the most powerful blower that does not rely on metal processing under current conditions. The structure of a double-acting bellows is actually not that complicated. The main components are the cylinder, piston rod, and valve. Now that pottery is available, there's no need to worry about the material for the jar. Su Cheng plans to simply use a larger earthenware pot instead. Other than that, the parts could only be made of wood. Although the parts weren't particularly intricate, it was Su Cheng's first time making such a thing, so he was inevitably clumsy, and it took him more time and effort. After the cat-eared girls who dug the pit last night went back, he, Chun, and Luo stayed a little longer, picking and choosing materials until midnight. Seeing Su Cheng sitting cross-legged on the ground, fiddling with the bellows again, Chun walked over and silently squatted down next to him. Can you finish it today? Sure, but it will take some time. I'll help you. As the rabbit-eared girl spoke, she picked up a few pieces of wood and took out a bone knife from her waist. Su Cheng looked up, casually patted her round bottom, and grinned. Don't squat down, or you'll end up like last night, with your legs so numb you can't stand up and I have to carry you. Last night, Su Cheng carried this guy back. Of course, the clansmen had all gone back to rest by then, so there might have been some deliberate intent involved. And only Luo knows about this. Chun tugged at her animal skin skirt, rolled her eyes at him, and snorted. What's wrong with giving me a hug? You spanked me. The second half of the sentence was spoken very softly, but fortunately the two were close enough that Su Cheng heard every word. He couldn't help but laugh. Did you deliberately let me hug you last night, just because I spanked your bottom? No. I think it looks like it. Snort. Chun turned her face away and muttered. You don't have to hug me. I can't not hug him, otherwise I'll be at a huge loss. Su Cheng bared his teeth. Looking at the wicked grin on the guy's face, Chun suddenly felt an urge to elbow him. She didn't quite understand why Su Cheng would find hugging her a happy thing and enjoy it so much. This includes massaging her legs and carrying her on your back. They all enjoy it immensely. She clearly wanted to use this as an opportunity to get a little revenge. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. The rabbit-eared girl wrinkled her nose and glared at him again. You have to cook meat for me for lunch. Good. Su Cheng smiled and nodded, then added, I'll make the bellows myself. These parts aren't too difficult. You can learn by watching. I'll tell you how to make them. Ask me if you don't understand anything. Upon hearing this, Chun nodded and stood up. Then I'll go get some more charcoal. I burned 3 piles of firewood yesterday, and they should all be ready by now. The fire method generally requires waiting for the pile of earth to cool completely, and this process usually takes overnight. It's cold now, so it should be faster. All right. Su Cheng did not refuse, partly because he knew Chun Xian couldn't stand being idle and would probably get restless quickly if he just stayed by her side. Let her find something to do so she won't get frustrated. Chun is already quite skilled at making charcoal, and she has memorized some of the points that need attention. Soon, she was working on it all by herself. Chapter 98 Cooking Meat. From piling up firewood and applying mud to lighting the fire, the entire process is incredibly smooth. Once the flames were up, she ran to the other 3 litters of firewood, knocked off the ceiling clay covering them, and then, wearing the animal skin gloves that Cheng had specially sewn, carefully dug out all the charcoal. The 3 piles of firewood didn't produce much charcoal in total, given the low conversion rate. If they wanted more, they could only rely on increasing the quantity of firewood they piled up. Then, Chun piled all the dark charcoal lumps together, creating a small mound about knee-high. She crossed her arms and looked at it from left to right, as if she had seen some incredible treasure. After admiring the fruits of her labor with a satisfied expression, Chun patted the black ash off her hands, turned around, and strode over. The hard-working bunny-eared girl is about to start learning how to make a bellows. Eager to learn and love learning. Learning has no end. That's exactly the kind of person I'm talking about. Seeing Chun approach with a serious expression, Cheng grinned. If this guy were alive today, he'd be a top student. Why are you staring at me? She asked. You're beautiful. I was busy like that until noon. Luo fed the piglets. Then she and Lin distributed the berries. Afterward, the 2 of them excitedly helped Cheng move the pottery. Outside the main tent of the camp, everyone except the 6 cat-eared girls from the hunting team had arrived. It was their first time using pottery, and each cat-eared girl's face was filled with anticipation and curiosity. They sat quietly on the ground, their eyes fixed on the utensils in Luo's hands. Afterwards, Cheng and Chun, having washed their hands, also came over with the last earthenware jar and pot. Luo, distribute the bowls first. Okay, done. The first batch of bowls were shaped directly using stone troughs. They were ugly in appearance, but there were enough of them. The animal-eared girls carefully accepted the gifts, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Which, is this for storing things? You're so silly. It's similar to the stone troughs we use. It's definitely for putting things in. Meow, you dare call me stupid? Then you're stupid too. I'm not stupid, Meow. You two be careful not to break it, or the witch will be angry. Chun was focused on starting the fire and had no time to deal with these noisy fellows. After washing the earthenware pot, Cheng smiled at everyone and began to explain. That's called a bowl. It's used to hold things. You can also use it to scoop water to drink later, and the water won't leak. Normally, the animal-eared girls drink water using leather bags, bamboo joints, or simply by cupping their hands. Leather bags always have a strange taste, and bamboo joints can easily scratch their lips. Cupping their hands is much simpler, but it leaks quickly. Seeing Cheng scoop a full bowl of water from this vessel called a bowl without spilling a drop, the beast-eared girls instantly became excited. Wow, it really can hold water, Meow. It seems like it should be easier to use than bamboo joints. Will this taste strange? Why don't you try it and see? Some of the cat-eared girls had already taken out their water-filled pouches and started pouring water into the bowls. He looked closely at the bowl full of water, then held it up above his head to examine the bottom, his eyes gleaming. Gurgle. Hee hee, it really doesn't hurt my mouth. I won't need to use bamboo joints anymore. I'll give it a try too, Meow. Seeing them gulping down water, Cheng chuckled. Don't drink too much, or you won't be able to eat meat later. At this moment, Luo and Lin also brought over the stored meat from the cave. Seeing the pile of meat in front of them, the cat-eared girls quickly stopped drinking water and sat down obediently. By the way, we're not giving out meat today. Cheng's sudden remark left the cat-eared girls bewildered, and they all looked over. He continued, today we'll all eat together, and I'll teach you how to cook meat. From now on, you won't have to eat roasted meat every day anymore. Everyone tilted their heads, increasingly confused. No more barbecue? What is boiled meat? Since it was said by a shaman, it must be something very powerful. A group of people blinked and listened with a blank, innocent look on their faces. At this moment, Chun had already lit the fire and set up the wood. Cheng then placed the earthenware pot on it and poured in half a pot of water. He turned around, glanced at the cat-eared girls, and finally fixed his gaze on Luo. Especially for those of you who are thinner, you should eat more boiled meat and less grilled meat in the future. Boiled meat is healthier than grilled meat and retains more nutrients. This way you can gain more weight and strength. These guys get all excited when it comes to gaining weight and strength. Which, if we eat that boiled meat, will we become as powerful as Yu and the others? Then we can go hunting too, Meow. Hunting is much more fun than picking fruit. Meow meow, I want to grow stronger too, so I can hunt a wild boar. Cheng listened, his mouth twitching. You guys don't mention anything dangerous at all. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Luo not far away. This guy was sucking his fingers, turning his head to stare at Lin next to him, or more accurately, staring at the 2 magnificent mounds on Lin's chest. Her wish was much more practical than that of these noisy cat girls. Eat meat, gain weight, gain even more weight. That way, it will feel even better to touch it. Although we don't know what Luo is thinking, the little cutie's envious eyes say it all. Su Cheng grinned. I plan to give her a good talking to tonight. Big has its advantages, and small has its own charm. Besides, just eating meat isn't enough. You also need to exercise more. Of course, it's through his hands that he exercises. Spring's voice interrupted his jumbled thoughts. Rabbit-eared girl glanced at the water in the earthenware pot and suddenly nudged him. All right, where are your spices? All right, I almost forgot. Su Cheng grinned and hurriedly went back to the main tent to retrieve it. This time, in addition to spices, they also brought something about the size of a palm, wrapped in animal hide. Seeing Su Cheng acting suspiciously, Chun squinted and asked, What's this? Hee, you'll see when you open it. Be careful when you open it, don't spill it. Chun took it, gave him a disgruntled look, and then slowly opened it. What came into view were some small, grayish-white particles, not many in number. Curious, she leaned closer to smell them, and found a faint scent of wood ash. What exactly is this? Is it edible too? Just as Chun was about to stick out her tongue to taste it, Su Cheng stopped her in time. Don't waste it. Use it as a seasoning in the water. Like spices. Yes, this is salt, Su Cheng said. Upon hearing this, Chun's eyes lit up. Is it the salt you mentioned before? The salt that can be extracted from salt springs? Pretty much, but these have nothing to do with the salt spring. Where did you get it from? Chun asked curiously. Su Cheng grinned. Do you remember when we happened to find the salt spring? I was looking around and found these salty grasses, so I dug them all up. Chapter 99. Doesn't your conscience hurt? As everyone knows, both races are certified. Su Cheng likes to eat grass, so Chun Zhao was used to it and didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Besides, she doesn't know her. The grass that Su Cheng dug up was saltwort and alkali grass. Generally speaking, this type of grass grows mostly in saline alkali land, salt lakes, and coastal mudflats, and rarely grows naturally near salt springs, since the salt concentration in salt springs is too high, exceeding the tolerance limit of these plants. However, Su Cheng was incredibly lucky. After discovering the salt spring, he searched around a little further away and actually found some more. Why didn't you take out the salt and eat it sooner? Chun glared at him. This time, Su Cheng rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Why do you think I hid it? If Lin knew, I wouldn't even be able to keep this little bit. That's true. Looking at the young women chatting with their clansmen not far away, Chun had nothing to say. Today is the first time I've cooked meat in a ceramic pot, so I'll give you something nice to eat, Su Cheng grinned. We're still eating the same meat, what's the difference? Chun turned her face away, but the corners of her mouth curled up. Then eat less later. Don't even think about it. The bunny-eared girl glared back instantly. I'm going to eat you all. Eat, eat, eat. I'll give you everything. Su Cheng laughed heartily. If you eat my food today, then it'll be my turn to eat yours later. That's what you call fair, damn it. Ignoring Su Cheng's mischievous gaze, Chun carefully tucked the coarse salt into her pocket and focused on looking at her earthenware pot. Now the salt is hers, the meat is hers, and the pot is hers too. What does Guan Sucheng have to do with this? Once the water boils, you can add the meat. Deprived of the right to cook meat, Su Cheng could only look at the berries and wild vegetables that had been prepared. The little cutie also came over, da-da-da, and smiled sweetly. Okay, would you like some fruit? No, I'll pick some to cook with the meat later. Can fruit be cooked with meat? The little cutie opened her eyes wide with curiosity. Of course, and it tastes good. Since we're eating something good, we can't just boil white meat. Otherwise, the meat chunks will be all white and tasteless. Therefore, adding some fruits and wild vegetables as a substitute for seasonings is also a good option. After some picking and choosing, Su Cheng managed to pick out quite a few berries from the miscellaneous bunch. There are hawthorn, cardamom, and some tree tomatoes. Although hawthorn is sour, it can soften tough meat and remove fishy smells and greasiness, making it a good thing. Of course, if you are worried that the broth will be too sour at the end, you can take it out halfway through cooking. Omomum villosum. These small purplish-red cardamom beans also have the function of removing fishy smells and can also add fragrance. They are fruits that are naturally fragrant. As for tree tomatoes, they are tangy and refreshing, tasting like a mix of tomatoes and passion fruit. Soups made with them are sweet and sour, and especially appetizing. Finally, to the delight of all the animal-eared girls, the water in the earthenware pot began to bubble and gurgle. It was also the first time they had witnessed the magic of pottery. The boiling water, steaming hot, didn't leak a single drop. Moreover, the earthenware pot doesn't look like it has any problems. Unlike bamboo, it won't turn black over time or crack. Furthermore, it can hold much more water than bamboo or stone mortars. Is it ready? Okay. Seeing the bubbling water, Chun happily turned her head and asked. The stern face seemed to melt away with the heat, and a smile naturally appeared on it. She herself didn't even realize it. She was only focused on urging Su Cheng. Can we add the meat now? How much salt should we add? Okay, you can add it now. As for the salt, you can add it last. Su Cheng nodded and chuckled. By the way, remember to cut those meat pieces thinner and smaller. They won't taste good if they're too thick. I know, you don't need to tell me. Then don't ask me. Snort. The bunny-eared girl, caught up in the moment, doesn't care about you. She'll use you, and then throw you away. She took out a bone knife, cut the meat pieces that Lin had prepared into smaller pieces, and then threw them into the pot. The cat-eared girls watching kept glancing back and forth at the meat in Chun's hand. At this moment, Luo also volunteered to take the fruits that Su Cheng had picked out and put them in one by one. Add the spices and stir with a wooden spoon. Put the lid on and let it sit for a while. At Su Cheng's prompting, Chun picked up a piece of wood and used it as a makeshift pot lid. How long will it be suffocating? She asked, turning around. Wait a while. Then wait until the white steam appears before you look. Good. The restless Chun squatted down to add firewood, and Luo also diligently assisted from the side. Only the lazy Lin, mingling among the cat-eared girls, craned her neck waiting to be eaten. In just over 10 minutes, white steam began to rise from the wooden lid. Chun's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly lifted the lid off. In an instant, white steam billowed out. A fragrant aroma of meat mixed with fruit instantly filled the air, a blend of sour, sweet, and faint medicinal scents, carried on the breeze, warm and inviting, constantly filling everyone's noses. The cat-eared girls all swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Meow, it smells so good. It smells delicious. This smells so good, meow. Especially recently, Chun and Luo have been drooling. Su Cheng then went over, gently blew away the white steam, and took a closer look at the meat and fruit simmering in the pot. To be honest, he was craving it too. This is the first time I've eaten boiled food since I came here. I felt like crying. He then took the spoon, stirred it again, and scooped out a little soup to taste. It's truly sweet and sour, and warms the heart and lungs. If this were in modern times, it would probably be an ordinary meat soup that no one would even bother to look at, but in Su Cheng's eyes, it had become the most delicious food in the world. Salt. Su Cheng Chow nodded his chin. He originally wanted to come over and pour it himself, but seeing Chun's eager and excited expression, he gave up. Just spoil them. What else can you do? How much? Chun took out the salt packet and looked at the earthenware pot. This pot of soup has a lot of broth. Give me a small portion first. Good. Chun carefully scooped out a small portion of the grayish-white coarse salt, then reluctantly poured it into the pot. His serious expression made Su Cheng laugh. There will be plenty of these things in the future. Look how reluctant you are to part with them. None of your business. Chunbai glanced at him. Then he simply put the salt packet back into his pocket. Give it back to me, Su Cheng said. What do you mean? It's mine now. Don't you feel any remorse saying that? Su Cheng's lips twitched. He was stunned. He had thought Lin was the biggest spendthrift, but he never expected that there was such a big, fat tiger hiding here. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. The bunny-eared girl couldn't hide her smugness as she hummed. What is conscience? I'll just leave it at that. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I'll show you next time. Su Cheng sighed. Luo blinked, watching the two bicker. Seeing Su Cheng's discomfiture, he chuckled incessantly. Then my head was ruffled, and I heard a voice in my ear. You're still laughing? I'll deal with you tonight. You're not laughing anymore? It's too late. Chapter 100 Crimson Night. Then, Su Cheng picked up the spoon again and continued to taste it. And you know what? Chun added just the right amount. The saltiness was perfect. She'll definitely be a great wife in the future, good at cooking. How is it? Is there enough salt? That's enough. Cook it a little longer. Cover and continue simmering. Luo and Chun continued to watch the firewood. Finally, after simmering for nearly 20 more minutes, Su Cheng lifted the lid. He used a wooden stick as chopsticks to poke at the slices of meat and found that most of them were already soft and mushy. Then he scooped out the hawthorns and threw them away and said to the beast-eared girls, You can eat now. Line up one by one and bring your bowls. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Yay, let's eat meat. Slurp slurp. Don't rush, meow. Spring has released a lot of succulence. In the earthenware pot, the soup was red and white, with a thin layer of fat floating on the surface. It looks delicious, and it smells even better. The cat-eared girls stared intently, excitedly forming a long queue. Su Cheng then transformed into a waiter serving food at the shop window, scooping meat and soup for the cat-eared girls with a flick of his spoon. The pot was big enough to cook a lot, and in the end, Su Cheng was the only one left, with quite a bit of broth remaining in the pot. Looking again at the beast-eared girls, they were all eating with great relish, their eyes gleaming. Because they forgot to make chopsticks, these guys just used their hands to scoop up the meat. After slurping the meat slices down their throats, they started to sip the soup. The sweet and sour, slightly spicy meat soup exploded on their taste buds, making them question their existence with its irresistible aroma. Their pupils dilated instantly, and if it weren't for the fact that it was too hot to eat, they probably would have gulped it down in one go. This is so delicious. Tasty. I want more soup, meow. I'd like to drink it too. I don't mind not eating meat. The crowd stirred. The girls, trying it for the first time, ate it eagerly, their eyes welling up with tears from the heat. Su Cheng turned to look at Chunhaluo. These two were the same, their mouths greasy from eating, licking their lips while staring longingly at the pot. Then, Chun looked at Su Cheng, walked over and gently tugged at his animal skin coat. Okay, should we cook another pot? Not full. The bunny-eared girl's cheeks flushed, and she turned her face away, refusing to look at him. That shy look is just too cute. Cook. Su Cheng waved his hand instantly. Eat your fill today. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, Yu and the others sat around the earthenware pot, eating boiled meat, looking at each other in bewilderment. It seems to taste a little better than barbecue. Yeah, meow, you can even drink the soup. Let it cool down a bit. It's a little hot right now. The group smacked their lips and waited quietly. The autumn wind was bleak, blowing the hair of the 6 men. Hora looked up at the sky, which was obscured by the big trees, and suddenly said, "Why do I feel like I've lost something, meow?" Everyone looked over. They also unconsciously shrank their necks. I feel like I've been abandoned. So what exactly is it? Night. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. It wasn't as bright white as before, but rather strangely alluring, as if covered by a layer of red gauze. The cat-eared tribe was peaceful. The well-fed cat-eared girls were resting quietly in their tents. In the distance, low moans came from the large tent, where the shaman was disciplining his favorite little wolf-eared girl. The wolf-ear tribe was bustling with activity, celebrating the full recovery of its people in another bountiful hunt. People sang, danced, and wrestled. Not far away, the large tent was silent. The big-tailed wolf chieftain sat at the entrance, staring blankly at the sky. His mind was filled with images of roasted meat, weeds, medicine, and himself when he was sick, the weakling from the cat-ear tribe who was a head shorter than him. Meanwhile, deep in the forests of northwest China, at the foot of the ochre-red mountains, the lights were bright, illuminating half the sky. The roars were deafening, and everywhere there were shadows of blood and clubs. That crimson moon seemed to be writing history for them, witnessing this first transformation in decades, or even centuries. On this special night, the 2 successors of the sorcerer could no longer endure it, and led their respective supporters of more than 70 people to begin a bloody struggle that lasted until the early hours of the morning. The tribe of over 150 people was completely torn apart at that moment. In the firelight, countless dark figures danced like ghosts and gods, relentlessly attacking, wielding, and smashing their former tribesmen and companions with stone clubs, bone knives, wooden spears, and stones. Despite cracked lips, a hoarse throat, and countless wounds and bloody holes covering his body, soaking his animal hide in blood, he couldn't stop. No one told them that losers wouldn't be killed. No one told them that losers could still stay. No one told them that Ochre Mountain could still be their home. Their respective sorceresses, in order to secure this victory, chose to remain silent and watch everything unfold with indifference. Only when all escape routes are cut off will they fight desperately for themselves, and only then will they transform their desire for survival into cruelty towards their former comrades. Only the victors can live, can remain at the foot of Ochre Mountain, and can make it their home. As it turned out, they succeeded. With just a little misguided guidance, the tribesmen were plunged into panic. In order to stay and survive, they had no choice but to do anything. This moment, the sounds of fighting, roaring, wailing, cursing, and the helpless cries of children mingled together. Flames ignited the tents, the dry firewood, the haystacks, and also ignited the deepest thirst for blood in their eyes. In moments of madness, a person can be a beast. The beast-eared race is even more extreme. The flames stretched for miles at the foot of the mountains and in the forest, depicting a winding and ferocious dragon. Their big sticks smashed everything, including the children who had once clung to their arms, laughing and playing. This bloody battle continued until the early hours of the morning. The story ends with another witch having her head smashed open with a large club. The flames went out. The moon became bright again. Only about 20 followers remained, herded together. The elderly, children, men, and women, their bodies covered in wounds and dripping with blood. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they looked lost and helpless. Don't kill me. Don't send us away. Witch, we acknowledge you as our witch. Wah, father, mother. The cries for mercy, the screams, and the cold night wind gradually calmed down the beast-eared men who were carrying weapons. The ferocity in their eyes gradually faded, and as they looked at the mess around them and the countless corpses, they couldn't help but tremble. They won. But I couldn't feel happy at all. I just felt a tightness in my heart and a dull ache. Just then, the shaman with the cold expression and the resolute-looking male rat ears suddenly revealed a kind smile. He slowly walked up to the group of terrified people, stepped on the corpse of another witch, and looked serious. How could I kill you? You are still my people. The fault of the struggle does not lie with you, but with him, Sher Hong. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. I've always wanted to tell you that even if you lose, I will not drive you away, much less kill you. It's all Sher Hong's deception. The Yin Tu tribe will always be your tribe. Chapter 101. Your expression is wrong. At this moment, almost all the beast ears went completely blank. So they won't die? They won't be driven away? From the crowd, a rat-eared warrior roared and charged toward the corpse at the witch's feet. The witch instinctively stepped back, her fists clenched, and only calmed down after seeing that the other party was just desperately beating the corpse. It's all your fault. You deceived us. My woman, my child, my brother, they're all dead because of your deception. Each roar was stained with blood. He may not have known whether the witch had deceived them or not. At this moment, he just wanted to vent all the endless pain in his heart on this corpse that bore the name of deception and was the source of all evil. The next second, yes, it's all his fault, he lied to us. I'm going to smash him to pieces. Angry voices rang out, and more than 20 people, including children, rushed forward, venting their anger mercilessly on the dead corpse. The new witch smiled with satisfaction. He let out a long sigh and waved to the onlookers. Don't stand there, put away your weapons. They are not your enemies. Now take the wounded tribespeople to rest, and I will prepare herbal medicine for everyone. Yes, witch. A cold wind howled through the mountains and forests. The amiable smile on the new witch's face slowly disappeared only after everyone had left. The bright moonlight shone on the ground, also reflecting on that cold and gloomy face. He stared at Sher Hong's mangled corpse, his expression gradually turning ferocious, muttering to himself. More than 40 people, more than 20 people. Too little, too little. It's all your fault. You've caused me to lose so many people. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a deep, dark light. Wolf-eared tribe, great bull tribe. Birdsong at dawn. A ray of light shone down. Su Cheng yawned, pounded his aching back, and slowly made his way out of the tent. Luo followed closely behind, took the small ceramic bowl that had been distributed yesterday, scooped out half a bowl of water, and rinsed her mouth with her flushed face. This morning I don't need to wash my fur coat. I just need to rinse my mouth. As it turns out, those who mock witches are given a severe lesson, and if that's still not enough, they'll be subjected to early education and late life upbringing. Gurgle. The little cutie tilted its head back and began rinsing its mouth earnestly, its tail wagging in response. He glanced at Su Cheng, who had started throwing wild punches, and his lips curled up slightly. My legs are still tingly and numb. Not far away. Spring also lifted the curtain and emerged from the tent. She spotted Su Cheng at a glance, then straightened her animal skin dress and walked over. You went to bed so early last night because sure you and the others needed to talk to you. I don't go to bed early. Su Cheng stopped exercising, looked at her, and suddenly realized something. Strictly speaking, I did go to bed late. What's wrong with them? The trap pit is dug. As you requested, it's more than a person deep, and we've laid wooden spikes underneath. Chun sniffed and continued. So when do you plan to hunt that bear? Tomorrow. Can't we do it today? Today I'm thinking about forging a meteorite iron axe. The bellows and the horizontal kiln are all done, so I'll hurry up and start forging it so that the tribesmen can chop more firewood. If I start forging now, I estimate it won't be finished until late at night at the earliest. Spring was somewhat surprised. Will it take this long? Well, that's considered fast. Su Cheng didn't say that this wasn't just fast, it was outrageous. Without the encyclopedia scanning function to help him accurately analyze and monitor the furnace temperature in real time, and without his skillful hands to improve his success rate and drastically compress the time that would otherwise require waiting and trial and error under the current conditions with his zero experience, it would be very difficult for him to forge a meteorite axe properly in less than 7 or 8 days. Upon hearing this, Chun also felt somewhat helpless and said earnestly, "All right, it's settled then. We'll hunt the bear tomorrow, and I'll tell Shuriwe and the others tonight." "Why are you suddenly so concerned about that bear?" Chun rolled her eyes. "I want to eat salt. It's truly a simple and unpretentious wish." "And what about that new hunting equipment you mentioned?" "There's been no news about it yet," she continued. Su Cheng scratched his head. "You mean that?" "I'm still considering it. It's very simple to make, but I'm worried it might not work well." "Why isn't it working properly?" "There are only trees over there. The view is terrible." Su Cheng shrugged helplessly. "I'll teach you when you and the others come back tonight. You'll have to learn it eventually anyway." Chun remained curious and asked, "What exactly is it?" "Yes, it's called a spear thrower. It's used to assist spears and can greatly increase the lethality of spears. However, it's only suitable for use in open areas. I don't think it would be very effective in forests." Su Cheng laughed and said, "Hee hee, but don't worry, we might not even need to use this thing to deal with that bear this time." "Who's worried?" Chun glared at him, still trusting Shiryu and the others' hunting abilities. "Then wait until I finish training, then I'll go and forge an axe." Chun narrowed her eyes, looking somewhat disdainful. "Are all these exercises you're doing really effective?" "Of course it works. Go ask Luo if you don't believe me." "Why did I ask Luo what?" "Didn't you ask if it's useful?" "That's with Luo Yi." In an instant, the clever bunny-eared girl shut her mouth, as if she understood something. Forced to attend classes every morning and evening, how could they not understand? Looking at Su Cheng, she felt even more contemptuous. So this exercise is for that purpose. A slight blush instantly appeared on Chun Qing's cool cheeks, and she turned her face away, refusing to look at him. "I'm going to the kiln pit first." Wait for me. I'll be done practicing soon." "No, we won't wait." The bunny-eared girl turned her back to Su Cheng, wiggled her pert bottom, and decisively walked away. At this moment, the little cutie finished rinsing her mouth, walked over with a clatter, grabbed Su Cheng's animal skin coat, and grinned with her teeth. Don't laugh." "I wasn't laughing. Your expression is off. You'll have extra class tonight." "No, please." The little cutie smiled and ran off. "You know how to bully me." "Hey, running won't help." When Su Cheng arrived with the meteorite, Chun had already piled up charcoal in the furnace and moved the bellows over. "What else is needed?" She turned around and asked. Su Cheng then squatted down by the pit, stroking his chin in thought. "Let me think about it. Bellows, kiln, animal skin gloves, water, pliers, stone hammer, crucible, stone anvil, whetstone, charcoal powder, clay, sand and gravel." He quickly went through the whole process in his mind, then glanced at the prepared items in front of him and said, "We're still missing a stone anvil, and we need to prepare a few more stone hammers as well." "What is a stone anvil?" "Just a large, flat rock, about half the size of the one in the center of the camp." Chun blinked and said, "I'll go get it. I remember there's some south of the camp." "Good." Chapter 102 Forging Meteorite Iron. While Chun was moving stones, Su Cheng filled a pottery jar with water and checked the animal skin gloves and the simple pliers made of wooden strips. Before long, the stone was moved over. It was more than half a meter long and wide, with a rough and flat surface, and was very thick. It was estimated to weigh nearly 200 kilograms. Chun and the other cat-eared girl carried it over. Su Cheng was stunned and gasped. This strength was unmatched. If it were him, he would probably have a hard time lifting it. After putting down the stone, Chun also moved his sore and numb arms before asking, "How about this one?" "That's great." Su Cheng nodded and said, "Let's start the fire." Soon, the charcoal in the furnace was lit, and Su Cheng taught Chuanha, the cat-eared girl who helped move the stones, the basic operation of the bellows. Then, he took out the meteorite iron, took a deep breath, and officially began the forging process. According to the encyclopedia, forging meteorite iron generally requires 6 steps. The first step in processing meteorite iron is to use a hot forging and splitting method, which involves heating and forging the iron before cutting it. Then, using charcoal powder and a crucible, reduction smelting was carried out to obtain loose and porous sponge iron. The extracted iron ore is then heated and repeatedly hammered on a stone anvil until it is forged into the desired shape of an axe blank. Finally, there is quenching and tempering. Once everything is done, the blade edge is sharpened and the handle is attached. Only then is the job truly complete. This process is generally very lengthy. The process of melting the metal at high temperatures and separating the impurities takes 2 days, and forging it into an axe takes about a day. The reason for this slow process is that the temperature cannot be accurately determined during the forging process, and repeated heating and cooling observation are required. However, the built-in scanning function of the Cheng encyclopedia can monitor the temperature in real time, which can avoid this problem. The flames burned fiercely. Not long after, the red-hot meteorite collided violently with the stone hammer. Gravel flew everywhere. The clanging and resounding sounds were like a beautiful musical piece. The vibrations made my hands numb and my eardrums ring. In Cheng's eyes, this was more than just forging a meteorite iron axe. Rather, it represents progress in yet another era. 1 hour, 2 hours, until the time was forgotten. The constant pounding and intense concentration had left Cheng's hands and feet sore and numb. The sweat on my forehead, back, and limbs dried countless times. Fortunately, Chun was there to help, and the two of them took turns pounding and pushing the bellows. The cat-eared girl on the other side also had a lot of black ash on her face and hands, which made her dark, bright eyes look even clearer and more comical. This might be the first time Cheng has worked so hard since he transmigrated. The three of them only rested for a short while after Luo brought over the steaming hot food. Eat faster, work harder, and try to score a goal before midnight. I'll cook something delicious for you two separately then. The momentum is strong. The fire in my heart must not be extinguished. Cheng's words also boosted their spirits considerably. Try your best, Meow. Don't forget what you said. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. After a quick bite to fill their stomachs, they got back to work. Luo obediently tidied up the dishes and earthenware pots. She knew she couldn't be of much help, so she did what she could. Watching the three of them working so hard, seeing Cheng's arms and back blackened by soot, his hair soaked with sweat, and his tired expression, she couldn't help but sniffle. Before we knew it, it was already late at night. The west side of the cat-ear campsite, however, was bustling with activity. Apart from a few cat-eared girls who needed to keep watch and patrol, almost everyone else was gathered there. The firelight from the kiln illuminated half the sky and was reflected in the eyes of all the beast-eared girls. They watched all this with excitement and anticipation, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Of course, it's not just about looking. At least when it came to pushing and pulling the bellows, they were all eager to do it. One reason is novelty, and the other is the sense of participation. Chun took over most of the repetitive hammering work. This rabbit-eared girl has a strong ability to adapt and learn. She went from being unfamiliar with the work at the beginning to being proficient in just a few hours. Every time Cheng saw her snatch the stone hammer from her hand, he could only grin. He knew the other person was concerned about him, so he didn't refuse and instead focused on monitoring the temperature and the details of the meteorite being hammered. Luo handed water to the group and occasionally stood on tiptoe to wipe Cheng's sweat. In everyone's eyes, all they saw was the light of the flames. But in her eyes, there was more of the man who was smiling and pinching her cheeks. Clang, clang, clang. Ironwares clashed. Sparks are flying everywhere. Swept into the air by the night wind, they danced and swayed, a dazzling display of colors. I don't know how much time has passed. The axe blade, roasted until it turned straw yellow, was put back into the water. The heat instantly evaporated, and hissing white smoke rose up. For a long time. When it's taken out again, a voice rang out, startling everyone. It's ready, Cheng suddenly said. Spring stopped, glanced at the meteorite axe that had finished its tempering, and let out a long breath as her breathing gradually calmed down. That's it. It's almost done, Cheng said. Next, we need to sharpen the blade. Give it to me, you can take a break. It's all right, I can handle it. Chun glanced at him, gripped the axe in her hand tightly, and said seriously, I'm good at sharpening things. Seeing the rabbit-eared girl's reluctant little eyes, Cheng could only smile helplessly. I almost forgot that this guy has a unique passion for polishing weapons. Okay, you do it. Oomph. The bunny-eared girl immediately curled up the corners of her lips. Cheng then gathered up the other 2 pieces of meteorite iron that had been cut off, one half the size and the other much smaller, and wrapped them all in animal hides. Spring blinked and asked, So, little one, what are you planning to fight? She knew what the large piece of wood was for, since the initial plan was to forge 2 axes. So, when she saw Su Cheng deliberately cut out 3 pieces at the beginning, she was quite curious. Su Cheng looked at her and grinned. I won't tell you. I don't care to know. The rabbit-eared girl pouted and picked up her axe to begin sharpening it. Soon after, a heavy, grinding sound was heard. The rhythm is neither too fast nor too slow, carrying a profound power. The animal-eared girls craned their necks to watch, their eyes gleaming, and their hearts clenched with anticipation. Success. Or it may fail. They are already within reach. But it must be said that Chun is indeed very skilled at sharpening blades. By the glow of the embers in the kiln, she used sandstone dipped in water to roughly grind it, examine it, grind it finely, and finally sharpen it. It was her first time polishing a tool made of meteorite iron, and she was incredibly serious and cautious. Her mature and experienced demeanor prevented her from pursuing perfection to an excessive degree. When the rough blade turned into a sharp edge, I stopped immediately. This is something that Su Cheng greatly admires. Because Chun's judgment was correct. Chapter 103 Sacred Artifacts. Meteorite, a high-carbon iron-nickel alloy, is indeed not suitable for sharpening. This is a difference in material properties and has nothing to do with technology. If it's obsidian or flint, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, the angle of the blade varies depending on the intended use. For example, the most suitable blade angle for this axe used for chopping wood and cutting trees is 35 to 45 degrees. Chun handled this aspect very well. After the sharpening is complete, the handle is attached. Su Cheng had already whittled the hardwood for the axe handle and placed it aside. Chun then drove the wooden handle, which had been whittled into a trapezoidal shape at one end, deep into the axe hole, tapped it twice on the stone slab, applied tree sap, and then bound it firmly with rawhide strips. I tried it out with a few simple swings and waves, and was quite satisfied with the feel of it. The animal-eared girls stared at the strange thing with shining eyes. They remembered that Su Cheng had said that the tool he was forging was called an axe, and it was used to chop down trees. Immediately, a group of people started shouting excitedly. Spring, give it a try, meow. Yes, this was made by a witch. It must be very powerful. I think so too. Using it to cut down trees would definitely be much faster than using our feet. Give it a try, Spring. We want to see just how powerful it is. The cat-eared girls' voices were like waves, and the expectant light in their eyes shone even brighter. Chun looked down at the dark iron axe in his hand, then took a deep breath and raised it high. Let's go, give it a try. Meow. Let's go cut down the tree. Meow meow. The bright moon hangs high, and a cold wind whistles. But that couldn't stop this group of excited and boisterous guys. Soon, a group of people rushed to the nearest big tree. Sure, you took the iron axe from Chun and climbed up in a few quick movements. I'm ready, meow. She shouted down to the crowd. Then, the iron axe was raised, its surface gleaming with a cold light. Under the moonlight, it streaked across the sky like a shooting star. The cat-eared girls, looking up, widened their eyes instantly, afraid of missing a single detail. Puff! A low, muffled thud. With a single strike, the axe blade embedded itself deeply into the thick branch. Sure Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He pulled out forcefully and slashed down again. Snap! Unlike the first one, this time the sound was crisper and louder, instantly exploding in the silent night sky. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then burst into a gasp of surprise. It's broken. Meow. It's broken already. Only 2 chops, meow, that's amazing. Is this the axe made by the witch? Which meow? Which cat? Which cat? Which cat? At this moment, the branch, which was as thick as a wrist, had broken off completely, with only a bit of bark still hanging on the trunk. Even Chun was extremely shocked and couldn't believe the axe's chopping efficiency. Su Cheng watched from a distance and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also well aware that the ability to do something so decisive and efficient was probably not only due to the axe, but also to Yu's terrifying strength. But ultimately, the outcome was good, and that's enough. Watching the cat-eared girls cheer and jump around under the tree, shouting strange slogans. His lips twitched involuntarily. So what exactly is this Wu Miao thing? Thus, the first sacred artifact of the cat-eared tribe appeared. It went on until the early hours of the morning. The initial wave of enthusiasm gradually subsided. The charcoal in the kiln burned out, and moonlight replaced the firelight. The cat-eared girls finally felt sleepy, yawned, and quickly ran back to the camp. Inside the large tent, Su Cheng sat on the hay bed, grinning. Only when I completely relaxed did the tingling, numbness, and weakness in my limbs and bones come rushing out all at once. He inhaled the cold air and stretched his body a couple of times. Across from her, Luo's small figure swayed on the curtain. She squatted there, lit a small fire, then scooped some water into a bowl before running over. Okay, have some water. Good girl. Su Cheng smiled, took the water and drank a few sips, then casually patted Luo's head. Go to bed early. You're too tired today. At this moment, almost every movement of my hands and feet is accompanied by a tearing pain. This reminded Su Cheng of a time when he stayed home all summer and then suddenly decided to go running and exercise. However, the little cutie blinked and suddenly shook her head. I'm not sleepy yet. Let me massage Cheng's legs. She smiled sweetly. I've already secretly learned it. It's okay. It's too late already. We can do it tomorrow. But I want to give Cheng a handshake now. The little cutie came over and rubbed her face against his, acting all cute. Is it okay? Su Cheng was very happy. Looking into her expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse her any longer and smiled helplessly. Okay then, go to sleep after you're done. You hear me? The little cutie smiled sweetly. Immediately, her soft fingertips pressed gently on Su Cheng's thigh. She was pressing very seriously, her tail wagging gently, looking very happy. I must say, the moderate force and slightly clumsy technique were quite comfortable. Su Cheng chuckled, put his arms behind his head, and lay down. Why? Enjoyment after a long day of work. A meticulous and attentive massage. Looking at the dark dome, he couldn't help but sigh. Even the lives of immortals couldn't be better than this. Not long after, the fingertips suddenly stopped. Su Cheng thought the massage was over and was about to say something when he felt the animal skin being lifted and something pushing inside. He was taken aback at first, then took a deep breath and unconsciously strained his body. Radish. The tent roof remained dark, reflecting the flickering firelight. Everything seemed to quiet down. For a long time, Su Cheng looked up and saw the animal hide slowly rising and falling. The little cutie was lying on her stomach, her voice muffled. What's wrong? Okay. No, it's nothing. Early morning. Su Cheng opened his eyes and saw Luo, who was still fast asleep in his arms. The little cutie twisted his body comfortably, and the arms that were holding his neck loosened a little. Her delicate face was flushed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her little mouth was making soft, murmuring something in her sleep. I have to say, it's almost unfairly cute. Moreover, last night's proactive thoughtfulness was both heartwarming and comforting. Su Cheng grinned and hugged her for a while longer before quietly getting up, putting on another set of animal skin clothing, and turning to leave the tent. Outside the tent, Chuanhe, Shuriwe, and the others were sitting around the fire, chatting and cooking fragrant slices of meat. The sunlight overhead was a bit too bright, causing Su Cheng to instinctively shield his eyes. Have you been waiting long? After walking over, Su Cheng asked awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Huer and the others immediately shook their heads and laughed. It's all right, Wu. You and Chun were too tired yesterday. You should get some more sleep. Yes, we can cook some meat and have some. Which, would you like to eat with me? Chun added a really delicious spice to the broth. She said it was salt, and it tastes salty. No need, you guys eat. Su Cheng grinned. He remembered that he still owed Chun a pot of meat. Chapter 104 Spear Thrower. By the way, come over after you finish eating. I'll teach you how to make a spear thrower first. Okay, meow. Then we'll eat it all. Seeing Su Cheng leave, Chun ate a few bites, and then got up to follow him. Upon smelling the familiar body scent, Su Cheng unconsciously turned his head and smiled. What are you doing here? Eat more. I'm full. Chun glanced at him. Did Red Peach and the others take the axe? We should be able to chop up quite a bit of wood today. Chun's lips curled slightly. Then she suddenly asked, and an axe, when are you planning to have it made? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's lips twitched. Let's wait a couple of days. I almost lost my game yesterday. Then why are you still showing off? Chun glared at him and said, let me play the second round. You just need to watch over me from the side. That would exhaust you. I'm fine. The bunny-eared girl turned her face away. You think everyone is as weak as you? I'm so sorry I'm so weak. Su Cheng was speechless. It's clearly because you guys are too strong, okay? Of all the cat-eared tribes, Su Cheng suspected that the only one he could defeat was Luo. Not necessarily. Oh shit. One day I'll show you what I'm capable of. Su Cheng roared at Chun. Chun squinted, her face bearing the expression of an old person using a cell phone on the subway. If it's a fight, I won't let you win. Who wants to fight with you? Then you say you're going to show me what's what. Hey, you don't understand, do you? It's amazing. There are many kinds, Cheng said. For example, although I'm not as strong as you, I know how to cough. What is Kung Fu? Chun suddenly became interested. It's a technique for fighting enemies, killing them without them even realizing it. Like this, hey, like this. If you learn it, you can easily defeat your opponents and even defeat enemies stronger than yourself. Cheng said, while making a few punches and kicks. Sure enough, I ended up with sore limbs. Chun watched him wince in pain, her eyelids twitching, and she burst out laughing. However, it seemed, perhaps, maybe, possibly, that he wasn't just teasing her, which is why she asked, "Are you serious? Real? Is there any kung fu that I can learn?" Of course. Cheng's expression was serious. You really want to learn? Think. Hey, these little bunny ears are so easy to handle. I'm still the best. Then when I have time, I'll teach you the 18 styles of Away. Away's 18 styles. Chun blinked, feeling inexplicably strange. Is it very powerful? Cheng nodded, his smile brighter than ever before. Yeah, it's incredibly powerful. But I feel like you're lying to me. How is that possible? The man spoke with righteous indignation. Do I look like that kind of person? Picture. Chun never actually uttered that word. Then, the two arrived at the woodpile, and Cheng rummaged through it, soon picking out a few branches about the thickness of a thumb. These wooden branches can be used to make the spear thrower you mentioned? Chun looked at the slightly strange wooden branches, which were about the length of a forearm, with great curiosity. Yes, you'll understand once I make it. As Cheng spoke, he pointed to the east. Let's go to the kiln pit. That place is more open. Upon arriving at the location, Cheng asked for a bone knife again, plopped down on the stone that had just been moved there the day before, and began to carefully scrape. However, I had just chopped it twice with force when my arm started to hurt like the tendons were still there. The pain from this muscle strain usually takes several days to subside. Seeing Cheng's furrowed brows, Chun sighed, and took back the bone knife and tree branch in a huff. Let me peel it, you teach me how. All right. Cheng patted the stone. Come sit here. Okay, how do we do it? Sit closer, otherwise how can I teach you? We're very close. Chun raised an eyebrow and glared at him. The two were practically touching. Cheng held her hand, his face serious. I was just afraid you wouldn't hear me clearly. There isn't much time. After Yu and the others finished eating the boiled meat, they ran over with great satisfaction. Upon hearing the noisy chatter of the cat-eared girls, Haru slapped away the restless hand that was on her bottom and hurriedly stood up. She turned her head and glared at Cheng, who was grinning mischievously, before quickly adjusting her animal skin skirt. Still laughing. You can't laugh even if you're happy. No laughing. Chun gave a light snort, turned around, and ignored him. At the same time, the bunny-eared girl was also a little annoyed with herself. She didn't know when it started, but it seemed like she couldn't do anything about Cheng anymore. We always let this guy do whatever he wants. Spring, we're here. Is this the spear-throwing device the shaman was going to teach us about? Nothing seems strange, meow. The voices of Yu and the others interrupted Chun's random thoughts, and she came back to her senses, nodding in agreement. Yes, this is it. It was a very common piece of ash wood, about the thickness of a thumb and the length of an arm. One end had been shaved wide and flat by Chun, while the other end remained narrow and thick. If one had to pinpoint something special, it would be that the narrow, thick end retains an upward protruding hook. The wide, flat part, on the other hand, has the same small notches cut out on both sides. At this moment, Cheng also came over, took the wooden branch from Chun's hand, and looked at the group. Doesn't it seem quite ordinary? Yeah, meow. Horror, being straightforward, nodded immediately. After hearing this, Cheng patted the guy's head and burst into laughter. Ordinary is fine. Then, the conversation took a turn. However, don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. It's quite powerful. Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girls examined the spear thrower again, their minds filled with questions, still unable to understand what made it so powerful. Chun, standing to the side, nudged Cheng, somewhat anxiously. Just tell me already. Hey, stop pushing. Talking won't do. Cheng grinned. You have to use this thing to truly feel its power. Here, take out your spears, and Chun, you can have a contest with them. How do we compete? Chun also perked up. It's a contest of who can throw the furthest and the deepest. The winner gets a bigger slice of the pie today. What if you lose? Horror asked. If you lose, let me spank you. Okay, meow. The group agreed instantly. They had long since mastered the skills with spears, and could be said to be full of confidence. Besides, Even if we lose, all we'll get is a spanking from the witch. Afterwards, the group followed Su Cheng to an open area nearby. He looked around and then pointed to a grove of trees in a certain direction. Let's go over there. The tree trunks are all quite thick, making it easier to hit them. Sure, you and the others looked at it, but were somewhat stunned. That distance is at least 60 or 70 steps. According to Su Cheng's calculations, the nearest tree is about 60 meters away. Chapter 105. So big. Meow. Which, can you even hit it from that far? Porter immediately shrank her neck. If they were to throw with all their might, they felt they should be able to hit the target, but when it actually went in, they had no idea how it would go. Su Cheng just smiled. Just try it and you'll know. It doesn't matter if you miss. It's about shooting distance and power. You only need to win in one of these two aspects. Okay, Meow. Immediately afterwards, the 6 cat-eared girls looked at each other and pushed Shiryu forward. As the captain of the hunting team, she is the most powerful in terms of both strength and skill. Shiryu wrinkled her nose as she looked at the 5 grinning guys. His younger sister, in particular, was the happiest. She said immediately, Shirling, if you get spanked, you'll be the one to take it. Oh, what do you mean, oh? It's settled then. The smiles didn't disappear. They simply moved to the faces of 4 other people. Then I'll go first, Chun. Shiryu assumed a fighting stance, gripping his spear tightly, his bright eyes intently fixed on the distant tree. Then, with a twist of her slender waist, she took a few quick steps forward and launched herself out with force. Buzz. The sound of the spear cutting through the air was crisp and clean. Like an arrow released from a bow, it drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell straight towards a large tree. It's a winner. It's a winner. Got it, Meow. Shiryu is amazing. Seeing the spear pierce the tree and fall to the ground, the cat-eared girls cheered instantly. In their view, being able to hit the target from such a distance is already incredibly impressive. Even Su Cheng was quite surprised. That's 60 meters away. To hit it with just one's own strength and skill is truly remarkable. After all, they were using solid wooden spears. If an ordinary person were to throw them by hand, the range would probably be around 30 meters at most, and the effective killing range that could be controlled would be less than 20 meters. As for those javelins that can be thrown hundreds of meters at once, they are precision-designed competition javelins, made of hollow metal, which are completely different from solid wooden spears. As expected of a beast-eared girl, their physical fitness is truly unmatched by ordinary people, etc. I don't know if it was a sudden realization or a flash of inspiration. Su Cheng suddenly thought of a problem. Since Kemonomi girls are all so powerful, doesn't that mean the wild beasts in the forest are actually stronger than we imagined? He had never actually experienced hunting firsthand, and his understanding of the strength of wild animals was limited to observing battles, consulting encyclopedias, and relying on modern knowledge. Therefore, I may also have some misconceptions, and my thinking may have been biased from the start. Comparing modern beasts to beasts from another world. Think about it carefully. In this forest, what you think is a snake might actually be a snake +1. What you think is a wolf might actually be a wolf +2. What you perceive as a tiger might actually be an S-rank gold legendary weapon, plus 34,567. Therefore, even with a spearhead made of flint, it was not easy to pierce through those tough hides. Even though it was riddled with holes, the wild boar still lived for a long time, barking and making a ruckus. That makes sense. Su Cheng's lips twitched unconsciously. Of course, it is strong, but not too outrageous. It can't be like that computer game he used to play, where even a chicken in the starting village could kill the players so badly they had to run around the world for their lives. Hi. It seems that deciding to stay was the right decision. If I had been overconfident, thinking I had a protagonist's halo, and had gone out to explore with just a broken spear, I probably wouldn't even know how I got eaten by wild beasts. Spring, it's your turn, Meow. Just then, Shiryu's voice came. This guy had his hands on his hips, his tail wagging like an electric fan, and he was extremely proud of himself. 60 meters. That's certainly something for her to be proud of. Su Cheng then picked out a similar spear and handed it to Chun with a wicked grin. Just do as I teach you, and at worst I'll spank you. I don't want to be hit by you. Chun glared at him, then immediately changed her tune. I won't lose. How could you spank someone in front of so many people? So absolutely not. Teach me how to use it, she said, wrinkling her nose and humming. Okay. Then, Su Cheng gave a demonstration, and gave them careful instructions. Remember, it's not about throwing the spear, it's about swinging it. Swing your arm back, then swing it forward forcefully, coordinating with a downward press of your wrist. The movements themselves are not complicated. The key is the technique used. As a seasoned hunter, Chun naturally understood Su Cheng's meaning very easily. Then, she took a deep breath and fixed her gaze firmly on what was in front of her. Because he couldn't exert any force with his left leg, he shifted all his weight onto his right leg. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took a few steps forward and swung his arm forward with all his might. Buzz, equally decisive and efficient. The spear, like a wild beast unleashed, roared away in a low voice. Wow. Oh, so tall. Sure, you and the others looked up, their mouths agape and their eyes wide open. My gaze followed the spear as it swept across the sky, then quickly fell back down, finally disappearing into the forest. In an instant, the cat-eared girls were all stunned. Even Chun was frozen in disbelief. Did I really throw that spear myself? Wow, wow, wow. I can't see anything anymore, meow. That's a really far shot. The cat-eared girls, realizing what was happening, burst into cheers and danced with excitement. Horror dashed off and disappeared into the woods to search. A moment later, she came running out again, waving and shouting excitedly in this direction. Found it. Spring's spear has pierced the tree, meow. Spring has won. Did we win? And it even hit a big tree. Chun blinked, looked down at the spear thrower in her hand, as if she were still living in a dream. Hee hee, I told you you'd win. Su Cheng nudged the guy with his hand and chuckled. At this moment, the cat-eared girls all crowded over, hugging his arms, legs, and back, all clinging to Su Cheng, their eyes filled with sparkling stars. Which, I want to learn how to use the spear thrower too. We want to learn too. Teach us, meow. Meow. It was covered in huge rabbits crowding around it. Who could withstand that? Su Cheng coughed lightly twice and waved his hand. Well, whether you learn it or not is another matter. The loser has to stick there, but out first. Shirling suddenly perked up his ears. Meow, meow, meow. However, the fight ultimately failed. Not far away, a cat-eared girl suddenly ran over in a hurry. He was out of breath from running. Which, a wolf-eared tribesman has arrived outside the camp. It's huge. Wolf-eared people, they're huge. Su Cheng squinted, and naturally, a pair of large moons. No, wait, a large truck, popped into his mind. In short, to sum it up, could it really be her? Chapter 106, The Verbal Battle begins. When the group arrived at the west side of the camp, they saw the familiar pale yellow tiger skin dress in the distance. A tall and slender figure, a sexy and wild body curve, and a large, fluffy tail. Its size, like a small mountain, is indeed huge compared to the cat-eared girls. The big bad wolf exudes a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. Cherry and her companions were baring their teeth at each other with spears in hand, their tails bristling, as if facing a formidable enemy. Everyone felt relieved when they saw Su Cheng arrive. Hongxiang grinned and waved to Su Cheng. The greeting was still the same familiar one. Hey Su Cheng, I'm here. Hey Hongxiang. Su Cheng waved back, then looked behind her. What? Did you come alone? Yes. That's truly the confidence of a strong person. Su Cheng continued, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Hongxiang curled her lips. Didn't you ask me to come and fetch the spices? Well, it's not a big deal. I thought you would send other people from your tribe over. They're all busy cutting down trees, so I came by myself. Hongxiang said casually as she walked forward, grabbed 2 plucked pheasants hanging there from her waist, and handed them to them, saying, Here, I brought you some food. Su Cheng burst into laughter and rubbed his hands together like a fly. Oh dear, you've come all this way, and you even brought things. I feel so bad about it. It's never wrong to be overly polite. Big Bad Wolf is absolutely gorgeous right now. Sexy +1. Double the beauty. He was about to reach out. An unpleasant voice suddenly rang out from the side. Su Cheng's nerves tensed up instantly. Grass. How could I forget about this guy? You Big Bad Wolf, this isn't a good place. Ding. Chun activated her special attack skill against Hongxiang, using verbal attacks. The verbal attack failed. The moment this guy opened his mouth, Su Cheng, alert as ever, covered it. Hey, you stinky rabbit. I'm here to see Su Cheng, what's it to you? Ding. Hongxiang has also activated her spring special attack skill, Cannon Mouth. The cannon failed to fire. Su Cheng hurriedly raised his hand and covered the mouth of the person opposite him. He felt a slight pain. Are you two robots? The moment you meet, your sharp tongue automatically kicks out, right? If another mouth were to speak, Su Chengdu wouldn't know how he would shut it up. No arguing allowed. He glanced at the 2 clowns and raised his voice. Don't glare at them either. If you don't want to glare, then don't. The 2 guys had run out of ideas, so they reluctantly gave up. One turned around, and the other crossed his arms and turned his face away. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched. At least they were still obedient. He then spoke to the rabbit-eared girl. Chun, you take Shiyue and the others to continue practicing with their spears. I'll take care of Hongxiang. The bunny-eared girl remained motionless. She glanced at Su Cheng, wrinkled her nose, and muttered, I won't argue with her. Then you have to listen to me. Before one problem is solved, another one begins. My finger was suddenly bitten. Damn it, Hongxiang, don't bite my hand. He quickly pulled his hand back, his tooth aching slightly. Who taught you this? Hongxiang flicked her eyelids. Who told you to keep covering my mouth? Okay, it was my fault. Su Cheng's lips twitched. Of course, he didn't actually bite him. He was just playing around by poking his hand with his fangs. He let out a long breath, and seeing that the two clowns had calmed down for the time being, he then spoke to Hongxiang. Come on, let me show you around. Okay, sure. The visitor was a guest, and a very useful one at that, so Su Cheng didn't want to send him away so easily. The three then entered the camp. Hongxiang walked to Su Cheng's left, glancing at Chun on the other side every now and then, a smirk playing on her lips. Chun, naturally unwilling to be outdone, rolled her eyes in response, then grabbed Su Cheng and pulled him closer to prevent the big bad wolf from getting too close. Su Cheng, let's just pretend we didn't see it. It's better than arguing. As for Shiryu and the others, they had already sneaked away. After all, the atmosphere here was a bit off, so they might as well go play with the spear throwers. After walking for a while, Hongxiang got tired of arguing with Chun and started looking around with her big eyes darting about. The cleanliness of the cat-eared tribe truly surprised her. The roads and tents were spotless, with no scattered bones or pieces of meat, no unpleasant smells, and no need to worry about getting your feet hurt by sharp stones. The hay and firewood were neatly arranged and categorized. Before coming here, Hongxiang felt that her tribe was comfortable and at ease. Now that there's a comparison, I suddenly feel uneasy. The place I live in is such a mess. It's like a den of wild animals. Everything about me is unpleasant. No wonder when Blackstone returned last time, he suggested tidying up the camp. The tribesmen didn't pay attention at the time, or rather, they didn't understand what Blackstone meant by tidying up. Hongxiang looked around and immediately decided that she would make some changes when she got back. She looked at the simple and clean tents and couldn't help but say something. Su Cheng, your tents are all so small. That's because you're too big. Su Cheng replied with a smile. Wolf ears and cat ears are actually not that different in size, except for this particularly big-tailed wolf and the cute little wolf at home. Su Cheng, where's Luo? She's still asleep. Oh, you sleep with her? Yes. Hee, it's still more comfortable for us wolf-eared women to sleep, isn't it? Hongxiang grinned and gave the stinky rabbit a smug look. This move left Su Cheng speechless. What kind of indecent words are they saying? He glanced at the other's pointed ears and enormous tail. Okay, that really is just blasphemous talk. Chun, who was standing to the side, was provoked and immediately retorted. Luo is a woman from our cat-eared tribe. As long as they're not rabbit-eared people, it's fine. Hongxiang's lips curled into a smile. Spring bit her lip. His chest heaved with a surge of emotion. That statement didn't sound too bad, it wasn't that aggressive. But she still felt very uncomfortable. The rabbit-eared girl was very angry, so she stopped tolerating it. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he took a deep breath. While rubbing his lower back, he glanced at Chun beside him. Holy crap. She's being sarcastic towards you, and you're pinching me. Is there no reasoning involved? I told you to go do something else, but you insisted on following along. That's going too far, Su Cheng said, looking at her with annoyance. Chun also stared at Su Cheng, blinking her eyes. I'm used to it. Then I'll have to get used to it. Seeing Su Cheng raise his hand, the rabbit-eared girl instantly became alert and quickly turned to the side to hide her bottom. Don't hit him. She paused as she spoke, then said softly. Anyway, you're not allowed to fight right now. Getting a spanking from Su Cheng is nothing. The important thing is not to do it in front of Hongxiang. Nothing I do works. Otherwise, she'll always be at a disadvantage when arguing with the other person in the future. Then I'll remember that for you, Su Cheng said with a mischievous grin. Fortunately, the big bad wolf was distracted by something else and didn't notice what was happening here. Chapter 107 Fishing. She strode over and quickly reached the cart, looking it over from left to right. Then she patted the heavy wooden plank with great curiosity. Su Cheng, what is this? It's so interesting. Pushcart. A handcart? What's that? Before Su Cheng could answer, Chun got excited again. He hummed in response. It's something your wolf-ear tribe doesn't have. Nothing's wrong. Hongxiang crossed her arms and looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng, give it to me, and I'll trade you food. You're dreaming, Chun scoffed. This time, Su Cheng also shook his head. This really can't be replaced. The big bad wolf curled his lip, looking displeased. Fine, I won't change it then. Su Cheng, give me the spices, I'm going back. Hongxiang felt a blow to her feelings. Every time they met, she would bring pheasants for Su Cheng to eat, which was her favorite wild game. And just a few days ago, she had even accompanied him to pull weeds in his territory. This guy is so stingy, I don't want to talk to him anymore. The big bad wolf was unhappy, but Su Cheng grinned. Why are you angry? I'll give you something else, I'm sure you'll like it. Oh, what is that? Follow me, you'll see when you get here. Don't try to fool me, Hongxiang snorted. He had an expression that said, if you don't make me happy, I really won't talk to you anymore. Don't worry. Su Cheng was delighted. The three then headed east of the camp. Outside the main tent, the fire was still burning, with a clay pot on top, the meat broth inside bubbling away, which Sure Yu and the others had cooked earlier. After finishing the meat, the group added some water to make soup, planning to have another bowl before setting off. This is what we call a pot. You can use it to cook food and boil water. Take a look. Su Cheng squatted down and pointed to the scalding hot earthenware pot, saying, if you don't like it, I have plenty of other types in my tent. Feel free to pick one and take it back. Pot. Hongxiang opened her eyes wide and quickly moved closer. After all, this was the first time she had ever seen a vessel, other than bamboo joints and stone mortars, that could be placed over a fire for baking. Its unique shape, with a smooth curve like a woman's waist, is quite pleasing to the eye. The lid on top can be lifted. As he spoke, Su Cheng removed the lid from the earthenware pot. A rich aroma of meat wafted out, instantly making Hongxiang swallow hard. She peeked inside, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. A layer of oil floated on the bubbling water, and the aroma of meat was irresistible. Is this water being boiled? It's the broth left over from cooking meat, Su Cheng said. Hongxiang didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the pot directly, weighing it in her hand. It was heavier than a bamboo joint but lighter than a stone mortar, and the broth inside showed no signs of spilling. The big bad wolf's eyes lit up instantly. She could naturally tell that this was a good thing. At this moment, Su Cheng handed over a wooden spoon. Try it. Oh. After taking a sip of the broth, Hongxiang was instantly agitated. This tastes so good. Salty and spicy, the broth and minced meat roll around on your tongue. Compared to the barbecue I usually eat, it's like heaven and earth. Oh, this tastes so good, Su Cheng. If you like it, drink more. Su Chengla. Turning around, I was met with Chun's murderous eyes. His lips twitched, and he pulled the other person aside, whispering, she'll replace you after she's done being angry, right? Then you should give her the pottery? No wonder they're angry. Spring glared at him. Oh, it's just one. It's no big deal. Not even one. Chun turned her face away. Those are all the ones you painstakingly cooked. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng grinned. I know. I was actually fishing. What kind of fishing? It's about baiting the hook and waiting for it to bite. Say something I can understand. Chun grumbled, dissatisfied. That means it's like digging a trap and waiting for the prey to fall in on its own. So, the big bad wolf is the prey? That's one way to understand it. Su Cheng chuckled, but he was playing the long game. My things are not to be taken for free. As he spoke, Su Cheng went back to Hongxiang's side and watched as the guy finished the meat soup in one gulp. Then he said, come with me after you finish drinking. There are other pottery items in the main tent. Take a look. I really like this one. Hongxiang picked up the earthenware pot, quite satisfied. I'll take this one. You're quite easily satisfied. Su Cheng pursed his lips. This won't do. If we don't arouse desire, how can we continue the story? Come on, I'll give you one more. Oh really? Real? Haha, Su Cheng, you're so nice. Hongxiang immediately grinned. Su Cheng's expression was serious. We're all buddies, Shaw. We're all friends. Immediately afterwards, the two entered the secondary tent, with Chun following closely behind. As soon as she entered, Hongxiang was attracted by the pottery scattered in the corner, while Su Cheng transformed into an enthusiastic merchant and began to promote his own products. This is called a bowl. You can hold water and put some simple food in it. This is also a pot, but it's a little smaller than the one you have. This is a jar. It can store water or food. You can use it however you like. There are other random things too. Anyway, take a look and tell me which ones you like. As Hongxiang listened to the introduction, her huge tail wagged incessantly, and she looked very excited. She looked left and right, picking up this and glancing at it, like a child entering a toy store for the first time, her happiness and joy written all over her face, her eyes brimming with delight. Su Cheng stood up and stood behind him, glancing a few times at the familiar, perky big moon under the tail. Realizing that Chun was still there, he quickly looked away. For a long time. Seeing that it was almost time, he went over to ask, "So, is there anything you like?" The big-tailed wolf nodded blankly, then flicked its tail slightly. He pointed back and forth across several pieces of pottery. This, and this. Oh my, I like them all. That won't work. You can only take one back. I can trade you food. Hong Xiang wrinkled her nose and turned to look at him. Su Cheng's lips curled into a smile. I'll trade, of course, but I don't want food. No food? Then what do you want? Exchange yourself for it. What's the meaning? Not only did Hong Xiang not understand, but Chun was also full of questions. The big-tailed wolf looked at Su Cheng, his large eyes filled with clear stupidity. Su Cheng then smiled and extended his finger. One thing can be exchanged for a piece of pottery. His words were simple and straightforward. You need to stay by my side and help me with tasks. You'll receive a pottery piece for each task you complete. I'll tell you what to do. Don't worry, it's all within your capabilities. Also, don't worry that the tasks I ask you to do will be detrimental to the wolf ear tribe. Chapter 108 Who made you so weak? You mean you want me to do what you say? Hong Xiang seemed to understand, and her previous cheerful demeanor vanished instantly. Right. Her expression turned serious, and she stood up, her aura rising rapidly, becoming intimidating. To be honest, he finally started to look like a tribal chief. Her gaze swept over Chun, and finally returned to Su Cheng. Looking down from such a high vantage point, it's as if you're looking down at a tiny ant. Chun wanted to come over, but Su Cheng waved her hand to stop her. The two of them just stared at each other in silence. The tent fell silent instantly. After a short while, Hong Xiang said, Su Cheng, are you leading the cat ear tribe now? Yes. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm scared. Knowing that I am the chieftain of the wolf ear tribe, you still dare to make such a request? I've never listened to my old man much in my life. Aren't you afraid I'll beat you up? Don't be afraid, Su Cheng chuckled. Because you're a smart person. Of course. The big bad wolf raised his chin. Therefore, a smart person won't beat someone up because of a momentary impulse. Hong Xiang stared intently into Su Cheng's eyes, then suddenly burst into laughter. She patted Su Cheng on the shoulder and said, Su Cheng, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're very capable. From the first time they met, this man gave her a different feeling. During her illness, she was half dazed and half awake. The brief time they spent together made her realize this even more clearly. Hong Xiang didn't know how to describe the feeling, but she was certain she wasn't mistaken. At that moment, Su Cheng looked up at her. The corners of his mouth turned up. So what do you think? Should we go ahead with this deal? What? Hong Xiang didn't hesitate any longer. After all, she really wanted those pottery pieces. However, you have to tell me first what you need me to do. Good. Su Cheng answered directly. We need to hunt black bears, and you'll help us. Since this is our first time working together, if you do a good job, I can give you an extra piece of pottery. Oh. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiang was immediately startled. You want to hunt black bears? That's right. Su Cheng, you're going to get slapped to pieces. Su Cheng rolled his eyes. It's not like I'm the one who's going to kill them. Those cat ears. This time, Hong Xiang finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter again. Haha, Su Cheng, you're really good at joking. The reputation of cat-eared girls remains as good as ever. At least in the eyes of the wolf ear tribe, they are still that weak, helpless, and struggling race. Su Cheng did not refute. After all, changing a person's ingrained ideas cannot be done by just talking. He continued asking, how about it? Help us hunt black bears. Can. Hong Xiang readily agreed. Tell me when. Elbow now. After leaving the main tent, Su Cheng realized that Chun had not followed. Left with no other choice, he told Hong Xiang to wait outside, and then hurriedly turned back. At this moment, the rabbit-eared girl's mind was in a mess. After hearing the sound of the curtain being lifted, she immediately turned to the side. What's wrong with you now? Su Cheng approached and looked at Chun's profile, sensing that something was off about him. His ears drooped, his expression was somewhat forlorn, and his voice carried a hint of negativity. I don't want to go. I can't hunt, so I can't be of any help. Well, it's still because of Hong Xiang. Or perhaps it's more because of her own actions. Why? Sweetie, stop being stubborn. Su Cheng said softly, grabbing her shoulders and straightening the sullen bunny-eared girl back to her normal position. Sure, you and the others are very capable now, so they don't need your help at all. Then what would I do there? Chun lowered her head and refused to look at him. She felt useless, and this sense of powerlessness seemed different from before. It was once because of hunting, now it's because of Su Cheng. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng burst out laughing. What else can you do but protect me? He continued, I love having you by my side. It makes me feel so safe. I'm not lying to you. Chun raised her head and looked at him. Its long, erect ears twitched as well. You see why I always take you with me when I go out, and not anyone else. They have to work, and there's no one else in the tribe. Ahem, that's one aspect. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. It's mainly because they're too naughty. They're not as serious and responsible as you. If I encounter danger outside, these guys will be off playing somewhere. Humph, who told you to be so weak? Chun's lips curled up slightly, and her eyes slowly lit up. Yes, I'm super weak and need your protection. Are you happy now? I'm not unhappy. Alright, let's go. Sure, you and the others have been waiting for quite a while. Okay, stop pulling me. The bunny-eared girl regained her spirits and left the tent, while Su Cheng watched her retreating figure with a helpless smile. Let's not talk about whether I'm tired or not. She's really easy to please. After we deal with that bear, we should get her foot treated as soon as possible. This way, she can be of help and also save herself some trouble. Before long, Chun called Shiryu and the others back. These guys were having a javelin throwing contest over there, almost forgetting they were supposed to be out hunting bears. When they heard that Hong Xiang was also going to come along, all 6 of them were stunned. Meow. The group looked at Chun, then at Su Cheng. He pointed tremblingly to Hong Xiang beside him. Is she really going to help us hunt bears? Su Cheng nodded and said, yes, but she's just helping out. It's mainly up to you guys to rely on yourselves, you know. At this moment, Shiryu leaned forward and whispered, which, I think we can manage on our own. Of course I know you can do it, Su Cheng chuckled. With her here, I feel more at ease. The battlefield is ever-changing, and even with the most meticulous plans, who can guarantee that not a single mistake will be made? Moreover, bringing Hong Xiang into the picture is not just about adding another layer of protection to this hunt. Meow. Shiryu pouted. It was clear that the group was somewhat resistant. But this is the first time we've cooperated with the Wolf-Ear tribe, and it won't be the last. Therefore, they must get used to it. Su Cheng patted the heads of the group and said seriously, the Wolf-Ear tribe has always looked down on you, so you must work even harder to prove them wrong. The warriors of the Cat-Ear tribe are now stronger than those of the Wolf-Ear tribe. Weak nations have no diplomacy. This has been true from ancient times to the present. This is an eternal truth. Meow. Right. We can't let them look down on us. The 6 members of Shiryu instantly adjusted their emotions, raised their spears, and shouted. We understand. The forest to the north. Over time, passing by has created a forest path. The fallen, withered leaves on the ground rustled underfoot, startling the birds and beasts into fleeing. Chun, seeing Hong Xiang walking carefree at the front of the group, suddenly grabbed Su Cheng and pulled him to the back. Even now, she still doesn't quite agree with Su Cheng's decision. Chapter 109 Peace and Fairness. What's wrong? Su Cheng asked, glancing at her. Traps, hunting methods, she'll learn a lot of things. Chun frowned, her expression extremely serious. From beginning to end, this was the only thing she was worried about. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng grinned. I know. You still did it knowing that. Hee, it's okay. You don't really think I just want her help to hunt black bears, do you? Otherwise what? Chun pouted. Of course it's not that simple. Su Cheng took a deep breath and began to explain. I treated their fevers, exchanged pottery for Hong Xiang's help with chores, and gave her the opportunity to learn new hunting techniques. These are not just exchanges of benefits. What I really want is the sense of dependence that comes with a long-term, sustainable relationship. Chun blinked, then shook her head. I don't understand. To put it this way, in the past, once the clan's fire was extinguished, it was always obtained through trade with the Wolf-Ear tribe, right? Do you remember how much food we used during our first exchange? Chun squinted. 3 baskets. And the second time? 4 baskets. The third time? 5 baskets, Chunyua said, her voice growing softer. What about this most recent one? 5 baskets of food, and another basket of berries. See? Su Cheng laughed. Their demands keep getting more and more numerous, yet you still choose to accept them. That's because there's no other way. In this area, only the Yinta tribe has a shaman who knows the technology to make fire. The Wolf-Ear tribe often exchanges with them, so they know the way and can always bring the fire back smoothly. This is actually a kind of dependency relationship, Su Cheng said. When you become seriously dependent on others in a certain aspect, You will naturally make concessions as long as you can accept it. The cat-ear tribe relies on the wolf-ear tribe's fire for survival, just as the wolf-ear tribe relies on the stronger flame earth tribe for survival. Have you ever thought about what would happen to the wolf-ear tribe if one day the flame earth clan stopped providing fire? What kind of predicament would you face? Chun fell silent. She could foresee that outcome. Without the fire, survival is a struggle. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they will most likely not survive this extreme winter. The situation is different for the wolf-ear tribe. They have the ability to reproduce and thrive, so they will most likely migrate to their homeland to seek protection from a new large tribe. At this point, Su Cheng continued, "Why do you think Hong Xiang agreed to help with the hunt? Was it simply because of the pottery?" Cheng glanced at him and snorted, "Because she likes you." Cough cough. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Cheng choked and slapped the sour rabbits, but in annoyance. How did you get the idea that she likes me? I can feel it. She treats you differently. Chunbai glared at him and rubbed her own butt. Oh, besides liking it, what else? I have no idea. Treatment? You're so stupid. Su Chengla. Don't call me stupid. Cheng glared at him. Okay, you're not stupid, you're the smartest. Su Cheng grinned before saying, treating fever is essentially the same as the use of fire. Both are very important technologies. Currently, they can only rely on me, so as long as my conditions aren't too unreasonable, they'll always agree. Even if they are a little unreasonable, they'll convince themselves and come up with a reason to agree. This is the dependency relationship under resource dependence. Otherwise, why would a clan leader agree to help me so easily? Su Cheng stroked his chin, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, liking me is only a small part of the reason. Getting used to this man's cheeky and irreverent behavior is also a form of growth. The bunny-eared girl rolled her eyes and ignored her. So, you invited her to our hunt to strengthen this relationship? Almost. Su Cheng replied. The more benefits I can bring them, the more they will depend on me. It's not just about healing, but also spices, salt, fire, and even hunting skills. I want to transform these exchanges of benefits into a part of their daily lives. Chun squinted, sensing that something was amiss. What exactly do you want to do? I want to expand the tribe, Su Cheng said. Instantly, the bunny-eared girl's eyes widened in disbelief. You want to annex the wolf-ear tribe? It's not about annexation, but about allowing the two tribes to live together in a more peaceful way. Annexation or conflict is not suitable for either side. Suppressing with force and forcing the other side to submit through bloodshed is not the outcome Su Cheng desired. He wants more than just territory. He wants people. There is a future only with people. After the battle, only a few remained, and those remaining wolf-eared tribesmen had virtually no loyalty. They were filled with hatred for the extinction of their race. Why bother? Chun seemed to understand something, and frowned. This is difficult. She said, different races can cause many problems, one being reproduction and the other being the right to speak. Without a shaman, the position of the chieftain can cause a lot of conflict. So, tribes usually fight and drive each other away, and rarely are they willing to annex each other. The kind you described is even rarer. Moreover, whether it's annexation or voluntary joining, outsiders will be ostracized and will not be treated well in terms of work and food distribution. Over time, those small tribes, even if they lose their protection and can't survive, will only choose to migrate their camps and go to other places. They favor their own race. That's understandable, I suppose. But this is not a wise approach for decision makers. Doing the most work for the least food, and not even being able to guarantee the most basic survival, is actually no different from being a slave. If this relationship continues, it will almost certainly lead to either death or riots. So, I adopted a relatively mild approach, Su Cheng said. I mainly relied on technological intrusion and the exchange of various resources as bridges, starting from these aspects of survival, to firmly bind them together. At the same time, I will also implement the concept of peaceful coexistence so that they don't have to worry about being ostracized or treated unfairly. Eat well, drink well, live a peaceful life. No longer worry about fire or getting sick. Freedom, peace, and fairness. No one would refuse such a life. What if they don't accept you? Chun asked in a low voice. You are the shaman we recognize, not the one they recognize. The wolf-ear clan values strength more, which is why Hong Xiang became the clan leader so easily. In other words, Su Cheng would have to beat Hong Xiang to get them to obey. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng grinned and said, Of course I know it's not that simple. What I just said was all about words. What follows is about martial arts. Born in modern times, No one understands peace better than him. Truth lies only within the range of cannons. Chapter 110, Why does she tell you everything? To completely subdue a tribe, you can't just rely on supply and demand. You also have to show your fangs at the right time so that the other side knows the difference in strength between you. The demonstration of strength and the resulting psychological impact are the foundation for maintaining peaceful coexistence. Hongxiang's arrival was unexpected, but Su Cheng didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. That's why this deal came about. I want Hongxiang to experience firsthand the current strength of the Cat Ear tribe, to change her perception, and to make the Cat Ear tribe a powerful, reliable, and trustworthy partner in her heart. Therefore, a joint hunt would be a good opportunity. Su Cheng continued. Besides, all I need is for Hongxiang to listen to me. She can manage her own people. Spring. It seems that's really the case. Now you know, right? Su Cheng chuckled. So you gave Hongxiang pottery and took her hunting, all for this purpose. Chun looked at him and pouted. From the moment you started negotiating the deal with her, did you already have this planned in mind? Su Cheng shrugged. Pretty much. From my experience with the Wolf Ear tribe, only Hongxiang and Heisher can communicate with them. Heisher doesn't have much say, so it can only be Hongxiang. Not because you like her. Chun squinted. Cough cough. Why bring this up again? Su Cheng choked again. The bunny-eared girl turned her face away and snorted. Because you like Lolis very much and don't care about that kind of thing between different races. After all, it's obvious to everyone, and we hear about it every day. Smell it in the morning, smell it at night. The sounds entered my ears. Just because I like Lolis means I have to like all wolf-eared girls, right? Su Cheng immediately retorted. I heard from Luo that you slept with Hongxiang when you were in the Wolf Ear tribe that time, Chun said coldly. Don't try to fool me. Chun glared at him. Su Cheng's lips twitched. He felt numb. Why does she tell you everything? An hour's journey is neither long nor short. If it weren't for the cart, the speed might have been even faster. When they reached the riverbank, the group rested briefly before continuing their journey. Upon entering the hunting area, Shiryu and the others quickly dispersed, skillfully climbing to the treetops. They were used to scouting the area in this way and worked in perfect harmony with each other. The branches shook violently, and leaves rustled down. In just a few leaps, the group disappeared without a trace. A crisp whistle sounded and echoed through the woods. Su Cheng pushed the cart, looked at the bewildered big bad wolf, and waved. Hongxiang, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Oh, Su Cheng, where are they? Hongxiang asked curiously. They're scouting ahead. Why use trees to find your way? You can see further from a higher vantage point, Su Cheng laughed. Hongxiang didn't say anything more, following Su Cheng and Chun through the grass, occasionally glancing around at the commotion. The way the cat-eared girls explored the area really surprised her. Not only is it more ingenious, but it's also much more efficient than the wolf-ear tribe. She's climbed trees, so she can understand. The expansive view from high above allows for a quick assessment of the surrounding environment, a tactic that is quite useful even when used to ambush wild animals. The cat-eared people are skilled at climbing trees, and their speed and proficiency are something the wolf-eared people can only envy. They simply didn't know how to take advantage of it back then. For some reason, she suddenly remembered what the old man had told her after she recovered from her fever. Those cat-eared people should be treated with caution in the future. Their eyes shone brighter than ever before. At the time, she thought the old man was acting strangely, wondering if he had also caught a fever and was talking nonsense. Looking at it now, I have the same feeling. Rather, these changes have been right under my nose ever since I stepped into the cat-ear tribe. But she never thought about it deeply. And the person who brought all this to the cat-ear tribe. Hongxiang looked at Su Cheng walking ahead, and something seemed to be burning in her heart, her chest gradually becoming hot. After traveling for another 10 minutes or so, another whistle sounded, and Su Cheng and Chun finally stopped. We're here, right here. Immediately afterwards, a rustling sound came from the surrounding trees, and all 6 of Shiryu's companions turned back and gathered together. Su Cheng glanced at everyone, and then spoke. Prepare everything first, then assign tasks. Stone Spirit, is the campfire still usable? Yes, Shirling replied. Okay, let's start a fire. Chun and I will handle the wood. Der, you braid the rope, and the rest of you can move the stones. Okay, Meow. Let's go move the stones. The group quickly dispersed and began working according to Su Cheng's orders without the slightest hesitation. Hongxiang blinked blankly, even more confused. Wood? Stone? Rope? What do we need those for? Aren't we here to hunt bears? Where's the bear? She looked at Su Cheng and saw him and Chun rummaging through the bushes in front of them. There seemed to be a lot of short branches that had already been cut. The two of them picked up a bunch and walked towards a clearing not far away. Su Cheng turned his head and saw Hong Xiang still standing there dumbfounded, so he couldn't help but call out, "Hong Xiang, come and get to work. Bring over the rest of the branches." "Oh, I want one too." Hong Xiang opened her mouth wide. "What do you think? Hurry up." "Okay, fine." Although she didn't know what she was supposed to do, Hong Xiang didn't delay any longer since she had agreed to help. There were still many branches left in the bushes, which she scooped up and carried away. Following Su Cheng to the open space, Hong Xiang looked around and found that the surrounding trees were very old, with trunks that required several people to encircle, and branches that were intricate and complex, with each main trunk as thick as an arm. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and there were many signs of being trampled. But soon, she keenly sensed that something was wrong. In this open space, there is a large pit, with piles of withered yellow leaves, grass, and thin branches around it, as if someone had specially collected and placed them there. Meanwhile, the cat-eared girl named Ling was squatting to the side, earnestly rekindling the embers that were covered by ashes. On the other side was Daer, who was weaving rope. Su Cheng and Chun carried the wooden branches over, then circled the edge of the pit a couple of times, peering inside, until the fire was lit, before returning. Hong Xiang was naturally very curious and also peeked inside. Su Cheng's voice came immediately. "Stand back and watch carefully, or you might fall." Oh, even without Su Cheng's reminder, Hong Xiang instinctively took a step back the moment she saw the bottom of the pit. The sense of danger emanating from her body made the hairs on her body stand on end. When a person sees something sharp, their body will instinctively contract or avoid it. This is a defensive reflex. What's more, right now there's a pile of about a dozen sharpened splinters stuck straight up at the bottom of the pit. Hong Xiang's eyelids started twitching after just one glance. It's terrifying to think about if someone were to accidentally fall in. Chapter 111. Good friends don't lie to good friends. At this moment, the cat-eared girls who had scattered earlier returned one after another, each carrying stones of varying sizes, the lightest of which was about the size of a child. One stone was so large and heavy that it took 2 people to carry it back. They threw the stones under the tree and left again. "Stop looking, Hong Xiang, come and help." Su Cheng's words brought Hong Xiang back to her senses. She immediately left the pit and squatted down in front of the fire. At this moment, Ling had also joined the group moving stones, while Su Cheng and Chun took out bone knives and began to scrape the wooden branches. "You know how to sharpen it, right? You can borrow this knife for now." Looking at the bone knife handed to him by Su Cheng, and then at the wooden branches on the ground, Big Tail Wolf finally voiced his doubts. "Su Cheng, what's that pit?" She actually wanted to know a lot of things, but they were all jumbled up and she didn't know where to start, so she could only pick the most obvious one. "A trap," Su Cheng said. "A trap? What's a trap?" "For hunting wild animals." "Oh." Hong Xiang nodded and began scraping the wood branches in a daze. "Actually, I didn't quite understand it at all. What are you doing moving those stones?" "Set a trap." "Oh." The big bad wolf nodded again. "What's the trap?" Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The large, round moon trembled gently. Why are there so many questions? Su Cheng's hand stopped in midair, and he realized that something was wrong with the feel of his hand. Hong Xiang, huh? Su Cheng, huh? Spring, underscore. Su Cheng, why did you spank me? The big bad wolf stared straight at him. Why? What else could it be? Use my habit, Bob. Su Cheng blurted out, then immediately corrected himself. This is my way of greeting people. I only do this with my closest relatives. He stared into Hong Xiang's eyes, his expression extremely serious. So, I consider you my closest clan friend. Hong Xiang's eyes sparkled. A short while later, she glanced at Su Cheng, then at Chun, whose face was icy cold. He frowned and said, You're lying to me. I've never seen you spank that stinky rabbit. Isn't she your closest relative? Su Cheng's eyes widened as well. That's a good question. Smack. The familiar voice instantly echoed in my ears. Su Cheng looked at Hong Xiang seriously and said solemnly, Look, we fought, didn't we? How could I lie to you? You are my dearest friend, my brother. Oh, so I'm your closest friend. Of course. Hee hee, Su Cheng, you're also my closest friend. The big bad wolf's eyes gleamed, and the corners of his mouth turned up. He looked very happy. She patted Su Cheng on the shoulder, about to say something, when she noticed that his mouth was twitching and he was grimacing. What's wrong with you? I'm being bitten by bugs, Su Cheng said. Hong Xiang immediately grinned and said, Then come closer to me. The bugs won't dare to bite me. I can use my tail to help you shoo them away. Oh, that's great. Su Cheng forced a smile and tried to run away. However, As soon as he moved, Cheng grabbed his arm. The rabbit-eared girl glared at him. You're not allowed to go over there. I can help you shoo away the bugs. Su Cheng, you are that worm. That ability to put your hands on your waist is truly amazing. Fast and accurate. On the other side, Hongxiang was very dissatisfied with Chun's obstruction, and she snorted coldly. You stinky rabbit, you're really nosy. Whether it's wide or not is none of your business, you big bad wolf, Chun retorted instantly. The two men immediately glared at each other. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the cramped space. Su Cheng and I are the closest of friends, so of course it's my business. Su Cheng is a member of our cat-ear tribe. You'd better get that straight. So what? I can help him get rid of the bugs. Me too. With your tiny tail that's no bigger than your palm? Hongxiang glanced at the rabbit-eared girl's buttocks, her eyes full of mockery. You're ugly. Thick one isn't much better. Chuanxiao's face darkened, and she instantly bristled. Who are you calling has an ugly tail? Whoever steps forward is the one who gets the credit. Su Cheng was caught in the middle, his eardrums aching from the noise. Seeing that the two were about to actually stage a scene at the Forbidden City, he quickly raised his hand to stop them. Okay, stop. Stop, stop, stop. No more arguing. Chun, I can't be bothered to argue with her. Hongxiang, I only started arguing because she was being noisy. Snort. After glaring at each other, the two clowns turned their heads away and finally quieted down. Everyone should just get back to work quietly. If anyone makes a sound, I'll send her back. Two big ones. A short while later, Chun pouted, picked up the bone knife and wooden branch again, leaned closer to Su Cheng, and started slicing. Hongxiang glanced at Su Cheng and the now docile stinky rabbit, then lifted her leg and moved over as well. She gently flicked her tail and slapped it against Su Cheng's back, chasing away the non-existent mosquitoes. Not far away, a few cat-eared girls who happened to be carrying stones back shrank their necks, looked scared, made a long ee sound, dropped their things, and ran away like the wind. I can't afford to mess with them. The smell of gunpowder in the air quickly dissipated, and seeing that the two rascals had started to work diligently, Su Cheng picked up the scraped wood splinters and roasted them over the fire. Seeing this, Hongxiang spoke again. Su Cheng, why did you use fire? This will make the pointed part harder. Oh, the big bad wolf seemed to understand but didn't quite, so he just nodded. Then he continued to ask questions. How do you know all this? And what about that trap? Su Cheng glanced at her sideways and smiled gently. I learned it by chance, just like treating a fever. It's a survival experience that you accumulate over time. You're definitely lying to me. Hongxiang pouted. I've lived here for so long. How come I haven't accidentally learned it? That means your luck hasn't come yet. Su Cheng remained calm and composed, saying, good friends don't lie to good friends. He continued, do you want to learn? Hongxiang was taken aback at first, then her eyes lit up. Would you be willing to teach me, Su Cheng? Of course you can. Real? Yes, Su Cheng said seriously, but not now. Why not? Because our relationship isn't close enough. On the side, the rabbit-eared girl, who was openly eavesdropping, glanced at the two out of the corner of her eye, her eyebrows twitching involuntarily. Although she disliked this big bad wolf very much, she still felt a little sympathy for him. This scene felt familiar to her. She made a bet with Su Cheng, making him give her a massage, walk with him in the woods, and even get a spanking. It seems like it all happened step by step like that. And that's how it turned out. Taking a step back only makes me feel worse. Damn it, you didn't pinch me enough. They deserved to be beaten. Then what would be enough to be close? Hongxiang stared at Su Cheng, her big eyes clear and bright. Just listen to me, Su Cheng said. Then I will listen to you more and teach me. Chapter 112, I have high hopes for you, my friend. This can't be achieved by just talking. You have to do things and help. I know. Hongxiang sniffed and snorted. Su Cheng, I'm helping right now. Good luck, Su Chengla. I have high hopes for you, my friend. Oh, so-called fishing. You have to offer some incentive to encourage them to set up shop. Give her red pottery, take her hunting, and teach her some basic knowledge. The nest that Su Cheng dug was big and round. First, your closest friends, then your closest family members, and finally, your closest clansmen and relatives. That makes perfect sense. Once the splinters were mostly removed, Su Cheng untied the leather bag he had brought and scooped out all the black ash from the fire, mixing it with the powder inside the bag. This time, even Chun was a little curious and asked, Cheng, wasn't that the spice powder you brought with you in the leather bag? How did it get mixed with the wood ash? Spice powder. Hongxiang also looked over. She then remembered that she had come to collect spices today. Right now, he's helping to whittle wood. We haven't even seen a glimpse of the spices yet. Su-chung, where's my spice powder? She asked. It's at the camp. Don't worry. I promise I'll give it to you when we get back. Oh, that's good. So you're not using these spices for eating? Chun continued to ask. Su-chung nodded. Yes, this is something I prepared especially for that bear. He grinned. Will this work? Spring frowned. She simply couldn't connect spice wood ash with hunting bears. Give it a try. We'll only know if it works after we try it. After all the branches were dealt with, Su-chung personally went down into the pit and laid the spikes back down. After checking the spacing and stability to make sure there were no problems, he called Chun to pull him up. The next step is the final one, disguise. By this time, Shiryu and the others had returned, and the group busied themselves arranging branches, spreading leaves and grass. Their movements were skilled and their roles were clearly defined, while Hong Xiang watched from the sidelines, unable to get a hand in anything. It's all right, let them handle this, Su-chung said, pointing to the dozens of stones piled up under the tree. I'll need your help moving the stones later. Good. The trap was completed in no time. All that remained on the ground was a clearing covered with leaves and weeds, with no trace of the pits. Of course, it looks out of place compared to the grassy area next to it. All done, Meow. Start making the rockfall trap now. Be very careful. Su-chung gave earnest instructions. The falling rocks were placed above the pit trap. If they fell, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Okay, Meow. We will be careful. Shiryu and the others nodded vigorously, and then quickly climbed up the tree. Big Ears had already firmly tied the rope-woven net to the sturdy branch. Put them in one piece at a time, just 2 or 3 pieces in each net. Su-chung then began to give instructions from under the tree. The big-tailed wolf finally had something to do, so he moved the stones under the tree and passed them up to the tree. With their tall and slender figures and extraordinary strength, the group worked together with surprisingly good efficiency. As for the largest stone, Hong Xiang tried to lift it up, but Su-chung stopped her as soon as she did. This one doesn't need to be moved up. Not to mention the netting couldn't withstand it. Even the branches might not be able to hold it up. Su-chung stroked his chin, watching Hong Xiang lift the boulder with her own strength, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It's a shame that someone with that kind of brute strength doesn't go into weightlifting competitions. All right. With a muffled thud, Hong Xiang threw the heavy stone directly onto the ground. Everything is ready. Su-chung looked around, then clapped his hands and called everyone over. Then, he took a flint spear from Shiryu and handed it to Hong Xiang. Now let's start assigning tasks. Lure the enemy, horror. Ambush, stone moon, stone spirit, rock flower, Nia, red fragrance. Operate the trap, big ears. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girls immediately straightened their backs. No, Meow. Hong Xiang stared intently at the flint spear in her hand and nodded unconsciously in agreement. The flat stone embedded in the spearhead gave her a sharp and pointed feeling just by looking at it. All right, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Su-chung sent the cat-eared girls scattering like birds and beasts. Just as Horror was about to leave, Su-chung suddenly called her back. He then tossed her the leather pouch containing a mixture of spices and wood ash, briefly explaining its usage and timing. The quick-witted Hoyer's ears twitched instantly, and she nodded excitedly. I understand, Meow. Okay, go ahead. The tall trees blocked out the sun. Everything seemed to fall silent. Birds flapped their wings and flew away from the branches into the sky. A gentle mountain breeze blew through the trees and grass, seemingly carrying away the last trace of noise, leaving only the intermittent chirping of cicadas in the air. As the grass swayed, a few leaves fell. The enormous Hong Xiang, mimicking Shiryu and the others, crouched alone in the bushes. Even so, much of its fluffy tail was still visible, along with the large, round moon. She was always very serious about hunting. To be honest, I'm still a little unaccustomed to using ambush tactics for the first time. That's just her personality. Even when she went tiger hunting, she didn't hold back and just went straight for it. But today she was helping out, and Su-chung was in charge, so she kept in mind to be obedient. At this moment, Su-chung and Chun had also moved to the treetop, holding their breath and quietly watching everything below. As if knowing a hunt was about to begin, the chirping of cicadas and the calls of birds abruptly ceased. Sudden roar. A roar. Like dropping a stone into a calm lake. It stirred up splashes of water. Deep in the distant jungle, the familiar roar shook the air, deep and powerful, carrying a strong fishy smell, instantly scaring away all the wild beasts, big and small, in the forest. The ground trembled incessantly, the sound clearly transmitted from the soles of their feet to the limbs and bones of the beast-eared girls. The clever and mischievous Hua is indeed a master at luring enemies. Every time, she manages to precisely provoke these wild beasts, driving them mad as they chase her all the way out. First there was Pigsy, now there's the black bear spirit. As the tremors of the earth became clearer, everyone's nerves tightened, and they gripped their spears tightly, staring intently at the distant forest. Immediately afterwards, the tiny fire sprang out of the woods and sprinted across the ground on all fours. The black bear was very fast, much faster than Su Cheng had imagined, to the point that even Hua had to revert to her primal state and transform into a jungle wildcat. She leaped left and right, weaving between trees and bushes, uttering provocative curses that continuously drew the black bear's hatred. Meow. You little rascal, come and chase me, meow. A silvery sound, mixed with panting, echoed through the forest. Chapter 113 Black Bear Spirit. Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly, and he scratched his head, looking at the rabbit-eared girl beside him. Who taught you all this? What do you think? Chun rolled her eyes at him. Don't talk nonsense. I don't remember teaching her to be like that. Then you should ask her. In the blink of an eye, the nimble and petite cat-eared girl had already rushed forward. With a twist of her waist, she easily avoided the trap disguise and then darted under the tree. Because he was sprinting too fast, he couldn't stop in time and was grabbed by the back of his neck by the quick-thinking Hongxiang. Meow, 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 meow. After kicking his limbs for a while, Hua realized that he was hanging in midair. She winked at Hongxiang, then was tossed into the bushes with a look of disgust on her face. They're here. The others had no time to pay attention to Hua. Their eyes were all fixed on the huge black ball that was hurtling towards them like a small mountain. Even without a target, the black bear spirit still managed to pinpoint the scent and direction of its enemy with its keen sense of smell. It pawed at the ground with all fours, roaring as it charged toward the bushes. Immediately afterwards, click, click, slap, 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 the sound of branches snapping cleanly suddenly exploded in the air. The trap disguise was instantly crushed and completely shattered by the hundreds of pounds of flesh and blood underfoot. Awoo! Before they could even roar, rows of cold, sharp wooden spikes rushed to the scene. Some of the spikes enchanted by fire were trampled into the ground, while others, unable to pierce the skin, wobbled and became useless as they scratched the thick fur. More often than not, it is forcibly pressed into the skin by the massive weight, piercing through the layers of fat and flesh, reaching deep inside. In any case, the desired effect was achieved. Blood gushed out instantly, soaking the fur and flowing all over the ground. Awoo! The painful cries echoed throughout the forest, startling the birds circling in the sky into scattering in all directions. Now, Sai. The whistle to attack sounded immediately. Shi Yu and his 6 companions sprang out from several patches of grass, gripped their spears, and thrust them fiercely at the giant bear in the pit. In this kind of encirclement and suppression, there is no longer any need to look for weaknesses. The target is enormous and cannot be moved. Just keep stabbing without thinking. If you manage to poke it, you've made a profit. Hongxiang, who was a step too slow, also showed no mercy and went up to stab him, her face full of surprise and ecstasy. So that's how traps are used. Puff, 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 puff. Compared to previous hunts of wild boars, the effectiveness of this attack was clearly visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 seconds, the black bear demon's head, nose, mouth, shoulders, chest, and back were all pierced with wounds of varying sizes. His upper body was covered in bright red blood, and his thick fur was mixed with mud and blood, making him look filthy and disheveled. Roar! It swung its claws wildly, the heavy wind whistling past its ears, cleverly scattering the group's second wave of attacks, and grabbing Big Ear's spear, pulling it directly from her hand. Immediately afterward, enduring the cracking pain in its soles and rear, it pounced on the edge of the pit with both paws and frantically pawed at the pit wall, trying to climb out of the pit directly. Although this guy wasn't as agile as Zhu Beiji, his survival instinct under pressure was key. In the blink of an eye, he actually managed to crawl half of his body out. Even Su Cheng, who was watching the battle from the tree, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Holy crap, we still haven't dug deep enough. We can't let it crawl out. Chun frowned as well. At this moment, the battlefield has changed once again. The giant beast was about to escape the trap. Hongxiang grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and threw the spear away, kicking it directly at the target. She might not know much about tactics, But her hunting instincts and experience made her act without hesitation, knowing exactly what to do and when to do it. The big-tailed wolf kicked out, forcibly stopping the black bear from continuing to climb. Then, it clenched its fists and pounced on the bear's face, its fists, as big as sandbags, slamming down. Bang! Get down! The stern shouts were mixed with muffled sounds. The punch sent Hongxiang's arms trembling and going numb. A black bear's skull is incredibly hard. Under the immense force of the impact, the black bear could no longer maintain its balance and fell back into the pit with a thud. At that moment, Horror rushed forward, took out the leather pouch from his waist, and threw the wood ash and chili powder inside directly at the black bear's head. Roar! Countless particles of powder instantly obscured my vision, and my eyes burned so badly I could barely open them. Darkness and light alternate, and everywhere there are blurry figures and sharp spears attacking from the shadows. The pain numbed my nerves, and my body could clearly feel something inexplicably draining away rapidly. Its vitality. At this moment, the black bear spirit felt only endless panic and terror. Its vision was blurred, causing it to wave its hands wildly, trying to block the sharp weapons and buy itself a moment to catch its breath. However, what awaits it is something even more terrifying. Big Ears, climb the tree. At Shiryu's command, the air instantly understood. In a flash, it climbed to the top of the tree. Scatter! With a soft shout, the cat-eared girls retreated and looked up at the rope net that held countless stones in midair. Hongxiang seemed to understand what they were going to do, and grinned, her face full of excitement. Hunting black bears had already gotten her blood pumping, and she just couldn't stop now. She immediately ran to the tree, picked up the largest rock, and, to everyone's utter astonishment, laughed loudly as she smashed it into the pit. Bang! The boulder struck the black bear on the head with a loud thud. The guy was still not quite done, his eyes burning with desire. Immediately following, the large ear cut the rope. Stones rained down, crashing into the pit, onto the edge of the pit, and onto the black bear, accompanied by its shrill howls. Bang! Bang bang bang. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. It stirred up waves of air. A while later, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The pit was now almost completely filled with rocks. Awululu. Below the rocks, at the bottom of the pit, the black bear's pitiful cries could still be faintly heard, but they were no longer as powerful as before. The stones began to shift upwards, clearly indicating that the black bear was making its last struggle. Keep stabbing. Su Cheng, who was in the tree, immediately shouted. Strike while the iron is hot, and kill it. What are you still standing there for? Meow. Shiryu and the other 6 exchanged glances, and then made no further hesitation. He gripped the spear tightly, aimed it at the crevices between the rocks where there were black hairs and gray skin, and thrust it in forcefully. In an instant, blood splattered and began to flow down the stones. Driven by her fighting spirit, Hongxiang leaped onto the violently churning rocks, spotted a gap that had been created, raised her flint spear high, and thrust it straight down. Chapter 114 Recognition. Hey! The veins on her arms bulged, and with a tremendous force, she managed to push the spear down by almost half. Gugu's blood gushed out like a fountain. A piercing scream tore through the sky, like a final lament. Seeing this, Su Cheng was also dumbfounded. This guy truly deserves to be called the wolf-eared war god. At this moment, Hongxiang, whose body was splattered with blood, had flames bursting from her eyes and a wildly arrogant smile on her lips. She held the spear tightly, unmoved by the constant churning and shaking of the stones beneath her feet. The man and the beast struggled fiercely until the bottom of the pit fell completely silent. Chun stared at the entire process, her fists clenched tightly. The blood in my body was also restless, and I felt a surge of resentment and disappointment, but also an extremely fervent desire. As a rabbit-eared warrior, she longed to be like Hongxiang, to unleash her full potential and hunt wild beasts with all her might. All 7 spears were now soaked in blood. Shiryu and the others carefully felt the vibrations coming from the spear shaft in their hands. The immense force that had prevented them from piercing through was rapidly disappearing. Is he dead? Horror swallowed hard and asked the group. I don't know. Shiling shook her head. It feels like I can't feel anything moving anymore. Su Cheng and Chun jumped down from the big tree and approached, where Hongxiang was already moving the boulder with her bare hands. Get out of the way. She sniffed and gave a hearty snort. The cat-eared girls immediately realized their mistake and released their spears, then moved aside. Bang! Smack! As stones were thrown out one by one, The black bear's head and body gradually came into view. Thick fur covered the wound, and blood had already soaked the entire body. With 7 spears stuck in his body, he looked like a giant hedgehog. Hongxiang's weapon pierced diagonally down its neck, penetrating halfway through its body. "Hey, Su Cheng, how did I do?" The big-tailed wolf took a deep breath and grinned at Su Cheng. Although he was asking for opinions, the pride and joy on his face were already evident. "That's incredible." Su Cheng praised him generously, giving him a thumbs up. Hey. Hongxiang was very excited and immediately jumped out of the pit, looking at Su Cheng with burning eyes. "Su Cheng, your trap is amazing. It was able to kill a black bear so easily. Hunting tigers was much more difficult for me." She glanced at the cat-eared girls again, her expression serious. "Your people are also very powerful. Their abilities are now on par with those of the wolf-eared warriors." This was her most sincere praise, as she herself was a soldier. "These cat-eared girls are just as the old man said. They have grown into formidable opponents. From their methods of exploring the forest to their decisiveness in battle and their excellent teamwork, everything they did was outstanding." Being recognized by their opponents, and being the strongest warrior of the Wolf-Ear clan, Shiryu and the others were extremely proud, wagging their tails in triumph. All right, save your praise, or they'll show you how arrogant they are right away." Su Cheng smiled, and then began to examine the bear around the edge of the pit. Seeing it up close, it really is frighteningly big. With that weight, it must weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds. I did a quick scan using an encyclopedia. Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, goodness. A full 680 gene. The amount of meat produced here is something even Pigsy, Zhu Ganglai, couldn't match." He then waved his hand dismissively. "Get it up here, lift it onto the cart." "Okay, meow." At this point, Hongxiang finally understood what the cart was used for. Crunch, crunch. Glug glug. Hongxiang was very excited to play with the handcart for the first time. When they hunt such large and heavy wild animals, they either dismember them on the spot, or have several people use wooden frames to slowly lift them up. When have I ever seen anything this fun and new? One person can lift it and push it. With someone's help, it will be much easier. Of course, she doesn't need to. As the chieftain of the wolf-eared tribe, I can't lose face in front of these cat-eared girls. However, ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh. One person pushed the cart for several miles, and finally obediently rested on the riverbank. My hands and feet were sore and numb, and my limbs were trembling slightly as if I had been electrocuted. "Let's take a break. We'll let Shiryu and the others push it later." Seeing Hongxiang collapse to the ground like a deflated balloon, Su Cheng held back his laughter. "Okay, aren't you going to wash yourself?" The bear blood stained his arms, thighs, and other parts of his body had almost dried, but he didn't care at all. "I'll wash it later." The big-tailed wolf snorted and flipped himself over. The warm sunlight on my face felt surprisingly pleasant. At this time, Shiryu and the others had already gone to the riverbank and started washing their hands, feet, and spears. Su Cheng didn't urge him any further and happily went off to admire the scenery. "We've returned with a full load. What's the rush?" The cat-eared girls washed away the blood, their playful nature rekindled, and they began to frolic and play again. The short animal skin skirt could hardly cover those mature bodies, and every now and then, the ripe parts would be exposed, pleasing to Su Cheng's eye. "Don't go to the middle of the lake. The water is very deep there." As he sat down to admire the view, Su Cheng didn't forget to offer a reminder. "Isn't it beautiful?" Chun also came over and sat down next to him. Having spent so much time together, she naturally knew what Su Cheng liked to watch. "Of course, you're not as good-looking as me," Su Cheng said. "Humph, you're so good at talking." A faint blush rose on Chun's face as she recalled the time she changed clothes in the tent. She glanced at Hongxiang, who was still lying sprawled out not far behind her, before asking her a question. "When are we going to the salt springs?" "Salt spring? It's a bit far from the camp, so it's best to make arrangements as soon as possible." Chun wrinkled her nose at him and whispered, "I want to eat salt." Now that the black bear has been hunted down, the next step is naturally to get hold of the salt spring and extract the salt as soon as possible. Having gotten used to salt, the rabbit-eared girl now finds it hard to bring herself to eat beast blood or roots. Su Cheng blinked. "You're carrying water and salt from such a long distance. Don't you find it troublesome? Have the clansmen pack up their things and move in the next couple of days." Chun was slightly taken aback and didn't react for a moment. "Move place?" "Yes, you forgot about the mountain hollow we found. It would be great to live there, as it's close to the salt spring and the riverbank." "Really? The black bears are all dead, That place now belongs to them. Relocating the clan's territory was a major event, Chun said, looking at Su Cheng with a serious expression. You are the shaman, so you can make the decision about this. A moment later, he asked again. Then, should we tell Hongxiang? You're not calling her a big bad wolf anymore? Su Cheng laughed. She did the work in hunting the black bear. Chun glared at him. I'm not trying to argue with her. Okay, don't pinch me. I didn't use any force, Chun muttered. Do you want to say something? Chapter 115 Centaur Girl. Su Cheng nodded. Of course I'll tell her. The two tribes will still have trade in the future. Once we've settled down, I'll find some time to go see her and show her the way. Send someone else. Can anyone else speak up? Su Chenglei asked. Chun was speechless. Although Hongxiang and Su Cheng seemed to be having a good chat, any other cat-eared girl might not even acknowledge her. She wrinkled her nose, sighed, hugged her knees, and looked ahead. For a long time. Okay, I want to go hunting, she said. Today's battle has made Hongxiang's blood boil. I could no longer suppress the desire in my heart. Once we move the camp there, I'll help you heal your leg. Su Cheng said earnestly, looking at her. You need to be mentally prepared. I don't know how effective those herbs will be, so it will probably hurt a lot. I'm not afraid. The bunny-eared girl turned her head and met Su Cheng's gaze. Compared to not being able to hunt, that little bit of pain is nothing. Once her leg is healed, she can return to her former rabbit-eared warrior form and truly be able to protect the man in front of her. Seeing Chun's resolute eyes and slightly flushed face, Su Cheng smiled gently. He gently put his arm around her waist and pulled her close. The bunny-eared girl was a little flustered, but only for a moment. Then he turned his face away, his long ears drooping. Hongxiang is still here. So what if they see us? Su Cheng grinned. Looking down, I saw the rabbit-eared girl's slightly bitten, rosy lips. Just as I was about to take a small bite, I suddenly heard a series of exclamations. Meow. Sure you look, what's that? Something's floating by. It seems quite big. It doesn't look like wood to me. The shape is a bit strange, meow. I think it's weird too. Wow, they're here. I'm going to call out to spring. A huge black shadow drifted slowly with the current. The cat-eared girls immediately stopped playing and frolicking, all looking up at the sky, their pointed cat ears standing up alertly, and their tails taut and straight. At this moment, Su Cheng and Chun also entered the shallows, and even Hongxiang, who was resting, was attracted by their curiosity. Several people stopped and stared, and only when the dark shadow was only 5 or 6 meters away from the mudflats could they finally see it clearly. They are centaurs. Spring squinted her eyes and murmured. Su Cheng craned his neck to look, his eyes wide open. To him, it was indeed a humanoid creature. Half of her face floated on the water's surface, and her shoulder-length brown hair drifted like seaweed. The most striking and peculiar thing about her was her lower body, which, starting from her waist, was not connected to her legs but to the body of a horse. Wow, she's a centaur girl. Su Cheng grinned. The other person's face was as pale as paper, almost devoid of color. But even the faintest cough, as faint as a spider's thread, was still keenly detected by Chun. Still alive. Spring wrote. Let's scoop it up and take a look. Su Cheng's eyes lit up instantly, and he gestured to Shi Yu and the others. It's a life, no matter what. Saving a beast's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Okay, meow. Immediately, several cat-eared girls ran back and retrieved their spears, using the slender shafts to hook and pull at the massive horse's body. Before long, the drowning, unconscious animal-eared girl was lured to his side. Meow, it's so big. Several times bigger than a fire. He still has many wounds on his body. This is the first time I've ever seen centaurs. What do we do now? The cat-eared girls tried to grab the 4 hooves, but with some effort, they couldn't lift them up and were momentarily at a loss. They then all looked at Su Cheng, seeking his opinion. Su Cheng frowned, then turned his head and saw Hongxiang watching. Hongxiang, can you do me a favor? Okay, fine. Watch out for her wound. No. The centaur girl's injuries were clearly visible, with cuts on her left and right, bruises from being hit by heavy objects, and even some deep teeth marks. A lot of her tail fur had also fallen out, making one's eyelids twitch. The wounds had turned white from being soaked in water, and a few strands of water plants were still hanging from the edges. It was truly a tragic situation. Hongxiang truly lived up to her reputation as a war goddess. With a flick of her arm, she easily lifted the centaur girl, who was almost half her size, out of the water. Whether it was due to the change in position or not, some water and mud flowed out of the girl's mouth. Put it on the grass over there. Su Cheng glanced around and quickly spotted a clean patch of grass. She must have swallowed a lot of water. Let me do some simple first aid. Good. Upon hearing this, Hongxiang nodded, picked up the other person, and strode over. After it was carefully placed on the ground, everyone gathered around. Unlike observing from underwater, it's much clearer now. Especially those wounds, which made the cat-eared girl's skin crawl. How come there are centaurs in the river, meow? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Are there centaurs in this forest? They looked at each other, then at Chun, who shook her head, completely unaware of the situation. Hongxiang, however, pondered for a moment while resting her chin on her hand, and then spoke. They could be from the Great Bull tribe. I've seen their tribe before, and there were several centaur people in there. The Great Bull clan. Aren't the only women in their tribe bull-horned women? So she accidentally fell into the river? After all, the Great Bull clan lives in the northern forest, and the upper reaches of the riverbank are considered their territory. However, there are several forked rivers there, and it is unknown exactly where they come from. And with these injuries, you can tell at a glance that something serious has happened. All right, keep your voices down, don't disturb Cheng. At Chun's prompting, the group quieted down and blinked their big eyes as they watched Su Cheng treat the patient. At this moment, Su Cheng brushed aside the girl's wet hair, checked her breathing, and then listened carefully to her heartbeat. To be honest, he couldn't figure out the internal structure of these beast-eared girls either, or whether their internal organs were inside a human or a horse's body. After a brief examination, Su Cheng found that the girl still had a very faint breath, so he knelt down beside her and began first aid according to his memory of drowning knowledge. First, turn her upper body to the side and clear any foreign objects from her mouth and nose. Then, lay her flat and begin chest compressions, once, twice. The group of beast-eared girls watching couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding in unison with Su Cheng's rhythm. Time passed second by second. I don't know how many times I pressed it. Finally, cough, 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 accompanied by violent coughing. A stream of river water mixed with blood and mud gushed out of the centaur girl's mouth. Her chest began to rise and fall, though very faintly, but her breathing had returned to normal. Even the horse's body below shows a hint of life. It's alive, meow. Fire cheered softly. The witch is amazing. Do you remember what the witch did just now? I'll remember that. The cat-eared girls were beaming with excitement. Su Cheng still frowned. We've only solved the problem of her choking on water. Her injuries are very serious and need to be treated as soon as possible. Chapter 116 Treatment. At this moment, Chun also squatted down and carefully examined those horrific wounds. The wounds were everywhere, from the back and sides of the abdomen and 4 legs to the humanoid torso and arms. They were all fresh, varying in depth, and in some places the white bones were even visible. To be honest, with a wound like that, it would be almost impossible for an ordinary kimonomami, animal-eared girl, to survive. The centaur girl's incredible vitality is truly astonishing. These wounds. Chun's expression turned grave as she looked at Su Cheng. Are you sure you want to save them? Su Cheng, these injuries aren't from a simple fight. Most of them look like they were left by stone clubs. The blood holes are probably from splinters in wood, and there are also bite marks. Hongxiang also chimed in with a serious expression, unusually refraining from arguing with Chun. You think it's a conflict between tribes? Su Cheng asked. Very likely. Hongxiang nodded. Regardless of whether she is from the Great Bull clan or not, hunting wild beasts wouldn't be possible like this. Haru continued. Wouldn't saving her cause us trouble? Fine. Su Cheng looked at the two of them and smiled gently. Trouble is a small matter. Saving her life is more useful to us. Firstly, it allows us to find out exactly what's happening outside. Secondly, it's about her. With the centaur girl, there are many more things you can do in the future. Let's take her back to camp first. With that thought, Su Cheng immediately made a decision. Sure you guys find some vines in the woods and weave them together. Half of you will push the cart, and the other half will carry her. Hongxiang. Okay, I'll help. The big bad wolf pouted, having already learned to answer first. Hee, I'll give you an extra piece of pottery later. Oh, Su Cheng, you said it yourself, you can't lie to me. There was an additional unconscious centaur girl. The journey back to camp also became somewhat slower. Despite Hongxiang's help, the weight of the horse still made Shuriyue and the others walk heavily. They made a simple trolley out of a few thick wooden sticks and a net woven from vines, and several people took turns carrying it. Chun went ahead alone to scout the way, while Su Cheng kept a close eye on the centaur girl's vital signs. At the same time, he was also thinking about what he should do when he got back. This guy's body temperature is very low right now. With blood loss and being soaked in the river, he's at risk of hypothermia. Start a fire as soon as we get to the camp. Okay, meow. Shuriwe, find plenty of dry grass and spread a thick layer of it outside the tent. Shirling, you're in charge of boiling water. Okay. As for the herbs, Su Cheng would prepare them himself. Hong Xiang listened quietly from the side, glancing at the man every now and then at the lively cat-eared girls, her eyes sparkling. After a grueling 2-hour ordeal, the group finally returned to their camp. It was nearing dusk, and quite a few cat-eared girls were already resting in the camp. Seeing the hunting party return, and the large, dark mass on the cart, everyone's faces lit up with surprise, their eyes widening in astonishment. They naturally knew about the black bear hunt, but seeing such a huge beast carcass with their own eyes was still quite shocking. A surge of joy welled up instantly, and cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Quickly inform the other tribespeople that you and the others are back. They've returned from a successful bear hunt. Meow. The bear is so big, meow. Not only were there bears, but they also hunted one. Are those centaurs? Wow. They really do look like centaurs. They look completely different from us. Her saws are so thick, unlike ours. Is she still alive? Compared to the black bear's carcass, the equally enormous centaur girl was more of an interest to them. It was only because Hong Xiang was there that these guys didn't dare to get close. At this point, you and the others, exhausted, simply abandoned the cart and left it there. All right, stop arguing. Let's help move the bear to the stone block. Where's Sakura? Have they come back yet? Fufu just called out to her. She should be back soon. Okay, tell them that the bear is now in their hands. Okay, meow. Come on, everyone, let's get to work. Seeing everyone busily moving the black bear, you and the others then got busy with the tasks Su Cheng had previously assigned them. Several people lit the fire, boiled water, and made the beds. Everything was in perfect order. Soon, the centaur girl was then settled in and laid on a thick, enlarged bed of hay outside the large tent. The fire beside her crackled and began to burn, sending waves of heat that gradually warmed the icy cold beast-eared girl. Okay, you're back. Having received the news from her tribesmen, Luo had already come running back on her short legs. Unfortunately, before she could even reach Su Cheng's arms, a large hand suddenly intercepted her and grabbed her. Hey Luo, long time no see. Hong Xiang happily picked up Luo and started rubbing her face against it. I don't know why this guy likes Lolas so much. He's been rubbing against them and sucking on them, which makes Su Cheng's lips twitch. Wu Cheng. Just like last time, the little cutie froze completely, turning into a quail. Hey, why don't you play with Hong Xiang for a while, so she won't bother me when she gets bored later? Woo. Good. Su Cheng was delighted and pinched the little cutie's cheek. At this moment, Chun also came out of the large tent and handed over a leather bag containing herbs and willow bark scraps. Everything you said is here. Good. Immediately, Su Cheng squatted down and began to carefully examine the centaur girl's injuries. There were 8 wounds from being struck by the stone stick, mainly concentrated on the back and buttocks. There was bruising but no fractures, which was fortunate amidst the misfortune. There were 3 severe wounds, one on the human's left shoulder, deep enough to expose the bone, one on the horse's right side of the waist and abdomen, nearly tearing open the abdominal cavity, and another on the right foreleg, a tear that had damaged the tendon. Other injuries included multiple abrasions and scratches, as well as bite marks on the arm, which were clearly inflicted by someone. The wound on her shoulder was inflicted by a bone knife. The blade was uneven, and you could see some broken bone fragments under the skin. Chun also leaned closer to take a look, his brows furrowing. The other person probably wanted to kill her in one go, but unfortunately, they weren't tall enough to kill her. If she stood up straight, she'd probably be about as good as Hong Xiang. As Su Cheng spoke, he took a piece of animal hide, dipped it in boiling water, shook it, and began to clean the wound. Even though she was unconscious, the intense pain still caused the animal-eared girl to twitch involuntarily. Hold her down. Don't let her move around. Su Cheng then said, I need to treat all these wounds. Of course, he was also afraid that the guy would suddenly kick out. After all, he knew the beast-eared girl's strength very well. Just from that kick alone, even a fatal blow would probably kill her on the spot. Chapter 117 Meow. I'll help too. Upon hearing this, you also squatted down and helped Chun hold down the horse's body. Clean the wound, stop the bleeding, disinfect with willow bark water, and then bandage it with boiled animal hide. Each wound requires repeated treatment. Su Cheng personally handled the entire process, partly to teach Chun and the others about wound treatment. By the time I finished doing all this, I was covered in sweat. He then checked the centaur girl's other condition. Her heartbeat was weak but gradually stabilizing. Her breathing was shallow and more even, and her body temperature was slowly rising under the heat of the flames. How about it? Seeing Su Cheng frowning and then relaxing, Chun asked with concern. Can he be saved? We can only say that things are temporarily stable. Su Cheng wiped his sweat and clicked his tongue. Whether she can live or not ultimately depends on whether she wants to live and whether her will to live is strong enough. He looked at the pale-faced, beast-eared girl and suddenly smiled. But don't worry too much. This guy's vitality is exceptionally strong. Despite suffering such severe injuries and drifting in the water for an unknown amount of time, he still managed to stay alive. It's just that she didn't die. I'm so tired. Su Cheng stood up, grimacing, and stretched his aching muscles and bones. Turning around, I saw that the little cutie had somehow gotten onto the big bad wolf's neck, pinching its big ears, and the two of them were having a great time. He then smirked and clapped his hands at the two of them. Luo, come here. Oh, I'm here, Sister Hongxiang. Did you call me? Huh? I haven't had enough fun yet. Hee hee, let's play again next time. The little cutie didn't care and jumped down with a whoosh. Her petite body came running over, and with a leap, she jumped into Su Cheng's arms. Become. Her slender legs wrapped around Su Cheng's waist, her hands tightly around his neck, and she was filled with excitement. Su Cheng then gently lifted her buttocks and rubbed his face against hers. Let's go see the bears. Okay. In the center of the camp. The black bear had been moved to the stone block, and the pile of firewood next to it had been lit, with flames leaping up and down. A ceramic pot filled with water was placed on top of it, slowly emitting steam. The cat-eared girls craned their necks, watching Sakura, Red Peach, and Fufu kill the bear. Besides excitement, there was also a hint of fear in his bright eyes. After all, they used to run away from this kind of creature whenever they encountered it before, even though it was just a corpse now. This was the first time the three beast-eared girls had dissected such a huge beast, and their hands were trembling slightly. They gripped their bone knives tightly, their eyes fixed on the bear's skin, and they were carefully and meticulously peeling it off. Large wild animals like bears have particularly valuable fur, which, if shed intact, can be used as a warm fur coat or a bedding for sleeping. Perhaps they were getting impatient watching, because Shiryu and Chun couldn't stay still and went up to help. Aren't you going? The little girl in his arms looked up and asked. I'm not going. Su Cheng pinched the little cutie's soft bottom. Professional work should be done by professionals, and besides, it's not my turn. He grinned and said, I'll just focus on eating. Hunting a bear is undoubtedly a great honor for the warriors of the beast-eared tribe. The same applies to disassembling it by hand. It's something worth remembering and reminiscing about. Let's look back. Just as Su Cheng had said, professionals are indeed skilled at their work. The spring exercise involved using a bone-removing knife with clean and precise movements, each cut landing perfectly. Combined with skillful force, the bear skin was torn open, and the fat and remaining meat were scraped off in the process. The whole process was incredibly smooth and pleasing to the eye. The cat-eared girls were all captivated by Chun's meticulous work and serious expression, watching with bated breath. The big-tailed wolf, who had also come to watch, only glanced at the scene twice before humming and lowering his body to start teasing Luo in Su Cheng's arms from behind. One person kept poking the other's face with their finger, while the other opened their mouth and chased after the finger, making ooh noises. Su Cheng turned to look at the two of them and wondered if they were long-lost sisters. It's small, like a child who never grows up. The older ones, on the other hand, have been busy growing up. Finally, the crowd, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst into cheers. A complete bear skin was successfully peeled off, although there were many places on it that had been cut by spears, but it didn't matter much in terms of the result. Then, Chun handed the bear skin to Hong Tao, who was helping out, and gave her some instructions. Take it, rub it with wood ash, wash it clean, and then stretch it out to dry in the sun. Okay, Meow. Hong Tao readily accepted it, and quickly got to work. Next comes cutting the meat. Because they didn't need to be as careful as when handling bear skin, the cat-eared girls were able to be more relaxed. Chun then taught them while doing it herself. The clan is short-handed and sometimes very busy, so you should also learn how to butcher meat. You can't always rely on Shiryu and the others. We also need to learn to make use of those pottery pieces. For example, we can stop throwing away the fat parts as we used to. A short while later, pieces of bright red bear meat were cut off and placed neatly on a large patch of leaves on the ground. Shiryu carefully removed the internal organs, placing the bear heart, liver, and kidneys separately. As for the fat chunks that used to be randomly discarded, they were now collected separately in earthenware jars. The remaining enormous skeleton was naturally left to be made into various tools. The hundreds of pounds of flesh and blood still retained warmth, and for a moment, a strong, fishy smell filled the air. But to these beast-eared girls of the primitive tribe, it was more like the scent of a bountiful harvest. Next up was the much-anticipated bonfire party. Successfully hunting such a ferocious and enormous beast is something to celebrate in any tribe. A large group of people began to busy themselves again, distributing meat and fruit, moving firewood and pottery. The firewood was gradually piled up, and the fire that was burning normally was soon raised and enlarged. The flames climbed straight up the wooden frame, soon shooting up to be more than a person's height, illuminating half the sky. Meow, 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 meow. Cheers erupted one after another, and the surge of enthusiasm instantly swept over everything around them. Lin, who loves excitement the most, had already squeezed in with Shiryu and the others, and started jumping around the campfire. Accompanied by rhythmic and loud meows, they began that strange dance again, twisting their waists and hips with sensual and exaggerated movements. The abundant fruits swayed and trembled, their animal skin skirts fluttered in the wind, and glimpses of their springtime beauty were occasionally revealed. The beautiful scene was captivating. Wow, it looks so good. Su Cheng clicked his tongue and exclaimed in amazement. In modern times, he wouldn't even dare to imagine how much the entrance fee for this kind of dance would be. What's so interesting about this? Wrestling is much more fun, Hongxiang snorted beside her. Chapter 118. I know what you want to see. Chun then nudged Su Cheng with her hand and asked him a question. Should we go back to the main tent? Or eat with everyone? Let's go back. Su Cheng smiled. After all, with Hongxiang around, if this guy sat down in a crowd, he felt that all the cat-eared girls would be so scared that they would shut up and dare not speak. This is a celebration of eggs. Besides, he also needs to keep a close eye on the unconscious centaur girl. Being so far away, he wouldn't be able to find out in time if something happened. Okay, let's go back then. Chun nodded. Then, Su Cheng looked at the big bad wolf. Hongxiang, let's go to the main tent to eat meat. Okay. Hongxiang readily agreed. After all, it wasn't her own tribe, and she would feel uncomfortable being among strangers. If we go to the main tent, we'll find Su Cheng and Luo, people we know well. Of course, it would be even better if that stinky rabbit wasn't around. Then, Su Cheng took Luo and Hongxiang back to the main tent and started a separate pot to boil water and cook meat. Before long, Chun brought over the cut meat, along with a considerable amount of bear entrails. There was a lot of meat, piled up to half a meter high. This can be considered a thank you gift for Hongxiang's help. Eat as much as you want. At this moment, the little cutie happily jumped down from Su Cheng's arms and started helping Chun with the work. One person tended the fire while the other washed and cut the meat. Didn't Lin come over? Su Cheng squatted down next to the centaur girl, glanced at her for a few moments, and then turned to ask Chun. She said she wanted to hear Shiryu and the others tell stories about hunting bears. Chun replied while washing the meat. Don't worry about her. She's always been lively. She'll definitely like being over there. Nearby, Luo pulled Hongxiang to fetch firewood, and the big-tailed wolf immediately wagged its tail, feeling incredibly pleased with itself. The centaur girl was fine, so Su Cheng came back to help wash the meat. He glanced sideways at Chun, whose face was expressionless, and suddenly asked, I've never seen you dance the dance they were performing. ? Chun turned her head to look at him. You want to see? Think. Humph. She snorted lightly. Wasn't Lin and the others dancing enough for you to watch? Su Cheng grinned. That's different. You are you, and they are them. No jumping. The bunny-eared girl smirked. Don't think I don't know what you want to see. Then tell me. Chun glared at him, said nothing, and continued washing the meat with her head down. Su Cheng then took the bone knife and helped cut the meat before putting it in the pot, continuing his teasing. How am I supposed to know if you're right or wrong if you don't tell me? What if I'm wrong? Wouldn't that be a huge injustice to me? You can't wrongly accuse the witch. A short while later, Chun raised her face, wrinkled her nose, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. You just want to see breasts and buttocks. As she spoke, her gaze swept over her own body, feeling the mature fullness of her breasts, and her face turned even redder. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyes widened, and he spoke with righteous indignation. Nonsense, I'm also looking at the waist and feet. Luo and Hongxiang came over carrying firewood and saw Su Cheng rubbing his back in pain, while Chun was squatting in front of the fire, calmly stirring the soup in the earthenware pot with a wooden spoon. Cheng, what's wrong? The little cutie came running over. Nothing much, a big bug just bit me. Su Cheng, why do you keep getting bitten by bugs? Hong Xiang also joined in. How should I know? Maybe the bugs like me. Su Cheng grinned. All right, everyone sit down and don't run around. We have enough firewood. After inviting everyone to sit down, Su Cheng went back to the main tent and retrieved the spices. Chun had just shared some of the salt on her body with Shi Yu and the others, and only a little bit was left. After steaming for a while, spices and salt were added, and the fragrant aroma of the meat made everyone's mouths water. This guy couldn't wait any longer and started making a fuss. Su Cheng, is it ready? No. Wait a little longer. Let it cook until it's softer. I think it's enough. Let me eat a little first. Hong Xiang stuck her head over, practically roasting it over the fire. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched, and he quickly pushed her away. Don't rush. I'll put a piece on your plate. Sit still. Okay. Where's your bowl? Oh, here it is. The bowl was handed over, and the piping hot bear meat was placed inside. In less than 3 seconds, the meat was gone. Hong Xiang chewed heartily, her face full of enjoyment. It has a salty, spicy, and slightly sweet flavor. It's so much more delicious than tough, chewy grilled meat. Looking at her, Su Cheng was a little worried that Chun might not have enough meat to eat later. Moreover, Big Bad Wolf is truly not afraid of being burned. I sensed that when he treated her illness. Let's eat meat. Before long, the aroma of meat filled the air. The little cutie, holding the bowl, also happily called out. In the past, she would have just obediently opened her eyes and waited. Sure enough, she became more lively after being around Lin for so long. Get all the bowls ready. Su Cheng lifted the lid and glanced at the bubbling pot. Also, make sure your hands are clean. It's clean now, all done. Luo immediately opened her arms. It's already been washed, Chun replied. Hong Xiang didn't have this habit. She pouted, clearly impatient. Hey, Su Cheng, hurry up and eat the meat. Okay, just don't take my spoon. Night fell. The mountain wind, cold and damp, swept through the forest, but it couldn't dispel the warmth and excitement within the cat ear tribe. 3 pots of bear meat were cooked, but they still couldn't satisfy Hong Xiang, the glutton. In the end, Su Cheng simply threw the spoon over and let the guy cook it himself. Just as Chun was about to tease Luo in her arms, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and pushed Su Cheng away. I think I heard a cough. What cough? Realizing what Chun had said, Su Cheng immediately turned around. As expected, the centaur girl who had been unconscious seemed to have finally returned from the brink of death and showed signs of waking up. Su Cheng, Chun, and Luo immediately surrounded them. Cough, cough. Then came another soft cough. A few drops of dirty water tinged with blood spilled from the corner of the centaur girl's mouth, as if she were squeezing out the last bit of filth from her lungs. Chun and Luo held their breath and stared quietly. Su Cheng immediately leaned in and listened to her heartbeat again. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm was orderly and very powerful. Compared to before, it's like heaven and earth. It has to be said that the regenerative abilities of Kemonomi, animal-eared girls, are truly extraordinary. At this moment, the girl's fingers twitched, her lips parted slightly, and she let out an extremely faint moan. Then, the eyes that had been tightly closed slowly opened a crack, revealing amber pupils inside. The pupils were initially unfocused, but after a few seconds they suddenly focused, filled with terror. Her memory should still be stuck at the moment before she lost consciousness. The intense emotional turmoil caused her to cough violently again, and she tried her best to sit up. The alert Chun immediately pressed down on her horse's body, and Luo put her small hand on it as well. Chapter 119, you wouldn't disagree, would you? Su Cheng pressed down on the guy's shoulder, and felt a sudden force that almost made him stumble. Fortunately, the large movement aggravated her wound, and the pain instantly sobered her up, stopped her agitation, and she laid down on the hay again. Don't move around, or the wound will reopen. Su Cheng spoke up to remind him. Hong Xiang also came over at this moment, holding a bowl in one hand and a piece of meat in the other, chewing vigorously and peeking over to see what was going on. He was exactly like a spectator watching a play. Oh, she's really awake. She grinned and exclaimed, you're really lucky to be alive, floating in the river for so long. The centaur girl was breathing heavily. The movement had made her gasp in pain, but the pain had eased slightly by now. Then, her gaze moved back and forth between Hong Xiang, Sucheng, and Luo, finally landing on Chun's rabbit ears. She finally relaxed a little, but the fear and vigilance in her eyes remained. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse and dry. Where is this? This is the cat ear tribe, Su Cheng said in as calm a tone as possible. We found you floating in the water on the riverbank and brought you back. You were badly injured and need to rest, so please don't move around too much these next 2 days. Upon hearing this, the centaur girl tried hard to recall, but her memory was clearly still somewhat confused. He and them. Who injured you? Chunai asked. Are you from the Great Bull clan? This question seemed to trigger a switch. The centaur girl's eyes suddenly widened, and fear surged forth like a tidal wave. Her body began to tremble, her lips quivered, and the terrifying scenes seemed to replay themselves. I'm Dinyo. No, I'm from the Yin Tu tribe. She looked dazed, even somewhat incoherent, and murmured to herself for a while before letting out a long breath and looking at the people in front of her again. Finally, their gaze settled on Su Cheng. Is this the cat ear tribe? Yes. Su Cheng nodded. She took a deep breath and finally said, I am now a member of the Yin Tu tribe, but before that I was a member of the Dinyo tribe. You can call me Feng He. Thank you for saving me. So what exactly happened? Su Cheng frowned. Why were you so badly injured? It seems that Hong Xiang was right before. This centaur girl comes from the Great Bull clan. As for why they also call themselves the Yenta people, that remains unknown. Faced with Su Cheng's question, Feng He remained silent for a long time. It was as if he was gathering his thoughts, or perhaps recalling that terrifying experience. Then he slowly opened his mouth. An internal conflict has broken out among the Yin Tu tribe. She then recounted everything, from the exchange of fire seeds and her force joining the Yin Tu tribe to the conflict between the two shamans vying for power and the resulting infighting within their tribes. The bloody massacre of hundreds of people was accompanied by countless corpses and wails of agony. The scene was terrifying to even think about. After hearing only half of it, Luo shrank her neck and hid in Su Cheng's arms. Chun frowned, and her face gradually darkened. Even Hong Xiang, who usually acted carefree, had a solemn expression. Such a big thing has actually happened to the Yin Tu tribe. Compared to internal strife, Big Bad Wolf was clearly more concerned about something else, and his expression was serious. Did they really offer to trade food and soldiers for fire? Feng He sighed. This internal strife has caused the Yin Tu clan to lose many members. It is possible that this kind of exchange condition will continue for a long time to come. She looked at Su Cheng, her voice filled with helplessness. Your cat-eared tribe should also be prepared. Okay, I understand. Just stay here and recover. We'll talk about everything else once you're better. Su Cheng nodded, turned to Hong Xiang, and said, Hong Xiang, could you help me move her into the main tent? It's getting cold outside. Good. After settling Feng He in, Su Cheng asked Luo to stay and take care of her, then called Chun to leave the main tent and head to the center of the camp. He returned shortly afterward, carrying a bearskin that had just been washed and was only half dry. In Chun's hands were several earthenware jars, one of which contained half a jar of powdered spices. However, there was a hint of displeasure on his face. Hong Xiang, here's the bearskin for you. Su Cheng smiled at Hong Xiang, holding the bearskin. And the spices and pottery you requested are all here. The big-tailed wolf opened its eyes wide, seemingly still a little dazed. A look of delight gradually appeared on his face, his eyes fixed on the bearskin. She liked it very much, but she never expected Su Cheng to give it to her as a gift. No wonder that stinky rabbit looks unhappy. Hong Xiang was in a great mood and grinned from ear to ear. Oh, are you really going to give it to me, Su Cheng? Hurry up and take it back to your tribe, Su Cheng said. He was mainly afraid that the rabbit-eared girl next to him would change her mind. I spent quite a while trying to coax her about this. If it weren't for Su Cheng's grand plan to win over this big bad wolf, she would never have agreed, even if you beat her to death. Hey. Hong Xiang was overjoyed, took the bearskin, and patted Su Cheng on the shoulder with a cheerful smile. Su Cheng, you really are my closest friend. Just don't refuse if I need your help in the future, Su Cheng said. Don't worry, I still need to learn about traps from you. If you need anything, just come find me at the Wolf Ear tribe. Okay, you can go back now. Do you need me to take you? Of course, that's just a polite way of putting it. Su Cheng was very self-aware. He knew that if he went out into the forest so late at night, the only reason he could be delivering vegetables. Besides, who would dare attack this big bad wolf? They'd be asking for trouble. However, after Hong Xiang accepted the gifts, she showed no intention of leaving. She blinked and suddenly said, Su Cheng, I want to go back tomorrow. I'll sleep here with you tonight. What the heck? Spring. You don't disagree, do you? Hong Xiang grinned. If a friend comes from afar, shall we stay for the night? Of course, it's impossible to refuse. It was just too unexpected, I wasn't prepared at all. If you don't go back for even a day, won't the people of the wolf-ear tribe cause trouble? Su Cheng asked, his lips twitching. No way. Hong Xiang said. When we went hunting before, we would sometimes stay outside for a day or two. Stop dawdling and prepare a place for me to sleep. You big bad wolf, you're not here. Chun's mouth was quickly covered. She was already unhappy about the bearskin incident, and now she wanted to stay here. So of course she was furious. Su Cheng quickly said, you can sleep in the big tent next door. There's hay outside, just make your own bed. Oh, I'll go then. Hong Xiang left happily carrying a large pile of things, not forgetting to glance at the stinky rabbit before leaving, feeling extremely smug. Really, the temperature dropped as soon as the person left. Chapter 128 Dream in the Dead of Night. Su Cheng grimaced and withdrew his hand, looking at the shallow teeth marks on it, then at the angry rabbit-eared girl, and felt a headache coming on. She only sleeps for one night. Just one night. Chun Shen took a deep breath and snorted coldly. Su Cheng nodded affirmatively. It's just for one night. If she stays out of the way again tomorrow, I'll kick her out without you having to tell me. After a moment, Chun spoke again, her eyes filled with resentment. I'll sleep with Shi Yu and the others tonight, so I won't have to smell that big bad wolf scent. Isn't that unnecessary? It is necessary. All right. Remember to get up early tomorrow. We need to prepare for the relocation. Su Cheng said helplessly. You don't need to tell me. Chun snorted and turned to leave. Shi Yu's tent is on the west side of the camp. That guy is still causing trouble with the tribesmen right now, so I have to go and inform him in advance. Luo only came running over after everything had quieted down. He tugged at Su Cheng's animal skin coat and giggled. You've made Chun angry again. No way. Su Cheng pouted, picked up the little cutie, and rubbed her cheeks. She just doesn't get along with Hong Xiang. Those two are just naturally at odds. Hong Xiang is quite good. Luo blinked. Spring is beautiful too. As she spoke, she felt Su Cheng's hand penetrate her, and her body involuntarily tensed up, her face instantly turning bright red. After a while, Su Chengkai stopped, satisfied, and put down the little cutie whose face was flushed. Go make another bed, closer to Feng He. I'll go get her some water. Good. The little cutie ran out to gather hay. Su Cheng wiped his hands, came to Feng He, squatted down, looked at her for a few moments, and asked, after you recover from your injuries, will you return to the Yin Tu tribe? Going back to the Great Bull clan is also fine. Feng He looked at Su Cheng quietly for a long time, a resolute look flashing in her eyes. I'll stay. Really? Su Cheng was quite satisfied. The girl continued. You saved me, so my life belongs to you and will never belong to any other tribe. Being grateful and repaying kindness is very good. It saved me a lot of trouble. Su Cheng looked directly at her and chuckled softly. My name is Su Cheng. You can call me by my name, or Cheng. He paused, then said, of course, you can also call me Wu. As the campfire went out, the noise in the camp gradually subsided. Upon learning that they would be moving to a new place in the next couple of days, each cat-eared girl was filled with anticipation and high spirits. Spring, the centaur girl Feng He, and others also couldn't sleep. The moonlight, like water, shone through the gap in the curtain, giving one a sense of chill. Since the day the beast god fell, the temperature in the forest has been getting lower and lower. Luo nestled in Su Cheng's arms, blinking her bright eyes, touching here and kissing there, her tail wagging incessantly. She couldn't sleep either. After all, it couldn't be done in front of Feng He. So all I could do was hold Su Cheng tightly and close my eyes. Su Cheng looked at the little cutie moving around in his arms and smiled. He was right. Luo was indeed a little pervert. The tent ceiling was pitch black, and the faint sound of Feng He's steady breathing could be heard. He held Luo in his arms and slowly drifted off to sleep. In his sleep, Su Cheng felt like he had a strange dream, returning to the modern world, to that cold, mechanized city, and to his usual busy life. He felt himself floating, as if he were sitting on a cloud, slowly drifting towards the distant horizon. Nestled in his arms was a beautiful, unfamiliar girl, sexy and alluring, wearing black stockings, white socks, and lace clothes. Her long, slender legs kept teasing him, and her fair fingertips slid down from her chest. Snow White filled my eyes. So he stood up naturally. However, this is indeed the case. However, he wasn't floating on clouds. Instead, he was carried away stealthily. He only opened his eyes when he heard the sound of hay rubbing against his ears and felt something pressing down on him. Inside the pitch-black tent, there was only a pair of eyes that glowed green, just like Luo's. A dark figure looked down at them from above, its eyes gleaming. Radish? Wrong. That weight, that head, that tall stature, and that toned and powerful physique, including that familiar scent on his body, and its big tail that keeps swishing around. Hongxiang, you do it. Su Cheng instantly realized who it was, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was rendered speechless. Fuck you. It was as if it was trying to devour his soul, gradually squeezing out his living space. This is fucking. At this moment, Su Cheng felt that his brain was unable to think, and only the most primal part of his heart remained. He stared at those eyes in the darkness, the eerie green light flickering like a ghost. Time passed second by second. Su Cheng, however, felt that time was passing by very quickly. Finally, after countless times, he couldn't take it anymore and suddenly raised his hand to press it down. His heavy breathing finally stopped at that moment, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he said helplessly, Hongxiang, slow down. Oh. The big-tailed wolf, who was completely absorbed in his game, was finally forced to stop. He lowered his head and looked at Su Cheng with a puzzled expression, his rapid breathing calming down slightly. Su Cheng, do you like things to go slower? She asked. No, not exactly. So what exactly do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly, and he said, I think I can do it myself. The main problem was that this girl was too strong, and Su Cheng was worried that she might get too excited and accidentally sit on him and ruin her life. Oh, Hongxiang responded, her expression unreadable as she remained silent. However, it is very obedient. A short while later, Su Cheng was very surprised. This was actually the first rain after countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters. He stared at Hongxiang's face for a long time, looking at her slightly naive green eyes, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. You moved me here secretly, and no one noticed? Lolo's asleep, and that centaur girl. She seems to know. Luckily she didn't scream. Su Cheng laughed suddenly. The big bad wolf immediately shut up and stopped making a sound. But one could faintly hear the almost uncontrollable soft breathing. I have to say, this guy is really sensible. You know you can't let anyone find out, huh? Su Cheng grinned mischievously. This isn't my own tent, Hongxiang snorted softly. That stinky rabbit is far away, it's fine. It seems that's really the case. If Fan Chun hadn't gone to Shi Yu's place tonight to share a tent, Big Bad Wolf wouldn't have dared to be so bold. Su Cheng tried his best to maintain his own pace, and then said, Why are you so warm? Hee hee, it's warm, isn't it? Yeah, that's really exciting. Su Cheng nodded. It was so exhilarating that he could already foresee that he might not be able to straighten his back tomorrow. Chapter 121 Choice. In the pitch black, only faint, labored breathing remained. I don't know how much time has passed. Hongxiang's voice rang out again. Su Cheng, why did you stop? Don't say anything more. Su Cheng sniffed and then raised his hand. Smack. A crisp sound instantly echoed through the tent. Turn around. Huh? What? Just turn it when I tell you to. Why are you making so many demands? Okay, sure. After a rustling sound. Sudden. A loud, delicate shout rang out. Su Cheng was so frightened that he quickly covered Hongxiang's mouth. Keep your voice down, don't shout. You're being mean to me. I wasn't being mean to you. Su Cheng's lips twitched. The big-tailed wolf wrinkled its nose, about to say something more, when it felt Su Cheng grab its furry tail and pull it hard. Immediately afterwards, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body, and instantly lost all other thoughts. Wah, Su Cheng, pull my tail gently. Who pulled it? You? The sweet rain has ended. The tent finally fell completely quiet. Su Cheng snuggled happily against Hongxiang's arm, reached out, and took her fluffy tail as a blanket, covering himself with it. The creature turned to the side, still remembering how its tail had been pulled, and bared its teeth at Su Cheng, letting out a threatening growl. What? You're not thinking of hitting me, are you? Su Cheng rolled over and looked at her. No. The big-tailed wolf snorted. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Yes, you must never have such thoughts again. Su Cheng laughed. Otherwise, I'll just lie down on the ground and show you. He thought for a moment and then said, By the way, our tribe should be moving to a new place in the next couple of days. What do you mean by moving? It's about the tribe's relocation. I plan to build a new camp in the hunting area. It's not safe over there. Hongxiang blinked. It's all right. Su Cheng patted the high, soft pillow on her chest and continued. I'll come find you after we're settled in and show you the way. Good. So, why did you call me here in the middle of the night? I just suddenly had the idea, Hongxiang said, staring into Su Cheng's eyes. What? You're not happy about it? To be honest, I think you are a witch, and I don't dislike you. The big-tailed wolf sniffed, his expression serious. Su Cheng, are you a witch? I heard the cat-eared people call you that today. Su Cheng grinned. If you think so, then so be it. I think so, she said. The old man also told me that you are not like ordinary beast-eared people. Since you joined the cat-eared tribe, they have changed. If I were really a witch, what would you do? Su Cheng couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The big-tailed wolf shook his head, but his tone was very certain. I only know that after you cured my fever, I always think of you. That's why I came here myself this time to get the spices from you. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng grinned. Hey, I know I'm incredibly charming. He put his arm around the silly wolf's waist, gently patted the big moon a few times, and felt extremely comfortable. I'll lie down for a while longer, then I'll go back. Why go back? It's not cold here, Hongxiang muttered. Haru wakes up really early. Do you want her to see you? Okay then. Don't always argue with Chun in the future. What did you say, Su Cheng? I said, from now on, get along well with Chun and stop arguing all the time. What did you say, Su Cheng? Pretending not to hear, huh? This guy wasn't stupid at all. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Cheng reached out and grabbed at the edge of the hay bed. After all that commotion, nobody knows where the animal skin coat went. Unexpectedly, Hongxiang raised her long, slender legs and pressed them down on Su Cheng's body. Stop fooling around, Su Cheng said, turning his head. I'm looking for clothes. Su Cheng, wait a little longer. It's very late. But I still want to. Its deep green eyes shone brightly. This night is destined to be anything but peaceful. The cat-ear tribe is like that. The same applies to the wolf-ear tribe. Under the cold moonlight, a campfire still burned in the wolf-ear camp. The intense firelight illuminated the group sitting together, and it was easy to see from their faces that they had been waiting for a long time. There was anxiety, worry, helplessness, and resentment in it. Beside the fire, there were many pieces of almost burnt meat stuck in the ground, but no one was in the mood to eat a bite. The arrogant and threatening words of the Yin 2 tribesmen still echoed in my ears. Xiao, we don't have time to waste here with you. We will remember Hongxiang's disrespect towards the Yin 2 tribe and the shaman. Also, don't forget what we just said. You'd better think it over carefully. This is the mercy bestowed upon you by the shaman. A blessing as great as the descent of the beast god. Joining the Flame Earth clan and working for us is your best way out. Think more about your people. Think more about your children. If you agree, the wolf ears will no longer have to fear the extreme winter, nor will they have to worry about the fire. On the contrary, if you refuse this favor, the Yinta clan will no longer protect you, and all future trade in fire seeds will end here. You'll have to figure out the rest yourselves. I hope you are as smart as the Great Bull clan and don't do anything foolish. A somber and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the group, with only the crackling sound of burning firewood remaining. The deathly silence was broken only when a dark figure hurriedly ran back from outside the camp. The wolf-eared warrior, panting heavily, bowed his head to the elderly chieftain, his voice tinged with unease and trepidation. Elders, they left, and they seemed very unhappy. How could I be happy? Xiao sighed deeply. If it were me, I wouldn't be happy either. As the head of a tribe, it was one thing for him to go to another tribe alone, but he didn't even return all night. I really have no idea what she's thinking. When Hongxiang comes back, I'm going to teach her a lesson. The old clan chief was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Opposite, Blackstone hurriedly explained, Elder, don't be angry. Chief Hongxiang said that she went to the cat-ear tribe to negotiate a deal and get back all the spices that Su Cheng owed her. Does it really take this long to get some spices? Xiao glanced at the honest-looking man and said, Don't forget, this guy went out early this morning. He then looked at Bai He, who had remained silent, his expression full of displeasure. Bai He, you knew she was going to the cat-ear tribe. Why didn't you go with her? Chief Hongxiang refused. You won't go with her if she doesn't let you? You taught us that we must absolutely obey the clan leader's orders, Bai He said expressionlessly. Bullshit. I mean you must obey correct orders and stop wrong ones. Chief Hongxiang is not wrong. The old man was speechless, his tail first standing on end in anger. How come he hadn't noticed how rigid the child was back then? At this moment, Lan also spoke up. His brows were furrowed with anxiety and worry. Elder, what should we do about the Yin 2 tribe? The matter concerns the Flame and the future of the Wolf-Ear clan. They have no choice but to make a decision. Joining the Yinta tribe means losing your freedom forever. Even their descendants could no longer inherit the Wolf King's will. If they could gain some say, that would be fine. If not, they would be enslaved by the Yin 2 tribe until they had nothing left. Chapter 122 3 Answers. This is Hongxiang's business and yours. I don't want to get involved. Xiao said calmly, raising his eyes to look at the three people in front of him. Now, it is Hongxiang who inherits the Wolf King's will. He will not try to influence the child's thoughts, no matter what decision she makes. However, he was very curious to know what the three people in front of him were thinking. And what do you think? However, what followed was silence from the three of them. The old man couldn't help but snort coldly. Just say so. If it were Hongxiang, she would also ask you and consider your opinions. Upon hearing this, the three looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, Blackstone spoke first, his expression serious. Protect the fire, survive the extreme winter, and then go out to find a new homeland. As long as we work hard, we will eventually find a large tribe willing to provide shelter. Bai He remained indifferent. I will listen to Chief Hongxiang. Whatever she says goes. Then, Xiao, Haishi, and Baihe all looked at Lan. After a moment of deep thought, a resolute glint flashed in the eyes of this muscular wolf-eared warrior. I agree to join the Yin Tu clan. Owl, Blackstone, Baihe. 3 people, 3 answers. But clearly, the last one was unexpected by everyone else. Both Haishi and Baihe were stunned, seemingly in disbelief, staring intently at Lan with wide eyes. The old patriarch wasn't too surprised, just a little curious. As he looked at Lan, he couldn't help but recall the little wolf cub who had always liked to follow Hongxiang around since he was a child. She was bold and decisive, and never bound by rules. Compared to Baihe, he should be more like a supporter of Hongxiang. For some reason, the old man suddenly felt a sense of loss. After a short while, he asked, Lan, you should know what joining the Yin Tu clan means. I know. Lan took a deep breath, her expression serious. Elders, we all know that indiscriminately absorbing forces from other races is very detrimental to the development of the tribe. First, it makes the tribe too diverse and difficult to unite. Second, it makes it impossible to provide more loyal warriors for the tribe to reproduce. Especially large tribes that have already stabilized countless warm and cold climates, they are even less likely to do such a thing. They will gather resources when they need them, and they will seize territory when they need it. As she spoke, Lan's eyes gradually sharpened. But what they need now is more people, not just us, but also the Great Bull clan. Their eagerness to expand their warriors, even ignoring the stability and unity of the tribe, including their reproductive capacity, is very abnormal. Therefore, I believe that something terrible must have happened to the Yin Tu tribe, and it must be very serious. This event has resulted in the deaths of a large number of their people and has damaged their very foundation. The flames roared in the wind. For a moment, everyone fell silent. What Lan said makes sense. Moreover, everyone knows that the territory of the Yin Tu tribe is a natural constant temperature mountain range, and the extreme winter climate has little impact on it. Therefore, such a precious land has always been coveted by other large tribes. Xiao looked at him, his eyes slowly narrowing. You mean, the Yin Tu tribe may have had conflicts with other major tribes recently? That level of casualties among the tribe could only be caused by a disease outbreak if it wasn't a large-scale conflict. Yes, there are quite a few tribes that want to take over the mountain where they live. Even if it's true, wouldn't it be even more dangerous for us to join in now? Blackstone realized and reminded him. Our Wolf Ear Clan warriors will also be dragged into the conflict and used as tools to fight to the death. Lan did not refute, but instead showed more confidence and determination in her expression. Yes, it could be very dangerous, he said in a deep voice, but it could also be an excellent opportunity. Chance. None of the 3 of them were fools. After a moment's thought, they realized what the opportunity Lan had mentioned was. A tribe at its peak, and a tribe that suffered heavy losses. The 2 groups will treat immigrants in completely different ways. Lan said slowly. The Yin Tu tribe has lost a large number of warriors. If we join, we are the most likely to gain some say. We will not lose our freedom, nor will we lose the will of the Wolf King. We will continue to live as we do now, and we will become a tribe with a shaman. Different times, different statuses. The Great Bull clan must have taken this into consideration when they chose to join. For a long time, Blackstone took a deep breath and looked at Lan. The problem is, we have no idea what happened to the Yin Tu clan, or whether it's what you're guessing. That's right. Moreover, we don't know if the Great Bull clan really agreed. Perhaps it was just a lie told by the Yin Tu clan to deceive us into agreeing, Baihe added. Lan didn't care at all. He just smiled lightly. Elder, Blackstone, White Lotus, leave this matter to me. What are you going to do? Xiao looked at him. I plan to go to the Yin Tu tribe tomorrow to find out the situation there. If it's really as I guessed, then you and Chief Hongxiang will no longer need to hesitate. Lan was very excited, her face full of excitement. Then we can settle down in Ochre Mountain and become a powerful Yin-Tu tribe. Our people will no longer freeze to death, and our children will no longer freeze to death. We will multiply and thrive there, becoming stronger and stronger. Isn't this what we've always wanted? He sought the best future for the tribe, and I believe Hongxiang will love his efforts and contributions and will always remember them. Over the years, he had grown tired of merely following behind. He wanted to conquer this wolf-eared girl. He constantly longed to pin her down. He wanted to become the strongest man in Hongxiang's heart, and the only man. The appearance of the Yin-Tu tribe was an opportunity for the wolf-eared tribe, and it was also an opportunity for him. Lan's suggestion is indeed a good one. It's never too late to make a choice after you've investigated and understood the facts. Blackstone then said, going to the Yin-Tu tribe and back will take 3 days. I'll have Damu go with you so you can look after each other on the way. Good. Early morning. Su Cheng had dark circles under his eyes and kept yawning. My whole body feels numb, and my lower back aches terribly. Driving a big truck is quite enjoyable, but it also takes more mental effort. Especially that big truck, its horsepower is extraordinary. At this moment, Luo had already woken up and was busy going back and forth inside and outside the tent, feeding the piglets, preparing food for Su Cheng, and helping the injured centaur girl prepare the necessary herbs. Her petite figure was full of energy and spirit, a stark contrast to the listless Su Cheng at this moment. Okay, do all those herbs need to be crushed? The little cutie asked questions as the water and fruit were handed over. Okay, I'll go check on Feng He's injury later. Chapter 123 The Mighty Barbie. Here's some fruit for you, hee. Why are you so listless today? Okay. The little cutie stuffed the fruit into Su Cheng's mouth and patted his face. No, I'm perfectly fine. Su Cheng's lips trembled slightly as he forced a smile. You were carried away last night, and you didn't even know it. She pulled the little cutie into her arms and pinched her bottom hard as punishment. Luo blushed, twisted her body, and wrapped her tail around Su Cheng's wrist, tightening it even more. The two cuddled for a while, finished the fruit, and then reluctantly parted ways. Then I'll go grind the herbs. Su Cheng wiped his hands before getting up and walking to Feng He's straw bed. Looking down, wow, this thing's eyes were wide open, not blinking at all, and even brighter than yesterday. Her shoulder-length brown hair was tied back into a high ponytail, making her look even more energetic. Her complexion is also much better, much rosier. When did you wake up without saying a word? Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh. I woke up when that little wolf-eared girl woke up, Feng He replied. The voice carried power, no longer as weak as it had been yesterday. It's only been one night. Su Cheng clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of the beast-eared race, their recovery ability was amazing. At first, I only heard Chun's story and didn't really feel it, but now I'm seeing it with my own eyes. How are you feeling now? It's alright, it doesn't hurt much anymore. Feng He silently checked her condition, then nodded. I used to recover very quickly when I got injured, so you don't need to worry. Hee, I understand. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he continued. Then let me change your dressing and see how the wound is healing. Good. Lifting the animal skin blanket covering Feng He, a robust body was revealed. His high chest was tightly bound by animal skin bandages, and surprisingly, it did not deform much under such pressure. He clearly remembered that part of his body being soft and bouncy. Is this correct? It doesn't seem wrong at all. After all, they are centaurs, so at first glance they seem quite normal. Actually, Su Cheng discovered yesterday that this centaur girl was no ordinary centaur girl. She was majestic and imposing. Having been in this world for some time now, Su Cheng has seen quite a few beast-eared girls. They are petite, tall, strong, upright, and sexy. Even the supersized ones are rarely described by Su Cheng as strong and powerful. But she's different. Not just because she is a centaur. It's really Feng He, something's really wrong with her. The horse has a broad back and strong, powerful limbs. The human body has well-defined muscles, and the waist, shoulders, and arms are all 2 sizes larger than those of a normal animal-eared girl. You can tell at a glance that she is incredibly muscular. This robust physique is like having excess nutrition, all of which is packed into the body. She's a perfect centaur, a real-life Barbie. Her face was clean and her features were regular. She wasn't unattractive, but she just didn't pique anyone's interest. Even now, looking at this almost completely naked body, Su Cheng didn't react at all. Although Hongxiang is also quite large, she is tall and slender with a firm and wild figure, and an excellent proportion of curves in all the right places, which is completely different from this guy. Su Cheng had experienced it several times last night, so he had a lot of say in the matter. These two people. One is a proportional enlargement, and the other is a proportional explosion. That's not the same. Luo, who was standing nearby, had already started pounding medicine. The sound of the stone pestle hitting the stone mortar instantly interrupted Su Cheng's reverie. He then knelt down and began to examine Feng He's injuries. Carefully peeling back the animal skin bandages, those gruesome and terrifying wounds were once again revealed. Su Cheng frowned as he looked at it, his pupils gradually dilating, and he couldn't help but sigh again. Just as he expected, apart from the two most serious wounds, the other wounds had almost closed and healed. As long as he didn't do anything too strenuous, there was basically no risk of them reopening. Yesterday's wound treatment was very basic. Due to limited resources, stitches were skipped, and a simple bandage was used for fixation. So far, it doesn't seem to have much of an impact. How is it? Feng He asked. It's all right. The recovery is going very well. Su Cheng chuckled, his gaze sweeping freely over Feng He, from her upper body all the way down to the horse's rump. The centaur girl naturally noticed this and couldn't help but say something. Any other questions? No, it was just my first time seeing centaurs, so I was curious and took a second look. You haven't seen it before? No. Su Cheng said honestly. It's less about looking and more about observing. Just like when I first saw the cat-eared girl, I really wanted to know if the centaur girl's body structure was the same as in the book and comics. Is the connection between the human body and the horse's body smooth? Are there two sets of internal organs? Is the area under the horse's rump clean? Su Cheng, who had lifted his ponytail, glanced at it briefly and then quickly put it back down. You gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes into you. That pink little app really lived up to its reputation. It's basically the same as everyone else. Okay, the medicine is ready. At this moment, Luo handed over the stone mortar containing the blue paste-like liquid. Su Cheng quickly took it and turned around. I'll apply the medicine for you now. Feng He flicked its tail, seemingly unconcerned about the other party's actions, and watched as he earnestly treated its wounds. A moment later, he suddenly asked, Are you really a witch? Hey, they put the bandages on me themselves. Su Cheng didn't look up as he applied medicine to the wound. If you want, you can just call me by my name. I told you that yesterday. Su Cheng. Right. She called you Cheng. Feng He looked at Luo, who was obediently helping out beside her. She's my woman. The little cutie grinned and smiled sweetly. Feng He didn't delve into why Su Cheng wanted to reproduce with women of other races. But clearly, only close friends and family can call him that. Oh, then I'll still call you Su Cheng. Whatever makes you happy. After applying the medicine, Su Cheng grinned and said, At this rate of recovery, I reckon you'll be able to run and jump again in just a few days. I think so too. Feng He nodded. I think it's good to move around a bit today. Don't. Su Cheng quickly stopped him. Let's wait until tomorrow, and try not to reopen the wound. Okay, I'll do as you say. Luo picked up all the scattered animal hide bandages on the ground, ran out of the tent, and threw them away. Looking at that slender and petite figure, Feng He also looked puzzled. Why is she so small? I don't remember the wolf-eared people being this thin. The one yesterday was too big. I've never seen one like it before. Her name is Luo. She ran away from outside the forest and happened to join us, Su Cheng replied with a smile. The big one is the chief of the wolf-ear tribe. Yes, the wolf-ear tribe you think of. Feng He suddenly realized. I've heard of her, but I've never seen her before. She's so tall. I thought she was one of your people. Last night she. Chapter 124, Do you like wolf milk? Ahem, let's not talk about what happened last night. Su Cheng twitched his lips and said, Remember, whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Okay, I understand. Just then, Luo finished throwing away the trash and ran back excitedly, jumping onto Su Cheng's back and pressing her face against his. Feng He looked at her and gave her a kind smile. Hello, Luo. Hello, Feng He. Luo hid behind Su Cheng's head, revealing half her face, and greeted him with a smile. The centaur girl then looked at Su Cheng and sighed softly. If Luo lived in the Great Bull clan, she would definitely be well taken care of. At least she wouldn't be so thin and weak. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was slightly taken aback and then asked, I've been wondering about this too. What do you guys eat? How come you're all so well fed? Or are you the only one who's this robust? Feng He blinked, making no attempt to hide anything. The centaurs in the Great Bull clan are all about my size, and the horned women are all very strong. Yes, so what do you eat to be so well fed? Nothing special. Feng He frowned and thought carefully. It was just meat, milk, and berries and the like. Oh, Su Cheng nodded. But they quickly realized something was wrong. Wait, milk. He almost didn't react in time and exclaimed in surprise. You actually raise dairy cows? What kind of cow? Isn't it a cow? Su Cheng scratched his head, then his eyes widened in realization. Ah, the Great Bull Clan, the Horned Mother. He instantly changed his expression and grinned. Hey, how's the milk where you live? Is it good? It's alright, but it's a bit troublesome to suck up. It takes effort, and sometimes you have to squeeze it with your hands. Feng, he said. Suck? I want to drink it too. Su Cheng said with a serious expression. Feng, he thought for a moment and replied. If you're willing to exchange your flesh for it, they should be willing to give you a few skins. Huh? Isn't it just about sucking it in? Only Wei and I know how to suck it. Wei said she likes it this way. We usually just squeeze it by hand. Are you and Wei very good friends? Yes, a very good friend. Su Cheng looked at her with an extremely serious expression. Can I be friends with Wei too? I really mean it. I don't think that will work. Feng, he frowned awkwardly. She doesn't like outsiders very much. The Centaurs and the Horned tribe have lived together for a long time. I also grew up with her since I was a child. Haha, I understand. I'm not kidding anymore. Su Cheng shrugged. You should take good care of your injury. I have to go out and get busy. Okay. The two men left the main tent. Luo, holding Su Cheng's hand, suddenly looked up and said, Okay, would you like some milk? Not entirely. Su Cheng looked down at the little cutie, then glanced down again. I can actually do wolf milk too. Although the area is currently impoverished, he believes it will become prosperous one day. Luo's face instantly turned red, and she pouted. I don't have wolf milk yet. It will be available later. That's for our children to eat too. Why should I? I've tried my best to, okay? Su Cheng joked. Oh well, I'm not giving you any. Luo broke free from Su Cheng's hand, ran a few steps quickly, and then turned back to make a face. I went to find Lin. She said she's going to pick a lot of fruit today and bring it all to the new camp. Okay, go ahead. Su Cheng laughed heartily. After Luo disappeared from sight, a voice rang out behind them. Su Cheng, do you like wolf milk? I can give you some. Turning around, I saw a tall and slender figure that blocked most of the sunlight. Su Cheng glanced at Hong Xiang's extremely full breasts and couldn't help but swallow, then rolled his eyes. I tried it last night, but you didn't. I didn't say now, the big bad wolf said, crossing his arms and humming. Su Cheng's lips curled up. It's a deal then. Call me when you need me. Okay. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. When are you planning to go back? Let's leave now. Hong Xiang looked up at the scorching sun and said, I've already gone to bed a little late. That's because you messed around with things last night, Su Cheng said, pursing his lips. You seem pretty happy too, the big bad wolf said with a smug smile. There's no arguing with that. It takes two to tango. Neither of them was innocent last night. All right, I'll help you with your things and take you outside the camp. Okay. She nodded and asked again. Where's the stinky rabbit? You still want her to come and see you off? No, I just wanted to show off to her a little. Please spare me. Afterwards, the two went into the main tent to get their things. There were quite a few pottery items, so Su Cheng simply found a wicker basket and put them all in. Fearing that the guy might bump into things and break them on the way back, he even found a few animal hides to cushion them. Hong Xiang carefully examined the bear skin, rolling it up with great satisfaction and care. At first glance, he was carrying large and small bags, looking like he had come to buy goods. Come on, I'll see you out. Oh. Even after leaving the camp and walking several hundred meters away, the big-tailed wolf suddenly turned around again. Seeing that no one was around and no cat-eared girl was watching them, she pulled Su Cheng behind a big tree again. What's wrong now? Su Cheng looked up at her, puzzled. You promised you'd come see me in a couple of days. Hong Xiang said seriously, you can't lie to me. Su Cheng slapped her, but in an annoyed manner. Don't worry, I need your help with something else. Then I'll go back. Why aren't you leaving yet? Su Cheng's eyelids twitched as he looked at the motionless Hong Xiang. The other person was still staring blankly at him. A short while later, his tall figure suddenly leaned down, and his rosy lips silenced Su Cheng's next words. Woo. The prolonged inability to breathe caused one of the men to start baring his teeth and claws. It took quite a while before the two separated. Cough, cough. Su Cheng gasped for breath, nearly suffocating. He coughed twice, then looked up and saw a smug smile on that handsome, yet wild, face. Who taught you all this? Su Cheng asked, panting. I learned it from you, ha ha ha. Hong Xiang grinned and ran away as fast as she could. Su Cheng, if you don't come to me, I'll come to you. Don't even think about running away. The loud and bold voice echoed through the woods, and the tall and upright figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Su Cheng smiled helplessly before returning. As soon as we entered the camp, then a beautiful figure was seen waiting quietly. Her long, straight ears swayed gently in the wind, and her red eyes were filled with resentment. She's gone. Let's go, let's go. Humph. Why did it take so long to deliver? Chun asked coldly. Chapter 125 Riding a Horse. Su Cheng felt a chill run down his neck and quickly returned. Good friends just chat, so I told her about the relocation. That's all. That's all. Understood. The rabbit-eared girl finally stopped asking questions and turned to walk towards the camp. I've already told the tribesmen to start packing. Today we need to take all the food from the cave and fill in those 2 kiln pits as well. As she spoke, she glanced back at Su Cheng and saw him yawning incessantly, causing her slender eyebrows to furrow. Didn't you sleep well last night? A little. Su Cheng grinned guiltily. I was worried about that centaur girl, so I went to check on her from time to time. Fortunately, Chun and Hongxiang didn't get along, so they didn't see each other when Chun left. Otherwise, if the 2 of them were to argue and Hongxiang accidentally let something slip, she would definitely be in big trouble. We can't let ourselves be discovered. It cannot be detected, at least for now. From now on, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. We always have to talk things out. Spring had no doubts and continued to ask. How is she? The recovery is going quite well. Most of the wounds have almost healed. Hearing this, the rabbit-eared girl nodded. That's good, so she can move by herself when we move. By the way, what are your plans for her? What else can we do? She'll stay here from now on, Su Cheng replied. I asked her yesterday, and she's willing to join the cat-ear tribe. Chun looked at Su Cheng and suddenly became serious. I'm asking you, do you really want to keep her? What if the Yin Tu clan finds out? Won't that cause trouble? What trouble could there be? Su Cheng said. They've just gone through an internal conflict and are too busy to even think about it. They don't have time to wander around aimlessly. He curled the corners of his mouth and said, besides, if we're going to go sightseeing, we should go to the Wolf Ear tribe or the Big Bull tribe. Don't worry about it. That's definitely the logic. The Flame Earth clan probably forgot that such a small-eared tribe, which no one looked down upon, even existed. Chun breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that big bad wolf again improved her mood considerably. The 2 traveled a long way before finally returning to the main tent. After entering, she first glanced at Feng He, who was still lying down, then sat down and continued speaking. Let's get everything ready today, and we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Once we get there, some of us will stay to set up tents, while the rest will come back to move our stuff. What do you think? Sure, you can make the decisions about these things. Su Cheng sat down next to him and then lay down on the straw bed. As if remembering something, he began to give instructions. Don't let the elders walk. They should ride in a cart. It's such a long way, their bodies can't handle it. I know. Chun nodded. Anyway, we'll have to make several trips. Let them set off again when there's not much left. If it's just food, 1 trip is enough to empty the bowels. The problem is that there's still quite a bit of firewood, hay, and dismantled tent parts mixed together. 1 day should be enough, Su Cheng murmured. He glanced at the top of the tent, then his gaze slowly drifted down and landed on Chun beside him. Beneath the gray animal skin coat, her smooth, healthy back, slender waist, and rounded buttocks encased in the animal skin skirt evoked endless fantasies. As he looked at it, his hand unconsciously reached out and touched it. The skin is delicate and cool, with a slightly different feel from the hot and firm texture of the red fragrance, but it is equally captivating. The warm sensation transmitted through the fingertips brings joy to the body and mind, gently soothing a weary spirit. Spring didn't move. She just bit her lip lightly and frowned slightly. Only after that groping hand slid out from under the animal skin skirt did she turn her head and glare at it. You? The bunny-eared girl, her face slightly flushed, abruptly stopped herself from speaking. She looked at Su Cheng, who was already fast asleep, her face full of helplessness. He then took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and got up to leave. Not far away, Feng He, with her big, darting eyes, watched the whole thing. From the red fragrance last night, to the radish this morning, and now to spring. The more I look at it, the more confused I get. The relationships here are a bit strange. She always felt that the shaman she had recently recognized was somewhat different from the one she had met in the Yin Tu tribe. That shaman seemed to reside atop a high wall, making people afraid to look him in the eye. And this, more like close friends. But I have to admit, she really liked this feeling. Soon, another night had passed. As dawn broke, Su Cheng was dragged up by Luo. Without any rain these past 2 days, the little cutie is in incredibly good spirits. Okay, get up, We'll be leaving in a bit. No. Su Cheng yawned and hastily grabbed some clothes and put them on. Rubbing my eyes, I saw a tall, muscular figure standing quietly inside the tent. Having regained her mobility, Feng He got up early as well. Wow. That physique, that height. Once he stands up straight, he looks every bit the giant. Su Cheng was startled, and instantly all his drowsiness vanished. The centaur girl gives completely different impressions when she is lying down and when she is standing. He suddenly jumped up from the hay bed and ran over with all his might. Good morning, Feng He. Good morning, Su Cheng. Then, the girl just watched as Su Cheng circled around her a few times, looking at the horse's legs, patting its rump, and stroking its back repeatedly. That was a look of great admiration. It contains recognition and liking. Feng He was naturally happy to be valued so highly by the witch. So she tentatively asked, Do you want to ride on it, Su Cheng? Wait a minute. We can't just ride like this. Su Cheng grinned and shook his head quickly. I need to make a simpler saddle first. Saddle? Yes, I'll put it on your back. That way, it will be much more comfortable for me to ride, and it will be more comfortable for you too. Okay, whatever you say, Feng He replied. I'll listen to you. Hey, let's go. Let's go outside first. You can go for a walk. Thinking about the horses he could ride later, Su Cheng became energetic and immediately urged them on. Luo followed behind, carrying the fruit, her little hands raised high, also very curious. All right, have some fruit. Oh, okay. The campsite was bustling with activity at that moment. The cat-eared women were all busy, coming and going, carrying bamboo baskets and wrought tin baskets, checking to make sure nothing was left behind. Feng He didn't run around, but stayed by Su Cheng and Luo's side, breathing in the fresh air and constantly looking around at the small tribe. Because of time constraints and limited materials, Su Cheng's work was quite simple. It involved stacking wild boar hide, deer hide, and several other thicker animal hides, then weaving a thick mat with wrought tan and dry grass, and binding it slightly with leather rope, and that's it. He doesn't need stirrups because Feng He will squat down by himself. It's certainly not as sturdy as a proper saddle, but it's sufficient for now. Su Cheng chuckled and patted the horse's back. Feng He understood immediately and bent his front leg. As his field of vision suddenly rose higher, Su Cheng's eyes widened instantly. Then, I saw the back of a head with brown hair. Chapter 126 Migration. Damn it, I miscalculated. The centaur girl is different from a real horse. If you're running, Feng He leans forward, so the experience should be good. But if you take a leisurely stroll, without turning your body, you can only appreciate the scenery on both sides. Well, it's much better than not having a ride at all. Oh right, there's also the issue of the reins. It's too inconvenient to hold onto the other person's waist. Su Cheng jumped off the horse again, quickly twisted a leather rope in his hand, tied an animal skin to the end of the rope, and wrapped it around Feng He's waist. I tried riding it again, gave it a little tug, and this time it worked. It felt great. He then let Luo ride on the horse alone to experience it. But as soon as Feng He took a few steps, the little cutie was so scared that she laid down on the horse's back, hugging his waist tightly and refusing to let go. Then she cast a pleading look at Su Cheng, looking incredibly adorable. It seems that not everyone can adapt to horseback riding quickly. Before long, Chun arrived. She had already instructed Shiryu to lead the tribesmen on their journey, and seeing Su Cheng still playing on Feng He's back, she was somewhat speechless. All right, it's time to go. The rabbit-eared girl looked at Feng He again and said with concern, You are still injured, don't go along with his nonsense. It's all right, Feng He hummed in response, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Then let's set off. On horseback, Su Cheng waved his hand. Let's go. Beneath the horse's back, Luo raised her little fist. Then Su Cheng picked him up and held him in his arms. At that moment, Lin, who was not far away, was also carrying large and small baskets and waving excitedly. Spring, Cheng, Luo, it's time to go. They're here. The sky in the distance was beginning to brighten, and a crimson light was slowly dispelling the darkness. The cat-eared girls traversed the forest in a grand procession, chatting happily and occasionally glancing back. Their bright eyes sparkled with a longing for the past and an anticipation for a better future. Sudden, meow, someone called out. Immediately afterwards, the jungle became lively. Meow, meow, meow. I walked slowly at the back of the group. Luo, nestled in his arms, excitedly waved her little fists, the sound clear and loud. Meow. Su Cheng's lips trembled slightly, feeling as if he had raised his child astray. You are a wolf. You should be yelling. At this moment, Feng He also turned his head to ask, Is this how everyone usually is? Pretty much, That's how I am when I'm happy. Su Cheng shrugged. Should I shout it too? She hesitated for a few seconds before asking. Everyone else is shouting, so if I don't shout, will I seem out of place? You don't have to. What does meow mean? A happy slogan. Su Cheng started making things up off the cuff. He had no idea what wu meow actually meant. The centaur girl then quieted down and continued on her way. In the blink of an eye, the sky was already bright. The long procession crossed the riverbank, seemingly alerting the wolf-ear tribe members who were out hunting. They stood there dumbfounded on the west bank of the river, their minds filled with curiosity and questions. Where are the cat-eared tribe going? They finally couldn't survive anymore. The man eating grass was also there. Why is there a centaur girl here? Countless questions lingered in my mind, but ultimately they all became unimportant as the team disappeared. The wolf-eared warriors drank some water in the river and then disappeared back into the jungle. Should we tell the chief about this when we get back? A wolf-eared warrior suddenly asked in a low voice from the crowd. The chieftain seems to be in a bad mood today, so let's not talk about it. The other quickly stopped him. Oh, is it because of Erishur? Probably. Didn't you see? The chieftain has been wandering around outside the camp a lot these past few days. I guess they're waiting for him to come back. Speaking of Lon, what are your thoughts on joining the Yinta clan? How would I know? I'll listen to the clan leader. What about you? My brother said he wants to follow Lon, because he thinks Lon is right. I'm asking you. I will listen to my elder brother. Northeast Forest. Hunting grounds. This is the first time we've had so many guests. It's unusually lively. The birds and beasts were startled by the cat-eared girls group and scattered in all directions. There was a rustling in the grass, the branches swayed constantly, and the fallen leaves and withered branches crunched underfoot. Birds circled and flew in the sky, squirrels ran around in the treetops, and occasionally a few larger wild animals could be seen, which would plunge into the bushes as if they wished they had more legs. We're almost there, everyone hurry up. At the front of the procession, Shiyu held up a spear and shouted loudly. Shiling and Huaer walked on either side of the group, reminding the curious tribespeople not to wander off and fall into the various traps they had set in the forest. The procession was large and filled with laughter and joy. After venturing deeper into the forest, Shiyu and the others felt a little more at ease. Because once you reach the foot of the mountain, you can't possibly go wrong, and there are no traps there. If you continue north along the foot of the mountain, you will be able to reach the valley without any problems. Halfway there, Su Cheng suddenly jumped off his horse and walked to Chun, who was in charge of covering the rear. Luo stayed alone on Feng He's back. Although she was still afraid and hugged the other's waist, she was much better than the first time she rode him. Why aren't you riding a horse? What are you doing down here? Chun immediately put on a cold face when she saw Su Cheng coming over. Don't always make that face. Su Cheng raised his hand and smacked her pert buttocks. Smack. The crisp sound echoed in their ears, but only Feng He and Luo heard it. A slight pain and numbness came from her buttocks, causing the bunny-eared girl to glare at him instantly. A blush crept onto her pretty face. What's wrong with my expression? She asked. You look good even when you have a cold face, Su Cheng grinned. But I still prefer the way you look when you smile. Chumbai glanced at him. I'm not a little girl who smiles at you all the time. So you see how good I am to Luo. I play with her every day and hug her. Su Cheng said, if you didn't have that stern face, I could hug you every day too. Who wants you to hug me every day? The bunny-eared girl looked disgusted. Then I'll carry Hongxiang to relieve her pain. If you don't act recklessly, you won't die. Su Cheng had another great time. He bared his teeth and shouted, Hey, stop pinching me, stop pinching me. I'm not going to hug her anymore. Snort. Withdrawing her hand, Chun turned her face away. This man is always asking for a beating. Su Cheng rubbed his reddened waist while grimacing. Why did you hit me so hard? Who told you to mention that big bad wolf? Chun wrinkled her nose and muttered. You even said you wanted to hug her. Hug. It's more than just a hug. They picked them all up and kicked them. Su Cheng shrank back, feeling extremely guilty. Of course, you can't show it on your face. He coughed twice and continued. Then I said I'd hug you, but you wouldn't. Who's refusing? Chun glared at him. Chapter 1:27 Success and Failure. Isn't that what you just said? Then who told you to hug me every day? The bunny-eared girl's voice was pitifully soft, as if afraid that the people in front of her would hear her. Oh, I get it. Once you understand, don't mention it again. Go back to your place right now. All right then. Su Cheng chuckled, took a deep breath, scratched his head, and leaned even closer. Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you. What's up? Let's make this clear first. You can't get angry, you can't elbow me, and you can't pinch me. Chun instantly became alert, her brows furrowing deeply. Is it related to Hongxiang? These two are truly sworn enemies. Their sensitivity is just too high. The night he and Hongxiang were researching Away's 18 styles, they were surprisingly not discovered. It was pure luck. It's also related to you. Su Cheng nodded. What does this have to do with me? I'll treat your leg. Do you think it'll help? Why drag that big bad wolf into treating my leg? Chun asked, puzzled. Su Cheng took a deep breath, rubbed his nose, and then spoke. Well, I'm planning to ask her to help out, to be my assistant. The rabbit-eared girl was clearly displeased, glaring at Su Cheng. There are so many people in the tribe. Why ask her for help? None of the clan members are quite capable, because it requires precise control of the force to re-break that piece of bone. Su Cheng explained helplessly. It can't be too light or too heavy. Sure, you and the others can't do it yet. Su Cheng discovered it while training the spear thrower. Chun has a good grasp of power, while Sure Yu and the others are only used to brute force and cannot control it freely. Upon hearing this, Chun frowned and looked at Su Cheng with some suspicion, but more trust. She didn't think Su Cheng would joke about this. Do you think Hongxiang is a good candidate? Their strength is undeniable. I've already witnessed it when hunting bears. As for the control of power, well, Su Cheng has witnessed it firsthand, or rather, experienced it personally. The pleasures of fish and water. Even when she gets that excited, she can control herself very well, knowing when to stop and not hurting herself. That big guy may look carefree, but he's actually very meticulous and considerate in many ways. Of course, this is not something that can be said. Su Cheng paused briefly before continuing. To minimize your suffering, you need to find someone skilled in applying force to do it. Besides, I don't want to see you suffer. In this regard, Hongxiang would be a very good helper. You can't do it? Chun asked, her head bowed. I can't do it. And besides, I can't bring myself to do it, Su Cheng sighed. He knew himself too well. He struggled even to kill a chicken, let alone break a person's leg with a stone stick. Otherwise, he might not have chosen computer science for his college entrance exam. He might have chosen medical school instead. He is just an ordinary person, both in modern times and here. In the future, he will try to hunt and get used to the taste of blood, but that will take time. It's not like in novels where you can simply pick up a weapon and stab someone and grow stronger overnight. Su Cheng didn't think there was anything shameful about it. He was just an ordinary person, living an ordinary life, and he had always been like this. Spring fell silent, her head bowed, lost in thought. Su Cheng didn't pressure her, but quietly stayed by her side, waiting for her decision. For a long time, she raised her head, her red eyes filled with a hint of grievance, and pouted as she said, but I don't want the big bad wolf to help me. Do you feel like you'll owe her something, and you won't be able to hold your head up when you argue with her in the future? Su Cheng chuckled softly, took a deep breath, and said, let me put it another way. You don't actually dislike her. You just want to fight her, a proper fight, regardless of winning or losing. So when she found out about your leg problem and let you win, you felt very uncomfortable, right? The bunny-eared girl raised her head in disbelief and stared at her blankly. This was a secret she had kept hidden in her heart, yet Su Cheng guessed it perfectly. How did you know? I guessed. I don't believe it, Chun said, glaring at him. Su Cheng-la, it's mainly this. I've seen it a lot. Two masters who admire martial arts. They respect each other. I won't take advantage of their vulnerability. We agree on when to fight again and stuff like that. Hey, we're very familiar with each other. TV dramas and movies have almost exhausted this trend. Especially that one. You've arrived. I am coming. You shouldn't have come. But I still came. When I showed it to Su Cheng, he looked at me with admiration and thought it was so classy. However, when I look back on it after university, I feel like, wow, that's so abstract. Guess what? Hongxiang is always thinking about fighting you too, Su Cheng continued. I don't know. Chun sniffed. Of course I wanna, you can trust me. So, if your leg isn't healed, how can you two fight fairly and justly, and how can you openly and fairly overpower her? I didn't mean to outdo her. So what do you want to do? I just wanted her to know that the rabbit-eared people are not easy to bully. Oh, I understand. Su Cheng nodded. However, the prerequisite for fighting is to heal your leg first, and healing your leg requires her help. Are you willing now? Chun blinked, pondered for a while, and finally hummed in agreement before turning to ask again. What if she doesn't want to? I'll talk to them about that. You don't need to worry about it. Just focus on preparing for the treatment. Good. During a break in conversation, the view ahead suddenly opened up. The forest thinned out, and gradually a huge gap in the cliff became visible. Arrive. Chun looked up and reminded him. Oh, then let's get on with the plan. Cheng added. Remember to take turns setting up the tents and moving things. Otherwise it will be too tiring for the person in charge of moving. I know, I'll go ahead then. Go. Immediately, the bunny-eared girl quickened her pace and walked towards the front of the group. Cheng went back to Feng He's side and picked up the quail-like luo. The little cutie pouted, looking like she was hard to coax. Good bad. Oh ho, it's over. The relocation went very smoothly. Before I knew it, most of the day had passed. After the cat-eared women finished loading the last half of their belongings, the 3 clan elders also arrived safely at the new camp with the group. Now, the shaman's large tent and the tribesmen's tents were being set up in an orderly manner. The camp layout remains largely the same as before, designed to help the cat girls adapt quickly. The area for waste disposal and the location of new kiln pits were also designated accordingly. Once everyone was present, the manpower for cutting down trees and clearing bushes was replenished, and Lin and Luo were also busy starting fires and cooking to ensure the tribespeople had enough to eat. After all, it's pioneering work, and there are many miscellaneous things to do. Cheng wasn't idle either. While he was taking stock of the food and pottery that had been moved, he and Chun were helping to set up their large tent. Chapter 128 Barricades. Of the 23 people, only the elderly clan elders did not participate. Even Feng He, who was recuperating from his injuries, was running back and forth carrying hay. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long I've been busy, but when I looked up again, the bright moon was already high in the sky. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the nights here seemed much darker than outside. There was no biting mountain wind howling, and the fire crackled and burned brighter than usual. After a long day, the animal-eared girls could finally gather around the campfire, stretch their sore and numb limbs, and fully enjoy the pleasure after their work, excitedly and contentedly waiting for the fragrant food wafting from the earthenware pot. Everyone was exhausted today, so there was very little playful fighting. The mischievous ones just giggled for a while before quietly eating. After filling their stomachs, they quickly retreated to their new nests. Meow, meow. Accompanied by bursts of murmured words, drowsiness seemed to be contagious, quickly sweeping across the entire camp. Inside the large tent, Cheng and Chun sat in front of the fire chatting, while several skewers of meat were roasting beside them, sizzling with oil. Feng He lay on his side, quietly observing the people in front of him. Perhaps he was not yet used to the new tribal life, as he appeared somewhat reserved. Lin was still the same as always, lying sprawled out on the hay bed, fast asleep, occasionally turning over and wagging her tail. As for Luo, she had already fallen asleep and was nestled obediently in Cheng's arms. Once the camp is set up, I plan to set up some barricades over at the mountain pass and build 2 watchtowers along the cliff face. Cheng picked up a piece of roasted meat, handed one to Chun, and took a bite of the other himself. That way, we can quickly find out if there's any movement around us. What are barricades? What are watchtowers? I forgot you wouldn't understand, Cheng laughed after swallowing the meat, only to be met with a glare. Of course I don't understand. The rabbit-eared girl pouted and took 2 big bites of the meat, pretending it was Cheng. Oh dear, it's my fault, it's my fault. As he spoke, Cheng picked up a thin twig and began drawing on the ground. He explained, a chevaude frise is a wooden frame with thorns tied together like this. It's a very simple thing. When it's placed at the entrance, it can keep out some wild animals outside. A watchtower is like setting up a tent at a high place, where the tribesmen can sleep and see far into the distance. Chun looked at the paintings carefully, then looked up. So you mean, the higher you stand, the farther you can see? Right. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? She asked. Cheng unconsciously shrugged his shoulders. There's no need. The main problem is that the original campsite was in a terrible location. There was nothing around it. It was a dilapidated place, and I couldn't be bothered to invest too much time and energy in it. He took another bite of meat and continued. Actually, I also plan to build some mud houses, bamboo houses, and wooden houses to replace the tents. Now that food is not too scarce, it's time to think about housing and clothing. Dilapidated? Yeah, Cheng said. You don't actually think that place is really nice, do you? I didn't say that. Chun turned her face away. Hee. So you see where we are now? It's very close to the riverbank and next to the salt spring. There's also a natural cave to the north. Once we take it over, we won't have to be afraid of the extreme winter. If it gets really too cold, we'll all live inside the cave. But what about those yaks? Chun glanced at Cheng and frowned. If there were only 1 or 2, we could try to kill them, but there's a whole nest over there. It would be difficult for sure you and the others to handle them alone. Upon hearing this, Cheng grinned. So what if it's a litter? There are only 9 of them. Don't worry, I have a plan. Before hunting the black bear, you didn't expect it to be so quick and efficient, did you? That's different. Nowadays, most tribal hunting still relies on sheer numbers and sheer numbers. When faced with a large number of large wild beasts, the advantage of numbers is naturally greatly reduced. Cheng looked at Cheng with some worry. If you are not confident enough, don't take any risks. I don't want sure you and the others to be in danger. Look at you, aren't you? Once you're healed in a couple of days, you'll be the #1 general of our cat-ear tribe. Cheng said. Don't joke about hunting. All right, don't glare at me. Cheng waved his hand helplessly and said, I'm not joking. Those yaks are basically no threat to us now. I have many ways to kill them. I'm mainly thinking about how to use the least effort to get the greatest benefit. Cheng looked up at him. Have you really come up with a plan? Yes, I plan to bring the wolf-ear tribe into the game for a joint hunt. Joint hunting. Yes, on the one hand, it will reduce our pressure, and on the other hand, it will demonstrate our strength. This way, the alliance between the 2 tribes will be much easier in the future, Cheng said. Do we really have to team up with them? The bunny-eared girl asked, pouting. There's nothing we can do. We're short-staffed, Cheng said helplessly. You can't expect me to have a bunch of kids, can you? Putting aside whether the time is right, I don't even know if cross-species reproduction is possible due to genetic conditions. The little cutie was still asleep in his arms. They had made love quite a few times, but Cheng didn't know what the outcome would be. A long silence followed. Spring finally gave up, nodding reluctantly. I see. Hey, stop drooping your ears. Cheng suddenly reached out and put his arm around the rabbit-eared girl's waist, pulling her close. He whispered, I'm not just uniting with the wolf-eared tribe. We should also try to bring in the big bull tribe if possible. The strength of the tribe depends on people. We can't just keep thinking about living with the small number of people in the cat-eared tribe. If we are targeted by a big tribe in the future, we need to have enough strength to protect our homeland. Cheng sniffed and shifted her position. Just say what you want to say, but don't touch me. What's wrong with touching it? We're not outside, nobody's watching, Cheng said. Compared to the past when a mere touch would result in an elbow or a pinch, the bunny-eared girls now seem less resistant. Of course, she would still dodge out of the way a couple of times, just for show. But it shouldn't be too excessive. Why do you always like touching that area? Who told you to raise it to be so big and perky? Are you blaming me? Cheng looked at him with dissatisfaction. Is it my fault? Cheng retorted, his tone both unreasonable and defiant. The next day, early in the morning, Cheng got out of bed with great enthusiasm. If I don't work hard at night, I'm full of energy during the day. After a quick wash and some exercise, he began working on the barricades and watchtowers. This mountain valley is quite large, with plenty of fruit trees and other fruits. The ponds and springs are all natural, so the tribespeople don't need to venture into the hunting area to gather resources for the time being. Chapter 129 Planting Philosophy. Of course, Shiryu and her group had also carefully explained to the other tribesmen which areas were dangerous, which areas had been explored, and which areas were riddled with traps. They knew that going north was definitely out of the question, as not only were there fierce yaks living there, but the forests they passed through were also teeming with killer bees. Today, the beast-eared girls' tasks are relatively simpler. Some continue to clear and cut down trees around the camp, leaving nothing except fruit trees. Others are digging new horizontal kiln pits to get the kiln firing back on the agenda as soon as possible. The remaining members served as bricks, moving them wherever needed, specifically responsible for assisting others. Luo was still in charge of her piglets, and the 5 piglets were now as big as dogs. They were always making a ruckus, rooting around in the ground and pushing against the fence. Lin was also called over by the little cutie, and the 2 of them worked together to build a bigger pig pen for them. Before long, Cheng led Chun and Feng He to the entrance of the mountain pass. There were also 2 cat-eared girls who came to help, one with short red hair named He Lu, and the other with long black waves named Shan. They usually worked with Lin to collect berries. The 2 were not tall, about 1.6 meters, with cute faces, lively personalities, and plump figures, with fleshy thighs, chubby faces, and bulging chests. Cheng realized that he hadn't seen many ugly beast-eared girls. The wolf-eared women of the wolf-eared tribe also have very regular features and are all beautiful in their own unique way. I wonder what genes the ancestors of the beast-eared race inherited. It's really weird. The wood used for the barricades needs to be thicker. Go and see if you can find any suitable wood. Su Cheng gestured briefly to indicate the size, and Lu and Shan understood. They immediately nodded seriously and then followed Feng He to move the wood. Turning around, I saw that Chun was already counting her steps and calculating the length of the entrance. This is their usual method of measuring distances, counting steps, and sometimes using knots, sticks, or other reference tools. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. After counting to 10, the bunny-eared girl placed a small stone at the tip of her toes and continued walking forward, counting 1, 2, 3. Only after they had all walked around did this guy excitedly run over and say something. Okay, there are 37 steps in total. Okay. Su Cheng looked at her, then suddenly smiled. Are you not very good at counting? Yes, the witch taught me some things before, but I don't remember much, Chun said earnestly. Su Cheng grinned. Oh, then I'll teach you later. There's no time for academic classes yet, so we'll have to postpone them. Su Cheng stopped worrying about it and started calculating the length and number of barricades based on the number of steps Chun took. 37 divided into 3 groups, approximately 12 steps per group. 12 steps is 12 meters, the length of 1 barricade. He squatted on the ground, writing and drawing with a twig, and muttering to himself. Spring didn't disturb them, quietly leaning closer to examine the scribbles. If we want to save trouble, we can just make 12-meter-long barricades to block both sides, and change the middle part into 4 3-meter-long sections. Considering the strength of the beast-eared girls, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. The second option is to make them more mobile, easier to move and assemble, and to make them all 3 meters high, with a total of 12 units. Su Cheng tapped the ground and turned to look at Chun. Which one do you think is better? If it's just to keep wild beasts away, either one is fine. What if we need to stop the enemy? Su Cheng chuckled. Chun frowned, pondered for a while, and then pointed with her finger. That's the second good thing. Set them all to be 3 steps long. That way, even if the enemy attacks, they can be placed flexibly. More importantly, they are easy to repair if they break. 12-step long ones are too bulky and difficult to move, and there won't be enough time to defend them. That's true. Su Cheng nodded and grinned. You're really smart. Snort. The bunny-eared girl, pleased with the praise, smiled smugly and said, to make these barricades, we need to prepare a lot of wood, but it seems we don't have enough right now. It's all right. There's no shortage of wood in the forest. Once we've dug out the cave, we'll dig out the other axe too. Chun stood up, walked outside the entrance, and looked around. What about the watchtower you mentioned? Where would be a good place to build it? Oh right, and watchtowers too. Su Cheng slapped his forehead. The watchtowers will be built on both sides of the entrance, so only 10 barricades will be needed. The cliff face is too high. If we build it outside, even if we discover something, we won't be able to report it back to the camp in time. Chun was quite interested in the watchtower, and she asked about it eagerly. So when do you plan to start building the watchtower? No rush. There's still a lot to do at the camp. Besides, there are barricades and watchtowers. Where are we going to get so much wood? I'm just planning it out now. Su Cheng shrugged, looking helpless. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's deal with the barricades and the salt spring first. Good. When Feng He and the others came over with the wood, Su Cheng gave them a brief explanation of how to make barricades. It's simply a matter of placing 2 together, crossing them, tying them together with vines or other ropes, and finally using a long straight stick to hold them in place so they don't lose their shape, and then binding them all together. As for the height, 1.5 to 1.6 meters is enough. It can serve as a defensive wall and also make it easy to observe. It's more than enough to intercept wild animals at night. Then came the repetitive process of moving wood and weaving vines and straw ropes. With Feng He, the strongman, on the job, the efficiency of pulling the cart was outstanding. However, the tribe still doesn't have enough timber, so the construction of the barricades is temporarily set at halfway. Next, Su Cheng found large and small jars, loaded them onto a cart, and had Feng He pull it to the salt spring. Lu and Shan continued to work at the entrance. Feng He, are you settling in well here? On the way, having nothing to do, Su Cheng asked a question. A good boss should naturally pay attention to the emotional feelings of new employees from time to time. Chun, who was standing next to him, didn't say anything, but just glanced over, wanting to hear what Su Cheng was up to this time. It's all right. The centaur girl answered without much hesitation. The Great Bull tribe is busy hunting and planting plants like amaranth and green rice, so it feels about the same. They're all busy. We just moved camp, so it's normal to be a little busy, Su Cheng chuckled, then suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, you said you're growing lamb's quarters and green rice. Yes, we centaurs and bullhorns don't mainly rely on eating animal meat to survive. We also grow some edible plants, roots, and green rice that can produce food grains. That must be wild rice. Generally, it was the groups living near water who, after discovering that the food was edible, gradually developed the idea of cultivating it. Cheng was quite surprised, not expecting that the Great Bull clan already understood the concept of planting. Chapter 130 Dislikes Studying. How much green rice do you manage to grow each time? He asked. Not much. If we don't use volcanic ash to fill the soil, the usual harvest is only enough for our people to eat for 3 to 5 days, so we cherish it very much. He sighed. You still have volcanic ash? Cheng was even more surprised. Where did it come from? It was exchanged from the Yentu tribe. There is a lot of this kind of soil in the Ochre Red Mountain where they live. So, those guys live in a volcano, Cheng suddenly realized. No wonder their tribe is so powerful and long-lived. Chun, who was standing nearby, chimed in. The Yentu tribe lives in a place where there are no hot or cold days, and the temperature doesn't change much, so the extreme winter has little impact on them. Cheng scratched his head and looked at the rabbit-eared girl. Why didn't you tell me this before? You didn't ask. After a moment, Cheng looked at the back of the centaur girl's head and asked, He, how many people died in this internal conflict of the Yentu tribe? Thinking of that horrific night, He felt a sudden chill, but she still answered despite her fear. Many. The shaman I helped lost almost half of his people. I originally wanted to help a few rat-eared children escape, but when we got to the river, my wounds were in so much pain that I fainted. She felt a pang of sadness, lowered her head, and took a deep breath. After that, I don't know anything. I don't know if those children survived. You've done your best. Cheng patted her shoulder reassuringly. Whether they live or not is their own fate. Don't feel guilty. Chun then leaned against the horse and pinched Cheng's leg. Why are you asking about the Yentu tribe? Know your enemy and know yourself? That means understand your opponent well, so that you can deal with any trouble that may arise in the future, right? Cheng laughed. The rabbit-eared girl glanced at him and gave a soft snort. Don't get any funny ideas. Even though they went through internal strife, there are still quite a few of them left. Okay, I know. Without guns and cannons, and without a sufficient supply of cold weapons, the advantage of numbers is a real advantage. Cheng isn't stupid. With just spears and bows and arrows, the idea of facing a charge of hundreds of beast-eared girls seems unrealistic. Their strength and speed far exceed those of ordinary people, giving you very little time to launch a long-range attack. Therefore, to exert suppressive force from a distance, you either need a large enough number of people or sophisticated weapons, at least crossbows or similar weapons with high accuracy and lethality. Of course, this is a direct confrontation. If it's a sneak attack, well, I'm sorry, sneaking over in the middle of the night, with all sorts of insidious and dirty tricks like Molotov cocktails, rockets, assassinations, and throat slitting. I believe people in this era probably can't handle them yet. But that's a story for another time. Cheng doesn't have time to deal with the Yentu tribe right now. Whether others are doing well or not is none of his business. His main goal right now is to do well himself. Once food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are all back on track, then we can consider expanding our territory. The three of them walked along the foot of the mountain through the forest for about half an hour. We finally arrived at the salt spring. The spring water hasn't changed much, except that there are now many more leaves floating on the surface. Fill the container with water. Fill the container with water. At Cheng's urging, they took all the jars off the cart, filled them with spring water, and put them back on the cart. There were about 10 jars in total, all filled to the brim, and then we returned the way we came. He didn't know why Cheng had made a special trip to get water, while Chun's eyes lit up as she looked at the truckload of salt water. Okay, go back and teach me how to make salt. Even if you don't tell me, I'll still teach you. Cheng laughed. From now on, the cat-eared girls will definitely do this job themselves, and Chunho will be happy to be a hands-off manager. Cheng, what is salt production? At this moment, the curious he finally couldn't help but ask. Is this water different from ordinary water? Yes, these are all salt water, they contain salt. Cheng grinned. Salt making is about extracting salt. You'll have to learn it too, and everyone in the clan will have to learn it. Can I not learn it? He suddenly asked. Huh? What? I feel very conflicted. The muscular centaur girl scratched her head, her clear, watery eyes blinking. I can't remember too much, just let me do some physical labor. Cheng was speechless and couldn't help but slap her horse's rump hard. Learning knowledge can make you smarter. Otherwise, you'll only be someone else's rider in the future, understand? Fenghe? I used to only let Wei ride on it. Fenghe kicked the horse's hoof indifferently and continued forward. Su Cheng, I think you're a great guy, so I'm happy to let you ride. Whatever makes you happy. Su Cheng's lips twitched. This must be the first animal-eared girl I've ever encountered who doesn't like reading or studying. Salt extraction. Su Cheng used the easiest method, boiling salt over high heat. Pour the salt water directly into a heat-resistant earthenware pot. Place it over a fire and continue boiling. Once the water has evaporated and a film of salt crystals has formed on the surface, remove it from the heat. Then, use the residual heat to slowly dry it, and the salt will clump together. However, the pottery jars used in this situation are best if they are mixed with sand or seashells. If they are simply made of mud, they are likely to crack as soon as they are fired. This is a simple method of salt extraction, and the result is mostly coarse salt particles. If you want to make fine salt, you can continue to dry fry it to dehydrate it, then grind it with a mortar and pestle, and finally sift it. It's not impossible to smash it, but it's exhausting. Of course, there are ways to get fine salt in one go. Steam first, then scrape. The main advantage is that saturated salt water crystallizes rapidly on a low-temperature surface. The specific procedure is to prepare a flat, smooth large stone slab or the inside of the lid of a large earthenware pot, and heat it to more than 60 degrees Celsius with fire. Next, use a grass brush to dip into the high-concentration brine that has already been debitored and brush on a thin layer. At that time, the water will evaporate instantly with a sizzling sound, leaving a very thin and fine salt frost on the stone slab. Finally, scrape them off, and you will get fine salt that looks like flour. The salt spring that Su Cheng discovered has a salt concentration of about 15%, which is considered to be above average. The 20 jars of brine they brought back can yield about 40 pounds of refined salt. After a flurry of activity, a large pile of salt particles lay before them. Su Cheng was excited, while Chun's eyes glowed red, more terrifying than ever before. We have salt. Not only will their living standards improve, but they can also be used as an important resource to exchange for other things. Anyone would be very happy about this. If Su Cheng hadn't stopped her, this rabbit-eared girl would have gone to fetch another cartload of salt water that very night. The problem that has been troubling Su Cheng seems to have returned to square one. Fired kills require wood. Salt production requires wood. Wood is needed to build watchtowers and barricades. Building houses also requires a certain amount of wood. The efficiency of logging is simply not enough nowadays. He frowned as he stared at the half-piece of meteorite iron in the corner of the tent and the natural copper that had been stored there before. Chapter 131. A Quarrel. A new day has begun. The temperature is much colder than usual. It felt as if the temperature had dropped several degrees overnight, which made Su Cheng very uncomfortable. Thankfully, Luo is there to hug me to sleep at night. She's so cute and warm, and incredibly capable. She's so much better than a body pillow. He hurriedly put on his animal skin clothes, picked out a small jar of salt to take with him, and after leaving the main tent, he turned around and went to Fenghe's tent. Because the relocation of the camp was delayed for 2 days, and in order to help Chun treat her leg and fulfill my promise to Hongxiang, I must go to the wolf-ear tribe today. The air in the mountain valley was quite humid in the early morning. The grass and leaves were covered with dew, and the chill in the air made one feel a painful coldness on their skin. Most of the cat-eared girls had also gotten up and were continuing to work on things at the camp. Chun, along with He Lu and Shan, set up barricades at the entrance early on. Seeing Su Cheng riding Fenghe by, Rabbit-Eared Girl put down the wood she was holding and came over. Where to? Wolf-Ear Tribe. Chun glanced at him, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Are we going today? Yes, I'll be relieved once you're healed quickly. Su Cheng sat on the horse's back, reaching out to touch her head. Her soft rabbit ears were covered in morning dew, damp and cold. The bunny-eared girl, unusually, didn't dodge. She sniffed and snorted. Are you coming back today? I don't live there. I just chatted with Hongxiang for a bit, and then brought her over. Su Cheng said speechlessly. Unexpectedly, Chun walked straight ahead and addressed Fenghe. Fenghe, if he dares to spend the night there, drag him back here. Oh. For the first time, the burly woman felt embarrassed. She shrank back, turned to look at Su Cheng, then back at Chun. Are we really going to drag this out? Su Cheng is a witch. It is precisely because I am a shaman that I cannot sleep in other people's tribes, Chun said. That seems to make sense. Fenghe nodded. Su Cheng, riding on horseback, felt a toothache. He patted the silly boy and then vigorously rubbed Chun's ear. All right, you two. I already said I wouldn't be staying overnight there. What happened to trust between people? He sighed and looked at the bunny-eared girl. Why don't you come with me? I don't want to go. Chun slapped Su Cheng's hand away and glared at him. The camp is busy. But you're still worried. So I had Feng He keep an eye on it. She snorted coldly, her eyes sharp. Just remember this, if you don't come back today, you'll be sorry. This guy doesn't seem to be joking, and he never jokes. She's really stubborn when something happens. Su Cheng had no choice but to pat his chest and guarantee it. All right, I definitely won't linger there any longer. Then go ahead. Feng He, be careful on the road. Understood, Chun. Then I'm leaving. Su Cheng waved his hand. The two then walked into the woods, and their voices gradually faded into the distance. Feng He. Su Cheng, you seem to be afraid of spring? Su Cheng. Nonsense, you think I'm afraid of her? I'll teach her a lesson when I get back, and I'll beat her until she begs for her daddy. What is a father? A very intimate way of addressing someone. Can I call you dad? Can't. He would be happy to be called by Chun or Luo. Feng He forehead. Just looking at her arms, which were as thick as her thighs, and her broad back and thick waist, Su Cheng felt that he was not worthy of this title. Su Cheng wasn't exactly familiar with the route to the Wolf-Ear tribe, but he still remembered it. Following the directions, Feng He slowly made her way through the woods. She didn't run too fast, partly because she wanted to familiarize herself with the route. But since it's a centaur's legs, it's still much faster than a regular Kimonamami, animal-eared girl. They set off at dawn, and, after walking for about half an hour, the two arrived safely at the outskirts of the Wolf-Ear tribe's camp. At that moment, a sliver of light slowly emerged from the horizon, but was quickly obscured by thick, gray clouds. A chilly mountain breeze swept past, making one shiver. It was still early, probably around 7 or 8 in the morning, and the Wolf-Ear tribe members had already started to get up. Some were stretching and yawning, some were cooking, and some were sharpening their weapons and spears, preparing for the hunt. Upon seeing strangers appear outside the camp, several of the nearest wolf-eared warriors immediately grabbed their weapons and quickly surrounded them. Who are you? What are you doing in our wolf-eared tribe? Anyone would be startled if a huge centaur suddenly ran into the territory. The wolf-eared warriors were very alert. They slowly approached in a fan shape, then stopped and shouted loudly. Don't come any closer, or we won't be polite. Tell me, which tribe are you from? Faced with being surrounded by several people, Feng He, who was running, had no choice but to stop. On horseback, Su Cheng quickly stepped aside to greet them before jumping down. Hey, it's me. Don't be nervous. They seemed to be from the cat-ear tribe. After recognizing the newcomers, the wolf-eared warriors finally relaxed and exchanged glances. Yes, it's Su Cheng, the person who helped us treat our fever last time. The relationship between the wolf-eared tribe and Su Cheng is still somewhat delicate. I wouldn't say I like it, nor would I say I hate it. Go and inform the clan chief. One of them waved, and the other immediately ran back to the camp. Soon, that familiar pale yellow figure came into view, its tall and slender stature standing out among the wolf-eared creatures. Hong Xiang yawned, looking like she hadn't slept well, with slightly dark circles under her eyes, and walked out with her cheeks puffed out. She was accompanied by Korwashi and Erishur. Hey, Hong Xiang, good morning. Su Cheng immediately greeted him. He thought the big bad wolf would be as enthusiastic as usual, but to his surprise, the guy glanced at him, strode up to him, crossed his arms, and raised his chin sharply. Hey, who's this? What brings you to our wolf-ear tribe? Su Cheng instantly wore the expression of an old man using a cell phone on the subway. Did I go to the wrong place? It's the wolf-ear tribe. He could understand Chun's tantrums. But why is this guy acting up too? What the hell is going on? He glanced at Blackstone. The honest man's lips twitched, clearly unaware of the situation. Looking at Lon again, the other party had a cold expression and angry eyes, clearly not welcoming him. What did I do to offend you? Ever since the fever incident, Su Cheng felt that this wolf-eared warrior was not quite right, and always harbored some hostility towards him, which was even more pronounced today. Although puzzled, Su Cheng didn't have time to care about him at the moment. He continued to ask Hong Xiang. What's wrong, Hong Xiang? Nothing much. The big-tailed wolf looked up at the sky, his whole body flaring with anger. But as long as we can communicate, there's not much of a problem. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng took the small ceramic jar hanging on Feng He's back and handed it to him. Here, this is a gift I brought for you. Chapter 132 Hatred. Do you want it? If you don't talk to me again, I'm going back. As he spoke, Su Cheng made a move to mount his horse. The big bad wolf finally couldn't hold back any longer, snatched the little jar, and snorted. I didn't say I didn't want it. She looked down at Su Cheng, then wrinkled her nose and asked, Su Cheng, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you I'd come find you once the campsite was moved? Oh, you remember? Hong Xiang snorted, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. I thought you had forgotten. Forehead. The case is solved. That's what makes people angry. Su Cheng was speechless. Of course, he had no idea how many times the big bad wolf had wandered around outside the camp these past 2 days, waiting for him to arrive. How could I forget, he said. You said you'd come to find me soon, but it's been days now. Hong Xiang continued to grumble. I'm moving, you know. The place was just finished, so I came here. I don't care, you broke your promise. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he sighed helplessly. Okay, it's my fault. That's more like it. As it turns out, no amount of reasons can replace a direct apology. This guy wasn't actually that angry, he was just plain annoyed. Hearing Su Cheng beg for mercy, Hong Xiang's mood instantly improved, and she casually opened the small jar she had just snatched to take a look. Su Cheng, what's in here? You can dip a little salt in and taste it. Oh. She immediately poured out a little and then licked it with her tongue. His eyes widened in surprise. It's salty. Yes, it can be sprinkled on meat or added to soup when cooking. It's a kind of spice. Su Cheng began to explain. I understand. Let's not talk about that now. Come with me to the main tent. After handing the small jar to Blackstone behind her for safekeeping, Hong Xiang grabbed Su Cheng's hand and excitedly pulled him into the camp. At the same time, he was also calling out to Feng He. Come on over, don't just stand there. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Lon immediately stopped him. He stopped the 3 of them and loudly reminded them. Chief, we're going hunting together later. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiang stopped and frowned. You can go about the hunting. Su Cheng and I have something to discuss. But the tribesmen are all ready and waiting for you. Lan's face was somewhat gloomy, and her words expressed strong dissatisfaction. Chieftain, what could be more important than the hunt? Even if he really has something to do, it would be best to wait until we return from the hunt before we talk about it. Lon, you must not disrespect the clan leader. Blackstone suddenly said from the side. I meant no disrespect. Lon showed no sign of backing down, her voice icy. I'm thinking about the tribe. There's no need to waste time on someone from a cat-eared tribe. In a short time, the atmosphere froze. Among the onlookers, some of the wolf-eared tribesmen began to look at Su Cheng with hostility. Something's not right. Su Cheng frowned. He felt that something was off about the wolf-eared tribe, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He looked at Hong Xiang, who seemed angry as well, and said in a deep voice, Lon, you're meddling too much. The big-tailed wolf looked at Lon coldly, his voice displeased. This is between Su Cheng and me. You just mind your own business. Blackstone, take the tribesmen hunting. After saying that, he grabbed Su Cheng's arm and went straight into the camp. Feng He followed closely behind. She wanted to go into the main tent with them, but was stopped outside. Hong Xiang casually pointed outwards. Just find somewhere outside to stay. After giving those words, she quickly lowered the animal skin curtain. Confused, Feng He blinked, but quickly found a pile of hay and sat down. Not far away. As Lon watched Su Cheng and Hong Xiang enter the main tent, a fire suddenly ignited in her eyes, and she clenched her fists tightly. These past 2 days, the name he heard most often from Hong Xiang was Su Cheng. The wolf-eared girl's excited expression and the trust and affection filling her eyes filled him with both anger and jealousy. It was clearly him who disregarded the danger and went to the Yinta tribe to gather intelligence. It was he who devoted himself to the future of the tribe. In the end, the wolf-eared woman only had eyes for this foreign man. On what grounds? Blackstone beside him seemed to understand something, and couldn't help but sigh and pat Lon on the shoulder. Let's go, Lon. It's time to go hunting. The strong wolf-eared warriors stood there motionless. He was unwilling, but could only watch helplessly. Just now, he smelled a captivating and irresistible scent on Hong Xiang. It was familiar to him, as it was a scent he had been longing for. As far as I can remember, this was the first time Hong Xiang had ever been in this state. Inside that large tent, Lon could almost imagine what it would look like. His fist was clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. He gritted his teeth, and hatred gradually solidified in his chest. Su Cheng, red fragrance. Has something happened in your tribe? Never mind that. Okay, let's talk about my business first. Inside the large tent, just as Su Cheng was about to say a few words, Hong Xiang picked him up and threw him onto the hay bed. Then, Big Bad Wolf reached out and began to unfasten his tiger skin coat, his eyes gleaming with intense light. We'll talk about this later, Su Cheng. I've been holding back for a long time. I really have something to do. We'll talk about that later. In just a few seconds, the tiger skin coat was thrown to the ground. A tall, pure white body came into view. It offers a complete view from top to bottom. It is evenly shaped and has a delicate, firm texture. Its thighs were incredibly long and shapely, as round and firm as the moon, and its enormous tail was wagging excitedly. Immediately afterwards, a pungent, hot smell wafted through the air. The familiar and pleasant scent filled his nostrils, stirring Su Cheng's heart and soul. Compared to the pitch-black night, the image of Hongxiang was now clearly imprinted in my mind. It looks more rosy and radiant than ever before, full of vitality. Stop it! Seeing the big bad wolf about to pounce, Su Cheng quickly raised his hand. What now? You're not allowed on top. This girl had been holding back for several days, and Su Cheng was genuinely afraid that she would get too excited and sit on him and die. You're such a hassle. Hongxiang muttered something, then crawled into the bearskin blanket, lifted one side, and waved to him. Come in quickly. Hey, here it comes. Su Cheng was helpless, having to discuss life early in the morning. Besides, he didn't come here for this reason. He quickly took off his animal skin coat and crawled into the blanket. The slightly cool bed, mixed with an alluring scent, instantly enveloped him. After taking a deep breath, the smell entered my brain through my mouth and nose, and I felt as if I were becoming dizzy. Some nonsensical words even popped up. Chapter 133, You're too weak. What are the driving regulations for large vehicles? The operation manual that no one can talk about. Number 1, 2, 3. But I shouldn't say it. This car is incredibly big. It's warm enough. Su Cheng lay on top of him, and the two looked at each other. The big-tailed wolf's gray, pointed ears were now standing straight up. Her delicate and beautiful face showed an impatient expression. Oh, and don't bite me, Su Cheng suddenly added. Why are you talking so much? The next second, her rosy lips pressed against mine. Finally back in his own tribe, the big bad wolf no longer had to suppress his emotions. Wild voices, born of primal instincts, echoed continuously within the large tent. This time, she seemed to have picked up a bit of her temper from not seeing her for a few days, and she became even more energetic. A storm of passion ensued at Wushan. Su Cheng almost collapsed from exhaustion. It's unclear how much time passed before the restless bearskin blanket finally came to a complete stop and quieted down. Afterwards, the two embraced, freely enjoying each other's warmth. A short while later, Su Cheng shifted his body. He rested his head on Hongxiang's arm as usual, and because of the bearskin blanket covering him, he was spared the trouble of grabbing the furry tail. The big-tailed wolf, his face flushed, closed his eyes and hummed contentedly. The two rested for a while, and Su Cheng looked at the gray-white tent top and suddenly asked a question. So, what exactly is our relationship right now? Relation? Hongxiang opened her eyes and turned her face towards her. What do you think our relationship is? A bit like friends with benefits, Su Cheng said with a smirk. After all, he himself couldn't quite explain his feelings for the two of them. Is it more desire or more liking? Who knows? Friends with benefits? What's that? Hongxiang stared at him. It's like good friends who satisfy each other's physical needs. Upon hearing this, the big-tailed wolf sniffed and its eyes flashed. We've always been the closest of friends. Su Cheng fell silent for a moment. This was the same excuse I used to fool the other party last time. Looking at the beautiful face so close to his face, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. These two good friends are actually quite different. Never mind, let's not talk about this. I had something to ask you. I almost forgot. It's just about taking me to see your new territory. Hongxiang grinned. Not just this. Is there anything else? I need your help with something, Su Cheng said earnestly, looking at Hongxiang. It's related to spring. The big bad wolf didn't say anything, but his eyebrows were clearly furrowed. Another matter is that in a while, I plan to invite your wolf ear tribe to participate in a joint hunt. Hongxiang remained silent, just blinking and staring blankly. After a long while, she pouted, moved her long legs under the blanket, and rolled over to clamp Su Cheng between her legs. She hugged the other person tighter before sniffing. I'm not going to help that stinky rabbit. You two are really in sync. You even say the same thing. Su Cheng couldn't help but complain. What's wrong? Did she say that too? Do you think she would be willing to accept your help? That's perfect, hee hee. Hongxiang's lips curled up. Good my foot. Su Cheng raised his hand and gave the guy a sharp, loud flick on the forehead. Inside the large tent, there was a moment of silence. The big-tailed wolf stared blankly at Su Cheng. A short while later. Oh woo. Holy crap, don't bite me. Wah, who told you to hit me? A dozen or so breaths later, Su Cheng had a row of fresh teeth marks on his shoulder, where he grinned and inhaled sharply. These two are quite a pair. One likes to elbow people, and the other likes to bite people. They're all so restless. Of course, just as Su Cheng thought, Hong Xiang was very good at controlling her strength. It will only hurt you a little when it bites you, so you'll know how powerful it is. Do all the women of your wolf-eared tribe like to bite people? Su Cheng asked, looking at her. I remember when Luo was in pain, she gave him a bite. Of course, you only bite if you like it. You don't have to like this. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiang frowned and her expression became serious. I don't care, I just like you, Su Cheng. Oh that's what I like. Su Cheng's lips twitched. Then could you bite lighter next time? I'm already very light. As he spoke, the big-tailed wolf proudly bit the air twice. The crisp, powerful bite sounds ringing in my ears. She stared at Su Cheng, her lips pursed in a helpless expression. Su Cheng, you're too weak, I don't dare to use my strength. Although I can't use as much force as the other tribesmen, I'm quite satisfied with being able to take a couple of light bites. Other wolf-eared people. They bite each other too? Ignore the adjective, you're too weak, Su Cheng asked curiously. Yes, biting someone signifies a willingness to be their man or woman. It's a kind of mark. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's eyelids twitched. Is biting each other a playful gesture among the wolf-eared tribe? No wonder you kept trying to bite me that night. You're my first man, of course I have to take a bite, Hong Xiang said, dissatisfied. If you won't let me, I'll think you don't like me. You don't like me, yet you still indulge my nonsense. Su Cheng looked at her speechlessly. Hee. Hong Xiang felt a little relieved after receiving affirmation, and a smile spread across her face, making her very happy. Seeing her slightly naive smile, Su Cheng continued. Enough of the nonsense. I'm talking about serious business. We need your help with Chun's matter. Then, Su Cheng recounted how he treated Chun's leg. The explanations were similar, and they agreed that the two of them should have a proper fight, which was wrestling. If you're willing to help, I'll give you more pottery in the future. All right. Hong Xiang was in a good mood at the moment and readily agreed without much thought. And what about that joint hunting operation? She continued to ask. You should know about those yaks that live on the north side of the riverbank. I'm planning to take them all out. Su Cheng explained with a light laugh. There's so much meat, and I was thinking of sharing some with you. So I came to discuss with you whether the two tribes should join forces for a hunt. What? You don't want to? Seeing that the other party remained silent, their eyes brightened for a moment and then dimmed again, and their brows furrowed. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. They're already in this relationship. Surely they shouldn't be denied any chance at all. No. Hong Xiang shook her head, her hesitant expression completely unlike her usual bold and forthright self. What happened? Has something happened in your tribe? Su Cheng's mind drifted back to what had happened at the camp entrance. Logically speaking, a tribe like the Wolf-Ear clan, whose core is the will of the Wolf King, should rarely have any instances of disobeying the chieftain. Especially since the clan leader is in his prime. Land's changes couldn't be that simple. Chapter 134 The Past of the Wolf-Ear Tribe. Su Cheng didn't ask any further questions, but waited quietly, reaching out to tidy up Hong Xiang's slightly messy black hair. A short while later, the big wolf-eared girl raised her eyes, looked deeply at Su Cheng, and took a heavy breath as if she were putting down the heavy burden on her shoulders. A few days ago, people from the Yindu tribe came. It was the night I spent the night in the Cat-Ear tribe. Yindu clan. A name that is not unfamiliar. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the injured Feng He, the internal strife of the Yindu tribe, and all sorts of things flashed through his mind like an electric shock. At this point in time, those people should be busy restoring order and rebuilding their homes. Why would they suddenly appear? He looked at Hong Xiang and asked in confusion. What brings the Yindu tribe to you? Their new shaman wants the Wolf-Ear tribe to join the Flame Earth clan. Hong Xiang paused for a moment, then continued. Lan also secretly went to their territory to investigate a couple of days ago, and found that things were pretty much as Feng He had said. The Yindu tribe's camp is in a mess now, with broken tents everywhere and the uncollected corpses of tribesmen. In this conflict, many of their people died, possibly even more seriously than Feng He said. Moreover, according to that Yindu tribesman, they also seem to have gone to the Denyo tribe to discuss joining them. After listening, Su Cheng fell into deep thought. It seems that not only the Wolf-Ear tribe was invited, but also the Big Bull tribe. But why the rush to expand manpower? He quickly understood. Are they worried that other large tribes might take the opportunity to seize the volcano? Hong Xiang nodded. That territory is very good. I heard from the old man that even some tribes outside the forest have designs on it. They are really ruthless. In order to fight for power and profit, they don't even care about the safety of their own territory. Those two sorcerers couldn't possibly be unaware of these things. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in such a hurry to recruit warriors after the slaughter. Rights, indeed. It's something that can drive you crazy. It seems that this has never changed from ancient times to the present. So what about you? What are your thoughts? Su Cheng touched Hong Xiang's slightly dejected pointed ears and asked softly. The wolf-eared girl closed her eyes, quietly enjoyed the moment for a while, and then spoke. I disagree, but Lon and the others are willing. No wonder. Two voices appeared. Su Cheng was not surprised. In fact, he felt that the outcome was more in line with human nature. Everyone has their own thoughts. They are not machines. Even the so-called wolf kings will crack when faced with life or death choices. Hong Xiang stared at Su Cheng, her eyebrows almost furrowed together. Su Cheng, I don't know what to do. Looking at this man with a worried expression, who had completely lost his former boldness, Su Cheng sighed softly and hugged him tightly. He patted her back gently, as if comforting a child. You just care too much about your own people. If you don't know, how can you refuse? I just hope they can live a good life. She leaned close to Su Cheng's face, pressing their foreheads tightly together. The voice was calm, as if it were telling a story, or as if it were venting the troubles in one's heart. The light in her eyes also faded away with her memories. Su Cheng, the wolf-eared tribe was once a very large tribe. At that time, the wolf-eared tribe and the lion-eared tribe lived together, and there were more than 100 people in total. Later, a very clever fellow appeared in the lion-eared tribe. He could treat simple wounds with herbs and also accidentally learned how to make fire. So, the old man and the others, together with the lion-eared tribe, elected him as the shaman. Old man. That was many years ago, wasn't it? Su Cheng asked, somewhat surprised. He originally thought Hong Xiang was telling her own story, but he didn't expect it to be about that thin and wiry old wolf ear. Hong Xiang nodded gently. Yeah, I wasn't even born yet. What's next? The old man said that with the arrival of the shaman in the tribe, life did improve a lot at first. People no longer worried about the fire going out, nor about not being able to get treatment for injuries. They were happy every day and worked hard to hunt and collect resources. The big-tailed wolf recounted that beautiful time, and Su Cheng could tell that she longed for that kind of life. Even though it was just something she had heard, she remembered it very clearly. Unfortunately, this beauty hidden beneath the surface did not last long. She continued. With the help of the shaman, the tribe developed rapidly. However, the old men gradually discovered that the shaman's decisions were increasingly biased towards the lion-eared tribe. First, the wolf-eared tribe always had more hunting tasks than the lion-eared tribe, but after the hunt, everyone received less meat than the other tribe. At first, the old men didn't care, and no one dared to question the shaman. But soon, such things happened more and more often, and they began to look down on the wolf-eared people and made some new rules. They drove the physically weak wolf-eared tribe members out of the tribe and even tried to control the number of our offspring. They felt that too many wolf-eared cubs would only waste resources, and that the lion-eared people were naturally stronger than the wolf-eared people. Therefore, in order for the tribe to become stronger, the children of the lion-eared people should be the main focus in the future. The lion-eared clan is allowed to have 2 children, while the wolf-eared clan is only allowed to have 1. Later, the wolf-eared tribe had fewer and fewer children, while they became more and more numerous. It was precisely because of this that the old man and the others finally realized the danger and decided to no longer tolerate it. They knew that if they continued to obey the shaman's orders, the entire wolf-ear tribe would be forced to perish by the lion-ear tribe sooner or later. So, together with several other powerful wolf-eared warriors, while the lion-eared warriors were out hunting, he led his people in a war, seized a lot of food, and then left. It's just a pity that the witch ran too fast and hid in the mountains. They couldn't find her. This is the past of the wolf-eared tribe, and also the reason why they dislike joining other tribes. Ultimately, it comes down to fairness. As a shaman, if one cannot treat everyone equally, such an outcome is bound to happen sooner or later. But this is also a part of human nature. Parents may show favoritism and treat children born from the same womb differently, let alone children from 2 different ethnic groups with different origins and bloodlines. Hong Xiang's voice continued, confirming Su Cheng's suspicions. Su Cheng, this kind of thing has actually happened quite a lot. So many prosperous tribes are unwilling to accept that the tribes have too many different ethnic groups. Doing so is not conducive to stability, nor is it conducive to the reproduction of offspring. In short, it will create a lot of conflicts. My father told me all this when I was very young, which is why I refused the invitation from the Yinta tribe. Chapter 135 Plans can't keep up with changes. I don't blame Lon for not knowing these things. His idea is actually not wrong. Joining the Yinta clan at this time may have a much better outcome than expected. After speaking, Hong Xiang looked at Su Cheng quietly, let out a long sigh of relief, and the gloom on her face gradually dissipated, slowly regaining her spirits. She hugged him tighter again and said earnestly, Su Cheng, hey sure, and by he believe in me, and the people of my tribe believe in me too. I don't want to make the wrong choice. Do you want me to make the decision for you? Su Cheng looked at her seriously as well. Hong Xiang shook her head, her eyes flashing with light, becoming bright and resolute once more. I am the chieftain of the Wolf-Ear tribe, and this is my responsibility. Then she added, Su Cheng, all you have to do is sleep with me. At this moment, Su Cheng felt an itch in his head. Half an hour later, after Su Cheng and Hong Xiang finished dressing, they prepared to return to the Cat-Ear tribe. As the three left the camp, Su Cheng subconsciously turned around and seemed to see a familiar hunched figure among the tents. He just stared at this place from afar, his expression unreadable. Hong Xiang, does your old man still need to go hunting? Su Cheng, who was riding on horseback, suddenly turned his head and asked the wolf-eared girl who was traveling with him. Hong Xiang was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. He's better at hunting wild animals, but the old man has trouble running now, so I let him stay in the camp. When he's really free, he can wander around and pick up some fruit. Oh, is his tent far from you? It's not far, just a little south of the main tent. But since I became the clan chief, he rarely comes to bother me anymore. Su Cheng's lips trembled slightly. That means they heard everything. Hong Xiang's unrestrained and undisguised cries could be heard for miles. Unless they are deaf. He couldn't help but touch his hair, then glance at the centaur girl beneath him, feeling as if he were some kind of, well, you know, the blonde-haired boy who rode a ghost fire bike to someone's house and was kidnapped by a girl with a soft cotton-padded jacket. Take a look at Hong Xiang's figure. Oh no, this is a drafty cotton-padded coat. But ultimately, Xiao didn't fly into a rage and come up with a stick to break his leg. He accepted that old Deng was such a good guy. Su Cheng, why are you asking the old man? Hong Xiang asked, somewhat curious. I think I just saw him. You're coming with me to the Cat-Ear tribe, aren't you going to tell him? It's okay, it's not like I'm not coming back. Hong Xiang crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, I'll only stay one night at most. I'll be back tomorrow. At this moment, Hong Xiang had returned to her former self, pure, bold, and carefree. But this is also the way Su Cheng likes best, carefree and without worries, although he can be a little thoughtless at times. You're planning to stay overnight? What's wrong? Hong Xiang turned to look at him. You're not happy about it, Su Cheng? I'm happy to. Su Cheng rubbed his temples and looked at her seriously. But it's settled then. Once we get to the Cat-Ear tribe, you have to listen to me in everything. You're not allowed to do anything reckless, especially at night. As the saying goes, he who walks by the river will eventually get his shoes wet. He was lucky to escape it last time, but he wouldn't dare gamble this time. Besides, he has to take good care of Chun during his recovery period, so he doesn't have time to play pushcart games with this guy. Okay, I'll do as you say. Hong Xiang wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. However, you'll have to come see me often in the future. Okay, I'll come and keep you company when I have time. Su Cheng grinned. Of course, his own car needed regular maintenance. He then patted the centaur girl and gave her some instructions. Feng He, don't tell anyone about what happened between Hong Xiang and me in the main tent, understand? Can't we tell anyone? Feng He turned her head away. Yes, don't mention a single word about it. I see. Why should the shaman and his people keep their offspring a secret? Feng He blinked and suddenly understood. The witch is from her own family, while Hong Xiang is from the Wolf-Ear tribe. It seems that you really can't mess around with things. The return journey took almost half an hour longer than the way there. After all, it wasn't anything urgent, and Hong Xiang didn't need to compete with Feng He in terms of speed. When we returned to the Cat-Ear tribe, it was almost noon. There was little sun today, several layers of gray clouds piled up, and a heavy, humid air could be faintly felt in the air. Although it wasn't raining, the entire forest looked gloomy and rather unpleasant. This is it. Yes. Your hunting grounds actually have places like this hidden inside. Upon arriving at the entrance to the mountain pass, Hong Xiang was also quite shocked. Instead of rushing in, she circled the entrance twice and peered inside. It's not small inside either. This place should be able to block out some heavy snow and wind during the extreme winter. Then, She ran to the newly made barricades and examined them from all angles, her eyes shining. Su Cheng, what is this again? The chevaux de frise will be used to keep out wild animals at night. After all, this is a hunting area, and there are quite a few wild animals that are active at night. Su Cheng said as he dismounted, patted Feng He's rump, and gestured for her to go back first. At this time of day, the cat-eared girls are mostly having lunch or resting. Let Feng He go and deliver the message first, so that the person at home won't get anxious and upset. Seeing the centaur girl trot into the ravine, Su Cheng approached Hong Xiang and said with a smile, "How was it? Wasn't the trip worthwhile?" Upon hearing this, the big-tailed wolf turned its head, its fluffy tail swishing back and forth, and grinned excitedly. With this, the tribesmen will have an easier time keeping watch at night. Su Cheng, you know so much. That's right. Listen to me more in the future, and I can teach you more. Su Cheng waved his hand. Could you teach me how to use this barricade first? Why bother teaching this? You'll learn it after just a few glances. I'm just asking. You'll only learn if you promise me. Stop being so glib. Su Cheng immediately slapped the guy's butt and laughed. Back with the wild boar. When you were learning to make spears, you didn't ask me for help. Unlike Chun, Big Bad Wolf doesn't get angry or ashamed when he gets spanked. He doesn't seem to care at all. He put his hands on his hips and said seriously, "We weren't close friends back then, so of course I didn't need to ask you. Later, when we became closer and became friends, we couldn't do those things casually anymore. You're quite particular." Su Cheng chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words to describe the other person. She's easygoing. She asks questions and learns about everything she sees. She's clever and quick-witted, yet she also stubbornly sticks to her beliefs in strange places. It was really hard for Su Cheng to tell her that, in their community, friends were often used as scapegoats. Even I, at the beginning, had ulterior motives in becoming her friend. But plans can't keep up with changes. That relationship was completely changed when she sat on it that night. Chapter 136 Bastard. Su Cheng wanted to win Hong Xiang over, not just because she was the chieftain of the wolf-eared tribe. A wolf-eared girl with a forthright personality, explosive fighting power, and exceptionally obedient nature. And it was his woman again. What else can he do but spoil him? If you find it interesting, then learn it. Su Cheng raised his hand and stroked her ear. However, the next second, he felt as if he was being watched by something, and his neck suddenly felt cold. Spring stood quietly at the entrance to the mountain pass, watching him. The lack of staring was actually more frightening. Su Cheng coughed twice before walking over. "Hey, I'm back." "You're back but not going in? What are you doing at the entrance with her?" Chun's voice was calm. "You stinky rabbit, Su Cheng is teaching me how to make barricades." Hong Xiang, always eager for excitement, eagerly joined in. "You big bad wolf, I don't want to argue with you today." Chun looked up. "You stinky rabbit, I'm too lazy to argue with you." Hong Xiang crossed her arms and looked down at her. "You big bad wolf, Su Cheng must have told you, right? Once my leg is healed, we'll have a proper fight." "You stinky rabbit, just wait until I beat you until you cry." "Big bad wolf, who knows who will be crying in the end?" "You stinky rabbit, whoever cries is the one who loses face." "Big bad wolf. Stinky rabbit. Big bad wolf. Stinky rabbit. Stop." Su Cheng's eyelids twitched, and he stood between the two of them, raising his hand to stop them. I glanced to the left and right, and my head started to ache again. These two are a real handful. If you bump into someone, your IQ will immediately drop. They can argue no matter what. One bite of a stinky rabbit, another bite of a big-tailed wolf. He's just like a child. You two have said enough. I already said we wouldn't fight anymore. We didn't argue. The two immediately retorted, and then turned around. Okay, we're not arguing. Can we go back first?" Su Cheng surrendered. Not far away. Luo also ran out to greet them. I woke up this morning to find Su Cheng missing, and I was overjoyed to see him now. It came running over in a flash, then leaped up and shot out like a torpedo. "I'm coming." Thump. The impact was so solid that it nearly crippled Su Cheng on the spot. He held the little cutie, his lips trembling. He still didn't forget to lecture the two guys next to him. "You should all learn from Luo Shi. Look how well-behaved and obedient she is." My chest hurt terribly from the impact, and I could barely catch my breath. I have to say, the food has improved a lot lately. The better the little one develops. We entered the camp. Hong Xiang never stopped running around. One minute she would run to the fruit trees to pick fruit and taste it, and the next she would run to the foot of the distant mountain to drink from the spring. She seemed to really like this forest hidden in the mountain valley. It was this posture of her lying by the pond that was so eye-catching, with her but sticking out so high and that exaggeratedly round curve that made Su Cheng's heart pound. She's a natural enchantress. Chun didn't come along, choosing to avoid seeing it altogether. She went back to the main tent alone and checked the herbs and planks laid out on the ground several times. But even so, she couldn't calm down. Because today is a very important day for her. The reason I argued with the big bad wolf earlier was partly to ease my fear. After calming himself down, he stepped out of the tent and glanced into the distance. He watched as Su Cheng and Hong Xiang left the pond and made their way to the place where firewood was piled up. He couldn't help but hum a little. All you do is hang out with that big bad wolf. She muttered a couple of times, feeling even more irritated. I really want to hit this person. To calm herself down, the rabbit-eared girl had no choice but to return to the main tent and find something to do. So she simply continued counting the herbs. Azalea roots, jasmine roots, camphor leaves, honeysuckle vines, you bastard. On the other side, Su Cheng led Hong Xiang to the animal skin shed where the clan stored firewood. He crouched down and started rummaging through it. Hong Xiang was puzzled, and then asked curiously, Su Cheng, what are you looking for? Of course we're looking for wood. What else could it be? Why are you looking for wood right now? I'll smash it for you. Su Cheng turned to look at her and said, Chun's leg bone reduction surgery can't be taken lightly. This is your first time doing something like this, so we need to find something suitable for you to practice on first. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, so being well prepared is never a bad thing. Okay, then you go ahead and look for it. Upon hearing that it was about spring, Hong Xiang immediately pouted. I'll stay here with you. Su Cheng nodded and continued scanning the pile of firewood in front of him. He had checked the data and found that the hardness of human leg bones is not a fixed value, but the strongest axial compressive strength is about 170 to 214 MPa, which is basically between ordinary rocks or extremely hard wood. Rocks or wood are easy to find in this great forest, but suitable animal bones are less common. Considering the ease of sourcing materials, Su Cheng ultimately chose timber. Therefore, after converting the units, he needs to consider wood with a hardness of approximately 4,000-7,000 N. Hard maple or hickory would be suitable for this hardness. If they are not available, red oak or white oak can be used as substitutes. Su Cheng found several types of wood that met the requirements, selected those of suitable length, and then got Hong Xiang a few similar animal bones and stone sticks before starting the training. The practice was also to help Hong Xiang better control her strength and greatly improve her accuracy. If you smash the wrong piece of wood, you can replace it. If you break the bone in the wrong place, there's no going back. Before they began, Su Cheng earnestly explained the importance of the event to Hong Xiang, hoping she wouldn't take it lightly. Therefore, he proposed a material reward. After all, only real and reliable interests can be the greatest driving force and guarantee for people's hearts. If you do a good job, and there's anything you like in the camp, or anything else you like, I'll try to get it for you. Really? Real? Hong Xiang's eyes lit up, and she grinned. Then I've taken a liking to you, so you'll be given to me. I knew you'd say that. Apart from me, Su Cheng said irritably, then quickly added, even Luo won't do. No, in short, it can't be human. Anything else is fine. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiang crossed her arms and tilted her head to think. A moment later, he suddenly asked, Su Cheng, you said before that you wanted to go on a joint hunt with us in a while, right? Yes, I'll prepare after I finish dealing with the clan's affairs. Then I want the cave where the yaks live. Holy crap. Su Cheng suddenly opened his eyes wide. You really have the nerve to ask. He had always thought this big bad wolf was very clever, and now it seemed that he was right. Hong Xiang snorted twice and continued. You can say whatever you want. Besides, our wolf-ear tribe has had our eye on that cave for a long time. Chapter 137 Surgery. If you've set your sights on someone, why don't you just go and snatch them yourselves? If we could just snatch it, you wouldn't need to tell me. Hong Xiang pouted in dissatisfaction. Just tell me if it's okay or not. No, we want that too. Su Cheng refused outright. I don't care. Besides you, I only like that cave. Change to something else. Then give yourself to me. Su Cheng was speechless. When the big bad wolf got stubborn, it felt like she could pull 10 oxen backwards. He thought for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and the corners of his mouth turned up. You really want that cave? Yes, with that cave, when the extreme winter comes, the tribe can endure it a little longer. All right, as long as you hunt down that herd of yaks, I can give you the cave, Su Cheng said. Really? You're not lying to me. Hong Xiang looked over seriously. Of course, I don't lie to my own woman. Am I your woman? Isn't that so? Hee hee, it's good that you admit it. Big Bad Wolf, chuckled Honda. Then it settled. I'll help Chun, and you'll give the cave to the Wolf Ear tribe. I haven't finished yet. Su Cheng quickly interrupted her reverie, and continued. Giving it to you is no problem, but I can only give you half. What does half mean? That means half of the cave belongs to you, and the other half belongs to us. The cave is very big. I've seen it. It's big enough for all the people from both of our tribes to live in. This guy is really smart. He blinked and quickly realized what was going on. Does that mean our two tribes will live together in the future? Right? Just tell me if it's okay or not. Hongxiang didn't answer immediately. She squinted and thought for a while before finally sighing. I need to go back and discuss this with the old man. You can't make the decision? Su Cheng chuckled softly. I can make the decision. The big-tailed wolf looked at Su Cheng and said seriously, Su Cheng, I don't know what you want to do. I like you and I'm willing to live with you and sleep in the same tent, but I will also respect the thoughts of my people, old man. I know. Su Cheng patted her head and said, if it weren't for that, why would she be troubled by land's matter? The Wolf Ear tribe revolves around the will of the Wolf King, but this Wolf King is somewhat different. Anyway, my conditions remain unchanged. You can discuss it with the old man and the others when you get back. Good. The terms are settled. It's time to practice. Then teach me. Then, Su Cheng carved marks on the wood and animal bones and instructed Hong Xiang to train them. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Call. Su Cheng took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily, his usual playful expression gone, replaced by a serious one. Outside the tent, Lin and Luo were busy brewing medicine. Upon learning that they needed to treat Chun's leg, they both put down their work that afternoon and came to help. Feng He, too, had a serious expression on his face, kneeling beside Chun, ready to lend a hand at any moment. Even Hong Xiang, who is usually carefree, frowned deeply, gripped the stone rod tightly, and held her breath. You stinky rabbit, you'd better hold on, I won't hold back. They may argue, they may make a fuss. Promises are promises. Since I promised Su Cheng, I must do my best. She was very clear about the difference and had no intention of playing any tricks. If she couldn't stand seeing the other person doing well, she wouldn't have held back in the fight. I can handle it. You don't need to worry about me. Chun replied, her face still cold as ever, but her tone was noticeably less forceful than before. That's good. At this moment, Su Cheng also squatted down and held the rabbit-eared girl's hand. Anyway, I'm here, so don't be afraid. Who's scared? Chun turned her face away. Then don't let your hands shake. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You're so strong even when you pinch someone. Looks like you're really not afraid. Su Cheng teased with a smile, then gripped his hand tightly again. I'll give you a piece of wood to chew on later. If it hurts, bite down harder. Chun looked at him, and after a moment, the corners of her mouth slowly curved up, her smile gentle and beautiful. Okay, it's okay even if we fail. You don't need to worry too much about me. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Cheng glared at her, annoyed. Just do as I say, and don't think about anything else, understand? Hong Xiang watched from the side, silently turning her back, her mouth pouting. It was the first time she had ever seen this stinky rabbit smile, and it was actually quite cute. She had never experienced the concern in Su Cheng's eyes, and the thought of it made her feel uneasy. During the break from decocting the herbs, Su Cheng checked the tools one last time. Because it was a closed reduction surgery, there weren't many things involved. Splints, padding, straps, and of course, your great helper. Considering the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, some boiled animal hides and herbal decoctions for cleansing and warding off evil were also prepared. About half an hour later, a light drizzle began to fall from the gray sky, like morning dew, carrying a chilling feeling. Su Cheng walked to the tent entrance, glanced at Lin and Luo who were busy at work, and then lowered the curtain. He turned his head and said, "It's getting colder and colder. This is how it is before the extreme winter." Hong Xiang replied with a helpless expression. After that, it will get colder and colder, and then it will start to rain frequently, with white ice, and the wind will be very strong, sometimes even damaging the tent. These are just some of the signs that the extreme winter is coming. Su Cheng learned a lot about extreme winter from the encyclopedia, which made him even more impressed that these beast-eared girls could survive in such a harsh climate. This time, we will all get through it smoothly, he said to Hong Xiang. The big bad wolf looked at Su Cheng, and a sense of confidence inexplicably rose in his heart. Su Cheng's words seemed to possess a magical power, giving her the strength to withstand the extreme winter. Su Cheng, I will come to find you during the deepest winter. No. Before Su Cheng could answer, Chun answered first. What are you doing here instead of staying in your own little world at a time like that? Humph. I came here, not to see you, you stinky rabbit. I refuse. I won't let you in even if you come. Su Cheng will let me in. He dares. Hey, stop, stop, stop. Su Cheng quickly spoke up to stop him. Why are they arguing again? Besides, what's there to say or not say? If you two actually end up living in the same cave, the two tribes are probably only 100 meters apart. It's amazing that you two can even argue about it. Oh, it seems Chun doesn't know about the cave yet. Considering the current relationship between these two lovable characters, Su Cheng thought it best not to tell them for the time being. Just then, the curtain was lifted. Lin and Luo happily carried in the steaming hot medicinal soup. Both of them had many fine water droplets stuck in their hair, and their temples and eyebrows were also wet, which made people feel sorry for them. If I had known it would drizzle, I wouldn't have brewed the medicine outside the main tent. Chapter 138, Look, Gray Plain. Okay, the medicine is ready. Lin shook off the water droplets from her body and then jumped to Chun's side, asking with concern. Chun, you have to drink it all, okay? Cheng said that drinking this will reduce the pain. I know. Chun looked at her and smiled gently. Don't worry, I believe in Cheng. I believe in Cheng too, Lin nodded. Yes, Cheng is the best. The little cutie who brought the medicine also grinned and praised it. Spring, it's a little hot, drink it slowly. He took the medicine and breathed out a few drops of spring air. I waited until the rising steam subsided a little before taking a small sip. The intense bitterness instantly assaulted her taste buds, causing her brows to furrow and her lips to tighten. Woo! It tastes awful. Good medicine tastes bitter, Su Cheng said with a smile. This herbal decoction is based on the information found in the encyclopedia, which contains the complete recipe for Mafesan, Mafesan. However, it seems to be an improved version, with 4 additional herbs added to the original 4, rhododendron mall, jasmine root, Angelica sinensis, and Acarus calamus. Su Cheng wasn't sure what the actual effect would be, but he knew that this substance, as an adjunct to numbing the nerves, could not be consumed in large quantities. After all, the herb rhododendron mall is poisonous. After taking another sip, Chun looked up and asked, Okay, are you sure you want to drink it all? Yes, you have to drink this small bowl. Woo. Seeing this guy frowning and pouting, Su Cheng held back his laughter. He could tell that Chun was afraid of bitterness. Lin, who was standing next to her, chimed in. You must finish it, Chun. It won't hurt anymore after you finish it. Finally, when it had cooled down enough, the bunny-eared girl gritted her teeth and gulped it all down in one go. The bitter taste filled her mouth and throat, making her feel terrible. If it weren't for Hongxiang being there, and her pride, she probably would have vomited it all up. So bitter. The first time Chun took the medicine, she felt as if she were experiencing the malice of the entire world. Alright, now we just have to wait for the medicine to take effect. Su Cheng addressed the crowd, then turned to look at Chun. If you feel dizzy, your vision is blurry, or you feel weak in your hands and feet, tell me. Hearing this, Hongxiang, who was standing to the side, got excited. Su Cheng, this medicine is so potent. If a wild animal drank it, wouldn't it become weak and dizzy? It should be possible. Haha, that would be great for hunting. Su Cheng was speechless. Looking at the arrogant big bad wolf, he couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Do you think those wild beasts would willingly drink water that's so bitter it's almost unbearable? Only an idiot would drink that. That's it. Su Cheng shrugged with a smile, and then immediately felt a stinging pain in his palm. Ouch! Why are you pinching me again? I'm not stupid, Chun said angrily. I wasn't talking about you. About 10 minutes later, the medicine seemed to take effect. Chun held Su Cheng's hand, but her strength gradually weakened. She became dazed and confused, blinking frequently. Her eyelids looked extremely heavy and were difficult to lift. I'm here. My head feels a bit foggy, and I feel sleepy. Okay, come on, bite this piece of wood. Oh, relax your legs, keep them flat, don't strain. Lie down now. The bunny-eared girl was incredibly obedient at the moment, listening to everything she was told. Once everything was ready, Su Cheng looked at Lin and Feng He. Lin, cover Luo's eyes, don't let her see. Good. Feng He, hold Chun's upper body down and don't let her move around. Yes, Su Cheng. Ready or not? This time, it was said to Hongxiang. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and Big Bad Wolf nodded heavily. Ready. Then let's do it according to the training. Then, Su Cheng picked up a half-burnt tree branch and stared intently at Chun's lower leg. The encyclopedia's scanning function quickly and accurately revealed the angle and location of the skeletal deformity, including the direction of the bone marrow and the distribution of important nerves and blood vessels. Su Cheng squinted and carefully drew marks on his calves with a twig. Then, he took another long breath and raised his hand. At that moment, 5 pairs of eyes, including Chen's, all looked over. The next second, Su Cheng pointed outside the tent. Look, an airplane. Feint to the east while attacking in the west. Use false signals to mislead and divert attention. This instinctive drive to act far outweighs any amount of thinking. This is similar to the old-fashioned tooth extraction method, which can catch people off guard in order to reduce pain. However, it does not reduce the pain signal itself, but rather the instantaneous sensation and reaction to pain. Research data suggests that this shift in attention can divert brain resources, turn off the pain amplifier, and significantly reduce a person's subjective perception of pain. Although it has limited effect on severe and persistent pain such as fractures, burns, and stones, it's better than nothing. Really, apart from Hongxiang, Lin, Fenghe, and Chen all subconsciously looked away. At that very moment, the big-tailed wolf swung the stone club in his hand and smashed it down hard at the mark that Su Cheng had drawn. Click! A crisp snapping sound rang out in an instant. It must be said that training is very useful. Hongxiang had mastered the control of force very well, but it was neither too heavy nor too light, and it broke the object with a single blow. Clean and efficient. At the same time. Snap! The sound of wood being chewed up also rang out at the same time. Su Cheng's hand exerted tremendous grip, and Chen used almost all her strength to resist the excruciating pain. The veins on her forehead bulged, and sweat instantly gathered. His whole body was trembling, his eyes were shining, the wood in his mouth had been crushed, and blood could be clearly seen between his teeth. Even with the effects of anesthetic, the pain of broken bones is unimaginable. Hongxiang, with her sharp eyes, quickly pressed down on the broken leg that was trying to lift up forcefully, while Su Cheng, without hesitation, immediately began to operate. Fortunately, the broken bone did not pierce the skin and flesh. Only some subcutaneous tissue was worn away by the immense pressure of the stone rod, causing some blood to seep out. After scanning the area, Su Cheng felt a little relieved. The bone fracture was quite clean, with not much bone fragments, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Next, he took some herbal juice used for disinfection and sanitation to clean the wound, and then began to apply splints, padding, and bandages. Pat it in place, clamp it, and then tie it securely. Worried about the alignment of the bones and the possibility of misalignment, Su Cheng scanned them back and forth several more times. Only after confirming that everything was in order did he finally breathe a sigh of relief and plop down on the ground. Are you done? Hongxiang asked in a low voice. The others also looked over. The little cutie pushed Lin's hand away, looked around, and was startled to see Chen's pale face. Then she began to wipe the sweat from Chen's forehead and clean the wood chips from her mouth. Chapter 139 is complete. At this moment, Chen had no strength left. She only twitched her lips slightly before closing her eyes. That should be fine. Su Cheng nodded in reply. Now it's time to rest. Then I'll rest for a bit too. My hands are a little numb, Hongxiang said. The whole process only took a short while, but everyone felt like it had lasted a long time. The saying, 10 years of practice off stage for 1 minute on stage, perfectly illustrates this point. All the preparation and training were for this moment of success. Su Cheng was very happy because the result was good. Their efforts were not in vain. Fenghe, you and Hongxiang go and rest too. I'll stay here. The surgery is over, so naturally there's no need for so many people to accompany me. After hearing Su Cheng's words, Fenghe nodded and followed Hongxiang out of the tent. The other large tent was originally set up for meetings, but after Fenghe joined, she was simply allowed to live in it. Okay. Is there anything else I can help you with? The little cutie came closer, blinked, and asked. Everything is all right for now. Su Cheng pinched her cheek. You and Lin should go and rest. Let Chen get some sleep. I'll stay here and watch over things. Luo nodded and added. Call me if you need anything. It was drizzling outside, so she and Lin didn't need to go out to collect fruit. Lin seemed to be frightened by Chen's pale face, so she squatted down beside her and stayed by her side, her eyes moist, feeling very distressed. Only after being pulled back by Luo and taken a few more glances did he reluctantly leave the tent. Soon, the tent fell silent, leaving only Chen and Su Cheng asleep. Su Cheng sighed, sat down beside the rabbit-eared girl's pillow, and picked up the animal skin to wipe the fresh sweat from her forehead. He actually admired him quite a bit. Although this guy said he was afraid of pain, he was very good at enduring it when the time came. He waited until he had his leg fixed with a wooden board before he was completely overwhelmed by the pain and fell into a semi-conscious state. Upon closer inspection, her lips were also cut by bits of chewed wood, and a few streaks of bright red blood flowed down from the corner of her lips. Cheng wiped it off little by little, then found some dry grass and raised her feet slightly to reduce swelling and pain and to promote faster healing. With the foot elevated, venous blood return is smoother and local vascular pressure decreases, which can significantly reduce the risk of hematoma formation at the injury site. Of course, there are requirements for this height. If you are lying flat, it should be higher than the level of your heart. Your entire lower leg and ankle should be supported, ensuring that your ankle is higher than your buttocks and your buttocks are higher than your heart. You can't just bend your knees and raise your feet. Secondly, when sitting, extend your legs straight out above your knees to prevent blood from being blocked at the knees. Cheng had learned all of this knowledge in advance from the encyclopedia. Besides standing on tiptoe, he also needed massage. The effects of massage are actually the same as those of foot massage. Both help reduce swelling and promote recovery and prevent blood clots. However, the massage points are the thighs and calves. There's no need to massage the feet. Immediately afterwards, Cheng patiently began to massage Chun. From the ankle to the groin, massage in the direction of blood flow, moving from far to near. Gently grasp and squeeze the calves to effectively relax this area. Time passed little by little. The sky outside the tent was gradually darkening. The drizzle had stopped at some point, and the villagers had begun to light fires and cook. Cheng remained by Chun's side, massaging her from time to time according to the textbook schedule. Hongxiang came by once during that time, but she only poked her head in through the curtain, glanced at Cheng who was taking care of Chun, and then wrinkled her nose and went back. When it was time to eat, Lin and Luo also brought food. The two stayed with Cheng until late at night, and before going to bed, they reheated the food meant for spring again, and then left with yawns. Little Cutie is worried about disturbing Chun, so she plans to sleep with Lin tonight. But no sooner had Cheng stepped out of the tent than he heard Hongxiang's strange, clattering laughter coming from outside, sounding as rigid as a villain, along with the little cutie's helpless whimpering. It seems like she was snatched away. After all, the big bad wolf also has a special fondness for Loli. Soon, the surroundings quieted down again, and the faint sounds of Luo and Hongxiang playing and laughing could still be heard from the next tent. Could these two really be sisters? The thought of two people tangled together, pulling each other's tails, brought up some strange ideas. Cheng rubbed his nose, smirked, and gently massaged his aching lower back. Then he added some more firewood to the fire and began massaging Chun's thighs again. He grabbed and pinched it, and then lifted up the cumbersome animal skin skirt. The partially hidden forest is all the more alluring. Cheng glanced at it, and clicked his tongue in amazement. Take these legs for example, they're not exactly fair-skinned, and the skin isn't as smooth as modern people's. It's just so beautiful. It is well-proportioned and slender, and feels cool to the touch. I don't feel tired no matter how many times I press it. As Cheng thought this, his fingertips became much lighter. Just then, a gasp suddenly rang in his ears. Following the sound, he saw that Chun, who had been sleeping, had opened her eyes at some point and was quietly looking at him. Woke up. Cheng leaned closer and asked with a light laugh. Yes, I just woke up a little while ago. Chun's voice was soft, but you could tell that she had regained a lot of strength. He woke up without saying a word, and just kept staring at me. I saw you were massaging my legs, so I didn't disturb you. Chun blinked, as if sensing something, and her cheeks, which had regained some color, slowly flushed red. She quickly reached for her animal skin skirt and pulled it down. Seeing her nervous movements, Cheng couldn't help but grin. What are you talking about? I've already seen everything. No, that won't work either. The rabbit-eared girl snorted, smoothed out her animal skin skirt, and glared at Cheng with a helpless look in her eyes. Stop glaring at me. I was just teasing you. I'm not in the mood to watch. Cheng said, then changed the subject and asked, how are you feeling right now? Much better, but my calves feel uncomfortable and I want to move them around. Please don't. Cheng quickly stopped him. You can move your toes, but you'll have to wait for the rest. Then he told the rabbit-eared girl about the actions of pointing and flexing her toes, saying that if she did it herself, it would be much more effective in helping to reduce swelling and prevent blood clots. This guy was obedient and did exactly what Cheng taught him. Hook it up, stretch it out. The rabbit ears swayed back and forth. Are you hungry? Cheng asked after looking around for a while. Then you keep exercising, I'll go get the meat. Because Lin reheated the soup before going to bed, the broth in the earthenware pot is still warm. Cheng scooped it into a small bowl, then took a small wooden spoon, and sat down on the edge of the bed. I'll feed you. Good. Chapter 140. It's cold. Let's give each other a hug. Open your mouth. A small spoonful of soup and minced meat was rolled up on the tongue and gone in an instant. Cheng narrowed his eyes and praised. I never noticed before, but your tongue is quite impressive. What's so great about it? Chun sniffed, swallowed the meat and soup, and looked at Cheng. I usually eat like this. She had a vague feeling that the man's words were loaded with meaning and not something nice, but since she had eaten his food, she didn't bother to think about it. I think it's awesome. Come on, keep opening your mouth. Soon, the small bowl of meat soup was completely finished. Spring licked her lips and lay back down. I'm full, that's fine. Only one bowl. I don't want to eat anymore. I want to drink water. I'll scoop it for you. Seeing Cheng immediately turn around to find the water jug, a soft look flashed in the rabbit-eared girl's eyes. My heart feels warm, even warmer than when I just drank the soup. It wasn't until she gulped down a bowl of water and the cool sensation calmed her mind that Chun felt as if she had come back to life. What time is it now? She suddenly asked. It's almost midnight. Through the gap under the curtain, she could see that it was pitch black outside, and she couldn't hear any sound around her. She looked at Cheng and felt a lump in her throat again. Okay, go to sleep. I'm fine now. Cheng smiled. If you want to sleep, then keep sleeping. I'll stay with you a little longer. Need not. She mumbled something, her tone becoming slightly firmer. I'm really fine now. Go back to sleep. You have a lot to do tomorrow. This is my tent. Why would I go back? Cheng pouted. Besides, Luo and the others are asleep. If I go over there now, I'll just wake them up. That's true. Chun looked around and had no choice but to say something. Then sleep here. Okay, I'll sleep next to you. Put down another bed of dry grass. I don't want it. Cheng refused directly. It's late at night, and I'm already tired enough. The hay bed you're lying on is big. Just give me half of it. You just want to sleep with me. Chun couldn't help but shout. Yes. The fist is weak. I didn't have the strength to pinch him. The rabbit-eared girl was pitiful, helpless, and weak. All she could do was stare helplessly and remember this grudge. Go to sleep quickly, she said. Okay. Cheng grinned and suggested energetically. I'll give you another massage before you go to sleep to improve your blood circulation. Okay, I'll go to sleep after this massage. I know. After responding, Cheng quickly squatted down to his thighs, spread his fingers wide, and then began. The moment the fingertips touched, as if remembering something, Chun hurriedly reached out and grabbed her animal skin skirt. It's clear they won't allow it to be torn up again. You're treating me like a thief, Cheng said regretfully. You, who told you to be dishonest? The bunny-eared girl silently looked away. All right. Cheng stopped talking and began to press down, controlling the pressure. But somehow, my fingers seemed to have a mind of their own, and as I pressed, they involuntarily slipped inside the animal skin skirt. Mingming was perfectly normal when she was asleep. Why are you acting so out of sorts when you're awake? Grass. This hand is so skillful, it doesn't obey commands. In the quiet tent, only the crackling of the firewood could be heard. Crackling sounds. Occasionally, there would be a few delicate breaths that were hard to describe. Cheng stopped when Chun suddenly pressed his hand down. When he looked up, he saw a bright red face. The bunny-eared girl frowned her thin eyebrows, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Cheng with a resentful and ashamed gaze. Her voice was soft and delicate, as if she were begging for mercy, as it came out of her lips. Okay, no more pressing that spot. At the corner of her eyes, a glimmer of light reflecting the flames could be seen, glistening and translucent. Her weak, listless, and damp appearance was a stark contrast to her usual coldness. Her delicate beauty, almost tearful, evokes a powerful possessiveness and is incredibly destructive. If it weren't for the inappropriate time and place, Cheng felt he definitely wouldn't have been able to tolerate it. Okay, I'll press somewhere else. He quickly composed himself and left the wetland. In this way, he pressed, she looked. Silence. After a while, Cheng finished massaging his calves and then looked up to ask, does it still hurt? No. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she immediately swallowed them back. Chun glanced at Cheng and changed her words, saying, it's just that it's still a little numb. She lifted her good leg. Still numb? Let me massage you again. You can also move your toes a bit. This is what happens when you lie down for a long time without moving. Seeing the bunny-eared girl guiltily look away, Su Cheng wanted to laugh, but he didn't point it out and continued massaging her. After all, it's rare to see someone so sweet and coquettish. Her face was no longer as red as before, but it was no longer pale either, and it was slowly regaining its color. Su Cheng simply sat down cross-legged and placed that long leg directly on his own lap. He pressed down on her while giving her instructions. Rest well for the next 2 days, and don't move around too much. Don't be like Feng He, who grew up drinking milk and has an abnormally strong constitution. With your condition, you should wait at least 2 more days before trying to walk around. If you want to sunbathe, just call me and I'll carry you out. We'll sit on the cart and I'll push you wherever you want to go. As for food, with Luo and Lin here, you can also eat what I make if you want. Just say the word, and I promise to raise you to be plump and healthy. Chun just stared at Su Cheng, watching the man raise his face and talk to himself. She responded word by word, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. She was so embarrassed before that she wanted to hit someone, but now she's all serious. This guy just loves to tease her like this. And also, once your leg heals, you'll be my wife, Su Cheng's voice continued. It took several seconds for the bunny-eared girl to react. Subconsciously, I glared at that familiar smirk and silently rolled my eyes. Ha 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 ha. Su Cheng grinned, smiling broadly. She just stared quietly, her fingers itching as if she wanted to pinch something. Time seemed to slow down, and every second felt incredibly long. For a moment, neither of them spoke, yet it was as if they had said everything. Whether what was said just now was a joke or a serious statement seems to have lost its meaning at this moment. After a while, Su Cheng put Chun's legs back down and lay down close to her as well. Immediately afterwards, he reached out and slipped his hand under Chun's neck, then rolled over and naturally hugged her. It's cold. Let me give you a hug. Chun neither pushed nor refused, but her body trembled slightly. Chapter 141 The Chase. Go to sleep, she said gently. Su Cheng's lazy voice rang in their ears, and only then did the two close their eyes. A short while later. Your chest feels so warm, warm my hands with it. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Suit yourself, just leave it there, don't touch it. Chun muttered something, but still felt uneasy, so she simply put her hand inside his clothes and pressed it against his hand. The base of her ears visibly turned red again. Early morning. Su Cheng, who was still having a sweet dream, was suddenly shaken awake. He opened his eyes and saw Luo, who looked anxious, pushing him hard. Okay, wake up quickly. The little cutie kept her voice very low, as if afraid of disturbing Chun who was standing next to her. What's wrong? Su Cheng was still half asleep when he yawned and pulled his hands out of Chun's arms. He had been holding those soft breasts all night and hadn't felt cold at all. Spring was still asleep, her breathing steady, and her face had fully regained its rosy hue. She slept quite soundly. She didn't know how long after Su Cheng she fell asleep last night. Hongxiang, she's gone back, Luo said hurriedly. Oh, so you go back then. But looking at Rona's anxious expression, it was clear that something was wrong. He got up decisively and was pulled away from the tent by the little cutie. Outside, Feng He stood not far away, his eyes still sleepy. His horse's hooves gently pounded the ground, and he kept rubbing his eyes, as if he had just woken up. Looking up, the entire valley was shrouded in a gray haze, with a crescent moon hanging high in the sky and a few stars visible around it. The humidity in the forest was very high. Just being outside made you feel a chill run down your spine. In the quiet camp, only the purring of the cat-eared girls as they slept could be heard. Su Cheng yawned and glanced around at the quiet tents, feeling a little dazed. Why so early? It seems like it was only 4 or 5 o'clock. Judging by the time, he probably slept for more than 4 hours. What exactly happened? Looking down at Luo, who was clutching her clothes tightly, he asked, puzzled. The little cutie then spoke. A sister from the Wolf-Ear clan just came. She's the one who came last time. Her name is Bai He. When she crawled into the tent, she startled both Feng He and me. White Lotus. Su Cheng was stunned. They quickly realized something was wrong. Wait, how does that guy know this place? She said she secretly followed Cheng when he brought Hongxiang here, and that's how they met. White Lotus. Su Cheng suddenly remembered the gaunt figure who stood in the middle of the tent watching them leave the Wolf-Ear tribe. Without a doubt, it was that old Deng who called him. Hongxiang knew she had been followed the whole way, and probably guessed who it was, so she kept quiet. Then what is she here for? Su Cheng continued to ask. Luo blinked, organized her thoughts slightly, and her eyebrows furrowed. He looked a little angry. Baiha came to find Sister Hongxiang, saying that a tribesman named Lan led 10 wolf-eared tribesmen and left the tribe overnight, taking some food and weapons with him, to join the Yintu tribe. How despicable. Storm. A figure flashed through Su Cheng's mind in an instant. An arrogant and aloof fellow who finds fault with the cat-eared tribe in every way. No wonder the little cutie was so angry. Perhaps it reminded her of the time she was abandoned by her tribe. These two incidents are somewhat similar. Two people who have lived together for so long leave without saying goodbye. Listening to Luo's story, Su Cheng was also shocked. He found it hard to believe that the lean and strong wolf-eared warrior would break away from the Wolf King's will and make the decision to betray the chieftain. If it's just a simple disagreement, surely it wouldn't be so bad that he would leave without saying goodbye. At least in Su Cheng's view, even if he took the initiative to leave, Hongxiang probably wouldn't stop him. As the tribal chief, Hongxiang's care, love, and respect for her people are unmatched by any other tribe. So what exactly is the reason? How long have they been gone? Su Cheng was now fully awake. Not long after, Sister Hongxiang seemed to be going to chase after those people, so she left first. She told Baiha to go back to the tribe by herself, saying that she would work with the old man to keep the tribespeople calm and not let them be affected. The Wolf-Ear tribe had already been under threat from the Flame Earth tribe and had been hesitant to act. Now, with a split and growing disunity among its members, panic and fear could easily spread rapidly. How can someone who has given up their faith possibly win it back? I hope she won't be discouraged. Don't worry, I'll go check it out. Su Cheng patted Luo's head and immediately called Feng He over. After quickly mounting the bike, he instructed Luo, please take care of Chun for me. If she asks, just tell her the truth. There's no need to hide anything. Okay, sure. Be careful too. I know, Feng He is here. Su Cheng smiled. The golden Barbie, Feng He also took the opportunity to show off her strong arms. In just a few days, her injuries had basically healed, and her physique was indeed ridiculously strong. Don't worry, Luo, I will definitely protect Su Cheng. I'm leaving. Go to Chun's side. If you're sleepy, you can sleep a little longer. Su Cheng waved his hand. As he spoke, Su Cheng patted Feng He's horse, and the horse immediately mustered all its strength and galloped off. The reason I was in such a hurry was partly because I was worried about that big, silly wolf. Lan was determined to leave with 10 wolf-eared warriors, and if a conflict broke out, it would be very disadvantageous for Hongxiang. Whatever the reason, having abandoned their faith and betrayed their chieftain, they have gone this far, and it is difficult for them to turn back. Of course, you can't just run around aimlessly when looking for someone. Su Cheng thought for a moment and immediately replied. Feng He, do you remember the way to the Wolf-Ear tribe? Let's run along this road first. Good. The route taken by Hongxiang is unclear, but that of Baiha is different. If we catch up with Baiha first, we can accurately find out where Hongxiang is. Feng He darted swiftly through the woods, making a great commotion that instantly startled away the surrounding insects, birds, and beasts. The heavy, crisp sound of his hooves echoed through the dense, silent forest. The tall trees on both sides rushed past in my eyes, and the damp air hit my face, cold and biting. The temperature seems to have dropped a bit more. Su Cheng lowered his head slightly, gripping the reins tightly, his gaze sweeping around. Finally, I saw it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shouted at a dark figure running through the woods not far ahead. White Lotus! The dark figure suddenly paused, clearly indicating that it was Bai He. Immediately afterwards, Feng He accelerated and rushed to the front. The wolf-eared girl stopped when she saw Su Cheng chasing after her, and vigorously shook the water droplets off her body. Her hair was damp, and her forehead was shiny. Chapter 142. You help me. Su Cheng, what brings you here? Where's Hongxiang? Where did she go? Su Cheng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Tell me quickly. I'm worried about her. I'm going to go and check on her. Just keep going north along the riverbank. Looking at the strong and healthy Feng He, her unease lessened. If she weren't worried about something else happening in the clan, she would never have let Hongxiang go alone. Su Cheng, you have to hurry. If you leave the riverbank, it will be hard to find you. I know. Su Cheng immediately turned around and, before leaving, said to the wolf-eared girl with a furrowed brow, just take care of things in the clan. Don't worry about Hongxiang. I'll take care of things. Good. Why, he was not polite at all. Now, many people in the wolf-ear tribe know about Su Cheng and Hongxiang's relationship. Even if they don't want to admit it, the fact is that the two of them sleep together. If you get into a conflict with Lan and the others, just take the clan leader with you and run away. You're too weak. If a fight breaks out, the clan leader will have to protect you. This sentence doesn't need to be said. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. He never intended to fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only brought Feng He along. His main concern was that Hong Xiang would be discouraged and get stuck on negative thoughts. If that guy wants to leave, no one should be able to stop him. Then I'm leaving. Without another word, Bai He turned around and disappeared back into the jungle. Walk. Su Cheng patted Feng He on the shoulder, and the latter immediately sped away. Su Cheng was quite familiar with the area around the riverbank, but once he went a bit further north, he basically didn't recognize anyone there. The two ran wildly along the riverbank, the reeds swaying in the cold wind. Across the wide, calm lake, the figures of the large herd of yaks gradually became clearer. They let out deep, resonant calls, drinking water listlessly by the lake. Seemingly startled by the sight of a man and a horse running on the opposite bank, they raised their enormous heads to look over. Moo. Su Cheng, should we continue chasing? Feng He's voice suddenly rang out. The two had already run quite a distance, and if they went any further without the river to keep them in check, they would likely get lost. Su Cheng glanced into the distance and nodded. The dense forest blocked out the sun, and the river, no longer as straight as before, had begun to bend slightly. Let's run a little further and see. That guy shouldn't be able to run too far. Su Cheng was very confident that Feng He's leg strength was unmatched by ordinary beast-eared girls. As they were talking, I suddenly felt a series of icy sensations on my cheeks, forehead, and even my arms. Water droplets drifted down from the sky, creating a hazy, indistinct effect that soon became as fine as a cloth. On the lake's surface, the ripples from the falling rain were clearly visible, and the pattering sound gradually amplified in my ears. The yaks that had just been drinking water flicked their tails and hurried away. The sky was overcast. Su Cheng suddenly shivered, his brows furrowing deeply. Why is it raining now? This is so annoying. I continued running through the rain, and before I knew it, the raindrops were getting bigger. The pattering sound was gradually replaced by a splashing sound. Although it wasn't to the extent of a downpour, it was already obstructing the view. Su Cheng wiped the rain off his face, while Feng He also used his hand to shield himself from the rain and shook his head. In a daze, a familiar pale yellow color seemed to enter his field of vision. Su Cheng immediately rubbed his eyes and squinted to look over. Just 100 meters away on the riverbank, the conspicuous wolf-eared girl was squatting there, her back desolate, gazing lonely at the end of the river. At this moment, she was completely soaked, and the large raindrops hitting her body did not move her at all. The big-tailed wolf just sat there blankly, his hands tightly wrapped around his knees, his head resting on them, without moving. Even when Feng He was right behind her, she still didn't turn around. Su Cheng sighed softly, jumped off his horse, and silently stood beside her, reaching out to touch her wet hair and warm her cold, stiff, pointed ears. He didn't say anything, just stayed quietly by his side. The rain poured down, showing no signs of letting up. Suddenly, a cry was heard. The sound was loud, as if it was an attempt to vent everything inside. She hugged Su Cheng tightly and burst into tears. Tears mingled with rainwater, soaking her face. It's hard to imagine that this is the same guy who is usually so carefree, outgoing, and cheerful. The loss of her people was ultimately too painful for her. The sound of rain drowned out everything, but Su Cheng could hear it clearly. Woo! Su Cheng and the others have left. Wah! The crying continued for a long time, until even the rain lost its strength. The ticking sound lingered in my ears, then gradually faded away. Su Cheng then cupped Hong Xiang's face in his hands, lifted her tear-streaked face, and wiped her eyes. Let's go back. Hong Xiang sniffed, her eyes still moist, but they had regained their brightness. I'll take you, Su Cheng continued. Hurry up, we need to change all our clothes when we get back, otherwise we'll easily catch a cold. On the way back, until they arrived at the wolf-ear tribe, Su Cheng didn't ask anything. In his view, whether Hong Xiang caught up with Lan and the others or not was of little significance. The wolf-eared tribe members looked at the three people, who were soaking wet, with curiosity, worry, and a little fear. Blackstone and White Lotus managed to calm the remaining tribespeople, but the unease and hesitation in their eyes were still clearly visible. 6 little wolf ears were among them. They hid behind their father, mother, or older siblings, watching Hong Xiang's dejected face, and did not dare to make a fuss at this moment. The old man was nowhere to be seen in the crowd, but Su Cheng couldn't care less. His animal skin coat was stuck to him like ice, making him shiver from the cold. Hurry up and change your clothes, Then warm yourself by the fire. As he spoke, he grabbed Hongxiang and pulled her into the main tent. There was a fire preserved in the tent, and Su Cheng quickly lit it. He, who had come in to help, was also very sensible. She left 2 sets of clean animal skin clothes and picked up a burning piece of firewood from the fire. After all, Feng He outside also needs to warm himself by the fire. She took Feng He to change into clean clothes, and the 2 of them warmed their cold bodies elsewhere. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and change your clothes. Inside the large tent, Su Cheng urged them on while taking off the ice blocks from his body. Hongxiang stared at him, but didn't move for a long time. What's wrong? Su Cheng frowned as he tossed the animal skin dress aside. Help me take it off. Okay. The big bad wolf is like a wounded baby right now, and Su Cheng is helpless. Her tiger skin coat was larger than ordinary clothes, and it was also wetter and heavier. Su Cheng struggled to help her take it off, and just as she threw it on the ground, this guy stretched out his hands and suddenly hugged her. 2 cold bodies were pressed together like that. Chapter 143, Stealing Love. What are you doing? Stop messing around. Su Cheng. Hongxiang lowered her head, looking aggrieved. Hug me. Aren't you already holding it? Su Cheng sighed helplessly. Warm yourself up by the fire, and listen to me. Don't want. Then let's hug by the fire, okay? Wah. Her cold lips instantly silenced any further words. Su Cheng could feel Hongxiang's arm tightening, and in her eyes, it seemed as if flames were gradually igniting. Immediately following. Then there was a thud. The thick bed of grass on the ground was instantly pressed down. 2 bodies intertwined. The dry grass and twigs rustled incessantly in my ears, masking everything else. This was the first time Su Cheng had ever heard of turning grief and anger into strength. It could also be this kind of power. Hongxiang's actions were simple and crude, and the 2 of them continued like this until noon. Big D played a special game. My body, which had been cold, had regained its temperature, though I didn't know whether it was from the firewood or from exercising. After the battle, we rested for nearly an hour. Su Cheng then stretched his aching limbs and sat up. The bearskin blanket slid off, revealing a dozen dark red scratches on the chest, abdomen, back, and arms. Not only that, but a clear tooth mark was also left on the shoulder, neither deep nor shallow. Compared to these achievements, Su Cheng gritted his teeth and inhaled sharply, pounding his lower back with his hands. Damn it, my back. Then he turned his head to look at Hongxiang lying next to him. The little guy was curled up in the blanket, blinking his big, watery eyes and smacking his lips contentedly. Judging from her expression, her mindset seemed to have adjusted quite a bit. Don't be so reckless next time, you almost ruined me. Su Cheng patted the other's head seriously. Several times today, if he hadn't braked in time, he probably wouldn't have been able to get up. Fortunately, although Hongxiang was infatuated, she was still able to listen to what she was told. She hummed and rolled over, glancing at the deep and shallow scratches on Su Cheng's body, her pointed ears twitching. Su Cheng, you should exercise more. I've already been holding back. This is probably what they mean by talking without feeling the pain. Then I really thank you. Su Cheng was speechless. Hee. The big bad wolf chuckled and hugged Su Cheng again, pulling him back into the quilt and holding him tightly in his arms. He hummed, don't let your warmth escape. Stay with me a little longer. I've been with you for half the day. It's time to go back. There are still things to do in the tribe. I don't care. All right, you're the oldest now, so I'll stay a little longer. I have to go back this afternoon, Su Cheng said helplessly. Hongxiang was very happy to receive affirmation and stuck out her tongue to lick his face. He couldn't help but touch the places he had scratched, which made Su Cheng's lips twitch. Stop touching me. Does it really hurt? She blinked. What do you think? Why don't you let me try grabbing it too? Then go ahead and catch him. As he spoke, the big-tailed wolf thrust his enormous chest forward and pressed it directly against Su Cheng's face. The warm, sweet aroma filled his nostrils, and its unique softness made his blood boil again. I don't blame you for scratching me, she said. All right. Su Cheng patted the pair of impressive breasts and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't move around. Let me rest for a while. Okay. The bed finally quieted down. The 2 of them held each other like that, feeling each other's warmth and the sound of each other's heartbeats. It wasn't until the restless big bad wolf started drawing circles on Su Cheng's stomach with his finger again that he said, in a few days, once Chun's leg is healed, we'll go yak hunting. You should bring your tribesmen along too, understand? Upon hearing this, Hongxiang raised her face. Are you really going to hunt together? You think I'm joking? Su Cheng's expression was serious. Also, during this hunt, All the wolf-eared warriors must obey my orders and cannot act recklessly on their own. They only listen to me. I am the clan leader. Hongxiang frowned at him. From now on, I will not only provide you with pottery and salt, but I will also provide tinder in exchange. Su Qing also looked at her. A spark. A woo. Holy crap, why did you bite me? Wah. A short while later, the fierce wolf-eared woman finally let go, pouting and glaring at Su Qing. The first time I saw her like this, I found her strangely cute. Su Qing, you are a witch, she sneered. If you think it is, then it is. I want you to answer me personally. I won't tell you. Su Qing grinned. Hongxiang puffed out her cheeks in anger, and her chest felt like it had instantly grown larger as she breathed heavily. She wrinkled her nose, her eyes filled with grievance and helplessness. Su Qing, if Lan and the others knew this, they might not have left. Su Qing looked at her quietly and asked, Are you angry with me? No, I don't blame you. She shook her head. I understand you. The cat-eared people and our wolf-eared people are both very small tribes. Even if they have a shaman, they won't make it public. Su Qing could see Hongxiang's unwillingness, so he gently touched her pointed ears and continued. The most important thing for a tribe is unity. They may leave today because of the Yin Tu tribe, and they may change their minds tomorrow because of another, more powerful tribe. This is not your fault, and you don't need to blame yourself. Everyone has the right to pursue life. This is their choice, as long as they don't regret it later. Hongxiang listened quietly, and then spoke. Lan said that if we don't listen to him, we will be punished when the extreme winter comes, and our people will hate me. It's okay. I'm here for you. Don't be afraid. He also said that one day he would make you pay the price, and that he would make the cat-eared tribe disappear. Hongxiang nodded. Su Qing looked stunned. So, what the hell does it have to do with me that guy packed his bags and ran away? Seeing Hongxiang's serious expression, Su Qing suddenly had an idea and narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that guy likes you in the way that he wants to have children with you. Hey. The big-tailed wolf chuckled sheepishly. Su Qing's lips twitched involuntarily. I knew it would be like this. The melodramatic plot is truly everywhere. Moreover, they are all the same. Su Qing never imagined that he would one day steal someone else's love in his lifetime. Pooh. What do you mean by stealing someone's love? This is mutual affection. That doesn't seem right either. It was clearly Hongxiang who initiated the attack. In short, it seems that someone is holding a grudge against me. Of course, this incident only served as a catalyst for Lan's departure. He did not agree with Hongxiang's decision, and the two would eventually break up over the Yinta clan issue and go their separate ways. Of the 30 people in the wolf-ear tribe today, 11 have left. Excluding 6 children and an old man, there are 12 wolf-ear warriors remaining. Chapter 144 Join Hunt. In Su Qing's eyes, Lan's betrayal was actually a good thing. He wanted to recruit the wolf-ear clan, but he wasn't going to take just anyone, such as these unstable individuals. With the wolf king's will intact, they were able to resolutely betray their tribe. Who knows, they might betray us again if something happens in the future. Stop playing that game, or I won't be able to leave. Su Qing, who was resting with his eyes closed, frowned slightly, swatted away the hand that was teasing Su Xiaoqing in the quilt, then took a deep breath and sat up again. All right, it's really time to go back now. As for the yak hunting, just wait for my news. We'll let you know when everything is ready on our end. Oh, aren't you going to eat something before you go back? Hongxiang asked. No need. I'm afraid you'll have the energy to torment me again once you've eaten your fill. Humph, go back. The big-tailed wolf pouted, threw off the bearskin blanket, and waved to shoo it away. Su Qing then stood up, turned around and pinched her cheek, and laughed. I'll reply now. Wait for my message. Shortly after Su Qing and Feng He returned, Hongxiang also got up and dressed. After leaving the main tent, he walked a few steps to the southern camp and ducked into a tent about half a person's height. The old man was alone inside, carefully examining a small jar of salt that he had brought from Blackstone. He had never seen this before, and he loved it after trying it. I was a little surprised to see Hongxiang suddenly come in. Moreover, this girl seemed to be in a good mood, much better than when she first came back. What's wrong? Instead of staying with Su Qing, you have time to come looking for an old man like me. He went back. Hongxiang sat down casually, frowned, and said, I have something to tell you. What's up? Su Qing said that he wanted to hunt together with our wolf-ear tribe and kill the herd of yaks on the north side of the riverbank. Xiao was stunned, even somewhat incredulous. He then let out a soft hum, clearly displeased. He really dares to say that. You were the one who did the hard work when we hunted that bear, and now he's thinking of relying on us again. However, before he could finish speaking, Hongxiang interrupted him. The big-tailed wolf crossed his arms and glared fiercely at her. Old man, don't speak ill of Su Cheng. I've explained the bear hunt to you very clearly. Even without me, they could have easily killed that bear. Didn't you say it yourself? The cat-eared tribe is different from before. They're very powerful now. I admit those cat-eared girls have changed, but certainly not to the extent you're saying. Al's expression remained unchanged. I've hunted bears before, and it's not as simple as you make it out to be. I already told you they use traps and their attacks are very predictable, unlike our random hunting. Is this what you said, digging a hole, burying wooden spikes, and suspending the stone? Right. I only believe what I see. You old geezer. Xiao sighed helplessly and said, Hongxiang, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that only you have seen what you're talking about. As for me, I can't imagine that kind of hunting method, let alone judge whether it is really useful. I know Su Cheng is very powerful, and the cat-eared tribe is influenced by him. I just don't want you to be deceived. You are the chieftain of the wolf-eared tribe, and everything you do should be for the benefit of your people. Su Cheng said that he can provide us with earthenware pots and salt in the future, as well as tinder in exchange. Hongxiang interrupted calmly. Cough cough, what did you say? Xiao froze. Hongxiang looked at the old man and said again, word by word. Su Cheng said that from now on, he can trade with us anything, including pottery jars, salt, and even tinder. A spark. Are you serious? Yes. Hongxiang's expression was serious, and her tone was earnest. He can make fire. At this moment, Xiao was finally moved and became emotional. Are you sure? Sure. Xiao narrowed his eyes, then suddenly amplified them, his voice becoming urgent. He can make fire, cure fevers, and use these strange hunting methods. He's a shaman. I asked him, and he didn't refute it, but I think so. Looking at the child he had raised from a baby, the old man couldn't help but chuckle and scoffed. You're asking unnecessary questions. Based on what he knows right now, whether in the eyes of the cat-eared tribe or in our eyes, how is he any different from a shaman? Even if he wasn't one before, he must be one in the future. In this way, everything makes sense. He finally understood the source of the light and hope in the eyes of those cat-eared girls. Because the shaman represents not only extraordinary wisdom, but also hope. The hope that allows the tribe to continue to thrive in this dangerous land. Having a new source of fire is indeed good news for the wolf-ear tribe. But soon, Zhao's brows furrowed again. He looked at Hongxiang with a very serious expression. No one can tell about this. The Yinta clan must never find out. I'm not stupid. Hongxiang glanced at him. Xiao nodded and continued. We are all very small tribes. The appearance of a shaman is not a good thing. The Yin-Tu tribe itself can fight each other because of two shamans, let alone us. They will not want to see other shamans appear in their territory. Fortunately, the Yin-Tu tribe was severely weakened by internal strife and would not have the time to deal with this matter in the short term. A moment later, Xiao looked at Hongxiang and asked, Did Su Cheng mention the conditions for the joint hunt? Yes, he said that all the wolf-eared warriors will have to obey his orders. You agreed? I think it's okay, Hongxiang nodded. However, the old man pondered for a long time, but then shook his head. I disagree. Disagree, not disagree. Although they mean similar things, they represent completely different deeper meanings. The old man cared a lot about his status and respected the Wolf King's will. Hongxiang is now the clan leader, so he will not do anything that oversteps his authority. Why? Hongxiang asked, puzzled. Sigh. Xiao sighed softly and explained. Now that Lan and the others have just left, the tribespeople are already somewhat uneasy, and they may also be dissatisfied with your refusal to join the Yinta tribe. At this time, if we make them take orders from an outsider, especially a cat-eared tribesman, I am worried that it will intensify their resistance. Besides, how could a wolf-eared warrior willingly let a cat-eared warrior ride on his head? Upon hearing this, Hongxiang pouted and said, What's the big deal? When Su Cheng and I were having children, he always rode on top of us. If any of them don't want to, they can come find me. The old clan chief felt his head buzzing and his body going numb. In fact, he had been deceiving himself all along. He clearly heard those familiar voices coming from the main tent, but he just refused to admit it. The child she watched grow up was rejected by everyone in her tribe, but instead fell for a man from another tribe. Chapter 145 Not Afraid. At this moment, the thin veil of secrecy was pierced, and he had no choice but to face reality. When did you two start dating? Xiao asked, sounding somewhat weak and listless. Hongxiang didn't hide anything and answered immediately. I took a liking to him the last time he came to treat my fever. Cough, cough. The old man suddenly found it hard to breathe. Come to think of it, it was he who had brought Su Cheng here. It was truly like inviting a wolf into the house. No, it was like inviting a man into the house. Is he strong? Didn't you say you only like wolf-eared warriors who can beat you? That's good now. The opponent wasn't even a wolf-eared person, let alone a warrior. The next second, Hongxiang cupped her face, twisted her waist, and smiled. He's different. He has a nice voice, and it's comfortable to sleep in his arms. Nice to hear. The old man nearly died on the spot. He's a cat-eared person. No, he's not even a cat-eared person. Anyway, I will never agree to him having children with you. Hongxiang immediately glared. Old man, believe it or not, I'll beat you up and pluck all your beard. That won't do either. I have to consider the future of the wolf-ear tribe. Xiao said in a deep voice. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, the big bad wolf grumbled. Anyway, I've already had offspring with Su Cheng, and I'll continue to sleep with him in the future. We'll think about the future later. You? The old man finally snapped, his anger blazing and his beard bristling. You'll regret it when you give birth to a child that doesn't survive. We'll only know after the baby is born. Hongxiang was too lazy to argue with the old man anymore. She was just there to give a notification. Even though the old man was a nag, he would still give Haishi and Baihao instructions carefully afterward. He's a typical example of someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, completely different from when he was younger. When you get old, you really lose all your edge. I'm going back now. I need to chop up a lot of wood at noon. As Hongxiang spoke, she stood up, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back with a smile on her face. Old man, you must live a long life. When I have children, you'll have to help me take care of them. Get out, get out, get out. He waved his hand dismissively. They waited until Hongxiang left, but couldn't hear any footsteps. The gaunt old man sighed heavily, then got up and went to the tent entrance. He looked up at the gray sky and felt a pang of melancholy. It's really good to have a shaman. Look at the cat-eared tribe now. We no longer worry about food, fire, or illness, and the campsite has been moved to a new location. Life is good. While feeling envious, he thought of the joint hunting trip, feeling both hesitant and longing. Those are yaks. For a warrior, the honor of actually hunting such a kill would be immense. So many years have passed, but the glorious days of hunting large beasts with the lion-eared clan seem like yesterday, still vivid in my mind. It's a pity. He is old now. But if I can see it one more time, it's worth it. Su Cheng. The owl looked at the sky and muttered to itself. Cat-eared tribe. When Su Cheng returned to the main tent, it was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo had just finished eating with Chun and was washing a few freshly picked red berries for her. Upon seeing Su Cheng return, Luo immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Cheng, why are you only just getting back? Where's Feng He? She went back to the main tent next door. Su Cheng picked up the little cutie and then walked to Chun's side. The rabbit-eared girl remained lying on the hay, glancing at him. Did the big bad wolf go back too? Yes, Feng He and I took her home. Is it true that the wolf-eared clan betrayed us? She asked curiously. 11 left in total. Su Cheng said, sitting down. The little cutie immediately ran out of his arms, took all the hawthorns that had just been washed, handed one to Su Cheng and one to Chun, and then ate one herself. And how is she? Chun continued to ask. Su Cheng couldn't help but smile. It should be all right now. I tried to reassure them for a while. It was quite a while, a whole morning. His voice was tinged with complaint. Chun glared at him helplessly and slowly began to eat her fruit. Let's not talk about her anymore. How are your legs feeling? It's not bad. It doesn't hurt anymore. I think I can walk around tomorrow. Spring became happy when this was mentioned. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng examined it carefully and then spoke. Let's wait until the day after tomorrow. Let it grow a little longer to avoid any problems. Okay, whatever you say. Then, Su Cheng looked at Luo, who had snuggled back into his arms, and gently pinched her nose, saying, I'll take care of her from now on. You go and get some rest. Upon hearing this, the little cutie raised her head and raised her little fist. I've already rested. Okay, I'm going to go outside the mountain to help Lin pick fruit later. Aren't there fruit trees next to the camp? Lin said, let's finish picking the fruit outside first, because many of the ones here aren't ripe yet. Then you need to be careful. That area was originally a hunting ground, and there are still many wild animals in the mountains and forests. Hee, it's okay. Sure, you and the others are with us too, Luo said. Now that they've learned how to make traps, they're a bit less busy than before, Chun added from the side. Oh well. Picking Luo up, Su Cheng earnestly instructed, In short, if you encounter any dangerous wild animals, hide and let sure you and the others hunt them down. Okay. Okay, let Finghe accompany you later. Hee okay. The two bumped foreheads, and Luo continued to play in Su Cheng's arms for a while before standing up with a hey and running out somewhat reluctantly. The tent fell silent instantly. Su Cheng and Chun stared at each other with wide eyes. Suddenly, the rabbit-eared girl stretched out her hands. Okay, pick me up. What's wrong? Su Cheng asked as he hugged her. Those long, slender arms then wrapped around his neck. The bunny-eared girl rested her head on his shoulder and subconsciously sniffed. He frowned instantly. It smells like that big bad wolf. Did you hug her too? You can smell that. That guy has a strong smell. How come I can't smell it? Chun snorted. Hey, I gave her a hug. She was sad because her people left, so I just hugged her to comfort her. What's with those teeth marks? Chun squinted. She got angry and bit me. Phew. The bunny-eared girl took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. You'd better be telling the truth. Really. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. There's a famous saying that's really true. One lie requires countless more to cover it up. I wonder if this guy will be so angry when he finds out the truth that he'll actually beat himself up. He gently weighed Chun in his arms before continuing to ask, where do you want to go? Just wandering around outside. I'll carry you out like this. Aren't you afraid someone will see us? I'm not afraid. Haru muttered. Chapter 146 The Gift. To be honest, I'm still a little embarrassed, but I'm not as concerned about saving face as I used to be. In fact, Chun didn't know what was wrong with her. She just wanted to be held by Su Cheng and to be cared for by him. Moreover, she had been feeling uneasy lately, as if something had been quietly lost, which made her inexplicably panic. This feeling of panic and restlessness could only be relieved by being by Su Cheng's side. How about I take you to see the barricades? The tribesmen have already made quite a few. Chun responded softly, silently pressing her face even closer together. The air after the rain is humid and fresher. Su Cheng carried the rather large rabbit-eared girl around the camp. Look at the barricades. Look at the felled trees. Look at the pond behind. Look at the fruit trees that are not yet ripe. Several cat-eared girls were repairing the horizontal cave kiln that had been washed by the rain. Their faces and bodies were covered in mud, but they were still busy and having a great time. Upon seeing Su Cheng, the cat-eared girls all stopped and asked him questions with smiles. Woo, is Chun's leg better yet? Will things really return to normal in a couple of days? Which, I want you to hold me to, meow. In their memory, they had only ever seen Lin holding Chun, back when they first picked her up. They were filled with envy and curiosity, and even after Su Cheng and Chun left, they continued to chatter excitedly. After wandering around for quite a while, Su Cheng finally carried Chun back to the main tent. He put her back on the hay bed, and then asked her a question. Are you tired? Tired? You should exercise more. This sounds so familiar. Su Cheng's lips trembled slightly as he skillfully grabbed her long legs and placed them on his own lap. Did you do toe flexion and toe pointing today? I did it. Then let me massage you again. Chun nodded, then quickly added, no, don't press the buttons randomly. I can still vividly recall how ashamed I was last night. The yak hunt was scheduled for a week later. During this time, Su Cheng thought he should first resolve the matter of the meteorite axe. After all, their current demand for firewood is very high, and the current acquisition efficiency is struggling to keep up with the consumption. At the same time, it also gives the wolf ear tribe some buffer time. This would allow Hongxiang to rebuild her authority and quickly diminish the impact of Lan's affair on the wolf ear clan. Finally, after a full day of work, the second meteorite axe was forged. This time, Lin and Luo helped out from the side, without Chun taking turns to tap him, which exhausted Su Cheng. By the time he returned to his tent, it was already past midnight. During the spring recovery period, Luo slept with Lin. The tent was cold and quiet, with only the rabbit-eared girl lying quietly inside. Su Cheng walked over cautiously, and just as he was about to tidy up and lie down, he saw Chun's eyes suddenly open. Why aren't you asleep yet? I'm waiting for you, she said. Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. What's there to wait for? If you're tired, just go to sleep. Chun slowly turned over, facing Su Cheng. Is the axe finished? It's done. Then what are you holding? Hee. Su Cheng grinned. The gift I prepared for you. I was planning to give it to you tomorrow when you wake up. Gift? When Su Cheng handed over the dark, flat, and slender object, Chun realized that it was a weapon. Her heart skipped a beat. That instinctive love for weapons thrilled her. Was it made from the smallest piece of meteorite? Yes. Su Cheng continued. Because there weren't many, I made a dagger, well, a rather small one. The rabbit-eared girl stared at the dagger in her hand with shining eyes. The blade was still unopened and looked somewhat rough, while the handle was a piece of polished ash wood with a layer of resin applied to the joint and tightly bound with rawhide strips. Do you like it? Su Cheng asked with a smile. Actually, you could already tell just by looking at Chun's expression. The stars in those eyes were brighter than those in the sky. I like it. She hugged the dagger to her chest, a smile blooming on her face. Then when your leg is fully healed, you can smooth it down yourself. I can try walking around tomorrow, Chun said, looking up excitedly. I lay in bed for 3 or 4 days straight, and I was almost completely worn out. Even though Su Cheng carried her around, she preferred to get down and walk on her own. At this moment, Su Cheng took a sip of water, lay down, and covered the two of them with a large quilt woven from grass. Chun had gotten used to sleeping together. The main problem is that this guy's hands are always wandering around, making her blush and unable to sleep. Su Cheng took the dagger away and placed it on the bedside table. Then, as was his habit, he reached into Chun's arms and grasped her softness. The bunny-eared girl twisted her body and glared at him, but that was all she did. Oh, by the way, Chun, can you swim? Swim. Su Cheng's sudden question diverted Chun's attention, and she stopped paying attention to the guy's restless hands. Yes, swimming, especially diving, is about being able to hold your breath underwater. I don't know. I've never been too deep before. Don't touch me. As she spoke, she gave him a reproachful glare. Then I'll teach you how to swim and dive another day. Su Cheng grinned. Why would you need to learn that? Of course it's useful. You'll see when we hunt yaks. Good. She nodded. I'll start learning once my leg has recovered. Su Cheng yawned, and then slowly closed his eyes. Then go to sleep. A short while later. Become. What's wrong? Could you please stop touching me like that? Su Cheng closed his eyes and hugged her tighter, humming softly as if talking in his sleep. I can't sleep without touching something. A new day. But then a light drizzle continued. The temperature dropped again, and the air felt chilly, giving it a bit of a prelude to extreme winter. The wood chopping was also put on hold, mainly because Su Cheng didn't want the cat-eared women to work in the rain, so he had them all squeezed together by the fire to rest. But in his own tent, Chun was trying to walk, but the rabbit-eared girl was very strong-willed and wouldn't let Su Cheng help her. She used a piece of wood as a crutch and walked slowly step by step. Lin and Luo sat around the fire, one in charge of grilling the meat and the other in charge of cooking the soup. A gust of wind blew the curtain, and a chilly breeze followed, causing Lin to shiver involuntarily. This guy immediately pulled Luo into his arms and used her as a hand warmer. Wah! The little cutie was cold too, and shrank her neck. The two adorable babies, one big and one small, huddled together for warmth and licked each other's fur. No matter how many times Su Cheng saw this scene, he felt it was out of place. A wolf-eared girl and a cat-eared girl. How did they end up together? Sigh, being cute is all that matters. Chapter 147, Being Deceived. But it has to be said that the weather is getting colder and colder. The temperature has been dropping ever since the last heavy rain, and this time it dropped the most sharply after the rain. The animal-eared girls aren't as lively as they used to be. They're a bit better when the sun is out, bouncing around everywhere. But when the sun isn't out, they hug themselves and cower timidly when they go out. A cold wind swept across the fire and reached Su Cheng's side. He was already wearing very little, and the layer of animal skin clothing was of little use. His bare lower body felt like it had been hit by a draft, and he immediately hissed and shrank his neck. I'm really not used to not wearing underwear. Seeing this, Chun couldn't help but chuckle. If you're this afraid of the cold now, what will you do when the extreme winter comes? I'll think of a way. Su Cheng clicked his tongue. Before, when the temperature was normal, he had focused all his attention on hunting. Now it seemed that he couldn't put off weaving and building houses any longer. Now that we've moved to a new campsite, it's definitely time to put everything on the agenda. At the same time, he was also quite curious about how the beast-eared girls of the past had managed to survive. And you, during those freezing winter days, did you really only wear these animal skins? Otherwise what? Chun glanced at him and snorted. You're lucky you have these clothes. At this moment, Lin chimed in, adding, Okay, if it's too cold, we'll wear an extra layer of animal skin clothing. That will make things better. What if we enter the extreme winter? Su Cheng continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Chun sighed, as if recalling the difficult past. During the extreme winter, it is basically impossible to go out hunting and gathering. Everyone huddles together and warms themselves by the fire to keep warm. This is much warmer. If there is heavy rain or strong winds, we must protect the fire carefully and never let it go out, Otherwise, many people of our tribe will die, Lin said, her eyes filled with fear. Such a thing happened in the cat-ear tribe, and Lin will never forget those painful memories. She herself almost froze to death once. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted from the earthenware pot. Seeing that the soup was almost ready, the little cutie left Lin's arms and ran to Su Cheng's side, tilting her head up and stretching out her little hands for a hug. Okay, let's eat. Good. Su Cheng picked Luo up and turned to look at Chun. Do you want to sit or continue lying down? Sit down. I feel like it's not a big deal. Okay. Lin had already filled everyone's small bowls with meat soup. After Chun slowly sat down, Luo climbed onto Su Cheng's lap with a whoosh and happily ate a grilled meat skewer. While drinking his soup, Su Cheng would occasionally wipe the oil from the corners of Xiao Ke's mouth. Lin, who was next to him, blinked a few times and squeezed in. Chun wrinkled her nose as she watched the three of them sticking together. For some reason, the same thought popped into my head. It must be very warm to squeeze in with Su Cheng, especially sitting in his lap. No, who wants to sit in his lap? To suppress these strange thoughts, she took a few big gulps of the broth and then asked, Okay, do you have a way to help us resist the cold? Yes. Su Cheng nodded. We can weave cloth to make clothes and quilts, and then build houses. Then even if it's windy and rainy, it won't be so cold. Clothes, blankets, a house. All three of them turned to look at them. Chun had heard Su Cheng mention the house briefly, but at the time she was too focused on the watchtower to ask any further questions. At this moment, she was also very curious and hurriedly asked, Okay, are these things easy to make? It's not that difficult. Su Cheng rubbed Luo's head and patiently explained. To put it bluntly, it's about what we wear, what we sleep on, and what we live in. Our current animal skin clothing, the straw beds we sleep on, and the tents we live in are all too rudimentary and not cold resistant at all. We need to replace them all. With those things, won't we be cold anymore? Lin's eyes lit up. Yes, it's much better than it is now. Why didn't you teach us before? The little cutie shook her head. Su Cheng shrugged helplessly. Back then, we were busy hunting, and even food was a problem. We didn't have time to think about anything else. Besides, the house and the dug kiln pit were the same thing. We couldn't take them with us, so I never intended to waste time on them in the first place. He took a sip of soup to warm himself up and continued. Things are different now. This camp is in a good location, with water sources, salt springs, and caves, so I want to develop it properly and make it our tribe's homeland for the future. Lin, once the rain stops, call all the tribespeople who are gathering berries over. They'll stay with me for the next couple of days. I'm going to teach them how to make thread, build a petal loom, and learn how to weave. Originally, when weaving technology was just starting out, the most suitable tool was the waist loom, but now that they have pottery, they simply skipped that stage. Dense forests in the northwest. In the forest on the west side of Oka Red Mountain, Lon was leading 10 wolf-eared tribesmen on a hunt in the rain. Due to the influence of the volcano, the temperature here is indeed much higher than outside. Even with the continuous rain and temperature drop, it doesn't feel particularly cold. However, the weather can be completely different over distances of tens or hundreds of miles. While it was drizzling and suching, it was pouring rain here. Lon wiped the rain off her face and looked at the group of people who were all soaked to the bone. Her fists clenched involuntarily. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the grass in the distance, and a wolf-eared tribesman emerged from it, waving loudly. Come this way, there's a cave. Let's go. Let's find shelter from the rain first. Lon immediately said. The 11 people trudged through the heavy rain and squeezed into a small cave. Rather than a cave, it looks more like the original mountain collapsed, with a large number of rocks breaking off and eventually forming this shallow little depression. 11 people huddled together, and the person on the outermost edge had to endure the relentless lash of rain on their back. They piled the pheasants and foxes they had hunted in the middle, their rain-soaked eyebrows instantly furrowing together. Lon, we only caught this little bit of prey. We won't be able to explain this when we get back. They said that for every group that goes hunting, they must bring back the same number of animals, and the animals can't be too small. With this heavy rain, where can we find prey? Furthermore, all the tribes that joined us were smaller than ours. We didn't even see any members of the Great Bull tribe. We've been tricked. Several wolf-eared warriors angrily cursed, each complaint like a thorn piercing Lan's heart again and again. Not only that, but 2 of them, who were wolf-eared girls, were trembling and their eyes were moist. Lon, can you talk to Wu? We were both responsible for gathering fruit before, and we're not very good at hunting. I just hurt my foot, and I want to go back to camp to rest for a while. Lon, didn't you say that once we're here, we can live like before? Chapter 148 Gone Mad. The wolf-eared girl wanted to continue speaking, but was silenced by Lan's cold gaze. Stop talking. He spoke in a deep voice, his fingernails already digging into his flesh. If everyone listened to me and joined us, things wouldn't be like this. Blame Hongxiang, Haishi, Baihe, and the old clan leader. They clearly knew they could have a better life here, but they just wouldn't. We only have 11 people now. How can we possibly be valued? But Lan, this can't go on. Another wolf-eared warrior said. That shaman doesn't treat us as his own people at all. The rat-eared people only need to do simple tasks, and all these dangerous tasks are left to us. Moreover, if we fail to complete the mission, we will receive far less food. If we are not well fed, how will we have the strength to hunt? Lan, you said that if we came here, we could have a better life. What are we going to do now? Lan, you're so smart. Come up with a solution quickly. The rain was pouring down. The wolf-eared warrior, with half his body exposed, shuddered violently. For a moment, everyone fell silent, quietly watching Lan. He lowered his head, his mind a jumbled mess. The light in his eyes grew darker and colder, like an abyss, inspiring fear. They have never stopped working since they joined the Yinta tribe. They set up their own tents, helped set up tents, cleaned up carcasses, went hunting, and transported water from the river. And the rat-eared tribesmen took it for granted that they should use the newcomers from the smaller tribes as tools for their work. That sorcerer, in particular, looked down on all of them from the bottom of his heart. Hateful. Lan bit her lip, and blood instantly spilled out. If there were 30 people joining, how could this happen? At this moment, hatred for Hongxiang, Haishi, Baihe, Cheng, and everyone else completely consumed him. He stared at his scarred hands, watching the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto them, his mind blank. So, how can we completely change the current situation? No, it's not just about changing the status quo. He also needs a voice, more power. He wants those rat-eared people to no longer dare to look down on them, or even to be in awe of them. And to achieve all of this, suddenly, everything around seemed to freeze for a moment. A sharp buzzing sound rang in Lan's ears. It was as if it were to fulfill the wish in his heart. An idea suddenly came to mind. He couldn't help but tremble because of this bold decision. Are the other group of rat-eared people hunting in this forest as well? Lan raised her head and asked coldly. The wolf-eared warriors were stunned, then nodded. For some reason, they felt inexplicably uneasy when they looked into Lan's eyes. Yes. Lan, why are you asking them? During the meal, I overheard the rat-eared people talking about how their leader was the shaman who failed and was killed. No wonder they would come out hunting in such heavy rain, just like us. That's right. Lan's voice was icy, her eyes growing sharper. This is their punishment for failure, and our only chance. Lan is very observant. In the wolf-ear tribe, it remains the same here. From the moment he entered the territory of the Yinta tribe, he had been scrutinizing everything there. Those defeated rat-eared people have temporarily lost the trust of the new shaman. Therefore, they suffer different treatment from their own people and can only grit their teeth and endure it. More than reverence. What Lan saw in their eyes was more fear and intense hatred. After all, the internal strife had just ended, and the bodies of so many relatives had not yet been disposed of. This hatred was unlikely to dissipate in a short time. They hated the clansmen who slaughtered their parents, brothers, and sisters, and they also hated the shamans who instigated them to kill each other. Therefore, this is the best opportunity for Erasure. They now have more than 20 people left, plus 11 from the Wolf-Ear clan, so the numbers on both sides are almost equal, which is enough. What are you going to do, Lan? The 10 wolf-eared tribesmen looked at each other, their unease growing stronger. Unite with the defeated rat-eared clan, control the shaman, and establish a firm foothold here. Lan's voice was calm, yet it was like a boulder falling into the water, stirring up towering waves. This moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Lan. What is he saying? Control magic? Has he gone mad? There were 60 or 70 of them. No one thought Lan was joking. Her body trembled, she stiffened, and she even forgot to breathe. Lan's voice continued. If you don't do it, you'll just continue to be bullied by those rat-eared people. Not only will you not have enough to eat, but you'll also have to risk your lives hunting. I don't know if you can survive the extreme winter, but you certainly won't live to see the next cold season. Once these defeated rat-eared people forget their hatred and reunite, we won't even have a last chance. At that point, they will look down on us even more, and we will either stay and be bullied to death or be ruthlessly abandoned and driven out. But can you go back? Hongxiang will not accept you anymore. You have no way out. If you want to survive, you can only follow me. Even with fear and worry, the fear of death outweighs everything else. Moreover, they possess a unique advantage that those large tribes lack. That is a lack of reverence for witchcraft. One tribe was controlled by shamans from childhood, while the other was a tribe that had been free and undisciplined since childhood. Their upbringing environments were completely different. Just like the cat-ear tribe, the concept of shamanism is very weak in the minds of these wolf-ear tribe people, let alone reverence and fear. After a brief silence, the 11 wolf-eared tribesmen finally made up their minds, their eyes turning fierce. What kind of sorcery is this? If it were truly that powerful, it wouldn't have been killed. I'm not afraid of him. Okay, we'll follow you, Lon. You tell us how to do it, and we'll do it. We're willing to do anything as long as we're not bullied and can live a peaceful life. Upon hearing this, Lon breathed a sigh of relief and nodded solemnly. First, find that group of rat-eared people, negotiate the terms, and if they agree, we can take action in the next few days. The Yintu tribe is now eager to absorb the influence of other tribes and expand its power. In addition, the conflict had just ended, but the situation inside was actually very chaotic, and much of the order had not yet been restored. Entering the shaman's tent is now much simpler than imagined. And most importantly, it's chaotic. Now, in addition to their wolf-eared tribe, several other small tribes have joined one after another, ranging from a few to more than a dozen people. They are mixed together and often quarrel over trivial matters. In Lan's view, this group of people didn't have much loyalty. This will not change, at least not in the short term. Chapter 149 Raimi. Secondly, the arrogant and self-assured Yintu tribesmen never imagined that these small tribes, who usually depended on them for survival, would dare to launch a rebellion. This is also why Lon was willing to take such a gamble. Lon, should we also try to win over those newly joined small tribes? Someone suggested. Yes, their numbers add up to quite a few. However, Lon shook her head directly. No need. They don't have the guts to do it, and if too many people find out, it will be disadvantageous for us. The matter was accomplished in secrecy. It's a very simple principle. But what if those rat-eared people don't agree? Someone worried again. If you won't agree, then we'll do it ourselves, Lon replied in a deep voice. But there are only 11 of us. Some were worried, while others were inspired to fight back. After all, they were willing to abandon their tribe with Lon, which shows their courage and ferocity. Instantly, a wolf-eared warrior shouted loudly. So what if there are 11 people? 11 people is fine. 11 people can strike first. As long as we catch them off guard and control the shaman first, they won't dare to touch us no matter how many of them there are. Lon is right. Those newly joined small tribes are timid and dare not get involved in this matter. They definitely won't help anyone. We just need to deal with the Yintu tribe. Yes, let's do it. And then, Lon, I want to know the secrets of the fire, the secrets of healing injuries, whatever he knows. Lan's eyes were fierce, and her fists were clenched. Once we learn this knowledge, we will no longer be bound by the shaman. Then we can kill him and truly establish ourselves here. Kill the witch. The loud sound of the rain drowned out the sound of several people swallowing their saliva. Every decision Lon made shocked them, and their hearts pounded. But they also knew that Lon was right. Once the first step is taken, there is no turning back. Only if the witch dies can we live. The 2-day rainy season has finally ended. The first light of dawn. A pale golden ray of light pierced through the clouds and spread across the earth. The air in the mountains and forests was still very damp, with dew hanging from the branches and leaves, and the uneven ground was filled with water. Su Cheng got up early, and soon after, Lin and Luo called over all 4 members of the gathering team. Chun, leaning on her wooden stick, followed carefully behind. Since she was able to walk, she has been completely restless. If you dare to let her lie down and rest now, she will get angry and poke you with her stick. To be fair, the recovery is indeed quite good. On the first day, he was limping, but today he is much more agile. If Su Cheng hadn't insisted on using crutches, this guy would have thrown the cane several meters away. A sharpened meteorite iron dagger hung at her waist. Her back was straight, the corners of her lips were upturned, and she looked radiant and energetic. With confidence restored and hope rekindled, he was no longer as cold as before. His eyes shone with a strong desire to hunt. In short, it's because I'm bored and itching to get my hands dirty. Su Cheng could imagine that once this guy's leg was fully healed, if he still wouldn't let her go hunting, she would come back and beat him. Today I will teach you how to extract fibers, spin yarn, and make a loom. Su Cheng led the group to a pile of miscellaneous items and turned around. There are 6 of you now. 7. Chun hummed. Cough, cough. 7. Su Cheng's mouth trembled, and he continued, after I teach you how to select materials and extract fibers, we'll find materials to make a loom. We can't waste any more time. From now on, the 7 of you will be the chief weavers, responsible for making clothes and quilts for the people of the tribe, and also for teaching knowledge to other people of the tribe. Su Cheng's words excited the beast-eared girls, who cheered with anticipation. Which, please teach us quickly, we will learn diligently. Weave cloth. Weave cloth. With clothes and a blanket, I won't be cold, meow. They had already heard Lin mention the function of clothes and blankets, that they could keep warm and protect against the cold, so they were naturally overjoyed. Luo tugged at Su Cheng's sleeve and asked a question. All right, everyone's gone to weave cloth and make clothes, but what about gathering fruit? Yes, no one is picking the fruit anymore. The cat-eared girls were all taken aback. Does that mean there won't be any fruit to eat anymore, meow? Huh? What should we do then? I can't live without fruit, meow. They looked at each other, frowned, and then looked at Su Cheng. After all, food is the most important thing to them. Food is the most important thing in life, and this has always been true. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng smiled and began to explain. Of course we still need to gather fruit, but from now on we'll only spend half a day gathering fruit, and the other half we'll use for weaving and making clothes. We're short-handed right now, so this is the only arrangement we can make for now. We can't reduce the number of people cutting down trees, because we'll need wood for so many places in the future. Any other questions? He asked. No, not at all. The animal-eared girls were finally relieved. Okay, I'll start teaching now. Listen carefully. Immediately afterwards, they saw Su Cheng squat down and rummage through the mess of vines and bark until he found a long, straight, green stem that looked like a thin stick, and then he began to tell them his story earnestly. This stuff is called rami. Its fibers are long, fine, white, and have a good luster. It's one of the materials we need for spinning thread. Don't use it to hang dried meat or other things to dry anymore. Also, its roots and leaves are useful. Rami roots can clear heat and promote urination, cool the blood, and calm the fetus. After you have a baby, you can boil it into soup and drink it, which is good for the baby. As for the leaves, they can stop bleeding and detoxify, and can be used for external bleeding and eczema, which is when there are many red spots on the body. Instantly, the animal-eared girls became restless. They touched their little bellies, their eyes sparkling. The little cutie looked down, and its tail wagged excitedly. Which, is it really good for children to drink soup made with this? Then I'll drink it even when I have kids. Meow, but our tribe doesn't have male cats with ears, so how can we have kittens? As soon as he finished speaking, the cat-eared girls all stared at Su Cheng. They remembered the elder's words and immediately perked up, their pointed ears standing up. Meow, we have a witch who can help us have babies. Oh yeah, witch, we want children too, meow. When Luo has children, she can also have offspring with us. Hee hee, the witch's child will definitely be as smart as the witch. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched. It wasn't that he was unhappy. The cat-eared girls were all cute and beautiful, and had hot figures. But if a whole group of them surrounded him, he would be sucked dry. Chapter 150, You Deserve a Beating. He had personally experienced Luo and Hongxiang's fighting prowess. Leaving aside Hongxiang, even Luo, with her tiny arms and legs, can move like a little motor when she gets going. They're all too restless. You can't rush it. A dog's life is more important. Ahem, let's take it slow with having children. Yes, we have them all. Su Cheng didn't dare to continue talking nonsense, because the rabbit-eared girl had already glared at him, her gaze sharp and piercing. Her voice was cold, instantly causing the cat-eared girls to put away their ears and shut their mouths. All right, everyone be quiet. Don't interrupt the teachings of witchcraft. The matter of procreation will be resolved naturally in due time. Solve. Just don't kill me. Su Cheng grinned before continuing. Where were we? Oh, Rami. First, there's the thread used for weaving, which is fiber. There are many kinds of materials we can use, with cotton, animal hair, and silk being the best in terms of quality. Next are hemp plants like rami and kudzu vines, and finally tree bark. However, considering the availability of materials and comfort, we currently focus on hemp and kudzu for outerwear. We keep the animal hair we can use for underwear, because there is little available. As he spoke, Su Cheng looked at Chun and gave her some instructions. Yak wool is quite good. We can catch the smaller yaks and raise them. Also, tell Shiriyue and the others to keep an eye out for goats, rabbits, wild horses, and wild donkeys when hunting in the future. Try to catch live goats and rabbits and raise them all for their wool. Okay, I'll talk to them later. Chun nodded immediately. What do you mean by outer garment and inner garment? The animal-eared girls listening to the lecture suddenly asked out of curiosity. Su Cheng smiled gently and began to explain. Underwear is clothing worn close to the body, while outerwear is clothing worn on the outside. Because it's worn close to the body, underwear should be made of good quality and soft materials so that it's comfortable to wear. If I tell you whether it's comfortable or not now, you won't feel much difference. But once the clothes are made and you wear them, you'll know how different they are from animal skin clothing. He continued. Underwear consists of tops, bottoms, and panties. Tops are worn on the upper body to protect the chest and abdomen, while bottoms are worn on the lower body to protect the buttocks and thighs. As for panties, he pointed inside the animal skin skirt. Underwear is worn here, mainly for protection, laughs. This area, whether male or female, must be protected, understand? From now on, every member of the tribe must wear underwear. Don't go bare-chested. When they saw Su Cheng pointing his finger at his crotch, the cat-eared girls all widened their eyes. This was the first time in their lives they had ever heard of a place that needed to be protected. A fur skirt can cover it up, right? The little cutie blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. Okay, what does putting it in neutral mean? Su Cheng looked at everyone and chuckled. What we're doing now is called neutral. When the wind blows, don't you feel a chill and emptiness down there? In an instant, all the beast-eared girls instinctively brought their legs together, their faces gradually turning red. They were used to this feeling, but never felt that anything was wrong with it. Now that Su Cheng brought it up, everyone felt uncomfortable. Before long, Su Cheng began teaching the cat-eared girls to identify rami, nettles, and hemp. Then he had them find all these hemp plants, including some kudzu vines, and sort them all. There were only about 5 or 6 bundles, which was not a large quantity. After all, they usually only use these hemp plants as drying racks, so they don't harvest them often. Take your bow and knives with you. We're setting off now. We'll take a detour from the camp to the riverbank and back. Look for hemp plants and river dew along the way. Push the carts together. Yay! Let's go to the riverbank. The cat-eared girl in charge of collecting materials rarely strolled along the riverbank, so she was naturally overjoyed to hear this. They quickly pushed the cart. Lin skipped ahead to clear the way, and Luo followed behind, waving her little hands and having a blast. Okay, hurry up. Here you are, don't run so fast. Su Cheng was speechless. When these beast-eared girls were happy, they were just like children, making a ruckus. The problem is, there's a bigger one next to us. He glanced at Chun. Chun also glanced at him. This guy, leaning on his cane, looking longingly at someone, is strangely comical. Do you want to come along? Su Cheng asked. Then I'll walk slowly behind you. Don't want. Chun wrinkled her nose, took a few steps over, and nudged him with her hand. Carry me on your back. Su Cheng paused for a moment, then nodded. That works too. The bunny-eared girl has indeed changed a bit. She doesn't care much about appearances anymore. Last time I carried her around the camp, she seemed quite happy. As he spoke, Su Cheng turned his back and squatted down slightly. Come on up. He grabbed her firm, long legs, and a warm, delicate body pressed against his back. Those high, full breasts were incredibly tactile. Chun hugged Su Cheng's neck tightly and rested her head on his shoulder. Su Cheng waited twice before setting off. Not far away, the cat-eared girls had already pushed the cart to the entrance of the mountain valley and were taking a short rest. Lin couldn't stay idle, so she started chatting with Fufu and Ing, who were making barricades. Because Helu and Shan had come to learn weaving, the task of making barricades had been taken over by Fufu and Ing. Luo stood there and waved to Su Cheng. Cheng glanced at them, then looked away and asked in a low voice. Become. What's up? How long will it take to make those underwear you just mentioned? It probably won't be possible in a short time. Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, once the yarn is spun and the cloth is woven, it will be quick, but it will take at least 10 days to half a month. He smiled and tilted his head slightly. What? You want to wear it so soon? Some things are better left unsaid. Once you say them, people will keep thinking about them. Springtime feels so awkward. The animal skin skirt feels empty inside, and the more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. She rolled her eyes at him and snorted. Wearing it will cover you up, so you won't keep touching it. Actually, I think I'll feel even more excited touching you after you put it on, Su Cheng said slowly. The bunny-eared girl's eyes widened in disbelief. He immediately spat. Then I won't wear it. Not wearing any? Su Cheng grinned. Whether you wear any or not has nothing to do with whether I like touching you or not. How could you be like this? Chun's face turned bright red. Wearing it is not acceptable, and not wearing it is also not acceptable. I really want to hit him. What's wrong with me? Su Cheng asked, huffing and puffing as he turned to look at her. You deserve a beating. Chapter 151 Service Fee. Is it wrong for me to like you? You mean you like touching? Is it wrong for me to like touching you? Su Cheng said matter-of-factly. Oh woo. Ouch, 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 ouch. Heroine, please let go. Enraged, Chun bit his ear and glared at him. Wah, are you still going to touch me? Touch. Su Cheng suspected that these beast-eared girls all had a biting syndrome. It bites when it's in pain, when it's excited, and when it's angry. Once it puts its mouth on something, it's either the shoulder or the ear that suffers. However, it's actually quite nice to have someone to tease you on the street. It's just that it's a bit of a waste of my energy. We can't bite people all the time. That's a bad habit. Look at me, I never bite people. Walking through the woods, Su Cheng chatted away. Chun glanced at him sideways, her arms wrapped tightly around him, and remained silent. Listen quietly to his nonsense. We are intelligent beings with the ability to think, so we should reason with each other in everything. Only when reasoning fails do they begin to take action. This is what they call courtesy before force. Oh right, those underwear come in different sizes. Luo's are definitely too small. Yours should be a bit bigger. I'll measure you separately later. You absolutely have to wear it, you know? Oh, once you put it on, you'll know how good it is. It's comfortable and reassuring, and you don't have to worry about showing too much skin. There are no male beast ears in our tribe right now, so it's fine if you don't wear them. But it won't work when the wolf-eared tribe comes to live with us in the future. How can we let outsiders see our animal-eared girl? I haven't seen enough yet. Seeing that there was no response, Su Cheng turned his head. The two locked eyes, and the rabbit-eared girl bared her teeth and looked fierce at him, putting on a very intimidating appearance. Su Cheng's eyes darted around, and he decided to change his tactics. His face fell, and he began to sigh. Oh Chun, actually I'm very sad right now, oh my poor thing. The bunny-eared girl raised her eyes, finally unable to bear it any longer. This person was truly shameless. Why are you so sad and pitiful? She asked, frowning. Su Cheng sniffed and continued his explanation in a serious manner. Think about it. I've been so good to you, taking care of you, treating you when you're sick, cooking meat for you when you're hungry, carrying you around when you're tired, and warming you up when you're cold at night, and you still won't let me touch you. If this kind of person were in our area, they would be called a simp. You know what a simp is, right? Sigh, they're a pathetic, infuriating, and brainless low-level creature. Their favorite thing to do is to fawn over the girls they like, but they can't get what they want. They can only feel sorry for themselves and comfort themselves. In the end, they get nothing. Others will just treat them as fools. They are just a kind of pathetic, usable garbage. They are used up and then thrown away. It's really too pitiful. He shook his head and sighed, then turned back to stare into those beautiful eyes, his tone sincere. You don't want me to be left naked in a ravine, just like when you found me. Chun's lips twitched twice, and her little face tensed up. I won't abandon you. Who can say for sure? Su Cheng shrugged. Simps are despised and disrespected wherever they go. You wouldn't want me to be looked down upon by other tribes when I'm out and about, would you? I know you definitely don't want to. Chun was speechless for a moment. She didn't know what to say. Su Cheng had never licked her before. Yes, she remembered every time very clearly. He definitely didn't lick her. He just touched her. But something just felt off about what he said. Su Cheng continued rambling. So, I only touched you because I didn't want to be seen as a simp. Unavoidable. Upon hearing this, Chun and her friends were stunned, their eyes widening again and their chests heaving violently. How could this person be so shameless? After racking his brains for a long time, Lord Chun finally came up with a suitable word. That's outrageous. Su Cheng on the other end was still sighing, looking innocent and melancholy. Touching you was not my intention. I had no choice. His expression was serious and earnest, and his words were sincere. Chun, I will continue to touch you in the future, so can you let me touch you willingly? The bunny-eared girl gritted her teeth. You just want to touch me. Oh right. Oh woo. Look at you, you're screaming again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ears, you're so high and mighty. You're so amazing. You're something else. Sigh. Whispering in the ear, I wonder who invented this thing. Simple and easy to use. A light bite is playful. A heavy bite is revenge. Bunny girl skill +1. Su Cheng was still lamenting the decline of morality and the loss of traditional values. Suddenly, a voice came from the cat-eared girl's side. We've arrived at the riverbank. Meow, the wind is so strong. It's so cold, wah. Okay, hurry up, the little cutie shouted. Oh, here they come. You guys push the cart to the riverbank first. Along the way, they played and joked around, and found quite a lot of rami. This stuff is like bamboo. It grows in clusters and is easy to harvest. They had already filled a whole cart. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the group immediately resumed pushing, eventually reaching the riverbank. A short while later, Su Cheng arrived and placed Lord Chun on the ground. He then walked back and forth along the riverbank to observe the area, before beckoning the cat-eared girls over and speaking. Since you've come all this way, why don't you dig up some more clay and put it on the shore to dry? You can come back and get it later. The clay we brought back to the camp has all been fired into pottery. There's nothing in the new camp yet, but the horizontal kiln is almost finished. We can't just leave it there, so it's good to prepare in advance. Okay. The cat-eared girls were very familiar with the process of digging mud. They ran around on the riverbank, slapping and kneading the mud they dug out, then shaping it into a fixed form and arranging it neatly together. The sun is shining brightly today, so let's leave it here to bask in the sun a bit longer. We can have sure you and the others bring it back on the cart this afternoon. About an hour later, Su Cheng saw that it was about time, so he called the cat-eared women to wash their hands and feet, preparing to head home. You stay here quietly, I'll help you wash. The little cutie splashed around in the water a few times with her hands, stomped her feet, and tried to run away, but Su Cheng immediately held her down. Open your hands. Hee. Luo grinned, holding out her hand to Su Cheng. Cheng, here you go. Still laughing, Su Cheng pinched her cheek in annoyance, helping her clean it while saying, your fingernails are full of dirt, your wrists are covered in it, and your face is too. If you keep grabbing it like that when you eat meat, you'll end up with a mouthful of dirt and sand, and your stomach will hurt. Okay, I know, go ahead and wash it clean for me. The little cutie smiled sweetly and suddenly kissed Su Cheng on the cheek. This is the service fee I paid. What else can I say? Did you learn chapter 152? Su Cheng's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at Luo's feet in the water. Lift your feet up so I can see them too. Yes. Don't move, there are still some dried mud on your calves. After another gentle scrubbing, it was finally washed clean. Immediately afterwards, another pair of muddy hands reached out in front of me. Su Cheng hadn't even straightened up when he looked up and saw Lin's happy, pretty face. Okay, help me wash up too. Not only that, the other 4 cat-eared girls also perked up instantly and squeezed over together. With expectant eyes, she began to act coquettishly. Witch, please help us wash up, meow. The witch washed it the cleanest, meow. Wash, witch. Su Cheng looked at the group of mischievous kids and sighed helplessly. Okay, one at a time, don't push. Yay, the witch is the best. Go wash, Lin, you go first. I must say, it was a bit tiring. But the cat-eared girls are real. One by one, they followed suit, and after washing up, they would quickly give Su Cheng a kiss without hesitation. Spring, watching quietly from the shore, kept twitching her eyelids. Back at camp, Lu and the others pushed the cart to a newly reclaimed open space. Not far away, the cat-eared girls responsible for cutting down trees were building a fire around several thick trees to burn the roots. Across the street was a team digging a horizontal kiln. Both groups were busy with their tasks. At this pace, the western side of the camp will be completely cleared in a few days. In Su Cheng's tribe upgrade plan, this area will be used specifically for production and manufacturing by the cat-eared tribe, so everything will be given priority. After unloading all the rami, Lu and the other 3 began preparing firewood as instructed. A little while later, Lin and Luo also came over from the main tent. They brought all the largest earthenware pots they had, loaded them onto a cart, and went to the pond to the north to fetch water. Su Cheng wasn't idle either, searching for wood ash all over the camp, while Lord Chun was making a bamboo scraper for hemp with a dagger as requested. The dagger forged from meteorite iron was incredibly fast. It quickly exceeded the mission's requirements. After Lin and the others brought the water and started a fire, Su Cheng began his class. The animal-eared girls sat down neatly and attentively. The first step in extracting fiber from rami is to peel the rami and scrape off the green fibers. As he spoke, Su Cheng picked up a rami stalk and began to explain in detail. I taught you on the way here that when you cut the rami stalk, you should pay attention to its color. If it is all green, it means it hasn't grown enough and is too young. If it is all brown, it means it has grown too mature and the texture will be coarse and hard. Pectin and other impurities will also be firmly stuck to the fibers and difficult to peel off. Naturally, the cloth woven from it will not be good. Therefore, it is best to cut it when it is in the stage of turning from green to brown. At this time, the fibers are both tough and soft, making it the easiest to process. After we harvest the right rami, We start peeling and scraping the outer layer. We use a scraper to hold the rami stem and pull it from the root to the tip, breaking off the white part of the stalk in the middle. Finally, we leave the green outer layer and the whitish bast fiber layer that is tightly attached inside. Cheng demonstrated the technique once. Although his technique was still unfamiliar, it was simple and easy to understand with the explanation. Immediately afterwards, he distributed the hemp scrapers so that the animal-eared girls could practice on their own. You should all give it a try. Okay, meow. It wasn't exactly a complicated technology, and these guys learned it very quickly. Cheng looked around and was quite satisfied. Of the 7 people, Darren was the fastest and most efficient. With a few quick ribbing motions, a pile of rami bark quickly accumulated on the ground. He truly deserves to be called a top student. His learning ability is incredibly strong. Next were Lin, Hilu, and Sean. They were all methodical, and their speed wasn't slow either. The other 2 cat-eared girls and their own little cutie were the slowest. They were a bit clumsy, but they were very serious and not impatient. They didn't aim to be the fastest, but rather the best. Then, Cheng went to check on the boiling water and added a few more pieces of firewood. I'm still quite relieved. If pottery is unavailable, another method must be used to process rami. They need to be soaked in stagnant water for many days to allow anaerobic bacteria to break down the pectin. Redding hemp. This method is not only extremely slow, but it also easily leads to the food becoming mushy and smelly. With spring as a powerful tool, the task of peeling the rami bark was incredibly fast, taking only half an hour to process an entire truckload of rami. Immediately afterwards, Cheng began to teach the next step. He tied the hemp bark into small bundles and put them into the earthenware pot, then added a large amount of wood ash before covering it with the lid. This process is called degumming, which uses the alkaline properties of wood ash to break down the pectin and impurities in the hemp bark. How long does this need to cook? A cat-eared girl asked curiously. About 2 hours. It's okay if you don't understand. You can write down the duration of this time. It's about this long. The main purpose is to soften the hemp skin. 2 hours isn't a short time. So Cheng simply started teaching the group about spinning wheels. Traditional spinning wheels are inefficient because the wheel and the spindle rotate together. When the spindle stops, the wheel stops too. So he directly modified it into a more efficient double-fixed long spindle spinning wheel. The structure of this spinning wheel is that the rod is fixed, allowing only the disc with the greatest inertia to rotate. This means that the disc can rotate for a longer time, and when it stops, the yarn on the rod will not untwist due to inertia. There are only 3 specific components: the flywheel, the spindle, and the base. While following the encyclopedia's explanation, Cheng focused intently on creating the product. The materials are all available. What I need is precision in polishing and a perfect fit. After the parts were polished, it was time for assembly and testing. The cat-eared girls all stared intently, their minds filled with curiosity about this strange little thing. Although this thing is just a handheld inertial spindle, it directly skips thousands of years of technological evolution. Not only is the rotation speed stable and efficient, but it also frees up one hand. Looking at the smoothly functioning spinning wheel, Cheng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Wow, that's great. Whether it was due to his innate dexterity or not, he found that he was very successful at crafting anything and rarely failed. Is this the spinning wheel you mentioned? What a strange thing, meow. Hee, this looks like so much fun. The animal-eared girls gathered around, offering their opinions all at once. Cheng's lips twitched, and he immediately said, "Did you all remember? The process I just made. I've got it." Everyone nodded in unison, their voices cheerful. "Do you understand it?" "Not understand." The sound was still loud. "Well, that's really honest." Cheng didn't insist. Anyway, once the spinning process actually started, he would know how it worked after operating it a few times by hand. He ruffled the hair of each of these guys one by one, and finally looked at the academic genius, Master Chun. "How was it? Did you fail to learn it?" Chapter 153, Alkaline Water. "I don't quite understand." Chun frowned, looking displeased. "Okay, I don't understand that glue separation either." Actually, she had some difficulty understanding from the moment she started cooking the sesame seeds. What is lye solution? What is decomposition? And what is pectin? It's like learning to read and understand sentences. She recognizes each character individually, but when they're put together, she has absolutely no idea what they're saying. "Hey, it's okay, you just need to learn the process of making it now." Cheng smiled and continued. "As for the other things, you'll have to gradually expand your knowledge before you can understand them. To be honest, Without the encyclopedia, Su Cheng himself would be completely clueless and have only a superficial understanding of this knowledge. No, perhaps it's just a partial understanding. While teaching the animal-eared girls, wasn't he also learning himself? Upon hearing this, the rabbit-eared girl wrinkled her nose and muttered something. Then you have to teach me. I'll teach you. There's a lot more I need to teach you in the future. Suddenly, the little cutie shouted loudly. Okay, the sesame seed cake seems to be cooked. Because steam was constantly bubbling out of the earthenware pot, Luo lifted it up to take a look. After poking it a few times with a stick, I found that the hemp skin had softened. Okay, I'll take care of it. As he spoke, Su Cheng approached the pottery jar. After stirring it a few times, I scooped out all the sesame seeds that were boiling inside. Immediately afterwards, he quickly piled the hemp fibers on the prepared stone slab, took a wooden stick, and began to pound them vigorously. The pounding must be done while the soil is still wet. The main purpose is to knock out the gum that has been corroded by the alkaline water from the gaps in the fibers and squeeze it out. Be careful not to hit randomly. The force should be moderate. Don't use too much force. Try to use the weight of the wooden stick as it falls naturally. After hitting it a few times, turn it over to ensure that the inside and outside are hit evenly. Don't try to be fast or speedy and hit a big ball all at once. Then, while pounding, watch the color of the hemp skin. Stop when it turns white or there are no more black spots. You can also take a pinch to check. Ideally, it should be easy to tear into thin strands and feel smooth and soft to the touch. If it's still a whole piece when you pick it up, then it hasn't been pounded enough. Su Cheng earnestly gave his instructions. You must not overstretch, otherwise the fiber bundles will be broken and you won't be able to spin them into long threads. The cat-eared girls all nodded in unison. Whether you understand it or not, the main focus is on providing emotional value. Afterwards, Su Cheng picked up the bundles of fibers he had made and took the cat-eared girls to the pond to wash them in the water. There are only 4 steps: boiling, knocking, washing, and sun-drying. After rinsing away the impurities, you can put it in the sun to dry. He turned around and said this as he washed. Lin, set up a few more drying lines later, specifically for drying these fibers. Okay, Meow. The wash fibers were hung on ropes woven from hay and vines, thus completing the fiber extraction process. Su Cheng took a deep breath before turning to the crowd. Next, we just need to wait for it to dry. Then I'll teach you how to twist the thread, and finally we'll learn how to spin it. Yay, it's finally over. Lin exclaimed happily. What's so good about it? This is just the beginning. Su Cheng smiled helplessly, then instructed. Now put the hemp bark you just processed back into the pot to boil. Then come with me, and I'll teach you how to make soft soap. Soft soap, also known as potassium-based soap, is a good product for treating wool grease. The cat-ear tribe still has some wool and rabbit fur. Su Cheng also remembers that Hong Xiang had a lot of wool in her tent. These good things should not be wasted. They are better textile fibers than ramie bark. Okay, what is soft soap? Chun, who had been silent all along, asked curiously. The tribe has wool, which can be used to spin yarn and weave cloth, but the oil on it needs to be removed, so soft soap is required. He thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned mischievously. The wool fabric is what I plan to use to make underwear. Underwear. Upon hearing this, the bunny-eared girl instantly recalled being teased on the way, her pretty face tightened, and her long ears turned slightly red. Luo, go and get some animal fat. Good results. Spring, lend me your dagger. Su Cheng took a medium-sized earthenware jar from the main tent and took the dagger from Chun's hand. Making soft soap requires live water, and filtration is much faster than sedimentation. Next, he drilled a hole in the bottom of the pottery jar, and then laid out gravel, coarse sand, and fine carbon slag from bottom to top inside the jar. This is a simple gravity filter bed. When the time comes, just slowly pour in the mixed wood ash water, and the filtered, clear alkaline water will flow out from the small holes at the bottom. Then, Su Cheng spoke as he made the lye water. Soft soap is made from lye water and animal fat. First, we filter wood ash water through this earthenware pot to obtain lye water. Then, we can take a fresh bird egg to test the concentration of the lye water. When the egg floats slightly to the surface and is barely visible above the water, the concentration is just right. If it sinks directly to the bottom, it's too runny, and you'll have to keep adding wood ash and stirring. If the whole thing floats out, it's too concentrated, and you'll need to add some water to dilute it. As they were talking, Luo also brought over some fatty meat, and Su Cheng busied himself cutting the meat and putting it into the pot. To cook the fatty meat, he had Lin start a fire again, then threw all the sliced meat into it, and poured in a bowl of water. This is how you render oil from fatty meat. When you're cooking it, remember to stir it occasionally with a wooden spoon to prevent the meat from sticking to the bottom. Keep cooking until the bubbles disappear and the fatty meat turns into golden cracklings. Then immediately remove the earthenware pot from the heat. Remember to skim the meat scraps out of the oil, let the rendered oil cool slightly, and then put it back into a clean jar. Finally, we mix the filtered lye water with these warm oils and boil and stir it repeatedly. Remember to keep the heat very low, just enough to keep the mixture slightly steaming. This process takes about half an hour and the soft soap will be ready. The beast-eared girls currently rely on intuition to perceive time. So once Su Cheng does it once, he can roughly tell how long it has been. Then, as if remembering something, Su Cheng gave a serious warning. I forgot to mention earlier that the alkaline water is corrosive. You can think of it as a liquid that can bite your skin. So when you are handling it, you must wear the animal skin gloves that I sewed for you. Also, don't let the alkaline water splash into your eyes. If you accidentally splash it on your body, wash it with vinegar water immediately. Chapter 154 Petal Loom. Since we don't have vinegar water, we need to prepare some. It's not difficult. Just find an ant nest nearby, throw the ants and nest debris into clean water and stir. Alternatively, find some wild hawthorns or sour berries, mash them, and soak them in water. If all else fails, Su Cheng still has a last resort. Pee. Of course, the effect of fresh urine is limited and can only be used as a temporary measure. Su Cheng paused for a moment, then said, once we've made the soft soap, we can process the wool and rabbit hair, spin them into yarn, and then try weaving the fabric to make underwear. This time, Su Cheng didn't ask how much the beast-eared girls understood. After all, it's not complicated knowledge. As long as you try it a couple of times, you'll basically get the hang of it. Extracting ramie fibers, processing wool and rabbit hair, and even the subsequent spinning process. All these tasks will be taught to Lin and her team until they are fully in charge. What Su Cheng needs to do now is to create the most crucial weaving tools. Petal loom. The biggest problems are manpower and time. Therefore, in order not to affect the work progress of the other cat-eared girls, Su Cheng decided to complete the creation of the petal loom himself. The relevant knowledge will be taught in a concentrated manner after things have completely stabilized. By mid-afternoon, Lin and the others had grasped the basics of how to extract fibers and how to make soft soap. Practice makes perfect, and all that remained was to do more practice. After confirming that everything went smoothly, Su Cheng let go and, together with Chun, headed to the place where the timber was piled up. You can't do without the bunny-eared girl. If you leave her hanging, she'll get angry. Moreover, Su Cheng also intends to train her to become a tribal teacher so that she can assist in teaching knowledge to the cat-eared girls in the future. You stay here and wait for me in the main tent. Don't run around. Although the rabbit-eared tribe has a strong recovery ability, Su Cheng was still worried that seeing her want to follow along with crutches would affect her calves. The rabbit-eared girl immediately shook her head. It's okay. I'll walk slower. You don't need to worry about me. If I don't care about you, who will? Su Cheng sighed and simply hugged you around the waist. You're so stubborn. I'll carry you. It's not far anyway. This wasn't the first time she'd been carried in a princess carry. Chun blinked and naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. Okay, does that make you a simp? I still remember that. He laughed, annoyed. What simp nonsense? I was just teasing you. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to grope the guy's butt and then leaned down to kiss it. Giving without receiving anything in return and constantly trying to please others, that's what you call a simp. It's not like I can't reach you. Chun got a little anxious. Her eyes darted around. She quickly hugged him tighter and whispered something. You, how could you kiss someone in public? Don't worry, no one saw them. They're all busy working. Su Cheng walked and laughed. It can't be done if no one sees us. In short, it can't be outside. Then let's go to the main tent to kiss later. I don't want to. The bunny-eared girl glared at him fiercely. She clearly said that he wasn't allowed to kiss her casually. So how did it turn into kissing her somewhere? We kissed outside last time, and I didn't see you react this strongly then, Su Cheng said. That's different. That's in the woods. What a bizarre reason. Su Cheng looked at her and asked, what's the difference between the woods and the main tent? You like paintball, right? What a coincidence. I like it too. The rabbit-eared girl fell silent, lowered her head, and murmured, you can't keep bullying me. Su Cheng bared his teeth. Once your leg heals, I won't be able to bully you anymore, and you'll hit me. I won't hit you. You might as well hit me. Why? I told you I wouldn't hit you. Chun looked up at him. She was mainly afraid of breaking it, so she only ever thought about it. However, Su Cheng said it in a very serious tone. Because I still want to touch you and kiss you. I like you. so I want to be close to you. What about you? Don't you like me? The bunny-eared girl fell silent again, burying her face in her hands. A blush rose to her cheeks, like the sunset glow at dusk. It's pretty and cute. Before long, the two arrived at their destination and saw Feng keep busy at work. She carried 2 huge logs, with 2 more tied to her horse's back, running back and forth between the logging area and the timber yard without breaking a sweat. With that kind of strength and efficiency, one of them is worth several. Before the availability of handcarts, Fenghe was the handcart. She stopped walking only after Su Cheng called out to her. Is there something you need, Su Cheng? First, move 4 thick logs to the main tent for me. Then you can go about your business. The golden Barbie nodded quickly, then looked at Chun, who was being held, and said, How about letting Chun ride on my back too? I'll take her back. No need. She likes being held by me. Su Cheng chuckled. Okay, then pick out the wood you need, and I'll carry it over for you. For the frame of a treadle loom, the wood should be thick, hard, and heavy, preferably a naturally forked tree trunk. The Y-shaped branches can act as natural bearing seats, eliminating the most difficult step of drilling holes. Su Cheng then glanced at the pile of stored timber and pointed to a few pieces. These 4 will do, he said. Once it's delivered, that's all you need to do. I'll find the other materials myself. Like a gust of wind, the centaur girl picked up the log and disappeared in an instant. Su Cheng then looked down at the thing in his arms. This big kid seems to be enjoying being held. Get down here and get to work. Then let go. Chun raised her eyes, her lips slightly moving. As soon as Lord Chun stood on the ground, he immediately reverted to his aloof demeanor, except that his ears were red, which was quite amusing no matter how you looked at him. What exactly are you looking for? She asked. Let me think about the material for the pedal loom. While flipping through the encyclopedia, Su Cheng answered, The frame windmill has already been taken over. Now it's just the warp beams, cloth beams, warp splitting and heeled lifting devices, heeled lifting linkage devices, and weft insertion tools. So complicated? Chun's eyes widened. Say something I can understand. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Su Cheng chuckled, received a glare in return, and continued. After all, this is a machine. No matter how simple it is, it still has quite a few parts. In this pre-civilized era, the pedal loom represented more than just a machine or an everyday item. It represented a technological revolution and a leap in the level of civilization. Improved productivity. Technological advancements. Civilization dimension is elevated. In the simplest and most straightforward terms, it's awesome plus. Hey, don't glare at me. It's just some logs, bamboo strips, ropes, wooden strips, levers and the like. Don't underestimate them because they're simple. When combined, they're very powerful. Su Cheng squatted down and began to explain while searching for suitable materials. The wood for the frame needs to be hard and heavy. The wood used to make the warp beams and cloth beams needs to be straight. It only needs to be about the thickness of a wrist. Then we can polish the surface smooth later. Chapter 155 Happy Things. As for the pedals and heel frames, you need to find woods like pine and cedar, which are lightweight and flexible, and can reduce the weight when pedaling and the resistance when lifting the heels. Picking out the logs one by one, Su Cheng stretched his aching back and legs from squatting for so long, and turned around to say, The final hurdle in making a pedal loom is assembly. Is it difficult? Spring looked at him. It's not so much difficult as it is difficult. The main problem is that we don't have nails, which are the kind of things that can firmly stick 2 things together, like sharp bone spurs. So we have to use the mortise and tenon method. Tenon and mortise? Hee. That's right. This is a very impressive technique. In the era before nails and screws, mortise and tenon joints were definitely the most advanced and precise connection method. We'll also be using it when we build the watchtower later. I still don't understand. Chun pouted, her brows furrowing. It wasn't anger, but rather a sense of helplessness and urgency towards knowledge that was incomprehensible. Su Cheng touched her ear and laughed. I'm teaching you, aren't I? You're so smart, you'll definitely learn it quickly. A lot of knowledge is hard to understand just by listening, but once you get hands-on and understand how it works, it becomes much simpler. She gave a helpless reply and asked, What other materials do you need? I'll help you find them. They brought back all sorts of useful odds and ends to the main tent, and it was already dusk. Su Cheng then went to Lin and the others' place. At that moment, the extracted ramie fibers were already hanging in several rows of ropes. Not far away, a cart was loaded with clay that had been brought back, indicating that Sure Yu and the others had already gone to the riverbank. The cat-eared girls were still banging away with wooden sticks. The fire crackled and burned, with 2 earthenware pots steaming on top. One pot was boiling ramie bark, and the other was boiling soft soap. Luo, holding a wooden spoon, squatted there intently, stirring constantly. Once we finish these tasks, everyone can rest today and have plenty of meat tonight. Su Cheng spoke to the beast-eared girls, then walked over and patted Luo's head. Then he peeked into the earthenware pot and made a sound to remind him. It should be ready soon. Mhee. The little cutie shook her head. She was happy to be able to do what she could. Once this batch of soap is finished boiling, let's go back to the main tent. It'll be time to cook dinner soon, Su Cheng said with a smile. Okay, done. At this moment, Lin finished drying the fibers in her hands and bounced over. Okay, then I'll go find Yu and the others and get some fresh meat to take back. Good. After helping the little cutie finish boiling the soft soap, Lu and the others also finished their work. There's still a lot of ramie bark left. If we work another half day tomorrow, we should be able to finish. Looking at the dried fibers, the fruits of their labor after most of the day, the cat-eared girls felt a great sense of accomplishment and cheered. It's finally over. Let's go divide the meat. Go ahead, Su Cheng waved his hand. Let's go, Meow. Keep up the good work tomorrow. The 4 cat-eared girls stretched their arms, stomped their sore and numb feet, and then ran away. The task of dividing the meat has now been handed over to the clan elders. Yu and the others will break down the hunted prey into pieces and leave the meat there. The cat-eared girls who have finished their work only need to go and collect it. The berries were also placed in baskets and distributed as needed. The food distribution has now changed. Everyone has the same basic amount, but Su Cheng will specifically tell those who do heavy physical labor to eat more. The clan was small, so Su Cheng found it relatively easy to understand and manage, and he didn't find any lazy or good-for-nothing members. Everyone is working hard and contributing their share for the development of the tribe. After everyone left, he pinched the little cutie's cheek. Let's go wash our hands in the pond, then we'll go back. Su Cheng first took some clay from the cart and put it in a jar, then picked up Luo and went to the pond below the cliff to the north. The little cutie squatted by the pool to wash her little hands, then sat down and soaked her feet in the water. After playfully splashing a few water droplets, she looked up and happily grinned at Su Cheng. This scene is so heartwarming. What's making you so happy? Su Cheng laughed along. She shook her head, laughing nonstop. I'm happy to work with everyone, and I'm even happier to be able to spend time with Cheng every day. As long as you're happy. Su Cheng picked up the little cutie from the poolside, helped her shake the water off her feet, then rubbed his face against her tender cheek and said affectionately, I'm happy to have you hug me every day. Then I'll give Cheng a hug every day. As she spoke, Luo stuck out her small tongue and licked it. The nimble tongue, carrying a hint of coolness, stirred something within Su Cheng. What's the point of just licking your face? His hands held the small bottom tightly. Then he lowered his head and kissed it, sucking on the other's tongue. The sun is setting. The towering mountain cast a shadow over half the camp. At the pond below the cliff, only 2 overlapping dark figures could be seen. Become. The little cutie responded enthusiastically, simply locking her feet around Su Cheng's waist and tightly hugging his neck. The surroundings were quiet, and the noise from the distant camp and the flickering firelight seemed to become the background at this moment. Call. After a long while, the 2 stopped, their breathing slightly labored. Looking into each other's eyes, where the restless light and the burgeoning flames were, they instinctively hugged each other tighter. Radish. Su Cheng stopped talking and carried Luo into the deeper darkness, leaning against the cliff wall. He's been staying with Chun these past few nights, and the little cutie has been sleeping at Lin's place. I'm not exactly lonely, but I always feel like something's missing. The kiss just now clearly stirred up something that had been suppressed in both of them for a long time. Are you still taking care of Chun tonight? In the darkness, a green light flickered eerily. Probably 2 more nights. Wah, then I guess I'll just have to wait 2 more nights. What are you waiting for? Su Cheng took a deep breath and said, You think you can just run away after lifting me up? They've already soared to great heights, yet they're still waiting. I also want to sleep with Cheng. The voices stopped abruptly. Following this was a soft groan. The little cutie opened her eyes wide, suddenly grabbed Su Cheng tightly, then slowly closed them, burying her face deeply in his shoulder. 2 dark figures were entangled together. The next second, only heavy breathing could be heard. Half an hour later, Su Cheng carried Luo back to the main tent. After putting down the jar of clay she was carrying, the little cutie jumped down and, with her face flushed, started helping Lin cook over a fire. Chun, who was sharpening his tools, glanced at the two of them and his nose twitched slightly. Didn't Lin say you came back quite a while ago? Yes, where did you all go? Lin, who was tending the fire, looked up and asked. The little cutie didn't say a word, just grinned, occasionally pressing her hand against the animal skin skirt and then stealing a glance at the ground beneath her feet. Chapter 156, Truly Savage. Su Cheng coughed twice and replied. Luo's hands were a little dirty, so I took her to the pond to wash them. Has it been taking so long to wash? Cheng glanced at him. We chatted for a while, about the mortise and tenon joints we were talking about during the day. No problem. I was just studying mortise and tenon joint techniques. Oh dear, I'm starving. Lin, is the meat ready yet? Seeing Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, Su Cheng quickly changed the subject and went closer to the fire to take a look. Almost done. Meow, don't rush, all done. Okay. Su Cheng rubbed the guy's head before going back to Cheng's side and squatting down to examine the parts she was polishing. They're all polished quite well, very smooth. Of course. The bunny-eared girl, easily flattered, instantly pouted with pride. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, What's in that jar you brought? Clay. Su Cheng replied. The most crucial parts of the treadle loom, the heddles and spinning wheels, are best made of fired pottery, so I brought some clay back to make them myself. Can't the tribespeople do it? This needs to be done more carefully, with repeated washing and such, and there are requirements for shape and quality. I'll do it myself first. Oh. Cheng lowered his head to continue sanding the wooden board, then suddenly looked up again. How long will it take to make this pedal loom? If all the parts are ready, it will take about 2 days, because there are some delicate parts in the assembly, such as threading the heddles and hanging the frame. This involves arranging the warp threads of the heddles and fixing the frame. The odd and even warp threads cannot be mixed up. This step cannot be rushed. If it is wrong, everything will fall apart. Then there's the work of setting the warp threads, laying the heddles, threading the heddles into the reed, and so on. Cheng frowned. Sure enough, just listening to it was still a headache. She didn't understand what they were saying at all. All right, it's not like I won't let you help with the assembly. You'll see when the time comes, Su Cheng said. Okay, the meat is almost cooked. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted from the tent, and the sound of Lin slurping her saliva could be heard. Luo echoed. I'll go get you some fruit. After dinner, I tidied up. Lin took Luo back to rest. Su Cheng massaged Lord Chun's legs as usual, and then they cuddled together to sleep. Chun turned her back and gently pressed down on the guy's hand that was resting between her breasts, resting her head on his other arm, her thoughts somewhat chaotic. After a long while, he suddenly spoke. Become. What's up? Su Cheng yawned and hugged her tighter. These soft and fragrant bunny-eared girls have a wonderful feel to them. Next time, don't do it outside, in those grassy areas. Su Cheng blinked, not understanding what she was talking about for a moment. What exactly happened? Call. Chun took a deep breath, then turned over and said seriously, Don't breed in ponds or bushes anymore. There are a lot of snakes and insects at night, and it's cold. What if Luo gets a fever? Holy crap. Su Cheng grinned awkwardly. How did you know? It's not like I can't smell it. She rolled her eyes and spat out in annoyance. When you two came back, you smelled weird, and Luo's complexion was off too, all red. Hee hee. What are you laughing at? Didn't you hear me? The rabbit-eared girl glared at him fiercely. Okay, I know. Su Cheng chuckled twice, then sighed. You're worrying unnecessarily. Let me tell you, where I'm from, many people just take their mats and head into the woods at night. He leaned close to Chun's ear and told her about some of his past experiences. In that park, under that big tree, on that bench. TSK, TSK, TSK. Before long, the rabbit-eared girl opened her eyes wide, and a blush visibly crept onto her pretty face. I learned new knowledge. She found it incredible. Even in their tribes, those kinds of things are done inside tents. Chun frowned and stared at Su Cheng, then let out a cold snort. You guys are really something. After searching for a while, she finally managed to come up with a word. How barbaric. Oh. Su Cheng stared blankly at her, then suddenly felt an itch in his head. Today, someone who seemed like a caveman called me barbaric. Hey, that's great. Oh right. He suddenly shifted his body and shamelessly moved forward a little. What are you doing? His heavy breath hit her face, and the rabbit-eared girl was startled by his actions and became somewhat flustered. I haven't kissed you yet today, Su Cheng said. What do you mean we haven't even kissed yet? Fine, I'll just be your lapdog then, he chuckled. Spring, I'm going to fawn over you. Don't lick it, wah. The harsh words were shut down and soon drowned out by the sound of panting. The bunny-eared girl raised her hand, made a grasping motion in midair, but ultimately didn't pinch or hit him. She slowly landed on Su Cheng's back and gently hugged him. Parting. Okay, I know, I won't touch it anymore. Seeing the flushed face in his arms, almost dripping with moisture, Su Cheng stopped with a mischievous smile. Then, he hugged Chun tightly, took a deep breath on her neck, and then quickly sat up. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Su Xiaoqing was now as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, eager to go into battle. Unfortunately, the bunny girl's leg was still wrapped in a long splint, so it was best not to exert herself too much too soon in order to recover smoothly. As Chun watched Su Cheng get up and put on his clothes again, the confusion in her eyes gradually faded and turned into clarity. For some reason, I feel empty inside. Okay, what are you doing getting up? Hee, I can't sleep, so I thought I'd work out the hemp yarn blanks. He turned his head and said, anyway, it's still early, and the kiln pit has been dug. The sooner we make them, the sooner we can use them. Then I'll go with you. Chun made a move to get up as well, but was immediately stopped by Su Cheng. You go to sleep. I'm not going out. I'll just do it in the big tent. Be good and lie down obediently. After saying that, Su Cheng stood up, covered Chun with straw mats, added some firewood to the fire, and then went to a corner of the tent. Sitting there alone, shoveling mud and sifting clay, building and shaping, he was quite at ease. By the time the clay pieces were finished and laid out, it was already very late at night. Looking back, the bunny-eared girl still had her eyes open, her eyes sparkling, lost in thought. Why aren't you asleep yet? I'm waiting for you, she said. Hey, what are you waiting for me for? Su Cheng smiled, and then washed his hands. Back at the hay bed, just as I was about to lie down, I was called back. Wait a minute. The rabbit-eared girl's voice was soft, but it was crystal clear in the quiet night. What's wrong? Su Cheng looked down at her. No, it's nothing, just stand there and don't move. Immediately afterwards, Chun took a deep breath, sat up, and shifted her position closer to Su Cheng. What's wrong with you? Don't speak. She snorted, then took another deep breath as if she had made a major decision. He reached out and grabbed Su Cheng's animal skin skirt. Chapter 157, The Desolate Wolf Ear Tribe. The rabbit-eared girl sat on the edge of the straw bed, raised her head, her face still flushed, and her eyes filled with an unyielding resentment. Luo said, You like it this way? Her voice was still very soft, trembling slightly, yet carrying a hint of stubbornness. He just stared at Su Cheng, his slender eyebrows furrowed, and his long ears drooped halfway down, as if he were protecting something last. Immediately afterwards, she lifted the animal skin skirt. A cool, clear voice echoed through the tent. Just this once. Early morning. Su Cheng had taken the clay blanks to the Hengxue kiln long ago. Chun slept in late, a rare occurrence for her, and stayed nestled in the straw burlap sack, refusing to come out. She ate something last night and choked on it. Even now, she still feels uncomfortable in her throat and has a strange taste in her mouth that she can't get rid of. Anyway, there won't be a next time. The temperature is a bit low. The rabbit-eared girl muttered something, wrinkled her nose, and then, seemingly to no one, withdrew her head. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. As the sun rises, its warm and gentle rays shine down. The pottery brocade, along with other pottery pieces, had been successfully fired. Only then did Su Cheng return to the main tent and focus on the pedal loom. At this moment, Chun had already gotten up and started helping out. No one mentioned what happened last night, but she would occasionally glance at Su Cheng with a fierce look that seemed like she wanted to devour him. Shouldn't it be normal to feel shy? It's that kind of feeling where you look at someone and they look away, their face turns red and their heart races. Su Cheng was somewhat puzzled, and his lips twitched a few times. This guy is still the same as ever. Unlike the naive Luo or the wild Hongxiang, she remained just as proud and aloof as when they first met. Besides, it wasn't something I did voluntarily. He took action without saying a word last night, and didn't even let him get involved. He didn't even have time to refuse, and besides, who would refuse something like this? So I just enjoyed it. Although her movements were a bit clumsy, she learned quickly. From not knowing where to start to speaking eloquently, it only took about 10 minutes. A true academic genius. To be honest, Su Cheng still feels like he's in a dream. Just a couple of days ago, the bunny-eared girl was still arguing with me about touching her breasts and butt, but I don't know why she suddenly jumped to this level and did this. It really caught people off guard. Oh, by the way, and Luo, this little cutie really tells everyone everything. In the midst of busy work, Su Cheng suddenly remembered something else, and then said, Spring, I'm going to the wolf ear tribe tomorrow. Why are we going again? Chun stopped what she was doing and looked over, clearly unhappy. The date for the joint hunt has been set, so I need to inform her. Why don't you just send Feng He? Chun suggested. She's fast and won't waste any time. I have other things to do. What's up? There's a lot of wool stored in Hongxiang's tent. I plan to take it all, Su Qing chuckled. You can't get Feng He to do this, she can't handle it. Will the big bad wolf agree if you go there? Chun asked suspiciously. She knew that Hongxiang and Suqing had a good relationship, but sheep wool, rabbit fur, fox fur, and other special animal furs and hides were precious items used for warmth in many tribes, and they were not something to be given away easily. She naturally had no idea that the relationship between the two had become so good that they knew each other's depths and shortcomings. Or perhaps they simply never thought about it deeply enough. Faced with the doubts, Su Cheng dared not tell the truth, and rolled his eyes before speaking. I'll get the wool back and promise to knit her a couple of pairs of underwear too. She'll definitely agree. That reason is indeed plausible. Chun was too lazy to pursue the matter further, and simply pursed her lips in agreement. All right, you can decide this yourself. She lowered her head and continued working, muttering softly. Go if you want. You don't need to tell me. That won't work. Su Cheng grinned. We're family, so I'll definitely have to discuss things with you. I'll handle external affairs, and you'll handle internal affairs. We still need you to manage things in the tribe. What do you mean by inside and outside? The bunny-eared girl didn't look up, but the corners of her lips curled up. By the way, how's your leg? Su Cheng asked suddenly after tapping and pounding on it with a wooden mallet. It doesn't hurt anymore. I tried walking around this morning and there was nothing wrong, but I'm still not quite used to it. Chun sat on the wooden stump, stretching her legs out. I feel like I can take this splint off tomorrow. All right, I'll help you dismantle it before I go tomorrow. And she suddenly stammered, raising her eyes to glare. What else? Su Qing looked at her, somewhat puzzled. Go to bed early tonight. Oh wow, there's nothing planned for tonight. Because the ceramic heddle yarn would take about another day to be produced, the assembly of the petal loom was forced to be delayed. Coincidentally, Lin and her colleagues also needed enough time to learn and hone their skills in spinning rami fibers. The negative effects of both cancel each other out. The morning of the second day, Su Cheng removed the splints from Chun, and then, feeling much lighter, led the rabbit-eared girl on a tour of the camp. Seeing that everything was normal and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, he then called Feng He to leave together. Wolf Ear Tribe. Lan and the betrayal of 10 tribesmen had a significant impact on the tribe. The camp was much quieter, and the busiest figures you could see were actually the 6 little wolf ears. They helped the adults gather firewood and wild fruit, their faces getting all dirty, a far cry from their former mischievous selves. The remaining wolf-eared warriors were also reorganized. Blackstone's team took over the northern hunting area, while White Lotus split its forces, with half remaining in the western hunting area and the other half responsible for gathering berries and cutting wood. In just a few days, Hongxiang seemed to have lost a lot of weight. When Su Cheng saw her, the girl was busy chopping down a tree, her stone axe striking the branches with tremendous force, causing the entire tree to shake. The 2 wolf cubs picked up dry branches from the ground nearby, carefully tied them together with straw rope, and put them together. Large beads of sweat glistened on Hongxiang's forehead, and her black hair at her temples was already soaked and stuck together. Her pretty face also looked like it had been through a lot of hardship, and her former boldness had faded, leaving it dull and lifeless. Su Cheng felt a pang of sympathy watching this. The changes in the tribe helped her grow a lot, but he still preferred that carefree, heartless, and wildly unrestrained big bad wolf. Red fragrance. Su Cheng composed himself and called out loudly. The next second, the sound of chopping trees stopped, and Hongxiang's ears immediately perked up, while her tail swayed uncontrollably from side to side. The familiar voice instantly excited her. The guy looked around, and his eyes immediately lit up. Oh, Su Cheng, you're here. With a thud, the huge figure jumped down from the tree. She took a few steps forward and hugged Su Cheng tightly. Chapter 158 Merger. After a while, reluctantly letting go, her big eyes darted around, and she couldn't help but ask. Su Cheng, why did you come alone? Where's Feng He? I saw there were only 4 children in your camp, and the berry baskets they were carrying were quite heavy, so I asked her to help, Su Cheng replied. I asked them, so I knew you weren't far from here. Now that there are fewer people in the tribe, we've let the little ones learn to do chores too. As she spoke, she turned back and waved to the 2 children, saying, Lu, Dajiao, you 2 go back first. I'll talk to Su Cheng for a bit, and then come back. The two little guys nodded, then carried the bundle of firewood and trotted away. Su Cheng still had some recollection of the girl. She was Haishi's daughter, and the boy was Bai his younger brother. Seeing that the two children had disappeared, Su Cheng sighed, looked up at Hongxiang, raised his hands, cupped her face, gently rubbed it, and then touched her ears. You've lost a lot of weight. Hey. The big bad wolf crossed his arms and said, I'm not skinny at all. Smack. Su Cheng patted her pert buttocks, but didn't expose her and continued to ask, how has the clan been these past few days? Nothing else has happened, has it? No, it's fine. She lowered her head, cupped Su Cheng's face in her hands, and kissed him hard. I told everyone that you would provide us with the fire, so everyone is less worried. Thank you, Su Cheng. Smack. Why did you spank me again? Who told you to thank me? So how should I say it? Think for yourself. Su Cheng pinched the guy's cheek again, reminding him seriously, you're my woman, do you hear me? I know. She grinned. With that, he grabbed Su Cheng's hand and headed towards the camp. Su Cheng, let's go back to the main tent and talk about it. I want it. Why is this the only thing you ever think about when I come here? Well, there's nothing I can do about it. You only come every few days, the big bad wolf said, looking aggrieved. Well, I can't do anything about it. I can't keep coming here every day. Su Cheng said helplessly. If Chun finds out, I'm doomed. It's okay, you stinky rabbit, you won't dare hit me. Hongxiang smiled innocently. Why don't you come stay with me and not go back? I'll take care of you from now on. I'm the one taking care of you, Su Cheng said, both amused and annoyed. He glanced at her and added, besides, I've already stayed, and you still won't let me be the clan leader? The big-tailed wolf raised his chin and pursed his lips. I snatched the position of clan leader from the old man. If you want to be the clan leader, you'll have to snatch it from me first. Oh, is this game really this realistic, bro? Who's robbing whom? Me? Or, we could let our child be the child, she said after thinking for a moment, her expression excited. Su Cheng, I've even thought of a name for our child. Su Xiang. I also call it family background. The innocent and simple wolf mother was a bit too much for Su Cheng to handle. He could tell she wasn't joking. She was serious, so he was also seriously considering it. Red fragrance. What's wrong? You are a wolf-eared person, and I am. Well, we are not of the same race, so I'm not sure if we will have children, Su Cheng said earnestly. However, I still hope you understand that even without children, I will still love you and consider you my woman. Su Cheng, why are you like an old man, always bringing up race? Big-tailed wolf pouted. He said the same thing. Yes, after you left last time, I told him about our situation, and he said the same thing about the child. So what do you think? Su Cheng asked, somewhat curious. I don't care, we'll deal with the future later. The big bad wolf snorted. All I know is that I like you, and I want to have children with you. Let's make this clear first. You're not allowed to bite me or scratch me today. Can't I even be happy? No. Then I want to be on top today. All right. 2 hours later. The war ended. After being nourished by the sweet rain, Hongxiang was in incredibly good spirits. Her cheeks also became much rosier. Su Cheng got out of the driver's seat and finally had some time to rest. He lay down in that pure white, tight, and gentle embrace and let out a long sigh of relief. As my thoughts drifted, my eyelids suddenly twitched. This is fucking ridiculous. For some reason, he always felt like he was in some modern app, specifically playing the role of someone who parachutes in. Most importantly, it's free. You're a scammer, aren't you? You at least advertise that you're offering a large sum of money to have a child. Ugh, I'm so ripped off. We need to make up for it. After lying there for a while, he crawled out of the bearskin blanket with his bare bottom exposed and ran energetically to the corner of the tent to rummage through things. Hongxiang looked up and couldn't help but ask, Su Cheng, what are you doing? I remember you had a lot of wool stored here, didn't you? Yes, they're all buried under those animal hides. Oh, found it. Hey, this is good stuff. Su Cheng lifted the animal skin, looked at the piles of pure white wool underneath, and grinned. So much. The tribespeople's underwear is taken care of now. Then he ran back, quickly snuggled into the warm embrace, and rested his head on the 2 mountains. I'll take that wool back with me. It'll be useful. I was planning to use those to make quilts. They'll keep you warm during the coldest winters. I can't give them all to you. What good is a quilt? I'll take it back and make some clothes for you to wear later. Su Cheng said, telling her about underwear, his hand grabbing her buttocks and brushing against her pubic area. Wool underwear is worn inside, and linen clothes are worn on the outside. It's much more useful than a quilt. Besides, during the extreme winter, you will mostly be living in caves, so don't worry. After hearing this, Hong Xiang wrinkled her nose. Su Cheng, I still have 19 clansmen. They also need to wear the underwear and linen clothes you mentioned. Then you have to listen to me and help with the work. Su Cheng said, we don't lack food. We lack manpower to do the work. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Hong Xiang asked. Help us find Rami, flint, iron, ore, cotton, salt springs, and many other things. Of course, you can also cut down trees, hunt, and gather fruit, as long as you're willing. Also, when we hunt, we should leave some of the wild animal cubs we encounter for ourselves. Hong Xiang paused for a moment, then remained silent. A short while later, he reached out and turned Su Cheng over so that the two were facing each other. She couldn't understand the first part, but she could tell that it was some useful material. She understood what came next, but couldn't make a decision. She asked earnestly, Su Cheng, tell me the truth. What exactly do you want to do? This moment, Su Cheng no longer concealed it. I want to merge the two tribes. Chapter 159 is toxic. Just as I expected. Although she could vaguely sense it, hearing it with her own ears still threw Hong Xiang into turmoil. She smacked her slightly dry lips, staring intently into Su Cheng's eyes. After a long while, he raised his chin and snorted. We, the Wolf-Ear clan, don't want outsiders to be our shamans. This guy? Su Cheng didn't hold back either, raising his hand and striking her hard. Smack! A crisp sound rang out from under the covers. This caused the big bad wolf to frown instantly. Do you want it? Don't want. Smack! Do you want it or not? Don't want. Smack! Should we or not? Oh whoa, I'll bite you to death. Finally, the big bad wolf couldn't take it anymore and pounced on him. The bearskin blanket covered the two men, and another brutal bloody battle ensued. Hey, where are you going to bite me? Ouch ouch oh. Half an hour later, two heads peeked out from under the bearskin blanket. The heat, mixed with a scent that made one's heart race and restless, instantly filled the air. Both of them were panting heavily and covered in sweat. It took them quite a while to recover. Hong Xiang took a deep breath, turned to the side, and looked at Su Cheng quietly with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Cheng, do you really want our two tribes to merge? I'm a little unaccustomed to your sudden change in address. Su Cheng lay on her arm, looking comfortably at the top of the tent. That's what they call you, you stinky rabbit, so I'm going to call you that too. Fine, fine, I didn't say no, don't bully Su Xiaoqing. Su Cheng rolled his eyes at her. They're exhausted. How could they possibly get up now? He continued, I'm not kidding, you'd better give me an answer before the extreme winter arrives. Cheng, why are you willing to help the Wolf-Ear clan? Hong Xiang asked in a clear voice. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng reached out and grabbed the blankets covering the two of them, saying irritably, we're both in this state. Can't I at least take care of you? You said the same thing last time. The big bad wolf suddenly hugged Su Cheng tightly, a grin spreading across his face. Cheng, although you're weak, I don't know why, but I really like you and want to have your child. Stop thinking about having children all the time, Su Cheng said helplessly. What are you thinking if you don't want to have kids while sleeping together? The big bad wolf blinked, looking completely matter-of-fact. If it weren't for having a child, would you still be willing to sleep with me? Willing. That settles it then. Su Cheng chuckled. You should think about the merger carefully and do it as soon as possible. It would be best to make a decision after this joint hunt. After all, you're lagging behind quite a bit right now. You need to catch up with the Cat Ear clan. Winter is coming soon, and time is running out. Finally, Hong Xiang nodded as if she had let go of something. Yes, I'll talk to the old man. Aren't you the clan leader? Su Cheng asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, so I'll just talk to the old man. What if he doesn't agree? After hearing about that person's deeds, Su Cheng was very doubtful that he would agree to the merger. However, Hong Xiang grinned. It's okay, if he doesn't agree, I'll pluck all his beard hairs. It's truly a drafty little cotton-padded jacket. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he was about to say something. Then they heard a frustrated voice coming from outside the tent. Snort. It was both infuriating and frustrating. That familiar cold snort made Su Cheng shrink back, quickly sit up from under the blanket, and hurriedly put on his clothes. Hong Xiang was still the same as always, laughing carefree, and stretching out her fair hands towards Su Cheng. Dress me up. Oh, I really owe you something. As Su Cheng spoke, he grabbed the tiger skin coat from the ground and put it on the big wolf woman. After a rustling sound, the two finally dressed themselves and came out of the tent. The old man stood quietly outside, looking at Hong Xiang and then at Su Cheng, his old face full of bitterness. He felt that Su Cheng was poisonous. The last time I came here, my daughter was gone. This time, the tribe is almost gone. After taking a deep breath, He tried to calm himself down, then turned around and walked towards the south of the camp. The weathered voice was filled with untold helplessness. Come with me. There isn't much time. The three of them went to a tent on the south side. They were quite far from the wolf-eared tribe's tents, presumably because they didn't want their conversation to be overheard by others. The old man sat down on a clump of dry grass, pondered for a long time, and then looked up at Su Cheng and Hong Xiang. I do not agree to the merger. The next second, Hong Xiang burst out laughing. Her mouth puffed out, her tail bristled, and she glared fiercely at them. Su Cheng wasn't too surprised, as this answer was expected. Old man, I am now the clan chief, and I agree to merge with the cat-ear tribe. Upon hearing this, Xiao seemed to age 10 years in an instant. His shoulders slumped, and he sighed helplessly. Hong Xiang, the clansmen will not agree. We believe in the will of the Wolf King, and just because something is in the past doesn't mean it's forgotten. They wouldn't be willing to risk their lives for other tribes again. If that weren't the case, Lon wouldn't have taken away just 10 people this time, but all the tribespeople except you and me. Zhao's voice was cold, but what he said was undoubtedly true. Hong Xiang, everyone listens to you because you are strong, because you are the Wolf-Ear King in their hearts. But when it comes to the future, or even the survival of the tribe, many things will change. I believe you can subdue everyone with force, but at the same time, they will also feel resentful towards you because of fear and worry. The old man looked at Su Cheng, his eyes gleaming. I think this is definitely not the result the shaman wanted. That's right. Su Cheng nodded and chuckled. It's true that I need to merge, but there has to be a minimum level of loyalty. I don't want the same thing to happen to the cat-ear tribe. However, don't worry too much. I'm talking about merging, not annexing. I can guarantee that your wolf-ear clan can still maintain its internal system and continue to be managed by Hong Xiang. Anyway, Hong Xiang listens to me, and they listen to Hong Xiang. It's just a different way of doing things. Once the two tribes truly live together, I won't need to deliberately change them, he said confidently. A comfortable life can easily make people become deeply immersed in it. Once they get used to the new way of life, they will naturally integrate into the group. He looked directly at Xiao, his tone becoming more relaxed. I know about the past of the wolf-ear tribe. Actually, to put it another way, I'm neither a cat-eared person nor a wolf-eared person. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if I became a shaman? Yes. This undoubtedly struck a chord with the old man. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why he was willing to sit down and have a proper talk. By eliminating the biggest racial factor, many problems will be indirectly reduced. Xiao squinted, his gaze sharp. Chapter 160 Betrayal. After a long while, he finally let go completely, a deep sense of helplessness showing on his face. Is the joint hunting also for this purpose? That's right. You've been using Hong Xiang all along. No. Su Cheng's voice was firm, and he sat up straight. Like an unshakable high wall. I really like her. Although the process was a bit unexpected, the result will not change. The big-tailed wolf beside him immediately covered his face, its fluffy tail swishing wildly. His excitement was palpable. This is the most straightforward declaration of oath, for all three of them. Xiao felt helpless yet relieved. The complex mix of emotions ultimately forced him to compromise. Okay, remember what you just said. He said in a deep voice, Su Cheng, after the joint hunt is over, Hong Xiang and I will help you. Thanks in advance. Snort. The old man snorted and immediately waved his hand to shoo him away. The matter has been resolved. He didn't want to see either of these two troublesome kids in front of him. Get out, all of you. All right. As she reached the door, Hong Xiang suddenly turned back and gave a charming smile. Old man, you keep an eye on things in the tribe for now. I need to go to the cat-ear tribe with Cheng for 2 days. What are you going to do now? 2 more days. The old man's beard trembled. Are you the clan leader or am I the clan leader? He shouted. We need to discuss the joint hunting, and also, let's get used to life in the cat-eared tribe. It turns out that people can be speechless when they are extremely speechless. It's settled then. Before the old man could even start cursing, the big bad wolf cackled and grabbed Su Cheng, then ran off. The old man is going to get angry. I'd be angry too. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he was filled with emotion. It's a wonder that old Deng has lived this long and hasn't died of anger yet. The two ran back to the main tent. Before Su Cheng could even catch his breath, he was hugged from behind. The big-tailed wolf held him tightly, as if afraid he would escape. Everything quieted down. Time passed slowly. It felt like an eternity had passed. The sound only came from inside the main tent. If you ever dare to leave me or abandon me, I'll bite you to death. The words were calm, yet they evoked a strange sense of heartache. Liquid dripped down and hit Su Cheng. Clear and cool, it seeps into the pores of the skin, touching the soul. At that moment, she hugged him even tighter. It seems she doesn't want to be seen in her vulnerable state anymore. This was also the last time she cried. Hong Xiang was very scared. In reality, he wasn't as composed as he was when facing Owl. Because this time, what was being given away was all the people of the tribe. The I she refers to no longer represents herself. Believe it or not, yes. Are you worried? Yes, you are. The two are not in conflict. Su Cheng could feel the powerful heartbeat behind him, trembling violently, bewildered and helpless, waiting for a reason to calm down. Even if that reason is deceptive. He took a deep breath, gently grasped the hands on his chest, and spoke in a calm voice. No, it won't. Can't do what? Hong Xiang took a deep sniff. Su Cheng turned around, revealing a smile that was both helpless and doting, and raised his hand to wipe away her wet eyes. I won't abandon you. I won't leave you. All right. Come with me and pack up your things. We need to pack up all the wool. It's time to go back. I want to hug you a little longer. You'll have plenty of time to hug me later. What if the stinky rabbit sees this? That's really bringing up the very thing you shouldn't be talking about. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he raised his hand with another crisp sound. The large moon suddenly trembled. Don't worry about it. Get to work. Okay. The two men packed the wool and several fox pelts into a wicker basket and then left the large tent. Now, Phony was playing with the 6 little wolf ears who had finished their work. Some were lying on the horse's back, others were hanging on its arms, having a great time. Seeing Su Cheng come out and wave at her, she stopped. Let's play together again later. She lifted all the little guys off the ground. The 6 little ones immediately swayed and huddled together, laughing loudly. It's a deal then. Come again next time. We're waiting for you. What are you doing? Rockbone, I am your shaman. At the foot of the reddish-brown mountains in the northwest, deep in a dark, dense forest, 6 bodies lay scattered on the ground, and 10 people were digging a pit to bury them, while 2 others stood guard around the perimeter. Meanwhile, Lai Feng, the new shaman of the Yin Tu tribe, was disheveled and dragged like a dead dog to the foot of the mountain, into a hidden cave. His face was ashen as he coldly stared at the 4 people in front of him. Storm, Rocky Bones. And each of them had a soldier with them. He realized he had been deceived. Chao Huang and Shishan were not seriously injured at all. Hesitation before leaving home was understandable, but it's too late to regret it now. 9 members of the Wolf Ear clan and 7 members of the Flame Earth clan. He only had 6 men with him, and they were also ambushed, so they were no match for him. At this moment, both Lan and Yin Gu had cold and crazed expressions on their faces, and the bone knives in their hands were still dripping blood. Where are Chao Wang and Shishanren? Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. Dead. The burly man, named Rockbone, spoke in a cold voice. They both deserve to die just like you. Rockbone, I spared your lives back then, and now you've betrayed me by joining forces with the Wolf-Eared clan. Lai Feng, you're wrong. It wasn't me who allied with the Wolf-Ear clan, Yin Gu sneered. It should be me who joined forces with your Yintu tribe, Lan added from the side. What exactly do you want to do? Lai Feng gasped for breath, his fists clenched. Do what? Yin Gu's face was grim, and something began to burn in his eyes. You made your people kill each other for the position of witch, and now you ask me what I want. He took a deep breath, his voice cold. Lai Feng, it's time to settle our scores. My child, my woman, my friends, all died that night. It was you, it was Chao Wang, and it was Shishan. I will never forget how they died. This Yin Tu tribesman's eyes were filled with flames of hatred. His hand holding the weapon trembled. Lai Feng, however, had a fierce look in his eyes and immediately retorted sharply. Their deaths were all because of Shi Hong. If it weren't for him, how could we have fought? I just needed him to make concessions. I even promised him more food and more women. He refused. He was the one who wanted to fight me. What did I do wrong? As he spoke, Lai Feng's expression suddenly changed, revealing a manic and triumphant smile. What? Rockbone, you dare to kill me. Ha 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 ha. I am now the only shaman in the tribe. If you kill me, the Flame Earth clan will be completely destroyed. You can't even defend Ochre Mountain. You don't even know how to make fire or how to treat injuries. Before long, you will come back to beg me to be your shaman. Now, before I get too angry, let me go back, and I'll let bygones be bygones for what happened today, including your wolf-eared tribe. In a short time, the cave fell silent. The sounds of insects chirping and birds singing outside were extremely jarring. Yes, he is the only shaman in the tribe. Do we really have to go that far? Chapter 161. You guys have it too? Rockbone's gaze shifted, and a flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the rat-eared warrior beside him. Lon did not hesitate at all. His clear mind made him make a decision instantly. He swung the wooden spear in his hand and stabbed it directly into Lai Feng's thigh. Please? No need. Traitors only die. The corpses in your camp haven't even been cleaned up yet. Aoawa. Two voices rang out simultaneously, shaking everyone to their core. Lan's cold laugh and Liefeng's wailing reminded Yin Gu of the tragedy and horror of that night. Yes, they have betrayed us. Given Lai Feng's temperament, how could he possibly let them go? Now, warm blood splattered on Lan's face, and her eyes burned with a fierce and ruthless fire, as intense as the sun. His whole appearance became even more ferocious and terrifying. The fierce wind howled in agony, and when I looked up and met its gaze, I felt a chill run down my spine. Because he saw something familiar in Lan's eyes. Power, desire, ruthlessness. Crazy. At that moment, fear began to grow in his heart, and he looked at Yin Gu as if he wanted to grasp at this last straw. Rockbone, don't be fooled by him. We are the same race. You forgot that I treated you to meat before? However, before he could finish speaking, another splatter of blood appeared. It sprayed directly onto Lai Feng's face. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, unable to believe what he was seeing. A spear pierced through the Rockbone's chest cavity, carrying flesh and blood and warmth. At the same time, a bone knife was plunged into the neck of the rat-eared warrior, and Lon covered his mouth to prevent him from making any sound. In Liefeng's eyes, Lon was like a devil, grinning with a near madness. Then, Rockbone and rat-eared warrior collapsed to the ground. Lon raised her hand towards the wolf-eared warrior and said in a deep voice, "Go tell the others to take action and leave no one alive." From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting anyone go. What is mutual cooperation and mutual restraint? What about restoring the clan chief system, making Rockbone the clan chief, and letting him be the shaman? It's all bullshit. Lon knew very well that he either wouldn't do it at all, or he would do it thoroughly. Once he acquires knowledge, all problems will cease to be problems. He and his people could not go anywhere. But Rockbone was well aware of the drawbacks of this collaboration. But he wasn't as ruthless as Lon, nor as bold, nor as decisive. Even a single threat from Lai Feng could make him waver. Therefore, he has no choice but to die first. The footsteps of the wolf-eared warriors gradually faded into the distance. The surroundings were completely quiet. Lon licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, looking down at Lai Feng, who lay there like a dead dog, her expression gradually turning cold. He pulled the bone knife from his waist and gently placed it on the other person's face. "Now, tell me everything you know. If you don't talk, I'll pierce your legs and hands one by one, then cut off your ears, nose, and tail until you tell me. The secrets of fire-making, the secrets of herbs, all the knowledge you have inherited. I can give you a quick death, but don't try to lie to me." Lai Feng's expression was ferocious. "Lon, even if you gain this knowledge, so what? The Yin Tu tribe will not let you go once they know you killed me and Yin Gu. You won't survive then either." He knew this was his last chance, and his voice trembled slightly. "Cooperate with me, and now that Yin Gu is dead, he deserves to die. I promise I won't hold you accountable, and I can also promise to give your wolf-ear clan the best treatment. If you want to learn, I can teach you as well. I know you just want to live, but do you know that the Wind Spirit clan and the Giant Lion clan over on the grasslands have always wanted to come over? Once they find out about the Flame Earth clan situation, they will definitely try to seize Ochre Mountain. At that time, how will you defend this place?" The cave was eerily quiet. Lai Feng endured the pain and waited, only to see that the man's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were sinister and terrifying. He leaned closer, his voice soft, yet as cold as a chilling wind. "Yin Gu lured you out to get revenge, so he killed you. You died at Yin Gu's hands. What does that have to do with me? Anyone who gets in my way will die." Lai Feng stared at him, his pupils dilated, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. "They won't believe you. Those who know about this are all here, and they will never be able to speak. And Yin Gu, because he killed you, fled into the grasslands with his men." Lan's voice was icy, piercing to the bone. "Don't worry. I will soon be wounded and bring your body back." You're a madman." "That's right," Lan said coldly. Outside the cave, the wolf-eared warrior had returned, his eyes filled with madness, his body and face covered in crimson. Lan's smile grew increasingly cruel. "See, I told you so. Rock Bones and the others have escaped. Now it's your turn." In the blink of an eye, They had already returned to their tribe. Feng He carried 2 large baskets on her back, and Hong Xiang also carried a wicker basket, both filled with white wool and a few pieces of fox fur that she hadn't yet decided what to sew. It's a promise, no arguing. These were the words Su Cheng said most often on the road. Even Feng He was tired of hearing it. Ugh, I know, you're so long-winded. Hong Xiang readily agreed, but Su Cheng didn't believe her at all. After all, both of them have a criminal record, and they can start arguing immediately after just a few words. Before entering the mountain valley, this guy circled the barricades for a while to admire them before quickening his pace to catch up with Su Cheng. Okay, wait for me. Hurry up, it's almost time to open the kiln. I'll take you to see it. What is opening the kiln? You'll know when you go see it, Su Cheng chuckled. Good. The two walked through the forest where logging was taking place, and the tall and graceful Hong Xiang instantly attracted the attention of the cat-eared girls. They still remembered the chieftain of the wolf-ear tribe who had helped them hunt the black bear last time, and they all looked on with curiosity. What is she doing here again? It was the witch who brought her here. Meow, probably for the yak hunting. Meow, are you going to take a lot of our stuff back this time? She also helped the witch, and the witch said it was a reward. I also want the witch to reward me, meow. The witch is watching us. You're clearly looking at me, meow. Meow, she's coming too. The cat-eared girls whispered among themselves and stopped chopping wood. They were somewhat at a loss when they saw such a large wolf-eared girl walking towards them. After all, the difference in physique was too great. Hong Xiang was imposing just by standing there. What are you planning to do now? Su Cheng followed her over and glanced at her. What's so interesting about cutting down trees? It's not good looking. The problem is that the cuts were made a bit too quickly. The last time I came here, there were quite a few trees in this area, but in just a few days, they have been almost all cut down. Apart from a few ancient trees with thick, gnarled roots that require several people to encircle, the rest are basically just bare stumps. Hong Xiang was surprised. After looking around, she noticed the dark object in the cat-eared girl's hand. It looks similar to a stone axe, but the material is definitely not stone. What's that? Okay. She pointed. The axe was made from meteorite iron. Su Cheng chuckled. There was nothing to hide. Siderite. It is what you see as the sacred object that the beast god brought down from the heavens. Oh, it's that black stone. Hong Xiang's eyes widened, and she became even more interested. That thing can actually be made into a stone axe? The old man always thought it was useless, so he just left it there. Oh. Su Cheng's eyes widened, and he felt a little numb. You have some too. Oh my god, why didn't you say so earlier? Looks like I'll have to go back again and take everything. Hong Xiang rubbed her nose and answered. Yes, every time the beast god appears, some large tribes will come out specifically to look for these black lumps. The old man was lucky and found one too, but he examined it for a long time and found that it was useless, so he threw it in the tent. I have heard that some tribes collect them and keep them as sacred objects. Yes, the cat-ear tribe is one of them. Su Cheng grinned and suddenly asked, Hey, if I asked the old man for it, do you think he'd give it to me? Hong Xiang was slightly taken aback. She looked at the iron axe, then at Su Cheng, and instantly understood. He revealed a smug smile. Okay, I can get it for you. Speak, what are your conditions? Let me play with that, and make one for me later too. She pointed at the iron axe in the cat-eared girl's hand and bared her teeth. Su Cheng sighed helplessly, knowing full well that this guy wanted it. How big is that old man's piece? He asked. Chapter 162 New Skill, Showing Off. It's huge. It was quite a struggle for me to move it. Hong Xiang gestured with her hand in front of her chest, and it really was as exaggerated as her breasts. If Big Bad Wolf wasn't exaggerating, then the old man's meteorite iron should be enough to forge at least 4 iron axes. It's so big. How come I didn't see it when I was in his tent? Su Cheng couldn't help but wonder. It takes up space, so he just threw it into the food storage area. Okay, remember to ask him for it when you get back, but whatever you do, don't say it was for me. Su Cheng gave him a word of advice. He was well aware that he had done a lot of bad things lately. First he kidnapped someone's daughter, then he tried to kidnap another tribe. Now he's asking for things again, and old Deng is probably going to beat him out with a stick. Then, he took the iron axe from the cat-eared girl and handed it over. Try cutting down the tree. Okay. Hong Xiang first weighed the axe in her hand, then touched its thick blade and sharp edge. The feel and weight of the axe made her eyes light up. Immediately afterwards, she found a tree, climbed up it in a few quick movements, stepped on a branch with one foot, and braced herself against the trunk with the other, and swung her iron axe down at the fork. Click, click, snap. With 3 swift and decisive kicks, The wrist-thick branch was reduced to nothing but bark, snapped in two by her foot. This speed completely stunned the cat-eared girls. Su Cheng was also speechless. That's really strong. Great, this axe is really useful. Hong Xiang was equally excited. She quickly jumped down from the tree and ran to Su Cheng. Could you give it to me? Stop messing around. Su Cheng rolled his eyes. If we give it to you, what will we use to cut down trees? Go get that piece of meteorite iron from the old man, and I'll forge you an even better one myself. Humph, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't. The big-tailed wolf pursed his lips, looking displeased. Back to the main tent. As soon as the animal skin curtain was lifted, the three people's eyes met, and they were all stunned for a moment. Su Cheng didn't expect that after Chun removed the splint from his leg, he would actually stay obediently in the tent and not go out for a stroll. Moreover, he was learning to spin yarn all by himself. She sat down next to the half-assembled petal loom, practicing spinning fibers with a serious expression. A small roll of finished yarn was already on the ground, and it looked pretty good. Upon seeing the familiar, large figure enter, the two looked at each other in surprise. After a moment of stunned silence, they both came to their senses. The atmosphere instantly froze. But it doesn't seem as cold as before. Why are you here? Chun frowned. Hong Xiang, however, naturally put her hands on her hips and raised her chin slightly. Why can't I come? You'd better not come. I find it annoying. Then I'll insist on coming. As he spoke, the big-tailed wolf stuck out his tongue smugly. Laughing, Chun glanced at her, her gaze shifting, and gave a light scoff. I won't stoop to the level of a child. You're the child. Su Cheng walked between the two like a passerby, pretending not to see or hear anything, silently dumping the wool he had brought back into a corner, and then rolling up the fox fur for storage. Ah, that's good. We didn't really start arguing. It was just a simple bickering. The big-tailed wolf grumbled and whined, while the rabbit-eared girl remained calm and raised her eyes. I won't just wander into other people's tribes. Whoever it is, Cheng called me here. Hong Xiang immediately retorted. Become. The bunny-eared girl's ears perked up instantly. A burning gaze immediately fell upon Su Cheng. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Su Cheng, who was sorting through the wool, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How did the fire suddenly spread to him? He turned his head and glared at Hong Xiang, then sighed. The main problem is that he can't argue back. He can't hurt one of them for the sake of the other. He doesn't want to offend either of these two rascals. They're both his flesh and blood. Faced with Chun's murderous gaze, Su Cheng simply changed the subject. He clicked his tongue and walked over, pretending to look at the silk threads on the ground, and asked, Why are you spinning yarn here all by yourself? Lu and the others are all sitting on the ground. I'm not used to it. The wooden stools in the big tent are much more convenient. The bunny-eared girl answered, not forgetting to glare at him fiercely, clearly knowing that this guy was deliberately changing the subject. This time, Hong Xiang stopped arguing, came over, squatted down, and poked at the silk threads with her hands, then looked up at the strange wooden tool in Chun's hand. You stinky rabbit, what are you doing? Are these tiny, fuzzy things threads? Don't touch things you don't understand. Spring scoffed lightly. Hong Xiang immediately sniffed, clearly displeased. Who doesn't understand? Chengdu has already explained it to me. Chun glanced at her and asked again. Then do you know where these fibers come from? And how are these threads on the ground spun? A short while later. Fine, teach me. The big-tailed wolf looked over angrily. I'm learning this on the spot. Su Cheng was both amused and exasperated, and said speechlessly, Why are you arguing with her? This isn't your job. Spinning yarn and making thread. It seems to have absolutely nothing to do with this tall, imposing wolf-eared woman. Did you hear that? All you can do is hunt and chop down trees. The rabbit-eared girl curled her lips, quite pleased with herself. Suddenly, she subtly shifted her body to the side, revealing the dagger hanging at her waist, and raised her eyebrows. Okay, thank you for the dagger. It's really useful. Ah, that's great. The bunny-eared girl has learned a new skill, showing off. The big bad wolf's gaze was instantly drawn to it. She absolutely adored that small, dark, sharp weapon. Finally, she instantly got angry, looked at Su Cheng, and shouted loudly. Okay, I want one too. Goodness. They've stopped arguing. They've started comparing themselves to others. No wonder people say that Hong Xiang loses more arguments than she wins. Your fighting ability is too weak. Su Cheng was speechless, only thinking about leaving as soon as possible and finding something for this guy to do, and then said, All right, I'll give you one later too. Come on, let's go open the kiln first. Upon hearing that the kiln was about to be opened, Chun dusted himself off and stood up. I'll go too. so that the big bad wolf won't be so frivolous and ruin the pottery. You are you. Hongxiang made a threatening whimpering sound because she was told by Su Cheng not to argue. She was feeling extremely aggrieved. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have been able to endure this grievance. She looked at Su Cheng with pouting eyes. If we don't help them, it would be unreasonable. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he simply raised his hand and flicked Chun Lai's forehead with a crisp, loud sound. That's enough for you. Look at you, being bullied like this. He said seriously. I'll be living in a whole tribe from now on. Can't you make things easier for me? After returning from the kiln pit and obtaining the ceramic hemp yarn, Su Cheng began to continue assembling the petal loom. There were 3 of us when we went, but only 2 of us came back. Chapter 163 Two Mosquitoes. Spring is in an incredibly cheerful mood right now. This was the first time she had ever experienced the joy of showing off. Especially when showing off to the big bad wolf, the feeling is indescribably exhilarating. The main reason was that the dagger was so eye-catching that Hongxiang coveted it, but couldn't touch it. She also had to endure the smug rabbit's constant taunts. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she simply ran into the woods, where at least she could use an iron axe to get her hands dirty. At worst, it's just a matter of helping to cut a few more branches. The large tent became quiet and peaceful again. Chun also knew the importance of the petal loom, so she didn't disturb him and stayed by his side, watching Su Cheng assemble it without blinking. From threading the heddles and hanging the frame, to the connecting foot pedal, then attaching the warp threads, arranging the wires, and threading the heddles into the reed, the whole process takes 5 or 6 hours to complete. It was now completely dark, and a few fires lit up the camp. Chun lit a fire in the large tent, busy preparing the evening's food while listening to the lively sounds of the tribespeople outside. Not long after, Luo and Lin returned. Lin carried some of the berries they had shared, while Luo carried a lot of spun yarn. Hongxiang followed behind, also carrying some yarn. Perfect timing, I'll set up the machine. Seeing the large amount of yarn, Su Cheng couldn't resist either. I have to try out this brand new petal loom. He immediately moved the wooden block over, first shaking the warp beam to tighten the warp threads, and then applying animal fat to all the rotating friction points. Luo, Lin, Chun, and Hongxiang all gathered around, full of curiosity and excitement, watching expectantly. Let's weave. With a soft murmur from the little cutie, Su Cheng sat up straight. He was also looking forward to seeing if the machine he was using by hand could successfully weave cloth. Despite being a novice himself, he still made sure to teach Chun and the others the operating procedures. Step on the pedal, the shed opens, then throw in the shuttle and pull the reed to bend the weft. If you follow everything in the encyclopedia, you won't go wrong. Because it's a new machine, and it's still being tested and broken in, there will definitely be issues like broken wires and unclear openings at the beginning. Su Cheng wasn't in a hurry. He just tried and failed step by step, gradually getting back on track. Squeak, swish, clang, squeak, swish, clang. The rhythmic sound of the petal loom echoed in the tent, seemingly connecting with the heartbeats of the animal-eared girls, transforming into a beautiful melody in the flickering firelight. They stared intently at the orderly rows of spinning threads, the wooden shuttle moving back and forth, and the piece of cloth gradually emerging, their eyes shining even brighter. It's finished, Lin exclaimed excitedly. Is this cloth? Luo leaned closer to examine it, then reached out and gently touched it with her finger. It was so light, so very light, that she stopped the moment her fingertip touched the fabric, as if afraid of breaking it. Chun and Hongxiang both stared wide-eyed, so much so that they didn't even notice each other when they were huddled together. The white linen was slowly seeping out, smooth and dense. In the eyes of the Kemonomi girls, they were already breathtakingly beautiful. They still couldn't understand how those individual, row-thin threads were so tightly bound together to become a rough, flat piece of linen. It happened right before my eyes. That's amazing. They had woven ropes and wrought tin baskets, but compared to those, the complexity was worlds apart. Squeak, swish, clang, squeak, swish, clang. The pleasant and precise rhythm suddenly stopped. But the 4 beast-eared girls, who were already deeply captivated, remained lost in their own world for a long time. Hey, don't crowd there, let me see too. Su Cheng squeezed in, shouting, and reached out to pick up the little cutie at the front and move him to the side. At this moment, the group came to their senses. Chun and Hongxiang looked at each other and immediately separated in disgust. How's the weaving going? The rabbit-eared girl had no time for bickering and asked eagerly. Lin also took a deep breath, waiting for the answer. Hongxiang, however, did not continue looking at the cloth. Instead, she excitedly wagged her tail and stared intently at Su Cheng. Oh dear, this is the man I chose. That's amazing. It's decided. From now on the child's name will be Su Xiang. Then go and show off to the old man. On the other side, Su Cheng leaned closer and carefully touched the burlap. His expression gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. The weaving is all right. Aside from the slow speed, there aren't many other problems. After all, it's assembled from the most basic materials, and many details still need improvement. Then he turned around and grinned at the four of them. It's done. After a brief silence, there was an excited cheer. The two animal-eared girls, one big and one small, instantly hugged each other and jumped up happily. Hee, Cheng Zhen is amazing. It's woven into cloth, meow. Now we'll have clothes to wear. No more feeling cold, meow. Chun was busy pulling the two who were having fun to the side. You two stay away from the machine, don't crash into it. This was something Su Cheng had worked on for 2 days, and it was a treasure that could be woven into cloth. She valued it more than anything else right now. When they turned around again, they found that Su Chengren was gone. The weak witch in her own family was being held in Hongxiang's arms and had her face rubbing against her. Okay, you're amazing. I knew I made the right choice. The big-tailed wolf wagged its tail excitedly. Then came a flurry of kisses. The bunny-eared girl was stunned for a moment. It felt like the sky had fallen. The whole world went dark. Big bad wolf. Shut up. So that's how it is. Inside the quiet tent, the fire crackled. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Shi Yu and Shi Ling, who had been summoned, sat around the fire, their eyelids twitching as they listened to Su Cheng spouting nonsense. But don't worry, I've already killed those 2 mosquitoes. He said seriously. Hey, you guys have to be careful in the future. The mosquitoes in this mountain valley are too fierce. One bite, and you get such a red bump. As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 generals sitting next to him. Chun and Hongxiang both had serious expressions, sat upright with their backs ramrod straight. But each of them had a red mark on their face, which looked quite comical. Their chests were still heaving. One person's left cheek turned red, and the other person's right cheek turned red. At first glance, it looks quite symmetrical. At this moment, Lin and Luo each held a small earthenware jar, the larger one taking care of Chun and the smaller one taking care of Hongxiang. They used fine animal hair to dip into the herbal juice in the jar and gently wiped the red patches on their faces. Luckily, Su Cheng pulled them apart quickly, and the 2 clowns only managed to exchange 1 punch. It's better to say something than to say it. The beast-eared girl's physical strength was also quite good. With this punch, there was a heavy thud. The 2 were evenly matched in strength, and the redness and swelling were only a little bit. If it were Su Cheng, the ratio would probably be 30 to 70. Yes, the body is divided into 3 parts and 7 parts. At this moment, Shi Yu shrank her neck and asked weakly, "Which, shall we still discuss the yak hunt?" To be honest, all she wanted to do right now was take Shi Ling back to sleep. It was obvious the 2 of them had just had a fight. Chapter 164 150,000. One should not linger in a place of trouble. Everyone knows that Chun and Hongxiang don't get along. I just don't know what caused the fight. Of course we need to discuss it. Su Qingdao. He looked around and then began. First, let's count the number of combatants. Our cat ear tribe has 7 warriors, and the wolf ear tribe has 12 warriors. There are 9 yaks in total, 6 large and 3 small. After saying that, he nudged Hongxiang with his hand. Is there a problem with the wolf ear tribe? No. The big-tailed wolf turned its head and wrinkled its nose. 7 people? Shi Yu's eyes lit up, and she asked, "Which, is Chun also participating this time?" Yes. Su Qing nodded. In a few more days, her leg will be fully healed, so there's no need to worry about her combat capabilities. As he spoke, he pushed his right side with his hand, asking, "Are you all right?" Chun turned to look at him, her lips moving slightly. "No. All right. Next is the strategic plan." Su Qing thought for a moment and continued. This time it's divided into 2 phases. In the first phase, Chun will be in charge of bringing the killer bee nest into the yak herd, and then escaping by waterway, so that the killer bees and yaks will fight each other first. Upon hearing this, Chun recalled Su Qing's earlier talk about teaching her to dive, but she was somewhat puzzled. Why did you try to escape by water? Because killer bees are too good at chasing. Su Qing looked at her. To exaggerate a bit, these little things can chase you all the way from the riverbank to our camp. They won't let you go unless you dive into the water. Once they are in the water and lose their target, they will turn to attack the herds of yaks that are destroying their nests. So, the person who does this must first be agile and fast, and secondly, they must be good at swimming. Upon hearing this, Hongxiang, who was standing nearby, crossed her arms and suddenly interjected. All right, why go through all that trouble? Our two tribes together have 19 warriors. Let's just fight them directly. Become. Upon hearing this title, Shiryu was taken aback. Her gaze then lingered between Chun, Hongxiang, and Su Cheng, as if she had suddenly realized something. Her pointed ears perked up instantly, and her eyes gleamed with gossip. The reasons for everything have now been explained. No wonder they started fighting. She looked at Su Cheng again, her heart filled with admiration and respect. Our witch is amazing. It seems like life won't be easy from now on. Hongxiang finished speaking. Before Su Cheng could speak, Chun couldn't help but scoff. Do you think everyone is as reckless as you? Have you considered how many of your people would be injured if you charged straight in? There's no hunting trip without getting hurt. Hongxiang raised an eyebrow, unyielding. And I'll be at the forefront. All right, I'd like to see whether you kill those yaks by ramming them or they trample you to death. You stinky rabbit, if you want to fight, come at me again. Come on, come on. I'm so damn angry. Okay, stop. Su Cheng quickly interrupted, feeling utterly exhausted. If you two don't behave, you'd better go back to sleep. Seeing that the two of them remained silent, he took a deep breath. Chun is right. He paused, then added, Hongxiang is right too. Su Cheng felt really tired. He had to break down every sentence into two parts and consider the feelings of the two lively characters. A direct attack is certainly possible, but unnecessary. In general, what I need to do is to achieve the greatest benefit with the least cost. Least cost, greatest benefit? Shiryu blinked, trying to understand the sentence. Yes, the era of blindly rushing in is over. You must learn to hunt with wisdom and use every means at your disposal to defeat your opponents. It's the same principle as making traps to catch prey. Su Cheng smiled slightly and continued the previous topic. As I just said, the first phase is Chun's responsibility, letting the killer bees and yaks wear each other down. What we need to do at this time is blockade. When the yak herd starts to go crazy and riot, we will immediately enter the second phase, encirclement. Utilize the advantage of the spear throwers to throw long spears from a great distance and drive all the yaks that are trying to escape back. At this moment, Hongxiang suddenly frowned and asked, Okay, then what do our Wolf Ear Clan warriors need to do? Nothing needs to be done. What's the meaning? They just need to watch. Su Cheng looked serious, not at all like he was joking. If we have to do something, then let's call it the third phase. Help with the cleanup, sweep up the battlefield, and bring back the yak carcasses. Fine. Hongxiang seemed to understand, her chest heaving violently, her voice loud and angry. You're insulting them. Do nothing and just wait to share the final victory? Is that still a victory? This is undoubtedly the greatest mockery of their wolf-eared warriors. If it hadn't been Su Cheng who said those words, she probably would have already thrown a punch at him. Even so, anger made the wolf-eared girl's fur stand on end, and her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Okay, are you serious? She stood up, her tall figure completely obscuring Su Cheng, and her green eyes sent chills down one's spine. The fire seemed to be affected by anger, the flames flickering wildly and making a hissing sound. The little cutie was startled, but still resolutely stood in front of her. Sister Hongxiang, don't scare Cheng. Spring didn't move because a hand had already pressed down on her leg. Su Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he looked up at Hongxiang, their eyes meeting. Hongxiang, I am not insulting them. His voice wasn't loud, but it was crystal clear in the quiet night. He didn't explain, but calmly stated another fact. A killer bee nest can conservatively be estimated to contain 30,000 to 80,000 worker bees. Even if we only take the middle value, it still contains a full 50,000. And there are 3 nests over there, so there are at least 150,000 worker bees. You may not understand what 150,000 means. 10 times 15, then 10 times, then 10 times again, and then 10 times again. This is a number you can hardly imagine. It is a number that can block out the sun and completely block out the sky above our heads. If their corpses were piled up, they could even fill the pond behind the camp. When so many killer bees rush into a herd of yaks, there is only one outcome. The 3 smaller ones can't run fast and have thin fur, so they'll be covered by the swarm of bees in an instant. Their painful struggles will attract more worker bees to attack them. It might only take a few minutes, which is about the time it takes you to take a shower or a quick bath, before they die from acute stings and anaphylactic shock. Upon hearing this, Hongxiang was stunned. Not only her, but also Shiryu, Shirling, Chun, Luo, and Lin were all stunned and shocked. They couldn't believe that the 3 calves had died so easily. Su Cheng's voice continued, while Hong Xiang, who was furious, had lost much of her momentum. Chapter 165: The Art of Soothing. The adult yaks will be driven mad by the excruciating pain and start charging around wildly. But doing so will not be enough to shake off the killer bees that are attacking their faces, eyes, and nostrils. Before long, their eyes and nostrils will be severely stung by the swarm of bees and their venom, which may even lead to vision loss and respiratory edema. These adult yaks will eventually suffer from respiratory suffocation due to inhaling too much venom, or systemic shock due to the accumulation of toxins. They will suffocate to death, and the process will take about 20 or 30 minutes. Even if 2 of them are particularly strong and survive, they won't have much of a chance to live. All the 6 cat-eared girls have to do is stab them a few more times and let them die in peace. As for the killer bees, they won't survive either. This is related to their physiological structure and attack methods. Because yak skin is naturally thick and tough, tighter and more elastic than our skin, the killer bee's barbed stinger will get stuck in the yak's skin. Once it struggles and flies away, not only will the stinger be left behind, but its venom sacs, digestive tract, and even internal organs will be forcibly pulled out. Thus, the killer bees and the yak herds will all die in this struggle. What we need to do is clean up the battlefield. After saying that, the tent was quiet. Everyone stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard in disbelief. Okay, you're not lying to me. Hong Xiang's voice trembled slightly, and she herself couldn't tell whether it was from excitement or from the shock and fear of this hunting method. No, Su Cheng said. Even if my deduction is wrong, the results should not be too different. Are those killer bees really that powerful? Or rather, Su Cheng, who came up with this method, was even more impressive. This is the power of wisdom. It can turn everything usable into a terrifying weapon. Those killer bees were Su Cheng's weapons. However, Hong Xiang still found it hard to accept. Her fighting instincts were resisting, as if telling herself that hunting shouldn't be like this. At this moment, all the anger in her heart had vanished. This is the method I can think of that consumes the least and yields the greatest benefit. The only one who needs to face the danger is Spring. She must handle the hive swiftly and efficiently and be extremely fast. The beehive isn't too far from the yak herd, but that distance is the most deadly. Su Cheng looked up at Hong Xiang and coughed lightly. Sit down and talk properly. The tall, slender figure paused, then deflated as if sullen, wrinkling her nose and sitting down in frustration. Hong Xiang, do you understand now? I didn't insult them, but this is the truth. Hunting those yaks basically doesn't require their help. Even the cat-eared warriors probably don't need to put in much effort. Then why did you mention joint hunting? Hong Xiang snorted, pouting. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng laughed. That's the second option. What second set? Hong Xiang asked curiously. It means abandoning the killer bees and directly hunting the yaks, using spear throwers, traps, and all other means to kill them together. Su Cheng looked at Hong Xiang with a serious expression. But doing so will require a lot of time and preparing more weapons. Your people may also be injured during the battle. What do you choose? This was my initial idea, because my original intention was not to hunt all the yaks. I wanted to capture the 3 smaller ones alive. Choosing to use killer bees meant giving up the baby yaks, so it was also a choice for me. Hong Xiang fell silent. Silence speaks volumes. Although she said that hunting always involves getting hurt, deep down she also didn't want that to happen. After a long while, she took a deep breath and looked at Su Cheng pleadingly. Okay, can we at least make sure they don't do nothing? Su Cheng could sense Hong Xiang's helplessness. I only heard it, so it might not be that real yet. But when the day of the hunt actually arrives, those wolf-eared warriors might be even more wretched than she is. In the end, Su Cheng softened and sighed. Then let's do something. Do what? Chop down trees and make spears, the more the better. He said, let them participate in the encirclement as well, and I will teach them how to use the spear throwers. You absolutely must not get close when the bees are attacking the yaks, if you don't want to die. Of course, you need to go back and communicate. Those who are willing to learn can come over in the next few days, and I won't force those who are not willing to learn. Late at night, Su Cheng came out of Chun's tent with a small pottery jar in his hand. It took him quite a bit of effort to appease the guy. Yes, skill with hands. The curtain was drawn, and one could vaguely see inside. The rabbit-eared girl was curled up, her hands tightly pressed against her animal skin skirt, her face flushed, both ashamed and angry. Sleep well, get up early tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to swim. He turned back and gave instructions, and the tent was quiet for a long time before he spat out a sound. No. Okay, I'll head back then. He said he would go back, but after taking 2 steps, Su Cheng turned, and went to the large tent next door. Because there's someone here who needs to be coaxed. Ugh, this is so difficult. Peek inside through the curtain. He was fast asleep, covered with some dry grass, and was probably having a sweet dream, making smacking noises with his mouth. On the other side, Hongxiang lay with her back turned. The fire behind her almost burned out, leaving only a faint glow illuminating her upright body. When Su Cheng lifted the curtain, he noticed that the big bad wolf's ears twitched twice, clearly indicating that he wasn't asleep. He tiptoed in and slowly walked to the hay bed. I lowered my head and met a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. The wolf-eared girl lying on the hay suddenly pouted and looked up at him. Ever since returning to the main tent, Hongxiang has been pondering Su Cheng's words and imagining the hunting scenes he described. She had never imagined that hunting would be so easy, to the point that she began to doubt the past. Get up, let me put some more medicine on your face. Su Cheng whispered. Oh. The big bad wolf didn't mince words and quickly sat up. Tonight, Chun slept in her own tent. The two weren't far apart, and with Feng He also there, she seemed much more docile. Why aren't you asleep yet? Su Cheng dipped the animal hair in the medicinal juice, looked at the pale red mark that would soon heal, his lips twitched, and he pretended to wipe it a couple of times. I can't sleep, Hongxiang grumbled, then suddenly twitched her nose, sniffed, and looked disgusted. You went to that stinky rabbit's place. Yes. It tastes really weird. As she spoke, she grabbed Su Cheng's hand and shoved it into her ample bosom. That way, you can mask her smell. That's exactly right, it's weird. Su Cheng's lips trembled slightly, but he said, You two have such a keen sense of smell. If that happens, how will they manage to sneak out and have sex? They'll be living in constant fear. Chapter 166, You can't run faster than her. Of course, it's a hunting instinct. The big-tailed wolf said smugly, but his face fell instantly, and he pouted and said, Okay, weren't we stupid when we hunted before? We never cared about getting hurt, we just went for it blindly. What's wrong with acting recklessly? Su Cheng simply sat down in front of her, reached up with his other hand, and patted the guy's head. The fluffy tail finally seemed to regain its vitality and started to wag slightly. Besides, I don't think you guys are stupid at all. Hongxiang enjoyed the caresses without making a sound. Su Cheng continued, You were born in this cruel forest, and you can only survive by relying on stones, bones, and claws. This innate fighting instinct and courage is something that no one can laugh at. You are not only not stupid, but also very smart. You know how to pick up stones, break off branches, sharpen the bones of wild animals to make weapons, and use fire to cook food. From that moment on, you have been showing wisdom. Using one's own strength to hunt, and using external forces to hunt are essentially no different. Whether it is swinging one's fists or tearing with one's teeth, it is also a manifestation of wisdom. That at least means he's not stupid. As for using external forces, there are many ways, Su Cheng suddenly asked. Have you ever seen wild animals fight? I have seen it. The wild animals in the forest also attack each other and eat each other's flesh, Hongxiang said. Yeah. Didn't you ever think that once they've fought to the point of exhaustion and injury, you could just run over and kill them both with a single blow and bring them back? At worst, one will die and the other will be injured. Unless the difference in strength is too great, there's not much to see. Just focus on the stronger one, and you can even pick up the dead one along the way, he continued. The big-tailed wolf stared wide-eyed at Su Cheng, the light in its eyes gradually brightening from gray to sparkling like a blazing fire. You can do this? Why can't we do it this way? Su Cheng smiled. In the past, we would rush at the prey as soon as we saw it, and then the wild animals would stop fighting and run away in fear. Recalling these hunting experiences, Big-tailed Wolf seemed very happy, and his tone became cheerful. However, the harvest is always greater when something like this happens, as it's easy to catch the injured prey. Right? Su Cheng looked at her, stroked her fluffy pointed ears again, and tried to explain in more detail. This method is called, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. When the two fight, one of them will inevitably be injured. So, as the third party lying in ambush behind them, wouldn't it be easier for you to subdue the loser? What you discover by chance during a hunt can be considered a passive gain, but if you cleverly apply this concept, you can turn passivity into activity. This method is especially effective when used against powerful beasts. I think I understand. Okay. Hongxiang blinked, her initial frustration gone, replaced by excitement. You've got the killer bees and the yak herd fighting, like the classic, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits scenario. Yes, but this method is not applicable in all situations. Think about it. The bear we hunted earlier had lived in this forest for so long. Why didn't it fight with the killer bees or the yaks? It was just that the characteristics and location of the killer bees gave us this opportunity. If it were other ferocious beasts, we would have to think of other methods. Wisdom is about being flexible and adaptable. Su Cheng took a breath and said, "You'll have to observe, think, and come up with solutions yourself. That's what it means to hunt with your brain." Hunting with strength and hunting with brains are both methods of hunting, but the latter is more diverse and has more possibilities for victory. However, we must never deny our past because of this. Strength is the foundation of everything and is irreplaceable. Especially for beast-eared girls like Hongxiang, their strength is enough to overcome all magic, and that's no exaggeration. Wisdom and strength complement each other and are the strongest. Just like me, although I have a lot of knowledge, I need your strength, whether it is Chun, you, or the other warriors in the tribe. Your fighting instincts are what make me feel safest and are also the best help for me to use my wisdom. Do you really need me? Okay. The big-tailed wolf's tail swayed. Real. Hee hee. Looking at the wolf-eared girl with her silly smile, Su Cheng also smiled, paused, and continued. Just like this hunt, what I need is Spring's speed and agility. I can do it too. Why won't you let me go? Hongxiang grumbled. You can't run as fast as her. Oh woo. Look at you. You're in such a hurry again. Su Cheng grinned, letting the guy bite his palm, the sharp canine teeth rubbing against his palm, revealing both caution and mischief. He looked at the wolf-eared girl, whose emotions had returned to normal, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, you're not stupid, and neither are your people. This doesn't mean you should give up your rich experience and methods from the past, but rather that you should learn to accept them and try to use your brains to make hunting simpler and easier. This joint hunt will broaden their horizons and will be a new beginning in their lives. Okay, I understand. All right. The big bad wolf released its mouth and licked Su Cheng's palm. By the way, were you about to hit me earlier? Su Cheng suddenly asked with a smile. The big-tailed wolf tilted its head and answered. I'm angry, but I won't hit you. You're my man, and I'll just ignore you for now. Are you still angry now? I'm not angry anymore. Su Cheng pinched her cheek before standing up. Then I'll go back now. You should get some sleep. Can't you stay and sleep with me? She pouted. Not today. Why? Spring knows I've come to you. Su Cheng grabbed a handful of the woman's ample breasts and said, all right, let's do it later. It's the middle of the night. Don't you two start fighting again. Hongxiang snorted, grabbed Su Cheng's face unhappily, and kissed him hard. Then I will go back tomorrow and have a good talk with my people. I won't stay another day. No, I can't sleep with you anyway. All right. Su Cheng nodded, then suddenly reminded him. Remember to get that piece of meteorite iron from the old man. Don't forget. Oh, I know. After leaving the main tent, Su Cheng glanced at the tent not far away opposite. Really? The animal skin curtain swayed slightly. There was a rustling sound coming from inside. Chapter 167, That Won't Do. Su Cheng had a toothache and wondered what he would do in the future, so he quickly returned to his own tent. He thought Luo was already asleep, but when he came in, he found that the little cutie was waiting obediently with her big, bright eyes open. She lay on the hay bed, covered with a blanket woven from grass, and grinned sweetly. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Su Cheng said cheerfully. Not long after, Su Cheng put the small jar down before walking over. He pulled back the blanket, just about to crawl inside, when his eyes widened in shock. A small, pure white creature. It's completely bare. I've been eating and sleeping well lately, and I've really gained quite a bit of weight. Where are your clothes? I've taken them all off, the little cutie said with a grin. Aren't you cold? Su Cheng said, quickly crawling inside and covering himself with the blanket. He then reached out and pulled the person into his arms, supporting their buttocks with one hand and wrapping his arms around their back with the other, holding them tightly. The little cutie naturally lay down on Su Cheng, twisting her body slightly, burying her face in his chest and wagging her tail. It won't be cold anymore now that Cheng is back. Then you'd better hold me tighter. Su Cheng smiled. I'm actually quite cold right now. A cold wind was blowing outside, and you couldn't even see the moon. I reckon the weather won't be too good tomorrow either. Suddenly, the little darling in my arms became restless again and burrowed deeper into the blankets. Her soft, sweet voice was so endearing it made your ears tingle. What? Su Cheng asked. Dry. The familiar answer caught Su Cheng off guard. He looked down in complete shock and saw the little cutie smiling happily at him, her little hands exploring everywhere. Okay, I'm coming. In just one exchange, Su Xiaoqing was caught and accurately thrown into the pot. That's it. The little cutie has been completely corrupted. A short while later. Okay, are you still cold? A soft, panting voice rang in my ears. Su Cheng cradled that softness in his palm and hummed through his nose. What's so cold about this? They messed around like this for more than half an hour. The restless grass bed finally quieted down. However, another half a day passed. The calm grass and foliage rippled slightly once more. Su Cheng was feeling a little sleepy, but he was instantly wide awake again. You're coming again? He grabbed the blanket and peered inside. Then I saw a rosy face, bright, sparkling eyes, and a spirited demeanor. The little mouth is open, and it's grinning with its teeth showing. No, hee. Su Cheng's lips trembled. I want it. The little pervert truly lives up to his name. Perhaps because she had been spending the last few nights with Chun, Luo had accumulated too much energy. The clouds were shifting in the first half of the night. It rained in the latter half of the night. The mischievous little wolf-eared girl tried out all the tricks she had learned. Su Chengdu didn't know when he fell asleep, and when he woke up it was already noon the next day. The bed was empty, with only the scent of radish remaining. On the floor beside the bed, lotus leaves were piled high with cooked meat and fruit. In addition, there was a rough and harsh rustling sound. Su Cheng rubbed his eyes and sat up. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chun squatting not far away, patiently and carefully sharpening a dagger. The gleaming blade flashed with a cold light, and the rabbit-eared girl's red eyes swept over, instantly startling Su Cheng awake. Ahem, good morning. He quickly greeted them. Chun glanced at him with disdain in her eyes. It's still early, it's almost noon. I'm too tired, there's nothing I can do. Who told you to stay up so late last night? Chun snorted, dipped the sharpened dagger in water, and then tested its sharpness with her finger. Then she stood up and walked straight over. The big bad wolf went back early this morning. Yes, she told me last night that she needed to go back and inform her people so they could come and help cut down trees and learn how to use the spear thrower. Anything else? Chun crouched down, leaned closer, and stared at him with an unfriendly look. What else? Su Cheng's heart tightened. You stayed in the main tent for so long last night, and that's all you said to her? You didn't do anything else. Otherwise what? Su Cheng answered instantly, very loudly. He couldn't back down at a time like this. What could I possibly do with her? Fenghe is still here. How can you doubt me? Besides, it was all because of the two of you fighting. After I applied the medicine for you, I couldn't just leave her without applying it too. I have to show basic hospitality, right? Happen. Fenghe poked his large forehead through the curtain. It was unclear what he wanted to do, but after glancing inside and listening to the conversation between the two, he ran away without looking back. She had no intention of testifying for witchcraft. Last night, Su Cheng and Hong Xiang did not have any offspring. She woke up halfway through and saw the two of them touching each other's breasts and kissing. I don't know if I can say these things, so running away is the most practical thing to do. Su Cheng glanced at the swaying curtain, his lips twitching a few times. He turned back to face Chun and said righteously, put the knife away first. I'm scared. You really didn't do anything? No. Humph, I'll believe you for now. Chun wrinkled her nose, wrapped the dagger in animal hide, and hung it back on her waist. Then, he began to give serious instructions. Big-tailed Wolf is the chieftain of the Wolf-Ear tribe, and you are the shaman of the Cat-Ear tribe. Therefore, you two can only be good friends and cannot have anything else happen between you, understand? After that, the two tribes merged, and I became their shaman as well, Su Cheng retorted. No, that won't do either. The bunny-eared girl glared at her instantly. In short, a big bad wolf won't do. Fine, she's no good, but you are. Su Cheng was speechless. In short, let's just get by for now. He's already taken on the form of a big bad wolf, so what's the big deal about whether he can or can't do it? The problem is, given this situation, what will happen when she finds out the truth? I only kissed him yesterday. Count the birds. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Putting aside these random thoughts, Su Cheng glanced around the tent and quickly changed the subject. Where's all the wool I brought back yesterday? Luo and Lin took it to deal with. Didn't you teach them how to use soft soap to remove oil from wool? Chun replied as she stood up. We were thinking of spinning the wool into yarn first, so we could weave it into cloth and make underwear. It's not that it's not possible. I'm waiting to wear it too. Su Cheng nodded. The days of being in neutral were almost over, and he felt a little excited about it. So, when are we going to learn to swim? Chun continued to ask. The date for the yak hunt had been set, and she naturally needed to make all the necessary preparations. Moreover, she was well aware of her importance and the dangers involved in this hunt, and knew she could not afford to be careless. Looking at her serious expression, Su Cheng couldn't help but confirm again. Are your legs really okay? If it's really not okay, let Hongxiang go. She's probably fast enough, but she's too big and might not be agile enough. No problem, Chun said, giving him a reproachful glare. Didn't you check again last night? That's right, I almost forgot. Su Cheng grinned mischievously. When will you teach me? Let's eat first. I'm so hungry right now, Su Cheng said, rubbing his stomach. Chapter 168, The Real Deal. After eating the food that Luo had prepared, Su Cheng ate a few more fruits and drank a bowl of water. Only then, satisfied, did he call Chun to leave the main tent. The two first visited the Rami processing base, where rows of fibers were drying in the sun. Luo and Shan were removing oil from the wool, while Lin was using a wooden brush to further refine the wool. Feng He was still moving timber suitable for building a petal loom. He had gone to the main tent earlier, probably to ask about this. After all, we will be weaving a lot of cloth in the future, and one petal loom is simply not enough. Su Cheng then told her some methods of identification and the requirements for the wood. After staying there for about half an hour, the two left the camp. The pond behind the large tent wasn't suitable for teaching swimming, so Su Cheng decided to go directly to the riverbank. Chun carried a wicker basket containing clean animal skin clothes for changing, as well as some food and miscellaneous items. The two walked slowly through the woods, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Familiar whistles mingled with the howls of wild animals, indicating that Shi Yu and her companions had found some prey again. They had not been out of the camp area for long. Chun suddenly stopped, tugged at her animal skin skirt, and turned to glare at Su Cheng. Throughout the journey, she felt the gaze behind her never leaving her face, moving up and down, never shifting, and the places it landed on made her cheeks feel hot. What are you staring at? Look at your legs, Su Cheng said with a wicked grin. And your waist and butt too. Come walk beside me, and don't follow behind me, she snorted. I really want to hit this person. They used to try to hide it, but now they don't even pretend anymore. Okay. Su Cheng quickly moved closer. Suddenly he said again, you walk so beautifully now, with long, strong legs and a dashing figure, and a slim waist. You look amazing no matter how you look at you. What about before? She asked curiously, feeling secretly pleased. She looked good before, but now that her legs are back to normal, she seems to have grown taller. TSK. Of course she looks even better now. Look at those long legs. Look at that slim waist. Look at that peach-shaped butt. She looks good from head to toe. Su Cheng transformed into a self-proclaimed, praise God, showering people with likes for free. As expected, girls are timeless. The bunny-eared girl's smile was practically overflowing. She turned her head, rolled her eyes, slapped Su Cheng's hand away, and scolded him. Just say it. Why are you touching me? Yeah, what are you touching? These bad hands, bad hands, bad hands, bad hands. Su Cheng clapped his hands there. Alas, the bunny-eared girl's eyelids twitched, and her urge to hit someone intensified. Even Su Cheng himself couldn't stand these disgusting words. Seeing Chun's idiotic look, he gritted his teeth and burst into laughter. Don't you really want to hit me? He joked. A little, she answered honestly. I've never felt this way about hitting someone when you groped me. Oh, forget what you just said. Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively. If I encountered someone like that, I couldn't stand it either. Aren't you one? Cheng glanced at him. I learned that from someone else. Su Cheng raised his head and puffed out his chest. I'm a dignified 7-foot man. I would never talk like that. The rabbit-eared girl's lips trembled slightly, indicating her doubt. Then she saw that annoying man run up behind her again and start lifting the wicker basket on his back. Are you planning to camp on the riverbank? Su Cheng chuckled as he flipped through the pages. Clay pot, salt packet, meat, fruit, animal skin roll, straw, a pile of small wooden blocks. Wait, where did you get the pyrite and flint? You searched through your main tent. You took my things without saying a word, huh? Su Cheng chuckled. I already told you. You were sleeping then, Chun snorted. Don't blame me if you couldn't hear me. You are this one. Su Cheng picked up a fruit and started eating it, then gave her a thumbs up. The rabbit-eared girl was puzzled. What does this mean? It means great. So, Chun also gave a thumbs up, following suit. Su Cheng nodded, then changed his tune, giving the middle finger like this is a provocation. It means if I want to beat you up, don't do it to me. I know you want to hit me. Chun curled her lips into a smile and gave a soft hum. Good to know. You eat less? I'm saving it for when we're hungry. I'm hungry right now. Didn't you just eat at the camp? I'm not full, Su Cheng said. But if you're willing to feed me mouth to mouth, I reckon one fruit would be enough to fill me up. The rabbit-eared girl calmly looked at him. Immediately. Raise your middle finger. Bad. She learned something truly valuable. We arrived at the riverbank safely. Under the warm sunshine, the lake's surface shimmered, and a gentle breeze rippled across it. Several sections of the mudflats along the shore were pitted and uneven, as if gnawed by a dog, showing signs of the devastation caused by the cat-eared girls. He put down the wicker basket, looked up at the sky, and shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand. It was noon, the sun was glaring, the sky was cloudless, and the temperature was quite pleasant. The wind blew through her long, black hair, her long ears swayed slightly, and her eyes sparkled with youthful brilliance. Those long, straight, firm thighs were now flawless, practically perfect. Her tall figure, slender waist, and full hips accentuated her soft, full breasts. Su Cheng stroked his chin, admiring the scene with satisfaction, and clicked his tongue in admiration. If she were wearing a straw hat to shield her from the sun and a pure white long dress, how beautiful the scene would be. Of course, animal skin dresses are also nice. That's pretty sassy. Why are you still looking? Chun turned her head. I can't get enough of looking at it, Su Cheng replied. Then take your time reading it. The rabbit-eared girl rolled her eyes at him and strode straight to the riverbank. Her bare feet left footprints, and the cool river water slowly submerged her feet, causing her to pause briefly. Su Cheng followed at this moment, splashing water in the shallows and exclaiming in surprise. It's all right, the temperature is just right. He had expected it to be very cold. Yeah, I also feel it's quite comfortable to step on, Chunai said. Hee, I don't usually see you playing in the water. What's so fun about water? That's a kind of fun, and horror really likes it. As he spoke, Su Cheng had already taken the rabbit-eared girl's hand and continued forward. Let's go into the water and try it out. You can see if your leg can handle it. Good. The two found a bank with piles of rocks, and Su Cheng stepped in first to test the depth. The river water reached just up to my chest, which was perfect. In this era, there's no need to worry about any messy broken glass or bottles at the bottom of the water. It's all natural, pollution-free, and extremely safe. Then, Chun stepped down little by little, and the cool, warm water instantly invigorated her. It feels warm on my calves, unlike the area above. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Su Cheng. Yes, Su Cheng chuckled. The deeper the water, the calmer it is at the bottom, and the more obvious the phenomenon of cold water above and warm water below becomes. Why is this happening? That's because water's density is at its maximum at 4 degrees Celsius, but you wouldn't understand anyway. If you don't tell me, I'll understand even less. Chun glared at him. Chapter 169 Dog Paddle. Su Cheng's mouth twitched, and he directly copied and pasted it into his brain. When surface water cools down due to contact with cold air, its density increases and it sinks, creating vertical convection. When the water temperature drops to around 4 degrees Celsius, this convection stops. So even if the water above continues to cool down or even freezes, the deeper water below can still maintain a temperature of 4 degrees Celsius. So, my studious Chundarin, did you understand? Chun raised an eyebrow at him. He took a deep, angry breath. After a long pause, he finally said, Teach me how to swim. Okay. Su Cheng didn't waste any time and spoke directly. Turn around and grab the shore with both hands. Upon hearing this, Lord Chun obediently did as he was told, placing his hands on the rocks on the shore. Then what? Then relax your body and try to float. As Su Cheng spoke, he supported Chun's waist and abdomen with his hand. The bunny-eared girl was startled at first, then turned her head to glance at him, her cheeks slightly red. You shouldn't touch my belly. I'm just helping you. Su Cheng spoke earnestly, instructing, Don't tense up, relax, let your body float. Float, float. Your whole body needs to be relaxed, not just sticking your butt out. Smack, relax. Smack. Don't you dare spank me. Chun couldn't hold back any longer, glaring at him, her cheeks already flushed red. Then you shouldn't kick the bucket, Su Cheng said with a laugh. If this keeps up, I'll be kicking soon too. What do you mean you're about to kick the bucket? Don't ask, keep practicing. With that, Su Cheng raised his hand and struck again. More than half an hour has passed. Seeing that Lord Chun had finally learned to float properly, Su Cheng began to formally teach him. You should learn the simplest doggy paddle first. It's easy and effective. Dog paddle. Chun looked at him with a puzzled expression. This name sounds so strange. Su Cheng was too lazy to explain, so he stretched out his arms and legs and began to teach. It's actually just imitating small animals paddling in the water, splashing your hands and feet together. Although it looks a bit chaotic, you absolutely can't panic. When it comes to swimming, if you panic, you're done for, you know? As Chun watched, her eyelids twitched. That really is a dog paddle. She remembered seeing a wolf escape into the water during a hunt, and it swam like that. Okay, can I learn something else? She asked, frowning. Then, the breaststroke? Su Cheng turned to look at her, then changed his posture, spreading his arms and legs wide and starting to paddle. Is this the breaststroke? Lord Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are those legs sticking out so far? She imagined herself swimming, and her cheeks immediately flushed. At this moment, Su Cheng had already swum back. Seeing that Lord Chun's expression was not right, he asked curiously, "Why is your face red again?" The rabbit-eared girl didn't answer. Instead, she glared at him. "Are you lying to me? Is that really how you swim?" "Yeah, you've never seen a frog before, right? That's how they swim. Mine is the standard breaststroke. Those legs are spread way too wide." Oh, Su Cheng suddenly realized and grinned mischievously. "So which one do you want to learn? Can I not learn any of these?" "No, I have to learn one." A short while later, Chun took a deep breath, her face full of helplessness. Dog paddle. Finally, it's about holding your breath. After spending another half-hour in the water, we finally reached the final stage of the lesson. By this time of year, Chun's dog paddle technique had reached its peak. When Su Cheng saw her splashing around in the water, he couldn't help but find her inexplicably adorable. I still want to laugh. But in the end, I held back. The main reason is fear of getting beaten up. Holding your breath is the most important thing. The longer you can hold your breath, the farther you can dive, and the safer you will be. Su Cheng changed his previous playful demeanor and became serious. When you hide underwater, the killer bees won't leave immediately. They will definitely stay on the surface for a while. Then you can swim along the bottom to the other side. I understand. Chun nodded. I know how to do that. We've caught fish before and we'll dive to the bottom of the water, but we never stay underwater for too long. Oh, why aren't you catching fish anymore? Only Huier in the tribe mentioned this to me. Chun curled her lips into a smirk. The fish doesn't taste good. It's prickly. Ha ha ha. Su Cheng burst into laughter instantly. Why are you laughing? It's nothing. I'll grill fish for you next time. I promise it won't prick your mouth, Su Cheng said. Okay, then I'll hold my breath. Immediately, Chun made a move to squat down in the water. Su Cheng's eyes darted around, and then he suddenly spoke again. Want me to come with you? We can have a contest to see who can hold their breath the longest. Are you sure? Chun looked at him suspiciously. She always felt that this guy had ulterior motives. Confirmed. Su Cheng said seriously. If I win, you're not allowed to spank me anymore. The bunny-eared girl snorted. Okay. Su Cheng countered. If I win, you have to promise me one thing. I'll tell you when I think of it. Chun looked at him, her eyes flickering, and after a long while, she nodded. Good. Let's begin, Su Cheng said. Then, the two of them faced each other and were submerged in the water together. The cool river water instantly submerged my head, and all I could hear was the sound of the flowing water. Time seemed to slow down dramatically at that moment. Every minute and every second is clearly visible in my mind. I don't know how much time has passed. The bunny-eared girl barely opened her eyes and could only vaguely see a blurry shadow in front of her. While she was still thinking about how to beat this awful guy, suddenly, a pair of hands reached out and wrapped around her waist. Then, those hands slid up smoothly until they cupped her face. What is this guy trying to do? Springtime is a time of unease. Then I felt a stream of water rush towards me, followed by a familiar touch on my lips. Under a large tree not far from the riverbank, Su Cheng changed into a clean animal skin garment and was roasting meat. Hiss! He gasped, touched his lips, and saw blood seeping from the broken skin. A rabbit will bite when cornered. Fortunately, the bite wasn't too strong. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Spring, having changed her clothes, came out and silently hung her soaking wet animal skin coat to dry by the fire. She glanced at Su Cheng and finally sat down next to him, but turned her back to him. Does it not hurt anymore? She asked. It hurts, Su Cheng said. Serves you right. The bunny-eared girl muttered under her breath. Who told you to kiss me, and for so long? That's called taking a breath. Su Cheng was perfectly justified. Say it again. The bunny-eared girl was so angry that she turned around immediately. She looked at the guy with that wicked grin, and her teeth itched with rage. His face was full of resentment and grievance. I was supposed to win. I'm sorry, but I've won now. Su Cheng said. You did it on purpose. Oh right. Oh woo. Ouch, 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 ouch. My ear is going to fall off. Let go. Let go. In the end, Su Cheng surrendered. Chapter 170. Why not a rabbit? The autumn wind swept through the mountains and forests, carrying a hint of chill. The flames on the pyre flickered incessantly. The crackling sounds were incessant. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. The bunny-eared girl wrinkled her nose, completely ignoring the jerk beside her. But this guy is shameless. He handed her the grilled meat and kept pushing her away with his hand. If you're not going to eat it, I'll eat it. You really won't eat? It smells so good when it's roasted, and it's sprinkled with a lot of spices. It would be a real shame not to try it. Oh dear, then I can eat it. Before Su Cheng could even take a bite, the meat in his hand was snatched away. Cheng glared at Su Cheng while biting into the meat, clearly thinking he was the one eating the meat skewer. Stop glaring, stop glaring. I've already grilled meat for you. Awoo, 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 awoo. Instead, it bit harder and harder. It seems they've really angered them this time. Su Cheng clicked his tongue helplessly, then suddenly said, "How about I tell you a story?" "What is a story?" Cheng swallowed a mouthful of meat, then glared at him with a pout. "It's just some interesting people and interesting things. How about it? Do you want to listen?" Su Cheng looked at her intently. The bunny-eared girl sniffed and snorted. "Go ahead and speak. I'm listening." "What should I say? Old Chin, the university gatekeeper?" Ugh. Su Cheng thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and he said, "A long, long time ago, in a place called Flower Fruit Mountain, a stone suddenly fell from the sky. This stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon every day, and eventually gave birth to a stone spirit." A vivid and lively voice echoed through the forest. Su Cheng transformed into a storyteller, delivering a vivid and lifelike tale that quickly captured Cheng's attention. She stared at Su Cheng, and strange images flashed through her mind. "Okay, why did a monkey emerge from the stone, and not a rabbit? You should ask the Buddha about that." "Who is the Buddha?" "It's the chieftain of the Lingshan tribe." "Then, why does this monkey go so far to learn skills? Are the 72 transformations really that powerful? Can it transform into many kinds of wild beasts?" Cheng's eyes shone with excitement, her curiosity reaching its peak. "Cheng, how do you know so much? Do you know the 72 transformations technique?" "I only know how to change once." "What changes?" Su Cheng looked down and said, "It's in a bad mood right now. It can't be changed." "Just listen to the story. Don't keep asking questions," he said helplessly. "Okay, then continue. Where were we?" "The stone monkey has reached the southern heavenly gate." "Oh." Su Cheng looked up at the sky, then at the dried animal hide coat, and said, "You should practice swimming first. I'll tell you more tonight. Business is more important." No. Back to camp. The cat-ear tribe remains bustling with activity, with hunters, loggers, fruit gatherers, pottery makers, charcoal makers, salt makers, and now, spinning and weaving. In a few days, they might start firing bricks and building houses. The word busy doesn't even begin to describe it. There are only 19 people in total, but they have to do the work of nearly dozens or even hundreds of people. The shortage of manpower has become increasingly apparent. Despite my worries, things can only be done one step at a time. There's no way to rush them. After returning to the main tent, the two put down the wicker basket, wrapped some berries in animal hide, and then went out separately. Chun went to check on the charcoal and salt, while Su Cheng ran over to Luo and the others. The wool fabric is being produced very quickly. The wool brought back from Hongxiang, along with some that the cat-ear tribe already had, was all processed in a day, and most of it was spun into fine yarn. Currently, it is Agua who is trying to weave cloth. She didn't dare to use wool yarn right away, but instead practiced with Rami yarn. She wove several meters of linen without encountering any problems, which already makes her a skilled stylist. Not far away, Nia from the hunting team was in charge of assembling the new pedal loom. At this moment, she was sticking out her big buttocks and practicing the mortise and tenon technique she had just learned. Su Cheng distributed the fruit he brought to everyone one by one. The cat-eared girls all looked up, wagged their tails, and smiled. After eating the fruit, they buried their heads and continued working. "Thank you, Witch." "Hee hee. Witch, we spun a lot of yarn today." "Meow, the fruit is so sour." They were very happy. They work at sunrise and rest at sunset. When they were hungry, they could. Such peaceful and stable days were something I never dared to dream of before. The little cutie finished feeding the piglets and came over. When she saw Su Cheng from afar, she ran over in a little trot. After rushing into his arms, he excitedly told her about how the piglets had grown even bigger. "That's great." Su Cheng smiled and patted Luo's head, gazing at everything before him. Peaceful and serene. That's all there is to it. It was evening. The cat-eared tribe was filled with jubilation. Su Cheng's family was also preparing dinner. The fire outside the tent burned brightly, and the pottery jars hanging on it steamed with the flickering flames. Luo was tasting the meat with a wooden spoon, while Lin, with shining eyes, was slicing meat with the dagger she had begged Chun to give her. Chun sat alone on the hay, hugging her knees and gazing at the sky, enjoying a rare moment of peace. As dusk fell, two dark figures suddenly appeared at the mouth of the mountain pass. The talents of the wolf-ear tribe were suddenly sent there. Su Cheng was a little stunned when he saw the person who came. He thought it would be tomorrow or the day after, but he didn't expect it to be that evening. Moreover, only two people came. I didn't see Hongxiang either. At this moment, the burly and honest-looking Haishi smiled awkwardly, with Baihe, who was leading the way and had also come to study and train, standing beside him. The wolf-eared girl's face remained expressionless, but she couldn't help twitch her nose when she smelled the aroma of the meat soup in the jar. Clearly, the two of them had been traveling all the way and hadn't had time to eat. Just the two of you? Didn't Hongxiang come? Su Cheng quickly greeted them. Heisher then took the wicker basket off his back. Judging from how hard he was carrying it, the contents inside must have been quite heavy. Just the two of us. As the tall man spoke, he placed the wicker basket in front of Su Cheng and pointed to a large, dark stone inside, saying, Su Cheng, is this what you want? Baihe, standing nearby, echoed, Chief Hongxiang can't come. Why? Su Cheng asked the two of them curiously. The old chieftain wouldn't allow it. When she went to ask you for this stone, the old chieftain said that she could only choose one, the stone or the stone. If she took the stone, she would have to stay in the tribe and manage the people. Baihe replied. Forehead. This old man. Su Cheng chuckled, but showed no resentment. The meaning behind Zhao's arrangement of Haishi and Baihe coming over is quite clear. He offered his best support. Chapter 171 is a bit strange. Now Lan is gone. Blackstone and White Lotus lead all the remaining wolf-eared warriors, and indirectly represent the will of these two groups. Zhao did this partly to learn about spear throwing, and partly to pave the way for Su Cheng. Once both tribes are won over, the merger of the two tribes will proceed smoothly without any obstacles. Let's eat first. We've cooked some meat. Su Cheng gestured for the two to sit down, then turned to Chun and said, Chun, go and get some more meat and fruit. The rabbit-eared girl responded and left. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony any longer, and each found some dry grass to sit on. Watching Chun's figure disappear into the darkness, her agile and smooth steps shone with an unusual brilliance in her eyes. Su Cheng, can I call you that like Blackstone does? Baihe suddenly said. Sure. Then, with a serious expression, she asked, Did you really heal that rabbit-eared person's leg? Blackstone, standing to the side, was equally shocked and curious. Su Cheng, we heard about this from Chief Hongxiang, but we didn't really believe it. Now that we've actually seen it, it's even more amazing. Chief Hongxiang is right. You are really amazing, beyond our imagination. Oh, it's just SOSO, Su Cheng said with a smile, waving his hand. Upon hearing people praise Su Cheng, Luo immediately chimed in as well. Raising the wooden spoon in his hand, he shouted in a loud voice, Achievement is the most amazing. A short while later, Luo lifted the lid of the earthenware pot again, took a sip of the soup, and her eyes lit up. It's cooked. Then, she picked up a small earthenware bowl and ladled out all the steaming hot meat soup from the first pot. Lin, who was standing nearby, poured in some water and meat and continued cooking. The two men from Blackstone took the small bowl, and upon smelling the enticing aroma, they immediately swallowed hard. They had been hearing Hongxiang rave about how delicious the boiled meat from the cat-ear tribe was. Now that I've been hungry all the way here, the aroma is even stronger. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and started eating right away. Su Cheng sat opposite them, took a small sip of soup, and his lips twitched as he watched them wolf down their food. He realized that none of the wolf-eared people were afraid of getting burned, including the little cutie. However, she has changed a lot. Now she blows on the soup before drinking it, and she doesn't eat meat in big bites anymore. Baihe quickly finished a bowl of meat soup, then stared longingly at the earthenware pot, smacking her lips a few times. In contrast, Heisher was reserved after finishing his meal, sitting upright, though his eyes also held anticipation. Have some fruit and wait, there's still meat. Su Cheng smiled and said, Since you're here, I certainly won't let you go hungry. After taking a few bites of fruit, Baihe suddenly spoke up. Su Cheng, the clan elder has already told me and Haishi about your status as a shaman, and he has also revealed your purpose. But he did not force me and Haishi. Instead, He told us to come and see for ourselves before making a choice. She paused, as if she had been thinking about this question for a long time, and continued. I'm a few years older than Hongxiang, but she's the most powerful wolf-eared tribeswoman I've ever met, even stronger than the elders. So, before she becomes the chief, I'm willing to follow her and obey her orders. The matter of merging the tribes doesn't need to wait until after the yak hunt. As long as she agrees, I have no objections. Also, I'll help you persuade the warriors who are with me. However, you must promise to treat the wolf-eared and cat-eared tribes equally. Some of them have followed the old chieftain through thick and thin, and I don't want them to make the same mistake again. I know. Su Cheng nodded. He hadn't expected Bai He to be such a die-hard fan of Big Bad Wolf. Her loyalty was unquestionable, absolutely top-notch. He was equally serious, saying, I can guarantee that I can do it, but you and I both know that this is actually not very useful, because actions always speak louder than words. No matter how many nice words you say, they are far less practical than doing one or two things. Then, he looked at Blackstone. Blackstone, what about you? What are your thoughts? The burly man looked at him, but only said one simple sentence. Su Cheng, will you treat my people well? I will treat them all as my friends, Su Cheng said with a smile. It's the same in the cat-eared tribe. I am the shaman, and I am also a friend to all the cat-eared girls. Friends, Blackstone muttered to himself, recalling the words Su Cheng had spoken when he took him to treat a member of his clan. A friend is a good partner, someone you can treat like a brother or sister, helping each other and treating each other sincerely. Their relationship is equal, without any ulterior motives. After a long while, the man let out a long sigh and made up his mind. Su Cheng, I hope we can become good friends. Good. Beside him, Chun ate her meat silently without saying a word, but her ears were always perked up, listening to the conversation between the three. She was very happy that the wolf-ear tribe was willing to join. But she was also conflicted. Wouldn't the big bad wolf really have to live with her and Su Cheng from now on? For some reason, she always felt the relationship between these two people is a bit strange. Late at night, Haishi, Baiha, and Su Cheng talked for a long time, covering everything from the current situation of the wolf-ear tribe to spear-throwing devices and details of yak hunting, leaving no stone unturned. Although the main attacker is the killer bee. However, Su Cheng had considered all the preparations before and after the event, including any variables that might be encountered along the way. To be precise, the warriors of the wolf-ear tribe were not truly idle. Instead, it takes on the responsibility of patching up any unexpected leaks. The task is equally important. This conversation left Haishi and Baiha deeply shocked, and they once again recognized Su Cheng's talent, because his meticulousness and thoughtfulness in doing things were something they had never experienced before. No one would calculate the number of worker bees in a beehive so precisely. From beginning to end, the plan was so detailed and meticulously calculated that it even included a fallback plan. It was practically perfect. The two no longer had any doubts about this joint hunt. As for the so-called reaping the benefits without sowing and the dignity of soldiers, these concepts were completely forgotten when the merger was agreed upon. At this moment, they already regarded Su Cheng as a witch. Therefore, his orders are everything. In Su Cheng's words, everyone has their own role to play, and fulfilling one's duty and obeying orders is the soldier's sacred duty. For a warrior, being able to perfectly execute the orders given by the shaman is already the most prideful thing. It's an honor. Unconsciously, it was already late at night. The quiet valley was occasionally filled with the chirping of birds. At Chun's reminder, the group decided to rest. While he went to the large tent next door, Lin also carried the sleeping Luo to her side. As spring departed, the tent fell silent instantly. Su Cheng sat in front of the fire and added a few more pieces of dry firewood. The firelight illuminated Blackstone's square, angular face, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Chapter 172 Chickens Fighting Each Other. Since the cat-ear tribe was all women, he could only sleep in Su Cheng's tent. The two men sat facing each other, and for a moment, they were no longer sleepy. Now that no one else was around, Blackstone suddenly became serious. Su Cheng, there's something I want you to know. What is it? Su Cheng blinked curiously. It's related to Lan and Hongxiang. He sighed softly, seemingly having gone through a period of hesitation, and said, I don't know if this is being paranoid, and it may not happen, but I still wanted to tell you. Lan. Su Cheng did not interrupt, and listened quietly. Blackstone continued. Most people in the clan know about your relationship with Chief Hongxiang, and she has instructed us not to tell anyone. But do you know that Lan has also always been in love with Chief Hongxiang? I know, I asked Hongxiang. Yes, the two of them grew up together. Lan's greatest wish was to defeat Chief Hongxiang, become her man, and have children with her. She just never expected that Chief Hongxiang would choose you as her man in the end. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng rolled his eyes. Damn, they really are childhood sweethearts, aren't they? He remained silent. I don't know much about this. Hongxiang told me that Lan seemed to hate me when she left. Blackstone sighed again, his face showing helplessness. That's right. That's why I thought of reminding you. He said very seriously. Lan has been very clever since he was a child, and he is also very bold. He is decisive in his words and deeds, even ruthless. Because he hates you because of Hongxiang, he will definitely try to deal with you. Now, he has joined the Yinta tribe with 10 wolf-eared warriors. Once he gains a foothold there and has a voice, it may not be a good thing for the cat-eared tribe, or even for our wolf-eared tribe. You think he'll bring people to attack us? Su Cheng stroked his chin. Yes, the Yinta tribe is still in a state of chaos and needs a lot of manpower. Although Lan didn't bring many people with him, he is willing to take action and might be noticed by the shaman, so he still has a chance to gain some power. Blackstone reminded him. So, Su Cheng, I hope you're prepared and take some precautions in advance. How many people did the Yinta clan have at its peak? Su Cheng asked suddenly after a moment of contemplation. Have no idea. Blackstone shook his head. We haven't calculated it. Every time we go to exchange for the fire seed, they won't let us into the camp. We can only watch from the outside. You can see those tents, right? How many are there? As for tents, Blackstone tilted his head and thought carefully for a moment. There are a lot of them. There's a huge circle around the foot of the mountain. I feel like it's about the size of 5 camps of our wolf-ear tribe. 5. That means there must be at least 100, almost 200 people. 200. Yes, it's about 6 or 7 times the size of your tribe. But with such fierce infighting this time, I reckon there won't be many left. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to expand their manpower to prevent other large tribes from suddenly launching an attack. Su Cheng clicked his tongue, having a general idea of what was going on. There are at most 80 or 90 people. Blackstone continued. Su Cheng, the clan elders said that the fact that you are a shaman must not be known to the Yin Tu clan at the moment. Even though they have lost many warriors, they are still not someone we can contend with. Su Cheng chuckled, looking at Haishi's serious face, and suddenly asked, Haishi, if the Yinta clan really intends to attack, what will you do? I don't know. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time, but still had no clue. He could only answer, I should lead my people to escape from this forest. That's one way to do it too. Su Cheng nodded. And what about you, Su Cheng? Blackstone looked at him. Me? Su Cheng grinned. I'll go find other major tribes in advance and spread the news that the Yin Tu tribe is fighting amongst themselves and has suffered considerable losses. And the best would be a tribe with a small population, so that they can't kill the Yin Tu tribe but can still harass them frequently, keeping them busy. Zihongshan doesn't need a new owner, but I don't want them to have an easy time either. Though, Blackstone blinked, his mind buzzing. This method is indeed good. It's just a bit unethical. The honest man scratched his head, and then a new word he had learned from Hongxiang came to mind. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits? No. Su Cheng shook his head. This time it's called chickens pecking at each other. A new day has begun. Su Cheng got up leisurely. I notice my buttocks are a little sore. Yeah, it's just a simple sore butt and testicles. Outside the large tent, Blackstone and White Lotus were already waiting. He was too lazy to think about it, so after a quick wash, he took them to experience the spear throwers. Upon arriving at the training ground, a simple demonstration was given. In just a few dozen seconds, the two of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped several times, and they swallowed hard. His mouth was agape, wide enough to swallow several eggs, and he remained stunned for a long time. This is the first time they've known. You can use a spear like that? Such a simple auxiliary tool can make it fly tens of meters further. Not only that, it can also penetrate deep into the tree trunk. The force and distance completely overturned their understanding. The two were shocked and horrified. If this weapon were to be used on a beast-eared warrior, and the aim was good enough, a single spear could cripple the warrior. If he were to use it against the wolf-ear tribe, for some reason, why he felt goosebumps rise on her skin when she looked at Su Cheng. It even gave me the illusion that this was something I could actually learn. Su Cheng, is it really okay for you to teach us this weapon knowledge? Blackstone, standing to the side, was just as clueless, his mind blank and completely unsure of what to do. Su Cheng looked at the two bewildered people and couldn't help but smile. This is nothing. Since you have agreed to join, you will soon be my people. I have a lot of knowledge, but I'm afraid you won't be able to learn it all. Aren't you worried that once we learn it, we'll use it against you? Out of the blue, Bai suddenly said. Blackstone was startled. He hadn't expected Bai to dare say such things to his face. If Su Cheng misunderstands, Hong Xiang will probably tear her apart. He tried to smooth things over, but his clumsy mouth couldn't come up with the right words, so he could only look at Su Cheng in a praying manner. However, the other party didn't seem to care. Their expression remained calm, with a slight smile playing on their lips, and their words carried a hint of provocation. You can give it a try. I dare not, Bai said without the slightest hesitation. This amused Su Cheng as well. He continued, in short, since I can teach, I have nothing to fear. In this era, those who can stab with spears and throw stones are already worthy of being called kings. But it depends on who you're dealing with. If you actually use it to attack yourself, it's mostly like using straw boats to borrow spears. A large shield and a suit of wooden plate armor are enough to teach someone a lesson. Moreover, throwing spears are really bad at aiming. Chapter 173. You are this. After experiencing the spear thrower, the two followed Su Cheng around and eventually arrived at the Hongxue kiln. The main reason was that I saw smoke over there, and the sound was loud. At this time, the kiln should not have been firing pottery. So Su Cheng was a little curious. The three people walked there. Then you see several animal-eared girls busily working away. Su Cheng stared wide-eyed. Holy crap. That's my meteorite iron. Holy crap. Isn't that my bunny-eared girl? As Su Cheng's last disciple, Master Chun has graduated directly from the spinning workshop and plunged into the blacksmithing workshop. He was holding a stone hammer and smashing it incessantly. Last night, Blackstone brought a new meteorite, a really big piece, which made her very envious. So she came running over early in the morning, full of energy, and told the two cat-eared girls to lift them up and run. He also kicked Su Cheng's, but while he was fast asleep. Seeing that the other person was not awake. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his head and kissed her again. Blackstone was awake at the time, and everyone was stunned. One reason is that he's curious about what Chun is doing with the stone. Secondly, I was surprised that this rabbit-eared tribesman was sick. What did it mean by kicking and then kissing him? He didn't dare mention this to Su Cheng, mainly because he was afraid of embarrassing him. The sounds of forging were incessant. The sparks that flew up, and the meteorite that had been broken into several pieces, once again left Blackstone and White Lotus speechless. That Blackstone, the old clan chief, tried many methods but couldn't break it. How did you manage to do it? Why, he asked with wide eyes. Including this strange pit and the raging flames. A wave of heat washed over me. Even just standing close enough, I could feel the intense heat. What is she doing? Blackstone asked curiously. Blacksmithing is the process of turning this black stone into usable tools or weapons through special methods, Su Cheng said. See the knife hanging at her waist? It was forged in this way. The two of them had actually seen that weapon last night. It cuts meat incredibly fast. Its sharpness is simply incomparable to that of bone knives or stone knives. They were too embarrassed to ask, but now they finally know the answer. In other words, those black stones are actually very good materials. Blackstone gave an awkward smile. Su Cheng, we can't let the old patriarch know about this. He wouldn't actually chase after me with a stick and hit me, would he? Su Cheng thought. No. Bai shook her head. He'll be furious. Wolf-eared girl stared at Su Cheng, her eyes shining, and put on an expression that said, You don't want Chief Hongxiang's father to just kick the bucket like this, do you? She said expectantly, Su Cheng, I like that knife too. Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he turned to look at Blackstone. Even this honest man rubbed his hands together, his shyness tinged with excitement. Su Cheng, are we best friends? You two came here to buy goods, right? Su Cheng took a deep breath and patted his forehead. I will teach you how to fight, and I will also leave you some meteorite iron. After the hunt, you can fight it yourselves. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The two of them immediately started wagging their tails. At this moment, Chun also discovered Su Cheng. After stopping, he sniffed, his face covered in streaks of black ash mixed with sweat, making him look like a cat with a mottled face. What are you doing here? She asked. I've come to see who stole my meteorite. Su Cheng rolled his eyes and casually wiped her face. Goodness. It cost even more. Ahem. Remember to wash your face after you're done. I know. Chun snorted before saying, I didn't steal it. I kicked you when I took it this morning, but you weren't awake yet. No wonder my butt hurts so much. I didn't use any force, the rabbit-eared girl said, turning her face away. Listen to me, thank you. Su Cheng sighed speechlessly, then instructed, "Don't use up all the meteorite iron for me. Leave some." "What are you going to do?" "Damn, no. I promised black stone, white lotus, and red fragrance that I would make a small knife for each of them." "No." The bunny-eared girl rolled her eyes. "I promised black stone and white lotus that I would make them a small knife? Okay, I'll save some for later." Su Cheng sighed deeply and gave a thumbs up. "You are this one." The bunny-eared girl glanced at him sideways and shook her aching arm. "Then raise your middle finger." "I'm forging an axe, don't bother me. Don't forget to practice diving again this afternoon." "No." After being chased away by spring, the three of them went to the place where they were spinning yarn again. Since last night, to be honest, Blackstone and White Lotus have become somewhat immune to the knowledge they've acquired along the way. New things keep coming one after another, so many that it's dazzling and hard to keep up. First came the barricades, then the spear throwers, followed by furnaces and wrought iron, and now it's yarn, cloth, and treadmill looms. When they were young, they had also come into contact with witchcraft. Looking at it now, what the hell is this? That lion-eared tribesman was clearly far inferior to Su Cheng. To put it bluntly, the old wolf-eared creatures, including Xiao, were almost killed by that useless sorcerer back then. The two looked at the rows of fibers, then at the few pieces of burlap on the ground. Then I stood between the two petal looms, my gaze seemingly drawn into the strange machines, unable to move. With the rhythmic sounds of creak, swish, clang, echoing in my mind, my thoughts drifted far away. At this moment, Lin walked over carrying a folded, clean, soft piece of cloth. Excessive excitement. "Okay, the wool fabric is finished. I was thinking of sending it to you at noon, but I didn't expect you to come now." "Show me." Su Cheng was overjoyed. He took the cloth, examined it carefully, and touched it. The familiar sight and smooth feel instantly overwhelmed him. Compared to modern craftsmanship, it was certainly inferior, but in this era, it was truly comparable to fine silk and satin. The cloth is about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. If we're only making underwear, there are quite a few options. Su Cheng immediately asked, "Is that all you've knitted?" "No, there are still some left to knit." Lin shook her head and continued, "I've calculated it, and the remaining wool yarn should be enough to knit 2 more portions of this. Send all the woven underwear to my tent. You can all come over tonight, and I'll teach you how to sew underwear." "Okay, meow." The final destination was the forest that was being cut down. This is also the task that Blackstone and White Lotus need to accomplish. As the saying goes, to get rich, you must first cut down trees. Su Cheng taught them this concept. The two of them, in exchange for learning, finally began a busy day. Time flies. Before we knew it, the day of the joint hunt arrived. The sky was overcast with layers of dark clouds, and the air was damp and heavy, as if a downpour could fall at any moment. The temperature dropped again, and the chill that pierced the skin was now quite noticeable. Normally, Su Cheng wouldn't want to go out at all in this kind of weather. But not today. The 12 members of the Wolf-Ear tribe have already arrived outside the camp. Chapter 174 Under the Heavy Reward. They set off early, traveling under the last rays of moonlight. Their animal skin clothes were damp with the morning dew in the forest, and their eyebrows and hair were still covered with water droplets. Blackstone and White Lotus kept their word. After describing the treatment of the cat-ear tribe and their bright hopes for the future, even the old wolf-ears who still had worries in their hearts were eager to try. Despite everyone's dissatisfaction and even anger at the hunting assignments, they still came. One reason is to prove oneself. Secondly, it's to see just how strong the current cat-eared warriors are. They simply couldn't believe that Su Cheng, whom Hongxiang spoke of, truly possessed such terrifying wisdom. Using killer bees to hunt yak herds? It's impossible no matter how you look at it. Thus, the wolf-eared warriors, who were holding back their anger, mobilized in full force. The old man didn't come this time. After all, the children in the tribe still needed someone to take care of them, and the stored food and fruit also needed to be looked after. Hongxiang stood at the front of the line, hands on her hips, looking energetic, powerful, and with sharp eyes. Having been confined to the clan compound for the past few days, I was listless and dejected, but today I'm finally back to full strength. "Okay, everyone's here," she said loudly. On the other side, 6 cat-eared warriors, led by Yu, also rushed over, equally excited and full of energy. Each of them carried a bundle of spears on their backs, and their bow and knives were gleaming at their waists. Fenghe was carrying a cart full of spears, and 2 large rattan baskets were hanging on his horse's back, filled with thin ropes, nets, animal hide rolls, and spear throwers. In an instant, the wolf-eared warriors were drawn to them, staring blankly at them with a mixture of doubt, curiosity, disdain, and most of all, envy in their eyes. The displeasure on her face vanished instantly, replaced by envy. Because sure, you and the others were not only wearing animal skin dresses, but also a brownish-yellow linen garment underneath. The long-sleeved linen clothes covered the hands and feet completely, with the cuffs and trouser legs tied with thin ropes, while the short animal skin dress was worn over the body like a vest. It may be a bit ugly, but it's useful. A cold wind howled. The wolf-eared people all closed their ears and shivered from the cold. In contrast, the cat-eared people, with their big, blinking eyes, were minimally affected. The two groups of people stood together, dressed as if they were from summer and winter, creating a comically jarring contrast. Is this what a linen garment looks like? Okay. Hongxiang walked over excitedly, looking Su Cheng up and down. Chun, who was standing to the side, glanced at her coldly but didn't say anything. Because she had a lot of tasks to do today, she had no mood to argue with this big bad wolf. Of course, this is on the premise that the other party does not do anything excessive. Hongxiang stared at it for a long time, then asked expectantly, "Okay, here's mine. With your physique, we'll have to wait until later to tailor a special procedure for you." As Su Cheng spoke, he raised his hand to gesture for her to stand back a bit. Then, looking at the group of wolf-eared warriors, he raised his long sleeves and shouted loudly, "This is linen clothing. I'm sure Blackstone and White Lotus have mentioned it to you. It's different from animal skin clothing. It's breathable and absorbent, keeping your skin dry and reducing itching and rashes, those uncomfortable red spots. It also provides some warmth." Su Cheng paused, then suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. In addition, all warriors who participated in the hunt today will receive one item. His voice wasn't loud, but to the wolf-eared warriors it sounded like a thunderclap. "We have it too." All the wolf-eared tribesmen widened their eyes. They looked at each other in surprise, and the envy in their eyes gradually turned into a dazzling light. However, some people still have doubts. "Is it true?" a young wolf-eared warrior asked, shrinking his neck. "If we participate, will you really give us that linen coat?" "Certainly." Su Cheng reiterated his affirmation. "However, you must complete the mission first. During the hunt, you must absolutely obey my orders and not act on your own initiative. This is the most basic requirement. If you do well, there will be other tasks and even better rewards in the future. Even if you want to learn knowledge, I can teach you. Any more questions?" Learn knowledge. Everyone subconsciously swallowed. This was probably the most outrageous and surreal thing they had ever heard in their lives. Knowledge. That's something only the successor of a sorcerer can learn. They were skeptical, but deep down, a glimmer of expectation and hope still involuntarily arose within them. "No problem." Suddenly, a wolf-eared warrior shouted from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, "It is the second tone, the third tone, the fourth tone, and countless other tones." Even the old wolf ears were gradually infected by the hot and enthusiastic atmosphere, slowly raising the weapons in their hands and opening their dry lips. Whether it's following the crowd or just egging them on, the goal has been achieved. Hearing the unified shouts, Su Cheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. Not bad. He knew that the most direct and effective way to make people obey was through reward. It's all about profit. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely bring forth brave men, and this is no exaggeration. The appearance of the cat-eared girls made them feel a sense of loss. Then step in and make a promise, giving them a chance. See, the fire has started now. He had no real connection with the wolf-eared people. How much of what he could rely on relationships and verbal persuasion could be genuine? Only self-interest will never lie. If so, it means you haven't offered enough chips. The same applies to Blackstone and White Lotus. Blackstone hopes for a peaceful life for his people, while White Lotus hopes for Red Fragrance's choice. When conflicts are directly transformed into interests, who cares whether the job is serving tea and water or cleaning toilets? Su Cheng could not predict what the future held. But at this moment, the loyalty of this group is genuine. Once the shouting stopped, Su Cheng immediately waved his hand and said, "Set off." 21 people silently wandered through the woods. In the grass and on the branches, the small animals were startled and scattered in all directions. Dark clouds shrouded the entire forest, and gusts of cold wind, carrying dampness, cut like knives into one's skin. Before long, Su Cheng felt his hands and feet were freezing and aching, and even his breath felt icy. The straw-woven shoes were no match for the dew, and now they were as heavy as sponges soaked with dew. Animal-eared girls don't have this problem. They're used to running barefoot through the forest and their bouncy paw pads are the best protection. Plus, after so many years of living outdoors, their resistance to the cold is much stronger than Su Cheng's. After walking for about 20 minutes, Shi Yu, who was leading the way, suddenly raised her hand, signaling the group to slow down. We're about to enter the area where killer bees are active, so we can't make too much noise. The group then dispersed, slowing their pace, and continued forward. Chapter 175 Self-Awareness. After walking about another 100 meters, they could see the huge beehives hanging on the trees in the distance. The group then chose to hide in large trees or tall grass. The wolf-eared tribe was visiting for the first time, so they were not familiar with the location of all the beehives and dared not make any rash moves. Su Cheng then squatted down behind a large tree that several people could encircle. Shi Yu and the others then took the wicker basket off He's back and took out the thin rope, animal skin roll, and animal skin net bag inside. Hongxiang ran over at this moment. She was relieved to see that Haishi and Baihe were with Langer. Of course, she wanted to stay by Su Cheng's side more than anything. She and Chun exchanged a glance, then looked away, secretly competing with each other, each thinking about how to help Su Cheng as much as possible to complete the mission. The big-tailed wolf watched with great curiosity as Shi Yu and the other three began to tie animal skins together. Okay, what are you doing? Animal hide protection to prevent stings. As Su Cheng spoke, he picked up the animal hide, then had Chun stand up straight and tightly wrapped her calves and wrists. Next, the waist and abdomen were also covered with an extra layer. Finally, tighten the rope completely to prevent it from suddenly bursting open. Doing this won't significantly impact speed and will provide some protection. After all, there are too many killer bees, so an extra layer of protection is never a bad thing. On the other side, Hui and Yanhua had already taken out animal skin nets, their heads down and bodies hunched over, inching forward in the grass like thieves. They would occasionally look up to check the activity of the beehive in the tree, making sure the worker bees hadn't noticed them, before continuing their stealthy journey. The wolf-eared warriors witnessed this cautious scene and held their breath, as if they were there themselves, not daring to make a sound. They had heard of these fierce bees before, and with Haishi and Baihe having been diligently explaining the science to them these past 2 days, they weren't unfamiliar with them. Killer bees. They are extremely defensive. Even if one sets its sights on you, you must never let your guard down. Because it releases something called pheromones, which act like a signal or gesture, quickly alerting its companions. Soon after, hundreds or even thousands of bees will swarm towards you. In a daze, Hui and Yanhua had already laid the animal skin net under the beehive. There were 3 hanging beehives, 2 of which were very close together and 1 was a little further apart, so they prepared 2 nets. After doing all this, the 2 did not retreat, but instead grabbed the ropes at the 4 corners of the net and continued to move slowly forward. The rope was long and sturdy. The 2 stopped in the grass when they were more than 10 meters away from the beehive, and then tied all 8 ends of the rope together. Shuriwe, the nets are laid out, it's your turn. Su Cheng then said. Shi Yu, Shiling, and Nia nodded in unison. They first tested their dexterity, then removed the extra weapons and accessories from their bodies, picked up their spears, and quickly climbed up the tree. This time, they climbed slowly, more gently, and more carefully than ever before. Su Cheng also checked Chun's various animal skin protective gear again before patting her bottom and saying, "Are you ready?" "All right." She frowned, and only felt relieved when she saw the big bad wolf looking up at Shi Yu and the others. She then turned and glared at Su Cheng. But he didn't say anything in the end, only bared his teeth fiercely. Hey, I'm used to it. Su Cheng chuckled and continued to instruct. Remember not to be nervous, just do it as you usually practice. If something unexpected happens and all the killer bees attack you, then don't worry about anything else, just jump into the river and hide. Ugh, it's bad luck. Just jump into the water and hide. It's okay if we fail. We can always find another plan. So you must prioritize your safety. I don't want to see you get hurt. No. Chun looked at him, her nose twitched, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Then go ahead. As Spring departed and turned a corner, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the 3 cat-eared girls on the tree. Now, they had climbed to the top of the branches, their bodies like statues, hunched over on the tree, their hands and feet gripping the branches tightly, motionless. At first glance, it really is just like those cats Su Cheng had seen before, sniping lone sparrows from the treetops. Their vertical pupils were fixed on the enormous hive, watching every worker be flying outside, their mental focus more intense than ever before. Then came the slow, small steps. The slightest movement was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Because the branches they were standing on weren't very thick, any excessive movement could cause the branches to tremble. A cold wind is blowing, and dew is dripping. Ironically, this became their best cover at that moment. This process was extremely long, and everyone's heart felt like it was being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Looking at the swarm of killer bees outside the hive and the approaching cat-eared girl, the wolf-eared tribesmen knew the danger they were facing, and half of the resentment they had been holding and instantly dissipated. To be looked down upon, to be humiliated, and to reap the benefits without sowing. As a soldier, it is indeed very difficult to accept. But, looking at it now, it doesn't seem so unacceptable. Because I didn't actually do this job myself. They possess the pride of warriors, yet are never arrogant, and are very self-aware of their own abilities. At least, they admit they can't match the cat-eared girls in terms of patience, composure, or the tightrope walking focus. Given their rough and direct hunting nature, forcing them to participate would undoubtedly be disruptive. Cheng also looked up and subconsciously swallowed. Everything is ready. When you approach, remain still. When you act, be quick and accurate. When retreating, there should be no hesitation. The 4 people on the tree, including Shiryu, kept Cheng's instructions firmly in mind and carried them out strictly. Even when their eyelashes were bent by water droplets, no one bothered to wipe them away. They approached little by little, and finally, when they reached a suitable position, they slowly reached for the spears on their backs. Hanging honeycomb is much easier to manage than attached honeycomb. At this moment, even during the waiting spring, everyone involuntarily tensed up, their hearts pounding in their throats. She arched her back, gripped the ground tightly with both feet, and held the rope tightly in her hand, ready to sprint. Everyone looked up and stared, and time seemed to slow down at that moment. 3, 2, 1. The 3 cat-eared girls exchanged glances and silently counted. The next second, they stood up instantly, exerted force in their hands, and slammed their spears into the beehive. Smack! 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 The 3 voices intertwined. The enormous beehive was simply smashed down. The swarm of worker bees that had been lingering outside seemed to be too slow to react. After hovering in midair for a few seconds, they buzzed and chased after the bees to the ground. However, the moment the beehive hit the ground, the animal skin net tightened, carrying the beehive directly away. Chapter 176 Killer Bees and Yaks. My home is gone. The queen bee is still inside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After realizing this, the cacophony of buzzing bees instantly echoed through the forest as a swarm of worker bees locked onto the fleeing spring and chased after her with reckless abandon. Become. Hongxiang looked at Cheng. The wolf-eared and cat-eared creatures were also waiting for orders. Come on, keep up. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheng spoke instantly. Chun never imagined that the first kite she would fly in her life would be 3 beehives. She gripped the knot tightly, not daring to look back, her legs moving with lightning speed, almost leaving a blur in the woods. The wind whistled in my ears, and the buzzing of bees and the cries of animals mingled together. The swarm of bees behind her surged like waves, and she could even feel the terrifying, overwhelming pressure. It was as if a giant beast was opening its blood-red maw, ready to devour her whole at any moment. We absolutely cannot stop. Stopping means falling into an abyss. Spring reminded herself of this, and only one direction remained in her eyes. Riverbank. On the grass. The yaks had just returned from drinking water, but the damp weather made them uncomfortable, and they were planning to go back to their caves to laze around. Suddenly, strange sounds came from the woods to the south, causing them all to stop and turn their heads to look. Moo. The baby yak swished its tail and squeezed to the front, also attracted by the sound. But a terrifying scene was reflected in her bright eyes. A figure darted out of the forest like a ghost, followed closely by darkness that blotted out the sky. In the blink of an eye, darkness descended. The deafening buzzing drowned out all other sounds. They stared blankly, letting out low growls, as if only then realizing the impending danger. Then, the figure passed through them, throwing the 2 animal skin nets it was holding directly at them. The 3 beehives, wrapped in animal hides, were smashed to the ground, one of which happened to hit the sharp horn of a yak and pierced deeply into it. In an instant, swarms of killer bees poured out of the animal skin net and the hive. Like a flood, it's unstoppable. The one who started this was Chun. Without any hesitation, it rushed straight towards the riverbank not far away, pursued by a swarm of killer bees. With a splash, he jumped into the water. The waves splashed, instantly creating countless ripples. That dark mass hovered above the water for a long time. Su Cheng and his men, who were in hot pursuit, had already laid an ambush at the edge of the forest. They gazed at the meadow in the distance, which had become a living hell. Hongxiang, Shuriwe, and all the beast-eared tribesmen swallowed hard, watching everything with horrified eyes. Su Cheng did not lie. The number of worker bees in those 3 hives was truly terrifying. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed. They blocked out the entire sky, like waves of sea surging across the grassland. The massive yaks were simply swallowed up by it. Moo. The screams were all drowned out by the buzzing of bees. In just a short while, the 3 yaks collapsed. Gurgle. The wolf-eared warriors swallowed hard again, their eyes wide with horror. That was such a clean death. The last bit of resentment in his chest dissipated at that moment. Is this the wisdom of shamans? They actually did it. What about the dignity of warriors, the pride of the wolf-eared people? They were as vulnerable as the 3 baby yaks in the face of this swarm of killer bees. They shrank back, subconsciously glancing at Su Cheng, their eyes gradually filled with a sense of awe and disappointment. This is witchcraft. It's a pity she's a shaman from the cat-ear tribe. Blackstone and White Lotus were equally shocked. Hearing about it is never as good as seeing it with your own eyes. However, there was no disappointment in their eyes, only fervor. Just then, Su Cheng's voice rang out, bringing everyone back to their senses. Don't just stand there, grab your spears, keep an eye on those big yaks, don't let them escape. He gave the order, but also reminded the others, if the spears can't stop them and they get too close, just leave them alone. Don't attract the killer bees to yourselves. In fact, Su Cheng didn't even need to remind them. After witnessing the power of these killer bees, no one would dare to approach them easily. Before long, the wolf-eared warriors and cat-eared warriors each picked up their spears and dispersed in groups of 3 or 5. Moo. On the grass. The yak herd has gone mad. They screamed and roared as they ran for their lives. However, the number of bees was so great that it not only blocked their view but also caused them unbearable pain in their eyelids, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. Unable to distinguish directions, they could only rush and crash about wildly in the swarming bees, frantically fleeing in one direction. But soon they realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a sensation even more painful than a bee sting came. The thing pierced through his skin and flesh, almost penetrating his body. It hurt so much. The pain was unimaginable. They could already feel the warmth draining from their bodies, and the 2 waves of pain were tearing at their flesh, making them even more panicked and terrified. Moo. The yaks bellowed angrily as they changed direction. But the pain seemed endless, as swarms of killer bees attacked one after another, slowly devouring their lives. Not long after, then 2 muffled thuds were heard, and some yaks could no longer hold on and collapsed. The body, as large as a small mountain, rolled and howled on the ground, but soon fell silent. Dead. It was like a stimulant, instantly driving the beast-eared warriors into a frenzy. Even adult yaks can't hold on any longer. Their hands began to tremble with excitement. They were shocked. Those ferocious beasts that they had never dared to provoke before had died so easily. The next second, the yaks were running wildly. The wolf-eared warriors were throwing spears like madmen. They were even a little annoyed at this moment, wondering why they hadn't cut down more trees and made more spears to bring. Immediately afterwards, a bundle of spears was then handed over. They were cat-eared girls whom they had always looked down upon. Use mine? We have more, the cat-eared girl grinned. Don't just stand there. The shaman said we can't let them escape. They're all meat. The wolf-eared warrior's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of meat. Good. About an hour later, the last yak finally died. The hundreds of thousands of killer bees were almost completely wiped out, their corpses piling up on the yaks in a thick layer. The whole process went much as Su Cheng had predicted, except for the unexpected turn of events at the end. Those 2 largest yaks were incredibly resilient. They didn't fall even after exhausting the killer bees. In the end, he was pierced into a hedgehog by the wolf ears and cat ears with spears before dying unwillingly. When Chun swam back from the other side, the hunt was already over. Chapter 177 Competition. Warriors from 2 tribes, spears in hand, cautiously approached, preparing to clear the battlefield. They were in high spirits, their blood was still boiling, and their eyes burned with an uncontrollable fire. Is it over? Spring was equally excited, but she was soaking wet and shivering from the cold. Su Cheng looked at her, quickly grabbed her wrist, and led her into the jungle. Lin brought you some clean clothes. Go change into them first. I want to see yaks. Come back and check after you finish changing it. All right. The two entered the woods, found the cart they had brought, and placed the wicker basket that Feng he had been carrying on it. Su Cheng rummaged through the inside and found clean linen clothes and animal skin clothes, and then found a piece of dry cloth. Seeing that rabbit-eared girl was already shivering and squatting down with her arms wrapped around her, he quickly started to remove the animal skin protection from her wrists and calves. The animal hide had absorbed a lot of water and looked damp and heavy. What are you standing there for? Take off your clothes. You're still here. Chun wrinkled her nose. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Hurry up and take it off and put it on. As he dismantled the device, he glanced at the guys who were still looking around and said irritably, Nobody's watching. They're all on the grass. Then help me take it off, so it'll be faster. Okay. Su Cheng didn't stand on ceremony. After removing the animal skin protection, he immediately helped her take it off. Chun then turned halfway to the side and took off her soaking wet linen clothes. In no time, a cool, pale, delicate body appeared before her eyes. Wet black hair was draped over her back, and water droplets slid down her chin, neck, and back, traversing mountains and valleys before finally landing on the ground. The bunny-eared girl lowered her head and huddled up, her whole face flushed, making her look very cute. Then, Su Cheng picked up a dry cloth and began to wipe her body. Raise your hand. Straighten your back. The bunny-eared girl didn't say anything, but she was very obedient. Until Su Cheng patted her bottom and said, Okay, get dressed. I can dress myself. She glared at him, embarrassed and annoyed. Why are you glaring at me when I didn't say I was going to help you dress? Su Cheng smiled and said, Hurry up, there are 9 yaks. We need to process them for a while. The sooner we get them back, the sooner we can rest. After changing their clothes, the two pushed the cart back. The grass was bustling with activity. The cat-eared women were using makeshift brooms made of dry grass to clean the thick layer of killer bee carcasses from the yaks. The wolf-eared women were in charge of moving the carcasses, planning to drag all 9 yak carcasses together for easier disposal. Next, they harvested a large amount of vines from the forest and started weaving nets on the spot. Under the gloomy sky, a cold wind howled. A light drizzle was mixed in. Even though they were shivering from the cold, it couldn't dampen the high spirits of the two tribes. Yes, we won. Hongxiang stood on the largest yak, holding her bloodstained spear high, extremely excited. We won. We won. We killed the yaks. Shiyu and Shiling also stood on the other side and started shouting, looking at the 9 enormous beasts piled up together. All the soldiers excitedly raised their weapons and shouted loudly, We won. We won. Meow. The exhilarating cheers resounded throughout the land, echoing for a long time across the open grassland. Upon seeing Su Cheng approach, the animal-eared creatures quickly made way for them. At this moment, the cat-eared girl's eyes were filled with excitement and admiration. The wolf-eared people, however, felt more awe than excitement. The cat-eared man who once had little fighting ability and only knew how to treat fevers has now become incredibly sacred in their hearts. All right, stop shouting. Su Cheng waved his hand with a smile and said, Everyone has worked hard today. Let's hurry up and get the yak carcass back, otherwise it will be even more difficult to transport it if it rains later. I will reward everyone when we get to the camp. Okay, Meow. We all listened to the shaman. The cat-eared girls immediately shouted. Hongxiang jumped off the yak and shouted, Did you hear that? Everyone get moving, and let's carry the yak back together. Put the 2 largest ones on the cart, and carry the rest in net bags. Chun stood aside and gave instructions to the cat-eared girls. Hongxiang glanced at her, not to be outdone, and began to command her own wolf-eared warriors. Don't slack off. Each of you carry 1 small yak, and 4 of you carry the larger ones. Let the cat-eared people see our strength. Chun glanced at Hongxiang and immediately spoke again. Shuriwe, you 4 will carry it. Fenghe will pull the cart, and Horror and Nia will push it. If you can get back to the camp before the wolf-ear clan today, I'll forge a dagger for each of you. Wow, we know about spring. Just you wait, we'll try our best, Meow. After doing all this, the bunny-eared girl slowly curled her lips into a smile. Humph. That's good now. The big bad wolf raised an eyebrow instantly, and his energy surged. Black stone, white lotus. Whoever can transport the yaks back before the cat-eared tribe today will be rewarded with the same weapon. Don't worry. Chieftain, we won't lose when it comes to strength. Brothers, let's get started. Load up the yaks. The atmosphere suddenly became even more heated and exciting. Both sides were doing their own thing. their faces filled with excitement and a competitive spirit. Only Su Cheng stood there, his lips twitching. He looked at Chun, then at Hong Xiang. Holy crap. These two living ancestors. So you're only focused on your own little bit of meteorite iron, huh? Before long, the yak carcasses were all sorted out. The large ones were loaded onto carts, the medium ones were carried in net bags, and the small ones were carried directly on the back. The two groups set off in a grand procession toward the campsite in the mountain valley. Chun, Hongxiang, you two wait a moment. Su Cheng's sudden shout made the two of them stop in their tracks. What's wrong, okay? Is there anything else, alright? The two women exchanged a glance, looking displeased, and then turned back, one to the left and one to the right. Come with me to the yak cave. Also, we should take a look at the riverbank here, Su Cheng said. Chun, bring over 2 empty wicker baskets. They might come in handy. Good. After getting the wicker basket, the three of them went to the cave where the yaks lived. This naturally formed cave is quite large and somewhat deep. The rock walls inside were steep, and the corners were littered with rocks, dry grass, and scattered animal bones. Several beams of light shone from somewhere overhead, revealing stalagmites hanging upside down and fiercely growing ivy-like vines. The plants clung to the cliff face, hanging like beads from a curtain, adding a touch of natural vitality to the cold cave. The huge cave was filled with the pungent smell of yaks that had once lived there. Chapter 178 Praise. Chuanhe and Hongxiang accompanied Su Cheng as they strolled around in a corner. At the same time, he was also looking around the cave, his eyes filled with barely suppressed joy. This cave is large and spacious, and can accommodate many people. For tribes, this is indeed a good option for fighting against the extreme winter. Suddenly, Su Cheng's voice came from the corner ahead, extremely excited, echoing through the cave. Holy crap! Iron ore! Wow, it's iron ore! You two come quick! Seeing Su Cheng gesturing wildly with his eyes shining, Chuanhe and Hongxiang stopped and ran over. What's wrong, Cheng? Chun asked. What's iron ore? Is it a good thing? Okay. Hongxiang leaned forward, squinted at the cliff face that Su Cheng was pointing to, and touched it with her hand. Isn't this just a stone? Of course it's just a stone in your eyes, Su Cheng grinned, his face full of joy. But to me, it's the ultimate treasure, more precious than meat. Really? Hongxiang asked curiously. You big bad wolf, if you don't understand, don't interrupt. You're just repeating what I said. Chun rolled her eyes. I don't understand, but you do. Hongxiang wrinkled her nose. Alright, listen to me. Su Cheng quickly stopped the two clowns from bickering and explained, this kind of stone is called iron ore, which is the same material as meteorite iron. We can use it to make weapons and tools in the future. After saying that, he showed a hint of regret and sighed. What a pity. I just took a look. This should be a hydrothermal vein. Only the part in these few cracks is iron ore, and the surrounding area is just ordinary rock. But it's not a small amount. When we have time to mine, we can dig deeper into this cliff face. There should be more inside. Upon hearing this, both animal-eared girls opened their eyes wide, their pupils shining brightly. They don't understand when you say iron ore, but they understand completely when you say meteorite. That means we can forge even more of those powerful axes and knives. Chun exclaimed in delight. Then what are we waiting for? Okay, let's dig all these iron ore back. Hongxiang was also very happy. What's the rush? Nobody's going to take this from us. We'll have our people come and dig it up later, Su Cheng laughed. Let's go check the riverbank again and see if there's anything good there. The mudflats where the yaks were staying were undeveloped areas, and Su Cheng didn't believe there was nothing there. The three then left the cave and headed to the riverbank. Just like in the cave, Chun and Hongxiang were responsible for guarding, while Su Cheng activated scanning mode and kept searching. As expected, this mudflat also hides a lot of good things. In just a few minutes, Su Cheng found a lot of flint, pyrite, and native copper. In addition, he also discovered a large amount of reddish-brown iron sand, as well as black magnetic sand mixed together. Su Cheng was so happy he was practically ecstatic. These ores were silted up on the riverbank and did not flow downstream. In addition, it has been occupied by yak herds for many years, so everything is completely natural and has never been disturbed by humans. With magnetic sand, you can make magnets. That will make it easier to collect iron sand from this riverbed. Chun, Hongxiang, pack up all the flint and pyrite, and all the round pebbles too. As for the rest, we'll come back and get them later. Good. Back at camp. It was already afternoon. The cat-eared girls ultimately couldn't match the stamina of the wolf-eared tribe and lost the match. Hongxiang was finally satisfied. She had won against Spring after a long time and was extremely proud of herself, walking with a swagger. Chun, with a stern face, simply ignored her and told Lin to call back all the tribespeople who were out working. Then she took He Lu and Luo to the main tent. Fortunately, none of them were far away, and everyone arrived in just over 10 minutes. 20 members of the cat-eared tribe and 12 members of the wolf-eared tribe, a total of 32 people, crowded together in the center of the camp, looking at the yak carcasses that resembled a small mountain, their faces filled with barely suppressed excitement and agitation. The cat-eared girls, who had never experienced hunting, stared wide-eyed and swallowed hard. This was the first time in their lives they had ever seen so many prey, especially the terrifying beasts they never dared to imagine. Is this a yak? It's huge, and there's so much meat. How long will this one be enough to feed us? The shaman is indeed powerful. He said he would hunt yaks, and he really did bring them all back. You're so stupid, witches never boast, meow. The cat-eared girls whispered amongst themselves, their mouths watering at the sight of so much meat. The wolf-eared warriors remained calmer, and most of their attention was focused on Su Cheng. More than the meat, they seemed to be looking forward to what Su Cheng was going to say next and the promised reward. Just then, the little cutie's clear voice came from behind. Make way, everyone, let us pass. The crowd immediately made way, their attention drawn to the scene. Then Chuanha, Luo, and Helu came along, each carrying a large bamboo basket covered with an animal skin, so the contents of the baskets could not be seen. They placed the bamboo basket at Su Cheng's feet and then stood aside. The shaman is about to speak. Everyone be quiet. Okay, meow, don't pull my tail. A cat-eared girl reminded them, and the beast-eared creatures all fell silent and looked at Su Cheng. With a solemn expression, he first glanced at everyone, then clapped his hands in front of his chest before speaking. Today's hunt was a great success, as everyone can see. It was the biggest hunt I've had since I joined, and we had a very fruitful haul. I'm sure everyone is as happy as I am. First of all, I want to praise Chun. She completed the task I assigned her perfectly without any problems. From moving the hives to precise deployment, and finally diving to protect herself, she did a great job at every step. She was also very calm and composed throughout the process. I hope that everyone will learn from Chun in the future and strive to become a qualified and great soldier. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the bunny-eared girl, filled with joy, admiration, and respect. Even the wolf-eared warriors showed deep appreciation and respect for Chun's actions. Except for that one disdainful wolf girl. Chun stood up straight instantly, crossed her arms, and looked dashing. Although she appeared cool and composed, the slight blush on her cheeks and long ears betrayed her. Chun had never been praised so directly before. Even when she was with the Rabbit Ears tribe, she was just an ordinary tribeswoman who worked hard. She had never been noticed by the shaman and had never received such a straightforward honor. Her heart was pounding wildly. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Su Cheng, who was speaking in front of her. She felt a tingling, itchy sensation in her heart, and her cheeks were burning hot. Once, she, too, squeezed into the crowd, watching with envy and admiration those powerful warriors who were revered by their people. Turn out to be. This feeling is really, really amazing. Enjoying the admiration of everyone, the bunny-eared girl remained proud but not arrogant, and her back straightened even more. Chapter 179 Hesitation. Su Cheng's voice continued. Secondly, Shi Yu, Shi Ling, and Nia also did a very good job in dealing with the beehive. Although they are usually very mischievous and like to play around, for this mission, each of them showed a level of composure and calmness that surpassed their usual level and were able to move with ease. When still, he is as immovable as a mountain, extremely patient. When in action, he reacts swiftly and decisively. The words were spoken. The three cat-eared girls all shrank their heads, scratched their heads, their ears twitched and jingled, and their tails swished happily back and forth, extremely embarrassed. In particular, Shirling's unusually shy demeanor intrigued Su Cheng. Is this still the same guy who dared to hold his chest and weigh it up in broad daylight? It's all thanks to the witch's excellent teaching. Yes, meow. The witch is the most powerful. Sure, you said, blushing. Su Cheng smiled gently. Teaching well and doing well are two different things. You did very well this time. There's no need to be modest. This is an honor you deserve. Hee hee. Instantly, smiles bloomed on the faces of the three of them. Su Cheng then continued. Next up are Horror, Daer, and Yanhua. You all did a great job too. Finally, the warriors of the Wolf Ear clan, Hongxiang, Haishi, Baihe, and the other 9 warriors. You also completed your mission very well, and did not disappoint me. You put in a lot of effort and were very serious when you were surrounding the yaks, and I saw it all. Actually, I know that some of you have objections to the task assignments for this joint hunt and feel insulted. Today, I would like to clarify this matter. First of all, I want you to understand that in my eyes, you are just as outstanding warriors as the cat-eared girls. I have never doubted this. In an instant, the wolf-eared warriors raised their heads, straightened their chests, and their eyes gleamed. An exceptionally skilled warrior. This is the shaman's approval. For any soldier, it is an honor to be proud of, even though this shaman wasn't from their own family. Do you know why you were the only ones assigned to the encirclement? Cheng asked softly. The wolf-eared warriors looked at each other and shook their heads. They naturally wanted to know the answer as well. Cheng smiled slightly and continued. It's not belittling, it's not insulting, and it's not showing favoritism. With a serious expression and a loud voice, he said, I have always believed that everyone has their own unique talents. It means that everyone is born with unique talents and abilities. No one is useless. But no one is perfect. You are indeed excellent warriors, but everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. For example, you are very strong, have a strong sense of group consciousness, and are good at hunting wild beasts in groups. The cat-eared girls, on the other hand, are skilled at climbing trees, agile, and sensitive to smells. As a shaman, the most basic requirement is to know people well and assign them appropriate roles, making good use of their strengths. Only in this way can you most rationally and effectively unleash your full potential. A knife is for cutting, not for hammering. An axe is for chopping trees and splitting bones, and is not suitable for weaving ropes or nets. Assigning you tasks is the same principle. The success of a hunt depends on these small factors. If I were to entrust the task of dealing with the beehive to you three, he said calmly, looking at the wolf-eared warriors, could you climb the trees silently, just like them, without being detected by the killer bees, and successfully shoot down the beehive? No one said a word. In fact, they had already experienced this deeply during their hunting trip. Cheng's words further confirmed this. Know people well and use their strengths. They murmured these words, their eyes gradually brightening. That's right, that's exactly it. The shaman recognized their strengths and assigned them suitable tasks. He didn't insult anyone. The shaman hunts with wisdom, not just brute force. This moment, only then did the lingering resentment hidden deep within them completely disappear. Cheng's image. In their eyes, it became even more upright and tall. Turn out to be. The shaman of the cat-ear tribe is a very good person. Just then, Hongxiang suddenly stepped forward, put her hands on her hips, and looked at her wolf-eared tribesmen. Next, I also have something to announce. The wolf-eared warriors were all taken aback and became curious about what their chieftain intended to do. Blackstone and White Lotus exchanged a glance and listened quietly. They knew that the time had come to decide the future of the wolf-ear tribe. Hongxiang looked around at everyone, took a deep breath, and said loudly, I brought you here today not just to participate in the joint hunt of the cat-ear tribe, but more importantly, to tell you about my decision. She paused, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. Anyone would be reluctant to see their tribe, which has lived there for over 20 years, suddenly merged into another power. But this is a necessary choice, and the best way out for the tribe. Hongxiang no longer hesitated and shouted in a deep voice. I have decided that, starting today, the wolf-ear tribe will be merged into the cat-ear tribe. From now on, Cheng will be everyone's shaman, teaching everyone knowledge and leading everyone to live a better life. Blackstone, White Lotus, and the old man have all agreed to this, but I don't want to force any of you. If any of you are unwilling, just say so. I believe Cheng. He said he would not favor any race, whether they have wolf ears or cat ears. He would treat them all equally. In an instant, a long silence suddenly fell over the area. Not only the wolf-eared people, but even the unsuspecting cat-eared girls widened their eyes in disbelief. Should the two tribes merge? Wolf ears and us. Although they were surprised, no random thoughts crossed their minds. Because Cheng has long been their everything. No matter what decision he makes, the cat-eared girls will absolutely believe in him and obey him unconditionally. Do you want to join the cat-ear tribe? The wolf-eared warriors looked at each other, their minds blank. I was at a loss for a moment. This was so sudden. They couldn't quite describe their feelings. They just felt a mix of emotions, chaos, excitement, bewilderment, and surprise, making it impossible to think clearly. They knew Hongxiang's temperament well. She would never lie. So this is true, and I'm not kidding. The wolf-eared warriors looked at Cheng, then at Hongxiang, their eyes filled with both confusion and expectation. Those old wolf ears who had experienced the lion ear incident were now hesitant, unsure of how to answer. The life of a shaman. Normally, who would refuse? Moreover, the old man actually agreed, which surprised them greatly. But the past events, like a thorn, are deeply embedded in my heart. So they hesitated, were afraid, yet equally hopeful. Chapter 180. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Seeing everyone's reactions, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile. He patted Hongxiang on the shoulder, stood at the front again, and addressed the crowd. Hongxiang and I have discussed this, and we really don't intend to force anyone. You can make your own choice, whether to join us or stay in your original tribe. We will accept it. Of course, kind words should be said, but everyone knows that at this point, there is no way back. Moreover, after witnessing Su Cheng's many wisdoms, most people occasionally felt a sense of loss and envy towards the cat ear tribe. Also, there's no rush. You can go back and think about it tonight. If there are no problems, you can start moving tomorrow or the day after. I originally promised Hongxiang that half of the caves on the Yak side would be reserved for you, but if the two tribes merge, it won't be necessary. You can live here directly from now on. Surprise and excitement spread through the crowd, and the wolf-eared warriors felt their hearts finally catch their breath. But another emotion is brewing, ready to surface. Don't think about those messy things right now. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng raised his hand and waved it, shouting loudly. Now we'll distribute the promised rewards to everyone, a linen robe for each of you. After that, let's all deal with the yaks together. Your chieftain and children are still waiting in the tribe. Remember to bring 2 calves back for dinner tonight. We'll talk about the merger tomorrow. This is a necessary step. This also gave the wolf-eared warriors time to sort out their thoughts. Then, Chun and Luo began distributing clothes to everyone. The wolf-eared warriors took the linen clothes, touched the slightly rough fiber texture, felt the unique dryness, and noticed a faint scent of Rami. They were instantly delighted. Compared to animal hide clothing, it is indeed different. It does not have the stench of wild animals, nor is it as cold and stiff as old tree bark, nor is it greasy and sticky. Moreover, the clothes have long sleeves and trousers, which not only protect the body, but also the hands and feet. This is truly a wonderful product. The wolf-eared warriors marveled at the wonders of the linen clothes, while the cat-eared girls cheered with joy. They're slaughtering yaks. Let's sort the clothes, meow. I can eat my fill of meat tonight. Meow, meow. They were still as happy as ever. Not long after, the center of the camp became a large dismantling site. The cat-eared girl and the wolf-eared tribesmen worked together to quickly dismember the 9 yaks. Skinning, deboning, collecting blood in earthenware jars, and picking out internal organs. Everyone is extremely skilled. The heavy stench of blood gradually became pungent in the air. Su Cheng frowned, and instead of staying any longer, he quietly called Chun over and took Hor and Yanhua to the north side of the camp. Hongxiang was happily butchering the beast meat when she caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of her eye. She immediately pursed her lips, dropped her knife, and chased after them. From now on, she will also be a member of Su Cheng's clan, so of course she can't let that stinky rabbit occupy Su Cheng's territory all by herself. Okay, where are you going? How did you get here? Hearing the slightly annoyed question from behind, Su Cheng's eyelids twitched. However, considering what I need to do, it seems easier to bring Hongxiang along. Chun also wanted to know, so she ignored the big bad wolf. Dig a hole. Dig a hole. The 4 animal-eared girls all tilted their heads in confusion. Yes. Su Cheng then explained. As you can see, everyone was exhausted after the hunt today, carrying yaks and sweating profusely. Now they're butchering the meat, so they'll probably smell like animals. That's why I wanted everyone to take a bath. Why dig a hole when you can just take a bath? Chun said. Yes, which, we can just wash with the water from the pond, Hoyer added. Su Cheng waved his hand. No way. I've actually had this idea for a while now. Plus, the temperature has been dropping lately, so let's not take cold showers. I'm planning to dig a big pit so everyone can take a hot shower. A hot shower? Hongxiang looked at Su Cheng and scratched her head, unable to picture a hot bath. The other 3 were also completely bewildered. Spring is curious and asks questions. Okay, can I take a shower with hot water? Of course I can. Su Cheng chuckled. Besides, I've even made bath gloves. Tonight, everyone in the clan can have a good soak, and I'll help you scrub your backs. Scrubbing your back? It's another new term. Hoyer and Yanhua had no objections. If Su Cheng said it was okay, then it definitely would be okay. Hongxiang had no objections. She wanted to experience what a hot bath was like. As for Spring, He squinted at Su Cheng, feeling that there was something fishy going on in this matter. Oh, I just want to help you scrub off all the dirt and grime on your bodies. Su Cheng explained with a straight face, without batting an eye. When you wash your hands and feet, don't you also rub off a layer of grayish-white, mud-like stuff? That's called dirt, which is a mixture of dead skin, sweat, and oil. Although you have special physical conditions and your bodies look clean, there are still some. So I'm going to take this opportunity to help you clean yourself properly. Su Cheng coughed lightly and looked at the four people seriously. I am your sorceress. What evil intentions could I possibly have? Cheng couldn't speak, but she just felt that something was wrong. You better be telling the truth, she said, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely, Su Cheng replied. At this moment, Hong Xiang gave a soft hum to Cheng. You stinky rabbit. Cheng is your sorcerer, and you still doubt him? Unlike me, I only trust Cheng. The big bad wolf teased Cheng and even took the opportunity to support her, thus gaining Su Cheng's favor. The bunny-eared girl rolled her eyes, glanced at the other's big breasts and big butt, and immediately felt it was an eyesore, so she snorted coldly. Of course I believe in Cheng. I don't need you to remind me. She not only believed it, but also understood it very well. That's why I have doubts. However, he quickly stopped caring about it. Today is a day to celebrate, so let this guy do whatever he wants. Anyway, the tribe belongs to him. The 5 people walked along the road, and Su Cheng continued to explain the plans for the next 2 days. Let's have the bonfire party to celebrate the harvest when the wolf-ear tribe comes over. It'll be either tomorrow night or the night after. Tonight is a reward I prepared specifically for the cat-ear girls. Hong Xiang was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. All right, you said you wanted fairness, so the wolf-eared warriors also need to take hot baths. I know. We can take another bath after they move over. Su Cheng turned his head and said, we're busy slaughtering yaks today, so we need to prepare hot baths until very late. Are you all just going to wait here? Aren't you going to take care of the old man and the children? Besides, the forest roads are difficult to travel at night. Chapter 181 The So-Called Witch. Su Cheng is absolutely right. Hong Xiang rubbed her nose and could only nod helplessly. All right then. What about you? Do you want to stay and take a bath together, or go back with your tribe? Su Cheng asked again. Of course I stayed. The big bad wolf glanced at Cheng without leaving a trace, a smug smile playing on his lips. I put in a lot of effort during the hunt today, so you'd better give me a good scrub. Okay, then you'd better work hard to dig the hole later. Good. Upon arriving at the location, Su Cheng chose a spacious open space and immediately began to divide the work. Hong Xiang and Hor were in charge of digging the pit first, while Yanhua, being meticulous, was responsible for finding small stones at the foot of the cliff not far away. Small stones would be fine, and smooth ones would be even better. He and Chun went to pick out wood and animal hides to build a simple open-air shed and a bathhouse. This pit isn't like a trap for hunting large wild animals. It doesn't need to be too deep. Based on Su Cheng's past bathing experience, 1.2 meters is enough. However, the pit needs to be big, spacious, and long enough to accommodate at least 10 people at once. The reason why the bathtub is so long is actually to facilitate continuous heat retention. He planned to separate one end of the pool with a perforated wooden board to ensure hot water flow between the 2 areas, and then intermittently throw red-hot stones into that separated section of the pit. The construction of greenhouses is also to prevent heat from escaping too quickly. Certainly. In addition to the rewards of hot showers and body scrubbing, Su Cheng also prepared a special gift. That's all. The 2 groups were busy with their own things, and the lively sounds echoed in the valley. No one noticed that the drizzle had quietly stopped, the heavy, gloomy clouds had dispersed, and a gray-white moon had slowly appeared. At the same time, inside a medium-sized tent on the edge of the Yintu tribe's camp at the foot of the reddish-brown mountains in the northwest, Lan sat there, wearing a coat made of wild animal fur, her face somber. Under the dim moonlight, only the crackling of the fire could be heard. A lot of noisy voices could be heard not far away, and there were even arguments and fights. Since the Yintu tribe gathered together the various small, chaotic tribes around them, this has been the case almost every day. This is understandable, since after they've eaten and drunk their fill, they have no other entertainment besides procreation. Lan sat quietly inside the tent, tapping her thigh repeatedly with her fingers, trying to calm her anxious heart. The noise only bothered him more at that moment, until a voice rang out. Lan, come in. The curtain was lifted, and a wolf-eared warrior quickly ducked in. Lan looked up at him and immediately asked, Huang Bao, how did the talks go? Don't worry, it's settled. Huang Bao was very excited and leaned closer to say, They said that as long as you haven't lied and have really learned the knowledge of the shaman, they are willing to support you to become the new shaman of the Yin Tu tribe. In an instant, Lan gripped her thigh tightly with her 5 fingers, her eyes flashing with a sharp light. Good. Did they all agree? He continued. Most of them agree. Only a few members of the Horn clan are still hesitant, seemingly worried about being deceived, Huangbao said. They say that just knowing how to concoct herbs to treat wounds isn't enough. They want to see your ability to create fire first. After all, fire is the most important basis for survival. Upon hearing this, Lan looked at him with disdain and gave a light sneer. Humph, all horned creatures are the same, so stupid. But don't worry, it's time to let them know. He revealed a sinister smile and said in a deep voice. The Yin Tu tribe is in a state of panic because of the death of the shaman, and they are constantly arguing about who should be the chieftain. In addition, they are busy studying the things left by Lai Feng, trying to find knowledge related to the fire, and they have no time to care about us. This is our opportunity. Upon hearing this, Huang Bao subconsciously swallowed, because what they were about to do had crossed the line. Put out the fire. Extinguish the fire actively. This would be tantamount to murder for any tribe, and would be intolerable. His voice trembled slightly, and he spoke in a very low voice. Lan, really do we have to do that? That's right, we have no way out. Lan took a deep breath, her eyes sharp. Although I brought back Lai Feng's body, they don't trust me because of that. Once they confirm a new clan leader, we'll have no choice but to continue living our old lives. This is our best chance. Do you want to leave here and endure the bitter cold of winter in a tattered tent like before? Scenes from the past echoed in Huang Bao's mind. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Okay, let's do it. Have you investigated all their sources of fire? Lan said in a deep voice. We absolutely cannot overlook any possible location. Don't worry, I saw everything clearly. Huang Bao chuckled. The Yin Tu tribe are a bunch of fools. They've been living a life of ease for so many years. Now that the shaman is dead, all they know is how to fight for power and become the clan leader, and how to search for the shaman's relics. Nobody cares about the fire. That's good. Remember, this matter must be handled decisively and without being discovered. Good. After saying that, Huang Bao hurriedly left. Lan breathed a sigh of relief only after the footsteps had completely disappeared. He stared at the few yellow crystals in the corner of the tent, his face gradually turning grim and terrifying. Don't blame me. Blame your ancestors. It was their fault. They deceived you. That day, Lan obtained the knowledge of witchcraft from Lai Feng. All the plans fell apart. He thought that by gaining knowledge, he would have many choices in the future. Even if the Yin Tu tribe could no longer stay, they could flee to other places and find a suitable place to live. However, Lai Feng's final, ferocious laugh was like a bucket of cold water poured over him from head to toe, chilling him to the bone. Ha ha ha, Lan, once you gain this knowledge, you will be trapped in Ochre Mountain forever. You have no choice but to guard it so that you can lead your people to live in peace. But how long can that mountain protect you? One day, it will punish you, punish all of you. Lan recalled these words, got up and walked to the corner, grabbed a yellow crystal in her hand, and squeezed it so hard it made a cracking sound. Fine powder fell through his fingers, carrying a pungent stench that constantly fueled his burning ambition. Yellowstone powder. If Su Cheng were here, he would definitely use a more professional name, sulfurstone. This is the secret of fire making passed down through generations of the Yin Tu tribe shamans. By mixing crushed sulfur powder with iron or powder found on the riverbank, and then wrapping it in dry leaves and striking it violently, a fire could be obtained. Their ancestor, a shaman, discovered this secret by chance one day. Although he did not understand the detailed principles, being able to create fire was enough for him. He thus became the shaman of the tribe, and the tradition has been passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 182 Hot Bath. During this time, the shaman also tried to go to the area outside Ochre Mountain to look for sulfur stones, but after countless years, he ultimately found nothing. In the end, he gave up. This is also one of the important reasons why the Yin Tu people have chosen to live in the Zhehong Mountain for generations. They cannot give up, and they must protect it. Because once they leave, they will lose their ability to make fire. Therefore, when Lan learned all this, she was in a daze. He has no way out. Not only that, but in addition to being unable to leave, he also had to take over from Lai Feng and firmly guard the Ochre Mountain. Grass. Lan Qi gritted her teeth. Therefore, he did not take a gamble and directly told the Yin Tu tribe that he had obtained the knowledge of the shaman. He feared that the Yin Tu people would not acknowledge him as an outsider, and might even suspect the cause of Lai Feng's death and do the same thing to him again. Therefore, in order to stay safely, he chose to endure for the time being. Those diverse races were his only and best asset. What is the shaman doing? It seems they said they'd dig a bathing pool so we could take hot baths. A hot shower? Oh yeah, I heard it from Lin too, meow. You guys, stop slacking off. Hurry up and help. If you finish quickly, you can take a shower sooner. Meow, which said he'll even scrub your backs. Scrubbing yourself in the bath? What's that? Never mind that. Let's get to work. Meow. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and a cold wind whistled through the mountains and forests. But the cat ear tribe was still bustling with activity, and people were working hard. At this time, the wolf ear clan had already returned with black stone and white lotus. Only red fragrance shamelessly stayed behind under the pretext of helping. However, she really put in a lot of effort, almost doing the work of two people. After processing the yak meat, the cat-eared girls also came over to help, which greatly accelerated the construction of the hot water pool. Okay, how much longer? The little cutie suddenly stood up from the bottom of the pit, leaned over the edge, and asked, shaking her head. Su Cheng was busy scraping the bathing platform when he turned his head to look at Luo, whose face was covered in mud, and couldn't help but laugh. Almost there, almost there. Are you all done digging the pit? That's about it. If you're tired, come up and rest for a while. Oh, I know. After saying that, the little cutie happily squatted down again. This side, Chun was carving the legs of the bath scrubber's table. She planned to use mortise and tenon joints with tree glue to finish the work. Once the 4 legs were completed, she would help build the greenhouse. As for the other cat-eared girls, some were helping to transport soil, some were in charge of boiling water, and some found clay to make mud, preparing to apply it to all 4 sides of the pit according to the method taught by Su Qinggang. These areas coated with clay, once hardened by firing, will become a decent ceramic waterproof layer. There are many advantages to doing this, the first being that it will not dissolve in water. Because ordinary earthen walls will seep in when they come into contact with water, eventually turning into muddy pits or even collapsing, leaving a murky mess, making it impossible to wash anything. After applying clay and firing it until it hardens, you don't have to worry about these problems anymore. It's fine even if you soak it in water for a long time. Moreover, the earthen walls will be smoother at this time, making it less likely to stir up mud. The same principle applies to laying pebbles at the bottom to prevent muddying the water. After another half hour of work, the bathtub was finally dug. Several cat-eared girls quickly jumped down to continue applying clay, while others brought firewood and threw it in, preparing to light a fire and bake it later. Before long, flames roared into the sky. They would burn a portion of the food, then go down to check it to make sure the baking was going well, before continuing to burn the next portion. This process lasted for more than an hour. Su Cheng's scrubbing platform was ready, and the baking of the earthen walls was finally in its final stage. Next, the cat-eared girls cleaned up the ashes at the bottom of the pit and began their final work. Lay pebbles. Su Cheng had previously had Hongxiang and Chun bring back quite a few stones from the riverbank. Those stones were much smoother than those found under the cliff behind the camp, so they were used as a priority for paving. The stones of varying sizes were neatly arranged at the bottom of the pit, and it looked quite nice. The little cutie was busy laying out the sheets, shaking her head and swaying her body, her face and body covered in sweat, but she was still having a great time. The cat-eared girls who had finished their work gathered around, eagerly anticipating their hot baths. Okay, those round stones are gone. Luo's voice suddenly rang out. Su Cheng heard the noise and came over to take a look. It's only halfway done. He then said, go find Feng He over there on the cliff and have her bring some over first. Remember to use smoother ones for the bottom and avoid the sharp ones that might prick you. The little cutie responded, then with a whoosh, climbed out and dashed into the darkness. Before long, Feng He returned with several baskets of stones. After dumping them on the ground, Luo quickly squatted down and began to pick through them. Stones are being laid down below, while greenhouses are being built on top. Hongxiang hammered the 4 pillars deep into the ground, while the cat-eared girls climbed on top, taking turns pulling on the huge, sewn animal hides or straw. Because it is an open-air bathing pool, there is no roof. 3 walls are covered with animal hides, and the remaining wall is covered with 2 curtains for easy access. Finally, hard work pays off. After nearly 6 hours of work, the open-air bath was finally completed. Immediately afterwards, the cat-eared girls couldn't wait to pour hot water into the pool. Because the pool was very large, a lot of hot water was needed. They found almost every large earthenware pot they could find and put them all on the fire to boil. Now, Feng He switched from transporting stones to transporting water. Some of the cat girls were boiling water, while others were heating stones. Heating the stones and then dropping them into the partitioned pool creates a heat source that can continuously provide heat. The heat will be slowly conducted to the entire pool through the water flow at the bottom. After the stones cool down, they can be taken out and replaced with freshly heated ones. As the pool filled with more and more water, and steam rose from the water, each cat-eared girl's face lit up with joy. It was their first time experiencing a hot bath, and they were all incredibly curious. Of course, since Su Cheng didn't speak, they didn't dare to do anything reckless. There are 21 people. We can't all go down to wash them at once. Su Cheng glanced at it and muttered to himself. The cat-eared tribe, except for 3 clan elders who were absent, had all 20 members present, making a total of 21 including Hongxiang. The pool was indeed large enough, but someone had to watch the hot water on the firewood, and someone had to replace the stones. He then said, Chun, Hongxiang, Luo, Fenghe, you guys wait a bit before you wash. Keep an eye on the hot water and the hot stones. Let the others go first. Shuriwe, Aguo, you can go down and wash now. Don't crowd or make a mess. Remember to watch the water temperature and don't jump in all at once. This isn't cold water. Also, there are steps in the pool. Step down the steps, don't step on the edge of the pit. Chapter 183 Hot Bath 2. A series of instructions. Shuryu and the others looked at each other, and then immediately raised their hands and shouted. Before the 2 animal skin curtains were even fully lowered, these guys were already excited and eagerly began to take off their clothes. Take a soak, and when you're ready, come up one by one, and I'll scrub you. As Su Cheng spoke, he looked at Hongxiang and the others. Once they come up, hand over the work, and then you can go down and soak. Then, he took out his bath gloves and began to admire them with a serious expression. A dozen or so fair-skinned, delicate bodies swayed before my eyes. It's just that the moonlight isn't beautiful tonight, and the light is rather dull. These guys really didn't care about being seen naked by Su Cheng. They quickly took off their clothes and happily jumped into the pool. The abundant fruit trembled in the moonlight with each step, making one's eyes widen in amazement. The rising steam partially obscures the view, like a light veil brushing against the face, inspiring endless imagination. Su Cheng took a deep breath, feeling a surge of energy rushing to his head, and subconsciously touched his nose. Thankfully, I didn't lose face. The cat-eared girls were very obedient. They stepped onto the steps, tested the water temperature, and then their eyes lit up as they plopped down on the water. The warm water engulfed my body, as if all my fatigue was washed away by the water, leaving only comfort and ease. The smooth pebbles pressed against the soles of their feet and buttocks. At first, these guys weren't used to it and kept fidgeting, but they quickly accepted the strange sensation and even started to enjoy it. I must say, stepping on those pebbles and feeling the bumps and rubs on the soles of my feet was both strange and comfortable. Meow. A hot shower is so nice. So comfortable, meow. They squinted their eyes, their lips pursed comfortably into waves. Its ears drooped down, and only its tail swayed gently in the water. Even Horror, who is usually the most mischievous, was much quieter at this moment. Soon, they began to enjoy it, and their movements became free and relaxed. Some were squatting, some were lying down, some were sitting upright with their legs flat, and some were helping each other stroke their tail fur. The plump fruits floated on the water's surface. Before Su Cheng could even take a few glances at them, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Why are you elbowing me again? He turned to look at Lord Chun. The bunny-eared girl rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. I knew you weren't up to any good. Su Cheng rubbed his nose with a mischievous grin. So, are you going to wash it or not later? Wash? After working so hard and getting all sweaty and smelly, it would be a shame not to enjoy myself. Besides, it's not like he hasn't seen it before. At most, just stop him from doing that kind of body scrubbing. Right. They won't let you rub it. Chun was very perceptive. She felt that being glanced at while bathing was just a pretense, and that scrubbing the body was the real purpose. I'll go out and watch the water. She snorted, then lifted the curtain and went out. Okay, what should I do? The little cutie tugged at Su Cheng's clothes. The water was quite hot, and there was no rush to put the stones in, so she didn't have anything to do. Su Cheng thought for a moment before speaking. Go with Hongxiang to the main tent and bring over those rattan and bamboo baskets in the corner, as well as the large wooden spoon. Remember to cover the rattan baskets with a piece of animal hide. Okay. The little cutie happily ran out after receiving the order. Fenghe, Go and get some more firewood and put it outside. We still need to boil a lot more water. No. This big guy was a little reluctant to leave. She really wanted to try out the bathtub right now. After the others left, Cheng turned back to continue admiring the pool of candid cat-eared girls. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's truly a dazzling array of choices. He simply sat down on a specially prepared stone stool and began to examine each one. In the past, I was always busy with this and that, and I really didn't observe things very carefully. Listening to their playful voices and watching the swirling mist, I felt very relaxed. You know what? People in this era may not be as fair-skinned, but they all possess a strong sense of healthy beauty. The skin tones varied, ranging from fair, apricot, wheat, and light brown, to a few tanned ones. The varieties are also very diverse. Forests, grasslands, tigers, and white tigers, it has everything. Their breasts and hips each have their own merits, some plump and some slender, and their heights vary greatly. As Cheng watched, he mentally scored the videos. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. All tens. Nonsense. How could our own people be anything but good-looking? Well, even if it's Feng He, he's willing to go against his conscience and give it a 9.9 rating. Although he is muscular, he is actually quite handsome. He took a deep breath and looked up at the night sky. The moonlit scenery is like a dream. Finally. Yay, it's ready. With a splash of water, a cat-eared girl happily stood up, carefully stepped onto the steps, and then jumped up. The splashing water attracted the attention of others. She ran up to Cheng in no time. I've finished soaking the cat, come scrub it. The cat-eared girl had rosy cheeks, a smile on her lips, and bright, sparkling eyes. She wasn't shy at all. A wave of heat, mixed with her unique fragrance, immediately enveloped his face, like a warm, gentle hand constantly stirring Cheng's heart. The person who came was Red Peach, whose personality was just like Fire's, mischievous, outgoing, lively, and adorable. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with a heavy chest, he was clearly a sea-level boss. Red Heart, okay, lie down. Cheng smiled and pointed to the bathing station. After saying that, he picked up the big wooden ladle that the little cutie had just gotten, scooped some water from the pool, and sprinkled it onto the platform. Just lie flat. Okay, meow. Red Peach obediently lay down, her eyes looking at the sky, blinking. Cheng then grabbed her arm and gently rubbed it. On firm skin, a little dirt and grime can be easily rubbed off. It's brewed all right. Hee hee. This moment, the cat-eared girls in the pool all looked over, their faces full of curiosity and anticipation. The witch will scrub us in the bath like this later, meow. They're so close. The witch is going to see everything. You're so stupid, you've already been seen naked. It seems so. I want to rub the next one. In their eyes, the shaman has transformed into a master of bathing, shining brightly for her people. From time to time, Hong Tao's mischievous laughter could be heard from the bathing platform. Don't move. I'm itchy. Raise your hands. Spread your feet apart. Giggle giggle. The bath towel diligently traversed mountains and forests, leaving no inch of land untouched, cleaning away all the dirt and grime like a torrential downpour. Then, he scooped up a ladle of water and rinsed it over the wheat-colored body. Okay, roll over and lie face down. Now wipe your back. Meow. A slight, trembling sound reached his ears, and Cheng realized something was wrong. He was so engrossed in scrubbing himself that he didn't pay attention to anything else. It's better to say something than to say it. The feeling of scrubbing off all the dirt on someone else's body and then rinsing it clean with water is incredibly satisfying. He then looked up and glanced at it. I was immediately taken aback. Oh, this. The previously carefree and mischievous Red Peach now had a flushed face, and her eyes were filled with a moist, autumn-like gaze. Not only on the face, but also on the ears and neck. A patch of crimson. She lay down on the platform and buried her face in her arms. Chapter 184 Special Reward. So this is what body scrubbing is like. In the pool, the cat-eared girls blinked their eyes as they watched, thinking that the witch would treat them the same way later. Some of them had already unconsciously blushed. Some of them submerged half their faces in the pool, blowing bubbles. / omega / omega / As another ladle of water was poured down, Cheng patted Hong Tao's bottom. It's done rubbing, you can get up now. Meow. She tried to run away, but Cheng caught her with lightning speed. Why are you running? This isn't over yet. Oh, you're running away without wearing your clothes. Seeing the cat-eared girl with a flushed face, awkwardly straightening her body, Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Then, he took a piece of wool cloth from the bamboo basket and wiped Hong Tao from head to toe. Then squeeze out the water and leave it to dry. The clean linen clothes are in that wicker basket over there. Find one for yourself to wear later. As he spoke, Su Cheng rummaged through the bamboo basket beside him and took out a pair of wool underwear. This is a special reward prepared for each of you, underwear. Since it was the first time they had seen it, the cat-eared girls naturally wouldn't wear it. Su Cheng simply squatted down, spread out his underwear, and looked up, saying, "Lift your legs up. I'll teach you how to put them on. From now on, you'll have to do it yourself. I've prepared 2 sets for each of you, so you can take turns. If they get dirty, just take them off and wash them, understand?" "Okay, meow." Red Peach suppressed her shyness, leaned forward slightly, and looked down. There was no way around it. If I stood up straight and looked down, I couldn't see my feet at all. She lifted her foot, and, following Su Cheng's instructions, stepped into the gap left in the fabric. Then, Su Cheng pulled the underwear up to the top of the thigh. He gently tugged at the elastic band sewn into the waistband again, then said, "The size is about right, not too loose, just right." Then he asked with a smile, "How do the underwear feel to wear?" "Oh." Red Peach stared blankly at the piece of cloth she was wearing, tugged at it with her hand, then looked up, her face full of surprise. "It's very comfortable. Besides these, there is another very special one. I can't quite describe the feeling, it was just magical. It's as if you can hide most of the shame in your heart, no longer standing naked in front of the witch. There was only such a small piece of cloth." "Wow." The light in Red Peach's eyes instantly brightened. Although her cheeks were still hot and red, they were much better than before. She felt like she could do it again. His mischievous spirit is quickly returning. "Thank you, witch." "No need to thank me." Su Cheng pinched her cheek and said irritably, "Go get dressed, and remember to change Hong Xiang over for a bath." "Okay, meow." The guy grinned, and, instead of running away, went to the edge of the pool in his underwear and showed it off to everyone. Hands on hips, gating like a cat, wiggling her hips, looking excited. It was exactly the same as when Su Cheng first made a fire and ran around the camp having fun. Su Cheng was also quite moved. Underwear may seem like a small item, but it can be quite something. Wearing it reduced my sense of shame by 90%. As Hong Xiang lifted the curtain and entered, another cat-eared girl stood up with a splash and left the bath. "Witch, help me scrub my back too. I want to wear underwear too." Ling came running over, her face full of anticipation, water droplets splashing all the way, her ample bosom swaying violently. All right, lie down." Su Cheng waved his hand. He then took the bath towel to wash it, and when he turned around, he choked on his breath. Their eyes widened in surprise. Good heavens. No wonder he's the kind of person who dares to openly pat his chest. He's as mischievous and daring as ever. Ling lay obediently on the bath table, her arms behind her head and her legs spread out like a frog. Su Cheng swallowed hard, feeling as if a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. The canyon fissures before our eyes are too much to bear. He silently gave a thumbs up. "You are this one. Hearts. What rotten fish and shrimp. Witch, hurry up and rub it." This guy was even baring his teeth in provocation. This is absolutely intolerable. They're here. That's all. The cat-eared girls received a scrubbing service and felt that they had taken a big step closer to their witch, making them extremely happy. After putting on the underwear, she really liked this magical little garment and treasured it like a precious gem. In the sky, the moon no longer seemed so dark, but brightened a bit, silently accompanying the countless creatures on this land who were still awake. Smack! Su Cheng patted Hong Xiang's bottom and said, "I'm done rubbing. I'm exhausted." If a dozen or 20 people continuously scrubbed your back, even a god couldn't withstand it. When it came to the cat-eared girls later on, Su Cheng was no longer in the mood to appreciate or joke with them. They were just pure bath robots. "Okay, a hot shower feels so good." Hong Xiang praised it, quickly sat up from the bathing platform, and then excitedly went to rummage through the bamboo basket to find her underwear. Su Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and didn't forget to remind him. "Your size needs to be a bit larger, so don't take anything else. I've put it at the bottom." "Okay, I understand." Su Cheng helped the woman dry off, and after she got dressed, he sat back down on the stone stool to catch his breath. "I'm going back to sleep now." "Okay, I have to get back to the tribe tomorrow morning." Go ahead. He waved his hand and then took a breather. It's finally coming to an end. There are currently only 3 people left in the bathtub. The little cutie is standing in the pool, using a brush made of wild boar bristles to wash from his horse. The other one is Spring. At this moment, she was squatting in the water, with only her head above water, her eyes darting around, occasionally glaring at Su Cheng. After observing the entire process of scrubbing the body, this guy was no longer keen to get out of the pool. He mentally beat Su Cheng up several times over. Just as she expected, the bath scrubbing was not a proper thing. That's so indecent. The shame made her mind a mess, so much so that she didn't care much when Su Cheng was helping Hong Xiang scrub her back. Not long after, the little cutie finally finished brushing the horse for Feng He, and the two of them then came out of the bathing pool and happily ran over to get their clothes. Luo had already finished scrubbing herself in the bath, and since she had nothing else to do, she helped Feng He wash his body. Feng He didn't need underwear, so Su Cheng prepared a horse-drawn cloak for her, made of linen and animal hide, which was thick and very warm. The girl liked it very much. After Luo helped her put it on, she yawned and went back to sleep. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng helped Luo get dressed, and the little cutie was also very sleepy, her eyelids starting to droop. Feeling refreshed after a shower, she was most prone to drowsiness. Seeing her rubbing her eyes repeatedly, Su Cheng couldn't help but pat her head and whisper, "You go back to sleep first, I'll go back after I finish rubbing Chun." Then, the little cutie, like a penguin, pattered its way out of the greenhouse. Chapter 185, a combination of knees and elbows. In an instant, silence fell again. Even the crackling sound of the firewood seemed to have disappeared. Su Cheng walked to the edge of the pool, tested the water temperature with his hand, and found the temperature to be acceptable. Then he took off his clothes and sat down inside. Comfortable. He couldn't help but hum. Opposite. Spring moved back without anyone noticing. Su Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling offended, and said irritably, "How long do you plan to stay in there?" "In a little while." "Then why don't you just wait until I'm done soaking, and then I'll scrub you in the bath." The bunny-eared girl's ears twitched, her cheeks suddenly flushed redder, and her eyes darted away. I don't need to scrub myself." "If you don't scrub, do you know how dirty you are?" Su Cheng said, "Look how much mud has been rubbed off you and the others. Don't you want to rub it off?" Chun was speechless and suddenly felt a little regretful. I should have asked Lin or Luo to rub it for me earlier. Now they've all run away, leaving only Su Cheng and her. It's all over. She sniffed, thought for a moment, and then said, "Then, how about just rubbing my back?" "What do you think?" Su Cheng glared at her, then chuckled. "Stop dawdling. It's not like you haven't seen and touched it before. There's no one else around. Just finish rubbing it, and we'll go back. Then you're not allowed to rub it randomly." She finally gave up and glared at me. "What's the point of scrubbing it haphazardly? If you don't use your strength, how can you scrub off all that dirt?" As Su Cheng was speaking, he remembered something and added, "Oh right, after I finish rubbing you, you have to rub me too." "All right." The bunny-eared girl pouted, finally stopping her nagging. He then stood up from the pool, covering his lower body and chest with his hands. This shy pose is so much like a modern person's. All that's missing is a bath towel. Or is it that Haru has a better sense of shame than the other cat-eared girls? The most complete evolution? Su Cheng recalled a joke he had seen before and couldn't help but grin and make a joke. "Why are you covering your lower body? You should be covering your face." "Why are you covering your face?" Chun asked, looking at him. "Well, it's probably because only their faces look different." You're just spouting nonsense." The bunny-eared girl raised an eyebrow and was about to leave when she said, "I'm going to lie down. You come over and finish rubbing me." But Su Cheng called him back as soon as he took a step. "Don't go. It's just the two of us now. We can just scrub ourselves in the pool. You can come over here." Chun blinked, and her eyes instantly lit up. In her opinion, not having to lie on the platform would make it less shameful. She readily nodded in agreement and waded over through the water. Then he turned around and squatted down in the water with his back to her. The pool water rippled, carrying the pleasant scent of the bunny-eared girl. "I'll wipe your back for you, and I'll wipe the front myself," she said after thinking for a moment. All right, whatever you say." Su Cheng didn't waste any words. After all, if you really piss this person off, they might just instinctively hit you. Then, he put on bath gloves and skillfully massaged Chun's back. The guy was startled at first, his body trembled, and then he slowly calmed down and stopped moving around. "Hey, I told you there was a lot of mud. Take a look for yourself." As Su Cheng rubbed, he reached out his hand, and the rabbit-eared girl blushed again when she saw the dirty mud. "Stop saying that," she said, both embarrassed and angry. "Okay." Su Cheng knew when to stop and continued to act as a bath scrub master. Feeling the gentle pressure on his back and the touch of his hands scraping his skin, Chun unconsciously felt a strange sense of comfort creeping through his body, gradually immersing himself in it. I don't know if it's drowsiness or fatigue, but even my head feels a little dizzy. She subconsciously closed her eyes, listened to Su Cheng's reminder, and her body obeyed. Raise your hand a little. The other hand. Don't lower your head. Tilt it back. Legs. Yes, that's it. Straighten them. Straighten your back. Ouch, these two are so heavy. I wasn't using too much force here, was I? Don't move your legs around. I don't know how much time has passed. When Chun realized what was happening, she discovered that Su Cheng had already finished kneading. And it's the whole body. Recalling everything that had just happened, she blushed instantly. A blush quickly crept onto her cheeks, followed by a wave of heat. That once cold and aloof rabbit has long since disappeared into some remote mountain valley. What's appearing now is a new breed of shy rabbit, and it's really cute. Su Cheng smiled and handed over the bath gloves. It's your turn to scrub me. Hurry up, I need to go back to sleep. Not long after, sounds could be heard coming from the quiet bathhouse. Ouch, be gentle. Holy crap, you're going to get your skin rubbed off. This amount of force is sufficient. No, why are you rubbing and elbowing at the same time? Early morning. As the sun rises, it illuminates and disperses the clouds and mist. Birds and beasts chirped in the forest, squirrels argued on the branches, raccoons darted along the grass, and a red fox carefully avoided food traps before stepping on a rope snare and getting caught on a treetop. Dewdrops fall from the grass blades, nourishing the soil, creating a vibrant scene. The cat-ear tribe remains quiet today. After taking a hot bath for the first time and washing away the dirt, everyone slept in comfortably for a long time. Su Cheng opened his eyes and yawned. Luo, who was sleeping with her arms wrapped around his neck, also woke up, pursed her lips twice, and put her feet back on him. The little cutie raised her head and sniffed Su Cheng's face, then happily gave him a kiss. Awake? Su Cheng asked, rubbing her face. Luo responded, then threw off the fur blanket covering her, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. I usually sleep naked, but today is different. Su Cheng's gaze shifted from the pair of ripening fruits and fell downwards. The soft, white panties clung tightly to her body, outlining her petite and rounded figure. He couldn't help but touch it, and his eyes immediately lit up. This separation, compared to being direct, seems to be quite different. Isn't it beautiful? Done. The little cutie's pretty face flushed slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up in a smug smile. Yes, it looks good, Su Cheng said with a smile. I fell asleep last night and didn't get to see it properly. Now let me take a good look. Okay. As she spoke, Luo happily stood up from the bed, tugged at the wrinkles pressed into her panties, and then spun around twice. Okay, how about it? It suits you very well. How about this? Suddenly, the little cutie's playful fingers hooked onto the hem of her pants and pulled it to the side. Su Cheng stared wide-eyed, having no idea where Luo had learned this trick. All he knew was that Su Xiaoqing instantly flew into a rage. Who can withstand the test? Before long, soft, seductive moans could be heard coming from inside the tent. Chapter 186 Names and Totems. All right, the wolf-ear tribe has arrived. Just as Su Cheng picked up some water to wash up, Chun's voice rang out from outside the tent, and she followed him in. She glanced to the side and saw Luo squatting there, carefully washing her underwear. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. These two people are really... Pooh. They were doing business there early in the morning, and she listened to them for a long time. Su Cheng took a sip of water, rinsed his mouth, then spat it out before asking, They arrived so early? How many people came? 6 children and 2 wolf-eared tribesmen are outside, Chun Hui said. They said the elders told them to bring the children over first, and the others are packing their things, so it will probably take a while. Okay, I'll go out and take a look. A hint of joy flashed in Su Cheng's eyes, and he immediately got up and walked out of the tent. Looking up, in the open space not far away, Hong Xiang, dressed in a tiger-skin dress, was bending over and rubbing the heads of several wolf-eared children one by one, causing the little guys to jump around and laugh happily. All the children were brought over first, so it seems that there are no problems with the wolf-ear tribe. Su Cheng felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Red fragrance. He shouted loudly and strode over. The tall, imposing wolf with its big tail turned around, its face still bearing the smile it had when teasing the children. With a gentle flick of its bushy tail, it immediately attracted several mischievous wolf cubs who reached out to grab it. Oh, okay, you're awake. She blinked, her voice light and cheerful. It's just in time that you're here. I can borrow Fenghe and the cart later. The old man and the others are already packing their things. I need to go back and help them move. Should we ask Shiryu and the others to come along and help? The more people there are, the faster they can move things, Su Cheng asked casually. No need to trouble yourself. Hongxiang shook her head gently. We don't have much stuff, just some food and weapons. A cart is enough. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng immediately frowned. Where are your tents? Where's the firewood? Aren't you going to move any of these? You want those too? Nonsense. Su Cheng twitched his lips in annoyance, a hint of helplessness on his face. They're all useful, why not use them? Remember, take down all the tents, and bring over the firewood, animal hides, and everything else. Having ready-made things is much faster than chopping and sewing them together. Chun, standing to the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes. You big bad wolf, we don't even have enough firewood right now. If you don't bring some, where will we sleep tonight? What will we burn? Hongxiang rubbed the tip of her nose and gave an awkward hum. Fine, I'll bring it. I didn't say I wouldn't. Then let Shiryu and the others go with you. It would be best if they could all be moved by morning, Su Cheng said. After entrusting the 6 little ones to Luo's care, Hongxiang prepared to leave with Fenghe and the cart. Shiryu and the others, who were still fast asleep, were also dragged out of bed by Chun, and they followed along, still half asleep. Watching the group disappear completely into the depths of the forest, Chun suddenly looked at Su Cheng and asked, I'm free today. Is there anything I can do for you? Have you finished chopping all your axes? I finished forging them a long time ago. I made 3 in total, and I've saved the rest of the materials for you. Chun said with a hint of pride, a smile creeping onto his face. When it comes to blacksmithing, she's incredibly skilled now. Su Cheng's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Then we have 5 axes now. Now that some iron ore has been discovered, there will be more and more convenient iron tools in the future, and we won't have to worry too much about issues such as tree cutting efficiency and tool making. He then said, go tell Lin and the others that they don't need to rush to spin yarn today. Call a few more people over to help build a big bonfire. I want to hold a festival. Festival? Spring was taken aback. Generally speaking, festivals are only held on specific important days, such as the end of the extreme winter or the change of leadership of the chieftain or shaman. At other times, even during a bumper harvest, they are not held. The merger of 2 tribes is indeed a big event, but a bonfire party would suffice at most. Okay, wouldn't it be too wasteful to hold a festival? Chun couldn't help but remind him. A grand festival consumes a lot of wood and food, which is incomparable to a bonfire party. Furthermore, it is inappropriate to welcome a new tribe with a festival. Su Cheng naturally understood Chun's concerns and couldn't help but smile. It won't be wasted. This festival is essential. He paused, his expression turning serious. Tonight's ceremony is not just about the merger of 2 tribes, but more importantly, about determining the name of the tribe and our totem. The tribe's name? And its totem? Spring opened her eyes wide and stood there, stunned. She could understand the name. Most tribes with shamans would give themselves a new name to show their prosperity and power. But a totem? She'd never heard of it. Okay, what is a totem? She asked, very curious. Well, you've heard of the Wolf King's will of the Wolf Ear tribe, right? Su Cheng asked. Yes, I know. This is their tribe's belief and the way they pass on their patriarchal traditions. A hint of longing appeared in Chun's eyes as she continued. Most tribes follow a succession system, where the previous chieftain personally selects the successor, and the shaman is the same. But the Wolf Ear tribe is different. They believe in the inheritance of will, and each new chieftain must win the submission of other tribesmen and gain their loyalty through battle. The Wolf Ear tribe that Su Cheng knew was even more special. Because of Hongxiang's almost unparalleled combat power and physique, her position as clan leader was already established from childhood. As she spoke, the rabbit-eared girl's pupils suddenly contracted slightly, as if she understood something, and she asked in confusion, Cheng, you mean, the totem is something like the Wolf King's will? Su Cheng nodded. Pretty much, but totems are more practical, something you can see and touch, not so illusory. I still don't understand. The rabbit-eared girl frowned. You'll understand tonight. Su Cheng chuckled. By the way, where's your dagger? Can I borrow it for a bit? Afterwards, Chun went to where Lin and the others were working, while Su Cheng went back to the main tent alone to begin preparing for the name and totem. Before we knew it, half a day had passed. The commotion outside the tent suddenly became even more lively, especially Hongxiang's clear and cheerful voice, which was very loud as she directed the clansmen to load and unload the belongings that had been transported. Su Cheng then put down the small jar he was mixing dyes with, rolled up the piece of animal hide next to him, and stepped out of the tent. The camp was bustling with people, with nearly 20 more people suddenly appearing, making it much more lively than before. Chapter 187 Chatting. The warriors of the Wolf-Ear tribe were busy, sweating profusely, unloading the timber, animal hides, and wicker baskets filled with food. The cat-eared girls, meanwhile, were excitedly building a giant bonfire platform, carrying logs and running back and forth. The tiered, stacked bonfire platform is now taking shape, standing nearly 3 meters tall, and looks quite spectacular. Upon seeing Su Cheng emerge, Hongxiang quickly went over to him, asking in a low voice, "Cheng, are you going to hold a festival?" "Okay," Su Cheng said. "Once you've finished unloading your stuff, go to that open space on the east side of the camp and set up your tents first, otherwise you won't have anywhere to sleep tonight." "Okay." Hongxiang nodded, then continued, "All right, but wouldn't a festival be a bit too much?" She and Chun share the same traditional ideas. "I don't think tribal mergers need to be so grand. It's good to have one's own people valued, but it's not worth wasting too many resources as a result." Su Cheng shook his head. "No, you'll find out tonight. There are many important things to do today. You all need to finish your own tasks before coming to help." "All right." Hongxiang said no more. Since Su Cheng wanted to do it, she would fully cooperate. The campfire platform was set up at 5 p.m. People from the two tribes gathered in front of the huge building, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Festival. Especially such a grand festival. As far as I can remember, it was a long time ago. The wolf-eared tribesmen stood silently together, appearing somewhat reserved. After all, everything here was unfamiliar to them, including the linen clothes they wore, giving them a feeling that they didn't belong to them. New camp, new life, new people. And the new witch. Even though the decision has been made, the unease deep in my heart still occasionally stirs my mind. The witch is here. Make way, everyone. Meow. Su Cheng stepped forward, and the crowd automatically parted, with Chun following closely behind, and Hongxiang immediately joining him. The two, unusually, didn't argue. They simply stayed quietly by each other's side, only glancing at each other briefly. As Su Cheng walked, he looked around at everyone and keenly noticed the unease in the eyes of the wolf-eared people. They kept their heads down, only daring to peek slightly with their eyes raised. In the entire wolf-eared tribe, apart from those few bewildered wolf-eared children, there was only Black Stone, White Lotus, and the old man standing there with a calm expression. Today is a special day, so the 3 elders of the cat-ear tribe made a rare appearance. Supported by Lin, they stood quietly in the distance, their backs hunched. Meow. With Huar's loud shout, all the cat-eared girls joined in, their voices echoing through the valley. Meow. Meow. The atmosphere instantly became heated, but the wolf-eared tribe members looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Her eyes looked somewhat lost, and the sense of distance in her heart grew even stronger. Hongxiang saw the expressions on the faces of her clansmen. She frowned slightly, but eventually, she could only helplessly turn her gaze to Su Cheng. She always believed that Su Cheng would not let her down, nor would he let his people down. Su Cheng walked up to the platform, turned around, waved to the crowd, and smiled. "All right, everyone quiet down." In an instant, the place fell silent. Beyond the distant mountains, the setting sun bleeds like blood, and a cold mountain wind blows past your ears, carrying a chill that makes your heart tremble. But at this moment, no one paid attention. Everyone was staring intently at the man standing on the high place. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng smiled and said lightly, "The festival begins after sunset. Before that, let's rest for a while and chat." Perfect, let me tell you my story. About 30 days ago, I came to this forest and fell asleep on the riverbank. Chun and the others happened to pass by, and, fearing I would be eaten by wild animals, woke me up. My only memory of that time is that Chun's hands were very strong, and those slaps hurt my face a lot. His voice was not loud, lacking the arrogance and aloofness of a witch, nor was it particularly impassioned. Instead, it was very casual, with a smile, like a conversation between friends, making people feel relaxed. What he said was equally ordinary. He didn't mention festivals or tribal mergers, but simply told his own story, yet everyone pricked up their ears and listened quietly and attentively. Many of the cat-eared girls who knew about this experience were grinning, and Haru blushed, her ears trembling slightly, extremely embarrassed. The wolf-eared tribe members, however, stared wide-eyed, raised their heads, and looked at their new shaman with some surprise. He was actually picked up by the bunny-eared girl, and he was even woken up by being beaten. They didn't know why Su Cheng was saying these things, but seeing the cat-eared girl's relaxed smile and the rabbit-eared girl's blushing face, the unease and sense of distance in their hearts seemed to dissipate little by little, and they were no longer so reserved. As for Hongxiang, she was regretting that she wasn't there that day. It would have been so much better if she had taken Sucheng back. So much so that now the two of them have to sleep secretly, so that the stinky rabbit won't know. Su Cheng continued speaking, and the atmosphere at the scene became much lighter. Then, Chun took me to the cat-ear tribe. She saved my life, gave me food and shelter, and has been protecting me ever since. So, I would like to take this opportunity to thank her properly. Chun's face turned even redder. She turned to glare at Su Cheng, but at the same time, she glanced at Hongxiang without leaving a trace, and the corners of her lips curled up. After that, I lived in the cat-ear tribe, taught them how to make fire, hunted with them, taught them knowledge, and became their shaman. Suddenly, Su Cheng looked at the wolf-eared tribesmen. Then, I met you all. I remember encountering your chieftain, Hongxiang, during my first wild boar hunt. To be honest, I was terrified, because she was so tall and big. I felt like she could slam me to the ground with one punch. I'm not bragging, but with my build, if she dared to hit me, I would have lay on the ground and made her beg me not to die. Puff. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out. It was Bai He. She quickly shrank her neck, but still couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. The humorous narration gradually dispelled their unease, and even made the wolf-eared warriors smile. Only the old man rolled his eyes, getting angry at Su Cheng. Su Cheng continued to laugh. At the time, I thought, how wonderful it would be if such a powerful person could become one of my people. So, I gave her a wild boar tusk as a gift. She liked it very much, and I was also very happy. That's how we became friends smoothly. Hongxiang crossed her arms, blinked, and her eyes gleamed. It turns out that Su Cheng took a liking to her at their first meeting. The big bad wolf was overjoyed, completely ignoring the fact that he almost got into a fight with Chun that day, and proudly swished his tail. The old man was even angrier, and his beard started to tremble. Sure enough, this guy had his eye on his daughter from the very beginning. Chapter 188 Moon Shadow. Next, Su Cheng mentioned treating the fever and trading. He seemed to remember everything very clearly and talked a lot about Hongxiang and the Wolf-Ear clan. Only after he finished speaking did he pause briefly and return to the present. His expression also became serious. So, I'm very happy that standing here today is not only a cat-eared tribesman, but also a wolf-eared tribesman. My wish has been fulfilled, and I will surely fulfill yours as well. He stood on the high platform, slowly extending his right hand towards the pack of wolf ears, his eyes sincere. This will be a tough process, but I believe that as long as we work together, there is nothing we cannot do. Welcome to my tribe. This moment, the wolf-eared tribe members all raised their heads, their eyes gleaming. The old man squinted his eyes, as if finally relieved, and took a deep breath. He had seen those lights before. This is a sign that these cat-eared girls are on the path to prosperity. Incredibly dazzling. Which, Blackstone's honest voice rang out at that moment. Bai He followed closely behind, raising her fist high and shouting loudly. Which, meow, meow. Wolf Ear and Cat Ear shouted their own different slogans, their voices noisy yet loud, echoing for a long time in this vast mountain valley. In the distance, the setting sun finally disappeared beneath the mountains. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color and plunge into endless darkness. As the last ray of light faded, Su Cheng raised his hand high and, under the excited gazes of everyone, shouted loudly. Ignition! A piece of firewood, burning dark red, was simply thrown into the campfire. The thick layer of dry grass buried inside soon began to emit black smoke, and with just a gentle breath, flames ignited and began to burn fiercely. The flames leaped upwards from the center, climbing higher and higher, their light like dazzling blooming flowers, quickly illuminating the world. The faces of the beastmen were bathed in light, and flames flickered in their eyes. They looked up at the man standing high up with his back to the flames, his smile friendly. This moment, not only the wolf-eared people, but even the cat-eared people were in a daze. It seemed like they were realizing it for the first time. I think I've become a witch. He is a true sorcerer, a shaman who can lead them to live peacefully in this cruel land. Suddenly, Su Cheng's words rang out once again. Everyone looked over at the same time, their eyes burning with anticipation. I am the shaman, and from this day forward, our tribe will have a new name, a name that belongs only to us. In an instant, the scene was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. A new name? Everyone's eyes lit up, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Even Chun, who knew about the matter beforehand, could not suppress the restlessness in her heart, and her eyes turned red. What's your new name? Tell me quickly, Meow. It must be a very impressive name. One of the cat-eared girls excitedly asked the question. The wolf ears perked up, their hearts pounding. However, Su Cheng did not rush to answer. Instead, he pointed to the sky and asked with a smile. Look at the sky, what's up there right now? Everyone immediately looked up. In the deep blue sky, there were no stars, no clouds, only a gray crescent moon. Lightstone. A wolf-eared warrior answered quickly. It is a flint during the day and a light stone at night. That's what most tribes call it. Su Cheng replied. That's called the moon. Moon. Yes, that's what they call it where I was born. The sun governs the daytime, and the moon governs the nighttime. He paused, looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, and continued. The moon has its phases, sometimes full and sometimes crescent. In your eyes, it is sometimes round and sometimes crescent, but in fact it has never changed. Moreover, its light is not as scorching and dazzling as the sun, it is gentler and whiter. It represents purity, just like you, kind and pure. Sunset and moonrise mark the passing of a day. Therefore, the moon also represents reproduction, and the time when all things rest and recuperate. Under the moonlight, new life is conceived and the young grow strong. The moon has light, and the shadow has substance. The shadow arises from the light. Light guides our way, and shadow allows us to take root in the earth. We grow up on this land, and from birth we are accompanied by light and shadow. The shadow not only protects us from the scorching sun, but also helps us hide our bodies so that we can hunt better. Su Cheng took a deep breath, looked at the bright, expectant eyes in front of him, and said in a deep voice, the moon and its shadow are inseparable. Where there is moon, there is shadow. And this is our tribe's new name, Moonshadow. Moonshadow. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone murmured those two words, their hearts stirred, and the light in their eyes shone even brighter. Immediately following was a burst of enthusiastic cheers. The sound was like surging, rolling waves. Names. We have names now. Moonshadow. The shaman has given our tribe a name. Moonshadow. Moonshadow. From this day forward, we are the Moonshadow Clan. Moonshadow Clan. Excitement, jubilation, shouts, cheers, waves of excitement followed one after another. It wasn't until Su Cheng waved his hand and Chuanha and Hongxiang shouted at the same time that everyone calmed down. Quiet down, everyone. The shaman has something to say. Stop arguing. Immediately afterwards, everyone watched as Su Cheng took out a piece of animal hide from his waist. He suddenly beckoned to Luo, who was standing at the front of the crowd, and said, Luo, go to my tent and bring me the small jar and the feathers that are placed by the fire. Okay. The little cutie quickly ran back. Su Cheng then unwrapped the animal hide and spoke while looking at everyone. Today I also want to introduce something new to everyone. Totems. It will truly imprint the name of our tribe in our eyes, in our minds, and even on our bodies, making the name of Moonshadow one with us. As he spoke, the animal hide was spread out and hung on a wooden post standing nearby. The mountain wind blew, rustling loudly. The pattern on it is clearly visible, a white crescent moon, just like the crescent moon in the sky. From this day forward, whoever possesses this totem will be a member of our Moonshadow clan. Those who possess this totem are our closest clansmen, partners, family members, and friends. Those who possess this totem are no longer distinguished by race. Whoever possesses this totem will gain my knowledge. Those who possess this totem must be united and absolutely loyal. Su Cheng abruptly changed the subject, his voice sharp and cold. If you betray us, you will be our Moonshadow clan's eternal enemy. A fight to the death. At that moment, Luona's petite figure quickly ran up, holding a fist-sized jar in her hand, and happily handed it over. Inside the jar was the dye that Su Cheng had specially mixed that afternoon. Semi-permanent body painting. Chapter 189, The Belated Showdown. This was a choice Su Cheng made after much deliberation. It was much simpler and easier than tattoos or branding. This dye paste is made from white clay mixed with water, animal fat, and vegetable oil. It is thick and smooth, has a certain degree of water resistance, and strong adhesion. Although not as permanent as tattoos, it is a very common practice. Once the tribe is fully stable in the future, the tattoos can be replaced as needed. Then, Su Cheng stirred the contents of the jar with a feather and smiled at the little cutie in front of him. The sound was loud and resonated with the hearts of all the tribespeople present. Luo, are you willing to have the Moonshadow clan's totem painted on your body? Once the totem mark is branded, it represents a lifetime of loyalty and unwavering devotion. You must unite with all your clansmen and never betray the name of Moonshadow. Willing. Luo showed almost no hesitation or joking. She appeared exceptionally serious. His small frame was ramrod straight, and his serious expression was rather endearing. Okay, put your hand out. Then, Su Cheng lifted the linen long sleeves to the top, revealing his plump, white arm. At that moment, all the clansmen held their breath, staring intently as Su Cheng began to describe. Feathers, stained with dye, moved gently across the arm, gradually taking shape and forming the bright crescent moon in the sky. Luo didn't rush down, but happily raised her arms, clearly displaying the totem mark to everyone's eyes. That is a totem mark. The wolf-eared warriors stared wide-eyed, their throats bobbing, their eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. Su Cheng's words were still echoing in his mind. Those who possess this totem are members of the Moonshadow clan. They were their closest relatives. They are their closest companions. This moment, in the eyes of the wolf-eared warriors, the pattern seemed to become as bright and radiant as the crescent moon in the sky. The blood in their bodies boiled completely at that moment. A sense of belonging. A sense of belonging. A sense of oneness. Just have it tattooed on your body. He is now a true member of the tribe. There is no longer a distinction between cat ears and wolf ears. In that instant, all the previous anxiety and unease vanished. Next, as Su Cheng's voice rang out, the wolf-eared tribesmen eagerly raised their hands. I'll do it. Me too. The totem ceremony ended half an hour later. The fiercely burning campfire witnessed everything. Everyone looked at the crescent moon on their arm, feeling excited and thrilled. The wind seemed to have picked up a bit more, and the chill was biting, but it could no longer extinguish the flames in their hearts or freeze their burning blood. Su Cheng stood on the high platform and waved his hand. The totem will never perish, and the moon's shadow will endure forever. Instantly, the voices from below the stage were unified and loud, as if they were about to shatter the entire mountain forest. The totem will never perish, and the moon's shadow will endure forever. The totem will never perish. The moon's shadow will live on forever. Let's start grilling the meat. Dance. Meow. The area around the campfire became busy once again. Large pieces of meat were taken out, cut into chunks, skewered, and grilled in one go. One by one, earthenware pots were placed on the fire, filled with a full range of spices, and the broth was rich and fragrant. Meanwhile, on the open ground nearby, the beast-eared creatures gathered together, shouting happily and excitedly, their faces full of anticipation and excitement. Wrestling. Entertainment programs that the wolf-ear tribe has always enjoyed. The cat-eared people actually like it too. Joining in the fun is human nature, and so it is with animal ears. In particular, the two main characters this time are people they have been looking forward to for a long time. You stinky rabbit, don't cry when I beat you to a pulp later. You big bad wolf. Even if you cry, I'll still beat you up. Chun and Hongxiang stood on either side, one with her hands on her hips and the other with her arms crossed, their eyes full of disdain and arrogance, completely disregarding each other. That's right, these two clowns are both putting their fists on each other. This was also something Su Cheng had promised before, a decisive battle between the two of them. Let's fight. Let's fight. I bet Chun will win. I think Hongxiang will win. Before the two even made a move, the area outside was already buzzing with excitement. Even the cat-eared girl and wolf-eared girl, who were busy preparing dinner, couldn't help but take a few glances over. Horror, who had just been shouting about starting a fight, was tapped on the head by Su Cheng from behind. The guy bared his teeth and turned around, his fierce expression instantly turning sullen. She felt quite wronged. Meow, which hit me. I want to hit you too. Su Cheng chuckled and scolded, then pinched the guy's cheek. Suddenly, the image of him scrubbing himself in the bathhouse last night flashed into his mind. He remembered it clearly. This guy, cough cough, was Tiger White. Cat Ear Tribe Tiger White number 6. The future is promising. Not only horror, but now Su Cheng can't help but switch memory scenes whenever he sees a cat-eared girl. Moreover, after last night, the way the cat-eared girls looked at him seemed a little different. They seemed to be sparkling, and he looked less innocent and naive than before. Okay, who will win between Chun and Hongxiang? At this moment, the little cutie also squeezed into the crowd, and Su Cheng picked her up. The palm area is made of soft wool fabric, and it's warm inside. You know what? I suddenly felt uncomfortable with the cloth separating us. Then, the little cutie hugged Su Cheng and rubbed her face against him. Okay, tell me. Tell me. Hui who was standing to the side, imitated Su Cheng, grabbing his pants and shaking them back and forth, looking like she wanted to be taught a lesson. Su Cheng's lips twitched. How would I know who will win? He knew that a fight was inevitable, so in the end he didn't stop it and agreed to the two clowns' request. Just prepare the medicine for treating bruises and swelling. Su Cheng sighed. Okay. The little cutie nodded. In the middle of the arena, the two had already assumed their fighting stances, their muscles tense, their eyebrows raised, and their eyes sharp. Both animal-eared girls glanced in one direction out of the corner of their eyes, and their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Su Cheng is watching. We absolutely cannot lose. The two were of one mind. Of course, even without Su Cheng, they didn't want to lose to the other side. You stinky rabbit, is your leg all right? Don't blame me for bullying you after you lost. You'd better worry about yourself. Spring's lips curled up, and she stomped her limp leg hard, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. That's good, Hongxiang said. Stop talking nonsense. Start. With a soft shout from both of them, they each exerted force with their feet, and their tall bodies shot out like arrows released from a bow. Then a loud bang was heard as fists collided, producing a dull sound in the air. At this moment, all the onlookers with animal ears widened their eyes, their emotions running high. Meow. Bang. Bang bang bang. Punch, palm strike, elbow strike, knee strike. The two men faced off, constantly vying for strength and defense. There was no skill involved, just brute force. Chapter 190 Bonus Chapter. Thank you for the generous donations. The scratching and tearing that Su Cheng had imagined did not happen, nor was it as serious as free fighting. It was a brutal and violent brawl. Then came the wrestling match. If you can grab the other person's hands, legs, or waist, you will throw them to the ground without any mercy. Dust and smoke billowed from the scene, and the earth trembled. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched as he watched. The physical strength of these two beast-eared girls is truly indescribable. If he were in charge, he'd probably be lying on the ground in a deep, infant-like sleep the very first encounter. Su Cheng couldn't help but swallow. Suddenly recalling those happy times with the big bad wolf, he realized that the other party was indeed holding back a large portion of his power. Bang! Lost in thought. The impacting sound vibrated the eardrums. The two were entangled together again. This time they didn't separate immediately, but remained locked in a stalemate. Their strong, muscular legs crossed one after the other, blocking each other's attacks on the lower body. Their palms were tightly clasped together, and the immense force caused the veins on their arms to bulge. They pressed their foreheads together, their faces and bodies covered in dust. All four eyes were blazing with intense fire, their sharp gazes seeming to want to tear the other person to shreds. His teeth were clenched, and the corners of his mouth were extremely wide open. The words were also spoken slowly and deliberately. You stinky rabbit, you still won't admit defeat. What a joke. You're the one who should admit defeat. Then don't blame me. Who's afraid of who? Outside the venue, the crowd of onlookers was extremely noisy. Fire's eyes shone brightly as it cheered and cried out joyfully. Only the little darling in his arms clung tightly to Su Cheng's collar, her eyes fixed on the two of them, her heart pounding in her throat. Su Cheng was also thrilled and quite surprised. Despite the significant difference in physique between the two lively characters, Chun's strength did not fall behind in the end after a fierce fight. No, in terms of pure strength, Chun is probably no match. Her strength lies in her explosive power. Red fragrance represents persistent violence. The stalemate between the two at this moment was already showing that Chun was nearing her limit and couldn't hold on any longer. Hongxiang's eyes lit up, and a smug smile appeared on her lips. The immense strength of her arms finally exceeded the balance line, pressing Chun's waist backward. If this continues, we're going to lose. Chun's eyes narrowed, her brows furrowed, and then a cold smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Suddenly, she released her grip, her legs no longer frozen, and she dodged to the side. Taking advantage of Hongxiang's unsteady stance and moment of surprise, she climbed onto her back, her long legs wrapping tightly around Hongxiang's waist and abdomen, her hands locking her neck. Naked choke. Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, you can even do that. He experienced firsthand the power of his fighting instincts and his learning ability. The rabbit-eared people are indeed not just a violent tribe, they also make full use of their agility and dexterity. In comparison, the wolf-eared tribe is much more pure. It could also be that Hongxiang herself is much simpler in her thinking. She regained her balance almost immediately, grabbed Chun's arms with both hands, and began to pry them apart. Surprisingly, his face didn't turn very red, and his voice remained strong and clear. "You stinky rabbit, get down here. Dream on. I'll come down if you admit defeat, otherwise I'll knock you out. You can give it a try? You big bad wolf, you said it yourself." After a barrage of meaningless harsh words, the stalemate continued. Hongxiang lowered her head and bent over. Then her body sank down, and she sat on the ground. The two then rolled on the ground, neither giving way to the other. The dust swirled for quite a while before gradually subsiding. The two clowns remained in the same position, entwined together, their foreheads glistening with sweat and their hair damp with perspiration. "Let go. I won't let go. Stinky rabbit. Big bad wolf. Wah." Both of them gritted their teeth and roared angrily, locked in a fierce struggle. Upon seeing this, Su Cheng's lips twitched, and he was already planning to step in and stop it. Because there's no clear winner here. Even the rear naked choke only has SOSO effect on Hongxiang. The two are evenly matched in combat. If they continue fighting, they will only get injured in vain. "You too." Just as he was about to speak, Luo, who was in his arms, suddenly raised her little face, stared blankly at the sky, and exclaimed in surprise. "White-haired ice. It's snowing heavily." A slight coolness stimulated their cheeks and arms, and the beast-eared onlookers also raised their heads and looked up at the night sky. In that endless darkness, the cold wind howled incessantly, passing through the mountains and forests, carrying with it a few coarse snow particles. White snowflakes drifted down from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It really is white icy ice. It's so cold. Unlike the young beast-eared creatures, the eyes of the four elders were filled with sorrow. This is because it is a sign of the approaching extreme winter. Heavy rain, white ice, hurricanes. Once they start, they don't stop. What follows is an endless cycle of upgrades, torrential rain, blizzards, and storms, until the true extreme winter arrives. At that moment, even the two wrestlers stopped. Hongxiang stood up from the ground, and Chun lay on her back. The two of them looked at the snowflakes falling all around them. The extreme winter is coming. Spring murmured to herself. Hongxiang narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists. They were naturally afraid, but no longer as fearful as before. "It's snowing." Su Cheng was equally astonished, staring blankly at the night sky. "It's only late autumn, and it's already snowing?" If the estimated time holds, then the extreme cold will truly arrive in about 2 months at the latest. The time was neither long nor short. Now that the tribe has absorbed the wolf-eared people, its development speed will be further enhanced. He glanced at all the tribespeople present, his eyes hardening. "That's enough." Then, Su Cheng parted the crowd, walked to the front, clapped his hands, and chuckled. "All right, Chun, Hongxiang, it's a tie? That's enough for today. Let's eat. Everyone, gather around after you finish eating." Meeting. The snow was light and not heavy. It might not even last until the latter half of the night before it stops. The crescent moon in the night sky remained grayish-white, its pale light contrasting with the snowflakes, evoking a sense of endless loneliness and coldness. After eating and drinking their fill, the group of beast-eared creatures gathered together, sat on the ground, and looked at Su Cheng with anticipation. Behind him, the blazing campfire had now completely collapsed, and the flames swayed in the night wind, sending up waves of heat. Su Cheng stood alone, glancing at the beast-eared creatures sitting on the ground, resting his chin on one hand and pointing with his finger. The cat-eared tribe, excluding the 3 elders, currently numbers 20. The wolf-eared tribe, excluding 1 elder, currently numbers 18 people, including 6 children, 8 girls, and 10 boys. He thought for a moment, then said, "Hongxiang, Chun, starting tomorrow, all the tasks of the tribe will be redistributed. All aspects of the tribe's life, including clothing, food, housing, and transportation, need to be included in the plan, and we will begin a comprehensive upgrade." These words were also meant for all the beasts, so that they could be mentally prepared in advance. Chapter 191. Hurry up. Hongxiang nodded without the slightest hesitation. "Okay, you can assign them directly." "Okay, we'll do as you say," Chun replied from the other side. Su Cheng nodded and continued. "Our development in the past was too one-dimensional, focusing only on hunting and gathering resources. But that was unavoidable. When we couldn't even get enough to eat, thinking about anything else was just empty talk. Now that the 2 tribes have merged, we at least have the manpower to put up a fight. There are 2 main directions. Su Cheng held up 2 fingers and said loudly. First, the ability to survive, which includes food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. This is the foundation of living. Second, cultural knowledge. Knowledge is the cornerstone of all development and the beginning of civilization. You need to learn all kinds of knowledge, not necessarily to be experts, but you must be proficient in the most basic languages, mathematics, medicine, astronomy, and calendar systems. Upon hearing this, the newly joined wolf-eared members widened their eyes, their hearts filled with excitement. Learn knowledge. It really is about learning knowledge. The shaman was not lying. Everything he said before was true. At this moment, everyone was completely silent, their eyes shining with excitement. All right, the next step is personnel allocation. Su Cheng looked at the beast ears and said, sit separately first. Men sit in one place, women sit in another. Of the 38 people, excluding children, there are only 6 adult males. Although the strength of the beast ears in this era is extraordinary, there are still some differences between men and women. Soon, the animal-eared creatures looked at each other and sat down again. Su Cheng then said, this personnel allocation is not permanent. I will observe them on a daily basis and then redeploy them according to their abilities. First, the hunting team, consisting of 4 people, Shi Yu, Shi Ling, Bai He, and Hong Xiang. Collection team, 2 people. The breeding team is responsible for raising wild animal cubs and handling daily tasks in the tribe. It consists of 6 children. The catering team, specializing in cooking and handling daily tasks in the tribe, will be led by Luo and Lin. The textile group consists of 4 people, Lu, Shan, Achi, and Agua. The construction team consists of 4 people who are responsible for building houses, constructing other defensive fortifications, etc. This task is to be undertaken by 2 men and 2 women, preferably male and female couples living in the same tent. The crafts team consists of 3 people, who will be responsible for all matters related to the forging of tools and weapons, firing of kills, etc. Chun, you will lead them and teach the tribesmen. The logging team consists of 5 people. Since we currently have a total of 5 meteorite iron axes, we can't afford to waste them. Materials team, 6 people, responsible for mining iron ore from the mountains and collecting various necessary materials. Finally, there's the temporary exploration team, 2 people, temporarily led by Feng He. Their main task is to explore all areas of this forest, which is also very important intelligence for our tribe. Tomorrow I will tell you the general things to pay attention to during the exploration. The person doing this needs to be quick-witted and have a good memory. Hongxiang, Chun, if you have any suitable clansmen, please tell me, and I will come to investigate. After speaking, Su Cheng paused and asked in a deep voice, did you all understand? I understand. Very good. Su Cheng smiled, his expression turning serious again. He said, then, the next thing is about learning. Starting tomorrow, there will be 1 short lesson every day and 1 long lesson every week. Every member of the clan, including the children, must attend. Okay, which? Everyone immediately perked up and answered. Chun, Hongxiang, assign the personnel according to what I just said. Su Cheng let out a sigh of relief before sitting down to rest. He watched the crowd begin to stir, their animal ears filled with excitement, curiosity, or perhaps agitation, as they were chosen to stand in line. A sense of anticipation for the future began to rise in his heart. In fact, learning knowledge is not his ultimate goal, but a bridge. Once the tribespeople have a basic understanding, he can begin the second stage of cultural transmission. By then, we will discover the truly talented learners within our clan and accelerate the advancement of our technology. Su Cheng knew very well that even with an encyclopedia, he couldn't truly be omniscient and omnipotent. Possessing something and learning it and mastering it, are 2 different things. Just like in modern times, schools and stationery stores are full of textbooks and reference books, but you don't see many all-around geniuses emerging from them. His system is a knowledge base, not some kind of power transmission machine. He can understand the basic knowledge, but the more advanced stuff is mostly at the level of, have you learned it? You've failed. Each field is like a separate world, and mathematics, physics, chemistry, and optics are just one of them. One can basically spend a lifetime studying them. Given that everyone's learning ability, learning direction, and learning interests are different, if you really want to develop science and technology, it is essential to cultivate professional talents later. The noisy commotion continued until late at night before the task assignments for each tribe member were finally completed. Immediately afterwards, the wolf-eared and cat-eared creatures returned to their tents to rest, and Su Cheng also returned with Luo. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. No, there wasn't a light at all. I got back late, so I was too lazy to start a fire. The two of them groped their way into bed in the dark. The little cutie yawned and snuggled in their arms a couple of times, then gave them a few kisses before falling asleep in no time. Luo's biological clock is always very accurate. She gets sleepy at certain times. The wind could be heard howling outside the tent, making the tent cloth flutter loudly. Su Cheng blinked, listening to the steady breathing around him, and for some reason felt unusually energetic. What to do if you can't sleep? His eyes suddenly lit up, and he carefully took the little cutie out of his arms and quietly climbed out of bed. Then, after looking around, he quickly went to the back of the tent, lifted the animal skin tarpaulin a little, lay down on the spot, and rolled out with a gurgle. The moonlight was pale and hazy, and snowflakes fell sparsely. The furtive black figure, shrouded in moonlight and hidden in the darkness, made its way to Hongxiang's tent. Su Cheng hunched his neck and suddenly sighed. The name Moonshadow is quite fitting. He glanced at the tents that the wolf-ear tribe had just set up. They were all different sizes. After confirming once again that it was indeed Hongxiang's large tent, he squatted down, lifted the animal skin tarpaulin, and crawled inside. The large tent was equally dark, completely black. As soon as he climbed in, someone grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up. A pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie green light came right up to him. How did you get here from here? Hongxiang asked, puzzled. Nonsense, would I dare to go through the front door? If Chun sees us, none of us will sleep tonight. Why aren't you sleeping with Luo over there? Hongxiang couldn't help but ask with a smile. Miss you? I don't believe it. I miss your big breasts and big butt. Su Cheng rubbed his nose, his old skin thick. The big-tailed wolf's eyes flashed, and then he snorted. I knew it. She immediately hugged him. Okay, I miss you too. All right, hurry up. Oh. Chapter 192 Exploration Mission. Without much talk, the two of them started tearing at each other's clothes in the dark. As Su Cheng undressed, he reminded her, remember not to make a sound later. Hongxiang glanced at him and curled her lip. Then I'm going to bite you. Can't I just not bite? No, I can't help it. Tisk. Su Cheng clicked his tongue. All right, then bite lighter. After a rustling sound, several pieces of clothing were haphazardly thrown on the ground. The two of them rolled into the quilt, with Hongxiang on top. Su Cheng, in a hurry, tightly gripped her large, elastic breasts, his 10 fingers digging deep into her flesh, finding the feel incredibly good. Just as he was about to rush, Hongxiang suddenly stopped and started to act up. She stared down at Su Cheng, her eyes flashing with displeasure. Cheng, why are you so afraid of that smelly rabbit? It's not fear. What's that, I don't know either. Su Cheng straightened his back and said helplessly, I'm just worried that you two will fight. Who do you think I should side with? You like stinky rabbits? Hongxiang snorted. Yes. So you like me, huh? I like it. Between me and that stinky rabbit, who do you like better? Don't move. Tell me then. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised his hand and slapped it, the crisp sound echoing in the tent. His lips twitched, and he asked, Who did you learn all this from? This is truly a problem of the century. I just want to know, the big bad wolf retorted, sticking out his neck. Su Cheng had no choice but to say, I like you both. I like you both so much, do you hear me? No matter which one it is, they are both very important to me. A short while later, in the darkness, the tall figure paused for a moment, then suddenly lay down, hugged Su Cheng tightly, and bit his shoulder. A woo. Hiss. Su Cheng gasped and quickly said, Don't bite too hard, you bastard. Then it started moving again. Early morning. Su Cheng got out of Hongxiang's warm embrace, quickly put on his clothes, and returned the way he came. The light snow had stopped some time ago, and patches of thin white snow had accumulated on the ground in tents, making a crunching sound when you stepped on it. The entire camp was quiet and chilly, with only a few snores breaking the silence. Back in the main tent, the little cutie was still curled up asleep. Su Cheng shivered and climbed back into bed, then scooped the obedient human-shaped heater back into his arms. Luo twisted her body slightly, instinctively sniffed, and after recognizing the familiar scent, she snuggled closer. Soft, cute, and warm, Su Cheng hugged it tightly, feeling a sense of comfort spread throughout his body, and soon he felt sleepy and fell asleep again. And so it went until dawn. The wolf-eared tribe and the cat-eared tribe are now a thing of the past. The first day of the Moonshadow tribe has begun. The beast-eared creatures woke up from their sleep, tidied themselves up briefly, and then went about their own business. While the policy covers all aspects of life, including clothing, food, housing, and transportation, there is still a focus, namely housing. This is another important matter after food. In the morning, after washing up, Cheng led 4 members of the construction team, 6 members of the materials team, and his vehicle, Fenghe, directly to the riverbank, pushing a cart. He left the 4 men there to dig for clay and collect small pieces of sand and gravel, preparing for the future firing of clay bricks. They then led the remaining 6 people and a cart to a nearby cave to try mining iron ore. Since we don't have pickaxes, we'll just smash them with stones, or use the thermal expansion and contraction method, burning them and splashing water, whatever we can get. We'll try to quickly increase the number of iron tools in the tribe. After dealing with these matters, he rode Fenghe back and began to instruct her on the task of having another wolf-eared girl explore the forest. The wolf-eared girl's name was Xiaohui. She was not tall, had a well-proportioned figure, and looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, about the same age as Cheng. What was most special about her was her eyes. Her amber eyes were bright and piercing, large and beautiful with a lot of water. She was introduced by the old man, who said she was usually very clever, fast, could climb trees, and had a good memory. He suggested she give him a try. Cheng led the 2 back to the main tent, then took a thin twig and began to draw on the ground. This is our current camp. This are the original camp locations of Cat Ear and Wolf Ear. Our area is backed by mountains, and we can't cross them right now. So for the time being, the only directions we can explore are the north and the west. Fenghe is more familiar with the forest to the north, so you can go there. You're familiar with the forest to the west. Peony, go there. Okay, which? The 2 nodded somewhat blankly. The reason for their confusion was that they had no idea what exploration meant. Which, what exactly do we need to do for the exploration? Xiaohui asked. Good question, Cheng said with a smile. First, remember the terrain. For example, this area is a wolf forest. What is its approximate size? Calculate how long it would take you to walk here and there at your normal travel speed. After leaving the wolf forest, is it connected to wasteland or grassland? What is its approximate size? Since this is your first time going out, you can walk along the cliff. This way, you are less likely to get lost and can also explore how far this cliff is. Second, resource distribution. What things are in these areas? The quantity and types of plants and wild animals. Write down everything you can remember. Third, and most importantly, unfamiliar tribes. Cheng put away his smile and began to give serious instructions. If you discover traces of other tribes' activities, try to hide yourself and prioritize your own safety. Avoid contact and conflict. If it is safe to do so, you can also try to find out the approximate location of the other tribe. For now, we'll limit it to half a day. When the sun is directly overhead, mark the spot and then return the way you came. The 2 quickly understood Cheng's words, and the confusion in their eyes disappeared. They then nodded. Yes, we understand, which. Also, if you find any grasses or plants that you've never seen before during the exploration, dig them up. It's best to dig them up by the roots to ensure their survival. Cheng thought for a moment and then added, Today you'll help me out. Tonight I'll teach you about time and distance, and we'll set off again tomorrow to try. Good. After the 2 left, Cheng returned to his tent and began working on making a sundial, a sand table, and charcoal woodblocks. The clansmen are responsible for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. His focus, naturally, was on knowledge transmission. During this time, he also called over the 6 restless wolf-eared children, and together they worked to expand and widen the large meeting tent next to them, so that it could seat 40 or 50 people at a time. Fenghe and Xiaohui carried the supplies, while the little ones passed them from hand to hand. Cheng set up the equipment, and their teamwork was surprisingly fast. Chapter 193, A Distracted Spring. As the smoke from the cooking fire rose at noon, they ran off to help Luo and Lin start the fire. They had to cook for nearly 40 people at once, and it was really tiring without anyone's help. Cheng saw this and had an idea. He then told Chun about his idea of firing large pottery pots. A lot of river mud would be transported back that afternoon, and they could prioritize making pottery blanks then. I just don't know what's wrong with the bunny-eared girl today. She always seems absent-minded when she speaks and acts. Could it be one of those days of the month? But I've never seen any other cat-eared girls. The sun sets, and the last rays of light fade away. A busy day has finally come to an end. The animal-eared creatures happily finished their meal and huddled together again. The expanded tent is more than twice as big, and there is still plenty of room for 38 people. In the darkness, dozens of eyes glowed blue, flickering and looking like will-o'-the-wisps on a grave, which was quite frightening. Then, Lin lit the campfire, and the firelight slowly dispelled the darkness, accompanied by the soft crackling of burning hay. Soon, the beast-eared creatures widened their eyes and began whispering among themselves. Meow, what's that? It seems to be something made by Wu Beitian. I saw him watching it from outside the whole time. And what's that next to it? I don't know. And the mud and sand on the wooden platform? That looks really strange, Meow. The shaman told us not to speak. Once the firelight had subsided, the furnishings inside the tent piqued the curiosity of the beast-eared creatures. At this moment, Su Cheng stood at the front, with a flat wooden board hanging on the tarpaulin behind him, covered with many strange symbols. Beside him were two even more peculiar objects. A platform piled with mud and sand, and a strangely shaped round wooden board. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Cheng waved his hand to signal for quiet, and then called out to Chun, who was sitting in front. Spring, where's the charcoal I asked you to make? Spring. Su Cheng called out twice before the rabbit-eared girl seemed to come back to her senses and looked over in a daze. Oh, charcoal. Oh, it's done. Chun Mang took out a leather pouch from his waist, stood up, and handed it to Su Cheng. What's wrong with you today? You seem so distracted. No. Su Cheng looked at her, still a little worried, and whispered, Tell me if anything happens. Yes, I know, the bunny-eared girl replied, turning her face away before sitting back down. What exactly happened? Su Cheng's eyelids twitched. When I went to see her during the day, she seemed listless, constantly distracted, and I felt like something was wrong. But she wouldn't say, and there was nothing I could do. Moreover, now is not the time to think about these things. He composed himself, stepped aside, and revealed the entire wooden board with the symbols drawn on it. Then, he picked up a thin wooden stick, adjusted his glasses, which weren't actually on his nose, and said, Today is the first lesson, and the knowledge points will be a bit scattered, but you must remember them well, because learning these things will also improve your own survival skills in the forest. Future courses will be like this, combining life skills with cultural knowledge. First, start a fire. Second, provide first aid for the injured. Most of the cat-eared people know this knowledge. If you don't understand something later, you can ask them. The first lesson is how to start a fire. Just hearing this, the group of wolf-eared animals were already excited and in high spirits. They had never felt this way before. They could actually learn the knowledge that only the successors of the witches could access. The following section will explain the relevant knowledge. Su Cheng's words were eloquent and casual, yet the wolf-ear tribe listened with utmost attention. They wanted to know every word about starting a fire by rubbing wood together, striking a fire with flint, or stopping bleeding with plant ash. After these guys calmed down for a while, Su Cheng continued. Tomorrow, you can try starting a fire when you have time. If you don't understand anything, you can ask the cat ears next to you. Alright, now for the second part, cultural knowledge. It's closely related to our lives, and equally important. You might find it confusing or boring at first, but once you get the hang of it, you'll find it easy. This is what I really want to teach you tonight. Understanding time and weather, and the simplest things like counting and distance. First, let's talk about time. The sun rising in the east and setting in the west is considered a day, and the time it takes for the sun to rise again is called a night. Thus, a day plus a night makes up a complete day. And this complete day is further divided into 12 stages, each stage being called a 2-hour period. As he spoke, Su Cheng picked up the strange round wooden board and began to explain it. This is called a sundial. When you place it under the sun, the shadow of this wooden needle will fall on the board. Do you see the long marks carved on the edge of this circle? There are 12 long marks in total, and each long mark represents 1 hour, as I just mentioned. When the shadow has traveled half a circle, the sun sets, which signifies the end of a day. Because of the existence of shamans, the beast-eared creatures of this era already had some concept of time, so they could understand some of what Su Cheng was saying with a little thought. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng tapped the wooden board hanging behind him with a thin stick and continued. Now we know that a day is defined as the time from when the sun appears until it rises again the next day. Then, let's convert it to a one-day unit. 7 days make a week, 30 days make a month, and 365 days make a year. Let's go back to what you're all familiar with. Warm weather, hot weather, cool weather, and cold weather. How many of these 4 types of weather do they each represent? The answer is 90. 90 such days added together represent a season. The 4 seasons cycle through a year, which is what you know as 1 year old. He paused, then waved his hand above his head. Is it a little difficult to understand? It's okay. Today, I'm just going to give you a basic concept of time. You don't need to rush to understand too much or too deeply. Just remember what I just said about daily and weekly. It's about the difference between 1 day and 7 days. And then you need to have a clear understanding of the 12 2-hour periods of each day. Alright. A short while later, Cheng clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the beast-eared creatures back to them. Next, it's time to count and measure distances. See these numbers on the wooden board? 0, 1, 2, 39. I asked Chun, and the shamans of the past taught these, so you all understand simple numbers. They are used to count food baskets and weapons. Chapter 194 Memorizing Counts. As he spoke, he pointed to the numbers on the wooden board. The numbers you see now represent the characters you usually use to count. However, what I'm going to teach you is not just from 0 to 9, but from 0 to 100. Since Cheng had never been a teacher, he could only resort to the crude, rote learning method. This method can quickly identify people with bright minds and strong learning abilities, and he needs such a group of people right now. The reason for teaching life knowledge and cultural knowledge together is also a way to enhance learning interest. Otherwise, starting with a series of times and numbers that have nothing to do with their survival philosophy would backfire, making these guys lose interest, become drowsy, or even lose focus. However, Cheng clearly underestimated the determination of the beast-eared group in front of him to learn knowledge. Even if it was tedious, repetitive memorization, they were happy to do it. I read from 0 to 100, going back and forth 10 times, without ever getting distracted. Until you finish reading. Cheng suddenly had an idea. He flipped the plank over, and then laughed. Is there anyone willing to recite the numbers we just read? If she can recite them from 0 to 100, I'll reward her with a treat. The beast-eared creatures looked at each other, blinked, as if hesitating, or perhaps reminiscing. Cheng wasn't in a hurry and waited quietly. No rush, you can think about it for a bit before raising your hands to speak. He looked around, watching with great interest the reactions of each animal ear. When he faced Hongxiang, this guy immediately started rolling his eyes. Yeah, he's definitely going to be a slacker. When faced with Shirling, this guy shrank his neck and grinned mischievously. It's hard to tell how deep she is, she's not shallow at all. When she met the little cutie's gaze, she cupped her face and smiled sweetly. I'll deal with her tonight. When facing Blackstone, this guy kept his head down, scribbling and drawing on the ground. Well, still as honest as ever. When I looked at Bai He, she was looking at Hongxiang. Holy crap, don't try to roll your eyes like that. Just be normal. The animal-eared girls reacted in various ways, but most of them were eager to learn, and then confused. That's normal. Finally, he faced off against Chun. Cheng scratched his head, seemingly lost in thought. The bunny-eared girl's eyes were unfocused, and she rested her chin on her arm, seemingly lost in thought, which was quite unusual. I'll carry it. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. It was Lin. This guy usually looks kind of simple-minded. Could he be really that powerful? Okay. Cheng nodded. Immediately afterwards, the cat-eared girl put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and began to recite the words one by one. That well-behaved appearance reminded Cheng of his own elementary school days. 10. The other beast-eared creatures also looked over and listened quietly. 39. 100. Sure. Cheng silently gave a thumbs up, smiled, and praised. You memorized it well. Tell everyone if you have any tips. Upon hearing this, Lin wagged her tail happily and said, Yes, just memorize the numbers from 0 to 10. From 11 onwards, it's all combinations of these numbers, and they're all in the order of 1 to 9. Hey, not bad. Cheng flipped the wooden board back over, then tapped it with a stick and addressed the crowd. Lin is right. If you look at it horizontally, it's 0 to 10. But if you look at it vertically, isn't it just as she said, that it's always these numbers being combined, and the order hasn't changed? That's what we call a pattern. Anything becomes easy once you discover and master the patterns. Next, several more animal-eared girls raised their hands to recite. Although they couldn't do as well as Lin, they could still manage to recite up to 70 or 80 words. In any case, it's not bad to have such a good memory on the first day of learning. After having the beast-eared creatures read it aloud several more times, Cheng began to teach the last piece of knowledge, measuring distance. Distance concept, Fenghe, Xiaohui, you two need to listen carefully. This is knowledge needed for forest exploration. Okay, which? The two nodded in unison. Then, Cheng scratched his chin and said, The concept of distance is actually related to the counting you just learned. If you can count well, it will be easier to test distance. So, before we learn this, we first need to understand what distance is. Simply put, Distance is the interval or gap between 2 points. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Now that I've taken a step, the distance between where I was standing just now and where I am now is a distance, and that distance is 1 step. Then we can use this as a unit to calculate more and longer intervals. For example, the length of my large tent from front to back, the length of our camp from the mouth of the ravine, and the length of the camp from the riverbank. When we use the number of steps to represent the distance, we can have a clearer understanding of the previously vague concepts of near and far. To put it another way, can you imagine how far a journey in a day is? The beast-eared creatures looked at each other, unsure how to respond. We haven't traveled that far yet, Xiaohui suddenly replied. That's right, but if I told you that a day's journey is equivalent to the 30,000 steps I just took, which is equivalent to walking forward 30,000 times, do you get a little sense of it now? At a glance, there were 38 pairs of eyes, still looking bewildered. All right. Su Cheng rubbed his forehead and then said, you might not quite understand the number 30,000, so let's use a different unit of measurement. If it's about 300 steps from here to the entrance of the mountain pass, then we can imagine that in a day, it would be walking from the entrance of the mountain pass to our camp and back 100 times. Let's assume it takes me 3,000 steps to reach the riverbank. Then, using the distance from the campsite to the riverbank as a unit, the daily journey would be the same as walking the riverbank 10 times. This is called the reference method. Of course, everyone's stride length is different, so the results will also be different. However, these are minor issues. You can try to get used to it first, using your own stride as a reference to calculate the distance. We'll talk about the rest later. As he spoke, Su Cheng looked at Xiaohui and Feng He. Xiaohui, Feng He, the forest is very large, and it will be troublesome to measure distances by walking. When you explore the forest tomorrow, you can choose other longer reference points, such as the distance from the camp to the riverbank. Just tell me how many riverbanks you have been to. Yes, which? Around 10 p.m. After a noisy exchange of answers to numerous questions, the lesson finally came to an end. Su Cheng took Luo back, ate a simple fruit, and then quickly crawled into bed. Enlightenment and intellectual development are truly exhausting things. He feels utterly worn out right now. Chapter 195, The Underachiever. Because the beast-eared creatures have no concept of cultural knowledge, the process of learning from scratch is no less demanding than early childhood education. But once you get past that, everything becomes much simpler. A moment later, Luo also took off her clothes and crawled in, giggling as she lay on top of Su Cheng. The ripe fruit pressed against my chest, soft and comforting. Su Cheng lifted her pert little bottom and reached up through her underwear, finally catching her furry tail. This guy's tail fur seems to be much smoother than before, and it feels really nice to touch. After smoothing his hair, Su Cheng couldn't help but tug at it again. Immediately afterwards, I heard rapid breathing. The little cutie raised her head, her face flushed, her eyes bright and sparkling. Wah, stop pulling. This endearing appearance only fueled Su Cheng's enthusiasm. How much did you learn today? He suddenly asked. Yeah, it's just memorizing numbers and testing distances with steps, the little cutie whispered, hugging Su Cheng's neck tightly. So how much do you understand? I don't know. Luo blinked, recalling the memory, and pouted. I don't understand some of it. I can only understand a little bit of some of it, and I've forgotten some of it. I'll ask Lin about it tomorrow. Why don't you ask me now? Su Cheng said irritably. Won't you go out for a while? Who told you I was going out? Hee hee, I came up with it myself. The little cutie grinned. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes, only then realizing something was wrong. He looked down at his chest. Do you know I went out last night? Then do you know where I went? Su Cheng's lips twitched. I don't know. I just woke up suddenly in the middle of the night and found Cheng was gone. The little cutie thought for a moment and said, Did Cheng go to find Cheng? No. Su Cheng paused, and the mention of spring reminded him of what had happened during the day. My heart suddenly clenched. Oh my goodness. That guy seemed lost all day, completely absent-minded. Could it be? But that shouldn't be the case. I hid myself so well. How could I have been discovered? And, if they had really discovered it, they wouldn't have reacted like this. They would have already started a fight with the big bad wolf. I just can't figure it out. Just then, he suddenly paused, feeling something was wrong with his body, and looked down. Then he saw the little cutie nestled in his arms, looking up at him with a toothy grin. Aren't you sleepy tonight? Su Cheng chuckled. Not sleepy. So what do you want to do? Su Xiaoqing was already thoroughly entertained by her. How could he possibly fall asleep? Su Cheng's lips curled up, his hand reached down, and he suddenly grinned mischievously. How about I teach you how to count again? Oh. The little cutie pouted, clearly unwilling. I don't want to learn. This guy was about to say something, but he immediately shut up. A soft moan came from under the covers. Cheng laughed along. 1, 2, 3. It's your turn to continue counting. Okay, 4, 5. Early morning. The academically challenged Luo number 2 woke up from her bed. He stretched and then grabbed his underwear and coat that he had left outside. He removed Cheng's arm and quickly sat up. Cheng yawned, looking at the smooth back, the small waist and hips, and reached out to stroke the smooth tail that was swaying back and forth. We'll continue learning to count tonight, understand? Okay, I know. The little cutie put on her clothes, stomped her feet, pouted, and made a face at Cheng. Even after a whole night of extra tutoring, he only managed to memorize up to 78. She felt that cooking was simpler. Moreover, it wasn't entirely my fault. Cheng would get faster every time he memorized more than 70 characters. Her mind went completely blank. She couldn't remember how many she was supposed to count. The little cutie has her hands on her hips, and her nose is all wrinkled. She felt she was already very capable. I'll go prepare breakfast for you. She crouched down, gave Cheng a big kiss on the cheek, and then ran off. To withstand the extreme winter, building houses is imperative. Caves are only an alternative when all else fails. So today's task is to dig mud, find materials, and make brick molds. After waking up, Cheng found the 4 people in charge of the construction team again. They had never been exposed to these things before, so the first mud brick house had to be taught by me personally from beginning to end. All 4 were members of the wolf-eared tribe, 2 men and 2 women. The men, named Leiho and Muchue, were 2 strong, muscular warriors. Their hair was messy and tied with straw rope, suggesting they rarely washed or groomed it. The 2 wolf-eared women were named Yunji and Shanzao. They had relatively ordinary appearances, but because they had given birth, their breasts were quite impressive. Their linen clothes could barely contain their full breasts, which bulged out quite a bit. They were the women of Thunder, Roar, and Hammer, and also the companions Cheng had entrusted to live in the same tent. Yesterday, the 4 of them dug mud and searched for sand and gravel on the riverbank. Unexpectedly, today's task was still to dig mud. Leiho, who had been in charge of hunting in the wolf-ear tribe, couldn't help but ask about it. He has a very straightforward personality, and he will ask questions whenever he has doubts. They would not be intimidated by the fact that the other party was a witch. Which, wasn't the mud you dug yesterday enough? That's enough for now, Cheng replied. Which, you said our mission was to build fortifications and houses, but we were digging mud all day yesterday and didn't do anything else. At this moment, the mallet beside him scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke up. Which, what exactly are houses and fortifications? We don't understand it all. Leiho and I were hunting team members with Baihe before. We're skilled at hunting. Which, Shanzao and I have always been gathering fruits. Yunji also spoke in a weak voice. A short while later, they looked at each other with pleading eyes. Which, can we continue hunting? The 4 of them mustered up their courage to speak their minds, but immediately became uneasy and lowered their heads in fear. After all, digging mud was the shaman's order, and they are now Moonshadow clan people, which is different from before. Cheng looked at them, grinned, and patted them on the shoulders. Don't you think dredging is a strange and meaningless job? The 2 looked up, their eyes flickered, but they remained silent. Just as Cheng thought, they weren't dissatisfied. They simply felt that doing these things was pointless. This reaction is understandable. The beastmen of this era value survival and reproduction, and the basis of survival is food, tents, and fire. They rarely consider anything else. Just like learning cultural knowledge, deep down they don't think that counting, distance, time, and climate can provide them with substantial food, clothing, and shelter, so they still feel they are useless. Changing these ingrained beliefs requires time and gradual guidance. Chapter 196: Digging Mud to Build a House. Cheng didn't mind. On the contrary, he thought that daring to ask questions and seek answers was a very good quality. Only those who are like this can grow faster. Without a foundation, their efforts, if they simply keep their heads down and work in silence, will only lead them from one form of stagnation to another. After a moment's thought, Cheng suddenly asked, Thunder Roar, Wooden Hammer, what do you think is the purpose of hunting? Hunt wild beasts and bring back meat for the people to eat, Thunder Roar replied. Only with meat to eat can everyone have the strength to work and survive, the mallet added. That's right. Cheng chuckled, then looked at the 2 wolf-eared girls. Gathering fruit is the same principle. It's all about filling our stomachs and surviving. That's the meaning of hunting. So what is the point of dredging the mud? The mud you dug yesterday is called clay, which is used to make pottery blanks and fire pottery. You have used pottery before for boiling water, cooking meat, storing food, and many other purposes. Although pottery cannot fill our stomachs, it can improve our quality of life, make us live better and more comfortably, and most importantly, help us accelerate the development of civilization. That is its significance. After a pause, Su Cheng's expression turned serious. But the mud you're digging today is different. It's for making bricks to build houses. What is a house? A house is a place to rest and sleep that is infinitely better than a tent. It is not only spacious and sturdy, but it can also block strong winds and rainstorms. Moreover, it can keep us warm, so we no longer have to be afraid of the extreme winter. Your tents can't withstand strong storms and could be completely destroyed in one go, as you should know all too well. But houses are different. They can keep you from facing hurricanes and torrential rains, and prevent you from being forced to huddle together shivering or even freezing to death because of damaged tents. Hunting is for filling our stomachs, and building houses is for surviving the extreme winter. So the ultimate purpose of dredging is also to survive. At this point, Su Cheng smiled kindly and asked, "Now, do you still think that digging mud is not as good as hunting?" Now, the four wolf ears were wide open, their blood boiling with excitement. A gurgling sound came from his throat, which he could no longer suppress. It made a trembling sound. Houses can withstand extreme winters. Which, are you telling the truth? Yunji and Shanzhao exclaimed. Of course, have I ever lied to you? Su Cheng chuckled. No, everything the shaman told us to do, we did. Distribute rewards, impart knowledge, and offer recognition. Su Cheng never broke his promise. Leiho and Muchue immediately knelt down, their faces full of shame. Which, we were wrong. Your decision should not be questioned. Strictly speaking, they weren't exactly suspicious. They just wanted to do something more useful for the tribe. Su Cheng waved his hand. Get up. Just know that the tasks I give you are all useful and are for the purpose of making everyone's lives better. It's good to ask questions when you have doubts. It's much better than keeping them bottled up and then not paying attention to your work and just doing a perfunctory job. Only then did the two burly men stand up awkwardly, revealing simple, honest smiles. Okay, we understand. Which, just tell us what to do. That's right, Wu. From now on, if you have any missions, just tell us, brothers, and we'll do it. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief before speaking. Then don't just stand there, come with me quickly. We need to speed things up and get the house done before the extreme winter arrives. Remember to bring the cart with you. The five of them then headed to the riverbank. The four wolf ears seemed to be doing something sacred. Their steps were swift, and they were full of energy. Su Cheng followed behind, but his mind was already thinking about how to make a few more cartloads. Mining and dredging are extremely inefficient without handcarts. As I pondered this, a cool river breeze blew by, carrying a slightly familiar fishy smell. The group had already left the forest and reached the outer edge of the riverbank. Which, we've arrived. Where to dig today? Shall we go to the riverbank again? Su Cheng stopped, looked around, and shook his head, saying, What we're looking for today is loess, not the clay from the riverbank. This is the simplest soil that can be processed so far, and it also consumes little fuel and produces a good basic structural strength. In terms of cost effectiveness, it's much better than fine clay. This type of loess is mostly found on the second and third terraces on both sides of rivers, which are ancient riverbanks with cross-sections resembling cliffs, rising several meters or even tens of meters above the river surface. While explaining, Su Cheng looked around for a suitable plot of land. Thunder roar, wooden hammer. Remember everything I'm saying today. From now on, you will be the leaders of the construction team. When the tribe grows larger, you will also be responsible for passing on your knowledge to the new members. Understood, Wu. We will study diligently. The two nodded in unison. Then, they pushed the cart and followed Su Cheng to a nice terrace. Su Cheng used the bone knife at his waist to dig at the soil in front of him, then continued to scan with his eyes. This soil is Aeolian, mainly composed of silt particles, but also contains some clay and calcium, and feels very loose to the touch. He brought the soil in front of the four people and chuckled. It's okay if you don't understand some of the technical terms, as long as you recognize that it's this kind of soil. Also, look for those that are yellowish or whitish. Avoid black and dark gray. You guys grab some and try it out. This soil is like fine dust particles, and it feels gritty in your hands. As for the quality, you can add some water and mud. If you can barely knead it into a ball, and when you gently break it apart, it will crack along the rough surface without stretching or deforming, then it's fine. Did you all understand? Upon hearing this, the four looked at the soil in their hands, paused for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. Su Cheng, with an expression that suggested he was a promising student, continued. Next, we need to dig. Remember to remove the top layer first and use the soil underneath. Also, if you dig up those bluish-gray or grayish-white stones, be sure to bring them back with you, as they are very useful materials. Alright, we'll start digging now. You can just sit and rest. Leho patted his chest. Su Cheng grinned. Then I'll go to the riverbank and look for clam and snail shells. You guys dig yours. Understood, which? Clam shells, snail shells, and limestone are all essential materials for mortar. You can't build a house with just bricks. A flurry of activity. The handcarts began transporting Lus back and forth to the camp. After confirming that Lei Ho and his group would be fine, Su Cheng stayed at the camp and went straight to the craftsman's group. With the increasing demand for mining and collecting essential materials, they needed to quickly build more carts. Chapter 197 Multiplication Tables. The current artisan group is led by Chun, and the other two are wolf-eared girls named Mu Jin and Mu Ji. Chun was involved in the entire process of building the first handcart, so he was familiar with the whole process and took the opportunity to train more apprentices. Spring is much better today than yesterday. At least I don't get distracted or absent-minded from time to time. Su Cheng tried to sound her out, but the rabbit-eared girl kept avoiding the topic, leaving him at a loss. After giving his instructions, Su Cheng went to the timber pile alone, intending to make brick molds. This thing is just a simple bottomless, topless rectangular wooden frame. There's nothing complicated about it. You can understand it at a glance, so there's no need to explain it in detail. He thought he would have to do it alone, but before long, several figures appeared around him. Lin and Luo, and 6 wolf-eared children. After they finished their own business, they saw Su Cheng strolling around and curiously followed him. Which, let's help too. The children laughed and gathered around to watch him rummage through the wood. Luo also grinned and bent down to watch Su Cheng pick and choose. Okay, Lin and I are fine now. We'll come and help you. Cheng, what are you going to do? Lin asked curiously, and as always, she jumped onto his back. It feels like Mount Tai pressing down, yet it's soft and yielding. The guy leaned over, his face almost touching Su Cheng's. The familiar scent filled his nostrils, and Su Cheng sniffed it, a smile playing on his lips. It seems like it's been a long time since I've seen this guy being affectionate with me. Her breasts seem to have gotten bigger. TSK. We're eating the same food, so why is my little darling developing so slowly? Su Cheng witnessed it firsthand during that bath that night. Lin's body was developed in a very mature and perfect way. Her breasts were soft and full, her buttocks were perky and round, and her waist was slender and firm. Her skin had a healthy tan, and her legs were straight and plump. The good food and drink she had been enjoying lately had made Lin more voluptuous. To Su Cheng, she was like the kind of girl next door who was plump and a little silly, wearing stockings that accentuated her flesh. Hongxiang is bold and wild, Luo is petite and delicate, Chun is aloof and proud, and Lin is lively and cheerful. These 4 guys really have very distinct personalities. Su Cheng also helped tidy up that patch of grass, but the guy kept his legs tightly together and ran away with a bright red face before he was even finished rubbing it. Oh, we can't call her silly anymore. Last night when we were teaching her to count, she was number 1. If you want to learn how to make brick molds, you can, Su Cheng said with a smile. This thing is very simple. It's just 4 pieces of wood glued together. The troublesome part is the scraping. Then let's watch you do it first. Lin Lu said. So, the 6 children surrounded Su Cheng, with Luo squatting beside him and Lin clinging to his back, all eyes fixed on him as he worked. Su Cheng enjoyed a back massage while scraping and shaping the suitable wood he had found. The soft fruit felt really refreshing to rub against. 1, 2, 3. After a long while, some restless children began to count the pieces of wood on the ground. The little cutie opened her eyes wide as if in shock, her cheeks flushing red. Clearly, he had imagined something unpleasant. At this moment, Su Cheng, who was feeling a bit bored, suddenly had an idea and turned his head to say something to the person behind him. Lin, I'll teach you a mnemonic. Try to memorize it. If you can remember it well, I'll grant you 1 request. Meow. Lin was suddenly startled. Her pupils lit up, and her ears perked up. Really? Sure, any request is fine. That's right, as long as I can do it. I need to think about what I want to do. Lin shook her head, her quirky personality making it hard to tell what she was thinking. Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Are you really that confident you can recite it from memory? Hoo-hoo, of course. Have you decided what you want yet? No, meow. She tilted her head, pouted, and pretended to be deep in thought. Su Cheng flicked her head with his finger, sounding annoyed, and said, "All right, memorize it first. If there's anything else you want, you can tell me later." Oh well. Upon hearing about the reward, Luo and the children naturally couldn't stay idle, and all raised their hands to participate. Su Cheng's original intention was for everyone to learn together, so he spoke directly. "Okay, then listen carefully. The rule of thumb is 1 times 1 equals 1, 2 times 2 equals 4, 3 times 3 equals 6. This is a very basic multiplication table." In case they couldn't remember, Su Cheng even copied it down on the ground with a twig. "Read it by yourself now, memorize it by yourself, and ask me if you don't understand anything. Then recite it to me later. Okay, meow?" Immediately, the group's attention shifted. Su Cheng continued scraping the wooden board. Noon. The 5 people sat together to eat. As Lin was eating, she suddenly recited it from memory. Exactly the same word. Hongxiang and Chun were both completely bewildered, having no idea what had gotten into this guy. Luo's eyes lit up. She didn't memorize much. She focused most of her attention on cooking. After all, having Su Cheng by her side was enough for her. She didn't need any rewards. Su Cheng was surprised, yet somehow felt it was within his expectations. He gained a new understanding of Lin's memory abilities once again. Could it be that this guy is really smart? Well, if I have some free time, I'll have to keep digging. Okay, don't forget my promise, meow, Lin said smugly as she ate her meat. Okay, let me know when you've made up your mind. Meow. Chun frowned as she watched the two of them singing in unison. What are the requirements? And Lin, what were you reciting just now? Gurgle. After swallowing all the meat, Lin finally spoke. The saying goes that if you can memorize the multiplication table, you can grant me any request. Really? Chun looked at Su Cheng. Well, I just saw they had nothing better to do, so I taught them a few things, Su Cheng said. We weren't just sitting around doing nothing. We also helped make the brick molds. The little cutie started protesting with a wooden spoon, running over and puffing out her cheeks with her hands on her hips. That angry little face of his is just so funny. Su Cheng was both amused and exasperated, and quickly nodded. Yes, you all helped. Snort. Food is only obtained through work. This applies to every tribe. Therefore, the beast-eared creatures took this matter very seriously. However, Luona's rare cute appearance didn't last more than a few seconds before Hongxiang picked her up with one hand and pulled her into her arms. She rubbed Luo's head and pinched her cheeks, becoming happy. Make it even fiercer, like this, baring your teeth, showing all your fangs. Yes, that's more like us wolf-eared people. Wah, don't pull my face, Sister Hongxiang. I wasn't being mean. The little cutie bared its teeth and brandished its claws for a while, but realizing it couldn't win, it finally gave up and obediently let itself be petted. The big bad wolf continued. Luo, the meat you cooked today smells delicious, but it's not spicy enough. There aren't many chilies left, the little cutie pouted. Chapter 198 Surprises in a Repetitive Life. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng made a suggestion. After you finish eating, go find Cherry and Red Peach and tell them to look around more when they're gathering. The ones in the camp are all newly planted, and we don't know when they'll grow. Okay, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Chun suddenly raised her eyes and let out a soft hum. You big bad wolf, don't just think about eating. Now the two women are at odds again. You stinky rabbit, where will you get the strength to hunt if you don't eat? Didn't Cheng teach you that hunting is all about using your brain? You don't even have that much of a memory. You stinky rabbit, are you calling me stupid? You admitted it yourself, I didn't scold you. I never admitted that. Hongxiang roared, raising her voice instantly. I can count from 1 to 9. A sudden silence fell over the room. Immediately afterwards, whispering sound. A soft sneer rang out. Spring's lips curled slightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Don't make your bunny-eared master laugh. I can count to 90. You stinky rabbit, let's fight after we finish eating. Fine, let's fight. I'll beat you two up. Su Cheng was speechless. He got up and went over, and each of them went over to him decisively. The two clowns touched their foreheads, but still glared at each other, baring their teeth. Hey, when are you two going to stop arguing? Cannot. The two spoke in unison. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched, feeling that his wrestling that night had been a complete waste of time. Just then, the 6 beast ears that mined the iron ore returned. To ensure they wouldn't miss their meal times, Su also made a sundial and placed it outside the cave. In this way, when the shadow of the pointer reaches 12 o'clock, they will know it's time to return. 6 people carried wicker baskets on their backs, but only 3 of the baskets were relatively full. Simply throwing stones isn't very efficient. However, including what was mined yesterday, there are quite a few left. Alright, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Su Cheng sat between the two clowns and looked at Chun Dao. You can teach Mu Jin and Mu Ji how to make the carts. We've mined a lot of iron ore now, so we need to get some ironware out quickly. Yes, I know. Spring nodded. Hongxiang didn't say anything, but just kept swishing her huge tail, teasing Su Cheng's back. This guy is really bold, daring to flirt to each other's faces, huh? It was comfortable, though, but it was unsettling. Chun's piercing gaze never left him. The days that followed began to repeat themselves, monotonous but filled with surprises. During the day, they dig mud, make molds, make brick blanks, forge iron, and smelt tools. Evenings are spent teaching, testing, and searching for talent. On the first day, the mold was completed and the brick blanks were produced. On the third day, the hammer and anvil were made. These are the mothers of tools. Only with them could sponge iron be forged into dense wrought iron or steel. On the fourth day, a graphite mine was found, and the mining project expanded again. The number of late-blooming radishes exceeded 80. On the fifth day, Chun and Hongxiang secretly had a fight, and Lin also learned basic pinyin. On the sixth day, a crucible made of clay and graphite was created, a necessary tool for transitioning from molten iron to liquid cast iron. On the seventh day, the new cart and the new cave dwelling were completed. Thanks to the efforts of Xiao Hui and Feng He, the sand table model was almost finished, reaching the true edge of this vast forest. However, Feng He seemed to be in poor condition these past 2 days, often lost in thought and hesitant to speak. On the eighth day, iron drills and wedges were created, and the efficiency of iron ore mining increased exponentially. During evening childcare class, Luo temporarily stopped learning to count and started learning pinyin instead. She is currently fluent in the A sound. On the ninth day, shovels, hoes, and plows were manufactured, simultaneously increasing the efficiency of digging mud and reclaiming wasteland. At the same time, the brick blanks finished air drying and were completely dry inside, ready for direct firing. In the evening, Chun and Hongxiang secretly got into another fight, which Su Cheng discovered. Both of them were punished by having to work overtime, but the effect didn't seem to be very good. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to give in, which gave Su Cheng a headache. On the 10th day, iron files and chisels were crafted, making the work of sanding wood much easier. Feng He's condition, however, did not seem to have improved. On the 11th day, the iron saw was crafted, and paired with the meteorite axe, its tree-chopping efficiency increased significantly. The bad news was that the iron ore in the cave had been exhausted. There was also no longer the capability to continue deep excavation. On the 12th day, iron knives, iron pots, iron arrowheads, iron spearheads, and so on were also added to the crafting list and were made one by one, greatly improving the standard of living and attack capabilities once again. The bricks came out of the kiln at dusk. 12 consecutive days of hard work brought joy to all the people of the tribe and gave them a glimpse of victory. The whole clan rejoices. On the 13th day, the child was created. Yesterday, the iron ore in the cave was completely mined out, and one of the cat-eared girls from the materials team was transferred to the crafts team. So, when Chun had some free time, she followed Su Cheng to learn how to build houses. The sky was covered with thick gray clouds in the early morning. The wind was getting stronger, and the damp air made people feel uncomfortable. Su Cheng looked up at the sky, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and he felt a strange sense of panic. A lot of mud bricks were fired yesterday, so Lei Ho and the others arrived early this morning, excited and eager to start building the house. Chun was in charge of mixing the mortar, constantly turning it over with a shovel, making a rustling sound. Lei Ho and Muchue were digging trenches along the wall lines planned by Su Cheng. Yunji and Shan Zhao, while learning, moved back and forth carrying gravel and buckets of mortar to solidify the foundation of the brick wall. To build a safe and long-lasting house, you can't just start by laying bricks. A solid foundation and a moisture-proof layer are essential considerations at every stage. While the 6 people were busy working, the earth trembled faintly, and heavy footsteps approached rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a tall and slender figure ran over from the west. The first thing you see is a familiar pale yellow tiger skin dress, with a huge tail swishing from side to side. Hongxiang's face was flushed, her eyes shone like stars, and she was more happy and excited than ever before. Her mouth stretched into a wide grin, revealing her sharp canine teeth. Upon seeing Su Cheng, he shouted out loud almost without hesitation. The crisp, clear sound echoed throughout the camp. Okay, we have a baby. Okay, it'll be our child. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed through the valley. Surprisingly, the surroundings were unusually quiet. Smack. Bang. There was the sound of a shovel handle hitting the ground. There was also the sound of mortar buckets hitting the ground. Leiho, Muchue, Yunji, and Shanzao all opened their eyes wide and fell into a brief daze. Immediately, the expressions on their faces changed from shock to bewilderment, and then from bewilderment to joy, with their eyes gradually shining brightly. The appearance of new life in a tribe is a great joy for anyone. Chapter 199 Pregnant. However, Su Cheng shrank his neck, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He felt his head buzzing, as if it were exploding. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? No. I have a child. Joy should exist. But more than anything, it's an emotion that's hard to explain. The main problem is that he lacks experience. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure frozen in place, the long handle of a shovel striking his foot, yet he remained motionless. Gurgle. Su Cheng looked at Chun and couldn't help but swallow. He was certain that this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing, like something out of a comic book, where the whole body turned to stone and then turned white in an instant, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Holy crap, we're doomed. His lips twitched, and his mind went even more tangled. I had imagined many scenarios of being caught, but I never thought it would be exposed in this way. Before Su Cheng could even think, Hong Xiang rushed to his side, hugged him tightly, and excitedly shared this unexpected surprise. Yes, a child. A child. We have a child. No. Be gentle. I can't breathe. Okay. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? The overly excited wolf wouldn't listen to human speech. That feeling of joy and excitement kept bursting out of my body. Okay, if it's a girl, let's call her Su Xiang, alright? Cough cough. Okay, you're amazing. We're having a baby so quickly. Hong Xiang frolicked with joy, his arms like iron clamps, the huge fruit pressed against his face, soft and bouncy, sealing his mouth and nose, almost sending him to heaven on the spot. At this moment, Leiho and Muchue also gathered around, raising their hands in cheers. Let's go and inform the tribespeople. Without saying a word, Yunji and Shanzao took off running. The clan leader is pregnant. The clan leader is pregnant. Oh no, it's Hongxiang who's pregnant. But they don't care about any of that right now. The two wolf-eared girls ran around the camp cheering, laughing even more wildly than Hongxiang. In less than half an hour, the news spread to every nook and cranny of the mountain valley, including to the tribesmen working on the riverbank and in caves several miles away to the north. Their reaction was similar to Leiho's. First they were stunned, then overjoyed, and then they immediately dropped what they were doing and ran back without stopping. If it were an ordinary member of the tribe who became pregnant, it might not have come to this. But Hongxiang was no ordinary person, and her man was no ordinary person either. This time, Su Cheng didn't even need to say a word. The entire tribe instantly became lively. The noise was incessant, and cheers and joyful sounds echoed through the mountains and forests. All four clan elders came out and instructed the beast-eared creatures to boil water and build a bonfire, intending to celebrate this day full of surprises. At this moment, Hongxiang had also quieted down. She sat cross-legged on the hay, propped her chin up with one hand, and watched the tribespeople busy around. She flicked her tail a few times out of boredom, because the clan elders wouldn't let her help, and even more so forbade her from causing trouble. Su Cheng sat down next to Hongxiang, panting. His mood was complicated. He glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but sigh heavily. Spring disappeared right from the beginning. He asked Xiao Kuei, and she only said that she saw her go back to her tent, just thinking about the rabbit-eared girl's distraught appearance. Su Cheng had a toothache. Why? What kind of mess is this? Everything happened so suddenly. Not just children. And secrets were exposed. But we have to face it eventually. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Watching her busy tribespeople and feeling the joy emanating from them, the fact that she had a child gradually calmed her chaotic mind. He calmed himself down, looked at Hongxiang who was staring at his belly, and said, "Red fragrance. Don't look anymore. She's only just gotten pregnant. What can you possibly tell?" Hey. Hearing Su Cheng call her, the big bad wolf immediately raised her head, her eyes sparkling, and happily came over, hugging his arm tightly. Yes, our child is in your belly right now. I know. Su Cheng smiled helplessly, then asked, "How did you find out you were pregnant?" Of course, it's a feeling unique to our wolf-eared people. Hongxiang pouted smugly, then leaned close to Su Cheng's ear and whispered, "And I haven't been bleeding for a long time. The old man was worried, so he had the 3 cat-eared elders take a look. They checked and said, I am indeed pregnant. Well, Su Cheng blinked, honestly a little confused. According to the physiology of wolves, they do not have menstruation, meaning they do not bleed. However, the fact that wolf-eared girls possess this physical reaction clearly indicates that their constitution and physiological changes are the same as those of humans. However, their pupils, paw pads, ears, and tails also inherit the characteristics of their respective creatures. So, what is the relationship between their group and humans, and how did they evolve? Of course, Su Cheng just happened to overhear it and was curious about it. After all, whether this planet is even a blue planet is still debatable. Sister Cheng Hongxiang, I'm here. Just then, the little cutie suddenly came running over. She unusually didn't snuggle into Su Cheng's arms, but instead squatted down next to Hongxiang, curiously looking at the other's belly and even gently poking it with her finger. To be honest, she was envious. But it also feels quite normal. Because Hongxiang is tall and healthy, it doesn't seem strange that she could get pregnant. Don't poke her, she's just gotten pregnant. How can we tell anything? Hongxiang immediately put what she had learned into practice, then pulled Luo into her arms, rubbed her head, and comforted her. Don't be envious, you'll soon be able to conceive Cheng's child too. The little cutie grinned and nodded, clenching her fist with a serious expression. I will try my best. Su Cheng, who was standing to the side, was also amused and couldn't help but rub the guy's ear. Aren't you busy right now? I'm not busy anymore. Lin told me to come and keep Sister Hongxiang company. There are a lot of people helping out there. After all, the entire tribe had returned. It's just a matter of cooking rice and piling up firewood. There's no shortage of manpower. Su Cheng watched Hongxiang teasing Luo and couldn't help but say something. You two keep playing. I'm going back to my tent for a bit. Are you going to find that stinky rabbit? Hongxiang looked over instantly. Su Cheng was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Upon hearing this, the big bad wolf snorted and curled his lip. Go ahead and go. I'm not some stinky rabbit. I won't be so fussy. Then I'll come back later. Watching Su Cheng's departing figure, Hongxiang, who had just been so magnanimous, suddenly slumped her shoulders, as if she had lost her spirit. She wasn't as awkward or timid as Chun, but no matter how forthright and easygoing she was still uncomfortable inside. Chapter 200 I'll bite you to death. After playing with Luo for a while, the 6 little wolf ears also ran over, saying they wanted to play with Luo. The little cutie is now like a leader of the kids. To prevent them from causing trouble, she led the group of little ones away again, making a clattering sound. Sister Hongxiang, I'll go for a walk with them. Good. It had just quieted down. A hunched figure took Luo's place and slowly sat down next to Hongxiang. It's an old man. The joy on his face had just faded when he glanced at his daughter and sighed softly. Unhappy? No, Hongxiang mumbled. No, Xiao snorted. Then why are you pouting so high? I've seen you do that when you were a kid and you were unhappy a lot. Hongxiang rubbed her nose and complained. That was when I was a child. I'm all grown up now. They'll all be the same when they grow up. Hongxiang glared fiercely at her old man, but didn't argue back. Xiao sighed again before speaking. Don't think that getting pregnant is the end. This is just the beginning. The real test will come on the day the baby is born. There have been far too many bloody examples of interracial reproduction. The difficulty isn't in getting pregnant, but in accepting failure and the despair of giving birth to a stillborn child. The chances of those children surviving were so slim that their grandparents had long since given up trying. No matter the outcome, this is the path you chose. It's a deep voice, Xiao said. Hongxiang rolled her eyes and made a sound. You old geezer, today is a happy day? Don't talk about those things. My child and Cheng's child will definitely survive. I just don't want you to regret it. The old man glared at her. More than regret, he didn't want to see the child sad. From childhood to adulthood, Hongxiang lived a carefree and lawless life. The only time she was sad and cried was when she watched her people die after the extreme winter, and she was powerless to do anything about it. What? Aren't you happy I'm pregnant? Hongxiang grumbled. Before, your face was all wrinkled like a wild boar's hide. It looked awful. The old man instantly flew into a rage, puffing out his beard and glaring. How can I describe it? I'd call it happiness. I'd call it laughter. Then please don't smile at my child like that in the future. I'm afraid it will frighten her. The drafty cotton-padded coat was no joke. It once again infuriated the old man to the point of near madness. His beard twitched as he breathed heavily. I can't be bothered to talk to you. You'll have to raise the baby yourself. Don't want. The big-tailed wolf said righteously. Even if you are the old clan chief, you can't just eat meat and not do any work. She crossed her arms and looked serious. You only get food if you work. Walk through the busy crowd. Su Cheng walked all the way to Chun's tent. The center of the camp was bustling and noisy, but the main tent area was much quieter. He stood in front of the door and listened carefully. The tent was quiet. He couldn't hear a sound. Is Spring there? I tried calling out twice, but there was no response. Su Cheng's lips twitched. It seemed this time he wouldn't be so easy to appease. He sighed and then lifted the curtain. The bunny-eared girl sat with her back to the hay bed, hugging her knees and burying her head. His pale appearance, as if he had burned out, and the black lines that seemed to hang on his head, made him look just like someone from a comic book. You're here, but you don't answer me when I call you. Since the other party ignored him, Su Cheng could only walk over and sit down next to them. The bunny-eared girl remained motionless, her face still buried in her hands. Su Qingzhang sighed and had no choice but to continue. What are you doing? Staying in the tent all by yourself without going out? How long do you plan to stay here? Talking was useless, so Su Cheng simply reached out and touched the guy's drooping rabbit ears. Immediately following, a cold voice then rang out. Don't touch me. Chun turned her head slightly, one eye staring straight at her with an eerie red light. It looks exactly like it's about to eat people. Gurgle. Su Cheng couldn't help but swallow and grin. I thought you were going to ignore me for the rest of your life. Who wants to talk to you? She immediately buried her face back. She remained silent and didn't pay any attention to Su Cheng touching her ear. If you don't say anything, I'm going back. So I'm really leaving? Stinky rabbit. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Cheng felt the world turn upside down before his eyes, and a tremendous force threw him over. Then, the rabbit-eared girl straddled him and held his arms tightly. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous red light as she leaned down, her face inches from his. Her eyes were so red that Su Cheng couldn't tell whether she had been crying or was angry. A few tears could still be seen at the corners of her eyes. Why don't you beat me up? Su Cheng said helplessly. Who wants to hit you? You're too weak to take a beating. Then let me get up. No way. Chun snorted coldly, blinked, and said, That's it. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng reluctantly agreed. All right. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. Tell me, who knows about your affair with Hongxiang? No one else knows except the Wolf-Ear clan. Real. Su Cheng looked directly into Chun's eyes as he answered. Strictly speaking, Feng he knew, but he couldn't possibly sell his only mount. Chun squinted, paused for a long time, and then continued to ask, When did you two start dating? It was that time she came to help us hunt black bears. That night. Ouch, go easy on me, my arm is going to be ruined. Chun's fingers tightened noticeably, almost crushing Su Cheng. She raised an eyebrow and said coldly, So the footprints I saw behind your tent that morning when it snowed were real? I'm so damn angry. Footprint. Su Cheng suddenly realized. Now I finally understand why the bunny-eared girl has been so absent-minded these past 2 days. His lips twitched, and he nodded. I'll bite you to death. The bunny-eared girl finally got angry. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and she opened her mouth to bite. Su Cheng couldn't move, nor did he want to. He furrowed his brows and felt as if something sharp had pierced his shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. Chun initially bit down very deep, but after tasting the blood on her tongue, she gradually loosened her grip. The two remained in this position for a long time. In addition to the pain, Su Cheng seemed to feel a cool liquid constantly hitting his body, sliding down his shoulders, and finally disappearing into the hay. Much later, she finally released her mouth, spat to the side, and said in a low voice, I want to lie down quietly for a while. After saying that, he got off Su Cheng and turned his back to lie on the straw bed. She curled up as if protecting herself, closed her eyes, and ignored all sounds from outside. Then I'll go back first. Su Cheng sat up, glanced at the bloody teeth marks on his shoulder, then looked at the rabbit-eared girl, and sighed helplessly. What kind of mess is this? I'll have Lin bring you some food then.